The sky of planet Vegeta is no longer the cold, metallic gray of memory. It has been utterly torn apart and ignited, transformed into the inner wall of a colossal furnace, swirling with a sickly orangered, pallid white, and nauseating sulfur black. Each volley of energy blasts from Frieza's forces lands like a heavy hammer upon the spine of a dying behemoth, causing the ground to crack, rise, and melt into rolling rivers of crimson. The air has ceased to be a medium for breathing. It is now a searing, deadly sandpaper, laden with metallic shards, rocky dust, and charred flesh. Every inhalation scorches the trachea, filled with the pungent scent of blood and the acrid tang of ozone. Noka is akin to a wounded beast ensnared in a trap, his back pressed against a piece of cosmic wreckage, abstractly sculpted by intense heat. The deep gray of his battle suit is obscured, soaked and hardened by the blue blood of his enemies and his own, charred by the explosive heat. A sinister energy burn, slashing from collarbone to rib, writhes grotesquely, the charred flesh eliciting excruciating pain with every breath. He spits out a mixture of internal viscera and blackened blood, his crimson pupils ablaze with pure, untainted fury, akin to twin flames of hell, swaying in a storm, surveying this boiling slaughterhouse. As far as the eye can see, is a lament for the demise of the Saiyans. Lowly warriors fall in droves, like harvested wheat, their roars drowned out by the deafening explosions, rendered insignificant and futile. A warrior, legs shattered, futilely claws at the scalding ground in a desperate crawl, only to be evaporated in an instant by a streaking energy beam. Noka's gaze is as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of any emotion, only a profound impatience at being disturbed during this feast of carnage. Trash. There is no distinction between the dead and the living. Their worth lies solely in how much energy they can consume from Frieza's minions. Noka, behind you. A deep, hoarse voice, steady as a battleship's keel, cuts through the cacophony of destruction. It is Bardock. In an instant. Noka's body reacts to the voice faster than thought itself. It is pure instinct, honed through countless battles amidst mountains of corpses. He swiftly crouches and rolls aside, his movements as quick as a striking viper. A searing white beam, potent enough to sever him in half, grazes the shoulder of his tattered battle armor, instantly melting a gaping hole in the alloy wreckage he had just leaned against, the wave of heat stinging his exposed skin. He does not even bother to glance at his assailant. His left hand claws into a fist, and violent energy compresses in his palm, coalescing into a rapidly spinning, high-pitched, azure energy sphere, the death spiral bomb. No superfluous aiming, no elaborate trajectory. Only the most primal and efficient annihilation. Get lost, he growls, flicking his wrist. The unstable death spiral bomb, like an enraged wasp, screeches through the air, rebounding along the trajectory from whence it came. Boom crash! A dull explosion resonated, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal being twisted and torn apart by immense force. From the billowing smoke, a few short, harrowing screams pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced. The assailant, along with half of his concealed artillery bunker, was mercilessly torn into a whirlwind of metallic shards and remnants of flesh by the furious spiral of energy. Noka slowly straightened, wiping away the warm blue blood that splattered across his cheek, his icy gaze directed towards Bardock. Bardock was lifting the last of the Frieza soldiers, besieging him. High above, the soldier struggled in terror, his face reflecting sheer panic, while Bardock's blood-soaked visage remained devoid of emotion, embodying a stony coldness. With a violent clasp of his hands, he executed his grim deed. Pop! Like crushing a water-filled sack, blue blood and viscera erupted from his fingers. Bardock discarded the shapeless remains as one might toss aside refuse, his chest heaving violently as the white vapor of his breath evaporated instantly in the searing air. His eyes, sharp as tempered blades, swept towards Noka, devoid of praise, filled instead with a shared fury and an almost imperceptible weight of unspoken understanding. Bothersome, Noka scoffed, his voice rasping like sandpaper. I can smell the stench of those remnants. Conserve your strength, Noka, Bardock commanded, striding forward, the molten debris beneath his feet shattering and scattering under the weight of his heavy steps. He raised his gaze, his piercing eyes penetrating the thick smoke and chaotic energy currents, locking onto a diminutive figure suspended beneath the shadow of a colossal spherical spaceship, emanating an aura so frigid it could freeze one's very soul. Frieza, the harbinger of planet Vegeta's annihilation. He watches reveling in our strife. Bardock's voice trembled with suppressed volcanic rage. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, seemingly emanating from the abyss of the cosmos, suddenly descended from that lofty height. Time itself appeared to freeze. The cacophony of explosions and roars on the battlefield was abruptly siphoned away, leaving behind a suffocating, absolute silence, thick with bone-deep despair. The lower-tier warriors collapsed as if their spines had been severed, unable even to shudder in fear. The air grew heavy and viscous, with each breath feeling like swallowing shards of ice. Noka's muscles tensed instantly, coiling like steel wire, as the weight of his fractured bones cried out under the strain, pain causing veins in his temple to throb violently. Yet within his crimson pupils, what burned was not fear, but a ferocious wrath ignited by the taunt of absolute power. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, as a beastly growl erupted from his throat. Damnable insect! How dare you look down upon a Saiyan so? In that suffocating silence, as countless Saiyan warriors succumbed to despair, Bardock made his move. No roar, no battle cry, only a resolute determination to gamble everything. The azure aura did not explode in an instant, rather. It erupted like core magma, suppressed to its limit, bursting forth from within him with a thunderous force. The radiance was blindingly brilliant, imbued with a will to incinerate all in its path, instantly ionizing, distorting, and igniting the air around him. The molten ground beneath him caved, shattered, and vaporized at the epicenter of his eruption. The nearby Frieza minions barely had time to emit a shriek before they were obliterated into dust by the sheer force of the energy shockwave. His singular objective was unmistakable, the source of annihilation high above. Frieza, Bardock, are you seeking death? Noka's pupils constricted sharply as he roared in fury. The creature's power was simply insurmountable. What difference was there between this and suicide? Silence. Noka! Bardock's ferocious intent thundered in Noka's mind like the wrath of destruction, delivering an undeniable, almost savage command, accompanied by a weighty responsibility, as if a mountain pressed down upon him. You see that assault vessel in the western ruins? Activate it immediately. This is an order. Evacuate the others. An overwhelming surge of rebellion surged in Noka's mind. How dare he? Just because he was the squad leader? Just because they were among the few who could share low-quality liquor and exchange curses about King Vegeta after battle? Noka never needed anyone to dictate his fate. He loathed being treated as a caretaker. Yet Bardock offered no opportunity for rebuttal. The figure, ablaze with a towering cerulean aura, surged forth with a relentless momentum, tearing through the viscous air and chaotic energy currents. Like a meteor hurtling toward the sun, resolutely charging at Frieza. Almost simultaneously with Bardock's launch, Frieza's signature, laced with infinite mockery and sadistic pleasure, slithered into the ears of every living being like a chilling serpent, drowning out all sounds of the battlefield. Then, an utterly pure and soul-freezing light of destruction ignited at the tip of his delicate, elegantly raised finger. The light initially flickered weakly like a spark. Yet, the moment it appeared, the entire planet of Vegeta seemed to be cast into an abyss of absolute zero. Time, space, sound, light. Everything was dominated and devoured by that singular brilliance. It resembled a miniature singularity awakened, spinning and expanding with a cold, annihilating will. Noka's blood almost instantaneously froze. Bardock, the madman who always charged to the front, smashing through every obstacle with his fists. It was overrun. A roar, encapsulating all of his unwillingness, rage, and final strength, erupted like the dying cry of a great dragon, resounding across the desolate battlefield. It was Bardock. That voice pierced through the absolute mental suppression wrought by the sphere of annihilation, searing into Noka's nearly frozen nerves like a heated iron. Run. Chapter 2. Clash. The battle for the Ark of Destiny. The word ignited like a fuse. The primal instinct for survival swiftly overshadowed all rage, resistance, and the complex emotions of witnessing comrades meet their demise. He abruptly turned, his crimson pupils locking onto the direction indicated by Bardock, a section to the west, reduced to a desolate wasteland reminiscent of the lunar surface, where a relatively intact small spacecraft, the Ashen, lay partially buried. The hatch was twisted and deformed, yet the engine seemed to be clinging to life. Survive. Like a streak of gray lightning, he surged across the violently upheaved and fractured ground. His target was that assault craft. As for the low-ranking warriors, equally desperate and crying out as they crawled toward the Ashen, in Noka's eyes, there was only a cold indifference and the labels of obstacles. Get lost, he growled, ruthlessly kicking away a limbless soldier who attempted to grasp his leg. The body flew like a ragged sack, crashing against the searing metal debris with a sickening crunch. Another individual who obstructed his path was sent sprawling aside with a shoulder charge, bone-breaking screams drowned out by the explosions. He was the first to reach the twisted hatch of the Ashen. The hatch was half-blocked by a massive alloy panel. A glint of ferocity flashed in Noka's gaze as he roared, his right fist gathering the remnants of his strength before he struck the alloy panel with a tremendous punch. Boom! The panel buckled, shattered, and sprang away. He violently grasped the deformed edge of the hatch, his arm muscles bulging like iron cables, and with a screech of protesting metal, he forcibly tore open a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. A potent stench of blood, oil, and burnt circuitry assaulted his senses. Inside was a scene of chaos, bodies strewn about, and the control panel flickering with ominous red lights. Without hesitation, Noka sidled through the opening. The vessel of survival was within his grasp. At that moment, a figure, reeking of blood and emanating a scorching aura, suddenly collided with the hatchway, attempting to force its way inside. Accompanied by a hoarse yet primal roar, "Move aside, you worthless trash." Noka's gaze hardened, and without a moment's thought, he delivered an elbow strike, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed at the figure's head. No matter who they were, daring to seize his path to survival meant death. However, the anticipated sensation of shattering bone eluded him. The figure reacted with remarkable speed, ducking just in time, causing Noka's elbow to graze her head and crash against the inner metal wall of the hatch, generating a dull thud and leaving a distinct dent. Noka emitted a surprised grunt. To evade his attack under such circumstances was no feat for an ordinary soldier. He focused his gaze. It was a female Saiyan, seemingly youthful, perhaps just recently come of age. Her deep purple hair, matted with blood and sweat, clung to her forehead and cheeks, and her deep green combat attire was equally tattered, riddled with tears that exposed her scarred bronze skin beneath. Her face was smeared with grime, yet those amber eyes shone with astonishing brightness, ablaze with the same fury, defiance, and near-mad desire for survival that mirrored Noka's own. Her lips were stained with blood, clearly indicating she had suffered significant injuries. Yet her body remained taut like that of a cheetah, fiercely fixated on Noka, resembling a cornered cub baring its bloodied fangs. Reina? A vague name flickered through Noka's mind, seemingly belonging to a notorious troublemaker from a low-tier warrior squad, whose prowess was commendable among her peers, yet to him, she was still nothing but refuse, a particularly loud and combative piece of refuse. "It's me," Reina gasped, her amber eyes locking onto Noka with unwavering resolve, radiating an indignant fury. "This ship does not belong to you. Stand aside." Seeking death, Noka's murderous intent surged instantaneously. He had no interest in engaging in futile banter with an arrogant little brat, especially at such a critical moment. He lifted his foot, channeling enough power to shatter rock, and struck fiercely at Reina's abdomen. The kick was swift and brutal, aimed directly at her vitals, intending to send her sprawling like the trash she was. Just as the lethal blow was about to connect, "Take her away, Noka!" Bardock's final roar reverberated with an irresistible will and heavy plea, crashing into Noka's mind like a soul's imprint. The thought was intensely clear, infused with the power of Bardock's burning life. Noka's violent action abruptly stalled. The forceful kick halted just an inch from Reina's abdomen. The gust of wind rustled her tattered clothing. Reina felt the overwhelming pressure of destruction from above and the resolute intensity of Bardock's roar. Her movements froze, a flicker of shock passing through her amber eyes. But her rebellious nature quickly overwhelmed her surprise. Seizing Noka's momentary hesitation, her eyes gleamed with ferocity rather than retreating. She charged at him like an enraged lioness. Get out of the way. Move. Bam. Norka was caught off guard. A broken rib suffered a brutal blow. Agonizing pain surged through him like electric currents. His vision darkened, and he staggered back, colliding with the cabin wall. Mindless wildling. Norka gasped in pain, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent, wishing to shred her to pieces immediately. Reyna granted him no opportunity. Seizing the moment, she slipped past him with the agility of an eel and lunged at the control panel. Her actions were infused with reckless determination and primal ferocity. You! Norka roared, reaching out to grasp her. Boom! The world fell silent. A terrifying shockwave, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion, struck the ashen vessel with the force of an unseen, colossal hammer. The entire ship was violently lifted and tossed about like leaves in a tempest. The shrill, metallic wails of twisting metal filled the air. Norka felt as if he were plummeting from a great height, his insides tearing apart. Gripping a protruding pipe for dear life, he barely avoided being flung away. His fractured ribs scraped against one another during the tumult, suffocating him with pain. Through the web-like cracks of the dust-coated viewport, he beheld a rapidly expanding, pure white light of annihilation, devouring everything in its path. On planet Vegeta, the ground, the wreckage, shadows, and that resolute blue figure rushing towards the white light dissipated into nothingness. Bardock. A chilling sense of loss pierced through Norka's heart, previously filled with violent bloodlust. In an instant, it was submerged by deeper anger and the instinct for survival. The ashen vessel spiraled wildly amidst the chaotic energy currents, disintegrating. Armor plates tore away. The shrill alarms blared madly. Hull failure. Engines offline. Gravity malfunction. Life support severely damaged. Each roll was accompanied by the violent clash of parts and bodies. Ugh! A suppressed groan emanated from the cockpit. Noka, amidst the throes of excruciating pain and dizziness, managed to glance over. Elena was ensnared by the seatbelt, her forehead colliding with the shattered control panel, blood staining half of her face. Her body contorted in anguish under immense overload. Yet her amber eyes were fixed resolutely upon the all-consuming white light of destruction, brimming with defiance, fury, and a palpable fighting spirit. Even in the face of absolute annihilation, there was no fear, only the pent-up rage of being deprived of the battle. What are you staring at? Elena, sensing his gaze, abruptly turned her head, her bloodied face glaring fiercely at him, her voice hoarse. If you wish to survive, secure yourself. Useless. In this dire predicament. She instinctively masked her inner shock and helplessness with ferocity. Noka endured the searing pain and dizziness, his right hand clenching the metal support, his feet wedged firmly in the seat. The tumult intensified, the tearing noise akin to the shrill wail of death. With a violent impact, the world around him shattered, and with a sudden jolt, Noka's body was flung against the cabin wall. Darkness enveloped him entirely. Chapter 3. Nightmare. The awakening of the toxic swamp. Cold, viscous liquid, imbued with a foul, corrosive stench, invaded Noka's mouth and nostrils. The agony and asphyxiation yanked him from the abyss of unconsciousness. He jolted awake, his vision obscured by the murky green, thick liquid. Instinctively, he thrashed violently, every movement aggravating his wounds, particularly the excruciating pain from his shattered ribs, nearly causing him to faint again. Warning! Oxygen levels at 7, continuously declining. Warning! High concentration of unknown neurotoxin detected, penetration rate at 17. Warning! Vital signs severely compromised. Combat capability assessment, 329. On the shattered visor, glaring red letters flickered manically, and a piercing electronic alarm rang out like a funeral bell. The number 329 filled him with a surge of violent humiliation. A Saiyan warrior, reduced to this state. He struggled to wipe away the viscous liquid obscuring his vision, seeking clarity in his predicament. The wreckage of the ashen beast lay like a giant nut crushed by a monstrous creature, deeply embedded in an endless, foul-smelling, green mire. Viscous mud seeped through the gaping wounds. Outside, a dense, fluorescent green toxic mist engulfed the sky, the light dim and the air scorching and acrid. Suffused with the stench of sulfur, decay, and a noxious concoction of chemicals. With great effort, he turned his head, the pain in his chest causing him to gasp. A fractured rib had been brutally pierced by the twisted metal support, the other end embedded deep into the metallic floor. Blood oozed along the cold metal, dripping into the green mire below, emitting a faint hissing sound. Drip drop, Blood seeped into the mire. Almost simultaneously, Noka's acute predator instincts detected something amiss. From the depths of the viscous mire beneath him came an exceedingly faint, yet chilling movement. Not a current, but rather some colossal entity silently adjusting its stance beneath the sludge. A cold, sticky, malicious presence, imbued with greedy hunger, slithered upward, drawn by the scent of his dripping blood, stealthily spreading from that green abyss, honing in on this source of enticing warmth amidst the wreckage. Noka's muscles tensed instantaneously. The grinding of broken bones emitted a painful groan, the agony causing cold sweat, mingled with viscous liquid, to pour down his body. Yet, his crimson pupils constricted sharply, reminiscent of an enraged primordial beast. All suffering was eclipsed by a more potent primal ferocity. He struggled to turn his neck, his bloodshot eyes piercing through the massive crack in the windshield, fixated on the bubbling green swamp. Something had been awakened by his blood. It was rising. The target was clear. The vile pest, Noka, squeezed out a hoarse whisper through gritted teeth, struggling to summon the remnants of breath, only to be met with the excruciating emptiness and the frenzied flickering of crimson light from his goggles. His fighting spirit continued to plummet. The sensation of the swamp's movement became increasingly pronounced, its reach expanding rapidly. A colossal, indescribable shadow loomed beneath the murky mire, swiftly approaching the shattered metallic coffin. On the surface of the swamp, countless gigantic bubbles churned and burst, releasing an even more potent stench. Coughing fitfully, a painful sound emanated from behind him. Noka abruptly turned. Reno was trapped in the contorted passenger seat, her seatbelt digging painfully into her body. One leg was unnaturally twisted, clearly fractured. Blood oozed from a wound on her forehead, mingling with the dark green muck that smeared her face. Having just regained consciousness, she coughed painfully, struggling to free herself from her restraints. Her gaze was unfocused. Yet upon seeing the immense shadow drawing near outside the window, her amber pupils dilated in terror. It was not fear that consumed her, but rather a battle intent. Suppressed by agony, yet indelible. What in the world was that abomination? Her voice rasped with pain, yet retained a defiant edge. She even reached for a broken metal pipe nearby, seeking it as a weapon. "Be silent, you fool," Noka growled, his eyes flashing with menace as he swept a fierce glance at her. "If you wish to live, do not move. Do not make a sound." Fury surged within him. In such a dire situation, having an injured companion who still yearned to fight was a troublesome burden. "A fine legacy you've left, Bardock." Reno was momentarily stunned by his shout, fire igniting in her eyes as she yearned to retort. But the sharp pain in her chest and the oppressive terror outside forced her to silence, her grip tightening around the metal pipe. Her amber gaze remained fixed on the encroaching shadow, her body trembling with pain, yet her spine remained erect. The combat power detector beeped incessantly. Norka's combat power, 318. The shadow in the swamp was now within arm's reach. The viscous sludge boiled and churned. Norka licked his cracked, bloodied lips, his eyes reflecting pure, desperate ferocity. He clenched his only functional right fist, the knuckles turning white as fractured bones ground against flesh. An icy malice surged like a tangible tide from the depths of the roiling, dark green swamp, locking onto the two Saiyans radiating blood and warmth amidst the wreckage of the ashen. Combat power, Norka 318, Reno 185. The countdown to death flashed frantically on the shattered screen of the goggles. The vile pest, Norka, forced out a hoarse whisper from his clenched jaws. His crimson pupils fixated on the boiling mire outside the porthole. The immense shadow was rapidly rising, stirring the viscous sludge as countless massive bubbles burst, releasing a nauseating stench. He could sense that greedy hunger, as if countless slippery tendrils were caressing his nerves. A thunderous roar erupted, as if from the depths of an abyss, accompanied by a violent eruption of muck. An indescribable, horrifying head broke through the surface of the mire. It was not a head in the traditional sense. It resembled a conglomerate formed from numerous thick, slippery appendages, cloaked in heavy, dark green shells, twisting and intertwining. At its apex gaped a massive maw lined with spiral-shaped teeth, viscous saliva cascading like a waterfall, corroding the swamp's surface and releasing wisps of acrid smoke. There were no eyes, just several unfathomable orifices that emanated a pure longing for flesh and blood. Merely the exposed portion of the mire exceeds the wreckage of the ashen. "Cursed be it," Rena gasped, her amber eyes widening in shock. only to be swiftly replaced by a more intense glint of ferocity. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her legs, she swung the fractured metal pipe with fierce determination, striking down upon the buckle that ensnared her. Clang! The buckle twisted and loosened. Struggling, she extricated herself from the severely contorted seat, collapsing onto the cold, viscous floor. The agonizing pain from her shattered leg elicited a muffled groan. Yet she bit her lip to stifle any sound, propping herself up with her hands and the uninjured leg, seizing the metal pipe, resembling a wounded but still lethal she-wolf. Her gaze fixed intensely upon the terrifying behemoth emerging from the mire devourer, Gregon. Gregon's tooth-filled maw targeted the wreckage, unleashing a column of dark green, acrid slime that erupted forth like a high-pressure water cannon. The aim was directed straight at the cockpit where Noka resided. Dodge! Noka bellowed, immobilized. A metallic framework, piercing through his ribs, held him firmly in place. He could only thrust up his one movable arm, gathering the remaining energy in his palm, compressing it. Death spiral bomb. A feeble and flickering purple energy orb was desperately propelled from his palm. In comparison to the robust column of dark green acid, it appeared as insignificant as a firefly against the full moon. Hiss! The moment the blue-white beam collided with the column of acid, a sharp, corrosive sound erupted. The energy of the key wave was rapidly depleted, disintegrating. It barely obstructed the onslaught for less than a second before being entirely engulfed. Residual acid cascaded down like a torrential rain, mercilessly drenching the cockpit's front window and the shattered walls. Sizzle! The high-strength alloy was corroded and dissolved swiftly. Akin to butter, pungent white smoke surged into the air. A massive hole was instantly melted through the front window. The viscous, frigid mire mixed with the toxic acid surged into the cockpit like a flood breaching a dam. Ugh! Noka was at the forefront. The acid splattered upon him, his combat suit erupting into white smoke, searing pain radiating through his skin. He let out a muffled groan, forcibly suppressing the agony, his eyes gleaming with even greater ferocity. This attack's power far surpassed his current state. A direct confrontation would lead to certain doom. Chapter 4, Death Struggle. The mire beast, Gregon. Fool! Seize the moment. Reina's roar echoed from behind. Unbeknownst to her, she had crawled to a relatively elevated point beside Noka, her fractured leg dragging behind in a contorted manner. Yet her gaze remained sharp as that of a hawk. She saw it, just as Gregon finished expelling the acid, its massive jaws briefly closing to readjust for the next onslaught. There lay a relatively softer area beneath its coiling, twisted head, closer to the waterline of the mire. With a slightly lighter shell color, there seemed to be no thick exoskeletal layer covering it, subtly rising and falling with each breath. A weakness. The opportunity was but a fleeting moment. Noka recognized it too. The instinct for survival and the inherent ferocity of his Saiyan lineage ignited within him amidst this dire predicament. He no longer attempted to summon his waning ki for a ranged attack. Roar! He unleashed a guttural roar, akin to a beast cornered in desperation. With a sudden and desperate grip, he seized the metal strut that had pierced his ribcage. The searing pain coursed through him like an electric current, momentarily obscuring his vision. Yet he paid it no heed. His arm muscles bulged like iron cables. With a sickening sound, accompanied by the appalling noise of tearing flesh and a roar of suppressed agony, he wrenched himself free from the cold metal strut. Blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in his chest like a fountain. Have you lost your mind? Reina cried out in horror. But he could not hear her. The excruciating pain and the dizziness from blood loss nearly overwhelmed him. Yet the ferocious will to survive burned within him like a final torch, blazing fiercely in the darkness. Harnessing the force of his extraction and the momentary burst of energy wrought by the agony, his body surged forth like an arrow loosed from its bow, propelled by an unyielding ferocity towards the exposed pale weakness of Gregon, through the shattered front window. His target, that gently undulating soft spot, Gregon seemed to sense the frantic actions of this insignificant creature, emitting a furious shriek as several robust tentacles lashed out from the mire, slicing through the air with a deafening crack. It was too swift. In his battered state, he could not evade completely. Thwack! Thwack! Two tentacles struck his back and left leg with resounding force. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body was flung like a broken kite. Yet in that moment of impact, he twisted his direction with the terrifying force. His eyes fixated solely on that target. Die, you wretch! He roared, a final cry that encapsulated all his fury, pain, and will to live. His right fist, knuckles white from exertion, bore down with the last remnants of his strength and the weight of his descent, crashing into Gragon's soft, pale weak point like a falling meteor. A dull, viscous sound erupted, akin to the rupture of a colossal water balloon. His entire right arm sank to the shoulder within Gragon's seemingly resilient, yet relatively frail tissue. A torrent of scalding, acrid, and corrosive dark green blood surged forth like a high-pressure water gun, instantly transforming him into a figure drenched in green ichor. Gragon emitted a thunderous, anguished howl, a sound of sheer torment. Its colossal form thrashed violently in the mire, convulsing. The muck surged upwards like a tsunami. The struck weak point spasmed violently, contracting as it attempted to crush and expel his arm. Pain, corrosion, suffocation, Gragon's frenzied struggle in its death throes rendered him acutely aware that his consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. His arm was ensnared within the monster's body, violently tossed about, with countless bones likely shattered. His vision rapidly succumbed to darkness. But it was not over yet. Beast! A guttural, wild roar erupted in his fading consciousness. It was Reina. He realized, through the fog of his mind, that she had somehow, dragging her broken leg, climbed alongside Gragon's thrashing, massive form like a lizard. She discovered a relatively stable fulcrum. In her amber-hued pupils burned a fierce and reckless battle spirit. She aimed for a relatively weak joint in the shell adjacent to Noka's submerged arm. Die now. With every ounce of her strength, she struck down with ferocity. All her weight bore down upon the blow. Thud! Her fist, empowered by Reina's brute force, plunged deeply into the crevice of Gragon's shell. Though it did not inflict a fatal blow like Noka's, the sudden agony and disturbance thoroughly disrupted Gragon's desperate thrashing. With a roar, Gragon's massive form suddenly froze, its frenzied movements coming to a fatal halt. In that brief moment of stillness, on the verge of unconsciousness, Noka's body ignited with the primal and ferocious potential inherent to Saiyans, fueled by death and excruciating pain. A faint golden aura erupted violently from his surface, akin to a flash of light returning from oblivion. Accompanied by a beastly roar, Noka unleashed a final, unparalleled surge of strength from his right arm within Gragon's body. His fingers transformed into claws, viciously tearing and rending within the monster. With a rip, a large mass, mingled with shattered innards and dark green blood, was forcibly extracted from Gragon's interior by Noka. Gragon's soul-chilling wail came to an abrupt end, morphing into a sound akin to a deflating bellows. Its colossal body convulsed violently a few times, the fierce glint in its eyes rapidly dimming, like a collapsing mountain slowly sinking into the boiling green mire, leaving behind only a vast whirlpool and bubbling froth. Noka, along with the massive chunk of flesh, fell heavily onto the cold, blood-soaked bank of the mire. He lay on his back, the horrific wound on his chest oozing blood mixed with toxic green venom. His breath faint to the utmost degree, and he lost consciousness completely. The faint golden aura surrounding him extinguished in an instant. Reina, having exhausted all her strength, fell from Gragon's sinking form to the ground near Noka. One of her legs was twisted and deformed, her body covered in muck and Gragon's corrosive blood, searing with pain. And she too succumbed to unconsciousness. Inside and outside the remains, only the gurgling sounds of the mire remained, alongside the nearly imperceptible breaths of the two Saiyans. Warning, neurotoxin penetration rate 29. Warning, vital signs extremely weak. Combat power assessment. Noka 1, Reina 15. The shadow of death loomed thick and unyielding. Chapter 5, Astonishment. The underground super-civilization emerges. Time passed, though it was uncertain whether it had been an hour or a day. The bone-chilling pain once again yanked Noka back to reality. He felt as though his body had been disassembled and reassembled countless times. Each breath tugged at countless fractured bones, and the still ghastly wound on his chest, blinding him with pain. His throat was parched, laden with the acrid bitterness of blood and toxins. With great difficulty, he managed to open his eyes. The sky was still shrouded in a green toxic mist, and the cold bank of the mire remained unchanged. The ground beneath him seemed to have been momentarily diluted by Gragon's blood, becoming less viscous. He slightly turned his gaze. Reina lay not far away. Her broken leg was crudely yet effectively bound with torn strips of her battle attire and found metal fragments. The technique employed was shockingly rough. The grime and blood smeared across her face and body were hastily wiped away, leaving her pallid countenance, though her breathing remained steady, suggesting she lingered in a state of unconsciousness. A trace of dark green blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, evidently indicating that during her moments of unconsciousness or partial awakening, she had gnawed at the exposed edges of the Gregon, consuming the minimally contaminated tissue to replenish her meager energy. Warning: vital signs on the rise. Combat power assessment. Noka 1278, slowly recovering. Warning: unknown neurotoxin penetration rate 23. Metabolism in progress. The visor's screen stubbornly operated. Combat power had painstakingly ascended from the brink of death at one point to 1278, having evaded the immediate death threshold. Yet still frail, the effects of the toxin were waning. Noka attempted to move his fingers. A searing pain pierced him, yet he found he could move. He struggled to turn his head toward Reina. At that moment, Reina's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her amber pupils were initially bewildered, then swiftly focused, scanning her surroundings with vigilance, finally resting on Noka. Upon seeing Noka also awake, a fleeting expression of relief crossed her eyes, quickly overshadowed by ferocity. Humph, still alive? Her voice was hoarse and weak, yet defiant. You could die, and I still wouldn't close my eyes. Noka's voice was equally raspy, struggling to sit up, but the agonizing pain in his chest made him gasp, thwarting his attempt. Spare me, you worthless fool. Reina scoffed, her own brow furrowed in pain from her shattered leg. She gazed at the large area of filth left in the wake of the Gregon's demise, her eyes reflecting a sense of dread. It was a relief that that monstrous entity was dead. She refrained from mentioning her consumption of the creature's flesh, as if it were a matter of course. Noka lacked the strength for a retort. They fell into silence, each enduring their pain, slowly recovering through the Saiyan's tenacious vitality. The air was thick with the stench of blood, decay, and the eerie stillness of survival. Time passed amidst the agony. The numbers on the visor flickered laboriously. Noka combat power, 2536. Reina combat power, 1987. Noka's injuries were too severe, his recovery evidently lagging behind Reina's. The penetrating wound in his chest felt like an endless abyss, continuously draining his stamina and recuperative energy. He needed to escape this place. He required treatment. Suddenly, Reina abruptly lifted her head, her amber eyes sharply scanning an area of marshland behind the submerged Gregon. Hey, worthless fool. Something seems off over there. Noka immediately focused. His current perception was weak, yet he sensed an exceedingly faint, rhythmic vibration emanating from that direction. It was not an earthquake. It resembled the low-frequency pulsation of some large machinery in operation. Buzz. At that moment, a gentle yet piercing blue beam of light shot forth without warning from beneath what appeared to be an unremarkable patch of marshland in the direction Reina indicated. Soaring straight into the toxin-laden sky, the beam lasted for approximately 3 seconds before extinguishing with precision. What is that? Reina's body instantly tensed, her gaze fixated on the source of the light. That was no natural phenomenon. Noka's crimson pupils dilated in shock. Technological creation. A highly advanced technological artifact. Beneath this desolate planet. A detector. Noka let out a low growl, struggling to raise his still-functioning right arm. A miniature device popped out from the side of his goggles, emitting a faint scanning wave. After a few seconds of crackling, the screen displayed fragmented text. Scanning in progress. Detected underground large structure depth. Approximately 800 meters. Energy response intensity detected. Medium mode. Orderly. Weak life signals detected. Unknown quantity. Structure scale. Immense. Technological level. Extremely high. The information was limited, yet profoundly shocking. A civilization buried deep underground with advanced technology. What could this mean? Medicine? Spaceships? A glimmer of hope to escape this dreadful place? Reina also glimpsed the information, her eyes igniting with fierce light. There are living beings. In the underground city? The unknown challenges instantly ignited her combative nature. However, before they could recover from their astonishment, a new threat emerged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sleek, mirror-like silver-gray shuttles silently emerged from the mire like phantoms. They hovered in the air, with a chilling red light locking onto the 2 figures on the shore. No warning. No communication. In an instant, one shuttle's red light flashed. Buzz. A slender yet terrifyingly potent red beam of cutting energy shot toward Noka with the speed of lightning. Cold hostility. Seeking death. Noka was utterly enraged. The wounded beast's ferocity erupted. An aura of golden energy, more solid and violent than before when facing Gragon, surged from his battered body. Combat power assessment. Noka 3985 rapidly ascending. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain and rolled sideways. Hiss! The red beam grazed him, melting a deep pit into the ground. Reina! Noka roared, his gaze fiercely fixed on the shuttles. Deal with them. Reina grinned, revealing a bloodied, savage smile. Her battle spirit boiling. I've been waiting for this. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her broken leg, she gathered energy orbs in her hands, though their power was modest. Their momentum was formidable. The battle erupted in an instant. Two battered Saiyans faced the cold hunters from an unknown high-tech civilization beneath the earth. The red cutting beams weaved madly like the scythe of death along the muddy shore. The air was scorched with a pungent, charred scent. Noka rolled and maneuvered through the pain. His movements, hindered by injury, appeared stiff and sluggish, yet every evasion was perilously close. The frenzied golden aura enveloped him. Combat power assessment. 4,127, 4,369, 4,598, rapidly escalating under the pressure of life and death. He attempted to counterattack, but his energy blasts seemed feeble against the opponent's agile evasion and energy shields. A faint blue glow emanated from the shuttle's surface. Damn it! Stop just dodging. Reina shouted angrily, her attacks becoming increasingly clumsy. Most energy blasts missed their mark, and those that did hit were easily deflected by the energy shield. Her leg injury severely restricted her mobility. Combat power assessment, 2015 stable. Yet she fought fearlessly, continually seeking opportunities, using a metal pipe to harass at close range, attempting to disrupt the shuttle's targeting. Buzz! Buzz! The other two shuttles joined the attack. Three crimson beams wove together to form a deadly net, confining Noka and Reina to a minuscule area. A beam grazed Noka's back once again, searing through his battle suit, leaving him wounded and bloodied. In an attempt to evade, Reina stumbled and fell, the excruciating pain from her broken leg causing her vision to blur. Chapter 6. Battle. The cost of reaching the starship. This cannot continue. A warning bell rang in Noka's mind. These aircraft were incredibly swift, their defenses perplexing. If they persisted, their demise was inevitable. They must break the deadlock. His gaze suddenly fixed upon the mire from which the blue beams had initially emerged. That could be the exit. A frenzied plan swiftly took shape. Reina, cover me. Charge towards that glowing area. Noka roared, ceasing his evasions. Instead, he concentrated most of his energy before him, forming a precarious golden energy shield, bracing himself against the relentless onslaught of the two red beams as he launched a desperate charge towards the target area. The energy shield flickered violently under the barrage, emitting a mournful wail of strain. Are you mad? Reina shrieked, yet her movements were swift. She discerned Noka's intent, gritting her teeth against the agony as she rose. Channeling her utmost energy, she unleashed a torrent of energy projectiles at the third aircraft attempting to intercept Noka. Get away from me. Bang, bang, bang. While the concentrated energy projectiles could not pierce its defenses, they successfully diverted the aircraft's attention, temporarily stalling its assault. Noka pressed on under immense pressure, each step teetering on the brink of collapse. The energy shield grew thinner, and the wound on his chest reopened from the exertion, staining his tattered battle suit with crimson. Yet, madness and resolve burned in his crimson eyes. Less than 20 meters remained to the mire. At that moment, the aircraft that had been targeting Reina seemingly assessed Noka as a greater threat, abruptly changing direction. A thicker red beam shot toward Noka's unguarded back. Watch out behind you, Reina cried, her eyes wide with horror. In a split second, a peculiar, wave-like cerulean light curtain unexpectedly surged from the mire before Noka, rapidly expanding. Puff, puff, puff. The three red beams pursuing Noka, along with the lethal beam aimed at his back, vanished silently upon contact with the cerulean light curtain, as if swallowed by the ocean, leaving not a ripple in their wake. Immediately, a gentle yet overwhelming force emanated from the curtain, enveloping Noka and Reina with precision. What? Both were taken aback. Before they could comprehend the phenomenon, the force swiftly lifted them off the ground, drawing them downward into the seemingly tranquil mire. The mire parted as if alive, revealing a smooth, softly glowing metallic passageway beneath. The three shuttle-like aircraft appeared thwarted by the cerulean curtain, emitting frustrated hums as they circled before swiftly disappearing into the mire. Noka and Reina were propelled by the force, racing through a downward-sloping, circular passage composed entirely of an unknown alloy. The interior walls of the corridor gleamed like a mirror, emanating a gentle radiance, while the air remained fresh and dry, starkly contrasting with the toxic mire of the outside world, as if they were two distinct planets. Warning: the permeability of an unknown neurotoxin has decreased to 18, and continuous metabolism is ongoing. Warning: vital signs stable. Combat assessment: Noka 4873, Reina 2055, stable. The corridor appeared interminable, yet their descent was swift. Moments later, the pull vanished, and they were gently placed upon a vast, metallic platform imbued with a futuristic essence. This platform stood at the edge of a colossal, subterranean expanse. Before them lay an unimaginable sight. Countless geometrically shaped structures, radiating a soft luminescence, rose like a forest, while silent. Suspended trains glided effortlessly among them, and various aerial vehicles floated above. The dome soared high, simulating a scene of blue skies and white clouds, providing a natural light. The air was crisp, carrying a faint, ozone-like scent. The entire city exuded an eerie tranquility, devoid of any signs of life. Was this the underground city, struggling to rise? Reina's amber eyes were filled with shock and vigilance as she tightly gripped a metallic pipe, surveying her surroundings. Noka also managed to stand, though the sharp pain in his chest caused him to hunch slightly, yet his gaze remained keen, scanning this hauntingly silent, high-tech realm. Scanner, conduct a comprehensive environmental assessment. The visor activated once more. Scanning in progress. Environment: enclosed underground space, atmospheric composition normal, gravity standard. Energy readings: extremely high, source unknown, evenly distributed. Life signals: detected, but weak and dispersed. Morphological characteristics do not match database. Technological constructs: extremely high level, functionality unknown. Warning: multiple energy lock-on reactions detected. Source: city defense system. A chill ran down Noka's spine at the mention of the defense system. The light barrier and gravitational pull they had just experienced were evidently part of the city's protective mechanisms. Why had they been saved? And why were they being targeted? At that moment, a gentle, emotionless synthetic voice emanated from a hovering sphere above the platform, resonating directly in their minds. The language automatically translated. Identification: extraterrestrial being. Species: Saiyan, database tag, extinct. Status: severely injured. Intent: unknown. According to Article 73 of the Emergency Refugee Act, endangered intelligent life forms in a non-aggressive state are permitted temporary refuge and basic medical assistance. Please remain in the designated platform area. Medical robots are en route. Repeat: do not leave the platform. As the voice faded, an opening silently slid open at the edge of the platform, and two sleek, metallic spider-like robots glided forth. They extended their agile mechanical arms, the tips glowing with a soft blue scanning beam directed at Noka and Reina. Medical? Robots? Reina took a cautious step back, questioning their intentions. Noka's gaze flickered as he felt the intense pain in his chest and the weakness in his body. Glancing once more at the two robots that exhibited no signs of aggression, alongside the myriad energy lock-on alerts from the scanner. Should they force their way out? In their current state, confronting this unfathomable technology would be tantamount to self-destruction. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the violence that surged within him, and hoarsely uttered, "Accept treatment." He required restoration. Only by regaining his strength could he negotiate and have the means to escape. He glanced at Reina, urging her to lower her weapon. "You fool. They can save your leg now." Reluctantly, Reina shot Noka a defiant glare, then cast her eyes upon her mangled, broken limb. Ultimately, she spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground in frustration and begrudgingly discarded the metallic pipe. Yet her gaze remained vigilant, fixated on the approaching robots. The robots paid no heed to their animosity. A blue scanning beam meticulously swept over their bodies, particularly focusing on the grotesque wound on Noka's chest and Reina's severed leg. Subsequently, a small nozzle emerged from the mechanical arm, releasing a refreshing white mist that enveloped the wound. Simultaneously, another nozzle emitted a soft yellow light that illuminated the injury. Diagnosis: severe penetrating wound, multiple fractures, tissue necrosis, residual neurotoxin. Treatment: localized cryogenic analgesia, necrotic tissue removal, preliminary bone realignment, and fixation. Antitoxin neutralizer injection. Warning: subject's Saiyan vital signs are unique, with exceptionally high cellular activity. Conventional treatment requires protocol adjustment. Noka immediately felt the searing pain of his wound rapidly diminish under the white mist, a soothing coolness permeating through. Where the yellow light shone, the broken bones tingled slightly, as if being forcibly realigned and secured by some unseen force. Even more astonishingly, a gentle yet profoundly pure energy coursed into his body alongside the yellow light. While it could not directly enhance his combat prowess, it significantly accelerated the repair of his own cells. Combat Power Assessment. Noka 5126. Slowly recovering and accelerating. Chapter 7. Crushing and transcending. The warrior within Reina let out a muffled groan as her broken leg endured the torturous pain of forced realignment. Yet this was swiftly replaced by a cooling sensation and a tingling itch, her expression softening considerably. The fundamental treatment proceeded efficiently and silently. Noka felt his body steadily, albeit slowly, recuperating, strength gradually returning. His crimson eyes swept across the serene, grand underground city, thoughts racing within his mind. The advanced technology appeared to follow stringent regulations and seemed to acknowledge the existence of Saiyans, perhaps believing them to be extinct. Intriguing. "Hey, you there," Noka suddenly called out, his voice still raspy but infused with a hint of strength. "Who are you? Why did you save us? How do we escape this wretched place?" The hovering sphere remained silent for a few seconds before the synthesized voice resonated once more. "We are the guardians of the crystal wall, the builders and maintainers of this realm. The rescue is based on the Asylum Protocol. There exists a route to leave this planet. However, according to the protocol, further assistance requires the fulfillment of specific conditions, proof of non-hostile intent, and demonstration of value." "Value?" Reina scoffed. "Do they expect us to be their muscle?" "Understanding. Saiyans are renowned for their combat prowess." The synthesized voice remained unperturbed. "Currently, the city's defense system has detected abnormal intensification of activity from the surrounding marsh aberrations, elevating the threat level. If one could assist in eliminating specific high-threat targets, it would serve as a testament to value and pave the way for further negotiations, including the potential use of spacecraft to depart from this planet. Negotiation, collaboration, the opportunity to escape." Noka licked his parched lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Demonstrating value? Eliminating targets? These were the very endeavors in which the Saiyans excelled. He felt the surging power within him, the wound on his chest rapidly healing, and the broken bones rejoining with a tingling sensation. The combat power assessment steadily fluctuated. Noka 6874 7589 8216, progressing toward a steady 9000. Where was the target? What was its strength? Noka's voice carried a hint of restrained exhilaration and battle intent. A vivid three-dimensional projection map instantaneously appeared above the platform, marking an area on the city's outskirts, deep within the marsh, where a menacing, colossal creature's silhouette was highlighted. Target codename: Burrower Carlos. Threat level: high. Estimated biological energy intensity: approximately 12,000, equivalent to standard combat value. 12,000. The ferocity in Noka's eyes intensified. Pressure. This was precisely what he craved. The true strength of the Saiyans had always surged forth in dire circumstances. He glanced at Reina, who, despite her unhealed leg injury, bore a fierce fire of combativeness in her eyes, unyielding in the face of danger. Cooperation was established. Noka grinned, revealing a bloodied, primal smile, readying the spacecraft for their return. At the edge of the Crystal Wall Guardian City, before the massive airtight gate leading to the marsh abyss, the cold alloy ground reflected the eerie glow of energy circuits. Noka stood resolute, the gaping scar that had once pierced through his chest, under the miraculous influence of cellular harmonic frequency rays, had transformed into a deep crimson, resilient mark, akin to a warrior's metal. The fractured bones were seamlessly rejoined by an invisible force field, and the Saiyant's vitality, akin to flowing lava, surged ceaselessly in a secure environment, propelling his condition to unprecedented heights. He slightly clenched his fist, knuckles cracking, as the air in his palm produced a deep sonic boom, a layer of condensed, almost tangible white energy swirling around his body like breath, exuding a powerful aura of oppression. Combat Power Assessment. Noka 13215 stable. The goggles displayed a heart-stopping figure, This was the strength forged through the destruction of planet Vegeta, the near-death experience in the toxic marsh, and the blood-soaked battle against Gregon, a power reborn from despair, far surpassing his previous level on his home planet. A long-lost sensation of wielding formidable power surged within him, accompanied by a hint of elitist pride, looking disdainfully upon everything. Humph, finally exhibiting a semblance of Saiyan prowess? The previous disgrace of being bested by that mud creature was quite humiliating. Reina leaned against the cold wall, her tone still acerbic. Her broken leg was perfectly stabilized by a liquid metal brace, limiting her high-speed movement but leaving her basic combat abilities intact. Her amber eyes sharply scanned the dense layer of white energy enveloping Noka, and she scoffed, noting that this pale glow was indeed more pleasing to the eye than the garish golden aura he had previously displayed. However, do not merely stand there posing. That monstrous creature outside will not wait for you to strike a pose before devouring you. Noka slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance dancing in his pupils as he regarded Reina with an air of condescension and amusement. The white aura enveloping his form flickered slightly, akin to a burning cold flame. "Take care of yourself," he intoned, his voice deep and resonant, laced with an unmistakable sense of superiority. "It would be fortunate if you don't hinder me." "You too," Reina retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation, just as she was about to fire back another quip. The colossal airtight gate slid open silently. A hellish miasma of toxic, low oxygen, and corrosive air surged into the passage like a ravenous beast. Warning: external environment extremely hostile. Target coordinates synchronized with navigation system. Good luck. The synthesized voice of the crystal wall guardian chimed in. Good luck? A confident, almost mocking smile curled at the corner of Noka's lips. Before he could finish his thought, he became a streak of white light, tearing through the air. The condensed aura behind him left a long trail as he instantly plunged into the suffocating mire of poisonous fog, his speed so swift that Reina could barely track him with her eyes. That arrogant fool. Reina fumed, stamping her foot, summoning a protective shield of energy. She gritted her teeth and pursued him, enduring the discomfort and toxins. The deathly swamp, thick with dark green mist, clung to her like a tangible force. The navigation beam struggled to guide her through the dense fog. The environmental pressure was immense, yet for Noka at this moment, it felt as gentle as a breeze. His white aura swirled around him, effortlessly parting the toxic mist and sludge, his movements as swift as lightning and imbued with an elegance reminiscent of leisurely strolls. In stark contrast, Reina had to exert herself fully, her speed lagging significantly as she struggled through the mire. Boom! The swamp ahead erupted as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, sending towering waves of mud skyward. A colossal shadow emerged from the depths. The burrower Carlos. Its enormous form, shrouded in a heavy black-purple crystalline exoskeleton, measured over 15 meters in diameter. The front of the creature spun wildly, its abyssal maw adorned with serrated edges and oozing corrosive purple slime, radiating a sense of annihilation. Dozens of crystalline legs plunged deeply into the swamp like massive anchors. High-energy reaction detected. Target: Burrower Carlos. Combat Power Assessment: 14,200. The goggles illuminated with warning yellow light. 14,002. Not too impressive. Chapter 8. Oath. Shatter Frieza's Surveillance Network. Roar. Carlos let out a bone-rattling roar, its massive body descending upon Noka with the force to crush mountains. The shadow engulfed his diminutive figure in an instant. Too slow. Ridiculously clumsy. Noka scoffed, not even bothering to move significantly. Just as the vast shadow loomed over him, he merely sidestepped, his body slipping away with ghostly precision, missing the impact by mere inches. The violent shockwave and the toxic sludge capable of melting gold and iron were effortlessly dispelled by the layer of condensed white aura surrounding him, not even touching the hem of his garment. Roar. Carlos, enraged by the miss, unleashed a powerful strike. A stout crystalline leg swept toward Noka with the ferocity of a siege hammer, slicing through the air with a shriek, its angle precisely designed to limit Noka's evasion space. TSK, what a foolish beast. Noka furrowed his brow slightly, raising his right hand to casually unleash a wave of energy. A soft sound echoed as Carlos's hardened crystalline claws were severed at the root. Dark green liquid gushed forth like a fountain. Carlos emitted a shriek of agony and fury. Hey, as a Saiyan, you're not just going to hide in the back, are you? Noka's voice retained that infuriating composure, as if he were orchestrating a game. He didn't even glance at Reina, his gaze fixed on the vulnerable area beneath Carlos's gaping maw, exposed by the instinctive arching of his body in response to the excruciating pain. Reina, who had been simmering with pent-up rage, now glimmered with fierce determination in her eyes. I know. No need for you to remind me. She transformed her fury into strength, her hands gathering highly compressed, ethereal blue energy orbs. With a whoosh, 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 several piercing energy orbs, infused with her resentment, accurately targeted the weak spot indicated by Noka. Sensing the imminent threat, Carlos frantically twisted his body in an attempt to evade. But Noka would not let the opportunity slip away. In a blink, he appeared beside another one of Carlos's supporting limbs, his foot, enveloped in a white aura, struck lightly yet decisively at the joint. With a resounding thud, a concentrated shockwave surged through, causing Carlos's supporting leg to buckle, his massive form teetering dangerously. He was utterly unable to evade Reina's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Reina's energy orbs detonated violently at the weak spot. The intense pain and impact elicited a harrowing wail from Carlos, as the flesh at the connection point tore open and purple fluid gushed forth. This tedious farce must come to an end. A flicker of impatience crossed Noka's eyes. He ceased his playful antics, swiftly distancing himself and hovering in the air. With his hands clasped before his chest, a force far more formidable and terrifying than before began to coalesce. A searing white energy sphere, over 3 meters in diameter and radiating like a supernova, instantaneously formed above his palms. The energy emanating from it distorted the surrounding toxic mist, causing it to retreat. Carlos seemed to sense the fatal threat, emitting a whimper of fear as he attempted to burrow back into the mire. Thinking of fleeing now? It's too late. Noka's voice was cold, imbued with a detached indifference towards life and death. Annihilation cannon. Boom. A colossal, exquisitely refined torrent of white energy, capable of piercing the stars, surged forth with an overwhelming might, tearing through space and striking precisely at Carlos's exposed, mangled weak point. Splat. Boom. There was no stalemate. Absolute obliteration. The searing energy torrent pierced through like a red-hot iron rod into snow, vaporizing the fragile tissue in an instant. As the furious energy forcefully surged into Carlos's vast body, igniting an explosion deep within its core. Howl! Carlos's immense form suddenly stiffened. The rotating maw came to a complete halt. In the next moment, an indescribable brilliance erupted from every crevice of its crystalline shell, as if it housed a star on the brink of detonation. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion from within, erupting outward. The colossal form of Carlos, enveloped in a thick crystalline shell, resembled a colossal bomb ignited, disintegrating amidst a deafening roar. The dark purple crystalline fragments and the verdant flesh were instantaneously vaporized and obliterated by an extreme surge of heat and energy. The devastating shockwave radiated outward in a perfect spherical form, evaporating the mire within several kilometers, revealing an unfathomable black bedrock beneath. A mushroom cloud, purely composed of incandescent energy and shockwaves, ascended skyward, momentarily illuminating the eternal toxic haze shrouding this desolate planet. The aftershocks surged forth, accompanied by searing gusts of heat. The white flames enveloping Noka's body danced gently, effortlessly dissipating the impact. He slowly descended from the air, gracefully alighting upon the scorching black rock's edge. Combat Power Assessment, 17. 000. Noka clenched his fist. Splendid. My combat power has nearly doubled. At the edge of the pit, Reina struggled to maintain her balance against the shockwave. Her face smudged with dirt, staring in astonishment at the figure in the distance who stood as if unscathed. She glanced down at the mud and disarray stirred up by the gusts around her. Her amber eyes brimmed with profound shock, frustration, and a tinge of helplessness. Crushed by the overwhelming disparity in power. That bastard is absurdly strong. Noka slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of the pit and the disheveled Reina in the periphery of his vision, a subtle, superior smile gracing his lips. Addressing the empty air, or rather, the potential gaze of the crystalline wall guardian, he spoke with clarity that pierced through the residual echoes of the explosion. The insect has been dealt with. Prepare the ship. The incandescent blaze of Carlos gradually faded, leaving behind a vast, charred pit with dark red molten rock flowing along its edges, accompanied by the lingering scent of ozone and charred remnants in the air. Standing at the pit's edge, Noka's white flames had receded, leaving only a faint wisp of vapor from the battle. Limping over, Reina's amber gaze fixed intently on Noka, a mixture of lingering shock, unyielding resentment, and strong displeasure at his ostentatious demeanor reflected in her eyes. "Hey, are you done posturing? Where's the ship?" she shouted irritably, her voice cutting through the desolate silence. Noka, seemingly indifferent, directed his gaze towards the depths of the mire still shrouded in thick toxic fog, as if admiring his own handiwork. "What's the rush? The crystalline wall guardian should fulfill its promise." His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority, echoing clearly across the ruins. No sooner had he spoken than the space above the molten black bedrock at the pit's center began to warp slightly. Countless small cubes, emitting a soft blue glow, surged into existence like a swarm, swiftly assembling and stacking, in the blink of an eye forming a lifelike projection of a female half-figure. Her form was not corporeal but constructed of pure light and shadow, her contours soft yet imbued with a timeless serenity and majesty. Her visage defies the confines of human aesthetics. Her features are marked by simplicity and perfection, as if sculpted from the most intricate geometric shapes, exuding a non-human, pure rational beauty. Her hair flows like liquid sapphire, cascading elegantly down her shoulders. Most captivating are her eyes, swirling orbs of profound depth, seemingly imbued with the ethereal blue glow of the cosmos, resting calmly upon Noka with an insight that pierces through all veils. The unwavering synthetic voice of the crystal wall guardian resonated once more, yet this time emanating not from the void, but from the luminescent silhouette of the woman. The electronic modulation retained its synthetic essence but was infused with an indescribable rhythm, akin to the whispered secrets of the starry night. "Warrior Noka, you have demonstrated your worth. The departing vessel is prepared." A clear holographic projection of the spacecraft appeared beside the luminous figure, its streamlined design adorned with energy circuits, radiating a sense of advanced technology. A spark of desire ignited in Reina's eyes, almost propelling her forward. However, Noka remained immobile, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly, his gaze dissecting the ethereal figure with the precision of a scalpel, a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Worth?" he echoed, his tone laced with unabashed mockery, perceiving her merely as an obstacle, a trifling insect in the grand scope of things. To a civilization that lurks in the shadows, perhaps it holds significance. To us Saiyans, it is but a warm-up. Chapter 9, Cosmic Archive. An imminent crisis. The ethereal matriarch formed of light, Elia, gazed with her luminous blue eyes, as if analyzing. Data update. Individual Noka, power level stabilizing beyond projected models. Possesses high efficiency in threat elimination. Her gaze shifted to the spacecraft projection. Vessel, ready for immediate delivery. Excellent. Noka nodded, preparing to step toward the platform for ascent. "Wait." Elia's silhouette spoke again, her azure eyes fixed intently on Noka, her tranquil electronic voice revealing for the first time a deep-seated emotion, a nearly tragic fervor. "Before the delivery, I represent the Crystal Wall Guardians to present you with a request, one that concerns the survival and foundational beliefs of my people." "A request?" Noka halted, his scrutiny intensifying. From her voice, he discerned a weight entirely different from before. Elia's projection did not respond directly, instead shifting to reveal a scene that took one's breath away. At the very heart of the Crystal Wall Guardian's grand subterranean sanctuary stood an unimaginably colossal crystal wall. It was not a tangible entity, but rather a manifestation of pure light and energy, a flowing tableau of the starry cosmos. Countless stars were born and extinguished within it, nebulae swirling in a dynamic cosmic saga. The crystal wall emanated a soft and sacred glow, serving as the light source and energy core for the entire underground city. As the image zoomed in, it became apparent that the surface of the crystal wall was not flawless. Certain minute areas appeared to be eroded by a foul energy, reminiscent of a murky green miasma, dulling its radiance. This is the celestial crystal wall, the very cornerstone of our existence, the totem of our faith, and the ultimate vessel of knowledge. It records the pulsations of the universe, encapsulating the legacy and soul of our people. Elia's voice resonated with an almost reverent solemnity. We were never destined to cower beneath the earth. The radiance of the crystal wall should illuminate the starry sky. The scene shifted, revealing the menacing Frieza army surveillance station orbiting the planet, along with the toxic mire that enveloped the planet's surface, transformed by their own hands. In our quest to safeguard the crystal wall, to protect this cosmic treasure, we have paid an exorbitant price. We have reshaped our homeland into a realm forbidden to life, utilizing sludge and venom as barriers to shield us from greedy prying eyes. Her voice deepened, laden with an indescribable weight. The Frieza Legion clings to us like a parasite. Their watchful gaze has never waned. They covet the crystal wall as if it were the very dominion of the universe. We are not weak. We harbor the most extensive repository of knowledge in the cosmos, the Celestial Intelligence Archive. Our male kin can construct technological marvels that transcend the ages, while we, the women, are the guardians of the crystal wall and the keys to the archive. The imagery depicted men deftly manipulating intricate instruments, while women, eyes closed, placed their hands upon small crystal wall terminals, streams of light coursing into them. Yet, purely physical power remains our eternal shortcoming. Our bodies, in the face of true violence, are as fragile as the dust upon the crystal wall. The scene froze on a close-up of a guardian's slender wrist, starkly contrasted by the robust metallic arm of a combat robot nearby. We hide, we endure. But witnessing the light of the crystal wall obscured by the tainted mire of this planet, witnessing its sacred visage profaned by the minions of Frieza, this humiliation and resentment gnaws at the heart of every guardian like poison. Alia's voice finally wavered, a tremor of suppressed rage and longing accumulated over centuries. We yearn for purification. We long for the light of the crystal wall to pierce this filthy firmament, to return to the sea of stars. We crave to shatter the watchful eye that looms above us. The projection refocused on Noka, Alia's cerulean eyes ablaze like burning ice. Noka, you possess a power beyond our reach, one capable of tearing apart threats. You share a blood feud with Frieza that can never be reconciled. We beseech your collaboration, not as a hireling, nor an order, but as a covenant rooted in common goals and mutual necessity. Alia's luminescent form paused, her cerulean gaze seemingly bearing the weight of her entire race as it locked onto Noka. This is not a transaction, but a sacred vow between warriors and guardians. To purify the defiled faith and raise the banner of defiance against a formidable foe. Your strength shall be our sword to cleave the darkness. And perhaps our knowledge and the crystal wall can illuminate the nebulous path to becoming a Super Saiyan. She deliberately emphasized the vague records of the Super Saiyan legend as an additional incentive to captivate Noka. A profound silence enveloped the edge of the abyss. Reina listened, somewhat bewildered. Yet the mention of Super Saiyan sparked a glimmer in her amber eyes. Noka remained silent, his pupils flickering with intensity. Detailed intelligence on Frieza, the destruction of surveillance stations, and the ethereal yet captivating ancient legends of the Saiyans, alongside a formidable backing of vast knowledge and cutting-edge technology. He slowly lifted his gaze, directing it towards the luminescent silhouette of Elia. The sense of control remained intact, yet his sharp eyes now bore a weight of seriousness, touched by the tragic yearning of that purifying faith and the ancient lore. The white aura enveloping his form quietly swirled, revealing the tumult within. The pact was forged. Noka's voice resonated, deep and powerful, imbued with the solemnity of a warrior's vow. However, I have 3 stipulations. First, the think tank must grant me access to all knowledge regarding Frieza and the records of the Saiyans, no matter how obscure. Second, I require your technological support. Third, his gaze intensified, locking onto Elia. I am a keen blade, not a shield. The timing of my strike and its target shall be determined by me. You may inform me of threats and present requests, but the ultimate decision resides with me. This is non-negotiable. There was no display of arrogance, merely a clear, resolute boundary that brooked no dissent. This was the confidence of the strong, the principle of collaboration. Elia's luminescent form regarded Noka quietly, her deep azure eyes shimmering as if weighing his words. After a few seconds of silence, she acquiesced. Conditions accepted. The light of the crystal barrier will guide the blade. Starry blade, please cleave through the filth for the light of the crystal barrier. Oath forged. Noka, may our paths lead to the purified starry sky. As the silhouette dissipated, the ground nearby silently parted, revealing a sleek, azure spacecraft that ascended slowly, its doors opening to a gentle glow. Noka gazed at the vessel, then upward at the toxic mist shrouding the sky, as if he could pierce through to see the menacing surveillance station beyond. Deep within his pupils, the flames of vengeance intertwined with an inquisitive spark towards the unknown legends. Purified crystal barrier? A chance to behold the starry sky again. Perhaps this was not merely the path of the guardians of the crystal barrier, but also the beginning for Noka to unleash his vengeful fist against Frieza and that legendary realm. Chapter 10. The Hundredfold Gravity Chamber. Approaching Frieza's military officers. Deep within the city of the Crystal Barrier Guardians lay a starkly contrasting space, pure and white, devoid of the external filth and toxic mire. Here, intricate structures were absent, replaced by a floor and dome as smooth as glass. The air was infused with a faint, ozone-like energy. At the center of this space, Noka floated, enveloped in a visibly thick, viscous, deep blue energy field. Bare from the waist up, his sinewy muscles resembled iron forged in a furnace. Yet they trembled violently under the oppressive pressure of the energy field, veins protruding like coiling dragons. Large beads of sweat began to seep from his pores, only to evaporate instantaneously in the force field. He clenched his jaw, his crimson eyes ablaze with indomitable fire, each breath akin to drawing from a dilapidated bellows, heavy and laborious. Gravity simulation, 90 times standard gravity. Energy pressure field, gamma level, high-density energy particle impact. Life signs, overload. The screen of his visor floated at the edge of his vision, numbers fluctuating wildly. This is not mere weight training. It is a composite hellscape simulated by the Crystal Wall Guardians using cutting-edge technology, capable of instantly crushing a battleship. Ugh! Noka let out a deep, guttural roar, as the white aura around him was compressed to its utmost, clinging tightly to his skin, valiantly resisting the terrifying pressure from all sides. He could feel his bones groaning, his insides seemingly on the verge of being crushed. Yet what demanded his utmost focus was the furious energy particles within the deep blue force field, akin to countless steel needles incessantly piercing every cell of his body. They were attempting to tear through his defenses, dismantling his cellular structure. Not nearly enough. Noka roared within, as he envisioned Bardock charging towards the annihilation blast, the glimmering light at Frieza's fingertips, and the grotesque outline of the monitoring station flickering through his mind like a strobe light, transforming into an infinite fuel that ignited his desire for strength. He suddenly unleashed the surging Saiyan energy within him, and the white aura around him surged dramatically as if injected with a stimulant. Battle Power Assessment 17895, 18462, 19003. The numbers climbed painfully. At the edge of space, beyond a transparent energy barrier, Reina clutched the railing tightly, her amber eyes fixated on the figure within the force field, seemingly bearing the weight of the world, her knuckles whitening from exertion. She could feel the heart pounding, terrifying pressure even through the barrier. The readings of Noka's ever-increasing battle power on the detector pierced her pride like a needle. Damn it, how can that bastard? She murmured bitterly, her gaze complex. Her own training was equally grueling, undergoing high-intensity reaction training and energy control exercises under guidance. And her battle power had steadily risen to 2,850. Yet the gap between her and Noka had not only failed to narrow, but had instead widened. This filled her with a profound sense of helplessness. She slammed her fist against the railing and turned towards her training ground, her back resolute. Within the space, continued to apply pressure. Noka's voice emerged as if forced through clenched teeth, carrying an undeniable command. Warning, load has reached the safety threshold. I said continue. Noka bellowed, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. Buzz. The hue of the deep blue force field deepened abruptly, and the impact frequency of the energy particles instantaneously multiplied. Noka's body suddenly felt heavier, the white aura around him flickering violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Blood uncontrollably trickled from the corner of his mouth. Battle Power Assessment 16,500. Now is the time. A fierce glint flashed in Noka's eyes, converting pain and oppression into the purest fuel. The Saiyan bloodline's innate ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity surged within him, and even more refined. More ferocious power erupted from his near-collapsed body like a geyser. Boom. The white aura swelled once more, defiantly withstanding the multiplied pressure. Furthermore, it became denser and more fervent than before. Battle Power Assessment 19,875, 20,514, 21,100. Continuously soaring. Still not enough. More. Noka roared, feeling the surge of power, challenging the limits. In the profound and frigid expanse of the universe, a deathly planet enveloped in emerald-hued toxic mist quietly hovers. in its distant orbit. The menacing and spiky structure of the Frieza Force's 73rd Surveillance Station emanates a chilling crimson glow. Within the station's control center, several Frieza soldiers, adorned with horns and possessing lizard-like skin, idly fixate on screens brimming with various data. The alarm system has long since succumbed to the technological interference of the Crystal Guardians. Bored to the core, these soldiers lament the absence of even a decent space pirate. Have you heard? Something monumental happened on planet Vegeta? The entire planet exploded? Shoo. Keep your voice down. That's a taboo subject. Nevertheless, it's a relief that the Saiyan monkeys are finally extinct. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds accompanies the abrupt cessation of a scream. The bodies of all Frieza soldiers in the control room simultaneously stiffen, each marked by a charred, penetrating hole at their foreheads or hearts, blue blood oozing forth. Two figures materialize in the center of the control room like phantoms, Noka and Reina, the latter having recovered from her leg injuries thanks to the advanced medical technology of the Crystal Guardians. Norka's fingertips, enveloped in a white ethereal flame, gradually dissipate as his cold gaze sweeps over the carnage. Reina, slightly panting from the exertion of their swift infiltration and precise eliminations, sparkles with excitement at their first successful mission. Pathetic, Norka remarks indifferently. Enough chatter, let's set the explosives, Reina urges, swiftly retrieving several crystal-like devices glowing with a ghostly blue light from her compact spatial gear. Following the schematic displayed on their visors, she precisely positions them on the energy nodes of the control center. Minutes later, the duo appears on the icy metallic surface of the space station. Detonate, Norka commands coldly. Reina presses the button on her controller. A low hum resonates, but there is no earth-shattering explosion. Inside the control center, the azure crystal devices simultaneously illuminate, unleashing an imperceptible, high-frequency resonance. The vast structure of the space station, akin to a struck tuning fork, begins to emit a piercing metallic wail from within. Countless armor plates distort and tear apart. Energy conduits rupture like veins. The engine room is the first to erupt, followed swiftly by the energy core. Boom, boom. Thunderous roars reverberate. In the silent void of space, the colossal Frieza surveillance station is crushed and torn apart as if in the grip of an unseen giant hand, transforming into a brilliant yet deadly fireball amidst a series of relentless internal explosions, ultimately dissolving into the cold dust of the cosmos. Norka and Reina stand aboard a small cloaked spacecraft, gazing through the viewport as the remnants of the surveillance station are ensnared by the planet's gravity, trailing flames as they plummet toward the emerald mist-shrouded planet. The first, Norka states, his voice calm and steady, yet deep within his pupils burns the fierce flame of vengeance. Reina, observing the scene of destruction, then glancing at Norka's resolute profile, feels for the first time that perhaps following this man could indeed lead to monumental change. In the distant depths of the universe, at the headquarters of the Frieza Force, before the viewport of a colossal spaceship, King Frieza floated gracefully before his throne, delicately swirling a goblet filled with a wine as thick and red as blood, his interest piqued by the immense projection screen before him. The screen displayed the final moments of the destruction of Monitoring Station Number 73, showcasing extremely blurred and fragmented images, one figure engulfed in white flames, moving with the swiftness of a specter and the fleeting silhouette of a purple-haired female warrior. The scene froze at the moment the white flame figure cast a cold glance over its shoulder. Though indistinct, the unmistakable tail of a Saiyan was vividly discernible. Oh my! Oh my! Frieza's signature voice, laced with endless mockery and cruelty, resonated, his crimson tongue flicking over the corner of his mouth. What a delightful discovery indeed. A fortunate monkey that has become rather prickly. He gently swirled his goblet, his eyes glinting with the pleasure of a cat toying with a mouse. Mr. Doria, Mr. Zabon. Frieza's attention turned to the two figures standing below. The stout, pink-skinned Doria immediately bowed, responding in a deep voice, yes. King Frieza, the green-haired, androgynously handsome Zabon elegantly saluted, a sneer gracing his lips. At your service, King Frieza. It is our honor to dispose of the Saiyan remnants. He chuckled softly. The sound chilling. Proceed to that intriguing toxic swamp planet. Bring me that little mouse along with its accompanying insects. Alive, if possible, if it proves obstinate. A head will suffice. I wish to study how this monkey survived amidst Vegeta's fireworks and became somewhat interesting. He emphasized the word study, his scarlet eyes glinting with a dangerous curiosity. At once, Doria and Zabon replied in unison, their forms vanishing in an instant. Frieza downed the wine in his goblet, gazing at the hazy white flame figure on the screen, emitting a low, pleasurable laugh. The legend of the Saiyan Super Saiyans? It is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 11. The Legend. The Awakening of the Super Warriors. Within the extreme training arena, the air felt as if it had solidified into mercury. 150 times gravity. This was already Norka's physical limit. His body felt as though it were being crushed by invisible stars, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Enveloping him was a viscous, ink-like field of annihilation-level energy particles. Countless frenzied energy particles, under the weight of 150 times gravity, ground against him like a high-speed, abrasive wheel, viciously tearing at the white flame defense enveloping his skin. His skin continuously cracked and bled, yet under the regenerative technology of the Guardian, it healed, creating a brutal cycle. Sweat had long since evaporated, and the rising white mist mingled with blood vapor enveloped him. Warning: gravity, 150 times. Energy impact, annihilation level. Life signs, danger threshold. The goggles emitted a sharp alarm. Combat power fluctuation, 22,800, 22,000, 23,500, 22,500. The values fluctuated violently amidst the agonizing pressure and extreme exertion. Ugh! Norka suppressed a low growl from his throat, each breath pulling at him with a tearing pain. Zabon, Doria, Frieza. These names seared into his nerves like a brand. Grow stronger. Must become stronger. The training was abruptly interrupted as Elia's protective mechanism activated. Noka staggered out of the force field, his sinewy torso marked with fine bloodstains and scorch marks from particle impacts, breath heavy, yet his gaze remained sharp, akin to a rock weathered by storms. He declined immediate repairs and trudged towards the rest area with heavy steps. As he passed a secondary training ground, the scene within momentarily halted his stride. Rina was alone. There was no gravitational field, no energy impacts, only the most rudimentary simulated combat program. Yet she pushed herself to her limits. Time and again, she charged at the energy-simulated foes, her fists enveloped in unstable energy, emitting a near-manic roar. Her attacks were devoid of strategy, purely primal, an all-out flurry of punches. Sweat soaked through her training attire, her deep purple hair clung to her pallid face, and the corner of her mouth bore a trace of blood from the backlash of her own forced power. On the monitor, her combat power fluctuated painfully between 3,250 and 3,400, with barely perceptible increases. Warning: target Rina's energy output is unstable. Excessive consumption poses self-damage risk, flashed on Noka's goggles. He watched silently, observing Rina being repelled time and again by the energy-simulated adversaries, yet relentlessly charging forward, her eyes brimming with defiance, fury, and a near-obsessive stubbornness. There were no complaints, no pleas for help, only the most clumsy and desperate attempts to chase that elusive shadow. Fool! Noka muttered under his breath as he pushed open the training room door. Enough! Stop! Noka's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, instantly overpowering Rina's roars and the cacophony of simulated combat. Rina whipped around, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Noka. Mind your own business. Go practice your own stuff. My affairs are none of your concern. Ignoring her outburst, Noka strode directly to the control panel, his fingers deftly operating the controls to shut down the simulated combat program. The training ground fell silent, leaving only Rina's heavy breaths. Practicing like this will only ruin you. It's utterly pointless. Noka's tone was flat, cutting through the chaos. What do you know? Rina retorted, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Monster? Noka smirked slightly. Among Saiyans, there are no monsters, only warriors. Your issue lies not in talent, but in method. He pointed to his eyes. Your energy is as chaotic as boiling water. You possess strength, yet you fail to focus it, wasting nearly all of it. Rina wanted to retort, but as she met Noka's calm, all-seeing gaze, she recalled the dispersed feeling of her power during her attacks, and the words lodged in her throat, leaving her with nothing but frustrated gasps. Want to grow stronger? Noka regarded her intently. Starting tomorrow, train with me. Rina's head snapped up, her amber eyes filled with disbelief. With you? In that place? She glanced towards the main training ground, the remnants of 150 times gravity and annihilation particle flows seemingly lingering in the air. What? Are you afraid? Noka raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a subtle provocation. Who is afraid? Rena's stubbornness was instantly ignited. Let us train. If you die, don't blame me for holding you back. If you die, it's your own ineptitude, Noka retorted, turning towards the repair room. Tomorrow, do not be late. In the core of the crystal wall sanctuary, before the vast starry crystal barrier, Noka had just undergone the highest level of cellular regeneration and energy channeling. His injuries and fatigue were eradicated, and his aura became denser and more restrained, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Elia's ethereal form hovered silently nearby. Sabo, estimated combat power, 2. 200, 000-2, 500, 000, possesses energy absorption and transformation abilities, quite troublesome. Dodorea, estimated combat power, 2, 000-2, 300, 000, strong defense, powerful energy cannon. Distance to arrival, 10 standard days. Elia projected the cold data onto the crystal wall. Noka gazed at the images, his expression focused and icy, devoid of fear, only a bubbling desire for battle. With a consistent power level of 2, 300, 000, he was confident in confronting them. Elia, Noka suddenly spoke, diverting his gaze from the enemy projections on the crystal wall. Is there any particular mention in the archives regarding us Saiyans? Perhaps a reference to those exceptionally formidable? His inquiry was casual, resembling a light-hearted conversation, yet his eyes held an imperceptible curiosity. Elia's form flickered momentarily, her deep azure eyes shifting towards Noka. Her synthetic voice remained calm. Exceptional Saiyans? The archives contain numerous battle records of your race, with significant individual variances. However, there are indeed some very ancient, rather vague legends. Legends? Noka's interest was piqued as he crossed his arms. Indeed, legends. Elia's voice seemed to carry a hint of nostalgia. Much like the creation myths passed down among us Crystal Guardians, it appears that you Saiyans also possess a legend concerning the mightiest warrior. According to some exceedingly fragmented and unverifiable accounts, there existed, long ago, a being among the Saiyans who transcended limits. Elia's tone slowed, as if recounting an ancient tale. It is said that such a warrior, when anger and willfulness surpassed a certain threshold, would trigger a transformation within their bloodline. Descriptions are vague. Some say they would ignite in a blinding golden flame akin to the sun. Others claim their hair would shimmer like gold, even standing upright. There are even more exaggerated accounts, suggesting that in such a state, a Saiyan's strength would surge to an unfathomable level. Elia's tone carried a hint of skepticism towards these descriptions. In the rarest and oldest fragments of prophecy, it is mentioned that this golden warrior might not be the ultimate form. There exists a more elusive realm, referred to as the god of Saiyans. The descriptions become even more fantastical, suggesting that their aura no longer embodies destruction, but rather carries a divine essence, capable of creation and protection. This stands in stark contrast to the Saiyan nature. These tales are of a bygone era, Noka. Elia concluded, her voice returning to its usual rationality. The authenticity remains unverified. Like the legendary tales whispered in the far corners of the universe, perhaps these are merely romanticized imaginings of ancient beings regarding formidable powers. After all, even our most astute thinkers have been unable to uncover any tangible evidence or energy models to substantiate the existence of such transformations. Perhaps they are nothing more than myths. Noka listened quietly, a stoic expression upon his face, though his arms tightened slightly. The golden flames of his hair flickered, a brief flash of golden aura surging with power before a fierce and ephemeral blaze ignited. Was it merely an illusion? That fleeting sensation, an overwhelming fury and strength that seemed poised to shatter the limits of his body, was it not an omen of the legendary metamorphosis? Myths? Fantasies? Noka smirked inwardly. The blood of Saiyans coursed with the very genes that defy limits. Legends? Noka murmured, his gaze sharpening with an intense focus, as if two tiny golden sparks flared momentarily in the depths of his pupils. Alia, speak. Increase the particle impact frequency of the annihilation level energy field by 15. Noka's voice was resolute. Maintain the gravity at 150 times. He paused. Additionally, prepare a foundational energy resistance training program for Reina at 25 times gravity, adjusting the intensity to the very edge of her limits. Alia's silhouette observed Noka quietly, her azure eyes shimmering with light. As you wish, Starfall Blade. The highest intensity training will commence, resuming after 1 standard hour. Reina's training program will be synchronized accordingly. She did not inquire further, simply executing his commands with calm precision. Noka cast a final glance at the images of Saber and Dodoria within the crystalline barrier before turning and striding purposefully towards the entrance that symbolized the abyss. A white flame rose silently from his body, more concentrated and weighty than before. Only 10 days remained until the vanguard's arrival, and within this subterranean sanctum, a warrior brushing against the edge of legend, accompanied by a stubborn companion, plunged together into the raging crucible, forging the first step towards mythic glory. Chapter 12, Beast Roar. The colossal ape in the spatial bubble. In the extreme training ground of the Crystal Wall Guardians, the gravity of 150 times compounded with the pitch-black annihilation-level energy particle impact field resembled a furnace of hell. Noka hovered within, enduring the starlit weight and the relentless tearing of particles. The white flame compressed to its utmost limit, his skin tearing and bleeding, blood mist rising. Combat Power Assessment, 25,100. 24800, 25300. The values fluctuated at the edge of their limits. A barrier of 25,000, unyielding. The ascent had stagnated. He roared within, deep within the white flames. A faint glimmer of golden light flickered momentarily. Combat power instantaneously surged to 25,900. In an instant, the golden glow was extinguished by an invisible force. Damn! Frustration and resentment gnawed at him like a venomous serpent. Power was within reach, yet tantalizingly elusive. In a corner of the training ground, within the 50 times gravity zone, Reina was drenched in sweat, her deep purple hair clinging to her face. Her jaw clenched tightly as she followed Noka's guidance, striving to condense her chaotic energy into a single point at her fist. Focus. Do not disperse. Noka's cold voice penetrated the barrier. Reina growled lowly, her amber eyes flashing with fierce determination, gathering her dissipating energy, and she delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The target's center caved in. The energy dissipation was significantly reduced. Reina's combat power, 4150 for 1,200 for 1,250. The pace of improvement is slow, yet control has intensified. Humph, finally resembling something worthwhile. Reina, panting, glared at the main training ground. What are you so proud of, you scoundrel? The core of the Crystal Wall Temple. The starlit crystal wall radiates brilliance. Alaya's ethereal presence hovered, her deep azure gaze fixed upon the recently repaired Noka. His upper body was marred by dark red scars, his breath barely perceptible. Time until Sabo and Dodoria's arrival, 7 days. Sabo's standard peak value adjusted, 26,000. Dodoria's defense raised by 15. The cold data bore down with suffocating pressure. Noka fell silent. With 25,100 against Sabo's 26,000, not to mention Dodoria's formidable resilience, the odds seemed bleak. A white aura silently ascended. Elia. Noka's voice was hoarse and grave as he met her azure gaze, his eyes blazing with the resolve of a cornered beast. We can only attempt the great ape transformation, but planet Vegeta has been destroyed. This cursed place. He pointed at the sky, suppressing his fury. Poisonous mists shrouded the sun. The moon is forever absent. Natural transformation is impossible. Moreover, his expression grew exceedingly serious. Even if I were to create a bull's light to trigger the transformation, I cannot guarantee my sanity once I become a great ape. An out-of-control great ape could very well obliterate this planet. This is the true core dilemma. On planet Vegeta, the great ape transformation was a controllable war machine. But here, next to the underground sanctuary, on this poison swamp planet, a great ape, devoid of reason and with tenfold strength, would be a calamity incarnate. The planet itself could be shattered. Alaya's ethereal form froze momentarily. The brilliance in her azure eyes flickered. Noka pinpointed the critical risks posed by the moonless swamp planet and the potential devastation of an uncontrolled great ape. This was a dead end. Indeed, Alaya's voice was heavier than ever. An uncontrolled great ape's destructive power could tear apart continental shelves, triggering global collapse. The crystal wall shield cannot withstand indiscriminate attacks. The risk is unacceptable. A profound silence enveloped them. The path of hope appeared severed. Noka clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, bloodshot veins glaring in his eyes. No way out. Alaya's ethereal form flickered once more, her azure eyes ablaze with torrents of data. But her voice suddenly ascended in pitch, a resolute gamble. Perhaps there is a compromise. It is extremely perilous, yet it may confine the destruction and chaos to a limited area. Speak. Noka shot up, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The core of the plan, absolute isolation. 1. Phase space anchoring. Before the bull's light is activated, a temporary phase space cut will be made in the target area, creating a brief combat cage isolated from the main dimension. This will entirely restrain the destructive power of the great ape, regardless of whether it is out of control, within a limited spatial bubble. This is the only insurance. 2. Cognitive interference pulse. At the moment of transformation into the great ape, a preset high-dimensional neural resonance pulse will be fired into the cage, attempting to forcibly implant a top-priority target command within the great ape's frenzied consciousness. The success rate is unpredictable, estimated below 30. It may also trigger backlash. Elia spoke rapidly, projecting energy models and spatial cut diagrams. The essence of this plan lies in the spatial cage. Isolation is the only insurance. The neural pulse is a high-risk gamble. Stability of the phase cage is estimated at 85. The risk of rupture is extremely high. If the command is successfully implanted, you may continue to battle in great ape form within the cage until your energy is exhausted or the target is eliminated. Should it fail, the cage will become a prison for a desperate struggle. Instantaneously triggered. Spatial cage. Neural gamble. 85 cage stability. 30 cognitive interference. The core contradiction remains unchanged. Danger lurks at every turn. Noka fixed his gaze upon the projection. A colossal strength of 251,000, sufficient to crush Sabo and Dodoria. However, this hinges on the integrity of the cage, the ability to control the beast, or to resolve the conflict within the confines of the cage. Temptation and peril intertwine like ice and fire. Neural pulse, 30? Noka's voice resonated with a deep, abyssal tone. The theoretical success rate of the neural pulse is 30. Stability of the phase cage is 85. The data was startling. An 85 stability cage with a 30 sanity level was akin to walking upon the brink of an impending supernova. Noka closed his eyes. The oppressive force of Sabo at 26,000, Dodoria's sinister grin, Frieza's destructive brilliance, the obliteration of planets, and Reina's unwillingness all collided within his mind. He opened his eyes. Only madness and absolute arrogance remained in his pupils. Do it, Elia. Prepare immediately. Noka's voice was resolute, the cage expansive enough to accommodate 2 colossal apes. Maximum power for the neural pulse. Target directive. Obliterate Sabo and Dodoria. As long as the cage remains intact, he licked his lips, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. I shall reduce them to cosmic dust. For as long as it takes. Elia's shadowy form gazed deeply at Noka, her azure eyes surging with data to the brink. Understood. Plan initiated. Micropulse light pulse generator, 1 second, phase space anchoring device, and neural resonance pulse array are collaboratively charged. Estimated completion, 72 standard hours. Warning, final emergency protocol, codename, beast in a cage. Initiating, there is no turning back. Please return alive. The countdown of 72 hours commenced, unveiling a mad gamble that would transform oneself into a cage, wagering the existence of the planet and the hope for vengeance. 72 hours later. In the phase isolation testing ground, at the center of the arena, the space distorted into a bizarre curtain of water. Within this curtain, a focusing device aimed at the center. Outside the curtain, a complex energy array hummed at a high frequency. Noka stood at the entrance, bare-chested, his tail swaying. His expression was as cold as ice, his gaze one of desperate resolve. The white aura remained stable. Combat power, 25. 500. Reina was isolated in the distance by multiple barriers. Watching the pale light source and the warped space, she beheld Noka's determined silhouette, her palms clammy. Her amber eyes filled with unease and trepidation. Elia's shadow hovered above the highest platform, her azure gaze more serious than ever, energy coalescing within the crystalline walls. A heavy determination reverberated through her voice. Beast in a cage is ready. Bull's light pulse, 17 million hertz. Duration, 1 second. Phase space anchoring, activated. Cage radius, 50 meters. Stability critical, 85. Neural resonance pulse array, fully charged. Target directive locked, Sabo and Dodoria. Highest priority, Annihilation. Estimated success rate, 287. Final confirmation Noka. Shall we initiate? Noka did not respond. He cast one last glance upward and stepped into the distorted curtain of water. His figure vanished beyond the phase barrier, leaving only the cold, unwavering voice echoing. Initiate. Await my destruction of them. Directive confirmed. Beast in a cage initiated. Buzz. A blinding, pale light erupted instantaneously. The highly focused bull's light pulse, like a spear of infernal judgment, pierced the center of the phase cage, completely engulfing Noka. A roar of anguished fury reverberated faintly through the barrier. The space within the confinement trembled violently. A colossal, menacing shadow expanded rapidly where the pallid light dissipated. Terrifying waves of energy relentlessly battered the phase barrier, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Giant ape transformation confirmed. Energy level estimated at 251,000. Status sustaining. Neural resonance pulse emission. An invisible, high-frequency wave penetrated the barrier, targeting the newly transformed, howling behemoth within the cage. The echoing roar of the beast rang throughout the enclosure. In the giant ape's crimson eyes, a desire for destruction erupted like a volcanic eruption. The battle of the caged beast commenced. Chapter 13. The rampaging beast breaks free. The fury that rends the earth. Inside the phase confinement, a hellish scene unfolded. At the moment the pale light of the barrier faded, a terrifying giant ape, towering nearly 50 meters, had fully materialized. Its body was cloaked in needle-like, jet-black fur, and its sinewy muscles bulged like molten mountain ranges, exhaling scorching white vapor and tumultuous energy with every breath. Its blood-red eyes resembled two burning spheres of lava, swirling with the most primal and unadulterated desire for destruction. Reason, Bardock's trust, Frieza's enmity, and Elia's oath, all that belonged to Norka's will, were completely submerged by this overwhelming torrent of ferocity. The thunderous roar transformed from a cry of pain into a proclamation of impending annihilation. The tangible sound waves struck the phase barrier like a hammer. The entire watery, curtain-like space of confinement warped violently, pulsating and emanating a disquieting moan. Neural resonance pulse contacting target. Analyzing. Target's mental barrier strength vastly exceeds the model. Command implantation failure. Repeat. Command implantation failure. Elia's icy voice bore a note of incredulous urgency. The giant ape's mental realm is in a state of absolute frenzy. Unable to establish an effective connection. Pulse has been obliterated. It had failed. That mere 287 hope had burst like a bubble. The giant ape seemed to sense the faint mental disturbance, growing even more enraged. It abruptly lifted its house-sized foot, wielding the power to shatter mountains, and brought it crashing down upon the phase barrier's ground. Boom. Like the collision of stars. The entire phase confinement space expanded and contracted violently. Countless delicate, web-like energy fissures instantaneously spread across the once stable surface of the barrier. Phase confinement stability, 7265, continuing to decline. No. The control center, Elia's shadow, flickered violently. Her azure eyes flooded with data, desperately siphoning energy from the crystalline wall in an attempt to repair it. Yet, the giant ape's might was far too terrifying, exceeding the estimated 251,000 by a significant margin. Norka's usual strength, which had been pushed to its limits, had produced a horrifying amplification upon transformation. Boom, boom, boom. The giant ape was utterly unhinged. No longer satisfied with mere stomping, its arms, as robust as towering pillars, swung wildly, accompanied by sonic booms that could rend space itself, striking the phase barrier with unrelenting ferocity. With each collision, a piercing crack echoed within the confines of the prison, accompanied by a precipitous decline in stability. Stability, 48-35-22, on the verge of collapse. The alarm's wail was hauntingly desperate. Elia, what do we do? From a distance, protected by multiple barriers, Reyna's amber gaze narrowed in fear and urgency. She could see the rapidly spreading fissures across the barriers and felt the impending wrath of annihilation poised to break free. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, her knuckles turning pale. Elia's luminescent form was unusually stagnant, her cerulean eyes flickering with a fleeting resolve and anguish. Emergency protocol initiated. Actively disengaging phase anchoring. Target: divert destructive force to the surface, protect the underground sanctuary. Repeat: Protect the underground sanctuary. This was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet there was no alternative. The moment the prison shattered, the rampaging behemoth would undoubtedly prioritize the nearest target, the underground city, which radiated the most intense energy response. By actively redirecting it to the surface, they could at least seize a slim chance of survival. Buzz. The phase barrier shattered like glass, dissipating in an instant. The cage that had bound the apocalyptic beast vanished. Roar. The liberated giant ape let out a more ecstatic and vicious roar, its crimson eyes immediately locking onto the crystal wall guardian city below, pulsing with immense energy and life. The desire for destruction found its clearest target. Yet, just as it was about to unleash a devastating blow that would tear through the earth and strike at the core of the city, whoosh, 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 whoosh. For immensely thick beams of deep blue light, radiating terrifying cutting energy, shot forth like divine judgment from the tips of 4 towering defensive structures at the city's edge. They accurately struck the giant ape's raised foot, knee, and the joints of its supporting arms. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosions accompanied the anguished roars of the giant ape. The most potent, purifying orbital cannon of the Crystal Wall Guardians finally fired. While it could not severely injure the giant ape, the overwhelming force and searing pain successfully disrupted its attack rhythm, causing its colossal body to stagger. Now, Ilya, send me up. Reina's desperate scream reverberated through the communication channel. No longer hesitating, her eyes shone with a resolute determination. Sever the tail. This was the only way. The defensive bombardment from the Crystal Wall Guardians had created a fleeting opportunity for her. Approved. Energy channel activated. Ilya's voice, filled with urgency, echoed with a sense of finality. A gentle blue energy beam enveloped Reina, propelling her rapidly from the depths below to the surface like an elevator. Target, the giant ape's back. On the surface, the toxic marshland had transformed into a hellish landscape. Infuriated by the orbital cannon, the giant ape temporarily abandoned its underground target. It relentlessly pounded the earth, each strike triggering terrifying tremors. Dark green toxic sludge surged like a tsunami, rising hundreds of meters into the air. The solidified crystalline rock layers crumbled like biscuits, collapsing under the force. Countless hidden Gragon kin or other aberrations beneath the surface were obliterated into dust, unable even to utter a cry of despair before being swept away by the shockwave. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. A noxious miasma mingled with the stench of toxic fumes and the charred aroma of searing energy. Reina was hurled with precision by the energy conduit onto the immense back of the colossal ape, its form looming like a black mountain. The frenzied gusts, tremors, and the searing energy radiating from the ape's surface enveloped her, placing her at the eye of a tempest. Clutching a tuft of hair as thick and unyielding as steel cables, she managed to avoid being flung away, thanks to the advanced medical care of the Crystal Wall Guardians. Her leg injury had healed, allowing her legs to adhere firmly to the coarse skin of the giant ape, like nails driven into wood. Damn it! Snap out of it! Reina growled, scrambling with hands and feet amidst the violent turbulence, swiftly climbing towards the nape of the ape's neck. The target was its tail, a massive appendage thrashing like a serpent amid the chaos of energy, its base cloaked in thick fur. The giant ape seemed to sense the minuscule creature on its back, abruptly twisting its enormous body in an attempt to dislodge Reina. Simultaneously, a powerful arm, slicing through the air with a deafening roar, came crashing down upon its own back. Intent on swatting Reina as one would a fly. Reina, dodge! Elia's warning reverberated in Reina's mind. At that moment, several purifier railguns fired again, accurately striking the descending arm of the giant ape, aiming to disrupt its movement. The explosion caused the ape's arm to veer off course. Seizing this precarious opportunity, Reina rolled with fervent urgency, narrowly evading the colossal hand that could have turned her into pulp. The palm grazed her, scorching her skin and leaving it charred. A sharp pain elicited a muffled groan from Reina, yet her movements quickened. Her eyes glinted with fierce resolve, transforming her anger, resentment, and complex emotions towards Noka into a wellspring of power. She finally reached the area between the giant ape's neck and shoulder blades. Just below her lay the thick base of the tail. Beneath its resilient fur were relatively weaker muscle bundles and skeletal connections. There was no time for hesitation or to amass a formidable energy attack. Reina clamped her legs like iron pincers around the depression of the ape's spine, her hands rapidly converging before her, as the turbulent air raged and coalesced in her palms, compressing. A weakened version of the death spiral energy sphere. A bluish hue spiraling at high velocity with a piercing shriek materialized in an instant within her grasp. Sever it, channeling all her strength, will, and latent life potential into a single strike, propelled by her body's descent and the tearing force of her rotation. She struck fiercely at the base of the giant ape's tail. With a resounding explosion, the energy orb detonated at the root. The resilient fur and muscle were rent asunder, revealing the white bone membrane and thick neural blood vessels beneath. Scarlet blood erupted like a high-pressure water jet, instantly drenching Rena in a crimson shroud. The giant ape let out a heart-wrenching howl. The excruciating pain caused its massive form to convulse violently. Yet, this was not a fatal blow. The tail's skeletal structure was remarkably resilient. This strike had only severely damaged the muscle and nerves, failing to sever completely. The base of the tail was a gruesome, bloody mess, the pain excruciating, yet the tail remained attached. The giant ape was driven into a frenzy. It disregarded the bombardment of the railguns, focusing all its attention on the minuscule creature upon its back that had inflicted such intense agony. With a ferocious force and speed, the other massive claw struck down upon its own back like a fly swatted away. This time, the interference from the railgun arrived a moment too late. The shadow of death instantaneously enveloped Rena. It was too swift. There was no escape. Chapter 14. The Warrior with a Severed Tail, Crisis Upon Crisis. Rena. Elia's scream pierced through the chaos. Just as the colossal claw was about to land a devastating blow, a resonant hum reverberated. A concentrated beam of pure white energy, as solid as reality itself, erupted from a concealed cannon deep within the earth. It did not target the giant ape, but instead struck precisely at the root of the tail, which had just been grievously injured by Rena, exposing its nerves and membranes. It was Elia. She had unleashed the city's last resort, a surgical beam of immense power, but with a remarkably short range. With a soft hiss, the scorching white beam sliced through the torn flesh like a hot knife through butter, instantaneously severing the resilient tailbone and major nerve bundles at the site of Rena's earlier assault. This time, it was a complete severance. A mournful howl escaped the giant ape, abruptly transformed into a gasping whimper, filled with excruciating pain and bewilderment. The massive tail, a symbol of the Saiyans' unbridled power, gushed forth a fountain of crimson blood, helplessly plummeting from 50 meters high, crashing into the boiling mire below. Almost simultaneously with the tail's severance, the gargantuan body of the giant ape stiffened abruptly. The violent energy within it erupted like a punctured balloon, pouring out in a chaotic torrent. Its form began to shrink at a visible rate. The once rigid fur softened and vanished, sinewy muscles atrophied, and the once fierce red eyes rapidly lost their fury. In mere seconds, the apocalyptic giant ape vanished, leaving behind Noka, battered and exhausted, nearly unconscious, plummeting from several dozen meters above towards the devastated surface, resembling a hellscape of molten lava. Noka, Rena cried out, disregarding her own injuries and exhaustion, summoning every ounce of strength to dive down in a cascade of violet light, narrowly catching him just before he plunged into the searing magma. With a heavy thud, they landed upon the relatively intact, yet still searing ground. Noka was drenched in blood, particularly at the base of his tail, where flesh was torn away, exposing bone, blood gushing forth, his breath faint to the utmost, utterly unconscious. Rena, too, gasped for air. Weakened and burned, her arms trembling slightly. Target giant ape transformation. Vital signs, extremely weak. Immediate medical attention required. Elia's voice conveyed a mix of relief and urgency. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The giant ape had vanished, but the chain reaction triggered by the destruction of the surface continued unabated. The earth was torn asunder. Toxic swamps overflowed, and lava erupted. More terrifying still, the cataclysmic energy unleashed by the giant ape ignited the brightest torch in the silent void of the cosmos. In the remote depths of space, aboard a menacingly designed high-speed spacecraft emblazoned with the insignia of the Frieza Force, Sabo elegantly swirled his wine glass, his slender fingers delicately tracing the rim. He gazed at the recently vanished energy signal coordinates on the detector, which had briefly surged to astronomical heights. A cold, enigmatic smile curved at the corners of his lips, his voice smooth as silk. It seems our little friend has encountered a bit of trouble. and has stirred up quite a commotion. Truly captivating. He slightly tilted his head, glancing at his corpulent companion, Mr. Dodoria. It appears we must hasten our pace to deliver a greeting from Lord Frieza to this restless survivor. He. Understood. I can hardly wait to crush that monkey's bones. Dodoria let out a guttural, sinister laugh, his pudgy fingers pressing down heavily on the console. The ship's rear engines erupted in blinding flames, accelerating swiftly. On the surface, amidst the ruins, the anxious light and shadow of Elia projected before Reina. Reina, bring him back. Immediately. The enemy's ship has locked onto this location and is about to arrive. At the same time, her voice carried an undeniable firmness. Prepare to initiate the tail regeneration procedure. We need his strength, the full power of a Saiyan, even if it means facing risks once more. Reina looked down at the unconscious Noka in her arms. His tail severed and bloodied, exposing bone, then lifted her gaze to the tumultuous sky, torn asunder by the rage of the great ape, the poisonous mist swirling ominously. It felt as though she could sense the approaching, icy intent to kill. She clenched her teeth, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes, but ultimately transforming into resolve. Wiping the blood from her face, she took a deep breath, disregarding her own pain, and hoisted Noka's heavy body onto her shoulder. Understood. Open the door. Reina commanded in a low voice, following the emergency passageway guided by the crystal wall guardian, racing towards the only sanctuary buried deep underground. Consciousness felt like a colossal stone submerged in icy depths, gradually being drawn upwards by an invisible force. The first sensation to return was excruciating pain. Not sharp, but a deep, pervasive dull ache throughout his body, particularly at the base of his tail, as if it were being seared repeatedly by a branding iron. This was followed by thirst, his throat feeling as though it had been sanded down. Then came the power, an unprecedented, vibrant surge of strength coursed through his withered veins like warm magma. Each heartbeat resonated like a muffled drum, propelling this newfound vitality throughout his limbs. The heaviness began to dissipate, replaced by a near rebirth of lightness and vigor. Noka abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar, gentle glow of the crystal wall guardian's temple core. He found himself in a life pod filled with viscous restorative fluid, and outside the transparent cover, Elia's light and shadow floated serenely, her azure eyes fixed upon him. You have awoken, Stellar Edge. Elia's synthesized voice carried a note of relief. Your vital signs have stabilized. You have been in slumber for 5 standard days. 5 days. Noka's heart stirred. He attempted to clench his fist. A faint sound of knuckles grinding echoed, and a sense of power, far more refined and overwhelming than before his unconsciousness, surged within him. No longer was it the wearied strength born of extreme training, but rather a profound and steadfast force, akin to an inexhaustible wellspring. A flicker of thought stirred within him, activating the visor, evidently re-equipped or integrated during the restoration process. A line of clear digits leapt into view. Combat Power Assessment. Norka 31, 200. 31,200. Norka's pupils constricted abruptly. A surge of indescribable ecstasy and battle fervor instantaneously dissipated the dull pain that enveloped his body. The experience of near death. The Saiyan blood coursing through him, which grew stronger in the face of adversity and was reborn from the flames, had finally borne fruit after enduring the extreme trials of uncontrollable transformation and grievous injuries. This enhancement far surpassed any previous training. His normal combat prowess had surged past the peak predicted by Saber. He immediately attuned to his own being. A strange tingling sensation emanated from the base of his tail, as if countless tiny creatures were writhing there. He tilted his head slightly, and through the liquid of the regeneration chamber, he distinctly beheld a brand new tail, cloaked in fine black fur, gently hanging behind him, with the skin at its base still bearing faint traces of tender pink flesh. The regeneration technology of the Crystal Wall Guardians had not only mended his fatal wounds, but had also perfectly reshaped this emblem of his Saiyan heritage. Chapter 15. The Crisis Approaches. Unprecedented Strength. The voice of Norka, hoarse yet remarkably clear from his awakening, resonated. You have restored it. Indeed, replied Elia. Based on our covenant and the imminent threat, we require your full strength. The regeneration process for the tail was exceedingly successful, and the neural connections have been fully restored. Norka fell silent for a few seconds. The restoration of his tail signified the preservation of his potential for another transformation into a great ape. but it also retained the risk of losing control. Was the choice of the Crystal Wall Guardians a gamble of trust or a reluctant necessity? He gazed at Elia's silhouette, her deep azure eyes calm and unyielding, betraying no emotion. Buzz. The liquid in the regeneration chamber rapidly drained away, and the hatch slid open. Noka stepped barefoot onto the icy floor, stretching his body. Aside from a slight discomfort at the base of his new tail, he felt unprecedentedly invigorated. The surge of 31,200 combat power coursed through him, instilling him with the illusion that he could shatter stars with a single punch. "What of Rena?" he inquired. "Humph, finally decided to awaken? I thought you would sleep until Frieza himself came to tuck you in," came a familiar and assertive voice from behind. Noka turned to see Rena seated cross-legged on a nearby energy-focused platform. She too had donned the snug and breathable dark gray training attire provided by the Crystal Wall Guardians, accentuating her athletic form. Her deep purple hair appeared to have been tended to, looking much more vibrant. Most striking was the aura that enveloped her. It was no longer the restless energy that had previously dissipated around her, but rather a highly concentrated essence, flowing around her like water, radiating a deeper, more profound azure glow. Her gaze was sharp, imbued with the steady brilliance forged through intense refinement. Combat power assessment. Rena 5, 800, the visor displayed. 5,800. Although the disparity in improvement compared to Noka remains vast, the extent of her enhancement is indeed astonishing to her. More importantly, her mastery over energy has evidently ascended to a new level. "It seems you have not been idle," Noka observed coolly. Her gaze fleeting over the remnants of energy burns on her hand and the bruises at her joints, clearly indicating that she too had endured rigorous training over the past 5 days. "Nonsense." Rena rose, flexing her wrist, her amber eyes locking onto Noka with a hint of challenge. "While you were indulging in slumber, I was contemplating how to strike your new tail once more during your next bout of madness." Her words were laced with sharpness, yet beneath her gaze lay an almost imperceptible sense of relief at Noka's awakening. Elia's light and shadow interjected at the opportune moment. "Over the past 5 standard days, we have all been preparing for the impending battle. Noka, your body has achieved a remarkable breakthrough after teetering on the brink of death, firmly stabilizing your power level within the life support system. Rena underwent high-intensity energy control and tactical evasion training, resulting in significant enhancements in both combat effectiveness and control. Crystal Wall Guardians. All resources have been prioritized for the urgent upgrade of the beast in a cage program, focusing on improving the stability of the phase space prison and the efficiency of the forced implantation of neural resonance pulses." Elias switched the projection, unveiling a more intricate spatial model, interwoven with multiple energy circuits. "We have reconstructed the spatial anchoring algorithm, incorporating a crystal wall energy resonance stability layer, elevating theoretical stability from 85 to 92. Simultaneously, the power of the neural pulse array has increased by 40, and we are attempting to embed higher-dimensional consciousness-guiding waveforms, with the theoretical implantation success rate rising to 358. Behind the cold figures of 92 for cage stability and 358 for rational control lies the tireless efforts of the Guardians. The risks remain substantial, yet hope is no longer elusive." Noka gazed at the projection, his crimson pupils shimmering with intensity. A consistent power level of 31,200 ignited a profound sense of confidence within him. Sabo at 26,000, Dorian at 23,000, under normal circumstances. He possesses the strength to engage them, perhaps even the potential to triumph. "Elia," Noka suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable determination. "The initiation of the new beast in a cage program is to be postponed." Elia's light and shadow faltered slightly. "Postponed? What do you mean?" "I mean..." Noka raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit and an almost arrogant calmness. "Before resorting to that final measure, I wish to first test my own fists against Sabo and Dorian, driving their heads into the molten core of this planet." He paused, his tone resolute. "Under normal conditions, I am confident in my ability to contend with them. Allow me to go first. If, and I emphasize if, normal conditions cannot resolve the situation, or if circumstances demand an absolute force for a decisive strike." His gaze swept over his newly formed tail, imbued with a complex yet steadfast significance. "Then, we shall initiate the beast in a cage once more. Until then, your task is to ensure the prison is always at the ready," and he turned to Elia. Pinpoint the precise landing site for our ship. This represents the optimal solution and aligns perfectly with the proud essence of Noka. Utilizing the newly acquired strength to confront formidable foes directly serves as a testament to one's growth. Simultaneously, the riskier transformation into a giant ape is to be regarded as a trump card rather than the primary option. Reina momentarily paused. Then a fierce determination curved her lips. Now that's more like it. Hiding behind that beastly form is no true skill. I'll keep a close watch on that pudgy one. Her satisfaction with Noka's decision was evident. Alaya's silhouette remained silent for several seconds, her deep azure eyes flickering with data, seemingly assessing the feasibility and risks of the proposed strategy. Ultimately, she responded calmly, risk assessment adjusted. I accept your tactical arrangement, Starry Blade. Engaging in standard confrontation will be the primary sequence, with the improved beast struggle as the final safeguard. Target coordinates are locked. Suddenly, her voice turned urgent and grave. Warning. High-energy reactions entering planetary orbit. Characteristic match confirmed. Target, Sabo. Dodoria. Estimated arrival at surface coordinates. Edge of lava plains, 7. Time, 3 standard minutes. They were arriving sooner than anticipated. Buzz. The luminescence of the core of the temple instantly shifted to an alarming crimson hue. The blaring sirens echoed throughout. Just in time. Noka's eyes sparkled with intensity. His combat power of 31,200 surged like an awakening volcano, a concentrated white aura erupting from his being, instantly filling the entire space with a powerful presence. His newly formed tail unconsciously swayed behind him, stirring a gentle breeze. Reina, Noka commanded. Understood. Reina immediately entered combat mode, her azure flames rising as well, her gaze sharp as an eagle, executing the previously simulated tactics. Take care of yourself. Before Noka's words faded, he transformed into a streak of white light, tearing through the air towards the emergency passage leading to the surface. Target, Lava Plains 7. Target, Sabo and Dodoria. Alaya's silhouette dissipated in an instant, leaving behind urgent commands resonating within the temple. All defense systems activate to level 1 battle readiness. Phase confinement array preheating and charging. Spatial interference at target coordinates initiated. Create a battlefield for the blade. May the light of the crystal wall guide us to victory. Chapter 16, Mockery. Crushing under Frieza's gaze above a relatively solid black crystalline rock layer at the edge of Lava Plains 7, Frieza's Legion landing craft descended like a burning meteor, accompanied by a piercing shriek and a wave of searing heat, crashing violently to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading hundreds of meters. The scorching shockwave pushed aside the surrounding toxic mist, revealing a massive circular pit created by the impact. The hatch opened slowly with a hydraulic hiss, releasing a thick plume of purple coolant vapor. Amidst the smoke, 2 figures emerged slowly. Ugh, this nauseating air, a soft yet distinctly disdainful voice remarked. Sabo elegantly brushed non-existent dust from his perfectly tailored combat suit, his handsome face creased with displeasure. His long fingers wafted in front of his nose, as if the sulfur and toxic compounds lingering in the air were some form of contemptible filth. The filthy, murky planet reeked of the stench of inferior life forms, leaving one to ponder the interest that King Frieza could possibly have in such a place. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zabber, bear with it, came the greedy voice of Dodoria, resonant and heavy. His massive form pushed through the smoke, his hefty feet sizzling against the scalding crystallized rock, yet he seemed utterly unfazed. He inhaled deeply, only to cough violently, his rosy face turning a shade of crimson. Cough, cough, this wretched place. However, once we capture that Saiyan monkey and present him to the king, what is a little foul odor to us? A cruel glint flickered in his eyes, as if he could already envision Noka being tortured and pleading for mercy. Zabber scoffed, his green hair billowing in the toxic hot wind. Umph, merely a monkey that escaped by sheer luck, and yet it requires the effort of both of us. King Frieza is overly cautious. Yet, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. To personally crush a Saiyan would indeed make for a splendid diversion. I hope he struggles for a while, lest he transforms too quickly into a mere pile of minced flesh and spoil the fun. Haha, Mr. Zabber is right. We must ensure he fully experiences the taste of despair. Dodoria sneered, clenching his fist, the knuckles cracking like popping beans. At that moment, a cold, haughty voice, laced with clear mockery, sliced through the heated air and permeating poison. reaching their ears with chilling clarity. "Oh? Crush a Saiyan? With just the two of you, Frieza's lapdogs?" Expressions of utter shock and rage instantly froze on Zabur and Dodoria's faces. They looked up sharply to see Noka suspended in midair not far above the circular pit, with his arms crossed and a layer of condensed white energy burning steadily around him. His crimson pupils looked down upon them with open disdain, as if viewing two mangy dogs rolling in the mud. Behind him, a newly formed tail swayed unconsciously. "Norka!" Zabur exclaimed in disbelief, his handsome features twisting with fury. The readings from the scouters sent shockwaves through him. 31, 200. Far beyond their estimations. "Damnable monkey! How dare you insult me?" Dodoria roared, his corpulent form suddenly bursting forth with an astonishing speed that belied his size, shooting upwards like a missile. His enormous fist, accompanied by the howl of displaced air, descended violently towards Norka's head. Die! In the face of this fearsome assault, Norka did not even alter his posture of crossed arms. He merely shifted slightly to the side, a movement so minimal it was nearly imperceptible. Dodoria's colossal fist, capable of shattering hills, whistled past his nose. The wind it generated lifting the strands of hair on Norka's forehead, yet not even grazing his skin. "Too slow? Chubby," Norka said calmly, as if merely stating a fact. "Roar!" As Dodia's strike missed its mark, his fury intensified. The corpulent figure twisted forcefully, unleashing another fist imbued with even greater ferocity. This time, Noka sprang into action. He raised his right hand, a motion seemingly casual, yet as swift as lightning. Rather than meeting force with force, he deftly extended his fingers like claws, precisely seizing Dodia's sweeping wrist. The immense force collided with Noka's palm, but upon contact, it dissipated as if a bull had plunged into a vast ocean, causing Noka's arm to dip only slightly. "What?" Dodia's pupils constricted in disbelief. He felt as though his thick wrist was ensnared by the strongest alloy, utterly immovable. "Get lost," Noka coldly uttered, and with a sudden, forceful downward motion of his right arm, he hurled Dodia away. Boom! An overwhelming surge of terrifying power coursed through Noka's arm. Dodia's hefty and cumbersome body, akin to a bowling ball thrown by a giant, plummeted towards the molten plains below with a speed surpassing his initial charge. Accompanied by a terrified wail, Dodia's form crashed into the hard crystalline rock, creating a deeper crater with debris and dust soaring into the air. The sheer force of impact seemed to displace his innards, rendering him momentarily unable to rise. "Incompetent fool!" Sabo's voice echoed with fury. At the instant Noka flung Dodia away, Sabo appeared behind him like a wraith, his handsome visage twisted with malice, his speed leaving a fleeting afterimage in his wake. He did not employ any flamboyant energy attacks. Instead, he consolidated his fingers into a blade, channeling highly compressed purple cutting energy, piercing towards Noka's vulnerable back with a shrill whistle, striking with ruthless intensity. Sabo's velocity was indeed astonishing, far surpassing Dodia's, nearing the limits of Noka's pre-unbroken capabilities. The timing, angle, and force of his strike were nothing short of perfection. Yet, Noka merely curled the corner of his mouth into a chilling smirk. A sneak attack? A rodent-esque trick. He did not even turn around. Just as Sabo's hand was about to make contact with his battle suit, Noka's form shifted leftward with the swiftness of teleportation. Sabo's blade, imbued with terrifying cutting force, sliced through the air, narrowly missing Noka's body. Sabo's pupils dilated in alarm, his instincts blaring. Having missed his strike, he immediately sought to retreat. But Noka was swifter. Too slow. Noka's icy voice whispered like the breath of death in Sabo's ear. He had turned completely, his left hand shooting out like a steel claw, precisely grasping Sabo's wrist before he could retract it. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply. Noka's strength was formidable. Sabo's wrist was instantly reduced to a pulverized mess. Sabo let out a piercing scream, his handsome face contorted in agony. His once proud speed and technique appeared utterly feeble in the face of overwhelming power and quicker reflexes. In Noka's eyes, there was no trace of mercy, only a chilling mockery. He grasped Sabo's shattered wrist as if wielding a broken sack, forcefully hurling him down towards Dodoria, who had just struggled to emerge from the pit. Then, with a resounding thud, Sabo's body collided with Dodoria like a cannonball, sending both tumbling like rolling gourds, crashing through a vast expanse of crystallized rock and tumbling into the searing edge of a magma river. erupting in a shower of scorching sparks. Sabo's battle suit was instantly melted, his skin charred. Dodoria's energy shield flickered violently, emitting a mournful wail under the strain. Noka hovered in the air, a stable white flame burning around him, his presence serene. He coldly observed the two below, struggling at the edge of the lava and emitting anguished cries. His black pupils reflecting an air of haughty disdain, as if gazing upon mere ants. Is this the caliber of warriors Frieza has sent forth? Noka's voice was low yet cut through the din of battle with piercing mockery. Truly disappointing. Chapter 17. The ever-strengthening Super Warrior. The Death Curse of Sabo. Sabo struggled to rise from the searing rocks, his handsome face contorted in agony and humiliation, his purple battle suit marred by charred rips. His green hair clung messily to his sweat-drenched forehead, but his cold eyes remained fixed upon Noka, ablaze with resentment and incredulous rage. His once proud speed and skill seemed utterly impotent before the opponent's overwhelming strength and swifter reflexes. Damn monkey. Sabo's voice was hoarse from pain and fury as he violently shook off Dodoria's attempt to assist him, standing tall despite his disadvantage. He maintained the last vestige of dignity befitting Frieza's elite warriors, though his slightly trembling body betrayed the agony he endured. His power has risen to such heights. Frieza's intelligence has underestimated you. Dodoria, panting heavily, managed to rise, his pink, round face smeared with grime, his energy shield flickering erratically. His gaze towards Noka was filled with trepidation, but more so with a seething wrath. You've truly angered me. Sabo, do not hold back. Let this monkey witness our true power. I intend to do just that. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Sabo's eyes. He ceased to restrain the tempestuous power within him. His body swelled rapidly, distorting as his skin turned a deep purple, muscles bulging grotesquely like an inflated balloon. Bones cracking with a painful resonance. His head elongated and deformed, fangs bared. In an instant, he transformed from a handsome man into a towering purple behemoth nearly 4 meters tall, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. This was his unique ability, power enhancement transformation. Roar. The transformed Sabo unleashed a thunderous roar, the anguish of his broken wrist seemingly subdued by the frenzy of his newfound strength. Although his speed diminished slightly due to his enlarged form, his power, defense, and destructive capability surged exponentially. A purple aura blazed around him like viscous flames. Let us go. Tear him apart. Doria let out a furious roar as his corpulent form erupted with astonishing energy fluctuations, a deep purple aura ascending into the air. He clasped his palms together, and a colossal sphere of highly compressed, annihilative purple energy took shape in an instant. Transformed, Sabo resembled an out-of-control war machine, taking heavy strides that shattered the crystalline ground beneath him, enveloped in a stench of blood and an overwhelming sense of dread, charging once more at Noka. His enormous claws tore through the air, wielding sheer physical force capable of shattering small planets, descending with tremendous force. This time, it was not a subtle assassination but a sheer, brutal display of raw power. Simultaneously, the massive energy sphere in Doria's hands resembled a purple sun, tracing a path of destruction that confined Noka's evasion space, hurtling forth with a deafening roar. Faced with the dual onslaught of power and energy, Noka hovered in midair, his crimson pupils betraying no fear, but rather igniting a fierce battle intent and a hint of exhilaration. Now this is intriguing, Noka murmured under his breath as the white aura enveloping his body surged explosively. He chose not to evade, but to confront head-on. As Sabo's colossal claws descended like a meteor, Noka clenched his right fist tightly, the white aura condensed to its utmost, enveloping his fist as he met the attack with a straightforward punch. At the moment of collision, boom! It was akin to 2 asteroids colliding. A terrifying shockwave erupted in a circular fashion, instantly creating a vast depression in the roiling river of magma below. Sabo's immense purple form jolted violently, his forward momentum abruptly halted. His gigantic claws were even bent backward by Noka's seemingly trivial fist, the bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Shock filled his eyes. The power he had so proudly wielded in his transformed state was faltering in this direct clash. Meanwhile, Noka merely swayed slightly, the air beneath him exploding with a thunderous sound. Just as Sabo was halted, Doria's destructive purple energy sphere was already upon them. Noka's left hand spread wide, his palm rapidly condensing a similarly high-speed rotating, highly compressed white energy sphere. He did not choose to counter the wave. Instead, at the moment the energy sphere was created, he deftly rotated his wrist at a precise angle. Deflection. Whoosh. The white energy sphere, like a skilled helmsman, struck the vulnerable side of the purple energy sphere. The massive purple sphere's trajectory was forcibly altered, narrowly brushing past Noka's clothing and crashing violently into a crystalline peak that had long been on the verge of collapse. The peak was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere dust amidst the deafening explosion. How could this be? Doria screamed in disbelief, his all-out strike so effortlessly neutralized. Strength may be adequate, yet the technique is woefully crude. Noka's cold voice resonated amid the remnants of the explosion. He propelled his right fist, still pressing against Sabo's enormous claws, with sudden force. Bang! Crack! An even more ferocious power erupted from the tip of Noka's fist. Sabo's massive claws were forcibly blown apart, his stout arm twisting at an unnatural angle, clearly displaying fractures in the bones. Ugh! Sabo howled in pain, staggering backward. Noka offered no respite to the two adversaries. In an instant, he appeared before the astonished Doria, whose reaction was momentarily delayed. It's your turn, chubby one. The whip-like leg, enveloped in a white aura, swept through the air like a war axe. The speed was so tremendous that Doria barely managed to cross his arms over his chest for protection. Boom. It was akin to being struck by a speeding interstellar vessel. Doria's corpulent form was sent hurtling like a cannonball, the energy shield upon his surface shattering upon impact. He spewed forth a torrent of blood, wailing in agony as he was flung into a distant pool of molten lava, erupting into a storm of fiery rain. The intense searing pain elicited a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Upon witnessing this, Sabo's eyes widened with fury, his transformed purple visage becoming even more grotesque. Despite the excruciating pain in his arms, he opened his massive mouth, unleashing a thick beam of purple energy that shot towards Noka like a pillar of light. Noka's gaze turned icy. He neither flinched nor evaded. With his right hand, he aligned his index and middle fingers, condensing an exquisite point of blinding white light that seemed capable of piercing through all. Perish! Swish! The slender yet lethal beam of pure white light surged forth, precisely penetrating the core of Sabo's energy breath as if it were a balloon being punctured. Boom! The purple energy breath erupted uncontrollably midair, sending Sabo reeling from the violent backlash. The disparity, an utterly despairing chasm. Sabo's enormous form writhed violently, purple blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and the wounds on his arms. He gazed at Noka, who hovered effortlessly with a steady breath and a stable white flame, then turned to the struggling and wailing Doria submerged in the lava. A chilling wave of humiliation intermingled with icy dread washing over him. Defeated, utterly defeated. His battle power, standing at 31,200, was still on the rise. This was not even his limit. Coupled with monstrous combat instincts and a masterful command over energy, the powers and techniques that once brought them pride had become mere mockeries. Yet Sabo remained Sabo, an elite warrior of Frieza. Even in the face of certain defeat and grievous injuries, he did not beg like a beaten dog. He slowly straightened his colossal purple frame, swaying slightly, yet his gaze remained locked on Noka, imbued with a cold, vengeful bitterness befitting a warrior. He chuckled softly, reverting to his human form, his handsome face pale as parchment, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his broken wrist hanging limply. A low, hoarse laughter escaped him, filled with self-mockery and profound hatred. Truly impressive, Noka, the Saiyan. Frieza has indeed underestimated you. Breathless, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in Noka's ears, it bore a chilling proclamation. But your triumph shall not last long. Noka raised an eyebrow, regarding him from above. Sabo lifted his head, a blood-stained, nearly deranged smile creeping across his face. Do you think that by killing us, it is all over? Our mission was to locate you and ascertain your position and strength. From the moment we landed, from the instant you appeared, everything here, your position, your power level, was transmitted in real time to King Frieza. He took a deep breath, as if to draw upon his last reserves of strength to utter a curse. Wait. Monkey, the wrath of King Frieza will descend upon this filthy mire. He will crush you, and your rat-like allies hidden underground, turning this place along with your pitiful hopes into cosmic dust. Both you and this planet are doomed. His maniacal laughter was abruptly interrupted by a violent cough. As Sabo expelled more blood, yet the malice in his gaze and his almost prophetic declaration carried a chilling resonance. Dodoria, having laboriously crawled out from the lava, was charred and smoking, his breath feeble to the extreme. However, upon hearing Sabo's words, he too struggled to raise his head. Exerting all his energy to emit a hoarse roar, "King Frieza will avenge us. You are finished, Saiyan." Their words were not pleas for mercy, but rather the most venomous curses and proclamations uttered before death. They knew their demise was inevitable, yet they sought to inflict the terror of Frieza upon Noka, relishing in the bittersweet taste of victory before their end. Chapter 18. Undercurrents. The shadow of the Emperor, Noka listened quietly, his expression shifting from mockery to a chilling coldness, ultimately transforming into a profound, ice-like intent to kill. The blood feud of the Saiyans, Bardock's roar, the annihilation of planet Vegeta, all flashed before his eyes. Frieza's personal arrival? Precisely what he desired. Yet the dying screams of these two ignited the most ferocious flames within him. "Are you finished?" Noka's voice was eerily calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. He slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together once more, the tip emanating an intensely concentrated, radiant white light, as if it could pierce the very core of stars, silently igniting. There was no grand display, only an excruciatingly penetrating force that seemed to freeze souls, locking onto Sabo and Dodoria below, who leaned on each other like flickering candles in the wind, their eyes filled with venomous hatred directed at him. The blood feud of the Saiyans must be washed with blood. "Your King Frieza." Noka's lips curled into a frigid arc. "I shall seek him out. As for you, wait in hell." Swish, swish. Two slender beams of blinding white light, nearly invisible, traversed the expanse, piercing through the moment Sabo and Dodoria's pupils constricted, their hatred solidifying in an instant, striking true into their foreheads. A faint sound of penetration echoed. The madness in Sabo's eyes and the grimace on Dodoria's face froze instantaneously, swiftly transforming into a pallid gray. Their bodies swayed slightly, as if all strength had been siphoned from them, toppling backward to crash heavily upon the searing crystallized rock, leaving behind only a small, charred puncture wound through their foreheads, with crimson blood seeping forth, rapidly evaporated by the intense heat. There were no cries of anguish, no struggles. The two elite officers of Frieza's army, burdened with curses for Noka and an unwavering faith in Frieza, met their end in this infernal realm of molten lava. Noka gradually retracted his fingers, the luminous white radiance dissipating at their tips. He cast a detached glance at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, as if he had merely crushed a pair of bothersome insects. Raising his gaze to the perpetually shadowed sky, shrouded in toxic mists and swirling dust, his obsidian pupils burned not only with hatred but also with a near-boiling excitement and martial fervor in the face of ultimate challenge. "Frieza, I await your arrival." In the far reaches of the cosmos, at the headquarters of the Frieza force, Frieza floated elegantly before his throne, his delicate fingers toying with a gem as translucent as the core of a star. Suspended before him was a colossal crystal orb, vividly reflecting the final moments on the molten plains of the seventh planet, where Noka had coldly withdrawn his fingers, leaving Sabo and Dodoria to fall silently. "Oh dear." Frieza's signature voice, laced with endless mockery, echoed as his crimson tongue languidly traced the corner of his mouth. Yet this time, within the depths of his icy gaze, there was no longer merely the delight of a cat playing with its prey. Instead, there flickered a genuine, cold interest mixed with a barely perceptible hint of anger. The crystal orb faithfully replayed Sabo's deathbed declaration and Noka's chillingly provocative retort. "I await you." He chuckled softly, the sound akin to a venomous serpent gliding over a smooth surface. How increasingly entertaining. This little monkey not only has his power exceeded expectations, but he has also learned to challenge me using the blood of my subordinates. He gently swayed the gem in his hand, his scarlet pupils narrowing slightly. Although Sabo and Dodoria were merely two rather useful hounds, Frieza's voice suddenly turned frigid, imbued with a chilling aura that could freeze space itself. Ultimately, it was the master's strength that mattered. With a delicate pinch of his fingers, he whispered, "Crack." The once solid gem silently transformed into the finest dust, scattering like stardust. Frieza slowly descended from his hovering throne, his petite feet lightly touching the cold floor. This subtle motion caused the atmosphere of the grand hall to become instantly dense and oppressive, as if even the light had dimmed slightly. It seemed Frieza's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable calm that signified the end of all things. It is time to ensure that this restless monkey and its bothersome swamp planet vanish completely from my sight. His scarlet eyes pierced the vast cosmos, as if penetrating the endless void, locking onto the deathly planet veiled in toxic fog. "Prepare my ship," Frieza commanded, his tone crisp and chilling, with the destination set for the toxic swamp planet. "Inform all fleet commanders to execute absolute purification orders in the vicinity of the target star system. I do not wish to witness any unexpected escapes before my arrival." He slowly lifted his hand, pointing at the defiant figure of Noka within the crystal orb. "This monkey deserves my personal attention. Let him and his planet atone in eternal darkness for their disrespect towards the Frieza force." The cold will of the Cosmic Emperor swept through the entire headquarters like an invisible tide. A devastating storm approaches the toxic planet with a silent, yet lethal intent. Within the core of the Crystal Wall Guardian's underground sanctuary, the immense starry crystal wall emanates a tranquil glow, yet the atmosphere is thick with an invisible tension. Alicia's silhouette hovers before the crystal wall, her indigo eyes swirling with torrents of data, replaying and analyzing the fierce battle footage from the lava plains of Surface 7 at an astonishing speed. Each of Noka's movements and every collision of energy is deconstructed into the most fundamental streams of data. Rina stands nearby, arms crossed, her amber eyes fixed intently on the projection of the specter resembling a white wraith. She has witnessed firsthand how Noka, with an overwhelming superiority, toyed with, defeated, and ultimately coldly eliminated Sabo and Dorealia. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluid grace that was almost hauntingly elegant. When Noka's two deadly beams of light pierced through the enemy's foreheads, Rina instinctively held her breath. Battle concluded. Targets: Sabo, Dorealia, confirmed annihilation. Alicia's frigid voice shattered the silence. Yet the implications woven within were far from lighthearted. Battle data analysis complete. Noka's peak combat power in normal state, 37,245. Energy control precision, increased by 37. He truly achieved it. Rina's voice carried a hint of dryness as she released her crossed arms, instinctively clenching her fists until her knuckles whitened with exertion. A combat power of 5,800, when juxtaposed with Noka's over 30,000, was akin to a firefly against the full moon. She bore witness to that immense chasm. A crushing dominance that stirred within her a tumult of indescribable emotions. Shock, resentment, a twinge of reverence, and an even heavier burden of pressure. He resolved both of those monsters with mere normalcy. Indeed, Alicia's silhouette turned toward Rina, the glow in her indigo eyes shifting. His rate of growth surpasses all calculations. Sabo's transformation power is estimated to peak near 30,000, while Dorealia's energy cannon exceeds 25,000 units. Yet, before Noka's absolute strength and masterful energy manipulation, their advantages evaporated. This is undoubtedly a glorious victory. Glorious? Rina scoffed, though her amber eyes revealed little joy, instead reflecting a gravity of concern. What is the cost? You heard Sabo's final words. She gestured toward the projection where Sabo's venomous declaration played out. Frieza, the monster that obliterated planet Vegeta and nearly led to the extinction of the Saiyan, knows. He knows that Noka is here. He knows of Noka's current power. And he is coming personally. Rina's voice trembled slightly, a subtle quiver born of instinctive dread in the face of absolute terror. The name Frieza, for anyone acquainted with the dark corners of the universe, resonated like an eternal nightmare. Alicia's silhouette fell silent for a moment, the data streams in her indigo eyes growing even more turbulent. The credibility of Sabo's proclamation is exceedingly high. Based on the intercepted fragments of encrypted data transmitted before their landing craft met its demise, the coordinates of the target, fundamental environmental parameters, and the energy characteristics that erupted upon first contact with Noka, it has indeed been conveyed to the core network of the Frieza Legion. Her voice bore an unprecedented weight. The probability of Frieza's personal arrival exceeded 998. The radiance of the temple's core seemed to dim momentarily. Frieza himself has come. This was no longer a distant threat, but an imminent catastrophe. Rina grappled with the chilling figure of 998, feeling a wave of frost surge from her soles to the crown of her head. What shall we do? Just how formidable is that monster? She glanced at Elia, her eyes brimming with a quest for the terror of the unknown. Chapter 19. A Frantic Plan. Elias' voice exhibited a rare hint of hesitation. The direct combat data regarding him from the Celestial Archive is exceedingly scarce and vague, primarily derived from analyses of energy remnants following his destruction of planets or suppression of insurgent forces. The most reliable record stemmed from his punitive cleansing of a medium-sized resource planet, which unleashed an energy equivalent. Elias switched the projection, showcasing an array of bewilderingly complex energy models and astronomical calculations. Through reverse extrapolation, his baseline combat strength was estimated at approximately 530,000 units. 530,000. 530,000. Rena gasped, her amber pupils contracting to their utmost. This figure struck her heart like a heavy hammer. 31,002 compared to 530,000. This was no longer a gap. It was an insurmountable chasm. It was an ant gazing up at the stars. A sense of despair engulfed her like a cold tide, almost suffocating her. Just then, a flicker of light appeared at the entrance to the temple. Noka's figure emerged, spectral in its presence. His combat suit bore traces of lava ash and the blue blood of foes, yet his demeanor was steady, even radiating a hint of warmth from battle. The newly formed tail swayed leisurely behind him, clearly indicating he had overheard their final conversation. 530,000. Noka's voice resonated, imbued with a peculiar calm, even bordering on indifference. Rena whirled around, witnessing Noka's seemingly unconcerned expression ignite an unnameable fury within her. Noka, did you hear that? 530,000. That is Frieza, not some lowly creature like Sabo. You barely surpass 30,000. How on earth can we contend with this? Her voice, tinged with urgency and fear, took on a sharp edge. Elias' projection also turned towards Noka, her cerulean gaze silently scrutinizing him, awaiting his response. Noka strode into the heart of the temple, his crimson pupils sweeping over the colossal projection of 530,000. And rather than displaying the gravity or fear Rena had anticipated, a near arrogance emerged on his face. 530,000. Noka echoed, a barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Elia, is this the estimation derived from your archive? This is the lower bound established through multiple model extrapolations based on the most reliable energy residue data available, with a margin of error of 15. Elia responded calmly. Margin of error? Lower bound? Noka shook his head, his tone imbued with an unwavering certainty rooted in his own understanding. Your model overlooks a crucial factor. He approached the crystalline barrier, gazing upward at the flowing tapestry of stars, as if lost in reminiscence or articulating an indisputable truth. The Saiyans are a warrior race. Our perception of strength, particularly that of the formidable, is an instinct etched into our very blood. His voice was deep and resonant. I was present when planet Vegeta was destroyed. I felt Frieza's aura, a chilling terror akin to an abyss. He turned to face Elia and Lena, his crimson eyes locking onto theirs, radiating not fear, but a fervent, almost obsessive confidence born of personal experience and racial pride. That aura was indeed powerful, overwhelming to the point of despair, but it is certainly not as exaggerated as 530,000. Noka declared with conviction. In my estimation, Frieza's normal battle power is at most around 500,000. It may even be lower. Silence enveloped the temple. Lena stared at Noka in disbelief, as though he were spinning a fanciful tale. 500,000. At most? Even that is still over 17 times greater than your own 30,000. Elia's luminous presence momentarily faltered, her azure eyes reflecting a chaotic flow of data, clearly indicating a significant conflict between Noka's instinctual assertion and her precise calculations. Noka, have you lost your mind? Lena finally erupted. Even if it were only 500,000, that's still 17 times your power. 17 times. How do you intend to fight against that? Relying on instinct? In the face of Lena's scornful inquiry and Elia's silent scrutiny, Noka's confidence remained unshaken, even intensifying. The white aura enveloping his form silently surged, betraying the tumult within. 17 times? And so what? Noka's voice brimmed with an almost fervent combat spirit, his crimson pupils sparkling like golden embers. The strength of a Saiyan has never been quantified by mere numbers. On planet Vegeta, I was merely a warrior with less than 10,000. And now? He gestured towards himself. 31,200. This is the potential of a Saiyan. We erupt in dire circumstances, transcending in battle. Noka clenched his fists. I can become stronger than him. Right here on this planet. Before he even arrives. His gaze finally settled on Elia, imbued with resolute determination and a cold calculation. Elia, how is the new plan for the desperate battle coming along? Also, calculate immediately if I can elevate my normal battle power beyond 60,000 before Frieza arrives. His crimson eyes flickered with a predatory glimmer. Combined with your most advanced spatial cloaking technology, can we conceal me near his spacecraft without him noticing? Elia's luminous presence momentarily stilled, her azure eyes alight with a torrent of data. Spatial cloaking maximum phase shift combined with crystal wall energy shielding target. Simulation of concealing a being with 60,000 battle power in progress. Lena, stunned by Noka's words, gasped. 60,000? Conceal? What are you planning? She faintly discerned Noka's insane scheme, her amber pupils filled with disbelief. Noka did not respond directly to Reina. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Alia and continued to unveil the essence of his plan. At the moment his spacecraft descends and the hatch opens, when attention is momentarily diverted. The corners of Noka's mouth curled into a cold and cruel arc, as if he had already envisioned the bloody scene. Simultaneously, he commanded, launch the bull's energy pulse towards my position, then disengage spatial cloaking. A suppressed, ferocious simulated roar reverberated through the temple. A fierce glint shone in Noka's eyes, a colossal ape with a combat power of 600,000. In the mere fraction of a second when he is caught off guard, I will unleash my utmost strength to obliterate him and his spacecraft into the fundamental particles of the universe. Silence. A deathly stillness ensued. Reina gasped, every hair on her body standing on end. This plan was audacious, mad, and perilously reckless. It relied entirely on Noka's absolute misjudgment of Frieza's power and an extreme confidence in his own explosive capabilities. More critically, it gambled on Frieza's potential oversight at the very moment of descent, which might not even exist. Calculation complete. Alia's cold voice shattered the silence. Laden with unprecedented gravity. Feasibility simulation. 1. Cloaking feasibility. By combining the highest level phase shift with crystal wall core energy shielding, it is theoretically possible to conceal an individual with a combat power of 60,000 near Frieza's spacecraft, with a maximum cloaking duration of 75 seconds. Beyond this limit, massive energy fluctuations will inevitably leak and be detected by Frieza. Success rate, 81. 2. Ambush window. At the moment the target spacecraft lands and the hatch opens, Frieza may experience a theoretical delay of 0.305 seconds, based on his habitual identity and the potential underestimation of a low-threat environment. This is the only effective ambush window. 3. Transformation and attack. The bull's energy pulse can instantly trigger the transformation into a colossal ape. The time required for the transformation to complete and initiate a full-power attack capable of obliterating the spacecraft and its internal targets is a minimum of 0.8 seconds. 4. Core conflict. Attack time required. 0.8 seconds. Theoretical maximum ambush window of 0.5 seconds. There exists at least a 0.3 second time differential. Within this 0.3 seconds, you, having completed the transformation and exposed to terrifying energy fluctuations, will become the most conspicuous target in Frieza's perception. He will have ample time to react. Success rate, below 19. The chilling numbers served as a death sentence, brutally revealing the fatal 0.3 second time differential within Noka's plan. While the cloaking success rate was high, the ambush was almost doomed to fail. A failure would mean exposure to Frieza, facing his destructive wrath. Chapter 20. The Forge. The Wall of 60,000 and the Emperor's Footsteps. 0.3 seconds. 0.8 seconds. Reina's face turned pale, murmuring to herself, there's no time, absolutely no time. Noka, this is too risky. The success rate is less than 20%. She looked at Noka, her eyes filled with urgency and pleading. And what if Frieza's power exceeded 530,000? She recalled the terrifying lower limit estimates from the think tank. Alia's shimmering form also turned towards Noka. Data model shows this plan carries an extremely high risk factor. Failure equates to ultimate demise. It is advisable to initiate the ultimate assurance plan, the desperate struggle as the core of defense. Enough. Noka interjected sharply, interrupting Elia's analysis. His pupils were not extinguished by the data, but rather blazed with an even more fervent, nearly obsessive flame and an undeniable confidence. A 3-second delay? Ilya, your model is predicated on the reflexes of an ordinary great ape. But I am no ordinary Saiyan. He gestured to the scar on his chest, and then to his newly formed tail. I clawed my way out from the blood-soaked mountains of Vegeta. I have torn apart Gragon in the toxic marshes. I have lost control and been reborn. My will has long transcended that of a beast. He stepped forward abruptly, his formidable presence casting a shadow over the light of the sanctuary. 60,000 in my normal state. This is sufficient for me to maintain a clearer combat instinct than any other Saiyan the moment I transform into a great ape. 8 seconds? That is your model. For me, Noka's eyes sparkled with a manic light. The instant my great ape form takes shape, my energy wave will be unleashed. 5 seconds. That is more than enough. This was a baseless, arrogant declaration founded on bloodline pride and combat intuition, entirely appending Ilya's meticulously calculated physical model. You madman, you are utterly insane. Reina could not help but exclaim. Yet as she beheld Noka's unwavering gaze, burning like the sun, her subsequent words caught in her throat. This near-suicidal confidence instilled fear in her, yet simultaneously ignited an inexplicable fervor within. Noka disregarded Reina's skepticism and locked eyes with Ilya, his voice resolute. Ilya, execute my plan. This is a command and our only opportunity. 1. At all costs, assist me in transcending 60,000. Increase the intensity of the extreme training to 200. Infuse energy into the crystal barrier. I must reach that threshold before Frieza arrives. 2. Spatial concealment array. Prepare to the highest specifications. I require absolute concealment for 75 seconds. 3. Bull's light generator. Precharge. Lock onto my concealed coordinates. The moment the time is right, launch immediately. For you. Noka's gaze swept over Ilya and Reina, imbued with an undeniable determination. During my concealment, fully hide the underground city. I shall attract Frieza's attention. As long as my strike succeeds, victory will be ours. He then looked towards the flowing starry river on the crystal wall, as if declaring war against the impending emperor. Frieza, I shall make you understand that underestimating a Saiyan who has clawed back from hell will be the gravest mistake of your life. Your arrogance will be your own tomb. Within the sanctuary, only Noka's boiling fighting spirit and Ilya's silent data stream surged forth. Reina gazed at Noka's resolute figure as he approached the entrance to the extreme training ground, gritting her teeth before turning and rushing toward her own training area. Was the plan mad enough to verge on suicide? Was the success rate minuscule? Yet Noka's all-consuming will left her with no choice but to believe and extract every ounce of her potential, adding even the slightest bit of weight to that seemingly elusive hope. In the depths of the Crystal Wall Guardian City lies the core of the Crystal Furnace, a training ground transformed into a veritable hellish crucible. Gravity is forcefully distorted, compressed to an unimaginable 200 times standard gravity. The air is thick and viscous, akin to liquid metal, each breath akin to swallowing scalding lead. The very fabric of space groans under the unbearable pressure. Enveloping Noka is no longer a dark, annihilating particle flow, but rather a searing torrent of crystalline energy, reminiscent of a liquid stellar core. This highly concentrated, wildly ferocious core energy of the crystal wall, mingled with the primordial embers capable of instantaneously vaporizing battleship armor, manifests as a roaring stream of golden red energy, relentlessly washing, tearing, and scorching every inch of Noka's flesh. Every cell. Warning. Gravity field, 200 times. Energy impact, Genesis level, crystal wall blaze. Vital signs, critical collapse, threshold. Cell disintegration rate, 37 seconds. Regeneration rate, 40 seconds. The visor's alarms flash like a death knell, crimson text nearly overwhelming Noka's vision. Oh, Noka's consciousness ebbs and flows in boundless agony, as if cast into the core of a star. His body, under 200 times the pressure, emits a mournful wail of impending disintegration, every bone groaning, every organ feeling as though it might burst. Even more terrifying is the golden red crystalline torrent, which brings not mere scorching, but a torment of simultaneous annihilation and rebirth. Skin, muscle, and bone are incessantly carbonized and disintegrated by the frenzied energy, yet they undergo a frenetic regeneration, fueled by the life energy poured in at any cost by the Crystal Wall Guardians and the Saiyan's own monstrous resilience. Each cycle is accompanied by the soul-wrenching agony of being torn apart. Battle power assessment. Noka normal state, 5876 558,920 59,133 steadily ascending, approaching 60,000. The figures struggle to rise amidst suffering, each minuscule increment accompanied by more violent collapse and reconstruction of the body. Not enough, just a little more. In the roar of his soul, Noka clings desperately to a thread of clarity. The dying curses of Sabo and Dodoria, the chilling shadow of Frieza drawing near, and the deadly 3-second timing flaw of the space concealment plan all transform into the most ferocious fuel, igniting the Saiyan soul within him that grows stronger with adversity. He frantically channels every ounce of energy within, compressing, purifying, and merging it into this body, which is continuously fortified through destruction and rebirth. The white flames enveloping his form have long been consumed by the golden-red torrent, yet deep within that tumultuous energy flow, a faint but extraordinarily tenacious golden light flickers, like a candle in a storm, defiantly shining and dimming. Break for me, accompanied by a soul-shattering roar, infused with all his pain, will, and desire. Noka's body erupts with an unprecedented radiance. That weak golden gleam suddenly surges, piercing through the surrounding chaotic energy like a blade, despite still being suppressed by the golden-red torrent. Buzz! A surge of overwhelming, newfound power erupts from the core of his nearly collapsing body, akin to a volcano dormant for millennia, instantly shattering the stubborn barrier of 60,000. Combat power assessment. Noka normal state 60,247. Breakthrough. Sustaining stability. Warning. Breakthrough triggers energy overload. Bodily strain intensifying. Cellular disintegration rate. 51 seconds. Regeneration rate. 53 seconds. It is done. 60,000. A profound elation mingled with an even greater agony surged through Noka's nerves. He succeeded. Under the inhumane torment of the crystal wall furnace, he forcefully transcended his limits. Elia, Data. Noka roared in the mental link, his voice imbued with the fragility of his breakthrough and an exhilarating fervor. Confirmed. Normal combat power has surpassed the 60,000 barrier. Peak. 60,247. Energy levels meet stealth requirements. Elia's voice bore a rare tremor. The spatial cloaking array has been finally calibrated. Phase shift core, charged to 100. Crystal wall shielding field, on standby. Bull's light generator pre-charge locked. Stealth time window, 75 seconds, theoretical. The raid plan enters its final execution phase. Excellent. A fierce glint ignited in Noka's eyes as he felt the excruciating yet undeniable power of 60,000 coursing through him, preparing to cloak his coordinates. Lock onto Frieza's spacecraft's predicted landing point. Once I emerge, commence immediately. He required final restoration and adaptation. The power brought by the breakthrough needed stabilization. After extreme exertion, his body required the highest standard of repair from the Crystal Wall Guardians. However, just as Noka prepared to conclude this hellish training and face the ultimate challenge, emergency alert! Emergency alert! Elia's voice suddenly became piercing and urgent, drowning out the energy roars in the training ground. Detecting hyperspace fluctuations tearing. Signature match. Frieza Legion's Imperial-class flagship. Target, Poison Marsh Planet. Estimated arrival time corrected. Target has breached the hyperspace barrier. Entering planetary orbit. Estimated arrival at coordinate point 7, 1 standard minute. Repeat. Frieza's flagship has arrived ahead of schedule. Landing in 1 minute. What? Arrived early? Boom. This news struck Noka, Elia, and Rina, who had just completed a set of high-intensity training and were closely monitoring the situation, like a billion-volt thunderbolt. Noka's pupils abruptly constricted. The ecstasy brought by 60,000 power was instantaneously extinguished by the chilling reality. 1 minute. He was still in the furnace, his body on the brink of collapse. The cloaking array had yet to activate. The core premise of the plan was utterly shattered before Frieza's arrival. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Cosmic Sovereign. A mere 1-second battle. Damn it. How could it be early? Rina's scream echoed in the communication channel, laced with panic. Reason unknown. The model of the hyperspace engine does not match records. Presumed to be Frieza's exclusive latest technology, it evaded our early warning. Elia's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. The foundational conditions for the spatial cloaking giant ape raid plan have been lost. Deployment cannot be completed before target landing. The core of the temple revealed a horrifying spectacle outside the planetary orbit on the vast crystalline wall, a colossal dark red spaceship. grotesque in its resemblance to a demonic skull, loomed large, eclipsing a significant portion of the toxic mist-laden sky. It tore through space with an overwhelming sense of oppression, slowly descending towards the lava plains. The surface of the vessel shimmered with chilling energy patterns, exuding a terrifying aura that was 1,000-fold stronger than that of both Frieza and Dodoria. Frieza has arrived. In a moment when all were caught off guard. Noka, what shall we do? Reina's voice quivered with despair. Within the furnace, Noka's pupils, which had just shone with the light of a breakthrough, were instantly replaced by a more furious and resolute flame after an initial shock. The plan has been disrupted? Then let us shatter the plan. Elia. Noka's voice twisted with agony and pressure, yet it carried a madness intent on severing all ties. Execute the plan. Highest risk contingency. 1. Immediately restore my body. At any cost. I must regain mobility within 30 seconds. 2. Alter the spatial concealment coordinates. Target, directly beneath Frieza's flagship. Depth, 100 meters. The moment he lands and focuses his attention on the surface, the underground shall be his blind spot. 3. Initiate concealment countdown. Synchronize with Frieza's landing countdown. The instant he touches down shall be my moment to infiltrate the depths and vanish. 4. Timing for the bull's light emission, 1 second after the hatch opens. Wager that his first step out of the vessel will be marked by a moment of arrogance, allowing him to lower his guard. 5. Reina. Noka's roar collided with Reina's mind, accompanied by the Guardian's robots and drones. Head to the surface. Create chaos. Divert his attention and that of any potential minions. Do not engage directly. Distract him. Create that crucial 1-second opportunity for my concealment and surprise attack. You're insane. Reina nearly leaped up, right beneath his ship. 100 meters. With a mere thought, he could obliterate you along with that spot. And 1 second. How could that possibly be enough time? Silence. Follow orders. Noka's roar carried an undeniable, absolute will. This was the only path to survival. Either we perish together here, or we seize that 1 second to send Frieza to hell. Execute the command. The crimson molten flow of the crystal core furnace was severed instantly. Powerful beams of restoration and life energy cascaded over Noka's battered body like a waterfall. The excruciating pain eased slightly, strength rapidly returning through the frenzied repair. Noka clenched his teeth, forcing his trembling body, shaken by agony and pressure, to stabilize, his crimson pupils fixated on the ever-enlarging dark red spaceship projected upon the crystalline wall, as if heralding the apocalypse. Frieza, you arrived early? Excellent. No need for me to wait. The surface of the lava plains, now shrouded in the shadow of the enormous ship and the roar of its engines, had become even more hellish. The azure plasma streams erupting from beneath the ship evaporated and blew away the molten ground, clearing a vast landing area. Within the ship's command room, Frieza hovered elegantly before his throne, his scarlet eyes coldly surveying the shattered earth and roiling toxic mist through the enormous viewing window. The faint energy signals from Zabo and Dodoria have long since dissipated. On his detector, apart from the immense energy reaction of the spaceship itself, there were merely a few feeble energy points moving across the surface, as delicate as fireflies. The silence was unbearably tedious. Frieza's voice carried a hint of languid disappointment. Did that little monkey and those hidden mice know I was coming, and thus cower in fear? His fingers lightly tapped against the armrest of the throne. We are still clearing the outer star regions. Shall we cleanse this planet in advance for you, Lord Frieza? Inquired a senior officer standing nearby, bowing respectfully. No need. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, a cruel smile curving his lips. To annihilate them so swiftly would be too merciful. I wish to personally drag this group of rodents from their burrows and watch them struggle in despair. He relished the sensation of prey writhing in fear. The colossal spacecraft landed heavily upon the plasma-melted ground, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the earth. Its landing gear sank deep into the crystalline rock layers. The massive hatch at the bottom of the ship began to slowly open, accompanied by the sound of heavy machinery in motion. In the instant that a gap appeared in the hatch, just 100 meters below the spacecraft, a figure melded into the shadows of the earth, cloaked by an extremely faint, space-distorting light screen. Spatial concealment activated. Target locked. Countdown, 75 seconds. Noka, like the most patient of hunters, he was precisely transported and concealed in this location by the spatial technology of the Crystal Wall Guardians at the moment of completion. He held his breath, compressing his battle power of 60,000 to its utmost limit, not a single aura escaping his surface. His pupils fixated on the terrifying energy source above, pressing down like a mountain, 100 meters away. Frieza? He could distinctly sense that overwhelming, abyssal power, cold, vast, and suffocating. This force far surpassed Zabo, far exceeded Dodoria, even eclipsed his estimation of 500,000. Yet at this moment, Noka felt no fear, only a chilling calm and reckless madness. 1 seconds. He needed merely a 1-second window. On the surface, Reina, accompanied by a team of Crystal Wall Guardians high-speed floating artillery, charged out from their hiding place like a suicide mission, unleashing a torrent of energy projectiles towards the recently landed spaceship. Fire! Shoot! Reina's furious roar echoed amidst the thunderous artillery fire. The energy projectiles struck the ship's thick armor like raindrops, exploding into showers of energy sparks. Although they could not breach the defenses, they successfully created a cacophony of noise and blinding light. Frieza's attention was indeed momentarily drawn to this sudden disturbance, akin to the annoyance of a mosquito bite. His crimson eyes shifted slightly, gazing out at the minuscule figures beyond the viewport, a cruel smile playing on his lips as if he were observing ants scurry. Finally, some who are unafraid of death have emerged. Commendable courage, yet tragically foolish. The hatch had opened wide enough for the Emperor to step out with ease. Now is the time. 100 meters beneath the surface. Bull's light pulse, launch. Elia's command thundered through Noka's mind like a bolt from the blue. Virum. A beam of intensely concentrated, blinding light pierced through the 100-meter rock layers with unerring precision, illuminating the concealed space where Noka lay. A furious roar, more savage than before, was firmly contained by the spatial barrier. Noka's form swelled uncontrollably within the harsh white radiance. His hair, as dark and sharp as steel needles, broke through his skin. Bones cracked, muscles bulged. A terrifying power, tenfold stronger than before, surged within the narrow subterranean confines, ready to erupt. The colossal ape, boasting a combat power of 600,000, was on the verge of manifestation. At that moment, Frieza elegantly lifted his foot, preparing to step out of the pod and onto the land that belonged to his hunting grounds. His crimson eyes reflected a hint of disdainful mockery towards the surface intruders. In a mere instant, the agonizing roar of the transforming giant ape was muffled by the spatial barrier. The blinding light dissipated. Within the hidden space, a terrifying giant ape, radiating a sense of destruction, gazed upward with its crimson beastly eyes, ablaze with fury and a trace of the icy murderous intent forcefully instilled by Noka. Its colossal mouth opened wide, and within, a cataclysmic energy, akin to a supernova, rapidly coalesced. Target: the minuscule purple figure, Frieza, who had just taken a step outside the pod, 100 meters above. The attack was about to unleash. Frieza had not yet fully set his foot down, and the smirk of contempt on his face had yet to dissipate. In this fateful moment, life and death hung in the balance. Chapter 22. The Turmoil. A despairing deadlock in an instant. Deep within the subterranean realm, beneath 100 meters, within the cloaked space, the blinding light had just faded, revealing a towering giant ape. Nearly 100 meters tall, its body cloaked in jet black, steel-like fur, muscles contorted like ancient mountains, had fully formed. Its crimson eyes burned with the violent essence of destruction, forcibly imprinted with Noka's icy, resolute killing intent. Its colossal jaws gaped wide, and deep within its throat, an energy capable of obliterating planets, a mix of pure destructive will and 600,000 combat power, was coiling, like a long-suppressed magma from the Earth's core, now compressed to its utmost, ready to erupt. Target: the diminutive purple figure of Frieza, who had just taken a step outside the pod, 100 meters above. Time seemed to freeze. The giant ape's destructive breath was poised to tear through the rock layers, penetrate the spaceship, and consume its target. Frieza's foot had not yet fully touched the ground, and the hint of disdain towards the surface disruptors had not entirely faded from his face. He did not even lower his gaze. His crimson pupils merely swept across the tumultuous lava plains below, stirred by the spacecraft's descent. At that critical juncture, his extraordinary perception captured the momentary explosion of energy 100 meters beneath him, desperately concealed by spatial technology, yet still reminiscent of the foreboding surge preceding a supernova. Along with that, the suppressed yet still raging murderous intent surged forth. A soft, surprised, and amused sound escaped Frieza's throat. His foot halted midair, the tip barely an inch from the searing ground. At that precise moment, as his toe lingered in the air, a thunderous roar erupted. Below, the molten earth shattered like a fragile eggshell. A cataclysmic torrent of crimson gold, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, surged forth like the spear of judgment from the very core of the earth, engulfing vaporized rocks and boiling magma, striking with a speed that transcended thought against the immense armor of Frieza's ship. Simultaneously, it completely consumed the purple figure that had just paused at the hatch, seemingly unguarded. Boom! An indescribable explosion. The crimson gold destructive energy bloomed like a hellish flower, expanding instantaneously. Frieza's colossal, menacing dark red vessel was crushed like a toy in the hands of a giant, its belly armor melting away upon contact, annihilated. The ferocious energy surged into the ship's interior, triggering a chain reaction of explosive devastation. The deafening roar, accompanied by soaring flames and metallic debris, illuminated the entire lava plains as if it were broad daylight. The shockwave swept through, sending the distant Rena and Guardian turrets flying like autumn leaves. Had they succeeded? Rena, battered and slammed against the rock wall by the shockwave, struggled to lift her head, her amber eyes ablaze with incredible ecstasy. She beheld a terrifying gash in the ship's vast belly, its internal structure twisting and collapsing amidst the crimson flames. Below, the hidden spatial bubbles quaked violently from the energy eruption, on the brink of shattering. The mighty ape Noka let out a thunderous roar, its crimson, beastly gaze fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, where Frieza had last stood, struck directly by such a horrifying breath. Even Frieza, the smoke and chaotic energy began to dissipate. A figure remained suspended in the heart of the blast. Frieza. His white skin was marred in multiple places, charred, with flesh exposed in some areas, appearing somewhat disheveled. His trademark smooth head was dusted with soot, and one arm hung unnaturally. Clearly having suffered significant trauma from the recent cataclysm, he breathed heavily, and within his crimson pupils, the eternal mockery and languor had vanished. In their place was a chilling rage, capable of freezing the soul, along with a flicker of interest, akin to that of a venomous serpent. He chuckled softly, a sound not loud but piercing like icy needles, reverberating through the silence of the plains, penetrating the spatial bubble, and sharply embedding itself in the consciousness of Noka and all present. What a delightful surprise to meet you, Saiyan Noka. He slowly raised his unscathed hand, gently brushing off the scorch marks and dust from his battle attire, his movements still elegant but tinged with an unsettling chill. A mere monkey has managed to injure me? Frieza's voice suddenly soared, akin to the biting wind sweeping across an icy expanse, carrying a bone-chilling intent to kill. This surprise, I demand you repay with 100-fold of agony. Roar! The mighty ape Noka, sensing Frieza's frigid murderous intent and still boundless power, felt no fear. Instead, its primal ferocity ignited. It opened its massive jaws once more, gathering an even more violent crimson gold energy. It seeks to utterly obliterate this purple demon. However, Frieza will not grant it a second opportunity. The grotesque beast form must come to an end. Frieza's cold voice resonated like a decree. His hovering form began to undergo a transformation. A hum, an oppressive force, far more terrifying and weighty than before, instantly enveloped the entire planet. Frieza's physique swelled as if inflated, rising higher. The hue of his purple skin deepened, muscles bulging and coiling. His head contorted into a menacing visage, with horns curving backward emerging from his forehead. His tail grew thicker and more powerful. Merely the change in form caused the surrounding air to emit a mournful wail of unbearable pressure. The energy fluctuations he radiated instantly surpassed the million-level threshold. The second form. Watch closely, insect. Frieza's voice rumbled like thunder as he gazed down upon the colossal ape, Noka, who had just emerged half from a chasm in the ground. Gathering its breath, his eyes filled with icy disdain. He did not even resort to energy attacks, but casually raised his thick tail. At the tip of his tail, a sphere of highly compressed, destruction-infused purple energy coalesced into a death beam. Whoosh! A slender yet incomprehensibly swift purple ray, akin to the fingertip of death, disregarded distance, and, in the instant Norka's crimson, beastly eyes narrowed, precisely and silently sliced through the base of its newly formed, serpent-like tail. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a barely discernible sound of cutting. The massive tail of the ape was severed cleanly, as if cut by the sharpest blade of space. A howl erupted. This time, it was no longer a frenzied roar, but a soul-rending wail, imbued with excruciating pain and the violent stripping of power. The colossal form of the ape abruptly stiffened, its chaotic energy spilling forth like a balloon punctured. Its body began to shrink and deform dramatically, in the depths of its crimson eyes. Norka's will was instantly drowned in agony. In mere seconds, the terrifying giant ape vanished. Norka's figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the searing expanse of molten lava. Bathed in blood, especially at the base of its tail, which was a gruesome mess, exposing bone. Its breath had dwindled to the utmost limit, devoid of strength for struggle. Consciousness sinking into the whirlpool of excruciating pain and backlash of power. The might of the 600,000-strong ape was rendered trivial before Frieza's second form. Norka. In the distance, Reina's eyes widened in desperation as she summoned every ounce of her strength, launching a ghostly blue death spiral, infused with her despair and fury, toward the airborne Frieza. Simultaneously, all defensive turrets concealed beneath the surface, the crystal wall guardians, opened fire in an instant. Countless energy beams interwove into a net, enveloping Frieza. The cacophony was deafening. Frieza did not even turn back, merely waving his now thicker tail nonchalantly. Boom! An invisible and overwhelming shockwave erupted centered around him. Reina's energy projectile was instantly obliterated. She was struck as if by a colossal hammer, blood gushing forth, her body hurtling like a severed kite into the distant mountain. Her fate uncertain. The guardian turrets, along with the surface rock layers that concealed them, were instantaneously obliterated, as if erased by an eraser, reduced to mere ashes. An absolute domination. The force of resistance lay as feeble as dust before Frieza's second form. Frieza descended slowly before Noka, casting a vast shadow over this Saiyan who had once sparked a flicker of surprise within him. He raised his colossal foot, hovering above Noka's powerless form, his icy gaze devoid of any emotion. The game has concluded, little monkey. Frieza's voice resonated like a coffin lid sealing the fate of the dead, urging him to take his pitiful struggles and so-called vengeance to hell for penance. With immense force, he brought his foot down with the intent to reduce Noka to mere pulp. Chapter 23. The Emergence of the Legendary Warrior. The shadow of death swiftly engulfed Noka. Excruciating pain, helplessness, the flames of planet Vegeta's destruction, Bardock's final roar, the image of Reina being hurled away, the brilliance of Alicia's crystal wall, all converged into an indescribable, soul-consuming tempest of wrath. Just as Frieza's foot was about to make contact with Noka's body, a hum erupted. A gold flame, unfathomably furious, erupted from Noka's near-death form, akin to the explosive release of a star's core suppressed for eons. This flame was no longer the previous white. It was pure, fervent gold, seemingly capable of igniting the entire universe, accompanied by a roar that seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul, encapsulating all pain, anger, and defiance. Noka's body surged into the air amidst the golden flames. His tightly shut eyes snapped open, revealing pupils of purest white. His black hair stood on end, dancing wildly within the golden blaze. A power more refined and ferocious than before, radiating a cataclysmic sense of oppression, swept across the entire lava plain like a hurricane. Mimetic Super Saiyan. A base power of 60,000, with a 25-fold increase. Battle power, 1,500,000. Boom. Noka's fist, ablaze with golden flames, struck fiercely against Frieza's massive foot. Bang! Like the collision of two planets. The terrifying shockwave instantly leveled everything within a several-kilometer radius. Frieza's enormous form staggered backward from the force of this furious punch, cracks appearing on his colossal foot and body. What? For the first time, a violent tremor flickered in Frieza's cold pupils. He fixated on the figure suspended in the air, engulfed in golden flames, emanating an aura that pricked at his very soul. Exclaiming, golden flames? Upright hair. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? Impossible. Astonishment. Incredulity. The legend, whispered in the far corners of the universe, deemed a taboo and a jest by Frieza, had come to fruition right before his eyes, upon a Saiyan whom he deemed insignificant. Roar. Norka, in his simulated Super Saiyan form, emitted a roar that was anything but human, his golden pupils aflame with the fervor of battle and an unwavering determination to annihilate Frieza. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the fabric of space, lunging once more at Frieza. His fists and feet fell like a meteor shower of gold, relentlessly battering Frieza's colossal form. Each strike bore the weight of a terrifying combat power of 1.5 million. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of impacts resonated like a torrential downpour. Frieza's massive second form staggered under the relentless assault of golden lightning, compelled to retreat. Though no fatal wounds were inflicted, this unprecedented sensation of being suppressed filled Frieza with profound humiliation and a hint of genuine peril. Enough! Frieza unleashed a roar that echoed with primal rage. His immense form erupted with an even more terrifying purple aura, forcefully repelling Noka's ceaseless attacks. A Super Saiyan. Excellent. Remarkable. Frieza's voice, twisted by pure fury, fixated on Noka amidst the golden flames, brimming with a desire for destruction. What of legends? Today, I shall personally reduce this legend, along with your filthy planet, to cosmic dust. Let me demonstrate what true power entails. As Frieza's roar reverberated like the shattering of the cosmos, his massive second form began to metamorphose once more. An even more terrifying energy coalesced like a cosmic tempest. His body contracted and refined, taking on a form more lethal and streamlined. An unimaginable oppressive force, far surpassing what had come before, descended upon Noka and the entire planet like a tangible hammer. Final form. Combat power, 60 million. Die. Frieza, offering Noka no further chance, summoned a dark red energy sphere at his fingertip, one that seemed capable of devouring all light, which swiftly coalesced and expanded. Target, Noka, and the entire planet behind him. Despair. Utter despair. 1.5 million stood as mere dust before 60 million. Norka's golden aura flickered violently under the absolute pressure of Frieza's final form, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. He gazed at the ever-expanding dark red sphere, exuding an aura of finality. His white pupils filled with defiance, yet finding movement exceedingly arduous. Just as Frieza's world-ending energy sphere was on the verge of being unleashed, deep beneath the ground, within the core of the Crystal Wall Guardian Sanctuary, the moment Frieza's final form emerged, the data streams in Elia's azure gaze spiraled into chaos. Energy level surpasses calculation limits. Threat level, world-ending. Final protocol, stellar exile initiated. Target, Noka. Execute. Buzz. A faint, nearly imperceptible spatial fluctuation zipped beneath Norka's feet. Frieza's destructive energy sphere was released. The dark red radiance consumed all. Wherever the light reached, space, matter, and energy were completely obliterated. The molten plains vanished in an instant, leaving behind a bottomless chasm, its edges flowing with a dark crimson energy. The light of destruction spread rapidly, engulfing the earth, lava, and toxic mists. The entire toxic marsh planet disintegrated before this force. Akin to ice and snow thrown into a furnace, swiftly collapsing and vaporizing. The planet was in ruins. And at the moment the devouring dark red light touched Noka's body, the space around him warped in an exceedingly strange manner, reminiscent of a stone cast into the water, creating barely perceptible ripples. Noka's figure, along with a sleek escape vessel urgently transported by a crystal wall guardian not far beneath him, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Frieza hovered above the void left by the planet's annihilation, his final form emanating a frigid white light. His crimson eyes swept over the quickly disintegrating planet below, then turned toward Noka's point of disappearance, his brow furrowing for the first time in concern. Spatial transfer? Dimensional bubble? Frieza's cold voice held a hint of surprise and ire. Place this Saiyan on the hunt list. He is not dead yet. Chapter 24. The Legend of Exile. The dark red light consumed the entire planet. Noka's final consciousness lingered in the moment the cataclysmic energy sphere tore the earth apart, in the cold, inhuman gaze of Frieza's ultimate form, and in the sorrowful spatial fluctuations relayed from the core of the crystal wall. Then came the tearing, the fall, and the endless darkness. Pain. Not the pain of a body being torn apart, for that had long become numb, but the agony of a soul being scorched. The iron-gray sky of planet Vegeta burned. Bardock's blue silhouette racing toward the destructive blast ignited. Reina was hurled away by the shockwave, the last traces of defiance in her amber eyes ablaze. And the radiant light flowing from the Crystal Wall Sanctuary, a chronicle of cosmic epics, silently extinguished in the dark red at Frieza's fingertips. Everything burned deep within his consciousness. Each frame of memory seared like a branding iron upon his nerves, embedded in his soul. A suppressed scream of utmost agony erupted from his throat. Noka abruptly opened his eyes. His vision was consumed by blinding white light, which soon blurred and swayed. He realized he was lying in a narrow metallic chamber, faintly illuminated by blue light. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, energy liquid, and the metallic sweetness of his own blood. His body felt as though it had been completely dismantled and then awkwardly reassembled, every bone and muscle groaning under unbearable strain, particularly at his chest and the base of his tail, where the pain felt like maggots gnawing at his flesh. The layer of golden aura that had burned fiercely during the planet's final moments, capable of resisting Frieza's second form, had long since extinguished, leaving only a profound sense of emptiness and burning deep within his bones. "I'm not dead." He struggled to turn his neck, his throat cracked and dry like sandpaper. The goggles' lenses were marred by a web of cracks, yet they persevered, a faint red light flickering at the periphery of his vision. Warning: severe internal hemorrhage, multiple comminuted fractures. Energy core overload damage. Warning: mimetic super Saiyan energy backlash. Cell collapse rate 12, deteriorating. Warning: environmental scan, unknown star region. Deep drift coordinates lost. Had the final spatial exile initiated by Ilya succeeded? The cost was an entire planet, Lena, and all the Crystal Wall Guardians. Noka felt an instinctive urge to laugh, but the sound that escaped him was akin to that of a broken wind instrument. He struggled to rise, but excruciating pain plunged him back into darkness, crashing against the cold metallic floor. His body felt as feeble as a puddle of mud. The once formidable power of 60,000 had vanished, and the number representing his state on the monitor fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at a glaringly painful figure. Combat Power Assessment. Norca 18500. 18,500. From the zenith of 60,000, from the splendor of 150,000 in mimetic Super Saiyan form, reduced to his primal state. Even weaker than when he faced Sabo on the toxic swamp planet. A disgrace. An indescribable humiliation. Worthless. A beastly roar erupted within the confines of the escape pod. Norca summoned every ounce of strength and struck the hard metal wall beside him with a powerful fist. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The metal wall buckled inward, leaving a clear imprint of his fist. The recoil sent agonizing pain through his fractured arm, blood seeping through his fingers. This meager strength, insufficient to pierce the wall, was incapable of even defeating Sabo, let alone Frieza. He recalled Frieza's final gaze, one that crushed him like an ant, and the effortless tearing of his mimetic Super Saiyan golden flames. A tempest of fury, almost self-consuming, erupted within his chest like a volcano. Why? Why was he still so weak? Why? He screamed, his crimson eyes bloodshot and wild, furiously pounding against the frigid wall, each impact eliciting more blood and agony. The vengeance for planet Vegeta, Bardock, Lena, Ilya, the crystal wall. Everyone was dead. Only he remained, this worthless existence. He loathed Frieza. He despised that purple demon. But more than anything, he detested himself, his own incompetence, his failure to act in that decisive 1 second. He resented himself for wielding legendary power, yet being so easily shattered like a mere toy. The opportunity won by Ilya at the cost of an entire civilization. The moment Lena sacrificed her life to secure for him, wasted, defeated by an insurmountable disparity in power and his own foolishness and frailty. Power, power. I demand power. Norca's throat emitted a primal growl, as golden flames erupted like an uncontrollable wildfire from his battered form. The furious energy instantaneously filled the cramped pod, scorching and warping the walls. The goggles emitted a piercing alarm. Warning: mimetic Super Saiyan forced activation. Backlash intensifying. Cell collapse rate 37. Agony pierced through him like a million steel needles, yet he remained undeterred. This anguish pales in comparison to the torment within. The golden aura flickers wildly, erratic and unstable, sometimes blazing like the sun, other times faint as a candle. Each force surge is accompanied by the body's further disintegration and the combat power readings on the detector fluctuating erratically between tens of thousands and over 100,000. He endeavored to condense the energy wave, the violent energy clashing chaotically in his palm, exploding and reducing his hand to a bloody mess. Control it. Control it. Noka's eyes shone with a golden hue, his teeth grinding audibly as he desperately suppressed the raging torrent of golden energy surging within him. This was not cultivation. It was self-mutilation. He was using his life and will as fuel, forcibly familiarizing himself with this blade on the brink of destruction. Time became an abstraction, and at last, the golden flames gradually subsided, retreating into his body with a sense of exhausted frailty. Noka collapsed onto the cold floor, drenched in blood, his breath faint. Yet within the depths of his golden pupils, a new layer of fatigued clarity emerged, colder than before. He raised his bloodied hand, gazing at the remnants of golden arcs in his palm, his voice raspy like sandpaper, yet imbued with an undeniable vow, directed at the desolate escape pod and towards some existence in the dark cosmos. Frieza, I shall return. Next time, I will pierce your heart with this golden flame. I swear. In the cosmic graveyard at the abandoned supply station, the ethereal blue spacecraft glided like a specter into its course. The main screen locked onto the target, Frieza's military hyena transit station. Noka closed his eyes, suspended, a faint golden halo swirling around him. Normal combat power, 108,000. Mimetic Super Saiyan stability, 65. Opening his eyes, the golden light erupted. His black hair surged backward. Mimetic Super Saiyan activated. Combat power, 2,700,000. Boom. At the moment the spacecraft breached the armored layer, the golden torrent had already torn through the main corridor. Soldiers vaporized in the obliterating beams. Gun turrets melted into molten iron. Noka's figure flickered like the Grim Reaper, each thrust piercing the forehead with mechanical precision. In 3 minutes, the base was reduced to a silent furnace. On his return, fragments of the control console flashed with a line of encrypted information. Area 44, receiving Amber Project wreckage gene, sample extraction in progress. Noka's steps faltered. His golden pupils constricted to pinpoints. Amber Rena's final gaze. Frieza would not spare even the ashes. From the shadows of the closed cabin, a beastly growl echoed. Not enough. Far from enough. Frieza, wait for me. Chapter 25. Blood Soil and Golden Flames. The alloy gate of Frieza's 7th genetic research facility stood before Noka like a mere illusion. He did not even raise a hand. A flash of golden light ignited in his pupils, and his will, honed to perfection, merged with the overwhelming power of 115,000, crashing down like an invisible hammer. Crack. Boom. The 30-centimeter thick composite armor door buckled inward, twisted, and with the screech of broken hinges. The entire massive door crashed into the internal passage, pulverizing 3 modified soldiers who had just rushed from cover into a bloody pulp. The smoke mingled with the scent of blood, spreading ominously. Enemy attack. In a state of utmost alertness, a bald man clad in a researcher's white coat, with a combat detector implanted in his neck, roared as he pressed the alarm. Crimson numbers danced frantically across his retina. Target combat power, 115,000. He was Director Graf, a butcher who had personally dissected over 100 Saiyan infants 32 years ago, yet now his face contorted with fear. Fire. All weapons at maximum power. 12 concealed pulse cannons on either side of the corridor sprang forth instantly, their blinding blue and white beams intertwining to weave a net of death. An energy flow potent enough to melt through the armor of a warship coalesced beneath Noka, transforming the alloy floor into molten red iron. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Noka's silhouette hovered above the molten pit, utterly unscathed. A thin yet remarkably resilient golden aura enveloped his body, repelling all attacks mere inches away, leaving even the corners of his garments undisturbed. The struggles of ants. His voice was icy, his gaze sweeping over Graf, as if observing a corpse. Suddenly, Graf clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, his eyes bulging, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewing from his mouth and nose. This was not an attack, merely the overwhelming pressure Noka had exerted upon him. With a 32-fold disparity in combat power, the sheer force of his aura was sufficient to shatter Graf's internal organs. The slaughter commenced. There were no elaborate techniques, only the most primal efficiency. Noka's figure transformed into a golden blur, reflecting within the intricate metallic corridors. With each flicker, a slender yet lethal golden ray shot forth from his fingertips. Puff, puff, puff. Heads pierced, hearts vaporized, spines severed. Soldiers attempting to initiate self-destruct protocols found their foreheads marked by charred holes before they could press the button. Researchers hiding in the vibranium vault were incinerated along with the half-meter-thick door. In 37 seconds, the 7-layered protective research facility morphed into a silent graveyard of flesh and blood, with only the emergency lights casting a crimson glow amidst the crackling electricity. In the main laboratory, Noka stood before a circular control console, the screen automatically playing fragments of footage classified as top secret. In a bloodstained petri dish, several strands of deep purple hair soaked in a green liquid, beside which a label flickered with a cold code. Amber residual sample number 17. Instrument probes repeatedly pierced the hair strands, attempting to extract the genetic chain. The progress bar halted at the red warning. Activity completely lost. The final image froze on a discarded report's conclusion. Genetic degradation of the female Saiyan individual, Reina, is irreversible and holds no cultivation value. With a crackle, the console and screen were melted into a twisted mass of scrap metal by the golden flames erupting from Noka's palm. The molten metal dripped, scorching the alloy floor beneath. He turned, the murderous intent frozen in his pupils, causing the room temperature to plummet by 10 degrees. At that moment, an unusual aura pierced his perception. It was neither the stench of blood nor the scent of metal, but the lament of life. Following the aura, he shattered the dark wall at the rear of the laboratory with a single punch. Inside the hidden ecological chamber, the scene was suffocating. A towering tree, reaching a height of 100 meters, took root in the metallic floor, yet its trunk was an unhealthy gray-white, with its branches and leaves withered and curled. Its roots resembled countless blood vessels, piercing into a transparent tank below, measuring 50 meters in diameter. The container is steeped in a tremendous vitality. Countless tiny corpses of living beings drift amidst the murky liquid. The roots of the colossal tree greedily absorb the last remnants of life essence, culminating in a grotesque fruit the size of a fist, emitting a dim red glow at the top of the canopy. How wasteful! A frivolous voice emanates from the shadows. A figure leans against a withered trunk, clad in black combat attire, with a crimson cloak and hair resembling that of Noka, standing upright. A dried blade of grass hangs from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with avarice and madness. This seed is a hard-won find. If I drain 3 more of these containers, the spirit tree's fruit shall ripen. He licked his lips, his gaze intensely fixed on Noka. I am Dales. I see you possess Saiyan energy as well. What do you say? Let us collaborate. Together we shall plunder planets, cultivate trees, and feast on the fruits. In just a few years, Frieza will be nothing more than mud beneath our feet. Noka's gaze swept over the lifeless bodies within the container, over the fruit entwined with the wailing resentment of countless souls, before finally resting upon Dale's face. No reply came, only the silent emergence of a golden flame, more fervent than the sun's core, from his palm. Dale's expression darkened. What pretense of righteousness? Do you believe your hands are free of blood? Did you not slay the people in this laboratory? Rejecting power is the greatest hypocrisy. He erupted in a wild purple aura, his battle powers soaring. Normal state, 100,000. Clearly, he had consumed an unripe fruit. The difference between us, Noka finally spoke, his voice as frigid as cosmic ice, as he stepped forward. Buzz. The golden aura erupted explosively. The transformation into Super Saiyan was initiated. His black hair surged like a golden torch. Battle power, 875,000. What? Dale's sinister grin froze on his face. The lens of the detector shattered into dust under the terrifying energy impact. His proud battle power of 100,000 paled like a firefly before the blazing sun. There was no contest. Noka vanished from sight. In the next instant, a fist enveloped in golden flames struck Dale's abdomen. Boom! Dale's eyes bulged, his spine groaning under the unbearable strain. His body hurled backward as if struck by an interstellar battleship, crashing through 7 layers of alloy walls before finally embedding himself in the outermost armor of the laboratory. His bones shattered beyond repair, the purple aura extinguished, leaving only feeble convulsions. Noka slowly approached him, towering above, his golden pupils devoid of any emotion. The grotesque Dales coughed blood, his eyes filled with fear and malice. You hypocrite will never attain true power. Noka turned, retracting the golden flames, and walked towards the entrance of the Azure spacecraft, seemingly inclined to spare this heap of filth. Just as the hatch was about to close, Dale's eyes glimmered with ferocity, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to raise his trembling right hand, the tip coalescing into a venomous purple ray. aimed directly at Noka's back. Death-piercing wave. This was his ultimate assassination technique, one that had previously felled opponents far beyond his strength. As the ray made contact with the silhouette of Noka, it was silently consumed by the ethereal, yet eternally unyielding aura that flowed naturally across his form, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Noka did not turn back. Instead, he gestured towards Darius with a flick of his fingers. A minuscule, golden spark, akin to a grain of rice, traversed the void and gently settled upon Darius's horrified, contorted visage. No, the golden ember suddenly expanded. There was no explosion, only the purest form of obliteration. Darius's body, the armor that encased him, along with the structure of the research facility within 100 meters behind, were instantly reduced to the finest cosmic dust, as if erased by an eraser from a pencil drawing, leaving not even a trace of ash. Only the unripe fruit of the mental tree, ensnared in the tempest of energy, was drawn into Noka's palm by an imperceptible force. The azure vessel tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Among the ruins, only a colossal vat, steeped in life energy, remained, slowly rupturing in the silence, its murky liquid mingling with the remains, flowing across the desolate metallic ground. Within the cabin, Noka gazed at the red fruit entwined with resentment in his grasp, golden flames flickering at his fingertips. Destruction? Or would he ultimately seal it within the energy confinement box of the crystalline guardian? Deep within the fruit, a faint yet pure essence of life lamented, akin to a spark in the darkness. Chapter 26. The Abyss and the Fangs. The laboratory aboard the azure vessel resembled a cold metallic womb. The sole source of illumination emanated from the central Genesis ember furnace. Within the blinding white beam, the dark red fruit of the mental tree slowly rotated as countless twisted, gray-black vapors were stripped from its withered surface, silently dissipating under the purifying light, like grime exposed to the sun's rays. An indescribable scent permeated the air, not decay, but the distinctive, almost ozone-like sharpness of life essence, overly refined, mingled with the final remnants of the countless souls that had been utterly erased. Noka stood before the observation window, resembling a sculpture embedded in the alloy wall. The dark red combat suit enveloped his formidable, yet battle-scarred physique, with only the faint glow at the edge of his goggles attesting to his presence. Data streamed steadily across the lenses. Mental tree fruit resentment purification, 947. Pure life essence extraction rate, 583. Warning, planetary life imprint residual intensity, level 7. Potential consciousness interference risk, low. Assimilation threshold not triggered. Risk, interference, assimilation. These chilling terms reflected in his equally frigid gaze, eliciting no stir of emotion. Deep within his consciousness, there existed no longer a source vulnerable to pollution, but rather a desolate abyss. Any external element, whether resentment or imprint, cast into its depths would meet only one fate: sinking, disassembled, absorbed by the darkness known as vengeance, becoming an even colder, heavier part of the abyss itself. What he required was not resonance, but fuel. Inject. The voice was steady, devoid of hesitation, akin to inputting a preset command into a machine. The spectrum of the furnace shifted instantaneously, its blinding white hue transforming into a deeper, more concentrated shade of dark gold. The essence of life, once purified and extracted, has transformed from liquid sunlight into a viscous, weighty dark golden fluid that silently penetrates energy barriers, precisely injecting itself into the gaping chest of Noka, where a gruesome scar serves as an eternal emblem. There is no muscular convulsion, no leakage of energy, nor even a single deep breath. Noka merely closes his eyelids slightly, as if attuning to a subtle adjustment of the intricate instruments within him. The faint golden aura enveloping his body, akin to ripples spreading across the surface of a deep pool disturbed by a thrown stone, briefly expands into a thicker, more contained wave before returning to absolute tranquility. The data stream of the visor refreshes. Normal combat power, 183,000. Increment, 8,000. Cellular energy conversion efficiency, 187. Mimetic ultra super energy dissipation rate, 221. Neural reflex arc calibration, complete. He raises his right hand, fingers naturally splayed, palm facing upward. A flicker of thought. A minuscule golden particle, smaller than a pin's tip, composed of energy condensed to its utmost purity, forms above his palm within a 10,000th of a second, only to completely vanish in the next 10,000th. The entire process is silent, not even a single air molecule disturbed. Power is amplifying, but control is enhancing even more swiftly. This power no longer resembles surging lava. It is akin to a dagger forged in the depths of an absolute zero abyss, refined for a singular, lethal strike. On the bridge of Frieza's imperial ship, silence reigns so profound that one can hear the faintest hum of energy circuits. The air is thick and frigid, resembling solidified liquid nitrogen. Frieza hovers before the vast, arched observation window, his back turned to the bridge. Outside, a slowly rotating crimson nebula looms, reminiscent of a colossal beast's entrails. His delicate fingertips toy with a teardrop gem from the Andromeda Galaxy, a peculiar stone that remains liquid at absolute zero, containing swirling stardust within. The surface of the gem reflects the silent holographic images playing below, the distorted, ruptured face of Director Graph, twisted by an intangible pressure. The colossal wound in the alloy corridor, molten edges oozing dark red iron. The instant when Dales is silently obliterated amidst a spark of golden flame, leaving no ashes behind. Finally, the image freezes on the silhouette of Noka as he turns to depart. The golden aura enveloping him is not a flamboyant blaze, but rather an energy field emanating from a cold, efficient, and pure instrument of annihilation, exuding a near-mechanical aesthetic of destruction. Oh dear, Frieza's voice shatters the stillness. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if appraising a flaw in a collectible, a slight pressure from his fingertip. Crack! The teardrop gem shatters into delicate, dust-like particles, cascading through his fingers, shimmering with a final glimmer under the bridge's cerulean floor lights. The 7th Research Institute's Graph, the one who fancied signing baby specimens. And that wild dog named Dales, who scavenged through refuse. He slowly turns around, his blood-red, diamond-like pupils settling on a communications officer nearly buried in the floor. His voice calm as though recounting mundane affairs, executed with remarkable efficiency. The moment the final syllable falls, buzz. The intangible force field enveloped the communications officer with a weight far exceeding that of gravity, as if it were a billion-fold accumulation. He scarcely had time to draw a short breath before his body collapsed and contorted amidst the spine-chilling sounds of shattering bones and the squelching of flesh. The heavy battle suit tore apart like inferior parchment, blue blood mingling with fragments of viscera and bone, all ejected yet, under the force field's constraint. Not a drop splattered the surroundings. The entire process transpired in less than a second, leaving only a puddle compressed to the semblance of a metallic sheet, barely retaining human form, embedded in the pristine floor. Dispose of it. Frieza's voice bore no trace of emotion, as though merely issuing a directive to delete an expired document. 2 sleek, cleaning robots glided forth silently, their efficient beams and suction fields instantaneously devouring the filth and purifying the area, restoring the floor to its immaculate state, leaving not a whisper of the sanguine odor behind. Frieza's petite feet lightly touched down on the now spotless surface, the crisp sound echoing through the desolate bridge, striking at the frayed nerves of every officer present. It appears our little friend here, with his crimson pupils sweeping over the silent and breathless line of officers, spoke in a tone that remained bland, yet froze the air, having found a new amusement. You wish to dismantle my research facility? He tilted his head slightly, as if contemplating a trivial matter, appearing marginally more animated than anticipated. His gaze ultimately settled upon a figure standing like a javelin in the shadows of the bridge's corner, clad in the pure white uniform of a high-ranking Frieza officer. The individual was conspicuously draped in a scarlet cloak trailing to his ankles. The green skin glimmered under the dim light, and 2 backward-curving horns adorned his head like those of a demon. His expression was meticulously sculpted, a blend of coldness, fervor, and unwavering loyalty. His eyes sharp as an eagle-ass. It was none other than Captain Jinyu of the former Special Operations Team, Combat Power 12000. He had yet to assume the familiar purple form that would come later. Jinyu. Frieza's voice neither inquired nor commanded. It was merely the utterance of a name. Yet it resonated with an undeniable summons. Jinyu stepped forth from the shadows, his movements fluid and precise, exuding a palpable strength, as though he had rehearsed this entrance countless times. The scarlet cloak arced dramatically behind him. He knelt on one knee, the sound of his knee striking the ground resonating powerfully, yet he held his head high. His voice rang out across the bridge, imbued with theatrical fervor. Supreme Lord Frieza, your most loyal blade, Jinyu, stands ready to heed your will. The formation plan and personnel selection for the Jinyu Force have been completed. It shall assemble the Legion's finest elites, becoming the sharpest extension of your will, clearing all obstacles from your path, be it the sparks of rebellion, or... His gaze transformed into a tangible blade, piercing the holographic display depicting Noka's burning silhouette, his voice rising sharply, filled with a hunter's exhilaration. Those ignorant vermin who dare to mask their base lineage with mere strands of golden hair, they shall be reduced to dust beneath the glory of the Jinyu Force. Frieza's fingertips gently tapped the cold alloy armrest of his throne, producing a soft sound that echoed like the hammer of fate, shattering the fervent proclamations of Jinyu. Very well. The two words were as unremarkable as approving a routine supply requisition. Personnel, resources, authority, to be allocated at will. There were no additional conditions. Yet the suffocating weight of those words surpassed any constraints. The suppressed ecstasy in Jinyu's eyes nearly burst forth as he straightened his spine. Great Lord Frieza, the Jinyu Force shall undoubtedly demonstrate its absolute loyalty and strength to you. Frieza coolly interrupted his meticulously prepared vow of allegiance. His crimson pupils, akin to two chilling probes, pierced through Jinyu's flawless facade, delving deep into his soul to assess the purity of the fuel known as ambition. Capture him. The voice remained devoid of inflection, yet it carried an icy chill capable of freezing time. He paused momentarily, causing the temperature on the bridge to plummet further. Inform me. This is the sole value of your existence. In that fleeting moment, Jinyu's body exhibited an almost imperceptible stiffness. His expression, a perfect blend of fervor and loyalty, cracked slightly under the weight of an invisible hammer. Yet he quickly masked that moment of disarray with a deeper bow, his cold horns nearly grazing the ground as he proclaimed, I shall obey your will, Lord Frieza. The Jinyu Force will be the last sight I behold at the end of my life. Frieza turned his gaze away, refocusing on the slowly swirling crimson nebula beyond the viewport, seemingly more captivating than the general kneeling at his feet or the special forces about to be assembled. His delicate fingertips gathered a dark red, almost coagulated energy of destruction, pulsating silently like the cold heartbeat of the universe. A sight? He whispered, his voice as soft as a sigh, yet it penetrated Jinyu's ears with a barely perceptible, almost pitying mockery. Jinyu, do not overestimate your significance. In the icy shadows of the bridge, Jinyu maintained the deepest kneeling posture. His scarlet cloak sprawled across the floor like a pool of congealed blood. Beneath the cloak, his gloved hands clenched tightly, the knuckles paling from the exertion. Chapter 27, Old Shadows and New Flames. 25 years, a span sufficient for stars to be born and extinguished, for civilizations to rise and crumble into stardust. Long enough for a seed of hatred, nurtured in the absolute solitude of the cosmic wasteland, to grow into a colossal tree that obscures the galaxy. The seventh spaceport of the trading planet Tetine perpetually exudes the sense of cheap fuel, sweat, and deceit. Rusted metal walkways tremble beneath the roar of spaceship engines, as beings both humanoid and non-humanoid weave through the neon and shadows, trading everything from weapon parts to the innards of slaves. In a nondescript stall at the corner, a tall figure cloaked in gray pushed a packaged Frieza Standard energy core toward a reptilian-headed merchant. Fuel tank. Full. Beneath the hood, a voice emerged, low and gravelly, akin to the sound of stones scraping against one another. The last remaining eye of the lizard-headed merchant scanned the intentionally eroded insignia of the energy core, then cautiously regarded the indistinct silhouette beneath the cloak. Without further inquiry, he swiftly handed over 3 hefty metal cans. The price remained unchanged. Recent scrutiny had intensified. Let this be a one-time exception. The cloaked figure accepted the cans and turned, vanishing into the throng. The movement was seamless, like a shadow merging into a murky river. A glimmer of light flickered across the goggles in the shadows of the hood. Standard combat power, 6,000,000. 25 years of relentless time and countless brushes with death had transformed the Avenger of the toxic swamp star into an unfathomable abyss. The surface remained undisturbed, yet the depths harbored a murderous intent potent enough to freeze a star. 25 years, a pursuit spanning a quarter of a century. Crossing innumerable star fields and losing dozens of elite squads, he had finally caught a glimpse of that golden specter once more, hidden within this filthy rat's nest. He rapidly tapped on the miniature communicator behind his ear, instantly dispatching a set of encrypted coordinates and identification codes. Frieza. Target confirmed. Shadow of Tatooine, Spaceport 7. I request. The voice of Jinyu crackled with suppressed fervor, akin to a devotee finally beholding their deity. The response from the other end was cold and irritable, accompanied by the deafening roar of explosions and the shrill wails of energy impacts. Jinyu. I am preoccupied with matters of greater importance. The creatures of Namek are proving to be more troublesome than anticipated. Only 2 Dragon Balls remain. Jinyu. Detain him. At all costs. Once I attain immortality, I shall crush that monkey without delay. The communication abruptly ceased. The fervor on Jinyu's face froze instantly, morphing into a deeper, more sinister expression. Detain? A creature with a standard combat power of 6 million? To entangle it with their special forces, boasting over 100,000 in combat strength? That would be akin to using a scrap of paper to halt a stellar tempest. Yet, Frieza's orders were absolute law. He inhaled deeply, a glint of desperate madness flashing in his eyes, and bellowed into the internal channel of the special forces. Target locked. All personnel, at all costs, detain him until the arrival of Lord Frieza. This is our sole purpose for existence. The command was issued. In various corners of the spaceport, several deliberately restrained, yet still formidable auras erupted instantaneously, akin to a pack of wolves revealing their fangs in the darkness, silently yet swiftly converging upon the docking bay where Noka was about to board. Noka, carrying a fuel canister, approached the creation of the Guardian of the Crystal Wall. A vessel as ancient as the cosmos itself, docked at the most secluded berth. He sensed the converging auras. They were too weak, so feeble that they lacked the merit to even momentarily halt his steps. The Jinyu Force? A name that should have been relegated to the annals of history 25 years ago. He wished only to refuel and then fade into the shadows, accumulating the flames of annihilation sufficient to render Frieza into nothingness. Just as he was 10 meters from the ship's entrance, a hum resonated. An invisible ripple of space-time surged outward. The area was small, yet it precisely enveloped 100 meters around the docking station. The air seemed to solidify into a viscous gel, and the light stretched and warped. The corpulent figure of Guldo emerged from behind a distant container, blood oozing from every orifice, his visage contorted with agony, clearly having exhausted all his strength to unleash this desperate time-stopping domain. He sought to create an opportunity for his comrades. Now was the moment. Raikum, Bada, Jisu. The roars of Jinyu reverberated within the domain, thick and distorted. Ha! The Jinyu Force. Here comes Lord Raikum. Raikum cackled, his muscles inflating like balloons, charging towards Noka under the immense pressure of the domain, resembling a human tank. Although his speed was sluggish, his ferocity was unmatched. Taste my bam. Raikum's maniacal laughter and battle cry abruptly ceased. He could not even comprehend what had transpired. Noka remained rooted in place, as if he had never moved. Merely a single finger, casually extended, pointed towards Raikum's inflated, powerful chest, mere inches away. Yet, the space around it ruptured like a burst soap bubble, unleashing an invisible, overwhelming shockwave that slammed into Raikum's chest with the force of a hammer. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. Raikum's inflated form deflated instantly, his manic grin frozen on his face. Eyes bulging as blood mingled with fragments of his innards spewed forth. His once proud physique tumbled away like a torn sack, crashing through 3 containers, silenced forever. Instant annihilation. The universe's finest, Bada, transformed into a blurred blue shadow, attempting a swift assault from the side. His speed within the time-stopping domain was astonishing, nearly leaving afterimages in his wake. Noka did not even turn. He merely bent a finger, gently flicking towards a point along Bada's trajectory. Poof! Like a bullet striking a watermelon, Bada's head exploded without warning, red and white matter mingling with shards of blue skin spraying into the still air. The headless corpse continued on inertia, careening several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Instant annihilation. Jisu's lava sphere had just begun to coalesce when he beheld Raikum and Bada fall like flies swatted away without effort. A wave of immense terror froze his blood and energy. With a shriek, he turned to flee. Noka's gaze finally shifted towards him. That gaze, calm yet unyielding, resembled the stare of death itself. Jisu's body stiffened abruptly, his flight instinct frozen in place. Instantly, the energy shield enveloping him shattered silently like a soap bubble. His battle suit cracked inch by inch, and the veins beneath his skin burst. Unable to emit even a scream, he disintegrated into a mist of blood, crushed by an invisible force. Instant annihilation. From the activation of Guldo's time-stopping domain to the transformation of the 3 elite warriors into 3 distinct corpses, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. The domain began to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. Guldo emitted a desperate wail from behind the container, blood oozing even more profusely. Noka did not spare a glance at the corpses, his steps unwavering as he continued towards the spaceship's hatch, as if brushing away mere specks of dust. He simply wished to depart swiftly. Chapter 28. The Legend of the Emperor. Halt! Saiyan. Jinyu's voice erupted in a hoarse roar, and he finally revealed himself, his face stripped of theatrical fervor, now only a mask of desperation and a madness born of utter humiliation. He stood before the spaceship's hatch, hands coalescing into an extremely unstable sphere of purple energy, as if it could explode at any moment, aimed squarely at Noka. Frieza is on his way. You cannot escape. Jinyu, like a moth drawn to a flame, lunged toward the frozen Noka. He dared not attack. That would be tantamount to suicide. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he merely hoped that the smoke from his energy wave would shield him from immediate annihilation. Jinyu's voice thundered through the oppressive silence of space, each word striking Noka's ears with crystal clarity. The Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls that Frieza seeks on Namek. They can grant any wish. Any. Revive the dead. Create immortality. He is on the verge of acquiring them. You will never have the chance for revenge. Never. The words Dragon Balls, grant any wish, revive the dead pierced through Noka's consciousness like a heated iron rod, penetrating the depths of his frozen mind accumulated over 25 years. Memories buried deep, of the ashes of planet Vegeta, of Bardock's final roar, of Reina's amber eyes shattering in the light of destruction, of the silent obliteration of the crystal wall temple flowing with the galaxy, were ignited in that moment. An explosive resurgence. What did you say? Buzz. Noka's form flickered before Jinyu, his hood sliding back under the force of the energy, revealing a face etched with the cold marks of time and hatred. His eyes, piercing through the frozen fabric of time and space, were fixed upon Jinyu's visage, contorted by fear and madness. In that gaze, the 25 years of icy silence shattered completely. In its stead emerged a raw, fervent, and destructive greed and urgency that Jinyu could never have fathomed, not for the sake of killing him, but for that word he had just shouted. Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls can revive. Noka's voice was gravelly, akin to a grinding wheel against rusted iron. Yet it penetrated the thick atmosphere with a tremor of ignited madness. They can revive Elia, revive Reina, revive everyone. He seemed not to be questioning Jinyu, but rather affirming the flame within his soul that had just been ignited, a flame potent enough to consume all reason. Jinyu felt his very soul tremble under that gaze. Yet he saw an opportunity, a chance to ensnare him. Indeed, any wish. Frieza could soon wish for immortality. You will never. Jinyu's words were abruptly cut short. Where? We're on Namek. As long as we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted. Jinyu's strength was insufficient to restrain Noka. Only the information about the Dragon Balls could momentarily hold this Saiyan back, buying him some time. Jinyu was struck as if by a heavy blow, spewing forth blood, the momentum of his gathered energy collapsing in an instant, his body flying back like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the distant metallic wall, embedding himself within it. Noka's figure instantaneously appeared at the entrance of his Azure spacecraft. He did not glance back at the immobilized Jinyu, who lay embedded in the wall, fate uncertain. His gaze, akin to 2 fiery golden arrows, fixated intently on the distant expanse of the cosmos, specifically towards that far-off direction of planet Namek. Frieza, he murmured, his voice no longer calm, but rather like a volcano on the verge of eruption, suppressing a fury potent enough to reshape the galaxy. The Dragon Balls are mine. Boom. The engine of the Obsidian spacecraft erupted with a roar that rent the very fabric of space, transforming into a radiant beam of destruction that pierced through the starry ocean, vanishing in an instant. Target, planet Namek. Target, the Dragon Balls. Target, to demand that long-overdue ticket to hell from Frieza, 25 years in the making. Amidst the chaos of the spaceport, Jinyu slid from the contorted metallic wall, his bones shattered, consciousness flickering feebly. From his broken communicator, the icy voice of Frieza echoed from the battlefield of Namek. Jinyu? Speak. Where's that rat? Jinyu gazed in the direction of the ship's disappearance, his lips moving, but only blood bubbled forth. He understood that the words he had uttered had ignited something far more terrifying than revenge. The cosmic chessboard had been utterly upended. Upon the shattered ground of Namek, despair clung like viscous venom, saturating every inch of the cracked earth. Son Goku knelt on the brink of a colossal crater. His turtle school GI soaked through with blood and dirt, tattered beyond recognition. He gasped violently, each breath pulling at the agonizing collapse of his chest, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. His spirit flickered like a candle in the wind, weak and nearly extinguished. The 20-fold Kaioken he had unleashed was akin to a meteor colliding with an ancient iceberg. Before Frieza's overwhelming power, it had stirred not even a ripple. Vegeta lay nearby, his body deeply embedded in the rock, akin to an insect trapped in amber. The pride he once held dear was utterly crushed, leaving only boundless humiliation and terror. This was the true might of the cosmic sovereign, Frieza. What pride of the Saiyans, what legends of Super Saiyans, all became pitiful jokes in the face of such power. He struggled to lift his head, yet even the simple act of moving his eyes proved excruciatingly arduous. Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan lay scattered like broken dolls in the distance, their breaths shallow. All their struggles and sacrifices seemed utterly futile and laughable against the chasm of power that stood before them. Frieza hovered in midair, his final form a flawless embodiment of power, his smooth white body reflecting a cold sheen under the starlight. He elegantly flexed his wrist, his crimson pupils surveying the defiant figures below, akin to ants, with a hint of weary disdain. Such disappointing resistance, he remarked, his voice striking like icicles on a jade plate, crisp and frigid. I expected to be slightly engaged, yet this hardly qualifies as a warm-up. His gaze flitted over the dying Goku, brushed past the despondent Vegeta, and ultimately fixated on the distant location where the Dragon Balls lay hidden, a glimmer of avarice for control shimmering within his eyes. Slowly, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed. There was no violent gathering of energy, no distortion of space, but an aura of terror, chilling enough to freeze the very soul, enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant. The air solidified, the light dimmed, and even the shattered earth trembled slightly, as if in dread of the impending conclusion. It was a force that transcended all previous levels of energy. The manifestation of Frieza's true seriousness, a display of 100% power. Battle power, 120,000,000. The game is over, insects. Frieza's voice, calm and devoid of emotion, proclaimed the final verdict. In gratitude for allowing him to stretch his muscles, he would bestow upon them total annihilation. At his fingertips, a sphere of dark red energy, pure to the extreme and seemingly capable of devouring all light, silently coalesced and expanded, small in size, yet exuding a more terrifying aura of destruction than a supernova explosion. Target, Son Goku, and all the Earth warriors behind him, on the brink of collapse. With this strike, everything would be reduced to the universe's most primordial particles. In Son Goku's golden pupils, the ever-expanding glow of death was reflected, and he could feel his body emitting a mournful cry of disintegration under absolute pressure. The backlash of the Kaioken felt like countless poisonous insects gnawing at him. Goku's body had long reached its limit. Was it to end here? The last glimmer in Vegeta's eyes was completely extinguished, leaving only a desolate despair akin to ashes. Krillin emitted an unconscious whimper, while Piccolo fiercely shielded Gohan beneath him. Just as that dark red light was about to engulf everything, a golden beam of light surged forth, not from below, but like a spear of judgment tearing through the heavens. Descending from the far reaches of the cosmos at a speed beyond comprehension, it precisely and forcefully intervened between Frieza and Son Goku. The golden light collided violently with Frieza's destructive dark red energy sphere. A chaotic energy maelstrom erupted in a perfect spherical explosion. The shockwave struck Frieza like an invisible hammer weighing billions of tons. Ugh! Frieza emitted an unexpectedly muffled grunt. His body forcefully propelled backward for the first time by this overwhelming force. His pale skin bore several fine burn marks. This sudden impact, along with the cold and ferocious will contained within, caused his crimson pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 29, The Final Battle. Super Saiyan. The golden light gradually receded, revealing the figure that floated within. No longer was it the battered visage from the days on planet Namek. A tall form clad in armor interwoven with dark red and deep gray, sculpting lines of resilience. A powerful tail swayed behind him unconsciously, radiating an immense sense of strength. Time had etched hard angles into his face, yet his eyes burned with the flames of molten gold, and his upright black hair danced wildly in the golden aura, emanating a terrifying pressure that warped the very fabric of space. The Ascendant Super Saiyan. Battle Power, 150,000,000. Noka. Vegeta, embedded in the rocky terrain, struggled to raise his head. For the first time, on his bloodied and dirt-streaked face, an expression of disbelief mixed with ecstasy, shock, and a near pilgrimage glow emerged. That name, the name that had been whispered among the lower-tier Saiyan warriors, regarded as a disgrace and an anomaly. The name that escaped the destruction of planet Vegeta. Hunted by Frieza for a quarter of a century, has long since become an ethereal specter of vengeance. It is indeed real, and it descends upon us in such a form, with such power. A long-forgotten pride, emerging from the depths of the bloodline, ignites like a phoenix from the ashes, instantly shattering the despair within Vegeta's heart. The Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan. Right before our eyes, Goku struggles to gaze at the golden figure in the sky, his weary eyes filled with astonishment. Is he stronger than Frieza? Frieza steadies himself, hovering at a distance, his crimson pupils fixed intently on Noka. The laziness and mockery in his gaze entirely replaced by a chilling, snake-like intensity and a fury of being affronted. He recognizes those eyes. He recognizes that blazing golden flame. 25 years ago, on planet Namek, it was this golden light that brought him a long-lost thrill. It is you. Frieza's voice is no longer elegant, but laced with a harsh metallic chill, the golden mouse that had been hidden away for 25 years. He pointed a delicate finger at Noka, the destructive energy at his fingertips beginning to coalesce once more, even more refined and perilous than before. It seems that 25 years have allowed you to grow a tad plumper little mouse. Yet a mouse is ultimately still a mouse. Here is your grave. Noka's golden pupils calmly regard Frieza, his gaze akin to that of one observing a lifeless object. The 25 years of frozen silence have not vanished. They have merely been shrouded beneath deeper and more fervent magma. He slowly speaks, his voice soft, yet resonating like a decree of universal law, piercing through the tumult of energy chaos, echoing in the ears of every living being, and striking heavily upon Frieza's heart. Frieza. 25 years. 793 brushes with death, each time crawling back from the edge of a black hole, the antimatter storm, the core of a supernova. Noka's tone remains tranquil, yet it harbors a destructive will more terrifying than a supernova's explosion. What sustains me is the imagination of tearing through your white skin, crushing every bone of yours, and relishing your wails, again and again. His gaze sweeps over the barely breathing Goku, Vegeta, and the others below, ultimately returning to Frieza, as his golden pupils erupt with a radiance capable of incinerating galaxies. Now, it is time to settle the score. In the instant his words fall, Noka's figure vanishes from sight. He appears directly before Frieza, a fist engulfed in golden flames, fueled by 25 years of accumulated resentment, 6 million units of base power, and a simulated Super Saiyan strength of 150 million absolute power, strikes with no embellishment, like a colossal hammer tearing through the cosmos, crashing down upon Frieza's flawless and icy visage. Arrogance. Frieza unleashes a scream of unrestrained fury. 100% of his strength erupts in full force. A purple wave of annihilation envelopes his fist, equally unreserved in its counterattack. Boom! The point of collision of the two fists, the space, is torn asunder. A pitch-black fissure, which devours all light, instantaneously spreads for miles. A cataclysmic wave of unimaginable energy surged forth, resembling a symphony of creation and annihilation, expanding in a perfect spherical frenzy. The already fractured terrain of Namek was once again upheaved, torn asunder, and reduced to mere dust. The distant lakes evaporated in an instant. The sky was stained with the bizarre colors of doom, distorted by chaotic energy currents. Golden light and dark red entwined like two colossal dragons of destruction, fiercely entwined in a deadly embrace. Legend tells of a confrontation with the Emperor. The long-awaited conclusion of the battle, delayed by 25 years, erupted at this moment upon the ruins of Namek. The sky above Namek was split asunder. One half was a void of darkness consuming light, while the other boiled with raging torrents of energy. Noka's fist, ablaze with golden flames, clashed fiercely with Frieza's strike, enveloped in violet flames. The shockwave from their collision reverberated through the beleaguered planet, battered by the relentless force. The earth groaned in despair, crumbling and dissolving into dust, as shattered rocks were swept into a tempest of annihilation, forming a destructive vortex. Boom, boom, boom. Each clash resonated like the collision of stars. Noka's figure, bathed in golden light, resembled an immortal warrior, his movements precise and incisive, honed through countless trials. His punches, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts each carried a terrifying power of 150 million, akin to golden thunder, mercilessly hammering against Frieza's defenses. Frieza, wielding his full power of 12 billion, a force capable of instilling fear across ordinary galaxies, was now subdued beneath this overwhelming divine might. Arc. Frieza was struck once more by a devastating kick, aimed at his ribs with the intent of destruction. A clear burn mark appeared upon his pristine white form, with fine cracks spreading like a spider's web. The sheer, uncontainable force and the icy intent within it ignited an unprecedented rage and incredulity in his crimson gaze. His vaunted speed was surpassed. His self-proclaimed invincibility was suppressed. The dignity of his cosmic sovereignty was trampled underfoot by this golden Saiyan monkey upon the shattered battlefield. Damnable monkey! Frieza screeched in a frenzied wail, his voice warped by sheer fury. He abruptly retreated, creating distance, his hands frantically clasped before his chest, compressing. No longer pursuing finesse, no longer maintaining elegance. He sought total annihilation, to obliterate this vexing presence, to destroy this accursed planet, to eradicate everything. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying energy, chilling to the soul, converged in a frenzied rush. A massive energy sphere, over 100 meters in diameter and resembling a miniature purple star, rapidly formed between his palms. The energy radiated forth, eclipsing all other lights on the battlefield, distorting and collapsing space itself. This was pure, destructive power unleashed. Frieza's desperate counterattack, forced into a corner. Noka. Below, Vegeta, embedded in the rocky layers, emitted a hoarse and despairing warning. He could sense the world-ending might contained within that energy sphere. Goku struggled to rise, his blue aura flickering weakly, his eyes filled with helplessness. Chapter 30. The Super Saiyan that resounds through the universe. The demise of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza hovered beneath a colossal sphere of purple energy, his crimson eyes fixated on Noka, brimming with a perverse delight in destruction and a cruel mockery stemming from a sense of racial superiority. His icy voice pierced through the roar of the energy sphere, clear and venomous, slithering into Noka's ears. Monkey, bask in despair. This planet, along with all its wretched life, shall be reduced to cosmic dust. And I, Frieza, shall revel in the final act of your transformation into ash. Remember, I can survive in the vacuum of space, eternal and immortal, while you filthy Saiyan monkeys are destined to rot in suffocating despair, much like the rats that scurried underground on Toxic Swamp Star 25 years ago. Ha! Toxic Swamp Star. The blinding white light of the Crystal Wall Sanctuary's obliteration. The moment Rina's amber pupil shattered. The final chilling synthetic voice of Elia. All the frozen memories, scorched by Frieza's cruel taunt, seared into the deepest recesses of Noka's soul like a red-hot branding iron. The abyss erupted. The absolute rationality frozen for 25 years was utterly consumed by an overwhelming rage at that moment. A golden aura surged, his upright black hair dancing like a burning flag. Yet, there was no hint of twisted fury on Noka's face, only an extreme, chilling cold that froze all. He gazed at Frieza, at the purple energy sphere capable of reducing planets to dust, and slowly raised his right hand. His palm opened, fingers splayed, directly facing the cataclysmic energy sphere. There was no gathering of energy, no defensive posture, as if he merely intended to gently cradle a falling fruit. Frieza. Noka's voice resonated, calm as the vacuum of space, yet imbued with a soul-freezing chill that abruptly silenced Frieza's laughter. Your gravest error was granting me the opportunity to utter this phrase. Now, Noka's golden pupils abruptly contracted, resembling two collapsing golden stars. An unprecedented, terrifying will, seemingly birthed from the primordial chaos of the universe, erupted from the depths of his being. It was not the coolness and refinement of a simulated Super Saiyan, but a raw, violent, absolute power belonging to the Super Saiyan that could tear asunder all restraints. Let me present you with a grand gift. Huh. A low growl, reminiscent of an ancient dragon, escaped Norka. The layer of golden aura enveloping his body instantly underwent a qualitative transformation. No longer was it molten gold flowing, but rather a blindingly pure, incandescent white gold akin to a supernova's explosion. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it instantly bathed the colossal purple energy sphere, Frieza's terrified and contorted visage, the shattered ground beneath, and even the entire sky of Namek in pure gold. Super Saiyan 1. The ultimate transformation of the standard 6 million battle power. A 50-fold amplification. Battle power, 300,000,000. Boom. Annihilation beam. The golden pillars surged into the heavens, piercing through the atmosphere of Namek, as if striving to pierce the very dome of the universe. An unimaginable tempest of fury erupted at the heart of Norka. Frieza, having amassed a staggering power of 12 billion, conjured a violet energy sphere. Yet, in the face of such divine might, it was as inconsequential as a snowball cast into the core of a star, offering no resistance before being instantaneously vaporized and obliterated. What? Frieza's manic laughter froze upon his visage, his crimson pupils constricting in sheer terror. The detector shattered silently before him. His once proud, unwavering strength appeared insignificant, akin to mere dust before this golden sun. An irresistible dread of death, rooted in the essence of life itself, seized his heart in an instant. With a flash of golden light, Norka's form seemed to transcend time and space, materializing directly before Frieza. There were no fists or feet, merely a hand enveloped in pure golden aura, lightly imprinting upon Frieza's flawless chest, as if it were a decree from the divine. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a muted sound akin to the cracking of decayed wood. The moment Norka's palm made contact, Frieza's chest crumpled silently, as if pierced by an invisible force, shattering like a ceramic masterpiece. His pale skin fissured, revealing the fractured bones and organs beneath. Violet blood erupted from his wounds, gushing forth from his mouth and nose like a fountain. Frieza's body hung limply in Norka's grasp, as if all his bones had been extracted. Agonizing pain drowned all consciousness, leaving only boundless fear and incredulous bewilderment. His once celebrated robust physique, capable of surviving the vacuum of space, had been shattered by a single strike. Norka's golden pupils coldly surveyed the broken violet remnants in his hand, devoid of any triumph, exhibiting only an indifference akin to that of clearing refuse. After 25 years of frozen silence had finally thawed, it culminated in a final verdict. Frieza, I shall not err as you did. Descend into hell. At the moment the words fell, the golden aura coalescing in Norka's palm abruptly contracted, condensing to a speck the size of a grain of rice, yet radiating a heat surpassing that of a stellar core. Then, with a gentle exhalation, whoosh, a slender beam, exquisite yet harboring a pure destructive force of 300 million, shot forth like the fingertip of death, piercing Frieza's forehead in an instant. The beam continued unabated, penetrating the atmosphere of Namek, leaving a fleeting golden trail in the vast cosmic expanse. Frieza's body stiffened abruptly. In his scarlet pupils, the last vestiges of madness, fear, and resentment extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind, fading into obscurity. He parted his lips, seemingly to utter something, yet only violet blood froth surged forth. Ultimately, as Norka released his grasp, Frieza's shattered form fell helplessly downward, akin to a discarded, worn-out doll, crashing heavily onto a bed of charred lava, stirring a small cloud of dust. The cosmic emperor, Frieza, had fallen. The golden aura gradually receded as Norka hovered in midair, his black hair cascading down, returning to its dark hue. He lowered his gaze upon the lifeless violet remnants in the lava pit, then lifted his eyes to the scarred sky of Namek. A quarter-century of icy oppression seemed to dissipate, carried away by a radiant beam of finality, leaving behind an abyss of profound desolation. Below, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the suspended figure, his lips moving soundlessly. It was a tale not merely told, but transcended. Goku struggled to rise, his eyes filled with the awe of survival and an insatiable yearning for that ultimate power. Chapter 31, A Wish Upon the Dragon Balls. Frieza's shattered remnants cooled gradually in the molten rock, as the winds of Namek carried the scent of blood and scorched earth over the silent battlefield. Noker's golden flames, which had rent the heavens, slowly receded, resembling a star retreating from its zenith, subsiding into his formidable form. His black hair cascaded down, veiling his emerald eyes, now dulled and reminiscent of a deep well. He hovered in the air, akin to a statue freshly descended from its pedestal, enveloped in the chilling void of victory. Below, Vegeta struggled to extricate himself from the fractured earth, each step pulling at broken bones, yet he stubbornly straightened his back. He gazed up at that figure, his throat constricting, a hoarse voice laden with unprecedented complexity shattering the silence. Noker, you. A myriad of words lodged in his throat ultimately coalesced into a low growl tinged with astonishment and defiance. You truly did it. With Krillin's assistance, Goku managed to stand, his gaze ablaze with a pure longing for that ultimate realm. Incredible. That golden form. Such power is beyond belief. Is that what it means to be a Super Saiyan? In his eyes, there was no envy, only a burning spirit and an instinctive kinship. Noker's gaze, as cold as a probing needle, swept over the faces of the survivors below. Vegeta, wounded yet complex in expression, a breathless Piccolo, a weary Krillin, and Gohan, before finally resting upon Goku's face, radiant with pure combat fervor. His voice was low and steady, piercing through the thin air without pleasantries. Addressing the core of the matter, the Dragon Balls, the objects Frieza spoke of, capable of granting any wish. Where are they? Dent, dragging his battered form forward with Gohan's support, looked up at Noker, his eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. Mr. Noker, thank you for saving us all. He pointed toward a distant stone dais. The Dragon Balls are there. Frieza hadn't had the chance to use them. He hesitated, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. However, the great dragon Porunga can only grant 3 wishes at a time, and can resurrect only 1 person per wish. 1 person, you say? Noker repeated, a subtle ripple of emotion flickering across the depths of his eyes. Is there a way to resurrect many? Piccolo struggled to rise. Noker, right? The Dragon Balls of Earth can revive large numbers, but only once. The Dragon Balls of Earth, you say? Then please allow me to make use of them. Piccolo paused, taken aback by the unexpected amiability of this being, so unlike the Saiyans of old. 7 colossal orange Dragon Balls lay quietly upon the stone dais, emitting a warm and mysterious glow. Dandy stood guard nearby, witnessing the arrival of Noka as he recited the incantation to summon Porunga. Suddenly, a hum resonated. The light of the world dimmed abruptly. 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, more brilliant than that of the stars. The light converged, revealing a colossal green dragon, Porunga, whose immense form obscured the entire sky of the valley, manifesting amidst the swirling clouds and thunder. His body resembled an emerald mountain. With eyes as red as burning stars, his regal gaze descending, locking onto Noka. O gatherer of the Dragon Balls. Porunga's voice resonated like a million thunders echoing in the depths of the universe. Grand and ancient, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, within my power, I shall fulfill it. Noka's voice, though not loud, rang clear across the heavens and the earth, imbued with an undeniable strength. My first wish, to completely restore the toxic marsh planet, which was annihilated by Frieza and his army, along with its surface form, geological structure, and atmospheric environment, to the state it was in 1 second before its destruction. He precisely articulated the interstellar coordinates of that doomed planet. Porunga's enormous dragon head nodded slightly, the ruby-like glimmer in his eyes swirling. Will you not make a wish? Then I shall fade away. Huh. Noka glanced down at Dandy, puzzled. My apologies. Porunga can only comprehend wishes spoken in the Namekian tongue. Allow me to convey it for you. Noka nodded, and Dandy stepped forward to reiterate the wish in Namekian. Moments later, a magnificent voice echoed. This wish can be granted. In the distant starfield, the void marked as the toxic marsh ruins, once filled with only cold dust and shattered star cores, suddenly ignited with the radiant light of creation. Countless materials, energies, and information obliterated by Frieza were forcibly condensed and reconstructed, as if time flowed backward. The dark green toxic atmosphere began to swirl anew. Boundless marshes covered the surface once more, crystallized mountains rose, and the outlines of the destroyed underground cities flickered into view deep within the planet. A dead world miraculously reappeared under the might of cosmic laws. Except for the absence of life, everything returned to that moment before its annihilation. On Namek, Porunga's aura noticeably weakened. Yet his majesty remained. Your first wish has been granted. Speak your second wish. Noka did not respond immediately. His gaze drifted far away, where Sun Wukong, Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy were supporting each other as they flew closer. He looked at Dandy and Sun Wukong, his voice still calm. The remaining wishes belong to you. Dandy, astonished, exclaimed, Really? Thank you so much. Sun Wukong paused, glancing at his injured companions, especially the faintly breathing Piccolo, then turned to Dandy. Dandy, just take us back to Earth. Let the last wish be used to restore Namek. Purunga's enormous eyes shifted toward Dandy, who conveyed Wukong's wish to him. A flash of red light sparked in Purunga's eyes as the destroyed structures of Namek were restored, enveloping Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Noka in a cocoon of white light. Sun Wukong looked at Dandy. Dandy, farewell. Dandy waved, everyone goodbye. All three wishes have been fulfilled. The colossal form of Purunga dissipated into a mere shadow, his voice echoing through the realms before ultimately fading away. 7 immense Dragon Balls rose into the sky, losing their brilliance and transforming into ordinary stones, shooting across the corners of Namek like shooting stars. Meanwhile, Noka and his companions had arrived on Earth. Noka surveyed his surroundings, inquiring, where are the Dragon Balls? Bulma cheerfully emerged from behind Goku, saying, Oh, don't be so hasty. Gathering the Dragon Balls takes time. Just let me make another Dragon Radar. Noka glanced at Bulma, cautioning, Just don't deceive me. I'll give you 3 days. Chapter 32. The Dust Settles. Undercurrents in the Starry Sea. West City, Capsule Corporation. The iconic colossal structure cast long shadows in the setting sun. A weary group emerged onto the meticulously manicured lawn. Wow, we're home. Bulma exhaled deeply, patting her chest as she frantically called to her startled parents who rushed out. Dad, Mom, quick help. Medical pods. Bring out all models of the medical pods. And the nutrient solution. Dr. Brief, his pipe clenched in his teeth, nearly lost his glasses. Oh dear, this looks quite serious. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth, her eyes filled with concern. Injured and nearly unable to stand, Vegeta was supported by Krillin and Gohan. Piccolo leaned against Gohan, his breath faint. Although Goku bore his own injuries, the resilient nature of a Saiyan allowed him to move, albeit with unsteady steps. Only Noka remained composed, his aura steady, the golden flames of his energy having receded, leaving only the remnants of battle on his robes and an unshakable chill emanating from him, a testament to the cataclysmic fight he had just endured. He hovered just above the ground, contrasting starkly with the tranquility of this earthly haven. Quickly, lift Vegeta and Mr. Piccolo to the intensive care pod. Bulma commanded the household robots. Krillin, Gohan, you go to the recovery pod next door. Goku, you need to attend to your wounds as well. Goku grinned despite the pain. I'm fine, Bulma. I can still move. He glanced at Noka, only to find the latter's gaze piercing through the mansion's glass, fixed intently on Bulma. Dragon Radar, Noka stated flatly, cutting through Bulma's busy preparations. 3 days. That's the deadline. Bulma felt a shiver at that icy look, nearly jumping in surprise. I know. You're like a Grim Reaper. 3 days it is. I, Bulma. Always keep my word. But let me settle everyone first, all right? She placed her hands on her hips, attempting to project confidence to mask the anxiety brought on by the pressure. Noka nodded slightly, remaining silent as he glided into the mansion, disregarding the lavish comforts within, and sought a dimly lit corner with a broad view. Sitting cross-legged and suspended in the air, he resembled a meditative stone, his essence melding with the environment, yet emanating a frigid aura that instilled an involuntary chill in those who approached. For the next 2 days, Bulma's household was enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. The somber hum of the medical chamber served as a backdrop. Krillin, Gohan, and Sun Wukong recovered swiftly, particularly Sun Wukong, who, aided by the mystical beings, sprang back to life in nearly a day. Vegeta and Piccolo, however, required a more extended stay within the confines of the medical pod. Bulma became the busiest of them all, immersing herself in her laboratory, her fingers dancing across intricate blueprints and components, her brow furrowed in concentration. The Dragon Ball radar was no simple creation, especially with time pressing down upon them. Why can't I stabilize the energy threshold of this signal conversion module? Bulma exclaimed in frustration, ruffling her hair in exasperation. Just as she teetered on the brink of insanity, a deep voice resonated behind her. The energy circuit coupling point has shifted by 0.3 interstellar standard units. Your energy lattice arrangement is primitive and inefficient. Bulma whirled around, startled to discover Noka had silently appeared at the laboratory entrance, scrutinizing her designs. You understand this? She queried, her eyes widening in astonishment. Toxic Marsh Star. Foundational energy conduction technology of the Crystal Wall Guardians, Noka replied, stepping towards the workstation. His fingers swiftly traced the air, leaving behind trails of dark green luminescence, forming an intricate and elegant three-dimensional structural model. By utilizing the resonance frequency of biological crystals to replace your physical circuits, energy conduction efficiency can be enhanced by 47, while interference can be reduced by 89. Bulma was left speechless as the instincts of her genius ignited within her. Biological crystal resonance replacing physical circuits? My goodness, what a brilliant concept. She promptly cast aside her fears and lunged towards the workstation, her eyes sparkling as she examined the energy model Noka had presented. Wait, this frequency modulation and node compression method. Oh, so this is how to resolve the signal overflow issue. Noka, you truly are a treasure. No, your planet is the real treasure. In her excitement, she seized her tools and began to fervently modify the design according to Noka's insights. With the foundational concepts of toxic Marsh Star technology provided by Noka, Bulma's development pace accelerated remarkably. Amidst her revamping of the radar's core module, her lively nature compelled her to share all about Earth with Noka. Look, this is a television. It can receive channels from all over the globe, although most of them are just tedious soap operas. And this is a refrigerator. It can store food and keep it fresh. Isn't it more convenient than your energy preservation bags? Though perhaps not as enduring. And the universal capsule. Now that is the greatest invention. Houses, cars, airplanes, yachts, all packed into this little capsule. Just pop it open when you need it. Isn't that cool? Most Earthlings do not relish fighting. We prefer a peaceful existence, growing flowers, tending to pets, falling in love, and exploring new technologies. Noka mostly listened in silence, occasionally betraying a flicker of almost instinctual disdain in his eyes when Bulma mentioned peace and nonviolence. Yet, upon hearing keywords such as technology, planetary defense, and historical warfare, he posed remarkably precise inquiries. What is the maximum energy output threshold of a planetary defense system? What is the destructive radius of the most potent energy weapon in your history? What were the intentions of the Dragon Ball creators? Does the wish it fulfills remain constrained by higher rules beyond the will of its user? His inquiries often leave Bulma momentarily stunned, requiring a moment of contemplation before she can respond. They also evoke in her a faint sense of Noka's profound understanding of power and his quest for the essence of rules, hidden beneath his calm exterior. Finally emerging from the medical pod, Vegeta's injuries are stabilized, yet his body remains frail. He is assigned to a secluded room on the second floor. The proud Saiyan prince cannot bear the humiliation of being cared for by inferior Earthlings, nor can he tolerate his current state of helplessness. Most of the time, he isolates himself in his room, refusing to see anyone, accepting only the high-energy nutritional fluids that Bulma forcibly provides. What truly torments him is Noka's presence. That figure, that devastating golden aura, is etched into the depths of his soul like a brand. He stands by the window, gazing down at the courtyard. Chapter 33. Sparring among Saiyans. A first encounter with Ki in the courtyard, Son Goku clings to Noka like an unshakable piece of taffy, persistently trailing a few steps behind. Noka, I implore you. Just once. Let me witness it. Goku's voice carries the unique blend of innocence and intense seriousness characteristic of his time, his fervent gaze fixed on Noka's broad back. That golden form of a Super Saiyan. I want to experience that power firsthand, even if it's just one punch. Noka's pace remains unbroken, seemingly oblivious to him. His focus is locked on the laboratory. Bulma's progress is his only concern. If you don't agree, I'll follow you endlessly. Until you do. Goku raises his voice, infused with a childlike stubbornness, but his pure yearning for power is unmistakable. He suddenly accelerates, darting in front of Noka, arms outstretched. His face a canvas of unwavering determination to achieve his goal. Noka finally halts, his deep-set gaze fixed on Goku's face, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Only a hint of an imperceptible coldness, as if viewing an obstructive stone in his path. Step aside. His voice is flat, yet imbued with an irresistible pressure. I want to move. Unless you fight me. Goku flashes a grin, though his eyes sharpen, igniting the indomitable warrior spirit within him. He is acutely aware that the chasm between them is vast. Yet so what? Challenging the strong, feeling the disparity, transcending limits. This is the essence of being a Saiyan, the core motivation for his relentless pursuit of strength. He refrains from further chatter. The ground beneath him cracks as he launches forward like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a straightforward, unadorned punch aimed directly at Noka's face, accompanied by a piercing shriek that slices through the air, an embodiment of raw, concentrated power. This time, Noka does not merely evade. The nature of Goku's attack, along with the peculiar flow that seems to connect him with the universe, piques Noka's interest. In the toxic swamps of planet Poison and the realm of Vegeta, combat relies on sheer physical prowess. This energy form known as Ki, seemingly omnipresent and brimming with vitality, is unfamiliar to him. Just as Goku's fist is about to make contact, Noka moves. It was not a mere evasion, but rather the extension of a single finger. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as Wukong's fist, capable of shattering mountains, was firmly held in check by Noka's solitary finger. A tremendous force erupted at the point of contact, generating visible shockwaves that radiated outward, flattening the grass and sending leaves swirling. Wukong felt as though he had crashed into an immovable divine mountain. His knuckles throbbed painfully, and the recoil rendered his arm numb, pinning him to the spot, unable to advance an inch. Now was the moment. In the instant his fist was halted, a brilliant light ignited in Wukong's eyes. He was far from unprepared. He had already concentrated all his energy into his other hand. The fist resisting Noka's finger was not intended to inflict harm, but rather to create this moment of stalemate and restraint. Huh! Wukong bellowed, exerting tremendous force downward with the restrained fist, while simultaneously twisting his body with remarkable flexibility and speed. His left fist, charged with energy, surged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. With a piercing sound of air being split, it launched from an exceptionally acute angle, targeting Noka's unguarded ribcage from below. This strike encapsulated his entire understanding of battle and the exquisite manipulation of energy. Its speed, power, and angle were nothing short of sublime. This time, a barely perceptible ripple flickered in the depths of Noka's otherwise tranquil gaze. Not due to the might of the attack, but because of its execution. In the moment Wukong concentrated his energy into his left fist, Noka astutely detected an unusual oscillation. This fluctuation was unlike the energy surges he was accustomed to. It was more subdued, more agile, as if resonating with the surrounding environment and the life force of the attacker. It enveloped Wukong's fist like an invisible membrane, creating a vague portent along the trajectory of the strike, or perhaps a direction of intent. This was an entirely new dimension of perception. Just as Wukong's left fist was poised to strike the ribcage with overwhelming force, Noka executed an exceedingly subtle movement. His body contorted in an almost surreal manner, as if devoid of bones, contracting inward. The muscles beneath his ribs tightened and collapsed, seemingly anticipating the point of impact. Simultaneously, the fingertip that had been holding Wukong's right fist in check suddenly glimmered with a nearly imperceptible energy spike. Swoosh! A light sound echoed. The energy coalesced in Wukong's left fist appeared to be precisely targeted at its core flow node by that energy spike before it could make contact with Noka's skin. It was as if a balloon filled with air had been punctured. Puff! Wukong felt the force amassed in his left fist dissipate in an instant. The power that had been ready to unleash was as deflated as a punctured ball, though the fist grazed past Noka's robe, stirring a gust of wind. Its potency had diminished to less than 30%, leaving only a faint abrasion on Noka's combat attire. The overwhelming backlash and the shock of his technique being thwarted caused Wukong to grunt in disbelief. He stumbled backward, each step leaving deep impressions in the grass. Struggling to regain his balance, his chest heaving violently, his face a canvas of shock and incredulity. How could this be possible? Wukong gazed at his left fist, then lifted his gaze to Noka, who remained stationary, his robes barely stirred. How did you manage to manipulate my chi? Wukong felt distinctly that his opponent did not simply crush him with brute strength, but rather disintegrated his control over chi in a manner he could not fathom. Noka gradually lowered his finger, the golden glimmer at its tip having vanished. He glanced down at the fabric of his robe, which had been brushed against, and then turned his attention to the astonished Wukong. Within the depths of his profound eyes, it seemed something had been ignited. A primal instinct for combat, inherent in the Saiyan bloodline, along with a curiosity for the unknown power, was quietly awakened by Wukong's exquisite strike and his manipulation of qi. The fleeting contact just moments ago, the wave of qi, and that peculiar sensation beckoned him to capture and analyze it. Although still nebulous, he sensed it distinctly. Unlike sight or sound, it was an entirely new perception, a sensitivity to the flow of energy and the oscillations of life. He endeavored to summon the immense energy within him to replicate that subtle sensory wave and scan the Wukong before him. An extremely faint, cold, and inquisitive intent emanated from Noka for the first time, like invisible tendrils brushing over Wukong's form. Wukong suddenly shivered, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by some invisible beast, his entire qi instinctively becoming agitated. Fascinating, Noka's deep voice resonated, marking his first evaluation post-battle. Despite its lingering chill, a genuine intrigue colored his tone as he regarded Wukong, almost as if he were examining an extraordinary specimen. Your qi serves as a coordinate. There are too many vulnerabilities. He was not belittling him, but rather stating a fact he had just observed. Through his initial perception and the experience of countering Wukong's attack, he recognized that the gathering and flow of qi, when the intent to attack was clear, would reveal the user's direction and core energy point. To a warrior of Noka's caliber, such exposure appeared akin to a lighthouse in the night. Vegeta, watching from the window, witnessed the entire sequence unfold. He saw how Noka initially resisted Wukong's full-force strike with a mere finger and then, in a flash, deciphered Wukong's intricate series of qi attacks in a manner that was nothing short of unfathomable. It even seemed as if Noka gleaned some understanding from it. Vegeta's pupils constricted in sheer shock. He could not comprehend Noka's final subtle movements and perceptions. Yet he grasped the outcome. Noka possessed not only overwhelming power, but his combat intelligence and capacity for learning had transcended the human realm. Could one truly seize and assimilate an entire fighting style in an instant? Vegeta's voice emerged dry and hoarse, laden with a sense of helplessness. Was this the true meaning of a Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that had existed for a millennium? He gazed at Noka's abyss-like figure, the last remnants of reluctance and struggle extinguished, leaving only a profound coldness and silence. Pursuit? Chasing? Before such a monstrosity, all efforts seemed a futile jest. He slowly retreated into the deepest shadows of the room, as if wishing to erase himself entirely from the world of golden legends. Chapter 34. The Reignition of Hope. A message from the return in the laboratory. Bulma let out an exultant scream. Success. A Dragon Ball detector, thoroughly transformed and shimmering with emerald energy, took shape in her hands. At its core lay a small, peculiar crystal provided by Noka, emanating faint life waves. Its efficiency had increased tenfold and interference was nearly non-existent. Noka, I cannot thank you enough. The technology from the toxic swamp planet is truly astounding. She held the detector aloft, akin to a child who has just received a cherished new toy. Noka extended his hand, and Bulma understood, carefully placing the detector in his palm. His fingers brushed the surface of the device, causing the emerald crystal to emit a soft glow, seemingly resonating with him. The screen instantly displayed 7 bright dots, scattered across the earth, with their coordinates locked in place. Noka's voice, devoid of emotion, remarked, "You completed it in less than 3 days." Bulma, with pride, raised her chin. "Of course. I, Bulma, am a genius scientist, and with just a touch of your assistance, it was a piece of cake." Noka retracted the detector, his gaze drifting toward the profound night sky, as if penetrating the atmosphere to behold the vast cosmos beyond. "The efficiency is acceptable," he offered, providing a rather miserly evaluation. Meanwhile, in the frigid depths of space, light years away from Earth, a ship larger and more grotesque than Frieza's hovered in the desolate starfield, a king-class vessel, resembling the head of a colossal metallic demon. Inside the core command chamber, the air pressure was suffocating. King Cold, with his massive form seated upon a throne crafted from the bones of unknown creatures, bore a hard expression, his skin a deeper shade of purple, with 2 enormous horns curving backward from his head. In his grasp was a report just presented by a trembling intelligence officer, fashioned from special metal, which now crumbled silently to dust beneath his fingertips. "Frieza, my son," King Cold's voice rumbled like glacial friction, betraying little sorrow, only an extreme, suppressed fury at being affronted. "Killed by a Saiyan monkey? On Namek? One named Noka?" From the shadows, a figure emerged slowly, slightly shorter than King Cold, devoid of horns. He maintained the original form of the frozen demon, akin to Frieza's final transformation, revealing only a pair of icy blue, emotionless, elongated eyes. His presence was more restrained, yet carried a chilling, pure precision, akin to the vacuum of space. Guldo. Father. Guldo's voice was cold and mechanical. Frieza, that useless brother of mine, ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. He underestimated the unpredictability of the Saiyan race. King Cold turned his gaze toward Guldo. Guldo, do you consider this an accident? Or a threat? A threat, Guldo replied with unwavering certainty. A Saiyan capable of killing Frieza, regardless of the means employed, has demonstrated the power to overturn the existing order. This unforeseen occurrence must be rectified. A glimmer shone in his icy blue eyes. Frieza's demise was a grave affront to the dignity of their frozen demon lineage. This stain can only be cleansed through blood and utter annihilation. Slowly rising, King Kurd exuded an immense sense of oppressive power. The target? Earth. Gula's voice remained unperturbed. According to the last fragmented transmissions, those wretched insects, including the Saiyan named Noka, had escaped back to that place. Thus, it is fitting to obliterate this troublesome planet along with all life upon it from this universe, once and for all. Excellent. A cold glimmer surged in King Kurd's eyes. Gather the fleet. No, a fleet is unnecessary. Gula, you shall take matters into your own hands. Bring your mech squad. I desire to witness the severed head of Noka and the sight of Earth reduced to cosmic dust. As you command, Father. Gula inclined his head slightly, a cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Correcting errors is indeed my forte. Earth and that Noka, they have little time left. The colossal Imperial spaceship's engines emitted a low, terrifying roar, shattering the silence of the starry void as it surged at full speed towards the distant azure planet, Earth. A chilling intent to kill began to spread through the cosmos like an invisible tide. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of Capsule Corporation in West City, Noka gazed intently at the flickering light on his detector, his deep-set eyes reflecting the coordinates of the Dragon Balls, concealing his thoughts from all. Outside the window, the night enveloped Earth in tranquil stillness. A storm was on its way. 7 orange Dragon Balls, each the size of a fist, gathered upon the lawn, their warm, steady glow illuminating the surroundings. Noka's hand rested atop the central Dragon Ball. Arise, Shenron. His deep voice resonated with undeniable authority. A golden light surged, and the green dragon coiled majestically in the sky, its crimson eyes gleaming like stars. State your wish. Shenron's voice echoed throughout the heavens. Noka looked up at the dragon, his voice clear and resolute. My wish is to resurrect all lives utterly destroyed on planet Toxic Swamp due to Frieza and his legion's invasion, including the Saiyan Rina and the entire clan of Crystal Guardians along with their leader, Elia, restoring them to their state of life just before their demise. Shenron's red eyes flickered. This wish can be granted. A magnificent radiance of life erupted from the dragon's mouth, transforming into a brilliant beam that pierced through the starry expanse, instantly penetrating the atmosphere and shooting towards the distant, murky green Toxic Swamp. Your wish has been fulfilled. Shenron's grand voice reverberated, his form dissipating into golden light as the 7 Dragon Balls scattered into mere stones. The courtyard returned to tranquility, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Noka stood silently, his deep-set eyes gazing at the night sky where the Dragon Balls had vanished, undisturbed. Is this truly the outcome? Krillin expressed uncertainty. Shenron proclaimed it was granted. Surely that must be accurate? Bulma shared a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Goku scratched his head, longing to see planet Toxic Swamp, which seemed so far away. As if responding to their collective thoughts, a low, persistent hum emanated from the hangar in Bulma's backyard. The metallic doors slid open slowly. A sleek spaceship, adorned in dark energy paint and seamless lines, stood quietly at rest. At this moment, the surface of the vessel shimmered with an ethereal blue light, while a crystalline device at the bow cast a gentle glow across the area. On the luminous screen, the iconic emerald sky of the Toxic Swamp star vividly appeared. Soon after, a figure occupied the center of the frame. She possessed flowing hair reminiscent of liquid sapphire, her form composed of shifting azure shadows, and her visage bore an unearthly perfection. The matriarch of the Crystal Wall Guardians, Elia. She gazed calmly at the screen, as an electronic synthesized voice traversed the starry expanse. Noka, Crystal Wall Guardian Elia, connection confirmed. The ethnic revival protocol has been executed, Individual status retroactively stabilized. The life force of the toxic swamp star has been rekindled. Her gaze seemed to pierce through space, resting upon Noka, conveying the message that your will has been fulfilled. Chapter 35. The return journey of the Starfire. Against the current of brilliance, Elia quietly turned aside, granting a clearer view. Within the screen, a figure struggled to maintain her stance, half leaning against the smooth crystalline structure. Her short, deep purple hair, dust-laden, clung to her flawless forehead. Beneath the tattered, deep green combat attire, the once fatal scars on her bronze skin had vanished, leaving only a healthy sheen. Her amber eyes, filled with a profound sense of bewilderment and deep fatigue, strove to focus on the screen. It was Lena. At last, her gaze sharpened, clearly discerning Noka on the other end of the screen. In an instant, the overwhelming confusion in her amber eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an ineffable mix of gratitude for surviving calamity and disbelief. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet her weakness and tumultuous emotions rendered her speechless. Noka, her voice emerged hoarse and dry, yet remarkably clear, each syllable seemingly carrying the weight of profound relief. Her gaze fixed intently upon Noka's figure, ignited not by the unquenchable fires of battle, but by a deep-seated trust akin to a weathered lioness finally beholding the comforting glow of a homeward campfire. You truly accomplished it. She appeared to attempt a customary, wild smile, but it ultimately transformed into a long, weary sigh infused with a sense of immeasurable comfort. It felt as if her strength had been entirely drained. She gently closed her eyelids, leaning against the cool crystalline wall, her lips curling into a barely perceptible arc of relief. As if confirming the most crucial matter, her taut nerves finally found a moment of respite. Elia's ethereal presence silently approached Lena, the gentle azure light flowing over her form, seemingly imparting soothing energy to stabilize her recently revived body. Witnessing the stark contrast between the reborn Elia, rational and resolute, and the weakened yet trusting Lena, Bulma and the others finally believed with absolute conviction that, far away on the toxic swamp star, the departed had returned. Tears of emotion glistened in Bulma's eyes, while Krillin and Gohan clenched their fists in excitement. Noka's gaze lingered on Lena's weary yet relieved countenance on the screen, as well as the unwavering trust shining in her eyes. Deep within the depths of his profound gaze, it seemed as though a delicate layer of ice silently melted away. He calmly responded to the screen with a single word, Elia nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The light curtain flickered several times before communication faltered due to the vast distance, and the spaceship's ethereal blue glow receded. The wish had been fulfilled. The blood debt of the toxic swamp star was finally repaid with the return of life. The cold, desolate stillness surrounding Noka remained, yet it felt as though a heavy shackle had been lifted. He slowly turned around. Goku, unable to contain himself any longer, stood before Noka, his eyes ablaze with pure combat spirit, and leapt forward. Noka, is it time? Let's have a spar. Show me the true power of a Super Saiyan. Noka's gaze fell upon Goku's determined face, and a faint glimmer of warrior's acknowledgement flickered in his deep-set eyes. Very well, Noka replied calmly, igniting the flame in Goku's eyes. Goku let out an excited low growl. Excellent. Let us begin now. However, Noka's gaze had already shifted to the vast night sky, resting upon the dark green planet. He turned to Bulma. Initiate the spaceship. Are we leaving now? Bulma paused, suppressing her complex emotions. All right. She led the way towards the hangar. Goku's expression was resolute. I'll be waiting for your return to fight. Krillin and Gohan offered their blessings, while Piccolo observed in silence. The hangar door slid open, revealing the sleek spaceship standing still. Noka approached the vessel, opened his palm, revealing a small device resting within. Its jade-like material housed a core the size of a grain of rice, radiating a gentle, ethereal blue light. A communicator, Noka said, tossing the device to Bulma. Frequency of the toxic swamp star. One way. Bulma carefully caught it, her eyes sparkling. Don't worry. I will keep it safe. Noka cast one last glance at everyone, nodded slightly, and stepped into the spaceship. The cabin door sealed shut. A low hum emanated from the spaceship's engine, the ethereal blue patterns flowing across its body. It gracefully hovered and then transformed into a beam of blue light, tearing through the night sky, vanishing among the countless stars. The night on Earth returned to tranquility. Bulma clutched the communicator tightly, while Goku gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Toxic swamp star. The crystal wall core ruins, new starport. The lattice platform floated upon the dark green sea, with several sleek, blue-hued structures rising at its center. Noka's spaceship descended silently. The cabin door opened, and Noka descended the ramp. Awaiting him were two figures. To the left stood Elia, the data stream embodiment of the Crystal Wall Guardian tribe leader. Formed from flowing blue light and flickering geometric symbols, her starry hair cascading like a waterfall of data, exuding absolute rationality. "Welcome back, Noka. The basic functions of the starport have been activated," the electronic synthesized voice stated calmly. To the right, Lena leaned against the cold metallic pillar. Clad in a fitted dark combat suit, her deep purple hair was defiant, and though traces of her pale illness lingered on her face, her amber eyes had rekindled a familiar wildness. Upon seeing Noka, her eyes sparkled with intensity, and a mix of weakness and defiance curved her lips into a smile as she pushed herself off the pillar, striving to stand tall. "Oh, the Super Saiyan finally deigns to return?" Her voice was hoarse yet powerful, the amber gaze fixed on Noka. The emotions of nostalgia and trust cloaked beneath a layer of indomitable fire. "Don't think just because you've become a once-in-a-millennium being you can be complacent, Noka." She took a step forward, her footing somewhat unsteady, yet her resolve unwavering. "Though I cannot transform into that damned Super Saiyan," she paused, her gaze sharp as a blade. "I, Reina, will never allow myself to be left behind by you." This was both a declaration and a challenge. She advanced once more, closing the distance between herself and Noka, so near that they could discern the reflections in each other's eyes. Within the depths of her wild radiance surged a more profound and intricate essence. Her voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable certainty. "Let us fight side by side from now on." Elia's data avatar silently extended a stream of light, stabilizing Reina's slightly swaying form. Reina did not resist, her gaze still fixed upon Noka's face. Noka observed the stubborn resolve emanating from Reina, whose eyes burned with an unextinguished flame. A barely perceptible ripple seemed to pass through the depths of his gaze. After a moment of silence, he scanned Elia's data avatar before finally resting his eyes upon Reina's face, nodding ever so slightly. "Yes." The three entered the starport's control room. Elia's data avatar hovered before the console, her fingers, of light and shadow, lightly tapping, summoning several indistinct images laden with an aura of destruction. "During your return to the toxic swamp star, I decrypted the deep-level encrypted information from Frieza's remains." Elia's electronic voice remained steady, yet the content was chilling, revealing a high-priority encrypted communication. "Sender, King Cold. Recipient, Gula." The scene shifted, magnifying the image of an Imperial-class spaceship, more monstrous than Frieza's, resembling a metallic demon's head. Beside it was Gula's profile. Gula, Frieza's elder brother, and the firstborn of King Cold. The combat power assessment model indicated capabilities far exceeding Frieza's final form, with a margin of error below 37. Elia's data stream highlighted a heart-stopping figure, predicting, based on the ship's last jump coordinates and navigation patterns, that the target was Earth. Estimated arrival time at the outskirts of the solar system, 7 to 10 Earth days. King Cold, Gula, Reina pondered the name. The fire of hatred rekindling in her amber pupils, intensifying the gravity of the situation. Avenge Frieza? And target Earth? Target analysis, revenge, elimination of threats. Maintenance of Dominion's prestige, with a high probability. Elia presented a cold conclusion, indicating that the threat level of his direct mech battalion surpassed that of Frieza's main forces. Silence enveloped the control room. The shadow of vengeance loomed larger, aimed directly at Earth. Reina turned to Noka, her fists clenched. "We cannot allow them to reach Earth." Though she did not know the warriors of Earth, she understood all too well that Gula's terror was not easily thwarted. Elia's data avatar turned towards Noka, awaiting his response in silence. Noka's gaze was locked onto the image of Gula's icy blue, narrow eyes, his deep-set gaze hardened with murderous intent. Passively waiting? Allowing Earth to be affected? Absolutely not. He slowly raised his head, his voice low yet as cutting as cold steel, shattering the silence. "Before they reach Earth, we must find and destroy them." The strategic atmosphere within the starport control room was momentarily disrupted. Elia's data stream avatar turned towards Noka, her voice remaining calm and steady. "Noka, your ship's energy reserves have dropped to a critical value of 387 after traversing the Star Sea. The Stardust Forge of Nova Harbor facilitates efficient energy charging, anticipated to require 17 hours of Earth time. Please follow me, Noka said. He nodded and followed the figure composed of ethereal blue light and data symbols, departing from the control room. Lena watched the two retreating figures, her amber eyes flickering momentarily before she huffed, stretching her still weak arms, and made her way to the adjacent training simulation area. Humph, it's merely charging. I must recover swiftly. Chapter 36. Elia's gift. Traversing through corridors illuminated by soft, flowing energy, they arrived at a more central zone. Here, the walls were no longer composed of cold metal or lattice, but rather interwoven pipes of a semi-transparent substance that resembled living crystal, within which flowed liquid energy radiating with the brilliance of stars. An unusual hum filled the air, as if the stardust were whispering. This was the heart of the Stardust Forge's energy core. However, as Noka stepped into this realm filled with pure energy fluctuations, he was not greeted by the digital avatar. At the center of the convergence of countless energy conduits stood a tangible, corporeal figure. She appeared similar to a human female, yet her skin exhibited an almost translucent, pearlescent white, as if formed from the purest moonlight. Her slender body was enveloped in a deep blue, gossamer robe that shimmered with starlight, giving her an extraordinarily fragile appearance. Her long hair, no longer a digital simulation of a starry river, flowed like liquid sapphire down to her waist, reflecting a dreamlike luster in the energy halo. Her features were exquisitely ethereal, imbued with a transcendent beauty, and most striking were her eyes, whose pupils were not solid, but swirling, evolving miniature galaxies, containing the profundities of the universe and the mysteries of magic. This was the true form of Elia, the matriarch of the Crystal Wall Guardians, an entity well-versed in cosmic magic, yet possessing an exceedingly delicate physicality. Elia slowly turned to face Noka, her starry gaze resting upon him. Without the filtering of electronic synthesized sound, her voice flowed like spring water cascading over cold jade, carrying a strange, soul-soothing rhythm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Noka. Noka's gaze lingered on Elia's true form. He had encountered her rational manifestation as a data core and witnessed the enigmatic guise of a magic wielder she now exhibited. Both were real. Yet this fragile being emanating life and magical radiance seemed to resonate more profoundly with something deep within his consciousness. Elia lifted a hand, delicate as if an exquisite work of art, palm facing upward. A petite necklace, intricately composed of countless minuscule crystalline layers, began to hover gently above her palm. The pendant was not a gemstone, but an exceedingly small, pulsating prism chip that flickered with hues of deep blue and silvery white. This object was known as the Celestial Prism. Elia's voice was gentle, and her starry eyes gazed intently at Noka. They contained the entirety of knowledge, magical constructs, star map coordinates, and energy theories of the Crystal Wall Guardians since their inception, a crystallization of civilization's memories and wisdom. With a delicate push, the necklace began to drift slowly towards Noka. It was not merely a repository, but also a formidable analyzer. Elia continued, her fingertips tracing a magical arc in the air, demonstrating that through mental connection, it could decipher any form of energy, material structure, magical rune, and even the physiological weaknesses of living beings. Among these were foundational to advanced applications of cosmic magic. Although he was not of a magical lineage, he could still wield some basic spells. Noka looked at the shimmering cosmic prism suspended before him, its deep blue and silver light reflecting in his profound eyes. This gift surpassed the value of a ship or weapon. It was a trust and an entrustment from a civilization. He did not hesitate and reached out to accept the necklace. The crystalline core felt warm to the touch, as if alive, pulsing slightly in resonance with the energy within him. He adorned the necklace around his neck. The cold crystal against his skin felt like a silent pact. The steady hum of the ships charging echoed in the background. Elia's starry gaze bored deeply into Noka, and amidst her otherworldly divinity, there flickered a rare, personal resonance belonging solely to her. Just as Noka was about to turn and leave the energy core, Elia stepped forward, her movements as delicate as falling feathers. She extended her slender hand, not to cast a spell, but in an almost tentative gesture, gently grasping Noka's sturdy arm. Instantly, Noka's body stiffened imperceptibly. Elia's touch was cool and remarkably tender, penetrating through his icy defenses more effectively than any data surge. He looked down at her hand resting on his arm, as if it were crafted from moonlight, then met her swirling, nebula-like gaze. Elia looked up at him, her starry eyes clearly reflecting Noka's form. Her voice was akin to the softest magical whisper, carrying a subtle, almost pleading tremor. Noka, I ask you to continue safeguarding our race, or rather. She paused slightly, the luminescence in her nebula-like eyes shifting, clearly articulating, at the very least, protect me. Will you? These words, spoken by the matriarch who had just entrusted him with the entire repository of their civilization's knowledge, representing the ancient wisdom of the universe, seemed utterly excessive and irrational. They transcended reason and the responsibilities of racial survival, bearing a deeply intimate emotional weight. Noka was left speechless. For the first time, noticeable ripples appeared in his deep-set eyes, as though a stone had been cast into the still waters. He gazed at the clear reflection in her eyes, feeling the cool yet tangible sensation on his arm and the complex emotions embedded in her words, emotions he had never before navigated. To protect the race, or her. Time appeared to freeze within the low hum of the energy core for several seconds. At last, Elia gently released her grip, as if all her courage had been expended. Without awaiting a response, she took a step forward, opening her arms in an exceedingly delicate manner, as though embracing a fragile dream, encircling Noka's waist. Her embrace was light, nearly imperceptible, infused with a chilling aura of magic and a barely discernible tremor. Noka's body stiffened further. He had never experienced such a contact. That icy exterior seemed to lose its potency in that moment. He could distinctly sense her slender and fragile form, feeling the strands of her hair, shimmering like starlight, brushing against his arm. After what felt like an eternity, Elia slowly drew back, her expression devoid of any shyness, replaced instead by a serene sense of ritual completion, her starry eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. She uttered nothing more, simply gazing silently at him. Noka found himself captivated by Elia's eyes, which seemed to encapsulate the entire universe, and he felt an almost imperceptible movement in his throat. All questions, all confusions, all cold logic ultimately coalesced into a single, nearly inaudible sound that reverberated clearly within the low hum of the energy core. This solitary word seemed to exhaust his capacity to navigate complex emotions. Just then, a boisterous voice echoed from the entrance of the energy core area, unmistakably displeased. Hey, is the energy charged yet? Elia, what are you doing? Reina's figure appeared at the doorway, observing the two standing face-to-face inside. She noted the rare moment of hesitation on Noka's face. Elia's calm, yet subtly altered demeanor, though Reina could not comprehend it, and the ambiguous atmosphere lingering in the air. Reina's amber eyes darted suspiciously between Noka and Elia, her brow furrowed tightly, her tone laden with palpable confusion and discontent. What is going on with you two? You both seem strange. Elia, what did you mean by that just now? She sensed a shift, yet was utterly unable to grasp its nature. Elia's true form merely turned slightly in Reina's direction, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a nebula unfurling, offering no explanations. She transformed once more into a gentle azure glow, merging with the surrounding energy conduit network. Her data avatar reassembling beside Noka. The spaceship is charged to 998 and ready for departure. Elia's data avatar reported in a calm, unruffled electronic voice, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Noka cast a deep glance at the reformed data avatar, then glanced at Reina, who wore a face of suspicion, evidently still without answers. He offered no explanation, merely turning away and striding towards the now energy-laden spaceship, which emitted a low hum. Target coordinates locked. Golra fleet predicted trajectory intersection, at the edge of the Kuiper belt, 03 light-years beyond Pluto's orbit. Elia's data stream unfurled a star map before Noka, predicting an encounter in 23 Earth days. Noka ascended the ship's ladder, the hatch closing behind him. Reina pursued the spacecraft hangar, witnessing the vessel transform into a spectral blue beam that pierced the verdant canopy of the toxic swamp planet, vanishing into the cosmic sea. She crossed her arms, her amber eyes still filled with confusion and a trace of inexplicable agitation, murmuring to the sky, "What on earth is going on? Everyone is being so mysterious." Shaking her head, she cast aside these perplexing emotions, her gaze sharpening anew. Whatever you are up to, Noka, just you wait. The next time we meet, I shall ensure you see me in a new light." Alia's digital avatar hovered silently beside Reina, the ethereal blue data stream flowing soundlessly. unbeknownst to all whether the core of that data had recorded the illogical moment that had just transpired. Chapter 37. Confrontation in Deep Space. Wrath of the Sovereign. In the frigid expanse at the edge of the Kuiper Belt, 3 light-years beyond Pluto's orbit, lies the most desolate graveyard of the universe. Noka's spacecraft lingered like a specter within the shadow of a colossal ice rock. He stood before the viewport, his deep-set eyes piercing the darkness. The starry prism necklace around his neck emanated a soothing warmth and a ghostly blue glow. Target has entered the predicted trajectory endpoint. Estimated contact time, 15 minutes. Alia's calm synthetic voice announced, detecting a massive source of energy fluctuations. Target individual, Gula. A pale blue aura enveloped Noka, rising silently. As a chilling battle intent permeated the air. On the bridge of the Colder King's flagship, the Sovereign sat upon his throne, issuing a low command. Gula. Crush those insects and return with Noka's head. Gula, standing before the observation window, his silver skin glimmering with a cold light, did not turn around. His mechanical, icy voice resonated. Father, I shall handle Noka. As for those ordinary Saiyan monkeys on Earth, he slightly tilted his head, his ice-blue pupils glancing at the distant speck of Earth. If they cannot even deal with such rabble, then the existence of the Vanguard fleet itself is a stain upon the honor of the Colder family. Let them fend for themselves. The Colder King furrowed his brow slightly. As you wish. But Noka must die. Of course. Gula's form blurred, vanishing from the bridge in an instant. Almost simultaneously, alarms blared aboard Noka's ship. High-energy reaction. Ultra-high-speed approach. A glint of cold light flashed in Noka's eyes as he propelled himself forward. The pale blue meteor surged into the void. The massive ice rock that had concealed him, along with the spacecraft, was silently vaporized by a scarlet beam. Noka hovered at the edge of the explosion's aftermath, enveloped in a pale blue aura that shielded him from the vacuum and frigidness of space. Before him, Gula materialized like a wraith. Gula scrutinized Noka's energy shield. His mechanical voice laced with derision. How intriguing. A magical life field that isolates from the vacuum? It seems the Saiyan monkeys have learned a few tricks. However, he raised his hand, a scarlet luminescence coalescing at his fingertips. In the face of absolute power, cleverness is meaningless. Frieza felt a disdain. I shall not. Noka remained silent, his deep gaze fixed on Gula. The terrifying energy within Gula surpassed that of Frieza. A long-forgotten, exhilarating shiver coursed down Noka's spine. He raised his hand, compressing the pale blue aura, which hummed ominously. The aura erupted into a golden blaze, his black hair standing on end. Gula scoffed. The scarlet beam tearing through the void, aimed directly at Noka. The battle commenced. No probing, merely a collision of pure power. The energy wave of Noka clashed fiercely with the crimson beam. In the silent cosmos, a blinding sphere of energy erupted. The shock wave crushed the icy rocks. Boom, boom, boom. The figures of the two flickered in the void, colliding. Each encounter triggered violent explosions. Gula, as swift as a specter, launched precise and ruthless attacks. Cold and efficient, base form, 1.5 billion. Noka's aura surged, mimetic Super Saiyan, approximately 1.5 billion, the ethereal light of the starry prism flowing into his consciousness, providing real-time analysis of Gula's energy flow and attack trajectory. He evaded, blocked, seeking minute flaws through meticulous calculation. The golden radiance and crimson light intertwined, colliding and annihilating. Noka grew increasingly exhilarated. This was the first opponent since his transformation into a Super Saiyan who compelled him to unleash his full strength and feel the pressure of an equal match. The frigid cosmos transformed into the most magnificent arena. On Earth, in the outskirts of West City, King Kuld's Vanguard fleet descended upon a desolate valley. Soldiers spilled forth, led by King Kuld, emanating a terrifying aura of 80 million, as oppressive as a mountain. Find the Saiyans. No mercy. The sound of thunder echoed. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien arrived, their expressions grave. Such overwhelming energy. Krillin trembled. How infuriating. Gohan's face turned pale. The frozen demon King Piccolo clenched his fist. In Goku's eyes, the spirit of battle ignited. If you wish to destroy the Earth, you must first contend with me. He instantly unleashed all his power. A white aura soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, he roared, Kaioken, tenfold. The crimson energy, wild as flames, entwined around his white aura, amplifying his might. Kakarot. Don't act recklessly. Vegeta growled, his own pale blue aura surging fiercely in response. The pride of the Saiyans would not allow retreat. The deep-seated desire for battle was ignited. A flicker of surprise crossed King Coold's eyes, quickly replaced by disdain, a mere trifle. He casually unleashed a punch. The purple energy surged forth like a battering ram, crashing into Goku's red-tinged Kamehameha wave. The residual force violently struck Goku's crossed arms. Ugh! Even with the tenfold Kaioken enhancement, the immense disparity left Goku's arms in excruciating pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his body hurled backward into the mountainside. Debris scattering. The brilliance of the Kaioken dimmed instantaneously. Father! Gohan cried out in alarm. Goku, Krillin, and the others were wide-eyed with despair. The gap remained vast. Humph. Overestimating oneself. King Cool turned to face the approaching Vegeta, the next contender, the Prince of the Saiyans. A mocking title. Vegeta watched as Goku was sent flying by a single blow, saw the scorn in King Coold's gaze, and heard the derisive words. A wave of uncontrollable fury surged within him, mingling with the long-repressed pride of the Saiyans, erupting like a volcano. You bastard! Vegeta's roar shook the surroundings. His pale blue aura surged violently. In his black pupils burned humiliation, defiance, and boundless rage. You damned frozen demons. Did you think defeating Frieza would end it? Did you believe that after the emergence of the Super Saiyan, you could trample upon the dignity of the Saiyans at will? He felt it. In the depths of the cosmos, Noka clashed with a terrifying aura. That was the true battlefield. Yet, he, Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, found himself humiliated by Frieza's father on Earth. Even Kakarot dared to charge forward. What a jest! Vegeta's fury blazed like flames, his power surging under the catalyst of his wrath. Kakarot, do not feign death. Wait until I deal with this foe before contemplating your demise. He roared at the mountainside. Assuming a combat stance, a pale blue aura rising around him. His obsidian eyes were filled only with icy killing intent and rekindled fighting spirit. Chapter 38, Super Saiyan Son Goku. In the vast expanse of space, at the edge of the Kuiper Belt, golden and crimson energy torrents surged like two ferocious rivers of stars, violently colliding, annihilating all in their path. Each shockwave subtly warped the surrounding spacetime, shattering the frigid stardust. Noka was enveloped in the surging aura of a pseudo-Super Saiyan, the golden light radiating like the core of a blazing star. His movements transcended the limits of perception, each strike accompanied by a shrill sound that rent the very fabric of space. The starry prism at his chest flickered with high frequency, a stream of azure data continuously flowing into his consciousness, precisely analyzing Gula's cold, efficient combat mode, akin to a precision killing machine, seeking the nearly non-existent flaws. For the first time, a grave expression appeared in Gula's eyes. His energy flow was subtly suppressed under Norka's tempestuous assault. The opponent's energy intensity, speed, and reflexes far exceeded expectations. The power contained within that golden aura exuded a pure and ferocious sense of oppression, causing even his proud, precise calculations to falter slightly. Humph, quite interesting. A Saiyan. Gula's voice remained cold, yet the air of composed mockery had vanished. He crossed his arms, bracing against Norka's heavy punch, minuscule cracks appearing on his white carapace. The tremendous impact forced him to retreat several hundred kilometers before regaining his footing. But is this your limit? Just as Norka prepared to press the advantage and utterly shatter Gula's defenses, a sharp and urgent buzzing emanated from an exceedingly small, modified communication device on his wrist. Engineered by Bulma. Simultaneously, Elia's anxious electronic voice resonated directly in his mind through the starry prism. Norka, Earth is under heavy assault. Target, King Kurd. Energy level, 80 million. All warriors are embroiled in fierce combat. Potential casualties. Bulma's emergency distress signal has been activated. In an instant, a holographic display unfolded in Norka's consciousness. Bulma's terrified visage, set against a backdrop of explosive flames and swirling smoke. Norka, help! It's Frieza's father. Goku and the others can barely hold on. The image flashed by. But Norka clearly witnessed the bloodied state of Son Goku and the devastating sight of Vegeta being hurled away by a purple energy blast, alongside the colossal figure of King Kurd, radiating an aura of destruction. Earth, King Kurd. In Norka's deep-set eyes, the cold killing intent was instantly ignited into a blazing wrath. The place he cherished, The land he had just departed from and vowed to protect was being ravaged. And before him stood Gula, the greatest obstacle, an impediment. Noka's voice resonated like frigid ice, imbued with an unprecedented ferocity. A thunderous roar erupted as an indescribable, terrifying energy, akin to the cataclysm of the universe's birth, exploded from within him. The aura surrounding him transformed instantaneously into a purer, more intense flame, shimmering like liquid gold. His golden hair stood erect, resembling blazing fire. In his emerald eyes, only the chilling intent to kill and the resolve to annihilate everything remained. Super Saiyan. Battle power, 300 million. The very fabric of space in the battlefield rippled violently, as if a stone had been cast upon a tranquil pond. The tempestuous golden energy surged forth, centered around Noka, sweeping outwards like a frenzied tsunami. The crimson energy unleashed by Gula melted away before this golden deluge like snow under the sun, dissipating rapidly. Gula's pupils constricted to the utmost limit. For the first time, a sense of dread flickered within his icy blue, elongated gaze. This power, a pure force that sent shivers through the very soul, far exceeded his expectations. It surpassed even Frieza. Noka's figure blurred within the golden flames, instantaneously appearing before Gula. The speed was so astonishing that Gula momentarily faltered in his reaction. A fist ablaze with golden energy, bearing the will to shatter stars, disregarded Gula's crossed arms in defense and struck fiercely against his chest. The impact was unimaginable. Gula felt as if he had been struck head-on by a supernova. The white armor on his chest emitted a cracking sound under the immense pressure. He coughed out a torrent of purple blood, his body propelled backward like a meteor, hurtling away at a speed surpassing light, crashing violently against several massive frozen asteroids. Coughing, Gula struggled to rise from the icy ruins, his chest armor shattered, revealing damaged biological tissues, with purple blood seeping forth. His icy blue eyes fixated intently on the radiant figure in the distance, now burning not with fear, but with a profound rage, mingled with exhilarating madness. Ha ha ha! Gula suddenly erupted into wild laughter, a sound that could not traverse the vacuum of space, yet resonated clearly to Noka through the violent fluctuations of energy. Super Saiyan. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Such intoxicating strength. His laughter abruptly ceased, his icy blue gaze now consumed by a singular desire for destruction. Do you think this can end me, Gula? You are gravely mistaken. I am nothing like that worthless Frieza. He spread his arms wide, his body beginning to swell and contort violently. Behold, Noka, you are the first and the last to witness this ultimate form. Gula's voice became a harsh rasp akin to metal scraping together. Terrifying purple energy surged forth from his being, enveloping him instantly. His form expanded wildly within the energy. The silver armor was torn apart, reconfiguring itself into a denser, more menacing shell. Muscles bulged like twisted mountain ranges. The shell atop his head warped into the shape of a crown. His entire body swelled to a heart-stopping height of 3 meters. A tempest of energy, far more ferocious, chaotic, and devastating than before, erupted with a thunderous roar at its epicenter. Colossal form. Battle power, 300 million. Thus, let the battle commence. A roar reminiscent of an ancient beast reverberated as the immense figure of Kulder surged forward with the might to crush all, akin to an uncontrollable war fortress. Lunging towards Noka, the gigantic, violet claws tore through the very fabric of space, descending upon him. Noka's golden pupils constricted slightly, realizing that the opponent's power level had instantly matched his own. The vast size and tempestuous energy exuded an overwhelming pressure. Temporarily ensnared by this sudden upheaval, he found himself unable to extricate himself immediately. Elia, Earth coordinates. Maximum speed. Noka bellowed within his consciousness, igniting a golden flame of determination as he fearlessly faced the colossal claw that obscured the sky. The battle in the depths of the cosmos had entered an even more brutal and frenzied phase. On Earth, in the valley outskirts of West City, the battlefield had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Gaping craters marred the landscape, cliffs had collapsed, and thick smoke billowed into the air. King Kulder stood resolute at the center of the battlefield, akin to an unyielding demonic deity. The violet flames enveloping him resembled a tangible armor. And with a terrifying battle power of 80 million, he possessed the strength to obliterate all. Piccolo's arm hung limply, purple blood staining half his body. Gohan was tightly shielded behind Krillin, both of them gasping for breath, battered and bruised. Tien and Kaiatsu lay motionless among the rubble, their fates uncertain. Blood trickled from the corners of Krillin's mouth, his eyes filled with despair. Vegeta's condition was the most dire. He charged forth repeatedly, his pale blue energy flaring to its utmost, unleashing his strongest attack, the final flash. Yet all assaults upon King Coulter were as futile as a drop in the ocean, barely causing the violet flames to flicker. What followed was an even more frenzied counterattack from King Coulter. So weak, so weak. King Coulter cackled maniacally, landing a punch that sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta crashed into the ground like a broken sack, creating a deep crater. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, staining his tattered battle suit. He struggled to rise, but his body felt disassembled, the pale blue energy dwindling to a mere whisper. His black eyes brimmed with humiliation, resentment, and a roaring fury at his own impotence. Why? Why was he so weak? Unable to defeat even the father of Frieza. Super Saiyan Noka, he Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, was he destined to forever look up in awe? Vegeta, the voice of Son Goku echoed. He had just emerged from the rubble of the cliff, bloodied and battered, the aura of his Kaioken long extinguished, his energy waning. Yet upon witnessing Vegeta's plight, the despair of his comrades, and the annihilating stance of King Coulter, an indescribable fury, mingled with profound sorrow and an unwavering resolve to protect, surged within him like molten lava. King Coulter's gaze turned towards the struggling Son Goku, filled with a sadistic cruelty reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. Next, it is your turn. Take your pitiful power and descend to hell. He raised his colossal palm, gathering a sphere of terrifying purple energy potent enough to obliterate the entire valley and all its inhabitants. The aura of destruction instantly enveloped everyone. No, father! Gohan cried out in a heart-wrenching wail. Goku, quickly dodge! Krillin's eyes widened in horror. Vegeta lay in a deep pit, gazing at the destructive light sphere and the imperious visage of King Cold, his black pupils filled with boundless fury, helplessness, and a flicker of resignation to death. No, he would not yield. At this critical moment, a voice erupted with uncontainable anguish, rage, despair, and defiance, echoing like a thunderclap that split the heavens. Stop! A surge of unimaginable, pure golden radiance, akin to the rising sun, burst forth from Goku's battered body, soaring into the heavens. It illuminated the dim valley, shrouded in smoke and purple energy, as if it were midday. Goku's hair stood on end, resembling flames of burning gold, transforming from root to tip into a dazzling brilliance. His once black pupils morphed into a cold, emerald green amidst the golden light. The faint aura surrounding him was replaced by a tempestuous golden gale, exuding an overwhelming, destructive presence, sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami. Super Saiyan, Son Goku. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The sinister grin on King Cold's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. The purple energy sphere in his grasp wavered slightly under the oppressive aura. What? This is impossible. A golden Saiyan. Vegeta in the pit widened his eyes in astonishment. His black pupils reflected the figure bathed in golden flames, filled with unprecedented shock, confusion, and a sense of soul-shattering upheaval. That lowly warrior, Kakarot, had he transformed into a Super Saiyan? The legendary once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan. No, it couldn't be him. How could this be? Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan, all those who still had the strength to see, were dumbfounded, gazing at the golden figure that descended like a god of war. That familiar yet strange aura was so powerful that it made their very souls tremble. Goku slowly raised his head, his jade-green eyes coldly locking onto the horrified King Cold. His voice like a chilling wind, laden with boundless wrath. You dare to harm my friends, hurt my son, and threaten the earth. I will not let you go. The golden aura surged skyward, heralding the birth of an enraged warrior. The desperate counterattack of Earth ignited by golden fury. Chapter 39, Defeating Cooler. In the depths of cosmic space, at the edge of the Kuiper Belt, two cataclysmic energy storms collided violently in the frigid void. The liquid gold-like flames of the Super Saiyan and the colossal body of Cooler, emanating chaotic and destructive purple energy, annihilating everything in their path. Each collision resembles a supernova explosion, transforming this desolate star realm into a hellscape ravaged by energy. Gura's colossal form grants him unparalleled strength and defense, With every swipe of his claws and every breath of energy, he exudes the power to shatter stars. Yet, Noka, armed with the ultimate speed of a Super Saiyan, an exquisite perception of energy that far surpasses Gura's understanding, and the magical simulations provided by the Star Dome Prism, manages to endure amidst this ferocious onslaught, continually inflicting deep wounds upon Gura. Haha, delightful, exhilarating. In the intervals of his frenzied attacks, Gura unleashes a maniacal laughter, his ice-blue pupils gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. The silver-white armor on his chest is marred by spiderweb-like cracks from Noka's heavy punches, and purple streaks of blood dangle from the corners of his mouth. Yet he remains unfazed. This is what battle truly is. Noka, you surpass that worthless Frieza by leagues. But it is still insufficient. Show me the limits of your power. Gura's speed surges once more. His form morphs into a blurred purple tempest. Countless claw shadows that tear through space and fists imbued with destructive waves envelop Noka like a torrential storm. The frequency and intensity of his attacks escalate to unprecedented levels. Noka's pupils constrict sharply. He heightens his perception to its zenith, his sensing of energy spreading like a web, capturing every nuance of energy flow within the storm. The ethereal light of the Star Dome Prism nearly coalesces into a singularity, fervently calculating optimal solutions for evasion and defense. His golden silhouette struggles through the purple tempest, dodging and blocking, akin to a fragile vessel amidst a raging sea, on the brink of being torn apart. Gotcha! Gura's ice-blue pupils blaze with ferocity. He seizes upon the slightest delay caused by Noka's injuries, condensing all his annihilative energy into his right fist, akin to a purple meteor, disregarding defenses, and plunging directly towards Noka's heart. The shadow of death looms instantaneously. In a moment of peril, Noka's eyes blaze with golden light. The ethereal blue glow of the Star Dome Prism flickers wildly. He does not brace himself, but instead executes an exceedingly daring maneuver, advancing rather than retreating. He minimally shifts to the side, allowing the lethal purple fist to graze the edge of his heart and pierce through his left shoulder blade. The sound of flesh and energy armor being torn apart is particularly jarring amidst the energy shockwaves. The purple annihilation energy ruthlessly invades the wound. Excruciating pain engulfs Noka, plunging him into darkness. Yet it is precisely this fleeting distance and angle forged by his body. Noka's right hand, having gathered the full might of a Super Saiyan while sidestepping, is enveloped in a highly compressed pale golden aura. A wisp of ethereal blue magical light, aiding in short-range spatial leap acceleration, entwines around it, as Gura's fist penetrates his shoulder. In the void between expended strength and newfound vigor, Noka's right fist strikes like golden lightning breaking through the barriers of space, driven by the will to obliterate everything, forcefully crashing into the unguarded area between Gura's chest and abdomen. That is precisely the most unstable node of his energy core, as calculated by area. Starbreaker. Boom. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled sound so profound it resembles the core of a planet being breached. Gura's body arches violently. The ice-blue pupils expanded to their utmost, filled with incomprehensible terror and excruciating pain. He sensed a cataclysmic energy, imbued with strange disintegration properties, surging into his body like countless searing steel needles, precisely piercing and tearing at his pulsating energy core. Ack! Gula's energy shock emitted a heart-wrenching wail. His right arm, piercing through Noka's shoulder, hung limply, as violet blood gushed forth like a fountain from his mouth, nose, and wounds on his chest and abdomen. On the silver-white exoskeleton, cracks spider-webbed outward from the center of Noka's fist, instantly spreading across his entire form. Impossible. Gula fixated on Noka's cold, emerald eyes ablaze with golden flames, fragmented thoughts of unwillingness, rage, and a hint of bewilderment at this power that transcended his understanding flooded his mind. How could a Saiyan possess such strength? His immense power dissipated rapidly, akin to a deflating balloon, the violet glow of his body dimming sharply. In the fleeting moments before his consciousness faded entirely, he cast one last glance towards the azure point that was Earth. A miscalculation. This was the final fragment of Gula's thoughts, laden with boundless regret and a chilling premonition. Then, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Noka abruptly retracted his bloodied right fist, forcing himself to endure the piercing agony and corrosion of his penetrated left shoulder as he swiftly retreated. Boom. Unbound. The terrifying combat power of 300 million within Gula erupted like an uncontrollable star, detonating from within. A blinding violet light instantly engulfed his shattered form, followed by a cataclysmic storm of destructive energy. The shockwave violently hurled Noka away, shattering several massive ice rocks before he barely regained his footing. As he gazed at the slowly dissipating sphere of purple destruction, Noka gasped heavily, the golden aura around him wavering due to his injuries and exhaustion. The penetrating wound in his left shoulder and the corrosive violet energy sent waves of piercing pain through him. The cost of defeating Gula was staggering. Elia, Earth coordinates. Maximum speed. Flight path locked. Spatial leap preparation. Estimated arrival time, 3 minutes. Elia's voice carried a hint of relief. Noka's figure transformed into a golden streak, tearing through space, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind the raging energy storm that bore witness to this extraordinary battle's conclusion. Earth, the valley outside West City. The sphere of purple destruction gathered to its zenith in the hands of King Cold, its aura of annihilation causing the very earth to mourn. Gohan's cries, Krillin's despair, and Vegeta's ashen rage seemed frozen in the moment before destruction. Then, the golden sun rose. Stop! Son Goku's roar resonated like thunderclaps splitting the heavens. A dazzling golden aura surged skyward. His golden hair stood erect. Cold, emerald pupils. A divine power so frenzied it made the very fabric of space tremble. Super Saiyan. Son Goku. What? A golden Saiyan. The sinister grin on King Cold's face froze, transforming into boundless horror. The sphere of destruction in his grasp trembled violently from the sudden influx of terrifying energy. Chapter 40. Sparring. The Battle of the Super Saiyan. In the depths of the abyss, Vegeta's black pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He fixated on the silhouette bathed in golden flames, his mind rendered utterly blank. Kakarot? That lowly warrior. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan. The legendary once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan. Not the only one. How can this be? Absurd. It must be an illusion. The overwhelming shock made him forget the excruciating pain in his body, leaving only a profound bewilderment and a chilling cold that penetrated to his very bones. How dare you? Goku's icy voice sliced through the air like a frigid wind, each syllable imbued with wrath capable of incinerating the heavens. His emerald eyes locked onto King Cold, and in an instant, his figure vanished. So swift, King Cold caught only a glimpse of a golden afterimage. The next moment, an unimaginable force crashed down upon his arm, which was gathering a sphere of destructive energy. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. King Cold let out a pained roar as his arm grotesquely contorted. The fully charged sphere of annihilation slipping from his grasp and soaring skyward, erupting into a brilliant yet harmless display of purple fireworks on the distant horizon. Before King Cold could recover from the agonizing break in his arm, Goku's fist, ablaze with golden flames, rained down upon him like a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. No longer was he the powerless figure he once was. Each punch now bore the strength capable of shattering mountains. The golden aura, infused with an indomitable will, ruthlessly tore apart King Cold's purple energy. King Cold's proud battle power of 80 million appeared so feeble before the pure and ferocious strength of the Super Saiyan. No, impossible. Just a mere Saiyan. Consumed by rage and astonishment, King Cold attempted to retaliate, but his speed, strength, and reflexes were utterly suppressed. He could only futilely block and evade, new wounds continuously appearing as purple blood splattered. Kamehameha. Seizing a fleeting opportunity as King Cold stumbled, Goku drew his hands to his waist. This time, he did not gather a white energy wave, but a pure and fervent destructive energy, akin to liquid gold. The golden radiance illuminated his cold visage and emerald pupils. A golden beam, potent enough to pierce through planets, erupted with all of Goku's fury and protective resolve, roaring forth. It instantly engulfed King Cold's horrified form. Boom. A sphere of golden energy, more terrifying than any explosion before, rose in the valley. The violent shockwave plowed through the earth once more. Dust and debris soared into the sky, obscuring the sun. As the dust gradually settled, all that remained was a bottomless, massive crater. King Cold, the father of Frieza, the monarch of the Ice Demon clan, along with his overbearing ambitions, had been reduced to cosmic dust. The golden aura slowly receded, Goku's hair returning to black. his emerald eyes regaining their former clarity, yet the fatigue and weakness within could not be concealed. He swayed unsteadily, emerging from the Super Saiyan state, and knelt heavily upon one knee, gasping for breath. The strain of forcibly breaking through, coupled with the battle while grievously wounded, had taken a tremendous toll. Goku, Krillin, and Gohan rushed forward without hesitation. Father. Gohan embraced his weakened father, tears streaming down his face. Piccolo gazed at the vast charred crater. Releasing a long sigh as his taut nerves finally relaxed. Vegeta remained lying in the deep pit, his dark pupils vacantly staring at the sky before shifting to Goku, who was being supported by Krillin and Gohan. His face bore no expression, only a profound silence and an incomprehensible void. The lowly warrior he had once scorned had truly transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, a golden meteor tore through the heavens above the earth, descending upon the scorched battlefield with an overwhelming presence. As the golden light dissipated, the figure of Noka emerged. His golden aura had yet to fully retract, and his emerald eyes swept across the battlefield where King Cold's essence had vanished. Goku, though weak, was alive. The warriors, despite their disheveled state, were free from mortal peril, and Bulma was safely positioned at a distance. Finally, his gaze settled upon the despondent Saiyan prince in the deep pit. Norka's golden aura gradually extinguished, returning to its normal state. He approached the edge of the pit where Vegeta lay, looking down upon him from a height. Vegeta felt the chill of that gaze. His black pupils finally focused, reflecting humiliation, rage, and immense confusion as he regarded Noka. Why? Vegeta's voice was hoarse and dry, as if he had expended all his strength. That lowly warrior Kakarot. How could he become a Super Saiyan? Wasn't he said to be a millennium occurrence? His inquiries were steeped in resentment and the agony of a shattered belief. Noka regarded Vegeta with a deep, contemplative calm, free of mockery. After a moment, his deep voice resonated clearly in the ears of Vegeta and all present. The Super Saiyan is not a matter of bloodline. It is the embodiment of rage, the will to transcend limits. Norka's words struck Vegeta's heart like a heavy hammer. Not a bloodline, a manifestation of rage. His black pupils constricted sharply as Norka's declarations, and the reality he witnessed surged like a torrent against his ingrained perceptions. He recalled Kakarot's repeated surges of power to protect others. What was he fighting for? Merely to surpass? To prove himself as the Prince of Saiyans? For vengeance? Norka observed the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Vegeta's eyes and ultimately left him with a parting remark. I look forward to the day you shatter your shackles. With that, he turned away from Vegeta and walked toward Bulma. Bulma hurried over, clutching a small pouch. Norka, the Senzu beans. Quickly, give one to Goku. He is gravely injured. She extended a bean toward him. Norka accepted the Senzu bean and approached Goku, who was being aided by Krillin and Gohan, and offered it to him. Without hesitation, Goku took the bean and swallowed it. Instantly, a surge of life energy coursed through him, sweeping away all injuries and fatigue. He straightened up, his eyes reigniting with fierce determination, and his white aura flared once more. He moved his limbs, savoring the invigorating power, then fixed his burning gaze on Norka. Norka, thank you for the Senzu bean. Previously, it was agreed that I would engage in a battle that would allow me to experience your Super Saiyan power. As Noka gazed upon the rejuvenated and spirited Goku, a fleeting glimmer of faint approval crossed his deep-set eyes. Very well. Goku assumed a fighting stance, his expression grave. However, just now, during your bout with Gula, I sensed that you were holding back your strength, am I correct? He flexed his arms. This simply would not do. Unleash your full power. Allow me to witness the true might of a Super Saiyan. Noka raised an eyebrow slightly. Full power? It will be quite disastrous, you know. Goku flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. I find it far more intolerable to be treated gently than to be soundly beaten. That would be the real discomfort. Come now, Noka. Let us engage in a thorough and exhilarating fight. Noka regarded Goku's pure and tenacious gaze, paused for a moment in silence, and the corners of his mouth seemed to lift ever so slightly as he murmured, indeed, a true Saiyan. Chapter 41. The Super King Kai Fist. The full-powered scarlet gold Kamehameha wave. The aura surged once again from Noka. Yet this time, it was not the golden hue of a Super Saiyan, but rather the pale blue aura of his normal state. However, after consuming the Senzu bean, this aura appeared even more substantial, more vigorous. As you wish. Noka's voice remained calm and undisturbed, the aura transforming into a golden blaze. In an instant, the newly revived Goku felt an immense sense of pressure. 5 billion against 17. 5 billion. The overwhelming disparity persisted. Goku's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he became increasingly exhilarated. The golden aura surged to its zenith. Here I come. As the words left his lips, Goku's figure morphed into a streak of lightning, instantaneously darting before Noka. His fist, infused with all his strength, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing forcefully towards Noka's face. Noka's footwork shifted slightly. Though his movements appeared unhurried, they were executed with pinpoint precision as he deftly sidestepped, simultaneously positioning his right hand like a blade, imbued with a sharp, pale blue energy, slicing towards Goku's wrist with the swiftness of lightning. Should this strike connect, it would be sufficient to incapacitate Goku's arm. Goku possessed an innate combat instinct. The moment Noka made his move, he sensed the imminent threat to his life. He forcibly retracted his punch, twisting his body at an astonishing angle, narrowly avoiding the blade-like hand, while simultaneously delivering a fierce knee strike aimed at Noka's abdomen. Bang! Noka's left hand pressed down, firmly blocking Goku's knee strike. The immense force made Goku feel as though his knee had collided with steel. The recoil caused a brief moment of hesitation in his movement. In that fleeting instant, Noka's assault surged forth like a relentless tide. Each attack, fist, palm, finger, and leg, was executed with simplicity, efficiency, and precision, infused with overwhelming power and a cutting edge that could tear through anything. The golden aura swirled around him, forming a flawless synthesis of offense and defense. Goku unleashed every combat technique he had ever learned to its fullest potential. He resembled a fragile boat amidst a tempest, desperately evading, blocking, and countering against Noka's seemingly casual, yet devastatingly powerful onslaught. Bang! 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 Each collision of their bodies resonated with a thunderous sound. The waves of energy erupted continuously, overturning the charred earth around them once more. Sun Wukong was forced to retreat step by step, his arms numb from the relentless barrage. A sharp pain coursing through his chest as the gust of force swept past, blood once again trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the fervor of battle in his eyes only intensified. With each strike he endured, he could perceive the trajectory of power within Noka's movements. Each evasion deepened his understanding of Noka's combat style. Truly formidable. Sun Wukong's heart was shaken, but more so with exhilaration. Is this the genuine disparity of strength? But it is still insufficient. I must see more clearly. Noka observed Sun Wukong, who, despite suffering under his onslaught, steadfastly refused to fall, and his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. A flicker of astonishment flashed through the depths of his gaze. The opponent's resilience, insight, and pure love for combat were indeed extraordinary. He deliberately constrained his power to the very limits that Sun Wukong could endure, exerting immense pressure without utterly overwhelming him. Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, Bulma, and others were forced to retreat to the fringes of the battlefield, the violent energy shockwaves rendering them nearly unable to see. It was overwhelmingly powerful. They could hardly discern their movements. Krillin shielded his face with his arm, his voice faltering amid the wind's pressure, filled with awe. Gohan clutched Krillin's clothing tightly, his emerald eyes straining to comprehend his father's fight, but all he could see were two golden silhouettes colliding and separating. Father, Mr. Noka, is incredible. Yet, worry filled his gaze, sensing that his father remained at a disadvantage. Piccolo crossed his arms, his brow furrowed, the green of his skin quivering in the energy storm. The gap is still too vast. Noka's strength and combat experience far exceeded Sun Wukong's. It seemed as though he was orchestrating this battle. He astutely perceived that Noka was not attacking with full force. Bulma's energy detector had long since overloaded and was emitting smoke. She could only exclaim in disbelief, "My goodness! The destructive power is even more terrifying than when he fought King Cooled. Can Goku withstand this?" Vegeta stood at a distance. His obsidian eyes locked onto the two golden figures at the center of the battlefield. Each time Noka effortlessly deflected Sun Wukong's fierce assaults, and each time Wukong was forced back yet charged forward with greater ferocity, it struck him like a hammer upon his heart. His tightly clenched fists turned pale, fingernails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Only an endless humiliation, resentment, and a troubling confusion ignited by Noka's words. Why was it not him standing there? Why could Kakarot possess that golden power? Boom. Sun Wukong was struck again by Noka's forceful whip kick to his side. The golden aura violently wavering as his body hurtled like a cannonball into the distant mountainside, debris flying. Father! Gohan cried out in shock. Krillin and Piccolo stepped forward anxiously. Amid the swirling dust, Sun Wukong struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth, the fire in his eyes not only unextinguished, but burning even more fiercely. It was a pure yearning to conquer the towering mountains before him. Noka, it is not over yet, Sun Wukong roared, as the golden flames around him frantically compressed between his palms. A blindingly brilliant golden sphere of energy swiftly took shape, emanating a heart-stopping wave of annihilation. The very air of the valley seemed to collapse towards that singular point. Double Kaioken. The veins on Son Goku's forehead, neck, and arms bulged like sinuous dragons. His skin, unable to bear the overwhelming strain, split open, oozing fine droplets of blood. The crimson, raging energy coiled around his golden aura and the energy sphere in his palm like hellfire, instantly elevating his combat power to unprecedented heights. The golden sphere was enveloped in a layer of frenzied scarlet, its volume and energy intensity surging geometrically. The space around it groaned under the unbearable pressure. Goku, stop! Your body cannot withstand this. Krillin shouted in terror, his face ashen. Gohan, too frightened to even shed tears, clung desperately to Krillin Dad. Please, no? Piccolo's pupils constricted as he growled, Fool, do you wish to commit suicide? Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes filled with dread. Vegeta gasped, his breath caught in his throat, the black pupils reflecting the sphere of destruction, double Kaioken combined with Super Saiyan. Kakarot, you madman. Yet deep within, he trembled at this reckless, limit-defying will, even feeling a flicker of admiration he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Receive this, Noka. This is all I have. Son Goku roared with every ounce of strength in his soul, his face contorted with pain and determination. He hurled forth the crimson golden sphere of annihilation. A fusion of all the power of a Super Saiyan augmented by double Kaioken, toward Noka with ferocity. Crimson golden Kamehameha wave. Boom. An indescribable torrent of destruction surged forth. Wherever it passed, the earth vaporized instantly, leaving behind a bottomless chasm with molten lava flowing along its edges. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it dimmed the heavens and the earth. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, Noka's golden pupils sparkled with fierce light. He did not cast any elaborate spells or defenses, but instead reacted with the most primal instinct of a Saiyan. Noka unleashed a thunderous roar. His entire golden aura compressed furiously between his palms, coalescing. An equally resplendent, yet more refined energy sphere, akin to molten gold, formed instantaneously. His arm muscles bulged, veins protruding, as he forcefully propelled the sphere, infused with all his Super Saiyan power, toward the roaring crimson golden torrent. Ultimate annihilation. Boom. The golden and crimson golden energy torrents collided at the battlefield's center like two burning stars. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. An energy storm, a billion times more terrifying than any before, erupted skyward. A massive energy sphere, a blend of gold and red, expanded instantaneously, consuming everything in its vicinity. The earth, as fragile as a cookie, was lifted, shattered, and vaporized in layers. The shockwave swept across the land like a tidal wave. Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and Bulma were hurled away like leaves in a tempest. Vegeta was forced to unleash his aura, anchoring himself to the ground to avoid being swept away. The entire western capital reverberated with a cataclysmic tremor. The radiant light persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Amidst the swirling smoke and flowing lava at the heart of the battlefield, there emerged a colossal chasm, exceeding a kilometer in diameter and unfathomably deep. Noka remained standing at the edge of the pit, yet he appeared decidedly disheveled. The resplendent golden aura that enveloped him had dimmed significantly, becoming chaotic, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. He gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling erratically. Most strikingly, his crossed arms, which had shielded him, bore the brunt of the damage. The resilient Saiyan battle attire had been utterly torn asunder and charred, exposing skin riddled with fine scorch marks. With blood oozing from certain areas, particularly on his left arm, the wound previously pierced by Gula had reopened, blood trickling forth. He had been shaken. and gravely injured. On the opposite edge of the chasm, Son Goku had long since reverted from his Super Saiyan form. He slumped upon the scalding fragments of lava, his body charred and emitting wisps of smoke, convulsing uncontrollably due to the extreme exertion that had pushed him beyond his limits, unable even to lift a single finger. His hair was disheveled, his face smeared with grime, yet his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brightness, fixated on the equally disheveled but unyielding Noka, as well as the stark wounds and blood on Norka's arm. A sense of profound satisfaction, unbridled joy, and even a hint of childlike glee blossomed into a frail smile upon Son Goku's soiled visage. "Haha, I hit you, and you're bleeding," he stammered, each word seemingly exhausting the last remnants of his strength. With that, his head lolled, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, though the contented smile remained etched on his face. The battlefield descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the hissing of the flowing lava. Krillin was the first to react, scrambling towards Son Goku. "Goku!" He rushed closer, frantically assessing the situation, and discovered that Son Goku was merely exhausted and unconscious. Despite the gruesome appearance of his injuries, vital signs were stable, prompting a deep sigh of relief as he collapsed to the ground, wiping cold sweat from his brow in a state of lingering dread. Gohan also wept as he rushed over, tightly embracing his unconscious father. "Dad, you scared me to death." Piccolo approached the edge of the chasm, gazing at the horrific destruction below, then glancing at the wounds on Norka's arm and the satisfied smile on Son Goku's face. Even the typically composed Piccolo could not suppress a low curse, too utterly madman. Yet, his tone betrayed a hint of indescribable astonishment. Bulma clutched her racing heart, observing the unconscious Son Goku and the wounded Norka, her gaze drifting over the dramatically altered landscape as she murmured, "These two monsters nearly tore the earth apart." Vegeta stood motionless, his gaze oscillating between the glaring wounds on Norka's arm and the blissfully unconscious face of Son Goku. Within his dark pupils surged an unprecedented tempest of emotions: shock, confusion, humiliation, resentment, and a trace of an unrecognized thrill. Kakarot, that lowly warrior, had truly managed to injure Norka with that reckless fighting style. Although the cost was the complete loss of combat ability, the profound satisfaction derived from giving everything and transcending one's limits deeply pierced Vegeta's long-held pride. Noker's earlier words about the will to surpass limits echoed in his mind like an incantation. His tightly clenched fist trembled slightly from excessive strain, blood seeping through his fingers unbeknownst to him. Noker slowly lowered his arms, the chaotic golden aura gradually retracting to its normal state. He glanced at his injured arms, particularly the gaping wound on his left shoulder, and his brow furrowed imperceptibly. He raised his gaze to the distance, where Goku lay unconscious, yet wore a satisfied smile. Within the depths of his eyes, the coldness seemed to have melted away, replaced by a clarity that bordered on reverence. He silently approached Goku's side. Krillin and Gohan watched him with apprehension, instinctively positioning themselves protectively in front of Goku. Noker made no extraneous movements, calmly stating, "He is fine, merely exhausted. A rest will suffice." His voice remained even, yet carried a subtle trace of fatigue and warmth. Finally, Noker turned to Bulma, succinctly declaring, "We are leaving." Bulma observed the still bleeding wounds on Noker's body, opened her mouth, and ultimately settled on a phrase laced with concern: "Be cautious with your injuries. Earth will always welcome you back." Noker nodded slightly. A pale blue aura enveloped his battered form as he soared into the sky. Chapter 42. The Spark returns home on the toxic marsh planet. At the new starport, a crystalline platform hovered above the dark green ocean, standing serene under the satellite's ethereal glow. Streamlined architecture emitted a ghostly blue light. The spaceship dock opened, and Noker's figure appeared at the top of the gangway. In stark contrast to his icy demeanor upon departure, he now radiated an overwhelming sense of fatigue and pain. A gruesome penetrating wound marred his left shoulder. Blood congealed, yet visibly revealing bone, a horrifying sight. His arms were riddled with burn marks and fine cracks, the pale blue aura flickering weakly. His steps noticeably unsteady as they echoed dully on the metallic gangway. Almost the moment the hatch opened, two figures emerged at the foot of the gangway. "Finally decided to crawl back?" A crisp voice rang out, laced with evident mockery. Lena, arms crossed and leaning against a nearby metal support, had her deep purple hair fluttering gently in the breeze. She was clad in a sleek, dark combat suit that accentuated her athletic form. Her amber eyes sharply scanned Noka's entire being the moment he appeared, and upon noticing the horrific penetrative wound on his left shoulder, her pupils contracted slightly, though her expression remained disdainful. "Look at you in such a state. What's this? Did you wander the universe and offer yourself as a punching bag for others?" Her words were merciless, yet her body involuntarily straightened, her gaze like a blade scraping over his injury. Noka paid no heed to her biting remarks, his deep-set eyes merely glancing at her as he continued his descent down the gangway. The abrupt movement tugged at the wound on his shoulder, causing him to furrow his brow imperceptibly. "Humph, can't even walk steadily?" Rena let out a derisive laugh, yet her movements were as swift as lightning. In the brief moment when Noka stumbled, she advanced with a decisive step, not to offer support, but rather to firmly brace against the uninjured right side of his body, stabilizing him with an unwavering shoulder. The action appeared somewhat brusque, yet the force was perfectly modulated, skillfully avoiding the injured left shoulder. Worthless is indeed worthless. If one cannot fight, should one not flee? Must one return in such a disheveled state to be an eyesore? She scolded him with her words. Yet her amber eyes were fixated on Noka's pale visage and the cold sweat beating at his temple, revealing the anxiety concealed beneath her feigned harshness. "Rena, Alia." A voice like a clear spring echoed at the right moment, imbued with her characteristic calmness. Alia had quietly taken her place beside them, her pearlescent skin nearly translucent under the dim light, and the deep blue starlit robe accentuated her delicate frame. Her eyes, swirling with celestial brilliance, reflected every wound upon Noka, particularly the grievous penetrating injury to his left shoulder, its severity seemingly amplifying. "He is gravely injured. Significant blood loss, muscle tears, core energy disruption." Alia's voice was composed, yet carried an undeniable authority. She gracefully approached Noka's left side, her slender fingers enveloped in gentle azure starlight, hovering just above the wound. "Immediate treatment is necessary." The starlight at her fingertips, akin to living threads, delicately penetrated the edges of the wound, initiating fundamental hemostasis, debridement, and a soothing energy to facilitate the preliminary repair of the damaged tissue. As the cool, healing energy made contact with the torn flesh, an intense sting compelled Noka to draw in a sharp breath, his body instinctively tensing. "Now you feel pain?" Rena taunted from the side, pressing her shoulder against him with a bit more force, as if to offer support. "Weren't you quite capable during the fight? You deserve this." Her words were merciless, yet her gaze remained fixed on Alia's actions, observing Noka's taut muscles and the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, her brow furrowing tightly. Alia's movements were increasingly gentle, her starry eyes intently focused on the wound, the azure light flowing steadily from her fingertips. "Bear with it," she urged, her voice remaining calm, but infused with an imperceptible warmth. "Is he dead?" Rena suddenly inquired again, her tone rigid, her amber eyes darting towards Noka. "That scoundrel named Gula?" This was her true concern. "He is not dead," Noka replied in a hoarse, subdued tone. "Humph, he*s lucky," Rena scoffed, turning her head away. "If I ever cross paths with him, I shall dismantle him into pieces and feed him to the worms in the toxic swamp." She spoke with ferocity, as if such words could avenge Noka and mask her own underlying fear. Under Alia's exquisite celestial magic, the bleeding from the left shoulder ceased entirely. The torn flesh smoothed by gentle energy, cleansed. Although the wound remained deep enough to reveal bone, it was no longer grotesque and horrific, and the pain had considerably diminished. The light from Alia's fingertips gradually receded, revealing a hint of fatigue in her breath. The external wounds are temporarily stable, yet the internal injuries and energy oscillations require profound rehabilitation. Ilia turned her gaze towards Noka, urging him to follow her to the Star Essence Pool, which can expedite recovery. "Star Essence Pool?" Noka inquired, somewhat puzzled. "It is the essence left behind by the crystalline core, imbued with pure life energy," Ilia elucidated, "and it will be beneficial for your recovery." Rena immediately released her grip on Noka's shoulder and stepped forward to join Ilia, crossing her arms and lifting her chin slightly. "I'm going too. I must keep an eye on this fellow, lest he pushes himself too hard and ends up falling apart again, forcing us to clean up the mess." Her reasoning was grandiose, yet her pride shone through. Ilia regarded her for a moment, her starry eyes glimmering, and without objection, she replied, "Very well." The trio traversed the passage interwoven with energy conduits, arriving at the heart of the Nova port. The dome, composed of flowing liquid sapphire, mirrored the vast expanse of the starry sky. Beneath the dome lay a small pool, its waters reminiscent of a condensed liquid galaxy, emanating a gentle silver-blue glow, with countless stardust particles floating within. This was the star essence pool. Enter and channel the energy, Ilya instructed succinctly. Noka removed his tattered shirt, revealing a lean yet scarred torso, and slowly stepped into the pool. The silver-blue water was warm and soothing, enveloping him instantly. The pure life energy flowed into him like a warm spring, nourishing parched cells and soothing the weary, oscillating core of energy within him. The sharp pain in his left shoulder was swiftly supplanted by a comforting warmth, and his taut nerves involuntarily relaxed. He closed his eyes, letting out an almost inaudible sigh of relief. Reyna sat cross-legged at the edge of the pool, not too close. Yet her amber eyes remained fixed on Noka. She watched as the tension in his furrowed brow eased, as the burn marks on his body faded, and as the edges of the wound on his left shoulder glimmered with the emergence of new flesh. The tightness in her lips seemed to soften slightly, but she quickly turned away. "Hey," she suddenly spoke, her voice sounding somewhat awkward beneath the starry expanse. "Taking a bath and getting all mushy like this. It's really pathetic." She paused, her gaze sweeping over his scars, and she added in a stiff tone, "If you come back in this state again, I'll toss you into the smelliest mud pit to snap you out of it. I can't stand looking at you like this." Her concern was evident, yet she cloaked it in a veneer of disdain. Noka slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze resting upon the awkward silhouette at the pool's edge. She hadn't spoken of fighting alongside him, but rather threatened him with a mud pit. Yet, he understood the awkward concern concealed within those amber depths. He remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of her threat. Ilya floated gracefully on the opposite side of the pool, her starry eyes tenderly observing the relaxed Noka, then casting a glance at the clearly worried yet stubborn companion at the edge. A faint, serene smile curved her lips. "Rest assured and recuperate, Noka." Ilya's voice was like a whisper of stardust. "The toxic marsh star is your true home." She said no more, yet her words carried significant weight. Noka closed his eyes once more, surrendering entirely to the nurturing embrace of the star essence pool. The physical pain is healing, and the mental fatigue is dissipating. Deep within, that frigid wasteland seems to be gently touched by two forces. One, entwined like thorny vines, represents a twisted yet tenacious concern. The other flows like serene starlight, a silent yet enduring guard. Beneath the starry canopy of this verdant planet, amidst the gathering pool of life energy, Norka's battle-scarred body and habitually closed heart are undergoing a silent restoration and nurturing. The end of the journey leads to this awkward yet warm refuge. Lena observes Norka drifting into a deep slumber in the pool, a profound restoration taking place. With a soft hum, she stealthily inches closer to the pool's edge, resembling a vigilant yet stubborn cat. Ilya transforms into specks of ethereal blue starlight, merging into the crystalline walls of the starry dome, leaving behind a gentle energy field to quietly protect. The night on the toxic marsh star flows with a tranquility known as home, illuminated by the faint glow of the star essence pool. Chapter 43. The dark star sharpens its edge. Whispered words of the heart. The silver-blue radiance of the star essence pool resembles gentle tides, nurturing wounds. Days later, as simulated morning light brightens the starport dome, Norka opens his eyes. The scar on his left shoulder is fierce yet devoid of pain. The burn marks on his arms have faded, and his energy surges stronger than before. He rises, enveloped in a pale blue aura, and with a flicker of thought, a blazing golden flame erupts skyward, akin to liquid gold. His golden hair stands on end, his emerald eyes crackle with electricity, and his strength flows freely, completely obliterating the shadow of Gula. Just as he exits the pool area, a taunting voice rings out. "TSK, have you rested enough?" Lena leans against the metallic wall with her arms crossed, her deep purple hair dancing in the morning light. Her gaze sweeps over Norka's shoulder scar, a fleeting look of relaxation passing through her amber eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by defiance. "The water in the pool isn't bad, is it? But I bet you've gone soft. Come on, let me see how much of that unique Super Saiyan you have left." The weight of the unique is heavy, laced with self-deprecation and resignation. "Where to?" Norka retracts his golden flame. "Follow me." Lena turns and strides ahead. Ilya's true form stands quietly at the corner of the passage, her flowing, deep blue robe accentuating her pearly white skin, making it appear even more translucent. The eyes swirling with starlight land on Noka the moment he appears, as if she had been waiting for him all along. The trial star ring is ready, she announces, her voice like a clear spring. Her starlit gaze scans Norka's healed shoulder, then rests on his tranquil face, revealing a trace of barely perceptible reassurance. The space in the trench below is stable. She pauses, gracefully stepping closer, so near that Norka can sense her faint, stardust-like, cool aura. Your breath is steady. You have recovered well. This concern transcends mere data. It is a warm affirmation. Her gaze then shifts to the impassioned Lena, her tone remaining calm, yet imbued with softness. Lena possesses great potential. Her fighting spirit is excellent fuel. Indeed, Norka replies simply, noting the clear concern swirling in Elia's eyes as he follows Lena. In the trial star ring, beneath the starry dome, the black crystalline ground is hard and cold. Lena stands in the center, her white aura rising, her battle intent ablaze. Come on, allow me to witness the legendary power. She assumed a stance, her amber eyes locked onto Noka, yet deep within lay a lingering shadow of melancholy. Noka faced her in his usual state, a staggering power of 7.5 million. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "Less chatter." Rina hissed, vanishing in an instant. Her speed was astonishing. Like a specter, she materialized beside Noka, concentrating all her might into a single fist that tore through the air, aiming for his back. Bang! Noka, without turning his head, accurately caught her fist with his left hand. The sheer force sent a tremor through Rina's arm. "Slow. Your strength is dissipating," Noka remarked coldly, his right finger slicing like a blade towards the exposed gap beneath her ribs. Rina narrowly evaded the strike, retaliating with a fierce knee to Noka's abdomen. The attack was brutal. Noka pressed her fist downward, sidestepping the knee, while simultaneously flicking his right finger, sending a concentrated energy strike directly to the side of Rina's supporting knee. Ugh! Rina's leg went numb, causing her to stagger back. Exposed, Noka remained steadfast, unyielding. Infuriated by his dismissive suppression, Rina's white aura surged. Her fists and feet rained down like a tempest. Her deep purple hair blazed like fire. Yet, against Noka's absolute strength and awareness, her ferocious assaults proved futile. Noka stood like a rock, evading, blocking, and countering with precision akin to a surgeon's scalpel, targeting her vulnerabilities. Bang! Bang! Uft! Rina was repeatedly repelled, sent crashing to the ground. Her combat suit torn, skin bruised, blood trickling from her lips. Yet the fire in her eyes only burned brighter. Falling, rising, she charged forth with even greater ferocity. She learned and adapted through the pain. Again, once more, she was thrown back, coughing blood. Rina roared in defiance to rise again. Noka halted, approaching her. "Stop." His voice was calm, yet not frigid. "I can still fight." Rina gasped, her arms trembling. "I am not your teacher, nor will I guide you to become stronger," Noka observed her. "Strength must be earned through your own efforts." He extended his hand, a gentle, pale blue energy coalescing in his palm, pressing it against her severely bruised shoulder. The soothing energy flowed into her, alleviating her pain and fatigue. Rina's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to evade the sympathy, yet the comfort made her pause. "Mind your own business." She averted her gaze. Though her body relaxed, she felt it. Noka's voice lingered nearby. "The warriors from Earth, though not powerful, possess a unique understanding of energy. Gula lost to me because of this. You must not fall behind." Rina sensed the gentle energy at her shoulder, starkly contrasting with her own violent aura. Closing her eyes, she attempted to replicate it, and amidst her clumsiness, her turbulent energy indeed calmed slightly. Just then, Noka's deep voice resonated once more, striking through her chaotic thoughts like thunder. "The Super Saiyan is not a millennium singularity. The Saiyan from Earth, Kakarot, has also succeeded." "What?" Rina's eyes flew open wide, her amber pupils expanding to their utmost. They brimmed with disbelief and confusion. She stared intently at Noka. "What did you say?" "That lowly warrior from Earth has also transformed into a Super Saiyan." "This is impossible." "The legend holds true," Noka interrupted her, his deep-set eyes meeting her astonished gaze, filled with fury, guardianship, and the will to surpass all limits. Rina felt as though struck by lightning, sitting dazed upon the ground. For eons, A singular belief deeply rooted in her heart was ruthlessly shattered by two sentences from Noka in this very moment. In the aftermath of shock, an overwhelming sense of bewilderment enveloped her, soon followed by a flame of hope, long suppressed, igniting within her amber-hued eyes like a beast breaking free from its chains. It was no longer the bitter acceptance of fate, but a burning desire, fervent enough to set her aflame. Can I truly? Her voice quivered, dry yet brimming with an unprecedented brilliance. Look at you. Noka retracted his hand, leaving behind those two words as he turned away from the star ring. Rena sat upon the frigid crystalline rock, gazing at the direction Noka had vanished, and then lowered her eyes to her tightly clenched fist, trembling slightly from excitement. The flame within her amber pupils had never burned so fiercely, nor with such conviction. She slammed her fist into the ground with force. Just you wait, Noka. As a Super Saiyan, I will not let you cast me aside. Chapter 44. The Chronicles of the Super Saiyan God. A return to Earth. Noka's training delved deep into the treacherous depths of the poison marsh planet. Amidst the suffocating miasma of death, he suspended himself in midair, eyes closed. Surrounded by a faint blue aura that formed a delicate shield against the corrosive toxins. Simultaneously, he extended his perception like a spider's web, capturing the faintest energetic rhythms of life forms lurking deep within the marsh, honing the precision of his awareness. As he concluded his sensory training and descended slowly from above the toxic mire, he discovered the true form of Alicia, standing serenely upon a relatively dry crystalline rock, seemingly appreciating the unique scenery of the poison marsh planet. The starlit robe flowed with a gentle luminescence amidst the swirling pale green fog. The fluctuations of life energy here were 38 times more vibrant than during his previous observations. Alicia's voice resembled a clear spring breaking through the mist. She did not turn her head, yet her starry eyes reflected Noka's descending figure. Your aura has woven itself more intricately, she noted, pinpointing his progress with an approving tone. Noka landed beside her, gazing at the roiling toxic vapor ahead. Indeed, yet it is still insufficient. He pondered how to extend his perceptual range even further. Haste makes waste. Alicia suddenly turned her head, her starry-like eyes clearly mirroring Noka's visage, her voice soft yet imbued with a peculiar clarity. Overexpansion will weaken your net. Focus on stabilizing the core area, and the range will naturally extend. This was both advice and a philosophical reflection on the control of magical energy. Her slender fingers unconsciously brushed through her galaxy-like hair. As a minute, stardust-formed stabilizing rune flickered at her fingertips, silently demonstrating her point. Perhaps seeking out Kakarot and the others on Earth would expedite your progress. Noka glanced at Alicia. Alicia smiled. I thought you might disdain learning from them. Given the Saiyan temperament. Noka chuckled. As long as I can grow stronger, that's all that matters. At the bottom of the gravity abyss, where the gravitational forces could crush steel, Noka was engaged in a brutal regimen of weighted training, relying solely on his physical strength. Sweat drenched his garments, muscles taut, with each punch feeling as if he were struggling within viscous lead. As he engaged in extreme squats, bearing the weight of dozens of times Earth's gravity, his bones groaned under the immense strain. Suddenly, a gentle and cool stream of energy enveloped his knees and lumbar joints, silently fortifying their resilience and capacity to endure, alleviating the agonizing pain at the critical threshold. Noka paused momentarily, lifting his gaze towards the abyss above. The ethereal figure of Elia flickered in the distorted light of gravity, resembling a celestial deity descending from the heavens. She uttered no words but offered him a slight nod, her starry eyes radiating encouragement. Noka inhaled deeply and, supported by the comforting sensation in his joints, steadily completed the final squat. This silent support proved more powerful than any words could convey. Night fell over the observatory at the heart of the Stargate. Here, there were no cold data screens, only the tangible expanse of the cosmos projected through the dome. Elia stood quietly beneath the star map, her flowing hair blending seamlessly with the universe above. As Noka entered, he found her gazing up at a specific region of stars, her starry eyes reflecting the resplendent starlight. You have arrived, she said without turning, her voice a whisper entwined with the night breeze. The night sky here is far more breathtaking than any data simulation, is it not? She initiated the conversation. Noka approached her side, also staring at the celestial tapestry. Indeed. Elia extended her hand, pointing to a hazy area on the star map designated as the realm of lost legends. Her fingertip glimmered with ethereal blue starlight, sketching ancient, mural-like images in the void. Within these specters, a figure bathed in sacred, gentle radiance emerged, its outline reminiscent of a Saiyan, yet its essence profoundly different, imbued with a sense of inclusivity and boundless vitality, rather than the fury and destruction associated with a Super Saiyan. While organizing the oldest fragments of memory within the crystalline wall, I discovered some intriguing elements. Elia's voice carried a distant reminiscence as her starry gaze shifted to Noka, shimmering with light. It pertains to a legendary Super Saiyan deity that may have existed in ancient times. Norka's attention was immediately captured by the sacred specter, a spark of curiosity igniting in his deep-set eyes. A deity? Not in the traditional sense of divinity, Elia clarified, as the starlit specter shifted to reveal lines of ancient hieroglyphs. The records are vague and ambiguous, outlining a realm that transcends the Super Saiyan threshold, where power emanates from the resonance of the heart's light, rather than pure anger and destruction. It symbolizes the ultimate elevation of life and the essence of guardianship. She regarded Noka, her starry eyes filled with inquiry. This power seems to require some special catalyst, or perhaps the collective guidance of several kin with pure hearts to manifest. The records are too fragmented. Stepping closer, almost standing shoulder to shoulder with Noka, she gazed up at the sacred specter within the star map, her voice as soft as a dream. Noka, do you think that on the path to the pinnacle of power, besides destruction, there exists another possibility? A force as vast and encompassing as this starry sky. Her question was not merely an exploration of legend. It felt like a profound inquiry into the depths of Noka's own heart. Noka remained silent, gazing at the sacred, ethereal figure, then glanced down at Alia, whose eyes reflected the galaxy and his own starry essence. Alia's willingness to share her contemplations on the nature of power, along with her cautious explorations, were akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the calm surface of his thoughts. He extended his hand, gently touching the divine silhouette that Alia had conjured, causing the apparition to ripple like water. Perhaps, his deep voice resonated through the serene observatory, imbued with an unprecedented sense of uncertainty. This was the first time Alia had heard him respond in such a tone. On the toxic marsh planet, Noka sought amidst extremities, while Reina underwent transformation through hope, and Alia, in her unique manner, expressed care akin to the language of stars, offering silent support, sharing profound wisdom, and exploring the future, quietly etching an imprint in Noka's heart deeper than the scars of the cosmos. The legend of the Super Saiyan god lay like a seed, discreetly sown beneath the celestial canopy. The path to strength seemed to unveil an unforeseen direction. Chapter 45. Ripples of Star Language. Thunder in the heart's abyss. The daylight on the toxic marsh planet flowed under the soft illumination of the simulated dome. The reconstruction of New Star Harbor progressed methodically. Yet beneath the tranquil surface of this emerald planet, a subtle atmosphere was quietly brewing. Alia's initiative, like a stone cast into Noka's deep pool, expanded the ripples. The observatory was no longer exclusive to the night. Alia frequently invited Noka during daylight hours. No longer merely presenting data, she stood alongside him before the vast star map, her fingertips dancing with ethereal blue starlight, guiding his gaze through the virtual rivers of stars, recounting a distant civilization's unique understanding of energy's essence or fragments of a long-extinct race's martial philosophy. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, and her starry eyes sparkled with wisdom as she deciphered knowledge. Yet inadvertently, her gaze would often linger on the focused profile of Noka, imbued with an almost imperceptible tenderness. The magical corridor, connecting various regions and flowing with streams of energetic light, became an exquisite venue for Alia to orchestrate serendipitous encounters. When Noka traversed it alone, her true form would often gracefully emerge from the flowing light, as if merely passing by. The circulation of energy and the magical circuit of the celestial dome revealed a 173 similarity in node compression. She would naturally initiate conversation, her fingertips coalescing into a small double helix energy model crafted from starlight, suggesting a potential for fine-tuning. She would extend the model towards Noka, their sleeves nearly brushing. As Noka accepted the model, his icy fingertips occasionally brushed against her cool hand, each subtle contact causing the brilliance within Alia's starry essence to quicken ever so slightly. After Noka concluded his arduous training, he would invariably find a cup emanating a crisp aroma, a meditative beverage extracted from celestial flora, resting upon the energy crystal pedestal in his room. No signature adorned it, yet the pure energy waves and exquisite vessel spoke volumes. Noka lifted the cup, savoring the gentle, nourishing energy it contained, his deep-set eyes drifting towards the corridor outside, lingering in silence for a moment before he consumed it in one swift motion. These fragments, akin to gentle stardust, silently descend upon Noka's habitually frigid world. He remains taciturn, yet in the presence of Alicia, the icy barrier around him seems to thaw considerably. He listens intently to her narratives, experiments with the energy model she proposes, and embraces her unspoken affection. Occasionally, when Alicia's eyes gleam with excitement over an intricate theory, a flicker of admiration briefly illuminates the depths of his profound gaze. However, all of this is keenly observed by a pair of amber eyes. Reina is decidedly displeased, thoroughly so. She cannot articulate why the sight of Alicia and Noka standing so close makes her uncomfortable, why their hushed discussions at the stargazing platform irritate her, or why the discovery of an unfamiliar beverage in Noka's room ignites her inexplicable fury. She attributes it to Alicia's encroachment upon her training partner, always shrouded in mystery, discussing incomprehensible celestial matters. What is the point? While relentlessly attacking the sturdy crystal dummies in the training arena, her fists and feet raining down like a torrential downpour, she mutters in frustration. The fire of determination burns fiercely in her amber pupils. She resolutely refuses to acknowledge that it is due to anything else. Thus, Reina's counterattack commenced, simple, direct, and wild. As Noka and Alicia delve into a complex energy node on the star map at the observation platform, the training arena's alarm suddenly blares, simulating the highest-level enemy assault signal. In an instant, Noka vanishes from his previous location, appearing in the training arena to find Reina, hands on hips, innocently pointing at the energy generator she inadvertently destroyed. Oh dear, my strength got a bit out of hand. Noka, just in time for her call, is beckoned to practice this new technique with her. Left at the observation platform, Alicia gazes at the interrupted star map projection, shaking her head in resignation. Yet a knowing smile graces her lips. When Noka encounters Alicia in the magical corridor, having just received the new energy model sketch she provided, Reina bursts onto the scene. Seizing Noka's unscathed arm, her actions still rather brusque. Hey, stop fussing over those useless papers. I found something new over by the gravity abyss that seems related to combat. Come on, let us take a look. Without allowing for protest, she drags Noka away. Alicia stands rooted, watching their retreating figures, the starlit model in her fingertips gradually dissipating. Yet her lips remain adorned with a serene smile, as if observing two squabbling children. Even when Alicia personally carries a platter of exquisite starfruit infused with restorative energy to Noka's room, she inadvertently encounters Reina blocking the doorway, brandishing two rigid high-energy nutrition bars, which she clumsily thrusts into Noka's hands as he opens the door. Here, for energy replenishment. I've tried them. They're incredibly effective, far superior to those fancy fruits. Come on, let us go train some more. Alicia observes the two hard nutrition bars in Noka's hands, then glances at the softly glowing fruit drink in her own, merely smiling faintly as she gently sets the platter on the nearby crystal table. You've worked hard in training. This can be consumed later. The tone remained devoid of any displeasure, still gentle as water. Elia's tolerance and magnanimity acted like a mirror, revealing the awkwardness and agitation of Lena, who felt increasingly exposed. The more Lena deliberately caused trouble, the more her immaturity became apparent. This sensation only heightened Lena's irritation, leading to an increase in her attacks on the training dummies. Eventually, the pent-up frustration erupted after yet another interruption. That day, Elia had invited Noka to the newly restored Star Whisper Garden, a serene and beautiful area adorned with luminescent starry plants, said to be a place of meditation for the Crystal Wall Guardians. Upon hearing the news, Lena rushed over like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Upon her arrival, she caught sight of Elia seated on a meadow of starlit grass, glowing with a soft blue light, while Noka stood nearby, seemingly affected by the tranquil atmosphere, his aura considerably calmed. Elia tilted her head slightly, speaking to Noka, her starry eyes breathtakingly beautiful in the light of the stars, her lips curving into a tender smile. This scene pierced Lena's heart like a needle. Noka, unable to contain herself any longer, Lena let out a thunderous roar that shattered the tranquility of the Star Whisper Garden. She charged forward like an enraged lioness, Her amber eyes burned with a flame she didn't fully comprehend as she stormed up to Noka and seized his collar. Ilia was startled, rising in surprise. Her starry eyes filled with concern as she looked at Lena. Lena? What's wrong? What's wrong? Lena snapped, turning sharply to Ilia, her voice sharp with agitation. I should be the one asking you. Clinging to him all day. Stargazing. Talking about magic. Bringing him food. Is this a training ground? He is a warrior. Not your plaything. She unleashed all the pent-up frustration she had felt over the past few days. Noka furrowed his brow, observing the emotionally unraveling Lena. His deep-set eyes reflecting confusion and curiosity. Lena? And you? Lena redirected her ire towards Noka, gripping his collar so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her amber eyes glaring at him, filled with indignation, fury, resentment, and a vulnerability that frightened even her. Aren't you supposed to help me grow stronger? Aren't you supposed to watch me become a Super Saiyan? What are you doing now? Accompanying her to admire flowers? What about the promise you made to me? You liar. By the end of her outburst, her voice quivered with suppressed sobs. She could not fathom why she felt so heartbroken and out of control. She simply sensed that the Noka who had always belonged to battles and the pursuit of strength seemed to be slipping away into the embrace of that gentle starlight. This realization was more painful than being defeated by Noka 100 times. The Star Whisper Garden fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the gentle sway of the luminescent plants. Ilia watched Lena, who was on the verge of collapse, with no reproach in her starry eyes. Only deep understanding and a hint of compassion. She sighed softly, her voice still gentle. Lena, Noka, shut up. Lena rudely interrupted, tears finally spilling uncontrollably, mingling with the sweat and dirt on her face. She no longer gazed at Ilia, but fixed her eyes fiercely on Noka, summoning every ounce of strength within her to unleash the chaotic, fiery emotions that felt utterly foreign to her. Each word erupted like flames consuming her very soul. Noka, I tell you, I care not for any Super Saiyan. I care not whom you gaze at while stargazing. But you promised to watch me grow stronger. You promised to fight alongside me. You cannot, must not divert your gaze from me. I will not allow it. Rather than a mere shout. It was a desperate declaration tinged with possessiveness. After her outburst, it seemed she had exhausted every bit of her energy. She released Noka's collar, her chest heaving violently as silent tears streamed down her face. With a defiant glare directed at Noka, she awaited his judgment. Akin to a prisoner, hoping for a final verdict. The air thickened with tension, and the starlight appeared to dim slightly. Noka regarded the tear-streaked, yet resolute Reina before him, his deep-set eyes stirred by an unprecedented tumult. The gentle wisdom of Ilia and the wild ferocity of Reina, two starkly contrasting emotions, collided within him like raging torrents against the fortress of his heart. For the first time, he acutely sensed Reina as fervent devotion and dependence, hidden beneath her awkward demeanor, sharp tongue, and battle-hungry facade. He remained silent for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Reina to nearly believe he would turn away. Ultimately, he raised his hand, not to flick her forehead or block her attack as he usually did, but with fingers that felt somewhat coarse yet remarkably sincere. He gently wiped away the heated tears from her cheek. You must be prepared. Noka's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an unprecedented, almost resigned gentleness. Training resumes tomorrow. He made no grand promises, but this brief response and his clumsy gesture of wiping her tears were like a thunderclap, shattering the gloom within Reina's heart and casting a shockwave named intent across the starry garden. Ilia stood bathed in starlight, witnessing the scene unfold, her star-like eyes shimmering, ultimately transforming into a deeper, more encompassing serene smile. The thunder of the heart's marsh had already sounded, and the emotional star map was subtly altering its course. Chapter 46. The oath of starlight and the shattering of steel. The dome of the starry sky simulated a tranquil twilight, draping the new star harbor in a warm golden hue. Months flowed quietly by in reconstruction and training, marking a rare moment of reflection for Noka after the demise of the Frieza force. His usual combat prowess had become increasingly refined through relentless trials, and his mastery over Super Saiyan Golden Flames had reached a zenith, flowing effortlessly without a hint of stagnation. In his daily routine, he continued to hone himself in the most perilous depths of the planet, weaving a web of energy perception in the toxic miasma of the sighing marsh. While extracting the potential of his flesh amidst the gravitational chaos of the abyss, sculpting the intricate art of energy structuring within the tumultuous currents of power. Occasionally, when the starry prism necklace around his neck flickered faintly, he would respond to Alia's summons. As the ripples of space unfurled, Noka found himself in the cold, desolate void of deep space. His targets were often the cosmic beasts that threatened the newly established interstellar trade routes, guarded by the crystalline wall protectors. To Noka, they merely serve as live targets for the validation of new techniques. The energy beam, coalescing at his fingertips and infused with the magic of air and crystal walls, strikes with the precision of Alia's surgical scalpel dissecting data streams, deadly, efficient, and ruthlessly cold. With the completion of the task, the necklace glimmers once more, and he finds himself back at the stargazing platform beside the training grounds of Nova Port, as if he had merely indulged in a fleeting interstellar stroll. This formidable and unwavering protection steadily enhances the reputation and influence of the starry firmament within the cosmos. Alia's invitations to Noka have become more frequent. She no longer confines herself to the sharing of knowledge but stands beside him before the vast star map, her fingertips dancing with ethereal azure starlight, guiding his gaze through the virtual river of stars. Her explanations remain rational, yet her tone is imbued with a hint of shared delight. At times, she gently tilts her head, her starry eyes intently observing the profile of Noka deep in thought, close enough for him to distinctly perceive the refreshing scent reminiscent of stardust that envelopes her. She effortlessly points out an energy node on the star map relevant to Noka's current training, her fingers nearly grazing his arm with the brilliance of the stars. As Noka engages in extreme weight training in the abyss, drenched in sweat with his bones creaking, that familiar, cooling energy flow quietly envelopes his joints, sometimes even tenderly brushing against his taut temples, offering a soothing balm for his mental fatigue. When he looks up, he can always catch a glimpse of Alia's elusive figure amidst the distorted gravity light, along with the unmistakable concern reflected in her starry gaze. This silent support speaks more clearly than words ever could. Alia is keenly attuned to Reina's emotions. When Reina becomes frustrated due to setbacks in her training, Alia, in seemingly casual encounters with Noka, mentions Reina's potential for improvement in a particular technique, subtly redirecting the conversation towards her. When Reina is present, Alia maintains a more public distance, employing straightforward language in her knowledge sharing to ensure Reina feels included rather than completely sidelined. On the training grounds, Reina remains the figure most fiercely tested. Yet, the eruption of the Star Language Garden seems to have lifted a great weight from her heart, rendering her determination even more resolute. In her amber eyes, flames burn brightly, her goal clear: to grow stronger, strong enough to stand side by side. She begins to actively seek Noka's guidance on the fine control of energy, as the wild force gradually adopts a refined edge through repeated failures. Noka's responses are met with increasingly rigorous practical combat, and after training, the pale blue energy coalescing at his fingertips presses against her most severe bruises, the action more natural and familiar than before. At times, he offers concise praise. Well done, progress made. This is enough to ignite a brilliant spark in Reina's eyes. Yet, this hard-won tranquility is abruptly shattered by the blinding crimson alarm, signaling a catastrophic threat, which suddenly blazes to life on the main crystal column. Alia's true form solidifies before the main crystal column, her starry eyes spinning rapidly, her robe flowing with starlight, seemingly unperturbed by the wind. The immense display screen reveals a scene of a planet being parasitized by a grotesque metallic celestial body. A heart-pounding source of energy is slowly emerging, its form twisting and reconfiguring in the scan, ultimately solidifying into the cold, sinister outline of the metallic gula. Its energy readings are ferociously chilling, surpassing all previous records. The identification match for gula stands at an astonishing 999. Alia's voice remains frigid, yet her pace quickens as torrents of data surge through the star sphere. The nature of the energy undergoes a dramatic transformation. Metallic life forms merging with the core of an unknown planet, Gula. Just after completing her training, Reina bursts into the command center, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing the name, her amber pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks. "Wasn't that bastard reduced to dust by you?" she exclaims, directing her incredulous gaze toward Noka. His eyes, deep as the abyss, lock onto the image of that metallic demon on the screen. A golden glint flashing momentarily within. "Something that should not exist has emerged from the cosmic refuse," he states, his tone icy and piercing. An urgent intelligence node relays information. Elias swipes across the screen, retrieving several encrypted communications from distant star systems. Mekher is under high-energy assault, its characteristics aligning with this target. She pauses for a brief moment. The gaze of the star sphere meeting Noka's, laden with gravity. Another faint signal, bearing the biological imprint of Frieza, has been detected. It is already activated on this planet. Frieza? Rena gasps in disbelief. Him too. Coordinates. Noka's voice is devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding pure, chilling intent. Rena's words are interrupted by Noka raising his hand. Leave it. His gaze is sharp as a blade, resolute. That entity's energy is peculiar and perilous. Rena is exasperated. But upon seeing the unwavering determination in Noka's eyes, and the calm yet firm look of prohibition from Elia, she stomps her foot in frustration, turning her head away. Through gritted teeth, she manages to utter, "Come back alive. Otherwise, I will haunt that wretched dump to drag your corpse back." Elia offers no objections. In an instant, she moves before Noka, so close that they can almost feel each other's breath. The depths of her gaze plunge into Noka's, where cold, killing intent churns, yet reflects her pearly white visage. Coordinates locked, she states, her voice like a clear spring, imbued with an unusual, calming power. She raises her hands, not to cast a spell, but to gently yet resolutely cradle the starry prism necklace worn by Noka. The cool, pearl-like touch of her fingertips contrasts with the heat radiating from Noka's skin, ignited by battle fervor. The deep azure energy of the starry expanse surges forth from Elias's hands, pouring unreservedly into the crystal of the necklace. The starry prism erupts with an unprecedented brilliance. Enveloping both of them, the fabric of space begins to twist violently, forming a raging vortex passage. Maximum power of the spatial leap channel activated. Beware of core interference. Elias's voice rings clear amidst the torrent of energy, her gaze unwavering from Noka's eyes. No longer does the star sphere circulate data, but rather pure emotion, nearly overflowing. Noka, remember, the radiance of the starry expanse is your rightful place. We await your return. The two characters, delicate yet weighty as 1,000 pounds, encompass not only Rena but also herself and the entire planet, forming the most solemn vow. Noka felt the warmth and power belonging to Elia coursing through his wrist, gazing into her starry eyes, which held unreserved trust and concern. Deep within those depths, where an icy intent to kill resided, it seemed as though a warm star had been cast. He responded with a brief yet forceful clasp of Elia's wrist. A single word, yes, was a promise. In the next moment, a surge of azure light erupted, and a vortex of space completely engulfed him, rendering him invisible. The brilliance of the crystal tower dimmed, leaving only the residual hum of energy. Rena bit her lip, watching as Elia slowly lowered her hands, her starry eyes still fixed on the spot where Noka had vanished. On her pearlescent cheek, there appeared a faint transparency, a result of excessive energy output. He will certainly return, Wantihi? Rena's voice lacked its usual vigor, tinged with an unrecognized dependency. Elia turned to Rena, her starry gaze soft yet resolute. Of course, for there exists a reason compelling him to return. She extended her hand. A gentle starry glow swirling around her fingertip, which she delicately touched to Rena's tightly clenched fist. And you are one of the outcomes he hopes to witness. Do not let him down, Rena. Chapter 47. The Silver-White Metallic Brothers. Earth. Capsule Corporation. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Piccolo's eyes were tightly shut, the green veins on his forehead pulsing slightly. Due to the previous assimilation with Nail, the Elder could establish a mental link with Piccolo, who was currently absorbing the grim situation on planet Namek from afar. Krillin, Tien, and others were ashen-faced. Bulma paced anxiously. Goku sat cross-legged on the ground, brow furrowed, his expression unusually grave, devoid of his usual mirth. The Elder's call jolted Dend awake, his emerald eyes ablaze with furious wrath. Planet Namek was under siege. The enemy was a metallic demon, Metal Cooler. Somehow he had returned to life and dredged Frieza from the magma of Namek, resurrecting him as well. Piccolo slammed his fist into the ground. Metal Cooler. Metal Frieza? Krillin shrieked in horror, the specter of Frieza's brothers tightening around everyone's hearts. That demon Frieza. Tien's voice trembled. They seek the Dragon Balls. It must be for an even more terrifying power or for immortality. Bulma instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her face pale. We must go. Save the Namekians. Stop them. Of course we must go. Goku responded solemnly, springing to his feet, his eyes alight with resolute battle spirit. His voice steady and powerful. This time, we must put an end to them once and for all. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck Bulma. Should we contact Noka? He was last no need. The cold, decisive voice emerged from the shadows in the corner. Vegeta stepped forward, not releasing his aura. Yet the very air in the room seemed to thicken with his movement. His face bore no expression, yet his gaze was as piercing as tempered ice, sweeping over Bulma with an undeniable arrogance and a profound, restrained confidence. He stood tall, the contours of his muscles hinting at explosive power beneath his battle attire. Goku's eyes instantly locked onto Vegeta. He remained silent, but his usually sunlit eyes were sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through Vegeta's perfectly contained aura. He distinctly sensed the distinctly different, deeper and more powerful undercurrent of energy within Vegeta, a transformation of essence. Recalling Vegeta's almost self-destructive training regimen during this period, and the intense flame of suppressed desire for validation in his eyes, the answer was clear. A subtle smile graced Goku's lips, not one of derision, but rather one that acknowledged the seriousness of facing a true rival. He raised his hand and firmly patted Vegeta on the shoulder, causing a barely perceptible tensing in Vegeta's body. Goku glanced at the others, cheerfully announcing that the last encounter with Frieza had ended without a victor, and now he had another chance to fight him one-on-one, without relying on Noka's power, asking for their understanding of his recklessness. Turning to Vegeta, his expression grew unusually serious. You think the same, don't you? Vegeta snorted dismissively, shaking off Goku's hand, yet the spark of pride in his eyes intensified, tacitly accepting Goku's intentions and unspoken approval. Piccolo attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Krillin. Come on, let it be. Goku is just like that, trust him. Piccolo spat in frustration. I just don't understand what you Saiyans are thinking. You two had better win. Rest assured, then it's up to you to protect that Namekian. All right, I'll prepare the fastest ship immediately. Bulma, no longer hesitating, dashed toward the control console. Her heart slightly calmed by Goku's steady resolve and the unspoken understanding with Vegeta. The once vibrant green planet of Namek had turned into a scorched hell. Villages lay in ruins, flames staining the sky with a sickly purplish hue. The air was thick with the scent of death. Metal Cooler hovered in the sky, his cold alloy body reflecting the light of destruction, while his crimson energy core pulsed like a demon's eye. He looked down upon the ants below as they resisted. His mechanical voice laced with cruel delight. Struggle, insects. Your life force will be the sweetest offering to the big Geet star. The scarlet beam of annihilation swept carelessly across the land, turning it into molten rock. Brother, why waste time on these trash? A sharp, venomous voice pierced the air. Metal Frieza. His metallic form retained its iconic features, his electronic eyes burning with hatred more intense than the fires of hell. He lashed out with an energy whip, savagely striking a Namekian warrior, relishing their screams. Quickly find the Dragon Balls. I want power. I want to crush that Saiyan bastard Noka into the most fundamental particles of the universe. Let him never be reborn. His metallic voice twisted with extreme hatred. Humph. Your spite is utterly ineffective. Metallic Gula was coldly dismissed, yet it did not deter the inevitable acquisition of the Dragon Balls. Now, let this planet serve as a grave for our rebirth. A more terrifying energy coalesced in his palm. Despair enveloped the land, and the protective shield of the Grand Elder's village teetered on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the space near the metallic demon brothers was violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. A cerulean rift in the fabric of space spread wildly, unleashing chaotic currents. In an instant, the electronic eyes of metallic Gula and Frieza locked onto a figure, enveloped in the azure lightning birthed from the rift, descending like a spear of judgment. With a thunderous impact, he landed upon the charred earth, sending shockwaves that dissipated the dust. His golden hair stood erect, and his emerald eyes glinted like blades, surrounded by blazing, pure golden flames. The chilling, tempestuous aura, imbued with an absolute will for destruction, swept across the battlefield like a cosmic storm. Noka. He slowly raised his gaze, the depths of his eyes locking onto the two metallic forms in the air. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the authority of cosmic law, cutting through the cacophony. Frieza and Gula, it seems my previous definition of death was too lenient. Fear not, for I have learned a bit of magic this time. I assure you, not even your souls shall remain. Silence fell upon the battlefield. The crimson electronic eye of metallic Gula flickered wildly, while the engine emitted a menacing growl. The electronic eye of metallic Frieza erupted with a frenzied, vengeful light, the shrill sound of metal grinding echoing like the wails of a demon. Noka. Chapter 48. The Indestructible Metallic. The Legion of Infinite Regeneration. The shockwave of Noka's arrival shattered the silence of Namek. As his golden aura, Super Saiyan, for 100 million, materialized, a violent pressure surged forth like a tangible tsunami, instantly pulverizing the destructive energy released by metallic Gula and Frieza. The air lamented under the burden of such absolute power. Noka, the synthesized voice of metallic Frieza, distorted by deep-seated malice, reverberated as the energy core within his chest throbbed violently. Without any transformation, he relied solely on the speed of his metallic form, instantly becoming a silver blur hurtling towards Noka. The metallic fist, crackling with high-frequency energy, tore through the air, aiming to shatter Noka's visage with a ferocious intent capable of piercing planets. The clamor echoed. Noka's voice was as frigid as the depths of space. Without so much as shifting his stance, he casually raised his left hand, fingers splayed. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. Frieza's metallic fist, potent enough to shatter mountains, was effortlessly caught by Noka with a single hand. The violent shockwave exploded outward, further unsettling the already fractured ground. Frieza's metallic arm emitted a grating metallic wail within Noka's grasp as the immense kinetic energy was effortlessly dissipated. What? Frieza's electronic eye flickered wildly in terror. A glint of icy light flashed in Noka's deep-set emerald gaze as he twisted the fist he held with force. Crack! Creak! The nauseating sound of metal contorting and breaking filled the air. Frieza's entire right arm was grotesquely twisted into a spiral by Noka's sheer strength. Sparks and an unknown fluid erupted from the fracture with wild abandon. Frieza emitted a wretched electronic wail, his body staggering under an immense force. Noka, unrelenting, seized the twisted, severed arm and, akin to wielding a meteor hammer, hurled Frieza's entire form towards the oncoming metallic Gula. The clash resounded like two celestial metal bodies colliding. Gula's massive metallic frame was struck squarely by Frieza's projectile-like body, the tremendous impact transforming them into a rolling mass, carving deep furrows into the scorched earth and shattering countless metal remnants. Brother, useless. Gula's cold, mechanical voice carried a hint of ire. He swiftly regained his footing, the crimson core in his chest radiating with intensified brilliance. As he raised his arms to conjure two highly compressed spheres of scarlet energy, pulsating with annihilative waves. The eternal annihilation bomb. Two beams of crimson light shot forth in an instant, their velocity leaving but an afterimage in their wake. In the face of this devastating assault, Noka merely tilted his body slightly, his form enveloped in golden flames flickering like a specter. Boom! The scarlet beams grazed his phantom image, instantly vaporizing two towering mountains in the distance. Too slow. Noka's chilling voice resonated beside Gula. Unbeknownst to him, Noka had already materialized next to Gula's colossal metallic head, his right leg shrouded in golden flames sweeping forth like a battle axe. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Gula's incredibly hard metallic head was struck with force. The cranium instantly caved in, the alloys at the neck groaning under the strain, and the immense body spun away like a top, crashing heavily into a lake of molten lava, sending a geyser of magma into the air. Noka paid no heed to the flung Gula, his gaze fixated on the metallic Frieza, who was frantically unleashing energy beams. Frieza's remaining left arm transformed into an energy cannon, desperately pouring forth a barrage of firepower, yet failing to graze even the hem of Noka's garment. A bothersome fly. In a flash, Noka appeared before Frieza, disregarding the energy beams aimed at him, delivering a punch as swift as lightning to Frieza's metallic chest. With a squelch, the rigid alloy armor was pierced as if it were mere paper. Noka's fist sank deeply into Frieza's chest cavity, and a torrent of savage energy surged forth. Boom! A violent explosion erupted within Frieza's metallic form. Flames and fragments erupted from the gaping wound in his back, and he howled as he was propelled backward, leaving a gaping hole in his chest that was transparent from front to back, its edges molten. Yet, the battle was far from over. Gula, having been kicked into the lava, rose again, his dented head hissing as it slowly began to self-repair. the crimson core in his chest continuing to emit energy stably. Though grievously damaged, Frieza, with his right arm severed and a gaping hole in his chest, had countless tiny nanometals crawling like living creatures at the fractured interfaces, regenerating and mending. Although the process was not swift, it was indeed taking place. Do you see? Noka. Frieza's electronic eye flickered with a manic glow, his voice distorted by the damage to his body. Our metallic forms are immortal. Our energy is nearly limitless. You cannot kill us. Even if it takes time, we will outlast you. Ha. Gula ascended once more, his crimson electronic eye coldly fixated on Noka. Struggle, Saiyan. The power of the Big Star Core is beyond the scope of your individual strength. He raised his arms again, crimson energy beginning to coalesce, preparing for another onslaught. Frieza, barely managing to stand, gathered energy in his remaining left arm once more. Noka furrowed his brow. The core of his opponent appeared deeply embedded within that metallic form. Remarkably resilient, capable of swiftly mobilizing energy to mend damage. Merely destroying the external structure would yield limited results. A more thorough method of obliteration was imperative. It seemed a cleaner solution was required. Noka's voice was frigid as he slowly brought his hands together in front of him, palms facing each other. A pure point of white light, seemingly capable of devouring light itself, suddenly ignited between them. The point spun rapidly, emitting a heart-stopping wave of destruction. The surrounding air warped in its presence. This was Noka's ultimate technique, the ultimate flash explosion, compressed to its zenith. The terrifying pressure instantaneously locked onto the metallic Gula and Frieza. The alarms within their cores blared frantically. The shadow of death loomed over them with unprecedented clarity. Not good. Stop him. Gula bellowed, recklessly unleashing the energy he had just gathered toward Noka. Frieza, summoning every ounce of strength, fired his most potent beam. Yet it was too late. Noka thrust his hands forward with great force. The minuscule white point vanished as if teleported. Puff, puff. Two almost imperceptible sounds, akin to piercing thin paper, resonated simultaneously. The movements of the metallic Gula and Frieza froze instantly. They looked down to find a minuscule, impeccably smooth circular hole in the core of their chests, having appeared without their notice. Within the hole lingered a chilling white energy of annihilation. In the next moment, boom, boom, like two miniature stars detonating within them. Blinding white light erupted from every orifice and joint of the metallic brothers, illuminating the surroundings. Their seemingly indestructible metallic bodies swelled like inflated balloons, torn apart and shattered by the violent energy of destruction from within. Rumbling. Two colossal spheres of white light exploded in place. A terrifying shockwave, mingling with molten metal fragments and erratic energy currents, swept across the land, flattening all in its path once more. As the brilliance faded, only two vast pits remained, their edges still oozing molten metal, alongside scattered remnants of metal, still emitting wisps of smoke. The metallic Gula and Frieza had utterly vanished. Noka slowly lowered his hands, the golden flames surrounding him dimming slightly. The continuous outbursts and maintenance of Super Saiyan form, coupled with the precise control of the ultimate flash explosion, had been taxing. Yet he was far from his limit. His deep-set eyes scanned the two pits, confirming the completeness of the annihilation. Wow, is that it? Noka, you're rather inconsiderate. A vibrant voice, tinged with evident regret, echoed from above. Noka looked up. A spaceship hovered, its door opening as Sun Wukong and Vegeta leaped down, landing nearby. Sun Wukong stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the devastation before him, where only two large craters remained on the battlefield. With an exaggerated sigh, he displayed his unabashed regret. Despite my haste, I still missed it. I wanted to test the results of my new training. Vegeta must be feeling quite frustrated. He turned to Vegeta with a grin. Vegeta, arms crossed, bore a visage as dark as a pot's bottom, his gaze fixed intently on Noka, particularly drawn to the vibrant golden aura that, despite the fierce battle, still surged around him, and to the manner in which he effortlessly annihilated two formidable metallic fiends. A fierce unwillingness and burning fighting spirit ignited within Vegeta's eyes, the suppressed power within him nearly bursting forth. He took a step forward, his voice icy and taunting. Kakarot, be quiet. Noka. Vegeta's words abruptly ceased as Noka's attention shifted away from him, abruptly focusing on the distant horizon. His deep-set eyes flashing with golden light, brows furrowed tightly. A wave of intense alertness enveloped him. What's wrong? Sun Wukong sensed Noka's grave demeanor instantly, wiping away his playful demeanor and adopting a serious expression. Noka's voice was cold and urgent, imbued with an unprecedented warning. No time for chatter. Prepare for battle. More of them are coming. As if to corroborate his words, on the distant horizon, amidst swirling dust and distorted heat waves, figures emerged. No. Hundreds of them, radiating a chilling metallic sheen, identical in form to the recently vanquished Gula and Frieza. Like a steel tide rising from the depths of hell, they slowly and silently revealed themselves. They emitted no energy, resembling cold, merciless killing machines, their crimson electronic eyes igniting like a constellation. Locking onto the trio at the center of the battlefield, the recently concluded battle was merely the prelude to a far greater despair. Chapter 49, The Steel Tide. The final weapon of despair unification. On the frigid horizon, dozens of figures gleaming with metallic coldness surged forth like a silent tide. They varied in form, yet shared core characteristics with the Gula and Frieza recently obliterated by Noka. Cold alloy bodies, flickering crimson electronic eyes, and cores pulsating with scarlet energy. They emitted no energy, driven purely by a program of slaughter, each step causing the charred earth to tremble. So many, and no detectable energy. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, 200 million. His golden hair standing on end, his expression grave as he assumed a battle stance. Instinctively, he heightened his senses to the maximum, yet all he perceived was a chilling metallic silence, an unsettling feeling. A heap of lifeless scrap metal. Vegeta, however, wore a smirk of extreme arrogance. His golden flames erupting, 8 billion, his aura more ostentatious than Wukong's. He floated aloft with arms crossed, looking down upon the approaching metallic horde. His eyes filled with disdain for the inferior replicas. Perfect. Let you scrap metal serve as the stepping stones for me, Lord Vegeta. To showcase the true power of a Super Saiyan, I alone am sufficient. His posture perfectly emulated the arrogance displayed by that formidable warrior from years past when facing the Earth's defenders. Vegeta, be cautious. These entities are peculiar, Goku urgently warned. Yet Vegeta remained unperturbed. Nuisance. Kakarot, keep your eyes on me. With a maniacal laugh, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging headlong into the metallic torrent. His speed was astonishing, and he instantaneously appeared before one of the foremost metallic Frieza replicas. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta bellowed, thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a massive surge of golden energy that swiftly engulfed, tore apart, and melted the replica. Ha! Easily vanquished. Vegeta guffawed triumphantly, his movements relentless as his golden figure darted through the metallic ranks, unleashing energy blasts and cannon strikes with abandon. In an instant, 3 or 4 more replicas were obliterated by his ferocious onslaught. Did you witness that, Kakarot? No way. This is the might of Vegeta. Mere scrap metal, wait. Vegeta's raucous laughter abruptly ceased. The fragments he had shattered did not dissipate. They swirled through the air as if imbued with life, coalescing. Liquid metal began to surge forth from the neighboring replicas. More alarmingly, a metallic cooler replica suddenly thrust its arm toward Vegeta. That arm instantly disintegrated in midair, proliferating into countless liquid metal cables pulsating with ominous crimson energy, slithering toward Vegeta like venomous serpents. Vegeta, seething with rage, managed to blast away several. Yet numerous cables ensnared his arms and legs. A terrifying pull ensued, and he felt his energy being voraciously siphoned away. Damn it! Vegeta roared, struggling to break free. But the golden aura had noticeably dimmed. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed, startled, immediately intent on rushing to his aid. However, the Metallic Legion showed no mercy. Several metallic cooler replicas simultaneously targeted Goku, their arms transforming into a whirlwind of energy cables, interwoven with lethal crimson beams, descending upon him like a deluge. Kamehameha. Goku reacted with lightning speed, gathering a brilliant azure sphere in his hands and launching it fiercely. The colossal blue wave collided with the network of cables and beams, erupting into a deafening roar. The shockwave from the explosion forced Goku to stagger back several steps in midair. More replicas surged from all directions toward Vegeta, who had just extricated himself from the cables, his breath slightly ragged. Energy beams, metallic fists, and those spine-chilling, ensnaring energy cables poured down upon him like a torrential downpour. Vegeta's furious roars echoed as he fought back with reckless abandon. continually firing energy blasts that shattered the advancing replicas. Yet those fragments quickly reintegrated into other replicas or reformed themselves. It was as though he had been ensnared in an unkillable quagmire, his pride utterly crushed, leaving only a sense of frustration and increasingly severe injuries. Damn these wretched creatures. Goku, too, found himself entangled by several merged giant replicas, their relentless energy attacks and cable entrapments proving to be a ceaseless barrage. The regeneration abilities of his foes left him in despair, as his once cherished speed and strength were thoroughly suppressed by their inexhaustible regeneration, making escape a formidable challenge. The battlefield had instantaneously devolved into a desperate stalemate. The metallic deluge surged forth like an indomitable cockroach, proliferating and growing ever more formidable with each strike. Suspended before the main crystalline pillar, Ilia's true form hovered, her starry gaze reflecting the battlefield images and data streams transmitted in real time from the necklace crystal by Noka. The overwhelming metallic legion, with its terrifying regenerative capabilities and peculiar energy-absorbing cables, sent a chill through her data core. Target confirmed. The infinite proliferative metallic life forms, based on the core technology of the big star planet, are interconnected with the planetary energy network for regeneration and energy absorption. Ilia's voice remained steady, yet the starlight swirling around her fingertips flickered urgently, indicating her system was operating beyond its limits. She commenced a query of the Big Star Core database to analyze the energy network structure, seeking logical flaws and pinpointing the core carrier's signal source. Her slender fingers traced swiftly through the void, as countless complex data streams and celestial runes flowed, intertwined, and evolved before her. In the scorched earth far from the main battlefield, Bic darted like a green tempest among the ruins. Klin, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Yamcha followed closely, exerting their utmost to locate the surviving Namekians. Over here, a faint life signal. Bic's senses were the most acute as he rushed towards a section of rubble pinned beneath a massive metal plate. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha combined their efforts, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that shattered the heavy metal slab. Below, a few injured Namekian children trembled in fear. Do not be afraid. We have come to help you. Klin hastily approached, soothing them in somewhat fluent Namekian while casting a healing spell, a gentle aura enveloping the children's wounds. Quick, take them to safety. The elder requires support. Bic commanded, his emerald eyes gazing towards the distant battlefield, where energy flashes and metallic roars erupted incessantly, a grave expression etched upon his face. Goku and the others were under immense pressure. The magic cannon, then concentrated, his hands weaving a perfectly refined spiral beam that swiftly pierced a solitary robot attempting a sneak attack, obliterating its core entirely. He understood that their mission was to save as many as possible, alleviating the burdens of the main battlefield. Chapter 50, A Declaration of Despair. The Molten Metal Brothers. Flames of gold engulfed Noka for 100 million, a golden tempest wreaking havoc amidst the metallic tide. His speed, strength, and energy levels crushed these replicas. Each punch and kick unleashed a cacophony of metal explosions and flying debris. The ultimate flash explosion manifested as white points of light, precisely detonating the cores of one replica after another, creating fleeting zones of annihilation. In the face of the encroaching energy cables, he either evaded with astonishing speed or shattered them with a surge of ferocious energy, vaporizing them instantly. Yet, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Their regeneration rate was alarmingly rapid. The destroyed fragments served as nourishment for other replicas, merging to create even more powerful entities. They attacked fearlessly, their onslaught relentless like an unending tide. Though Noka held his ground, he was inexorably bogged down by this infinite regeneration, unable to swiftly clear the area to assist the beleaguered Goku and the beleaguered Vegeta. Noka, Ilia's voice, reminiscent of a crystalline spring, resonated directly within his mind through the celestial prism. Imbued with a hint of fatigue, yet vibrantly clear, the purification protocol has been successfully compiled. It targets the logical virus within the Big Star Core energy network. This virus will forcibly sever the connection between the individual and the planetary core network, dismantling its regeneration and energy supply. The core vessel signals have been locked in. They lie hidden deep beneath the surface, within the heart of the Big Star planet. The virus requires direct injection into one of the core vessels. A glint of golden light flashed in Noka's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. He instantly focused on the battlefield's center, were the most colossal entity, exuding the essence closest to the original. Commanded the Legion in an assault against Vegeta, the metallic fusion of Cooler formed from at least 5 amalgamated replicas. Noka's figure flickered as he braved the onslaught of energy beams and the entangling grasp of numerous energy cables, surging towards his target like a golden arrow. Roar! The massive metallic Cooler fusion sensed the impending threat. Its crimson electronic eye zeroed in on Noka. With a sudden thrust, its arms transformed into countless robust and menacing energy cables, sweeping toward Noka like a metallic serpent's den, the terrifying suction distorting the very fabric of space. It aimed to ensnare, devour, and drain Noka completely. Now was the moment. Noka's eyes gleamed with a frigid light. Rather than decelerating, he propelled his speed to its utmost limits, weaving through the dense network of cables with an uncanny grace, refracting his form. In a split second, the tip of his right index finger, bearing an infinitesimal yet potent stream of ethereal blue data, composed of the complex celestial runes compiled by Elia, precisely pinpointed the connection node between the fusion's core and a substantial energy cable. With a soft hiss, the ethereal blue data surged forth, as if alive, penetrating instantly. Buzz! The enormous metallic Cooler fusion abruptly froze in its actions. Its crimson electronic eye flickered violently, emitting a cacophony of incomprehensible electronic noise. The metal surface of its form writhed and twisted as if boiling. More critically, this chaotic data stream spread like a lethal plague through the invisible energy network connecting all replicas, instantly engulfing every metallic copy on the battlefield. Zzz. Crackle. Crash. All the metallic replicas, regardless of size or strength, came to a complete standstill. Their electronic eyes blinked erratically, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably, disassembling. The metal constituting their forms lost its vibrant luster, resembling lifeless iron stripped of its soul, cascading to the ground in a clatter. The thrashing energy cables disintegrated and dissipated in an instant. In mere moments, the once overwhelming tide of the metallic legion transformed into a lifeless heap of smoldering scrap. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, the only sounds being the hissing of cooling metal and the distant shouts of Piccolo and his comrades attempting a rescue. Boom! The metallic Cooler fusion, serving as the virus injection point, shattered completely. Noka's figure soared from the scattered metallic fragments, his golden flames somewhat chaotic, yet still exuding an astonishing aura. Sun Wukong and Vegeta ceased their movements, gazing in astonishment at the sudden upheaval before them, their faces etched with disbelief and a hint of relief. Had they succeeded? Vegeta panted heavily, surveying the littered debris of scrap metal with incredulity. The virus unleashed by Elia had taken effect. Sun Wukong too exhaled a sigh of relief, his golden flames retracting slightly. Noka hovered in the air, his keen gaze sweeping the scene below. However, the starry prism around his neck relayed Elia's urgent warning. Noka, be cautious. The signal source of the core carriers is shifting. They are about to emerge. Boom. Just as the trio momentarily relaxed, the very ground of Namek began to tremble violently. The earth where the metallic Gula had first descended suddenly collapsed, rending apart. A colossal pit, several kilometers in diameter and seemingly bottomless, appeared upon the scorched earth. At the depths of this chasm, instead of soil and rock, there lay a massive structure shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Flowing with a lava-like crimson energy, this was the core of the buried planet, Vegeta. At this moment, the metallic core pulsated violently, akin to a dying heart making its final struggle. At the very center of the core, within a roiling pool of scarlet energy, 2 distorted figures writhed in anguish. Rising to the surface. No, my legion, my power. A voice imbued with resentment and terror, Frieza, screamed. Useless. All of you are worthless. But we are not finished yet. Another, colder and more ruthless electronic voice, Gula, roared. Under the astonished gazes of Noka, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, 2 metallic forms slowly ascended from the crimson energy pool. They were the true embodiments of Metal Gula and Metal Frieza. Yet, unlike before, their current state was exceedingly peculiar. The alloys comprising their bodies seemed to have melted under extreme heat, presenting a viscous state that was half solid and half liquid. Metal dripped and flowed like molten wax, barely maintaining a humanoid silhouette. The cores embedded in their chests flickered wildly, absorbing the last vestiges of energy from the planet's core, their bodies oscillating between melting and reshaping, emitting terrifying waves of unstable energy. "You despicable Science and that damned crystal spirit!" The melting metal Frieza bellowed, his liquid metal visage contorting grotesquely. "To exact revenge, we require even greater power." The melting metal Gula resonated deeply. "Brother!" Metal Frieza suddenly shrieked. "Silence! Frieza, if you wish to live, do as I say." Metal Gula interrupted sharply. Amidst their shrieks and disputes, these two melting metallic entities surged toward each other like two immense, sentient pools of liquid metal mercury. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the unsettling sound of metal merging and fusing. The scarlet and dark silver liquid metals entangled wildly, permeating and amalgamating. During their fusion, they twisted and morphed continuously, ultimately stabilizing into an eerie humanoid silhouette approximately 5 meters tall. The surface of this amalgamation resembles a seething pool of molten lava, with liquid metal bubbles continually rising, bursting, and droplets cascading like beads of sweat, only to be drawn back to the core by gravity. At its very heart lies a pulsating crimson core, radiant and blinding like a miniature sun, where tumultuous energy flows relentlessly, emanating a destructive aura far surpassing that of its individual components. Its head slowly lifts, revealing a visage formed of flowing metal, where two glowing crimson orbs flicker with starkly contrasting emotions, one exuding the cold, calculating ruthlessness of Guldo, while the other reflects the intense malice and madness of Frieza. A terrifying roar, blending the sounds of metal grinding, crackling electricity, and dual voices, reverberates through the heavens and the earth, unmistakably conveying the coalescence of two souls and their shared hatred. Feel despair now, Saiyan insects. Chapter 51. Piercing through despair. The final light of ultimate flash explosion. The amalgamated monstrosity unleashes a roar that shatters the very ground. Its towering, 5-meter frame, composed of countless twisted alloys, radiates an aura of annihilation that is abyssal in nature. The crimson core at its chest, reminiscent of a molten hell, pulsates with each beat, causing the space around it to groan in anguish. Feel despair now, Saiyan insects. The metallic roar, a fusion of Guldo's frigid logic and Frieza's hysterical malice, grates against the ears like steel scraping against metal. Its immense metallic right arm rises, devoid of any flamboyant technique, wielding a terrifying force pure enough to shatter stars, descending like a collapsing mountain towards the three insignificant figures below. Where its fist passes, the air compresses into a tangible white shockwave. It is here. Sun Wukong instantly ascends to Super Saiyan, 200 million. His golden flames coalescing, his gaze intensely focused. He opts not for a direct confrontation, but instead maximizes his speed, transforming into a streak of golden light that narrowly grazes the edge of the world-destroying giantess fist. Simultaneously, he gathers energy in both hands. Kamehameha. The massive azure energy wave strikes precisely at the joint of the giant's descending arm. Boom. An explosion erupts at the giant's elbow joint. Although it fails to inflict significant damage, the immense force alters the trajectory of the giant's strike by the slightest margin. Just this minuscule difference. Final flash. Vegeta seizes this fleeting opportunity, roaring as he bursts forth from the side. A massive torrent of golden energy crashes into the relatively vulnerable abdominal joint exposed by the giant's punch. Boom. The deafening metallic clang resonates. The giant's colossal form sways slightly from the concentrated impact. The attack successfully disrupts the giantess' aim, causing its fist to slam down several dozen meters away from the trio, instantly creating a bottomless pit, the shockwave propelling them away. Damn it! The metallic giant bellows in fury, its crimson electronic eye locking onto Vegeta. With a sweeping left arm, it conjures a hurricane that tears through space. Vegeta, having just unleashed his power, finds himself caught between the exhaustion of old energy and the absence of new, and can only hastily defend against the lightning-fast sweep. Bang! It feels as though he has been struck by a high-speed starship. Vegeta's golden flames shatter in an instant. He let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from his mouth, his body soaring like a severed kite, crashing through numerous metallic debris hills, buried deep beneath. The golden flames of his Super Saiyan form dimmed to their utmost limit. Vegeta. Goku was taken aback. Insect, you are next. The cold gaze of the metallic giant shifted towards Goku, the core in its chest suddenly igniting. A crimson eternal annihilation cannon far larger than before, coalescing in an instant. A torrent of destructive energy roaring forth like a flood unleashed, devouring everything in its path towards Goku. How infuriating! Goku's pupils contracted as he sensed the terrifying energy that he could never withstand. He immediately unleashed his afterimage fist, his figure splitting into dozens of golden lights scattering in all directions. Boom! The crimson torrent instantaneously consumed all of Goku's afterimages, evaporating the very ground he had stood upon along with everything for miles behind. A seething lake of molten lava formed in an instant. "I've got you!" The metallic giant roared, its massive head abruptly turning towards one direction. Its crimson electronic eye pierced through the smoke of the explosion, precisely capturing the true form of Goku moving at high speed. Another colossal claw, accompanied by a shrill sound that tore through space, swooped down. Its speed and range left Goku with no means of escape. Gritting his teeth, Goku's eyes sparkled with golden light as he gathered energy in his hands, preparing for a desperate fight. At that critical moment, a golden meteor, with a piercing shriek that rent the sky, collided fiercely with the wrist joint of the metallic claw reaching for Goku, surpassing the speed of the giant's attack. Boom! The thunderous clash of metal. Norka's full-powered strike, containing the terrifying penetrating power of energy manipulation techniques. The giant's seemingly indestructible alloy wrist was actually concaved inward by this blow, emitting a shrill sound of metal deformation. The trajectory of the claw aimed at Goku was once again disrupted. "Goku, save him!" Norka's voice was cold and urgent as he stood in front of Goku, the golden flames flickering violently under the giant's pressure. Goku instantly understood, without a moment's hesitation, transforming into a beam of golden light racing towards the location where Vegeta lay buried. Annoying insect. The metallic giant was utterly enraged. Having been interrupted twice by Norka, it unleashed all its fury upon him. Its fists rained down like a tempest. Simultaneously, the core in its chest, its massive maw, and even the metallic wings on its back emitted devastating crimson energy beams, instantly weaving into a death net that covered the entire sky, engulfing Norka within. Norka's expression turned gravely serious. Facing this all-encompassing saturation assault, even he felt immense pressure. His figure transformed into countless golden streaks, navigating through the gaps between the dense torrents of energy and colossal annihilating fists. The golden flames protecting him flickered uncertainly under the impact of energy surges. Each dodge was perilously close. He needed time, needed to gather enough power to utterly destroy the opponent's core. "Vegeta, hold on." Goku finally unearthed the severely injured Vegeta from the rubble, immediately shoving a senzu bean into his mouth. Cough. As the mystical beans entered his system, Vegeta's wounds healed instantaneously, and the dim golden flames reignited. Yet, the pride in his eyes was replaced by an unprecedented sense of humiliation and gravity. He gazed at Norka, who was struggling to endure the tempest of death in the distance, as well as the metallic giant resembling a demon. The harsh reality struck him profoundly. "Kakarot." Vegeta's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of reluctance. "Cover me." Goku flashed a wide smile, his expression turning exceedingly serious. "Understood." Two golden figures surged into the sky once again, no longer battling as solitary warriors. Kamehameha. Goku gathered energy with both hands, launching a concentrated beam of golden energy directly at the crimson electronic eye of the metallic giant. Final flash. Vegeta followed closely, aiming at a seemingly vital energy transfer node adjacent to the giant's core. Boom, boom. Although both attacks were effortlessly deflected by the giant's sweeping arm, they successfully diverted some of its attention and firepower. Annoying flies. The giant roared, unleashing a portion of its energy beams and a massive claw towards Goku and Vegeta. Now, with the pressure slightly alleviated, Norka's eyes shimmered with golden brilliance. He swiftly clasped his hands together in front of his chest, the Super Saiyan golden flames swirling as if rivers were rushing into the sea. A pure, minuscule white light, seemingly capable of piercing the soul, suddenly ignited between his palms, culminating in an ultimate explosion. This time, the amassed energy far exceeded previous attempts. However, the metallic giant instantly sensed the imminent threat. Its crimson electronic eye fixated on the white point in Norka's palm, and the molten core in its chest erupted with unprecedented radiance. A torrent of crimson energy, larger and more ferocious than ever before, roared forth like a world-destroying dragon, aimed directly at the charging Norka. It sought to obliterate him utterly before he could unleash his ultimate strike. Norka, be careful. Goku and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically as they desperately attempted to intercept. But their attacks appeared insignificant against the giant's all-consuming wave of destruction. Norka watched the engulfing crimson torrent approach, his deep-set eyes devoid of fear. Filled instead with a chilling resolve. The gathering of the ultimate explosion required time. To withstand this annihilating wave, even he would suffer grave injuries or be utterly erased. In that critical moment, Norka's starry prism necklace suddenly erupted with an unprecedented azure light. A refreshing, vast power, brimming with wisdom and order, surged into his body. It was Ilia. From across distant star realms, she had infused the precompiled penetrating magical attributes, tailored to the energy structure, into the ultimate explosion Norka was about to unleash. Now, Norka roared, his eyes seemingly reflecting Ilia's starry orbs. No longer hesitating, he thrust forth the ultimate explosion, now at its critical threshold, into the cataclysmic crimson torrent. Compared to the giant's sweeping crimson wave, the white point Norka unleashed appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust, and in an instant, it was completely engulfed by the destructive tide. The metallic giant emitted a disdainful roar, insolence. Yet, its roar abruptly ceased. The minuscule white point, swallowed by the crimson torrent, had not been annihilated. The surface was adorned with a layer of shifting azure starlight, a manifestation of Ilia's penetrating magic. This starlight resembled the sharpest of drill bits, akin to a droplet of oil merging into water, defying the violent energies that sought to tear and obstruct. It resolutely pierced through the very core of the crimson energy torrent. With an astonishing velocity, it surged against the current. A faint sound, nearly imperceptible, echoed like the whisper of a breeze. The white light, cloaked in azure starlight, transcended the barriers of the crimson flood, precisely embedding itself at the very center of the metallic giant's chest, where a hellish, molten red core resided. Time seemed to suspend at that singular moment. The colossal form of the metallic giant froze abruptly. Within its scarlet electronic eye, the frenzied flow of data halted instantaneously, leaving only sheer astonishment and disbelief in its wake. A cacophony of electronic sounds, absurdly impossible to blend, filled the air. In the next instant, a blinding brilliance, a pure white radiance a billion times more resplendent than a stellar explosion, erupted from the core of the metallic giant's chest, surging forth wildly from every joint and crevice of its massive form. This light was so pristine, so domineering, that it instantaneously dispelled all crimson and darkness from the battlefield. A cataclysmic explosion occurred, one that words could scarcely describe. The vast body of the metallic giant, constructed from the core energy of the planet Big Star, was utterly disassembled, shattered, and vaporized from within by the ultimate force that embodied both penetration and annihilation. The alloys comprising its form melted away like snow under the sun, while the crimson energy was entirely purified by the pure white radiance. There were no fragments, no remnants. Only a beam of pure white light, connecting heaven and earth, pierced the sky of Namek with unparalleled purity. This beam lingered for several seconds before gradually dissipating. When the light finally faded, all that remained was a bottomless pit, its edges smooth as glass, and the lingering, searing essence of pure energy in the air. Along with it, the final consciousness of Gula and Frieza was completely erased from this universe, leaving not a trace behind. Even their souls were utterly obliterated. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. With a soft thud, the golden flames surrounding Norka extinguished in an instant. He knelt upon one knee, gasping for breath. His battle-worn attire drenched in sweat, his complexion pale as parchment. The relentless intensity of battle, particularly the final forced invocation of Ilia's penetrating magic to achieve the ultimate explosion, had nearly drained him of all stamina and spirit. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, there remained a sharpness laced with relief. Son Goku and Vegeta descended slowly beside Norka, gazing at the immense pit before them, then at the exhausted yet resolute Norka. Their eyes filled with awe and a hint of unspoken respect. Is it over? Son Goku scratched his head, still in disbelief. Vegeta remained silent, studying the deep pit, then glancing at the faintly glowing azure necklace around Norka's neck. His clenched fists gradually relaxed, and he exhaled heavily through his nose, turning his head away. Yet deep within his gaze, a tumult of emotions brewed, complex and difficult to decipher. In the aftermath of shattered pride, a more potent drive began to quietly take root. The threat of the starry abyss had finally come to a definitive end. In the skies of Namek, after enduring a prolonged darkness, a glimmer of dawn finally emerged. Chapter 52, Time in Another World. An invitation to train from the Saiyans. The stifling air of Namek gradually dispersed under the gentle caress of a breeze, leaving behind vast craters and the lingering essence of pure energy in the atmosphere, narrating the tale of a recently concluded, earth-shattering battle. The annihilation of the Metal Brothers marked the complete dissolution of the Frieza clan's final shadow. Noka knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, the Super Saiyan aura long extinguished. Beads of sweat mingled with dust trickling from his brow. The relentless intensity of battle, particularly the culmination of guiding Elia's penetrating spell to deliver the final blow, had nearly drained every ounce of his strength. Yet he remained resolute, his deep-set eyes sweeping over the battlefield. Son Goku and Vegeta descended beside Noka, gazing at the unfathomable pit, then casting a glance at the weary yet undiminished Noka, their expressions complex, filled with shock, reverence, and a spark of fierce combat spirit ignited by the presence of a stronger force. It's finally over, Son Goku exhaled deeply, scratching his head, a look of relief spreading across his face, though his expression quickly turned serious. Noka, we owe you a great deal this time. Otherwise, just relying on me and Vegeta to tackle those indestructible metal clumps and that final colossal foe would have been quite the challenge. He looked at Noka earnestly. Vegeta snorted dismissively, crossing his arms and turning his head away, yet he did not counter Son Goku's words. His gaze fell upon the necklace on Noka's wrist. Now dimmed yet still emanating a mysterious, ethereal blue glow, his tightly pressed lips betraying a turbulent inner turmoil. After pride had been shattered, a more intense desire for strength ignited within him. There's no need to thank me. Noka's voice was somewhat hoarse as he slowly rose to his feet. He glanced at the necklace on his wrist, his fingertips gently brushing against the crystal, a faint intention transmitted outward. Safety ensured, target eliminated. On the other side of the stellar dome, Elia and Rina could finally lay their worries to rest. Several days later, in the spacious medical room of Capsule Corporation, Son Goku and Vegeta had already healed from their injuries thanks to the Senza beans, now brimming with vitality. Noka's physical strength had also recovered significantly, though the toll on his spirit required time to recuperate. Bulma was busy analyzing the scattered metallic fragments collected from the battlefield, most of which had been obliterated, while Krillin and others assisted in settling the rescued Namekians, with Piccolo temporarily remaining on Earth to facilitate communication. On this day, Son Goku sought out Noka, who was engaged in restorative training within the gravity chamber. Hey, Noka. Son Goku entered, his face adorned with his characteristic bright smile, yet his eyes bore a seriousness. How are you feeling? Noka halted his movements, deactivating the gravity device, his aura steady. In recovery. Is there something you need? Oh well. Son Goku scratched the back of his head, diving straight into the topic. We have a fantastic training facility on Earth called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. He gestured excitedly. In there, a year passes while only a day goes by outside. It's practically a training miracle. Both Vegeta and I have trained in there. And the results were incredible. What do you say? Would you like to join us for some training time? I sense that we may encounter even more troublesome individuals in the future. It is imperative that we all grow stronger. His invitation, heartfelt in nature, serves as both a recognition of Noka's formidable strength and a precaution against potential threats. The era's Sun Wukong never hesitated when it came to crucial matters. The spirit time room, the disparity in the flow of time. A flicker of surprise and intense curiosity passed through Noka's deep-set eyes. Such a spatial technology capable of distorting the flow of time is scarcely recorded even in Ilia's vast repository of celestial magic. The time room? Noka repeated thoughtfully, finding it quite intriguing. Might I bring individuals to study its principles? Research? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Of course. Bulma would undoubtedly welcome anyone who could unravel the mysteries of that room. Who do you wish to bring along? That formidable guardian of the crystal wall? He immediately thought of Ilia. Ah, Ilia. She possesses substantial expertise in spatial technology. Noka nodded, adding, Rina will also join, as I know that fellow would never miss an opportunity to become stronger. No problem. Leave it to me, Sun Wukong assured with a thump on his chest. A few days later, Ilia and Rina were transported through Noka's necklace, arriving at Capsule Corporation. When Elia's true form manifested, her serene and profound aura, reminiscent of the starry sky, captivated everyone's attention. Bulma's eyes sparkled, her spirit resonating instantly with that of another leading scientist. Rena, upon landing, eagerly surveyed her surroundings, her amber eyes brimming with curiosity, particularly drawn to the gravity chamber, which made her lick her lips in anticipation. Atop the temple, the grand door slowly creaked open, revealing an enigmatic, snow-white expanse within. "Wow, what a peculiar place," Rena exclaimed, peering inside and sensing the extraordinary energy flow. Elia's starry eyes gleamed brightly, akin to a scanner, as they swept across the entrance. Delicate fingers traced the ethereal blue starlight, gently brushing against the runes and spatial folds along the doorframe. A look of near-obsessive fascination as a researcher appeared on her face for the first time. "Incredible," Elia whispered, her voice tinged with awe. "The stable timeline is anchored at a fragile singularity in reality, with an independent yet dependent bubble of anomalous space within, exhibiting an energy consumption pattern." She immediately immersed herself in her analysis, momentarily forgetting to greet those around her. Bulma leaned closer to Elia, and the two scientific prodigies swiftly found common ground. Right? The principles of this room completely defy conventional physical laws. I've measured the space-time curvature inside. It's utterly outrageous," Bulma exclaimed excitedly, pulling out her data pad. "Conventional physics is merely a facade," Elia articulated, her fingertips sketching a complex model of the celestial sphere. Its core utilizes the folds of spatial layering, detaching and stabilizing a slow slice of the primary time flow. The key lies in identifying and maintaining that fold point. The two immediately delved into an engrossing discussion, their technical jargon and models leaving the onlookers, including Krillin, feeling dizzy. Noka and Rena, however, were less concerned with such intricacies. After Mr. Bobo elucidated the rules, wherein a person may only reside for 2 years lest the exit vanish, alongside the stipulations regarding food reserves, both individuals resolutely ventured into the expanse of the white, desolate world. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, the environment was stark and monotonous, an endless white wasteland. Noka's training advanced significantly. He no longer confined himself merely to the enhancement of strength, but, capitalizing on the unique ambience of the time chamber, refined his precise control over energy weaving. He endeavored to integrate the spatial stabilization techniques from the crystal wall magic into the defensive framework of Ki, even beginning to simulate the energy structure of Elia's penetrating magic, preparing for any exceptional adversaries that may arise in the future. The Super Saiyan Golden Flame became increasingly refined in his hands, effortlessly manipulated. Rena, on the other hand, endured grueling trials. Under Noka's cold yet efficient tutelage, she struggled to amalgamate her wild combat style with meticulous control over Ki. Time and again, she was down by Noka, only to rise again, extracting her potential in the face of adversity. Her white aura gradually acquired a subtle golden edge, and in her amber eyes, the fervor to become a Super Saiyan burned ever more intensely. The tacit understanding between master and disciple, or rather, between trainer and trainee, silently flourished amidst the tedium of training. Outside, time languidly drifted by. Elia nearly resided within the temple, engaging in profound research with Bulma, Mr. Bobo, and ancient texts from the temple. Bulma was immensely impressed by Elia's extensive cosmic knowledge and unique magical perspective, and the two quickly became inseparable confidants in their scientific endeavors. Elia was equally astonished by Bulma's exploration and comprehension of mystical forces through purely technological means, which provided her with a refreshing outlook. After extensive analysis and experimentation, Elia ultimately deduced that the essence of the hyperbolic time chamber lies in harnessing a naturally occurring, extremely slow-flowing fragment of stable alternate space, which is anchored to Earth's spatial coordinates through specialized techniques, thus maintaining the stability of the passage. With the glimmer of wisdom in her starry eyes, Elia elucidated to Bulma and Noka, who had just completed a training cycle and emerged to replenish his nourishment, that the challenge of replication does not reside in the technical principles. Elia conjured a star map with her fingertips, marking several exceedingly rare spatial coordinate points, emphasizing the need to find another fragment of space equally stable, yet exhibiting a vastly different temporal flow. Such spaces are akin to diamonds in a sea of sand, rare and elusive, Our starry crystal wall magic excels in spatial traversal and energy manipulation, yet its efficacy in detecting and capturing such naturally occurring temporal folds is woefully inadequate. In essence, this time chamber on Earth is a treasure of unparalleled uniqueness, Bulma concluded, her tone imbued with pride. Noka nodded, unsurprised by this conclusion, for the mysteries of the universe are boundless. Thus, Elia turned her gaze towards Noka and Rina, who was voraciously enjoying the feast prepared by Bulma, affirming that this place is the ideal training ground. I shall continue to investigate its maintenance mechanisms and optimization possibilities with Bulma. You may focus on your training here. Her eyes rested on Noka, conveying silent trust and support. Indeed, Noka responded succinctly, a flicker of warmth crossing his deep-set eyes. We shall certainly remain. I have yet to subdue this fellow. With her mouth stuffed full of food, Reina, her amber eyes aflame with determination, mumbled incoherently while pointing at Noka. Thus, Noka and Reina continued their rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Alia remained on Earth, engaging in delightful exchanges of technology and magic with Bulma, while keeping a vigilant eye on the reconstruction of the starry firmament through the gem of her necklace. Occasionally, she would converse with Chi-Chi about the mundane affairs of Earth, albeit finding some topics a tad perplexing, gradually integrating into the terrestrial way of life. Earth had become a pivotal station for Noka and Reina's growth, serving as a unique bridge connecting the starry firmament and this blue planet. In Bulma's garden, Alia quietly sipped her tea, her starry eyes reflecting the sunset of Earth, occasionally revealing a serene smile. Here, an aura of belonging seemed to emerge. Meanwhile, the sweat and perseverance within the time chamber silently nurtured a stronger future. Chapter 53, The Time Forge. The birth of the Super Saiyan woman and the pride of the prince. The boundless desert of the hyperbolic time chamber, where eternal white light consumed the measurement of time. The air was thin as a blade, imbued with a metallic rustiness, throwing one's will into the most primordial forge. Once again, Reina was sent flying by what appeared to be a casual strike from Noka, her body resembling a broken doll as she soared hundreds of meters away. Struggling to rise, her disheveled purple hair clung to her sweat-drenched forehead, her amber pupils ablaze with an indomitable fire. Yet, within that flame lay a simmering restlessness and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if it were about to tear her apart. The boundary of strength, that resilient membrane, lay before her, yet remained unbreakable. Not enough. Noka's voice pierced through the thin air, cold as ancient ice, devoid of reproach, only presenting an undeniable truth. Your energy is nothing but boiling grains of sand. Control it. Consolidate it. Let it become the blade of your will, rather than a feral beast driving you. His words struck precisely at the core of Reina's predicament. Silence. I know. Reina roared, transforming all her pent-up frustration, defeat, and humiliation into fuel, once again becoming a streak of purple lightning charging at Noka. The assault grew wilder and swifter, the shrill sound of air being torn apart resonating continuously, yet each time, Noka effortlessly deflected it with the simplest and most efficient of movements. The chasm of power lay coldly before her. Bang! Once more, she was thrown harshly to the ground, raising a cloud of white dust. She lay prone, breathing heavily, her unwillingness corroding her heart like poison. Fragments of memory surged in the abyss of despair. The mud of the Vegeta arena, the mocking and trampling of opponents. Waste. Go back to the garbage heap. The tremor of her soul witnessing Noka's sacred and terrifying golden radiance upon the awakening of the starry firmament. I too wish to possess such power. To surpass him. The shock and sharp pain upon learning that lower-class warrior, Kakarot, had entered this realm. How dare he? A pariah? After the eruption of the language of stars, Noka wiped away her tears, the chill of his fingertips and his deep words resonating. Grow stronger alongside me. In this moment, a tumult of emotions, frustration, fury, an insatiable yearning to transcend, and a complex, nearly obsessive trust in Noka erupted explosively. The heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Blood surged and roared through the veins. Noka. Reina suddenly lifted her head and unleashed a soul-rending roar. Her amber pupils were instantly engulfed by a boiling gold. The white aura enveloping her body collapsed inward with frenzied intensity, as if devoured by an unseen black hole. Extreme compression. Ultimate concentration. All pent-up emotions ignited with a thunderous explosion. Boom! A golden beam, as solid as reality itself, burst forth from Rina's core, piercing the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the monotonous white space was transformed into a resplendent golden expanse. She hovered in midair, her violet hair standing on end, radiating dazzling gold. Her emerald eyes were cold and sharp, akin to finely honed jade. The liquid gold flames burning around her were stable yet fervent, sending powerful energy waves that made the very space tremble. Super Saiyan Rina. Battle power, 200 million. She descended slowly, the white gravel at her feet silently melting away. Her verdant gaze locked onto Noka with precision, her voice no longer a roar but imbued with a chilling, fervent battle intent. Come now. On Noka's face, seemingly frozen for millennia, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, genuine admiration flickering in his eyes. No words were necessary. His own silent golden aura erupted with even greater magnitude, 400 million very well. Recognition heralds the commencement of a new trial. Two golden meteors collided violently. The energy shockwave instantly pulverized the surrounding rocky walls. Rina's assault remained wild, yet now exhibited a newfound precision under control. Noka held nothing back. Each block and counterattack resonated with the essence of refinement, revealing to her a new realm of power. The heavy door of the time chamber creaked open slightly. A head adorned with a spiky black mane peeked in, wearing a signature radiant smile. Hey, Noka, I'm here to spar with you. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, mouth agape, pointing at Rina, who was engulfed in golden flames with emerald eyes and golden hair, stammering in shock. Super Saiyan? A female Saiyan. How impressive. In a flash of golden light, Rina appeared before Sun Wukong, her fist ablaze with golden flames. Halted just an inch from his nose, the fierce wind pressure tousling his hair. Her emerald eyes brimmed with annoyance at the interruption and pride in her breakthrough. Her voice icy, fool. There are no female Saiyans. Are they all homosexuals? Has the gravity chamber scrambled your brains? I am Rina. Taken aback by her retort, Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Ah, you have a point. My apologies. Rina, you are incredible. I am Sun Wukong. He turned his gaze to Noka, his fighting spirit ablaze. Noka, shall we have a bout? I feel you've grown stronger. Wait. Rina retracted her fist, her body still positioned as a barrier, her emerald eyes burning with fierce challenge, locking onto Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you must first get past me. Let me see just how formidable you, the Elder Super Saiyan, truly are. She deliberately emphasized the term elder. All right, I couldn't ask for anything more. Son Goku laughed heartily, his eyes alight with excitement. A golden aura surged forth, steadfast and grand, 200 million. The auras of both fighters collided and pressed against each other, creating invisible ripples in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Two golden comets collided with ferocity. Reina's attack came like a tempest, imbued with the wild vigor of a newly ascended Super Saiyan. Goku, however, stood firm as a rock, his movements honed through countless battles, each evasion and counterattack driven by instinct. The starkly contrasting styles ignited fierce sparks. Noka retreated a distance, arms crossed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. In the gravity chamber of the Capsule Corporation, the hundredfold gravity felt like an invisible giant hand, and the air seemed to solidify. Vegeta's muscles bulged, veins twisting like serpents. Enveloped in a golden aura, 1.8 billion, akin to a raging storm. Sweat, as soon as it appeared, was vaporized by the intense heat. He unleashed a torrent of attacks on a specially designed alloy dummy. Bang, 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 crack. Each impact resonated like thunder. The sturdy chest of the dummy caved in and twisted, emitting a piercing groan. Vegeta's expression was steely, yet his eyes burned with an almost obsessive flame. He understood the faint yet powerful energy waves converging within the hyperbolic time chamber, pricking at his proud nerves like fine needles. Humph! With a single punch, he spun the dummy's head 180 degrees, producing a jarring sound. What a waste of time. What do they look like gathered together? Flowers in a greenhouse. He growled, suppressing the burgeoning unease within him, a feeling of being cast aside. The absurdity and intense urgency intertwined as Reina, Kakarot, and Noka faced off. The door to the gravity chamber slid open slightly. Bulma leaned against the doorframe, shaking a can of high-energy nutrient solution, her face a mix of teasing and concern. Hey, Prince of Science, planning to turn yourself into a pancake? Need a refill? I certainly don't want to collect your remains and clean up the squished parts. Vegeta abruptly shut off the gravity, snatched the drink, and gulped down a few mouthfuls, his face stern as he crushed the empty can. Mind your own business, woman. Bulma shrugged, her tone casual. Oh? The Divine Palace just relayed a message. Goku just entered the time chamber, and it's already a chaotic battleground in there. TSK, TSK. That little Reina's hair has turned golden. Her power level is skyrocketing. Noka is still pointing out this opportunity for top-tier experts to exchange blows. She deliberately elongated her words. Teasing, doesn't anyone feel even a little stirred? Why not use the cheat device and instead grind it out here? Shut up, Bulma. Vegeta snapped, spinning around, his golden pupils narrowing with fury, glaring at her with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Who cares about those guys? That place only extinguishes will. It makes one weak. Like fleeing from a plague, he hurled the crushed can against the wall, his anger simmering as he stormed out. Bulma watched his nearly panicked retreat, shaking her head in resignation, chuckling softly. What a fool, suffering for the sake of pride. She bent down to retrieve the can embedded in the wall, observing the clear fingerprints, bemused by the awkwardness of it all. Chapter 54. The Unknown Crisis. Visitors from the Future. In the courtyard of Son Goku's home at Mount Pozu, the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled warmth, while the fragrance of grass and foliage filled the air. Elia sat quietly in the corridor, her pearlescent skin glowing softly under the light. Before her, a small table held the delicacies and fragrant tea brought by Kiki. With furrowed brows, Kiki animatedly gestured with her hands, her words flowing rapidly. Miss Elia, can you believe it? That ungrateful Wukong. His scars have hardly healed. He has only been home for a few days, and already the notification for Gohan's parent-teacher meeting is still on the table. As soon as he heard Mr. Norka was at the Temple of the Gods, he dashed back into that time chamber without a second thought. All he does is fight, train, and fight again. He pays no mind to the household matters, Gohan's studies, or the work in the fields. It's as if this home is merely a free inn. Her feelings of frustration, worry, and dissatisfaction were palpable. Elia, with her starry eyes, gazed calmly at Kiki, akin to the most precise receiver. Such familial concerns served as a unique sample for her analysis. She tilted her head slightly, as if processing an influx of information. Kiki. Elia's voice rang clear as a spring, imbued with rational analysis. According to my model, an individual like Mr. Wukong, whose core drive is intensely focused on exploring the limits of power and seeking breakthroughs in battle, prioritizes combat and strength above all else. This stems from an evolutionary imprint of his race that relies on strength for survival. The peaceful environment of Earth has not completely overridden his fundamental genetic coding. Kiki paused, letting out a sigh. Well, what you say does make a bit of sense. I know that's just how they are at their core. But surely there must be a limit? This is home. He has a wife and children to consider, not just a training ground. Leaning forward, she looked at Elia with a hopeful expectation for understanding. Miss Elia, do your warriors from the Celestial Radiance behave this way too? Like Mr. Norka? He seems so much more composed. How do you interact with him? She carefully chose her words, or rather, how do you find harmony? At the mention of Norka, a gentle light flickered in the depths of Elia's starry gaze, a concealed emotion flowing like a tranquil stream beneath her rational exterior. Norka's situation is markedly different, she replied, her voice steady yet imbued with an imperceptible warmth. His initial core drive was vengeance, with a singular and defined objective. After that vendetta concluded, his behavioral patterns began to reshape. The commitment to protect celestial radiance, the exploration of the essence of power to confront threats. She paused momentarily, that fleeting silence betraying her helplessness and responsibility towards a certain stubborn girl, alongside a lingering concern for a specific figure, guiding Lena, which together formed the new framework of his actions. She turned her gaze to Kiki. The profound understanding and affectionate tolerance she held for Norka concealed beneath her composed words. As his wife, I provide him with guidance towards his goals, resource support, and a stable foundation. It is a collaboration rooted in shared objectives and deep trust. This trust acknowledges his abilities and represents the strongest support I can offer. Elia's gaze settled on Gohan, who was engrossed in a book in the courtyard, his small face earnest and focused. She lifted her teacup, her expression remaining that timeless calmness that seemed etched in her very being. Yet, upon closer inspection, within her profound starry eyes, beneath the rippling currents of data, A silent yet steadfast figure is distinctly reflected. It is the silhouette of Noka standing amidst the ruins, his focused profile in the laboratory, and the subtle concern veiled beneath the rational analysis as he guides Lena, revealing a clear and profound affection and attachment to that figure. The steam swirling from the edge of the teacup momentarily blurred her vision, obscuring the boundaries between pure logic and inner emotions. The heavy door of the mental time chamber creaked open with a harsh sound. 3 figures emerged, burdened by an almost palpable weariness and a profound sense of strength refined through relentless effort. Noka led the way, his golden locks now restored to a stark black, his countenance as serene as ever, yet a glimmer of sharpness remained deep within his eyes, a remnant of intense honing. Lena followed closely, having also exited the Super Saiyan state. Her violet hair appeared slightly disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled astonishingly, as if flames danced within them. The vitality of a newly ascended Super Saiyan had not yet fully tempered, rendering her akin to a blade freshly unsheathed, radiating with brilliance. Goku trailed behind, rubbing his rumbling belly, his face adorned with his characteristic cheerful smile, though his gaze held a newfound clarity born of contemplation. "Hey, Bulma, is there food? I'm starving." Goku's voice boomed, shattering the tranquility of Bulma's spacious living room before his presence could be felt. Inside, the atmosphere had been relatively harmonious. Chi-Chi was gently coaxing Goten to sit quietly on the sofa with a mathematics textbook, the little boy obediently seated, yet unable to resist glancing out towards the training grounds. Aaliyah sat in a single armchair, her starry eyes calm as still waters, cradling a cup of tea, her pearlescent fingertips occasionally absent-mindedly brushing against the starry prism pendant at her neck, a counterpart to Noka's necklace. Vegeta occupied the farthest corner of the sofa, arms crossed and eyes closed in deep thought, his brow slightly furrowed, as if grappling with some unsettling emotions. Bulma emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of steaming roasted meat, and retorted with mild irritation. "All you think about is food. Your nose is too sharp. It's freshly grilled. Hurry and wash your hands." As everyone gathered around the dining table, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. Goten's eyes sparkled at the sight of the roasted meat, while Chi-Chi cast a concerned glance at her weary husband, poised to inquire about his training. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from the expansive courtyard behind Capsule Corporation. It sounded as if a massive metallic object had violently struck the ground, shaking even the sturdy structure. The windows buzzed ominously. What was that? Everyone gasped, instantly shifting into a defensive posture. Vegeta's eyes snapped open, his golden pupils gleaming like blades, swiftly locking onto the direction of the backyard. Noka's gaze sharpened, an invisible aura unfurling around him. Goku and Lena immediately assumed battle stances. "Bulma, the backyard." Krillin's voice crackled urgently through the communicator, laced with incredulity. Something strange just fell from the sky. And there are 2 people. Without hesitation, the crowd swiftly gathered, their figures appearing upon the expansive lawn of the backyard, where the dust had yet to settle completely. A uniquely designed, streamlined silver machine lay embedded deep within the grass, its hatch wide open. 2 figures stumbled out from within. The moment their identities were discerned, everyone was momentarily stunned. One of them was a youth with flowing purple hair, clad in a futuristic jacket, a long sword sheathed at his waist. His face bore a resolute expression, and his eyes held a weight and vigilance that belied his age. Supporting him was another individual, tall and clad in a tattered orange martial arts uniform, with dark hair. Chapter 55, The Shadow of the Androids, A Crisis of Extinct Civilizations? "Gohan!" exclaimed Son Goku, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He fixated on the vacant left sleeve of the tall youth, where an arm ought to have been, now replaced by nothing but fluttering tattered fabric. Kiki gasped, covering her mouth, her complexion draining of color as her body swayed precariously. Little Gohan looked up at the young man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an older version of himself but had lost an arm, his face a picture of confusion. Vegeta's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping between the purple-haired youth and the one-armed figure, ultimately resting upon the striking similarity in hairstyle and brow structure he shared with the youth. His brow furrowed, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Elia's starry eyes instantly locked onto the 2, particularly the faint and chaotic temporal fluctuations emanating from the one-armed young man, remnants of another timeline. Her fingertips involuntarily tightened. "Dad." The tall, one-armed youth, future Gohan, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion at the sight of Son Goku's familiar visage, his voice catching in his throat. "Gohan, your arm." Son Goku dashed forward, entirely disregarding the peculiarities of time, grasping future Gohan's shoulders with urgency. His eyes filled with pain and fury as they settled upon the empty sleeve. "Who did this to you?" That raw concern transcended time and struck at the heart. Future Gohan, witnessing the unfeigned anguish and urgency in his father's eyes, felt a warmth he had long missed, and even he, steadfast as he was, found his eyes reddening. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, he replied, "Dad, it's a long story. We come from the future." The purple-haired youth, Trunks, stepped forward and addressed the gathered crowd, particularly the keen-eyed Vegeta and Bulma. "I am Trunks. This is Son Gohan. We hail from approximately 20 years in the future. We apologize for intruding in this manner, but our world is on the brink of destruction. We risked everything to travel back in time to alter this desperate future." "Future?" The crowd gasped in unison. Bulma fixed her gaze intently on Trunks' face, then abruptly turned to Vegeta, a thrilling hypothesis forming in her mind, her expression shifting dramatically. In the future, Gohan began to recount a desolate and blood-soaked narrative under the concerned gaze of his father. His voice was low and strained, each word imbued with a profound weight. Approximately 3 years later, tranquility was shattered. Two monstrous beings, self-proclaimed as androids, known as Androids 17 and 18, emerged without warning. They reveled in pure carnage, their power exceeding all imagination. Pain and fury flickered in Gohan's eyes as he reflected on their capabilities, particularly considering the strength of his father, Uncle Vegeta, and Mr. Noka, which should have afforded them the possibility of victory. He paused, his voice becoming increasingly labored. "But at the critical moment of our confrontation, Father, your heart condition flared up. It was severe. You lost your fighting capacity in an instant." Goku's body jolted, instinctively clutching his chest. Uncle Vegeta faced them alone, formidable yet overwhelmed, struggling valiantly against their relentless assault. Gohan's gaze swept over to Vegeta, whose complexion was ashen, fists clenched tightly. "We attempted to reach out to Mr. Noka and the Starry Horizon for assistance." Gohan's voice was laced with confusion, but the entire Starry Horizon seemed to have vanished from the cosmos. Every attempt at communication fell silent, and Mr. Noka was utterly unreachable. It was as though they had evaporated into thin air. Suddenly, a faint hum emanated from Elia's teacup, which crystallized with a thin layer of ice upon its surface. Her star-like eyes widened in disbelief, the timeless calm within her shattered by an overwhelming surge of shock and icy dread. "Norka is missing? The entire Starry Horizon is uncontactable. This is absolutely impossible, unless they encountered a catastrophe beyond comprehension, one capable of erasing an entire civilization in an instant." She turned sharply to Norka, her gaze filled with unprecedented gravity and inquiry. Norka's brow furrowed deeply, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. "The Starry Horizon is uncontactable? He is missing? This touches the very foundation of my vow to protect." A chilling anger and desire for understanding welled up within him. Gohan continued without faltering. "In such dire circumstances, I had no choice but to step forward. I sacrificed this arm." He instinctively touched the empty sleeve, yet his expression was resolute. He managed to detain one of them, buying a fleeting chance for the others to retreat. But that was all. Humanity had suffered immense slaughter, casting the world into a shadow of despair. We lingered on, until Trunks completed the time machine. As the narrative concluded, the backyard fell into a profound silence. Only the whisper of the wind rustling through the grass could be heard. The bleak vision of the future weighed heavily upon each heart. Kiki held young Gohan tightly, her body trembling slightly. Bulma's complexion was pale, her eyes filled with a mother's anguish and concern as she looked at Trunks. Vegeta's expression darkened, his clenched fists turning white, embodying both fury towards the androids and a twinge of resentment at the thought of being unable to withstand the burden alone in the future. Goku listened quietly, his shock, heartache, and anger gradually settling within him. He approached Gohan, not glancing at the severed arm, but instead extending his broad palm to firmly rest upon his son's unscathed right shoulder. His gaze was fixed upon future Gohan's eyes, devoid of pity or reproach, radiating a pure, searing admiration akin to molten lava. Goku's voice resonated deeply, imbued with a timeless reverberation, as he acknowledged, in the face of such monstrosity and despair, "You did not flee, nor did you yield. You fought with unwavering resolve for your comrades, for those who stood behind you, risking your life until the very end. Well done. He emphatically patted his son's shoulder, pride brimming within him, exclaiming, "You have done remarkably well. Your efforts are commendable, Gohan." Future Gohan stood momentarily stunned, gazing into his father's eyes, which shone with an unabashed brilliance reminiscent of the sun, feeling the weighty affirmation upon his shoulder. Years of solitude, pain, despair, and heavy responsibility seemed to dissolve in that instant, as if his father's simple yet fervent words melted away his defenses. A profound warmth surged through him, overwhelming the facade of strength he had maintained. Tears, once tightly restrained, cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as emotions long suppressed finally broke free in the presence of his father's approval. Trunks observed this poignant scene, a flicker of emotion and envy passing through his eyes. Vegeta's gaze swept complexly over future Gohan's severed arm and the bond shared between Goku and his son before he turned away with a disdainful huff. Yet, his clenched fist relaxed just a fraction. Noka's gaze transcended the father-son duo, locking onto Elia's somber and inquisitive expression. The disappearance of Starry Sky's brilliance. A colossal enigma laden with ominous foreboding loomed like dark clouds over an era freshly scarred by the demise of the Frieza clan, now yearning for respite and growth. The crystal pendant around Elia's neck, gripped subconsciously, emitted a barely perceptible, cool glow imbued with worry. Chapter 56, Scars, Bloodlines. In preparation for the storm under the fervent and empowering recognition from his father, future Gohan's emotions began to stabilize. He inhaled deeply, wiping away the traces of his tears, his gaze resolute once more. He understood the urgency. Critical information needed to be conveyed. "Dad," he addressed Goku, his voice hoarse yet clear, "in that future. Miss Elia entrusted me with this." From the tattered folds of his martial arts uniform, he reverently retrieved a small, dull diamond-shaped crystal fragment. Its edges were irregular, and although it once shimmered with a faint light at its core, it now lay entirely dormant. Elia's starry gaze sharpened, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the smooth crystal pendant at her neck. She recognized the exceedingly faint, unique resonance of her own celestial magic lingering on the shard. Despite its shattered state, she had said that in the face of true despair, breaking it would activate a rudimentary teleportation spell, capable of randomly transporting me a certain distance. But only once. A bittersweet tone colored future Gohan's voice as he recounted, "It was this very shard that I crushed when androids 17 and 18 severed my left arm, preparing to deliver the final blow. Though I lost an arm, I survived." He instinctively brushed against the empty sleeve, a poignant reminder of a desperate and costly escape. Chi-Chi gasped, her hand clamped tightly over her mouth, as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Little Gohan nestled in his mother's embrace, gazing at the future version of himself, his small face etched with fear and a bewildering shock. Sun Wukong's eyes were steeped in profound sorrow, yet they shone with admiration for his son's indomitable will to survive against all odds. Miss Elia's future Gohan looked at the ethereal lady with deep gratitude and a hint of confusion. "I am immensely grateful for this device you provided. It saved my life. However, why did the starry beacon completely vanish afterward? I have made countless attempts to reach you and Mr. Noka by any means possible, even trying to pinpoint the coordinates of the starry beacon, yet it has all been in vain, as if the entire civilization had simply ceased to exist." His inquiry resonated as a profound enigma in the hearts of everyone present. Elia shook her head gently, her star-like eyes reflecting unprecedented gravity and concern. "The magic on the fragments is of my making, but the defenses and communication networks of the starry beacon could not have been so utterly obliterated by external foes, unless—" She left the thought unfinished, the unspoken words casting a chilling shadow over everyone present. It could be due to an internal upheaval or a calamity that transcended the comprehension of the starry beacon. Noka stood silently to the side, his silver-gray eyes resembling a frozen abyss, an oppressive aura enveloping him, rendering the air thick. At that moment, Trunks took a deep breath. Knowing it was time to reveal his identity, he stepped forward, casting a complex glance at Bulma and Vegeta, his voice imbued with a rare steadiness for a youth. "Ms. Bulma, Mr. Vegeta." He paused, seemingly gathering immense courage. "I am Trunks. My mother is Bulma. My father is Vegeta." Bulma's body jolted as if struck by lightning. although she had already formed a nearly absurd yet crystal-clear hypothesis in her mind. Hearing Trunks utter those words brought an overwhelming intensity that reddened her eyes in an instant. She gazed at the boy, whose features mirrored Vegeta's and bore traces of her own youthful outline, and an instinctual urge surged within her to rush forward and embrace this son from the future. She covered her mouth, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Shock, heartache, and an indescribable complexity of emotions filled her heart. Her son, in the future, was destined to bear such a heavy fate. Vegeta's reaction, however, was starkly different. He appeared as though struck by lightning, his golden pupils narrowing to the utmost degree, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the universe. What? He abruptly straightened from the battered time machine's wall, his sharp gaze slicing through Trunks' face before swiftly pivoting towards Bulma, his expression a tapestry of disbelief and a tinge of offended absurdity. What kind of jest is this? This Earthwoman, my son. He pointed an accusatory finger at Bulma, his voice rising in pitch due to sheer astonishment, infused with a hint of panic he was unaware of. He, Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, could not fathom that his future would intertwine with an Earthwoman, resulting in the birth of an heir. This utterly subverted all his preconceived notions about his future. Trunks gazed upon his father's stunned expression, a flicker of disappointment crossing his violet eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper resolve. He had long anticipated this. His father had never been a man of warmth. Future Gohan, sensing the awkwardness and shock in the atmosphere, interjected to steer the conversation back to the more pressing threat. Trunks spoke the truth. Furthermore, there is another crucial point. Approximately a year before the emergence of androids 17 and 18, 3 additional androids will appear. What? The group was once again taken aback. 2 androids were already sufficient to obliterate the future. Now, there would be 3 more. They are designated as androids 13, 14, and 15. Future Gohan recalled, a look of confusion adorning his face. Their powers are formidable as well. All I know is that shortly after their appearance on the timeline, they were defeated by Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and Mr. Noka. However, I was too young at the time and not present on the core battlefield, so my understanding of the specific combat details and their abilities is limited. This revelation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, yet it also provided a glimmer of hope. The fact that Goku, Vegeta, and Noka could vanquish such foes indicated they were not entirely insurmountable. Upon hearing that the future version of himself had participated in and emerged victorious from battle, albeit with others, a minuscule yet perceptible relaxation softened Vegeta's taut jawline. A fierce warrior spirit rekindled in his eyes. Regardless of what the future held, the enemy was coming, and they must be vanquished. The Saiyan blood coursed through their veins, boiling with anticipation. Future Gohan carefully retrieved a small metallic box from his satchel, solemnly presenting it to Goku. Dad, this is a miraculous heart medication developed by Aunt Bulma in the future. Based on historical data, she deduced that you would suffer a heart attack due to a viral condition 3 years from now. Please be sure to take it on time. Your health is one of the greatest hopes for the future. His gaze brimmed with earnestness. Goku accepted the box, warmth flooding his heart at the profound concern reflected in his son's eyes, and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Gohan, I will take it on time. He cherished the medication with care. Future Gohan then turned his gaze toward Chi-Chi, filled with deep imploring. Mother, I know this is sudden and perilous, but please allow little Goten to join me in training with Dad in the hyperbolic time chamber. He glanced at the innocent young Goten. Our time is too limited. He must grow stronger swiftly. I swear I will protect him with my life. His one arm clenched into a fist. The weight of brotherly responsibility and a fervent yearning to alter the future imbued his words with strength. Chi-Chi observed the resolute determination in her eldest son's eyes, then looked down at her innocent youngest son, a tremendous conflict tearing at her heart. Ultimately, her profound love as a mother, combined with a hint of fear for the future, overwhelmed all else. She tightly embraced little Goten, tears cascading onto the child's hair. Her voice choked yet undeniably resolute. Very well. Gohan, I entrust him to you. Goku, you must protect both of them. She lifted her head, calling out to Goku with an unprecedented severity in her gaze. Son Wukong perceived the unwavering resolve of his wife and nodded emphatically. Leave it to me, Chi-Chi. It was then that the previously silent Noka spoke, his voice deep and imbued with an undeniable conviction. Ilea. In an instant, Ilea comprehended his intent, her starry eyes shifting towards him. The sacred beans, Noka succinctly stated, in the battles to come, the consumption will exceed all expectations. I need you to devise a method, be it through magical catalysis, genetic enhancement, or dimensional acceleration, to significantly augment both the yield and restorative efficacy of the sacred beans. This is a strategic resource. He understood well the pivotal role of the sacred beans in protracted warfare and recovery from grievous injuries. The grim prospects of the future compelled him to prepare for the worst. Without a moment's hesitation, Ilea inclined her head slightly. Understood. I will immediately contact Galinta and the temple, while simultaneously initiating the botanical cultivation matrix of the Starry Dawn for analysis and optimization. I shall endeavor to enhance both yield and efficacy. Her fingertips glided over the crystal pendant, already strategizing on a mental level. Noka's gaze then shifted to the lavender-haired youth Trunks. Alongside him stood the fiercely determined and inquisitive Reina. Reina, you shall accompany me. Trunks, he regarded the boy, who bore the bloodline of the Saiyan royal family from the future. We need to discuss in detail the particulars of your timeline, the intelligence on the androids, and any potential clues regarding the disappearance of the Starry Dawn. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, evidently. The enigma of the Starry Dawn was as critical to him as the android crisis on Earth, perhaps even more perilous. Trunks felt the profound, yet imposing aura emanating from Noka and straightened his back, a sense of urgency gripping him. Yes, Mr. Noka, I will share everything I know with you and Miss Reina. Sun Wukong clapped the shoulders of future Gohan and little Gohan, grinning widely, his eyes alight with eager combat spirit. Excellent. Then the three of us shall set forth. Let us make the most of every second. He directed his gaze towards the time chamber. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, watching the trio of Sun Wukong and his sons head towards the chamber, then cast a glance at Trunks, who was being escorted away by Noka and Reina. Finally, his complex gaze settled on Bulma. He abruptly turned and strode purposefully towards the gravity training room, his hair fluttering in the sunlight. He needed to fight. He needed to grow stronger. The pride of the Saiyan prince would never allow him to become a weakling in any future, reliant on the aid of others. Bulma observed Vegeta's resolute figure, then glanced at the departing Trunks, letting out a gentle sigh before her expression hardened with determination. She too had her own battlefield to prepare for, whether it be the maintenance of the time machine or providing technological support for the future. In the backyard of Capsule Corporation, after a fleeting moment of shock and sorrow, an atmosphere charged with urgency and determination began to permeate. To alter that despairing future, each individual embarked on their own personal quest for battle. The clouds loomed ominously, yet amidst the crevices, the spark of hope had been ignited. Chapter 57. The Legacy from the Future. The Awakened Golden Warrior. The heavy door of the time chamber sealed shut behind them, isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. In the eternal expanse of the white desert, where searing heat and biting cold alternately ravage without rhyme or reason, the thin air carries the scent of metallic rust, enveloping the three figures that have just entered. Sun Wukong takes a deep breath, stretches his limbs, and his face lights up with a thrill of excitement in the face of challenge. All right, let us begin. Gohan. His gaze first falls upon the future Gohan, brimming with unabashed curiosity and inquiry. But before we start, let me witness it. The power of your future self, the Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, future Gohan slightly closes his eyes, then suddenly opens them wide. A wave of golden energy, far more stable and formidable than what Rina displayed during her breakthrough, erupts with a thunderous force. His shimmering golden hair stands erect, and his emerald eyes gleam with a cold, piercing intensity. A terrifying energy fluctuation sweeps through the air like a tangible tsunami, causing even the solid space around them to ripple ever so slightly. The sense of power emanating from him is incomparable to the initial stages of Super Saiyan transformation. It embodies a profound depth forged through countless trials. Sun Wukong's golden eyes constrict sharply, and the excitement on his face is abruptly replaced by overwhelming astonishment and gravity. He acutely senses the strength of that power, far exceeding his current 200 million. A chill, accompanied by fierce battle intent, races up his spine. Is this the power you possess in the future? Then do those two androids surpass you significantly? Future Gohan gradually diminishes his aura, returning to a normal state, his expression imbued with a calmness wrought from hardship. No, Father. At present, if I were to face either Android 17 or 18 alone, I possess the confidence to emerge victorious. He clenches his remaining right fist, fiery determination igniting in his eyes. However, they never act independently. They are inextricably linked. It seems they take pleasure in toying with their prey and reveling in our despair. He casts a heavy gaze upon Sun Wukong, revealing the weight of his words. He is powerful and progresses swiftly, but with his current strength of 400 million, he cannot hold off either of them long enough for me to pick them off one by one. Thus, we can only maneuver and retreat, watching them wreak havoc while we remain powerless to end this nightmare. The sense of helplessness is more agonizing than the loss of a limb. The gravity on Sun Wukong's face deepens. 700 million, capable of single combat victory. But they are a perfectly coordinated duo, never parting ways. Moreover, there is a comrade who requires time to grow. This predicament is far more intricate than anticipated. I understand now. Sun Wukong's voice lowers, the pure excitement replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility and urgency. He looks at the young Gohan standing tall beside him, his small face adorned with determination and curiosity. Having endured the trials of life and death on Namek, this child of just over 4 years has shed much of his youthful fear, replaced instead by a tranquility and courage that transcends his age. Little Gohan gazes up at his future self, his eyes devoid of confusion, filled only with a peculiar clarity and a sense of exploration, as if he perceives the reflection in a mirror. Thus, our objective is crystal clear. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpen once more, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. First, we must enhance our base combat power. The stronger the foundation, the higher the limits of our Super Saiyan transformations. Second, we must improve our mastery over Super Saiyan power. Transform it into a power as effortless as an extension of your own limbs, rather than a burdensome weight. He knelt down, meeting little Gohan's gaze at eye level, his large hand resting on the small shoulder, urging, "You, Gohan, must also swiftly master this strength. The future requires each one of us." Little Gohan nodded vigorously, determination radiating from his eyes. "Yes, I will grow stronger. Father, the future me." His reference to future Gohan was direct and natural, imbued with a remarkable certainty. The training unfolded day after day in the arid, monotonous, yet hope-filled, chalky desert. Sun Wukong became the most stringent and efficient mentor. Drawing from his insights in the time chamber and the combat techniques of Noka and Vegeta, he tailored an extreme training regimen for both future Gohan and little Gohan. This involved strenuous weight-bearing sprints in extreme environments and intense practical combat sessions against Sun Wukong himself. Future Gohan's foundation was exceptionally solid, with combat skills and experience far exceeding his peers. His enhancement hinged on two primary aspects. First, further honing the limits of his baseline strength, striving for greater peaks. Second, refining the colossal 700 million power of his Super Saiyan form to achieve greater fluidity, minimizing unnecessary energy expenditure and enhancing both explosive power and endurance. He was like a piece of fine steel, repeatedly forged under Wukong's hammer. Little Gohan exhibited astonishing resilience and insight. Sun Wukong was responsible for teaching him the arts of battle, energy perception and control, and evasion techniques. Meanwhile, future Gohan played a pivotal role as a living example, inspiring and guiding little Gohan to awaken the strength within his heart. Remember this feeling, Gohan. During a sparring session with Wukong, little Gohan was sent flying by a powerful punch, yet he quickly gritted his teeth, rolled, and stood up, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Future Gohan spoke solemnly from the sidelines, his voice seemingly transcending time and space, resonating with little Gohan's very soul. Anger is not the goal. Protection is the source of strength. Think of those you wish to protect. Mom Chi-Chi, Father, all those you hold dear. Transform your resolve into a flame that ignites your power. Utilizing his own experiences, the story represented by his empty sleeve, and the belief that transcends time to protect, he continually impacted little Gohan's spirit. Time and again, little Gohan was knocked down, yet he rose with unwavering tenacity, his gaze growing ever brighter, embodying the Saiyan spirit and the will to protect, tempered like forged steel, increasingly resilient. Time flew swiftly in the relentless training. The 5 months within the spirit time room, equating to less than 2 hours in the outside world, felt long yet fulfilling. Sun Wukong's baseline combat power surged to a solid 20 million under extreme refinement. His understanding and mastery of Super Saiyan power deepened significantly. Future Gohan's baseline combat power also steadily ascended, reaching 30 million. More importantly, his control over his 1.5 billion Super Saiyan power saw substantial improvement. The most astonishing breakthrough, however, occurred with little Gohan. During a nearly brutal extreme confrontation training session, he faced the onslaught of Wukong and future Gohan, being knocked down repeatedly. His small body marred with scars, yet the fire in his eyes never waned. As the Kamehameha wave surged forth with a piercing howl, slicing through the air towards young Gohan, the future Gohan held his breath, poised to strike. In a sudden eruption, young Gohan unleashed a thunderous roar. It was not born of fear, but rather a resolute cry to protect his loved ones. A pure and fervent golden radiance erupted from his small frame, akin to a long-dormant volcano bursting forth. Boom! The golden aura soared into the heavens. Though its scale paled in comparison to that of future Gohan and Son Goku, it undeniably bore the essence of a Super Saiyan's gold. Young Gohan hovered in midair, his black hair standing on end, transformed into a dazzling gold. His emerald eyes blazed with the fervent fire of guardianship. A nascent yet formidable wave of energy swept forth, demanding acknowledgement. Normal combat power, 8 million. Super Saiyan state, 400 million. Chapter 58, The Declaration of Transcendence. The challenge of the Vegeta father and son. Success. A wave of immense surprise and pride surged within Son Goku's eyes. Future Gohan's tightly clenched fist gradually loosened, filled with the satisfaction of realizing his potential. As young Gohan descended back to the ground, the golden aura gradually subsided. He gazed at his small, golden-tinged fist, his face alight with excitement and determination. I did it. Father. Future me. Son Goku laughed heartily, lifting his son high into the air. Ha! Well done, Gohan. He turned to future Gohan, and both their eyes sparkled with joy. After the celebration, Son Goku observed young Gohan's newly ignited golden aura, and then glanced at the unchanging white wasteland, making a decisive choice. Gohan, he said to future Gohan, his tone laced with firmness, we must leave now. Now. Future Gohan expressed surprise. Young Gohan had just broken through and still needed to solidify his power. I understand. Son Goku set young Gohan down, ruffling his golden hair, but one can only remain in the time chamber for 2 years in a lifetime. Young Gohan is still too young. The road ahead is long. His breakthrough has already demonstrated his potential. The remaining consolidation and enhancement can equally occur outside. We cannot squander precious time in the phase where he still needs to grow gradually. His gaze turned to future Gohan. You and I are the core combat strength against the imminent threats we face. Our time must be utilized wisely. Moreover, he grinned, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Those outside are likely growing impatient as well. Future Gohan nodded. I understand, father. You are right. Upon hearing they were departing, young Gohan's face momentarily flickered with a barely perceptible disappointment, yet his resolve prevailed. I understand. I will strive harder outside. And I won't waste the time of you and my future self. The heavy doors of the time chamber slowly opened once more after 5 months. 3 figures emerged. Son Goku emanated a deeply restrained aura. Future Gohan stood steadfast as a mountain. Most striking was young Gohan, adorned with his radiant golden hair. As they stepped beyond the confines of the time chamber, they sensed fierce waves of energy colliding from the direction of the sacred world's courtyard. Clearly, Vegeta and Trunks were engaged in battle. The 3 of them vanished in an instant, appearing at the edge of the courtyard. In the arena, a golden aura surged like a tempest. Vegeta, enveloped in searing golden flames, his base combat power at 3.6 million, and Super Saiyan at 1.8 billion, engaged in a fierce clash with Trunks, who had also transformed into a Super Saiyan, with a power of 400 million, and wielded a long sword. The intensity of their battle was extraordinary. Trunks' strength was evidently superior. Each swing of his sword unleashed an overwhelming force, the blade cutting through the air with dazzling brilliance. However, Vegeta's combat skills, experience, and his fierce, cunning nature were far beyond what Trunks could match. He darted through the gaps in Trunks' formidable power like a wraith, executing precise blocks and cunning counterattacks, creating a rhythm of combat that bore down on Trunks, effectively suppressing his greater strength. Although Trunks managed to withstand the onslaught with sheer power and did not falter, he was clearly overwhelmed by Vegeta's tempestuous aggression and strategic acumen, leaving him somewhat flustered, albeit he had not dared to unleash his full might. Too slow. A fool with strength, but no understanding of its application. Is this what you've achieved over the past 20 years? Vegeta relentlessly advanced while hurling scornful taunts. Yet, deep within his sharp golden eyes, after an initial shock, there flickered a fleeting sense of satisfaction, even a barely perceptible pride, despite his harsh tone. At that moment, the sound of the time chamber's door opening and the presence of three familiar auras instantly captured the attention of both fighters, as well as that of Alia, who was quietly conversing with Noka beneath the eaves of the Supreme Kai's temple, and the attentive Reina. Vegeta abruptly halted, his golden eyes sweeping towards the entrance like searchlights. When he discerned the small figure beside Goku, with its glaring golden hair, his movements froze. His expression was a spectacle to behold. First sheer astonishment, followed by absurdity, then a fury akin to being affronted, and finally, beneath that anger, a flicker of intense competitiveness that he was scarcely aware of. Golden hair. Vegeta's voice shifted in pitch, disbelief saturating his tone as he fixated on young Gohan, as if witnessing a cosmic marvel. Kakarot. You actually. Goku, observing Vegeta's expression, felt a surge of delight and grinned widely, deliberately amplifying his voice. Hey, Vegeta, it seems Trunks has trained you well. How about it? Practicing alone. Isn't it quite efficient? He emphasized the word efficient for effect. Vegeta's face instantly shifted from red to pale. The potent stimulus of Kakarot's son, still just a child, transforming into a Super Saiyan, coupled with Goku's teasing, sent his temples throbbing with fury. His golden aura erupted violently. A mix of humiliation and the intense displeasure of being overshadowed nearly drove him to explode. However, just as he prepared to roar a retort, his gaze fell upon future Gohan's empty sleeves. A complex expression flashed rapidly across his eyes. In a swift motion, he retrieved an object from his multi-purpose capsule, casting it towards future Gohan with an air of impatience, as if discarding refuse. Humph, take this. Annoying waste. Don't hold us back. A verdant arc gracefully descended at the feet of future Gohan, revealing a plump senzu bean. Momentarily stunned, future Gohan gazed at the bean on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Vegeta, whose expression was one of indifference, as if merely annoyed by his presence. A warm surge of gratitude welled within him. Without uttering a word of thanks, he quietly bent down to retrieve the senzu bean and unhesitatingly placed it in his mouth. Crunch. The crisp sound of his chewing resonated through the air. At the hollow sleeve of his left arm, flesh began to writhe, as if alive, rapidly regenerating. Bones, muscles, nerves, and skin reconstructed themselves at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, a flawless and powerful left arm re-emerged on future Gohan's body. He clenched his newly reborn hand, savoring the long-lost sensation of wholeness, casting a complex gaze toward Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta was utterly indifferent, his eyes like molten lava, fixated intently on Goku's face. His pride ignited into a fervent battle spirit. Pointing at Goku, future Gohan, and little Gohan, his voice rang out with unwavering authority, a declaration laden with conviction. Kakarot. And you too, brats. Listen closely. Don't think that entering that decrepit house first makes you special. Trunks and I will surpass you completely. In our own way. Just wait and see. Humph. With that, he whirled around, golden energy erupting around him, disregarding everyone else, striding with fierce momentum toward the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks watched his father's retreating figure, a complex glimmer in his eyes, primarily fueled by a rekindled fighting spirit. He inhaled deeply and quickly followed suit. Goku observed Vegeta's resolute back, his smile fading, replaced by a mix of excitement and gravity akin to a worthy opponent. Oh, you wish to surpass us? How intriguing. Then come forth, Vegeta. Future Gohan, feeling the strength of his new arm, wore a resolute expression. Little Gohan clenched his tiny golden fist, his eyes brimming with determination. Noka stood beneath the eaves, his silver-gray gaze fixed upon Vegeta and Trunks as they approached the door to the time chamber, then swept over the restored future Gohan, finally resting upon Elia. Elia's star-like eyes met his with a gentle nod, an unspoken understanding passing between them. A new storm, new challenges, and new hopes had already begun to unfold in the small courtyard of the sacred temple. Chapter 59. The Threat of Surpassing Androids? The Evil Scion from the Southern Galaxy. The commotion in the courtyard of the sacred temple subsided momentarily as Vegeta and Trunks entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Little Gohan's golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, yet his face bore an unusual maturity for his age. Future Gohan, Meanwhile, felt the vitality in his renewed left arm, his expression a blend of complexity and determination. Chi-Chi, anxiously waiting, rushed forward and enveloped little Gohan in a tight embrace. Her voice trembling with emotion. Gohan. My Gohan. My Gohan has turned into a delinquent. She tenderly stroked her son's spiky golden hair. It's all right, Mom. I'm a Super Saiyan now, just like Dad. Little Gohan tilted his head back in his mother's embrace, his golden hair and azure eyes reflecting pride and seriousness. As Chi-Chi gazed into her son's eyes, filled with an unprecedented brilliance and determination, and then glanced at his unscathed form, save for the color of his hair, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Ultimately, she tightened her hold on him and murmured, It's all right, it's all right. Future Gohan approached Chi-Chi, observing her cradling his younger self, his gaze imbued with tenderness and a subtle hint of melancholy. Mother, I appreciate your sacrifices. Rest assured, we shall safeguard this era. Chi-Chi, looking at her now adult son, weathered and mature, felt tears cascade down her cheeks once more. She nodded firmly. Yes, you all must take care. Son Goku watched this scene unfold, a warm smile gracing his lips. He stepped forward, gently patting Chi-Chi's shoulder and tousling little Gohan's golden locks. Chi-Chi, you should take them home to rest. Little Gohan has just broken through and needs time to adjust. I still have matters to discuss with Noka. Chi-Chi recognized her husband's seriousness and, though reluctant, grasped little Gohan's and future Gohan's hands. All right, Gohan, let us return home. Little Gohan nodded obediently, casting a glance at his father before following his mother. Future Gohan also nodded to Son Goku and Noka, his figure flickering as he caught up with Chi-Chi and his younger self. Only Son Goku, Noka, and the serene figure of Elia, who stood under the eaves like a tranquil star map, remained in the courtyard. Lena leaned against a pillar, her arms crossed, her emerald eyes contemplatively fixed in their direction. Noka's gaze shifted from the departing Gohan family to Son Goku, and a trace of subtle emotion flickered in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice deep. In merely 5 months within the time chamber, less than half a day has passed outside. Your baseline has risen by 5 million, and your mastery over Super Saiyan has significantly improved. The progress of both Gohans is astounding. He paused, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. Once Vegeta and that Trunks emerge, I shall truly find myself at the bottom of the rankings, though Lena will still be trailing behind. Lena shot a glare at Noka before turning her head away. Son Goku, scratching his head, chuckled. Haha, Noka, you are the very first Super Saiyan. You will undoubtedly grow even stronger. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, the lightness of his demeanor replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He locked eyes with Noka, whose gaze was typically filled with combativeness and purity, now heavy with questions and gravity. Noka, tell me, what transpired in the future timeline with you and the entire Starry Zenith? Why did you vanish without a trace, leaving no word behind? The air seemed to thicken instantly. Under the eaves, Elia's starlit eyes sharpened their focus on Noka, her fingertips instinctively tightening. Lena straightened, her amber gaze brimming with curiosity. The hint of self-mockery vanished from Noka's face, his silver-gray eyes now reflecting a cold, tranquil sharpness akin to a frozen lake. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words, before slowly speaking, his voice akin to the recitation of a chilling, abyssal truth, according to Trunks' recollections, in his timeline, prior to my complete disappearance. He had sensed an extraordinarily potent and malevolent aura on Earth. Each of his words was pronounced with gravitas. That aura was imbued with sheer cruelty, terror, strength, and an indescribable evil. Trunks relayed the original statement, asserting that the power of number 17 and number 18 scarcely compared to even a fraction of that presence. Noka raised his hand, gesturing towards a certain direction in the vast firmament, roughly pinpointing the depths of the southern galaxy. Goku's golden pupils constricted sharply. The southern galaxy? Who emanates that aura? I do not know. Noka's voice was resolute, imbued with a cold inquisitiveness. However, Trunks' reiterated information distinctly indicated that the essence of that malevolent aura was Saibaman. Saibaman! Goku exclaimed in astonishment, his face a canvas of profound shock and absurdity. Besides Vegeta, myself, and Reina, could there be other surviving Saibamen? Furthermore, could they possess such terrifying and evil power? It remains unclear. Noka shook his head, his silver-gray eyes resembling frigid detectors. Speaking of which, during my time in exile, I encountered an evil Cyberman named Dales. Yet that individual had perished long ago and was pathetically weak. Perhaps the one from the future is a member of some unknown branch of exiles? Or perhaps it is an ancient, more fearsome entity that has been awakened? Or could it be a creature engineered from Cyberman genes? He paused, glancing towards Elia's direction. I have already instructed Elia to utilize all the database privileges of the Starry Dawn and leverage our intelligence network within the cosmic trade to diligently investigate the depths of the southern galaxy, especially any anomalous records pertaining to powerful Cybermen or similar beings. No detail shall be overlooked. Elia nodded slightly, her starry eyes reflecting data flows that silently and swiftly circulated, evidently already at work. Goku, processing this astonishing information, furrowed his brow. So, Noka, what are your next intentions regarding the androids and the potential emergence of that artificial being? I shall certainly arrive. Norka's voice resonated with undeniable resolve. Elia has established a stable magical coordinate between Starry Dawn and Earth. Upon receiving your distress signal, we can arrive instantaneously. He clenched his fist, the knuckles emitting a faint crack, his eyes glinting with a cold light. As for that entity lurking in the shadows of the southern galaxy, this time, we are forewarned of its existence. We shall be prepared and will not allow it or them to silently consume everything as they did in the future. Instantaneous arrival? Goku's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, the previous tension replaced by immense interest. Wow, Norka, the magical teleportation of your Starry Dawn is incredibly convenient. It's far quicker than my flying Nimbus. Can you teach me? Norka regarded Goku's sudden fascination with the novel concept, shaking his head with mild exasperation. The thought patterns of the Cybermen are indeed unpredictable. Rather, Goku's essence is truly enigmatic. Suddenly, he recalled something and shifted the topic. Speaking of which, it reminds me of an incident. Many years ago, during a mission under Bardock in the Frieza Force, Bardock? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. That name struck him like a key, instantly unlocking a vague corner of his memory. An odd sense of familiarity washing over him. Wait, why does Bardock sound so familiar? It seems I've heard it somewhere before. He scratched his head, straining to remember, but only a haze lingered. Noka observed Sun Wukong's bewildered expression and deep contemplation, and for the first time, a clear astonishment flickered in his silver-gray eyes. You don't know who Bardock is? Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. I hit my head on a rock when I was young, so I've forgotten many past events. Is Bardock someone I know? Who is he? Noka fell silent for a few seconds, as if processing this information. He gazed at Sun Wukong's face, which bore a slight resemblance to that stubborn warrior from his memories, yet exuded a completely different aura, and slowly began to speak. Bardock is your biological father. A man who, like you, cares deeply for the lives of his comrades, yet is also a ruthless killer on the battlefield. Father. Sun Wukong was utterly taken aback. His mouth agape, his golden pupils filled with shock and confusion. The term father felt as distant to him as a legend. Indeed. Noka nodded, continuing, back then, he received a mission from the Frieza Force to handle matters on a distant planet called Yardrat located at the edge of the southern galaxy. The place was far, the remuneration pitifully low, and the environment was said to be quite bizarre. He asked me if I wanted to accompany him, but I thought it would be too troublesome and a waste of time, so I declined. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Noka's eyes as he reminisced. However, later I heard from a lucky survivor who escaped that the inhabitants of that planet, though appearing frail, seemed to possess many peculiar and entirely different combat techniques, somewhat akin to the utilization of magic, but more inclined towards the strange development of their own potential. Peculiar combat techniques? Sun Wukong's eyes instantly brightened again, his earlier shock regarding his father temporarily eclipsed by newfound interest. Yardrat. Yes. Noka observed the familiar fighting spirit igniting in Sun Wukong's eyes and directly extended an invitation. The androids still have time, and the threat from the southern galaxy remains unknown. Rather than waiting idly here, why not accompany me to Yardrat? Let us explore those so-called peculiar techniques and see if they can inspire our strength. Perhaps we might discover a new path to counter future threats. He paused, adding, of course, there will be no remuneration. It's purely an expedition at our own expense. Go. Of course I want to go. Sun Wukong responded without hesitation, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. It sounds fascinating. Who knows what new things I might learn? Then he recalled something and curiously inquired. By the way, Noka, since you knew my father, what happened afterward? Where is he now? Noka's expression turned somewhat peculiar, laden with an incomprehensible confusion. Later, Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, and Bardock perished in battle. When I attempted to resurrect Starry Sky, I once tried to use the Dragon Balls from Namek to bring him back. However, the response from the Dragon Balls was that resurrection was impossible, as Bardock had succumbed to natural death. Natural death? Goku was momentarily taken aback. This term seemed exceedingly strange and contradictory when applied to his father, who perished due to the explosion of a planet. Indeed, a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in Noka's eyes as he reiterated the phrase, natural death. This was the will of the Dragon Balls, responding thusly. It was perplexing, utterly devoid of comprehensible logic. Chapter 60, Goku's Frenzied Training. The Forbidden Challenge of the Kaioken Super Saiyan. A gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness through the courtyard of the Heavenly Temple. Goku remained preoccupied with the bizarre enigma surrounding his father Bardock and the notion of natural death, his gaze filled with inquisitive light. Noka, on the other hand, had regained his usual composure and turned to Goku, suddenly posing a seemingly trivial question. Kakarot, how do you bid farewell to Chi-Chi when you leave Earth to train? Huh. Goku paused for a moment, then scratched his head, revealing a sheepish grin. I just tell Chi-Chi, I'm going out to train, and then I leave. Sometimes she's busy cooking or training Goten, so I just fly off. She knows where I'm headed. Observing Goku's expression that suggested this was perfectly normal, a flicker of exasperation crossed Noka's eyes. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone laced with resignation. I can't count on you, can I? Just wait here. With that, he dismissed Goku and walked toward the eaves of the corridor. Lena stood with her arms crossed, her amber eyes glaring discontentedly in Goku's direction, evidently displeased that Noka intended to take Kakarot to some planet called Adrat while leaving her behind. Ilia remained silently poised, her starry eyes tranquil as she deftly navigated a virtual screen, evidently processing the intelligence regarding the southern galaxy that Noka had entrusted her with. Noka approached Lena, who immediately straightened her posture, meeting his gaze with defiance and reluctance. Noka, I want to go too. That Adrat planet might have techniques suited for me. Noka said nothing, merely extending his hand with an undeniable authority, ruffling Lena's rebellious purple hair. This simple gesture caused her to freeze, her dissatisfaction and stubbornness akin to a punctured balloon, swiftly replaced by astonishment and an odd sense of soothing submission, her ears even slightly reddening. She opened her mouth, ultimately emitting a huff, turning her face away in a reluctant manner, yet she did not insist on accompanying them. Guard this place, and keep an eye on Vegeta and the others. Noka's voice was low and calm, carrying a tone of entrustment. Your strength needs to be honed through real combat, not by exploring the unknown at this moment. Lena did not turn back, simply responding with a vague grunt from her nose. Noka's gaze then shifted to Ilia, who had also paused her work, her starry eyes lifting to meet his calmly. Noka stepped forward, without any superfluous words, extending his arms to gently embrace Ilia. It was a brief, yet solid hug. Alia's body stiffened slightly, and within her star-like eyes, the eternal flow of data seemed to momentarily stagnate, only to be stirred by the faintest, almost imperceptible ripple. Her pearl-white visage remained calm, yet the fingers that hung at her side unconsciously curled. Thank you for your efforts, Alia. Noka's voice resonated softly in her ear, imbued with profound trust and an unspoken concern. The brilliance of the starry firmament, Earth, and everything here, I entrust to you. Alia offered no reply. She merely nodded slightly once he released her from his embrace, her starry gaze returning to its tranquil state, though the lingering echo of that ripple remained. Much like a stone cast into a deep pool, refusing to dissipate. The starry crystal pendant around her neck seemed to emit a gentle, warm glow. Having completed this exchange, Noka turned and rejoined Sun Wukong, succinctly stating, "We are leaving." Sun Wukong had witnessed Noka's farewells to Reina and Alia, contrasting them with his own blunt "I'm off." He scratched his head, suddenly feeling a touch embarrassed as he chuckled. It seems a bit lacking in decorum, doesn't he? I suppose I should have a proper conversation with Chi-Chi next time. Noka cast him a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth curling ever so slightly. Yet he said nothing. He raised his hand, the tips of his fingers igniting with a ghostly blue luminescence, intricate spatial runes rapidly forming in his palm. With his other hand resting on Sun Wukong's shoulder, a powerful wave of spatial energy enveloped them in an instant. There was no grand spectacle. The light before them merely twisted and elongated, as if falling into a tunnel woven from pure energy. In the next moment, a solid ground sensation returned, and the surrounding scenery had transformed entirely. No longer was it the serene courtyard of the celestial palace, but rather an indescribable, peculiar realm. The sky was a gentle lavender hue, dotted with enormous, translucent luminescent entities resembling gigantic jellyfish, radiating a warm and extraordinary glow. The air was astonishingly fresh, imbued with a scent reminiscent of a rain-kissed forest mingled with some sweet fruit. The ground beneath their feet was not soil, but a resilient, dark green substance akin to a fungal mat, yielding softly underfoot. In the distance, enormous structures, resembling twisted mushrooms or spiral shells, rose majestically, their surfaces flowing with gentle luminescent patterns. The atmosphere was suffused with tranquility and serenity, yet it also carried an indescribable essence that revered the potential of life to an extraordinary degree. This was the planet Adrat. Their sudden arrival caused little commotion. A few peculiar Adratans, busy collecting glowing spores, cast curious glances their way before resuming their tasks, as if accustomed to spatial teleportation. Before long, an elder Adratan, clad in simple robes and exuding a calm, profound aura, was summoned. Noka wasted no time and directly stated their purpose. They were warriors from a distant planet. Having heard of Adrat's unique combat techniques that harnessed one's potential, distinct from the concept of chi, and had come to seek guidance and learning. The gaze of the elder Adrat swept over Noka's serene demeanor, as steadfast as a mountain, and the sharpness of his essence, alongside Sun Wukong's pure curiosity, reminiscent of an innocent child brimming with a thirst for exploration. After a moment of silence, seemingly attuned to something profound, he eventually nodded slowly, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Dear guests from afar, your hearts are remarkably pure, especially this one," he said, turning his attention to Sun Wukong, who is filled with a yearning for possibilities. "The artistry of Adrat serves as the key to unlocking the inner sanctum. Since you have approached with a spirit of inquiry, I welcome you to stay. However, remember, our path seeks the harmony within and the flourishing of potential rather than the forces of destruction. Here on the peculiar planet of Adrat, cultivation unfolds in an entirely different manner." Sun Wukong thrived in this environment, mastering the essence of energy locking and spatial leaps. Akin to instantaneous movement, he immersed himself completely, tirelessly perceiving spatial coordinates and practicing the art of energy locking. His learning method was straightforward yet brutal: perceive, attempt, fail, and then perceive again, followed by further attempts. After countless encounters with colossal, luminous jellyfish or inexplicably appearing above the hot springs of an hydration, he ultimately succeeded. 3 months later, in teleporting from the opposite side of the planet to beside Noka, though he landed in quite a disheveled state, his unwavering focus and joy inspired many hydration onlookers. Having grasped the basics, Sun Wukong's insatiable warrior spirit immediately propelled him to attempt a more audacious fusion of the Kaioken and Super Saiyan state. The mere utterance of this idea prompted the elder Adrat, who was mentoring him, to shake his head vigorously, expressing that such an amalgamation contradicted the principles of inner harmony. Forcibly merging such rampant power would only lead to self-destruction. Yet, Sun Wukong remained undeterred, firmly believing that power itself was not the issue. Mastery was the crux. Chapter 61. Interruption of Training. The Assault of Androids 13, 14, and 15. In a peculiar valley of crystalline formations, far from the living quarters, unsettling waves of energy frequently erupted. Drink it in. A golden aura surged into the sky as Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Following this, his energy flared crimson, veins bulging beneath his skin, the Kaioken amplified tenfold. The frenzied scarlet energy seamlessly merged with the golden aura. Boom! 2 radically different forces clashed violently within him, tearing at his very essence. His muscles felt as though they were on the verge of being shredded, while his bones groaned under the unbearable strain, blood vessels threatening to burst. The excruciating pain contorted his visage into a grotesque mask, unleashing a primal roar akin to that of a beast. The fierce collision of the golden flame and the crimson energy annihilated everything around him, creating a cataclysmic energy storm that stripped away layers of the hardened crystalline ground. "No, this is unbearable. My body is about to explode." Time and again, Sun Wukong was compelled to relinquish his state, collapsing to the ground in a bloodied heap, gasping for breath. yet his eyes ignited with an even more fervent flame of indomitable spirit. Again, he was resolute in finding that delicate balance. Like a madman dancing upon the edge of a blade, he relentlessly challenged the limits of his body and willpower. In stark contrast to Sun Wukong's tumultuous endeavors, or rather, his tragic plight, Noka's cultivation appeared exceedingly tranquil and introspective. The path he has chosen is increasingly systematic and martial in nature. He studies under Master Yadralat, an expert in the art of potential guidance. The essence of this skill lies in the absolute mastery of every subtle part of the body, each thread of energy flow, and even the will of the mind, directing them towards a state of perfection, thereby forming an instinctive rhythm of combat. Noka sits cross-legged on a tranquil energy meadow, his eyes closed, breathing deeply and steadily, as if he were merging with the very pulse of life that courses through the planet. His hair moves as if caught in a breeze, yet there is no aura rising around him. Instead, he exudes a profound stillness akin to an abyss. He dissects, analyzes, and reconstructs every seemingly simple step demonstrated by the Yadralations, every gentle push, and even the use of a glance is meticulously deconstructed into its fundamental principles by his almost ruthless rationality, after which he attempts to integrate these into his own rigorously honed combat system. Occasionally, his fingertips emit a faint glow, tracing enigmatic paths in the air, simulating the flow of energy and the shifts of space. There are no cataclysmic explosions, only subtle distortions and hums in the air. He endeavors to comprehend the magical runes of the Crystal Wall Guardians, merging them with the potential guidance of the Yadralations and his own ferocious Saiyan power, seeking a deeper fusion and optimization, exploring a higher realm of energy structuring, a more efficient, more lethal, and effortlessly powerful application of strength. Time quietly flows on this peculiar planet. A year on Yadralat passes as Sun Wukong, in his anguished roars, strives for power augmentation, while Noka silently contemplates the profound truths of combat. Until this day arrives, Sun Wukong sits cross-legged deep within the Crystal Valley, his body marred by wounds yet his gaze bright, enveloped in an aura that maintains a delicate balance, a pale golden flame rising steadily, encased in a layer of fiery crimson. The King Kai fist injures the body, while the Super Saiyan state disrupts the mind. If excitement runs too high, one cannot control the violent energy of the King Kai fist. The only solution is to calm the combative spirit of the Super Saiyan, rendering its state akin to normalcy. Each success is still met with uncontrollable excitement, and even at full power, sustaining it over time proves elusive. Exhausted, Wukong opens his eyes and slumps to the ground. 1 minute is the limit. Suddenly, an exceedingly subtle, yet remarkably clear spatial fluctuation ripples around him and Noka. It is a magical communication from Elia. Simultaneously, the wristwatches crafted by Bulma for interstellar communication emit a sharp buzz. An urgent voice and a cool voice resonate simultaneously within their minds. Wukong. Noka. Emergency situation. Noka. Sun Wukong. A high-energy reaction has appeared at the Earth coordinate point. Bulma's voice carries incredulous shock. 3 immensely powerful energy sources have suddenly manifested in the northern mountainous region of West City. The energy signatures perfectly match those of the 13th, 14th, and 15th entities described by future Trunks. They have appeared. Elia's voice adds, the energy readings are exceedingly high, far exceeding expectations. Mr. Vegeta and Trunks have embarked on their journey. The warriors of Earth are also hastening to intercept, yet the situation is dire. Sun Wukong abruptly opens his eyes. The fatigue from attempting to merge powers is instantly replaced by a fierce combat spirit. The delicate balance surrounding him is shattered in an instant as a violent wave of energy erupts, creating a large crater in the crystalline ground beneath him. He growls in frustration, but that feeling is swiftly overwhelmed by an even stronger desire for battle. Noka also breaks free from his deep contemplative state, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, akin to a blade drawn from its icy sheath. The remnants of the simulated energy trails at his fingertips vanish in an instant. The two exchange a glance, requiring no words. Let us go. Noka commands in a low voice, and a powerful wave of spatial magic envelopes them both. The peculiar scenery of planet Adralat twists rapidly before them, fading away. In the northern part of the West capital, once lush and rolling mountains now lie in ruin. 3 colossal, frigid sources of energy, exuding an aura of pure annihilation, stand like dark beacons. They do not appear simultaneously, but rather descend one by one like hunting beasts, embodying a cruel mockery as they begin their devastation. The first to suffer is the town at the foot of the mountains. There is no warning, no proclamation. Number 14. A towering figure with a bare torso and eyes like inorganic glass beads simply slams his massive fist into the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiates outward in a fan shape. Solid steel-reinforced concrete structures crumble and collapse as if struck by a colossal hammer, disintegrating in an instant. Dust and flames soar into the sky, intermingling with the harrowing sounds of alarm and the desperate cries of the people, creating a symphony of hell. Number 15. A diminutive figure clad in a purple combat suit, exuding a neurotic excitement, flits through the ruins and among the fleeing crowd like a specter. With casual gestures, he releases high-energy beams from his fingertips, effortlessly piercing through human bodies and detonating vehicles. Each flash erupts into a shower of blood and explosions, accompanied by a sharp, eerie laughter. Number 13. The leader, clad in an orange vest with the most composed demeanor, hovers high above, coldly observing the carnage below, as if witnessing a dull experiment. Chapter 62. The Saiyan father and son make their entrance. The android Saiyans. Stop! An enraged roar pierces through the dust. Several figures, imbued with resolute determination, shoot into this hellish realm like arrows. The first to arrive is Krillin. His small frame bursts forth with astonishing speed, instantly positioning himself before number 14's path of destruction. Solar flare. A blinding white light erupts like a miniature sun. The intense brightness robs everyone of their sight, momentarily halting even the ferocious number 14. Now's the time. Tien Shinhan. Krillin bellows, his figure transforming into countless afterimages as he moves rapidly around number 14 to disrupt his perception. Understanding. New Kamehameha. Tien Shinhan's third eye on his forehead snaps open, his arms bulging with muscle as he gathers all his strength. A massive, concentrated golden energy wave, imbued with unparalleled penetrating power, surges towards number 14. His target is not a vital point, but rather the ground upon which his opponent stands. Intent on driving them out of the town. Boom. The earth trembled once more. Beneath number 14's feet, the ground was violently blasted into a massive crater, debris scattering everywhere. His colossal form was momentarily staggered by the force of the explosion, although unscathed, his rhythm of attack was disrupted. Well done, Tien. The figure of Yamcha appeared from the side, his hands gathering a rapidly spinning energy sphere. Wolf Fang fist modification. Countless razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the air, lunging towards number 14 like a pack of wolves. While they could not breach his defenses, they proved to be an incessant nuisance, further hampering his movements. The petite figure of Chaozu hovered higher, intensely focused, attempting to locate the android's energy nodes or control cores, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 10. Their energy core is peculiar. I cannot discern any obvious weaknesses. Then let us entangle him. Tien roared, once again condensing his energy into a Kamehameha wave. Meanwhile, Piccolo's figure appeared like a specter before the rampaging number 15. His green skin looked particularly menacing in the firelight. Special beam cannon. Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo aligned his fingers, unleashing a highly compressed, spiraling beam of destruction that surged forth, aimed directly at number 15's forehead. This was his ultimate technique, imbued with the intent to kill. Hee. How amusing. Number 15 cackled, twisting his diminutive body at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the fatal strike. The beam grazed his shoulder, blasting a massive spiral cavity into a distant cliff. TSK. Piccolo's attack had missed, and his expression grew more grave. The speed and reflexes of number 15 were far beyond expectations. Don't dawdle. Greenskin monster. In an instant, number 15 vanished, reappearing beside Piccolo, his energy-gloved fist crashing into Piccolo's ribs. Bang! Piccolo crossed his arms to block, but the tremendous force sent him hurtling backward, crashing through several dilapidated buildings before regaining his footing, pain radiating through his arms. Fury ignited in his eyes, mingled with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy and humiliation. Is this all I can do? Must I simply delay? Must I wait for Goku and that Noka? What is this? Ha! Pathetic. Pathetic. Number 15 hovered in the air, mocking the warriors below who struggled to hold their ground, emitting a piercing laugh. Is this the guardian of Earth? Such a disappointing toy. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu struggled in unison, barely managing to confine number 14 to a limited area, yet each collision sent their spirits reeling, perilously close to collapse. Piccolo faced the slippery and ruthless number 15 alone. Despite his rich combat experience, he found himself at an absolute disadvantage in strength, relying solely on technique and regeneration to evade, while his wounds continued to multiply. A sense of despair permeated the atmosphere. They exerted every ounce of their strength, yet could only barely hold back the two androids, on the brink of breaking down at any moment. Number 13 remained suspended in the sky, coldly observing, as if waiting for them to exhaust their last vestige of energy. Damn it, can it truly be? Krillin gritted his teeth, bracing against a shockwave unleashed by number 14, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. At this critical juncture, a thunderous roar erupted. Two extraordinarily ferocious golden waves, imbued with unyielding battle intent, descended from the heavens like comets, crashing fiercely at the battlefield's periphery. The resulting shockwave briefly overwhelmed the rampant energy of the androids. As the smoke and dust settled, two imposing figures emerged. Vegeta, with his wild golden hair dancing fiercely and emerald green eyes resembling molten lava, surveyed the chaotic battlefield with a cold, disdainful gaze, a smirk of utter contempt gracing his lips. Following closely was Trunks, his purple hair transformed into gold, wielding a longsword, his expression resolute, exuding a power far surpassing his previous state. Vegeta's cold snort resonated like thunder, instantly capturing everyone's attention. His golden gaze swept over the disheveled Krillin and the others, his voice laced with profound derision and unmasked disgust. A bunch of useless hindrances. You can't even manage to stall for time without making a fool of yourselves. Get out of my way. Spare me the embarrassment. His icy words struck the hearts of the warriors like a whip, but strangely, this reprimand provided a brief respite. Although Krillin and the others felt helpless, they understood Vegeta's abrasive nature and promptly retreated, clearing the center of the battlefield. Vegeta's piercing gaze swiftly locked onto androids 14 and 15, as well as the elusive android 13 hovering above, who had yet to engage. His formidable perception assessed their energy levels with precision. A haughty grin curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth, his battle spirit igniting. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing at the nervously observing android 15, and issued a command to his son with unwavering authority. Trunks, that little one, 15, is yours. Eliminate him with utmost speed. Do not disappoint me. Yes, father. Trunks responded, his eyes sharpening as his long sword hummed, golden energy instantly locking onto android 15. Vegeta's gaze then shifted to the towering, formidable presence of android 14, his golden eyes ablaze with ferocity. As for this hulking brute, he is mine. Without a glance at anyone else, his golden figure rocketed forth like a cannonball, driven by a fierce battle intent aimed at android 14. Humph. Another pair of golden toys? Android 14 bellowed with a thunderous roar, his massive fist charged with destructive power, meeting Vegeta head-on. The clash of golden energy against the deep blue force of annihilation erupted in a cataclysmic collision. The terrifying shockwave obliterated everything within hundreds of meters, laying waste to the surrounding ruins. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Above, Android 13, who had remained a detached observer, finally shifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the tumultuous smoke of combat, landing squarely on Vegeta and Trunks. Chapter 63. Androids are nothing extraordinary. Vegeta versus Android 13. The ruins of the northern region of West City were utterly torn asunder by two distinctly violent golden storms. Vegeta, akin to a golden meteor, surged forth with an indomitable spirit and supreme arrogance, colliding fiercely with the towering 14. There was no prelude, no circumvention, only the most primal and violent release of power. Roar! Vegeta's thunderous cry resonated like a tempest. His fist, enveloped in a meticulously refined golden aura, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking directly at the colossal head of 14. 14 emitted a deep, beastly growl, its massive fist imbued with a deep blue destructive energy, fearlessly retaliating. Its combat style was straightforward, direct, and pure, simply a matter of crushing, to obliterate everything with absolute strength. Boom. At the point of collision between their fists, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. A visible circular shockwave erupted like a sphere, The ground was upturned as if by an invisible plow, creating a massive pit over 100 meters in diameter. Dust and debris soared into the heavens. Vegeta grunted, his body jolted backward by the immense recoil, leaving deep furrows in the earth beneath him. He shook his somewhat numbed arms, yet his golden pupils blazed with an even fiercer flame of excitement. Quite intriguing. You lumbering oaf. Vegeta sneered, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, it was at the side of 14. His legs swept toward 14's ribs with a whistling force that rent the air. Bang! 14 reacted with remarkable speed, its massive arm blocking like a door. The thunderous impact sounded like a hammer striking steel. 14's enormous form merely swayed slightly as the ground beneath it fractured. Roar! 14 retaliated with a punch aimed at the spot where Vegeta stood. Yet, Vegeta had already anticipated this, executing a nimble backflip to evade, while simultaneously gathering energy at his waist. Energy cannon. Boom. A thick beam of golden energy struck 14's chest at point-blank range. The explosive conflagration enveloped 14. Smoke billowed. However, from within the haze, 14 emerged unscathed. The battle suit on its chest was slightly charred, yet its skin remained intact. Those inorganic eyes fixated on Vegeta, filled with a tinge of irritation at being provoked by an insect. Powerful, yet far too slow. Fool. Vegeta's arrogance was ingrained in his very essence, and he keenly discerned 14's weaknesses, its relatively clumsy speed and somewhat stiff combination of moves. He no longer opted for brute force, but instead unleashed the combat prowess befitting a Saiyan prince to its fullest. The golden figure flitted about like a specter. Vegeta darted around 14's massive form at high speed, leaving trails of afterimages. His attacks no longer sought a single decisive blow. Instead, they descended like a torrential storm from all directions. Precise strikes rained like raindrops upon the joints, ribs, and nape, vulnerable points of 14. Each assault carried a penetrating energy. Though unable to breach its sturdy armor and muscle, they pierced like countless needles, incessantly accumulating damage and disrupting 14's energy flow and balance. Get away, insect! 14 bellowed in fury, swinging its colossal fist, unleashing deep blue energy shockwaves that swept across the battlefield, ravaging the already battered ground anew. Yet Vegeta consistently evades with mere milliseconds to spare, even while executing cunning counterattacks that strike like a venomous serpent, landing fiercely upon the vulnerabilities of number 14. His combat is replete with arrogant provocation and supreme mastery. He dances upon the edge of a blade, playfully toying with titans whose strength far surpasses his own, utilizing speed and finesse. Each narrow escape and every precise counter is accompanied by the slight curve of disdain and exhilaration at the corner of his mouth. He revels in this thrill, teetering on the brink of annihilation, manipulating formidable foes as if they were mere pawns in his game. He aims to assert, in his own manner, the pride of the Saiyan prince. On the other side, Trunks faces number 15 in a divergent spectacle. Hee, little brat. Let me see what you're made of. Number 15, akin to a purple specter, moves with astonishing velocity. He refrains from immediate assault, instead encircling Trunks with rapid movements, leaving countless afterimages in his wake. Simultaneously, he unleashes cunning and vicious high-energy beams from his fingertips, striking at Trunks' vital points like a swarm of venomous hornets. The sharp, maniacal laughter reverberates across the battlefield, brimming with mockery. Trunks, however, remains resolute, his gaze as steadfast as granite. He is undeterred by number 15's taunts and swiftness. The desperate struggles of the past 20 years have forged within him an unwavering will far beyond his years. Gripping his long sword tightly, he feels its hum, the golden aura emanating from it both steady and formidable. In the face of number 15's tempestuous onslaught of energy beams, Trunks does not choose to withstand or blindly pursue. His form moves as swiftly as lightning, each evasion precise and efficient, as if he anticipates the trajectory of every beam. The long sword transforms in his grasp into a golden curtain of light, at times deflecting lethal beams with resounding clashes and sparks of dissipating energy at other moments. It strikes forth like a viper's strike, forcing the rapidly moving number 15 to alter his course. Is dodging all you can do, you worthless wretch? Number 15 cackles, suddenly appearing above Trunks, conjuring a massive purple energy sphere with both hands, bringing it down with force. Taste this. Humph. Trunks' eyes narrow. He does not choose to evade. Instead, he raises the long sword high, channeling a frenzy of golden energy into its blade. The sword erupts in blinding brilliance. Flash. With a swift motion, a wave of energy cleaves through the air, striking fiercely at the descending purple energy sphere. Boom! The clash of two immense energies reverberates through the sky, annihilating each other upon impact. The explosive shockwave sends both combatants reeling. Trunks lands, breathless, yet with an even sharper gaze. He perceives it now. Though number 15's speed is remarkable and his attacks are enigmatic, his energy intensity and defensive capabilities seem somewhat inferior to those of number 14. Moreover, the opponent appears overly reliant on speed and energy attacks, revealing a lack of finesse in close combat. An opportunity. Trunks' eyes sharpen, no longer content with passive defense. The golden figure takes the initiative. His speed surges to its utmost, no longer pursuing ornate sword techniques. He concentrates his power into a single point at the tip of his sword. His strikes become unadorned, yet increasingly lethal. Each thrust and slice is imbued with unwavering resolve and precise calculation. The target was aimed squarely at the energy core of number 15, at the joint connection. Cursed be the slippery little fiend. Number 15 was caught off guard by Trunks' sudden tactical shift. The speed he once prided himself on was no longer a distinct advantage, as Trunks matched it with a steadier and more composed pursuit. Trunks' long sword, like a relentless parasite, left a trail of dangerous glimmers in its wake, forcing him to evade and block in a state of frantic disarray, transforming his neurotic laughter into desperate curses. Trunks' combat style was a manifestation of calmness and resolve. Like a seasoned swordsman, he advanced meticulously, mastering stillness amidst motion. With precise predictions and immense strength, he gradually compressed his opponent's space, turning the advantage of speed into a lethal threat. He was accumulating experience for future battles, each strike imbued with a determination to end the nightmare. The battle intensified amidst fierce entanglements. Vegeta seized upon a fleeting moment of rigidity in number 14, provoked by rage. His eyes blazed with a chilling light. Now was the time. Ultimate Flash. With a swift motion, he conjured a colossal, heart-stopping golden energy sphere before him, akin to a miniature sun. The frenzied energy was compressed to its limits, emitting a devastating hum. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta hurled this sphere, embodying his pride and power, directly at number 14. Number 14 sensed the impending doom. With a roar, he crossed his arms before his chest, deep blue energy coalescing into a massive shield. Boom! The ultimate Flash collided violently with the azure barrier. The standoff lasted but an instant. The golden torrent of destruction tore through the shield with relentless force, completely engulfing the massive form of number 14. The horrifying explosion resonated like a nuclear detonation. Blinding golden light consumed everything. The shockwave swept across several kilometers. When the golden radiance dissipated, all that remained was a bottomless crater and scattered, smoldering fragments of deep blue metal at the edges. Number 14 was utterly obliterated. On the other side, Trunks also capitalized on the impatience that arose in number 15 from his prolonged assault. After number 15 unleashed a full-force energy beam, a brief energy replenishment gap appeared. It was over. Trunks' gaze was icy, his long sword transforming into a golden flash that pierced the heavens. The speed of the sword light surpassed number 15's reaction limit, instantly sweeping across his neck. Sizzle. Number 15's neurotic expression froze on his face. His diminutive form stood rigid. As his purple head slowly slid away, the cut smooth as glass. The headless body swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground, erupting in a shower of sparks. On the smoke-filled battlefield, Vegeta and Trunks stood beside the remnants of their respective foes, the golden aura gradually retracting, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. The father and son exchanged glances, both directed towards the figure of number 13, who hovered high above, coldly surveying the conflict below. Number 13 descended slowly, landing a short distance ahead of them. His hollow visage bore no expression, as if the destruction of number 14 and number 15 was of no consequence to him. He merely gazed at Vegeta and Trunks with those cold, electronic eyes, devoid of any emotion. Trunks, gripping his sword tightly, stepped forward to stand beside his father, uttering in a low voice, "Father, let us confront him together and put an end to this." However, Vegeta abruptly raised his hand, blocking Trunks' path. His golden pupils locked onto number 13, a smirk of extreme arrogance, even tinged with excitement, curling at the corner of his mouth. "Step back, Trunks." Vegeta's voice rang with unwavering authority, embodying the essence of kingship. "This foe is mine to vanquish." He advanced a step, his golden aura surging once more, even more ferocious than before. Pointing a finger with utmost disdain at number 13, he declared, "Humph. After watching this spectacle for so long, it is now your turn. Let me see just how much enjoyment I, the great Vegeta, can derive from this final toy of yours. Join forces? That is an affront. I alone am sufficient to deal with you." Chapter 64, the final flash that turns the tide. The emergence of Super Number 13. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta's figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt, tearing through the fabric of space. No hesitation, no reservations. He launched into a relentless assault with all his might. He sought to shatter this final adversary with absolute power and an air of haughty defiance. Bang, 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 bang. His golden fists rained down upon number 13 like a tempest, moving with such speed that they left behind mere afterimages. Each blow contained the terrifying force capable of splitting mountains. The air erupted with a cacophony of thunderous explosions. Yet, number 13's hollow electronic gaze merely shifted slightly. His movements, though seemingly unhurried, consistently allowed him to block or evade Vegeta's frenzied assaults by the narrowest of margins. As his deep blue arms waved with an effortless steadiness, each collision echoed like a thunderclap, leaving Vegeta's arms numb from the impact. "Too slow, Saiyan." Number 13's voice was cold and monotonous, akin to mechanical synthesis. Seizing an opening in Vegeta's onslaught, he unleashed a seemingly ordinary straight punch. Boom! Vegeta's crossed arms, which had been guarding him, felt as though they were struck by a colossal hammer. The terrifying force penetrated his defenses and landed brutally on his chest. He let out a muffled groan. His golden form propelled backward like a baseball struck with force, crashing through several massive ruins. Dust billowed into the sky. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed, instinctively moving forward. "Silence! Do not approach." Vegeta's furious roar erupted from the cloud of dust. He burst forth, a trickle of blood at the edge of his mouth. His golden aura more ferocious than ever, his eyes ablaze with fury. "This battle is mine. You shall not interfere." Once more, he lunged at number 13. Faster and with greater power. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, unleashed his most exquisite and savage close combat techniques to their utmost potential. His golden aura traced countless deadly trajectories in the air. He held nothing back. Each strike was imbued with the force of annihilation. Yet no. 13 remained as steady as a mountain. His defenses were akin to impregnable walls, his movements crisp and efficient, devoid of any excess. Vegeta's assault crashed against the opponent like a furious tide battering a rocky shore, grand in its intensity, yet seemingly incapable of shaking the very foundations of his foe. More terrifying still was the counterattack from number 13, precise and lethal. His fists, elbow strikes, and even simple energy blasts were imbued with a dreadful power far exceeding that of numbers 14 and 15. Each strike upon Vegeta sent his blood boiling, the golden aura flickering in response. Time slipped away in the midst of their fierce clashes. Vegeta's onslaught remained ferocious, his proud roars echoing through the battlefield. Yet beads of sweat began to bead on his brow, and his breath grew increasingly labored. The relentless barrage and the continuous absorption of heavy blows were swiftly depleting his stamina. In stark contrast, number 13 moved with unerring precision, his breath unwavering, resembling an unyielding machine of annihilation. Bang! Another heavy clash of fists. Vegeta stumbled back, his arm trembling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, number 13 advanced, his deep blue knee crashing into Vegeta's abdomen like a battering ram. Ugh! Vegeta let out a painful groan, his body curling in agony. The excruciating pain clouded his vision, dimming his golden aura significantly. "Father!" Trunks could no longer restrain himself. His golden aura erupted as he prepared to charge forward. "Get back!" Vegeta shot his gaze upward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the flames of fierce defiance and unyielding pride burned even brighter within his golden eyes. He glared at Trunks, his expression akin to that of a wounded lone wolf. "Who permitted you to interfere in my battle? Stay right there." He gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his abdomen, forcing himself to stand tall. The golden aura flickered back to life. though it was evidently not as concentrated as before. Number 13 observed the scene with indifference, showing no interest in the poignant display of father-son affection. He merely resumed his offensive stance, deep blue energy swirling at his fingertips. As Vegeta beheld the emotionless visage of number 13, feeling the tumult within him and the waning of his strength, an unprecedented fury and frustration surged to his head. He, the prince of the Saiyans, had been cornered by such scrap metal? Damn it! Vegeta's voice, hoarse from rage, rose as he thrust his hands upward, palms facing each other at his chest. This time, there would be no probing, no grappling. He would wager everything. His pride and dignity as the Saiyan prince were at stake. The golden aura surged violently toward his palms. No longer the massive sphere of energy he had summoned previously with his ultimate flash, this energy was more contained, yet more furious. It was as if countless golden dragons of wrath were being compressed, swirling, and roaring in his hands. Blinding golden light illuminated the entire devastated battlefield. The cataclysmic energy rippled through the air, warping the very fabric of space. The ground beneath him silently fractured and sank. You scrap metal. Vegeta's arms trembled violently under the weight of the unimaginable energy, veins bulging on his forehead like coiling dragons, his golden pupils locked onto number 13. His voice a menacing roar from the depths of hell. Dare to take my ultimate move. Die. Final. Flash. Boom. A golden torrent, ineffable in its majesty, erupted with cataclysmic force from Vegeta's palm, resembling the divine blade of judgment that cleaves the heavens asunder. Its brilliance eclipsed the sun itself in an instant, while its ferocity seemed poised to pierce the very core of the planet. The devastating energy surged forth, tearing through the air, propelled by Vegeta's boundless fury, pride, and defiance, roaring towards Unit 13 with unimaginable velocity. For the first time, the hollow electronic eyes of Unit 13 flickered with intense agitation. It had evidently underestimated Vegeta's capability to unleash such a terrifying assault, even while gravely injured. It attempted to evade, yet the speed and breadth of the destructive beam were far too swift and expansive. All it could manage was to cross its arms protectively before its body, channeling every ounce of energy to conjure a formidable energy shield. The thunderous impact resounded as the golden torrent collided fiercely with the deep blue shield. The stalemate lasted but a fraction of a second. Amidst Vegeta's primal roar, the meticulously concentrated golden energy ruthlessly shredded the shield as if it were mere paper. Subsequently, it struck forcefully at the lower half of Unit 13. The blinding brilliance and the piercing wails of obliteration overwhelmed all senses. As the radiance dimmed, it became evident that the portion of Unit 13 below the waist, along with its sturdy metallic skeleton, had vanished as if cast into the sun's embrace, leaving behind only a charred, twisted remnant, exuding wisps of smoke and electric sparks. The upper half was violently propelled backward, crashing into a distant cliff, embedding itself deeply within. Silence enveloped the battlefield. Vegeta maintained his stance, having unleashed his ultimate flash. Gasping heavily, with beads of sweat cascading from his brow like a rivulet, the golden aura dimming to its nadir, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. This strike had nearly depleted his entire reservoir of strength. He gazed at the half-buried wreck of Unit 13, a smirk of overwhelming arrogance, embodying the essence of a victor, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Huh, did you witness that? Worthless scrap. Vegeta's voice, hoarse yet triumphant, dripped with derision as he strained to stand upright, pointing towards the cliff. This is the power of the Saiyan Prince. You, a heap of rust, are fit only for the refuse of the trash heap. A violent cough interrupted his triumphant proclamation, yet the pride and disdain etched upon his face remained unscathed. He refrained from advancing to deliver a final blow, seemingly relishing the moment of his adversary's utter defeat. Trunks observed his father, teetering yet resolutely maintaining his haughty demeanor, then shifted his gaze to the smoldering remnants embedded in the cliff. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. At that moment, a sudden shift occurred. The wreckage of Unit 13, lodged within the cliff, saw its hollow electronic eyes ignite with an unprecedented crimson glow. There was no pain, no rage. Only a chilling, calculated decisiveness akin to an activation of programming. Whoosh, whoosh. Two faint yet exceedingly rapid sounds of displacement echoed from the remnants of Units 14 and 15. Tiny chips pulsating with ethereal blue and violet light shot forth, racing towards an unknown destiny, like being drawn by a magnet. It precisely targeted the fracture of the remnants of number 13. What? Both Vegeta and Trunks simultaneously changed color. The jagged edge of the No. 13 wreckage suddenly gaped open, resembling a greedy maw. The two chips were instantly engulfed. Following this, a wave of terrifying energy, far surpassing anything previously felt, erupted from the remnants of number 13. Boom! Deep blue energy mixed with purple arcs of electricity erupted like a volcano out of control, enveloping the upper half of number 13 completely. The fractured edge writhed violently within the tumultuous energy, growing into a more grotesque and formidable form, adorned with deep blue skin glimmering with a metallic sheen. A terrifying flow of energy surged through the surface of the newly formed body like blood coursing through veins. An icy, malevolent pressure, so overpowering it was suffocating, gripped the entire battlefield like an invisible giant hand. The swirling dust was instantaneously dispersed by the ferocious energy. A brand new, even larger, and more monstrous silhouette slowly ascended from the collapsed cliff. Super 13. Born. He hovered in midair, his crimson electronic eyes sweeping over the astonished Vegeta and Trunks below like searchlights. Chapter 65. The arrival of Noka and Goku. The indomitable warrior, Vegeta. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the ruins of the battlefield in the northern city. The air felt as if it had frozen, heavy enough to suffocate. The arrogance and victorious smile on Vegeta's face completely shattered, crumbling like a cheap plaster mask, leaving only profound shock and disbelief. His golden pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks, reflecting the hovering, colossal purple shadow of Super 13, 300 million, exuding an aura of infinite coldness and destruction. That terrifying pressure landed upon his already exhausted body and proud soul like a hammer weighing millions. No, it's impossible. Vegeta hoarsely growled, his voice trembling with a hint of fear he was unaware of. The power within him ebbed away rapidly, like a receding tide, his golden aura flickering precariously, nearly extinguished. Ultimately, the brilliance almost drained him of everything. At this moment, confronted by this unimaginable horror, an unprecedented sense of helplessness coiled around his heart, like a cold serpent. A bit beyond expectation, yet the outcome would not change. Super 13 mocked derisively, his voice echoing like the tolling of a death knell. His crimson electronic eyes locked onto Vegeta, and a massive purple metallic hand casually lifted, forming a deep red death bomb in its palm, exuding a heart-pounding power. Buzz. A tiny red energy sphere shot forth silently. Its speed transcended the limits of visual capture. Vegeta's pupils dilated. He attempted to evade, but his exhausted body reacted a moment too late. He could only manage a desperate sidestep. Whoosh. The bomb grazed past his right shoulder. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent annihilation. Vegeta's right shoulder, along with a large portion of his battle attire, was instantly reduced to nothingness, exposing charred flesh and shattered bones. A searing pain, akin to having his soul torn asunder, swept through his entire being. Ugh! Vegeta emitted a piercing cry of anguish, his body careening backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble, blood instantly staining the debris beneath him. Father! Trunks' eyes widened in horror, fear and rage overwhelming him in an instant. He disregarded his father's commands, unleashing his golden aura to its utmost limit, 1 billion. With a resolute intent to sever all, his long sword transformed into a golden lightning bolt that tore through the air, fiercely striking at the nape of Super 13's neck. This was his full-force attack, driven by the madness to save his father. No need to wield a toy sword now. Super 13 did not even glance back. Boom. Crack. Trunks' sword light was violently shattered. A colossal force crashed into his chest like a tidal wave. The protective golden aura dissipated in an instant. Trunks distinctly heard the sound of his ribs fracturing. Blood gushed forth. He was struck as if by a high-speed train, flying backward even more tragically than Vegeta, crashing through several mounds of rubble, lost to the brink of life and death. In just 2 blows, the Saiyan prince and his son were crushed effortlessly like mere ants. Super 13 hovered in the air, his crimson electronic eyes scanning the ruins below with indifference, the deep purple energy core rotating slowly, as if searching for the next target to eliminate. A chilling intent to kill enveloped the hearts of every survivor like a tangible frost. Despair, heavy as darkness, consumed the last vestiges of light. In that critical moment, a resonant hum echoed. Two distinct yet equally formidable auras surged violently across the battlefield without warning. Noka and Goku descended like rays of salvation, tearing through the shroud of despair between Super 13 and the ruins below. They had finally arrived. As soon as Goku landed, his gaze swept over the rubble where Vegeta lay and the direction Trunks had vanished, locking onto the towering blue figure radiating an overwhelming pressure in the air. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a burning fighting spirit. The golden aura erupted instantly. Normal state, 30 million. Is that 13? Norka's voice was devoid of emotional fluctuation, his eyes sharp as blades, immediately discerning the terror of the creature before him. He wasted no words. His hands traced an arcane trajectory before him. Ethereal blue space runes ignited as if alive, weaving together. A colossal energy barrier, shimmering with celestial patterns, enveloped Super 13 and Goku. Goku, distract him for 10 seconds. His command was succinct and precise, his formidable mental force locking onto Trunks' faint life force in the distance. A subtle ripple in space silently cascading toward Trunks' fallen direction. Understanding, Goku hesitated not for a moment. His golden form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was directly above Super 13. He chose not to confront him directly, but instead gathered his hands to unleash the Kamehameha. Boom, boom. Two thick blue energy beams struck fiercely towards Super 13's head, though it could not inflict tangible harm. The immense force and blinding brilliance successfully captured the attention of the adversary. Son Goku, you must be vanquished. The crimson electronic eye of Super 13 instantaneously locked on his son Goku, as a colossal purple hand rose, unleashing yet another lethal explosive. In an instant, the figures of Son Goku and Super 13 vanished, the explosive detonating futilely in the air. Norka watched as Son Goku successfully diverted Super 13's focus. A sense of relief washing over him. His spatial ripple successfully transported the gravely injured and unconscious Trunks and Vegeta to the relatively safe vicinity of Krillin and the others. He then teleported himself to the battlefield. Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, and the others, emerging from their utter shock, rushed towards the debris where Vegeta lay and where Trunks had just been transported. Vegeta lay amidst the rubble, his right shoulder bearing a ghastly wound, blood staining half of his body. The excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness clouded his consciousness, yet the profound humiliation and pride sustained him from losing awareness. He beheld the arrival of Norka and Son Goku, witnessed Trunks being rescued, and saw Son Goku lure away the monstrous foe. Damn it! Vegeta forced out a hoarse utterance through clenched teeth, his golden pupils suffused with blood from humiliation and fury. He had been reduced to this state by a mere piece of scrap metal, to rely on Kakarot and Norka for salvation. This was more unbearable than death. Quick! The Senzu beans. Tien, the quickest to react, immediately retrieved the few Senzu beans he had. Krillin hastily placed one bean into Vegeta's mouth and another into the injured, unconscious Trunks. The miraculous efficacy of the Senzu beans manifested instantaneously. The horrific wound on Vegeta's right shoulder began to heal at an observable rate. Fractured bones rejoined, flesh rejuvenated. His depleted stamina surged back like a tidal wave. He abruptly sat up from the rubble, his golden aura erupting uncontrollably anew. More ferocious, more wrathful. Trunks also groaned and gradually awoke, his fractured ribs mending under the power of the Senzu beans, his strength rapidly returning. Father, you are all right. Trunks looked at Vegeta with joy. Shut up. Vegeta brusquely interrupted him, rising abruptly. His golden pupils fixed intently on the northern horizon where Super 13 and Son Goku had vanished, his eyes ablaze with humiliation and boundless battle intent. He shoved away Yamcha, who attempted to assist him, his voice akin to a wounded beast's roar. That damned scrap metal. I shall personally tear him to shreds. Trunks, come with me. Yes, father. Trunks immediately rose, sword in hand, his eyes also ignited with the flames of vengeance. Vegeta disregarded everyone else, his golden aura erupting with a thunderous force. Racing towards the northern battlefield like an arrow loosed from its bow, Trunks followed closely behind. Piccolo observed the resolute departure of the father and son, then glanced at the ravaged city below, now a wasteland, and the terrified survivors, crying out in despair. His green visage tightened, filled with profound frustration over his inadequacy and anger towards the current state of affairs. He gritted his teeth fiercely and sternly commanded Clint and the others, "You stay here. Tend to the wounded. Evacuate the survivors. This place needs people." Without waiting for their response, Vic transformed into a streak of light, racing at unparalleled speed, pursuing the direction of Vegeta and Trunks, charging towards the desolate northern battlefield engulfed in devastating energy. A chilling aura of murderous intent and resolute will condensed in his eyes. The final battleground had shifted from the ruins of the city to the desolate, uninhabited Antarctic. Chapter 66. The Antarctic Showdown. The terrifying Super 13. The Antarctic. The edge of the world. The biting cold wind whipped up ice particles, slicing through the air like countless tiny blades, emitting a ghostly wail. Beneath him lay an eternal expanse of unmelting ice, stretching to the horizon's gray-white edge. Above, the sky hung heavy with oppressive leaden hues, interrupted only by the immense purple figure suspended in midair, resembling a drop of tainted blood on this pure white canvas. Exuding a terrifying energy that froze the very soul, Super 13, 3 billion. The deep purple energy core spun slowly, each pulse sending tremors through the space around it. A chilling murderous intent enveloping this frozen inferno. Noka, 2 billion, and Son Goku, 5 billion, appeared as mere specks of dust in the tempest, struggling to remain aloft under the overwhelming pressure. Their golden auras flickered uncertainly, barely managing to fend off the biting cold and the pervasive aura of death. Spatial tricks? The crimson electronic eyes of Super 13 locked onto the ethereal blue space barrier, recently constructed by Noka, adorned with shimmering starry patterns, his voice dripping with undisguised disdain. He didn't even need to gather energy. The massive purple metallic hand was raised casually, its fingertips coalescing a deep crimson light instantaneously, compressing. Whoosh! A slender, deep crimson ray, moving with such speed it left no afterimage, shot forth silently. Sizzle! The magical barrier, upon contact with the crimson beam, was pierced as if seared by a red-hot iron through thin paper, emitting a shrill, tearing sound. The ethereal blue patterns shattered in an instant, bursting into a myriad of luminous fragments. The deadly projectile, having breached the barrier, showed no sign of diminishing in force, hurtling at great speed to collide violently with Norka's crossed arms. Boom! The explosion was so thunderous it felt as if one's heart might stop. Norka's figure was sent hurtling like a baseball struck with full force, transforming into a golden streak, crashing down onto the ice plains below. The ice, harder than steel, was effortlessly torn apart, shattered, and vaporized. A massive crater, several dozen meters in diameter, formed amidst the roar, sending shards of ice and steam mixed with dust soaring into the sky. Norka lay deeply embedded at the bottom of the pit, his golden aura nearly extinguished, a trickle of glaring red spilling from the corner of his mouth. Science, nothing more than this. The cold voice of Super 13 echoed through the snowstorm, carrying the mechanical mockery devoid of emotion. The colossal purple figure left behind a blurred afterimage in its wake, instantaneously appearing above the deep pit. Norka struggled to lift his head, his vision obscured by ice fragments and swirling dust. The purple figure shrouding the leaden gray sky descended like a nightmare. A colossal hand clad in cold alloy, exuding an aura of annihilation, lunged mercilessly toward his unsuspecting neck. The fingertips flickered with a lethal crimson light. Swift. Too swift. The recent blow had sent Noka's blood surging, causing a momentary lag in his power's flow. His pupils constricted as he helplessly watched the deadly claw magnify within his field of vision. The chilling touch abruptly seized his throat. The immense force nearly crushed his cervical vertebrae. A suffocating sensation intertwined with the frigid grip of death ensnared him. Perish! The electronic voice of Super 13 emitted no tremor, akin to the recitation of a cold verdict. A second massive palm, facing downward, aimed at Noka's head. A death bomb, deep red like congealed blood, swiftly coalesced, while the rampant energy caused the surrounding air to wail under the burden. The brilliance of destruction illuminated Noka's pallid visage. Just as that annihilative energy was on the verge of erupting, who dares to touch him? A thunderous bellow, infused with the unparalleled ferocity of a Saiyan's battle spirit, tore through the blizzard above Antarctica. A deep purple streak of light, resembling a comet that pierced the shroud of despair, surged into the battlefield at a velocity that transcended limits. Boom! Reina's fist, entwined with a whirlwind of fury and golden energy, struck solidly, without embellishment, directly at the center of Super 13's cold metallic visage. Thud! A sound as thunderous as a giant hammer striking a drum. Super 13's enormous, heavy form was violently thrust backward by this wrathful blow, which contained an astonishing 25 billion battle power. The hand that had clutched Noka's throat involuntarily loosened. The death bomb, poised for launch, instantly dissipated. Reina's purple hair billowed in the chaotic currents. Her figure, 125 billion, standing resolutely before the deep pit. She gasped lightly, her chest heaving, clearly having expended immense energy in her reckless sprint, yet her emerald eyes, ablaze with seething anger, remained fixed on Super 13. She turned her head and shouted down at Noka in the pit. Hey, if you're still alive, make a sound. If you find yourself in such a predicament again, it's not my concern. Her tone retained that familiar, indomitable sharpness, but the fleeting concern in her gaze burned fiercely, almost capable of melting the ice and snow. Cough. Noka coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards, struggling to rise from the pit. The golden aura reigniting with great effort, as he nodded slightly at Reina. Words were unnecessary, the gesture sufficed. Seeking death, Super 13 steadied himself, his crimson electronic eye locking onto the sudden interloper, and his murderous intent surged. The massive hand lifted once more, the deep red bomb recoalescing. Noka, Senza beans. Goku's furious roar resounded like the beating of war drums. His figure had appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield, the golden aura erupting like a volcano. Yet within that gold, a layer of bizarre and ferocious blood-red flames suddenly ignited. Double Kaioken. The overwhelming power surged into his limbs, making his muscles bulge, and his golden hair stood on end, more menacing than ever. The air around him whirled violently, conjuring a howling blizzard tornado that defiantly withstood the overwhelming pressure from Super 13. An opportunity. A glint of determination ignited in Noka's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he grasped the necklace gifted by Elia, which shimmered with starlit radiance, tightly against his chest. His formidable mental energy surged forth like invisible tendrils, instantaneously piercing the fabric of space. A hum resonated as a space portal, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, suddenly opened beside him, its edges cascading with brilliant starlight. Beyond it lay the familiar tranquility of the Celestial Hall's courtyard, where the astonished visage of Mr. Popo could be faintly discerned. Noka's figure transformed into a golden streak, hurtling towards the portal. Cowards flee? Super 13 instantly perceived Noka's intention. It was an unequivocal affront to him. The cold electronic voice, for the first time, bore a hint of fury as if mocked by mere ants. He even abandoned his assault on Sun Wukong and Reina, swinging his massive arm with ferocity. Whoosh! A death bomb, far more condensed and colossal than before, tore through the air like a relentless parasite. Hurtling towards Noka's back as he was about to enter the portal, its speed despairingly swift. Get away, scrap metal. Not a chance. The two shouts erupted almost simultaneously. Two figures, ablaze with golden fury, stood resolutely between the lethal crimson bomb and the portal, like moths drawn to a flame, fueled by unwavering resolve. Vegeta, 5 billion, and Trunks, 1 billion. Vegeta's face contorted, his golden eyes ignited with a furious rage born of trampled dignity and a near-manic obsession. Trunks gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting a steadfast commitment to saving the future and loyalty to his father. The father and son combined their energies to an unprecedented limit, their golden auras blindingly radiant, as they thrust their palms forward in an effort to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The destructive crimson light instantly engulfed the two minuscule golden figures. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion struck the portal like an invisible hammer, causing it to tremble violently. Flickering with light and shadow, just as Noka's figure vanished entirely, the portal thunderously sealed shut. Chapter 67. The 7 Super Saiyans. As the explosion's light dissipated, thud, thud, Vegeta and Trunks fell like charred wooden stubs, their bodies emitting smoke and accompanied by the unmistakable sound of shattered bones, crashing onto the icy surface below, leaving 2 shallow craters. Blood rapidly spread across the pristine ice, a shocking sight. Vegeta's golden hair dulled, reverting to black, his body twitching slightly, his gaze unfocused, with only his lips still mindlessly moving as if cursing that wretched scrap. Trunks' sword flew from his grasp, embedding itself deeply into the distant ice, and he collapsed. Consciousness lost, his breath faint like a candle flickering in the wind. Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, 3,000,000, clenched his green fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. He was closest, yet powerless to intervene. That sense of helplessness gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent, yet he compelled himself to remain calm, his gaze firmly fixed on the heart of the battlefield. He understood that the sacred beings were their final hope. Goku, prepare the spirit bomb. Quickly. Piccolo's roar resonated like thunder amidst the raging blizzard and the tumult of energy, clearly reaching Son Goku's ears and reverberating across the icy expanse of the battlefield. Gohan, hurry. Through mental connection, Piccolo called out to Gohan, who was deep in his training. The space rippled once more, and Noka's figure instantly materialized beside Son Goku. Without uttering a single word, his fingers, stained with ice shards and blood, darted forth like lightning, precisely placing a small sacred bean, emanating a faint green glow of life, into Son Goku's mouth, who was desperately sustaining the King Kai fist, his muscles crying out in agony. As the sacred bean slid down his throat, it dissolved instantly, akin to a parched riverbed being inundated by a torrential flood. Son Goku's nearly collapsing body was suddenly infused with overwhelming vitality and strength. The tremors from the recoil of the King Kai fist ceased instantaneously, and even the fiery crimson flames surrounding him appeared more solidified. An astonishing brilliance ignited in his eyes. Understanding. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Goku swiftly reverted to his normal state. He raised his palms high towards the leaden-gray sky, emitting a thunderous cry that reverberated through the heavens. O beings of the universe, please lend me a fragment of your strength. An invisible, vast force of summoning radiated from Son Goku, spreading like ripples from a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly encompassing the entirety of Earth and even piercing through the atmosphere. Countless indistinguishable specks of white light ascended from every corner of the planet, penetrating the snowstorm and the clouds, madly converging towards this frozen desolation. Such a beautiful thought. The crimson electronic eye of Super 13 instantly locked on his Son Goku, and the rapidly coalescing white sphere of divine yet terrifying energy above his head. A profound sense of threat surged within him, eliciting an unprecedented wave of intensity beyond his programming. His immense form erupted forth with unparalleled speed, determined to charge recklessly towards Son Goku. Your opponents are us. Two voices, resolute and unwavering, declared in unison. Two figures, each ablaze with golden flames, tore through the snowstorm like golden lightning, fiercely obstructing Super 13's path. Future Gohan, 2 billion. Young Gohan, 5 billion. Future Gohan's gaze was sharp as a blade, embodying a calmness tempered by the crucible of battle intertwined with formidable strength. Young Gohan's eyes reflected a hint of tension, yet predominantly showcased the audacity of youth and unwavering trust in his father. The two acted in perfect harmony, devoid of any flamboyance. Their golden fists and feet, like a tempest, screamed with the force to rend space as they struck with ferocity at Super 13's joints and energy core. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of their relentless strikes resonated like a drum. Super 13's colossal form was momentarily halted by this joint eruption of a staggering 3.5 billion in terrifying power. Though they could not truly breach his formidable alloy defenses, the astute angles and seamless synergy of their assault successfully interrupted his charge, causing a brief moment of inertia in his massive body. Well done, Gohan. From a distance, Klin felt a surge of excitement and fervently shouted, Dad, catch this. Future Gohan and young Gohan simultaneously yelled as they exerted all their strength to entangle Super Android 13 while thrusting their palms skyward. Two robust streams of energy ascended, merging with the countless twinkling white lights emanating from around the globe, coalescing into the formidable power of the spirit bomb. An increasing number of light points were drawn in, Vegetas, Trunkses, Linas, Nokas, and the warriors and beings of Earth, as if rivers converging into the sea, rushed fervently towards Goku's head. What began as a faint luminescent mass, the spirit bomb, swelled rapidly, expanding from the size of a basketball to that of a house, and then to a towering mountain. The pure and vast white light illuminated the entire Antarctic ice field, with sacred energy waves distorting the very fabric of space, causing it to groan. It emanated a terrifying power capable of purging all evil and obliterating stars. Even in the crimson electronic gaze of Super Android 13, the colossal sphere of light was reflected, revealing a hint of trepidation in the data fluctuations. Goku's arms bulged to their limits, veins protruding like serpents, his body trembling violently under the unbearable pressure of this terrifying energy, which embodied the benevolent will of the entire planet. He gritted his teeth, his golden pupils fixated firmly on the blue android below. Just a fraction more, and he could guide this spirit bomb down, capable of ending everything. In that life or death moment, however, young Gohan, due to his youth, found his focus drawn to the immense spirit bomb and the overwhelming pressure on his father, causing a momentary lapse in his defense against Super Android 13's onslaught. For a battle machine of Super Android 13's caliber, even a 1,000th of a second's opening was sufficient. Ants. The cold electronic voice echoed. Boom. A massive metallic fist, akin to a purplish meteor tearing through space, instantly breached young Gohan's momentarily weakened defense, crashing brutally into his abdomen. Gasp. Young Gohan's body curled like a shrimp, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A spray of blood mixed with fragments of his insides erupted forth. The golden aura flickered out like a candle in the wind. His small frame, like a kite with severed strings, hurtled towards the distant icy peaks with a piercing sound. Chapter 68. Absorbing the Spirit Bomb. A desperate counterattack. With a thunderous roar, the ice peak crumbled significantly upon impact. The small figure was buried beneath the debris of snow and ice. Fate unknown. Gohan. Goku's eyes widened in anguish, his heart shaking violently. The energy guiding the spirit bomb experienced a fierce fluctuation. Future Gohan was gripped by horror. Gohan. His focus momentarily diverted towards the direction of young Gohan's fall, causing his concentration to falter. A nuisance. Super Android 13 seized this rare opportunity. The massive metallic fist, slicing through the air like a steel whip, struck Future Gohan's back with a terrifying sonic boom. Crack. The clear sound of bones fracturing rang out. Future Gohan also spewed blood, his protective golden aura violently dispersed. The body, akin to a sandbag struck with force, crashed violently onto the icy surface, carving out a profound gash. After struggling momentarily, it found itself unable to rise. The greatest obstacle had been removed. The crimson electronic eye of Super 13 emanated an unprecedented ferocity, instantly locking onto the figure of Sun Wukong, who was directing a colossal energy sphere. His immense form erupted with a torrent of deep purple energy, accelerating to its utmost limit, resembling a cataclysmic purple comet as it surged violently towards Sun Wukong. The objective was clear: to utterly obliterate this paramount threat before the energy sphere could be fully locked and launched. Oh no! Piccolo's expression changed drastically. Noka and Reina felt a weight in their hearts. Trunks struggled to rise, but collapsed helplessly once more. Every heart was in their throats. In that critical moment of life and death, a golden figure, embodying unwavering resolve and the final pride of a prince, once again positioned itself before the oncoming purple comet like a moth drawn to a flame. It was Vegeta, from some hidden reserve of strength. He forcibly transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. Though his aura was faint and faltering, the madness and pride in his eyes burned with an intensity unparalleled. Filthy scrap metal, you shall not advance another step, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing the last and most brilliant flare of energy from his palms. The final flash surged forth, a golden torrent far more robust and refined than any prior, roaring forth like a golden dragon, crashing directly into Super 13's front. Begone! Super 13, even disinterested in dodging, nonchalantly swiped with his massive blue metallic arm, the deep purple energy crashing against the final flash like a tangible wall. Boom! The golden beam was instantly shattered. The residual shockwave slammed into Vegeta. He was battered like a dried leaf struck by a colossal wave, blood gushing forth. His golden aura extinguished entirely, his body tumbling backward like a shattered sack, losing consciousness completely. Father, Trunks, having just regained a flicker of awareness from a senzu bean, witnessed this scene, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He snatched up the fallen sword, disregarding all else. unleashing his final golden aura, 800 million. As he roared, "The future you no longer exists. You are destined to vanish today." The sword, imbued with a resolve of mutual destruction, lunged towards Super 13's vulnerable back. Impediment. Super 13 barely turned, countering with a swift punch. Bang! Trunks' sword flew from his grasp, a significant dent forming in his chest as blood mixed with shredded internal organs erupted forth, following in his father's tragic wake, crashing heavily onto the icy surface. Next came Piccolo. His fully concentrated special beam cannon was effortlessly deflected by the adversary, a massive blue fist grazing his body, tearing away a large swath of flesh and one arm. The green figure plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Then came future Gohan, struggling to rise again, only to be sent flying by a single kick. Reina's golden aura erupted in an attempt to intervene, but was violently repelled by the residual shockwave of a death blast. Blood spilling from her mouth. In mere moments, all the warriors capable of movement fell as if swept away by a tempest, collapsing like wheat before a storm. With their bodies and wills, they secured for Sun Wukong that incredibly precious final moment. At this instant, the mountain-like spirit bomb had finally reached its zenith. A pure, radiant white light illuminated the heavens and the earth, while the sacred pressure rendered the very fabric of space immobile. Sun Wukong's arms were taut with muscle, veins protruding, and sweat instantaneously crystallized into ice in the frigid air. He ground his steel teeth, exerting every ounce of his strength to deliver this ultimate strike, imbued with the hopes of the entire planet upon the android. Yet, Super 13 was already perilously close. The enormous deep blue shadow nearly engulfed Sun Wukong entirely. The crimson electronic eye flickered with a cold, calculating light. Foolish. The spirit bomb? The frigid electronic voice carried a hint of mockery. Perish along with this planet. A massive purple hand unfurled, the deep red energy core within it spinning violently, compressing. An unfathomable energy, far surpassing any previous death ball, was rapidly coalescing, capable of piercing the earth and vaporizing it in an instant. He intended to use the earth as a shield, forcing Sun Wukong into a dilemma. The crimson electronic eye relentlessly fixed upon Sun Wukong, as if relishing the final struggles and despair of its prey. To throw or not to throw? Sun Wukong's heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold, iron hand. The energy fluctuations capable of obliterating the earth were alarmingly clear and lethal. Veins throbbed on his forehead, sweat mingling with ice shards cascading down, his arms trembling violently under the immense mental strain and energy load. The spirit bomb, embodying the hopes of the entire planet, buzzed ominously above him, yet he could not bring it down. In this suffocating stalemate of despair, Noka's voice pierced through the raging energy field and swirling snow like a frigid stream, reaching Sun Wukong's chaotic mind with clarity. Wukong, believe in it. Trust in the power that embodies the prayers of all beings. Absorb the spirit bomb with your Super Saiyan form. Absorb the spirit bomb. This wildly audacious thought struck Sun Wukong's consciousness like a bolt of lightning, at the moment when the destructive energy within Super 13's palm threatened to erupt. And under the desperate gazes of his comrades behind him, a newfound, resolute light burst forth in Sun Wukong's eyes. I shall accept everyone's strength. A roar that shook the heavens and the earth erupted from him. The blood-red flames ignited by the Kaioken on his skin extinguished in an instant. In its place emerged a pure, radiant golden light, akin to the core of the sun. Super Saiyan at full power. Yet this time, he did not hurl the raised spirit bomb downwards, but instead dramatically drew his arms downward. The immense, mountain-like orb of pure white light, containing enough energy to purify the planet, surged forth like a galactic river finding its home, cascading into Sun Wukong's uplifted arms and his entire golden form with wild ferocity. An unimaginable agony engulfed every nerve in Sun Wukong's body in an instant. It felt as if each cell was being stretched, torn apart, and then reconstituted by the overwhelming energy. His body resembled a furnace on the brink of explosion, with the surface of his skin rapidly becoming riddled with web-like cracks, and the golden aura surrounding him tinged with a volatile, unstable light of pale blue. His bones groaned under the unbearable burden. He cast his head back and released a howl of excruciating torment, his golden hair standing on end like flames ablaze, while his pupils trembled violently from the overwhelming surge of energy. What? In the crimson electronic gaze of Super 13, a palpable expression of astonishment and incomprehension emerged amidst the chaotic data stream for the first time. The destructive energy within his palm experienced an instantaneous delay due to the sudden shift in its target. Chapter 69. The Super Saiyan's energy explodes beyond limits. A warrior of 10 billion energy. Now is the moment. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Noka's eyes. The necklace of Elia upon his chest erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. His hands traced intricate and arcane trajectories before him, moving with such velocity that they left behind fleeting afterimages. Ethereal blue spatial runes coalesced in an instant, intertwining. The impending cataclysmic death bomb within Super 13's palm, capable of obliterating the Earth, had its core's spatial structure swiftly severed and stripped away by an invisible yet exquisite force of spatial magic. That red sphere of annihilation, as if extracted from the fabric of reality by an unseen hand, left behind only a momentary ripple in the collapsing and then restoring space. In the next moment, a vast crimson light spot silently ignited in the distant, cold, dark expanse of the universe, rapidly expanding before fading into silence. That strike, potent enough to annihilate a planet, was banished into the endless void by Noka's astonishing spatial sorcery. Super 13 gazed down at his empty palm, where chaotic red light flickered from his energy circuit. His crimson electronic eyes flashing wildly, seemingly engaged in incomprehensible calculations beyond the database. A chilling sensation, unprecedented and stemming from the unknown, began to spread through his core processor for the first time. In this moment of lethal delay, the violent influx of energy finally ceased. Buzz, an indescribable force, akin to the terrifying pressure of creation itself, erupted from Son Goku at its epicenter, like a tangible tsunami, sweeping across the entire Antarctic ice sheet. The millennia-old frozen expanse groaned under the unbearable weight, fissuring into countless bottomless cracks. As the dust settled, Son Goku's figure hovered in midair, enveloped in a golden aura burning with the purity of the sun. Yet, encasing this golden flame was a flowing layer of pale blue light, reminiscent of the aurora, imbued with the vast vitality of the cosmos. The two radiances intertwined, swirling together to form a sacred and majestic form. His hair remained ablaze with golden hues, each strand seemingly infused with the power of the stars. His pupils, a pure and fiery gold, distorted the very fabric of space wherever his gaze fell. The Super Saiyan's energy exploded beyond limits. 10 billion. Without superfluous words, without furious roars, Son Goku slowly raised his fist, enveloped in the golden and blue dual auras. His gaze calm and icy as it locked onto the purple mechanical demon below. That gaze was akin to a deity surveying an ant on the brink of being crushed. The resonant voice of Sun Wukong echoed with a profound depth, as if it carried the weight of the entire planet. He had inflicted harm upon Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, and countless innocents, and now he sought to obliterate the Earth. Gradually, he raised his fist, ablaze with a golden blue flame, and his voice surged in intensity, akin to the thunderclap of divine judgment. I shall show you no mercy. The moment the last word fell, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from sight, leaving no trace. No sonic boom, as though the very fabric of space had folded. Super 13's crimson electronic eye flickered wildly, the scanning system overwhelmed in an instant. The piercing alarm threatened to tear through his processor. Driven by instinct, his colossal form erupted with all its might, the deep blue aura surging to its zenith. His massive metallic fist, accompanied by a shriek that rent the air, hurled towards the point of spatial disturbance he sensed before him, delivering a blow that transcended all limits. Bang! The two disproportionately sized fists collided with tremendous force. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the sickening sound of a heated blade slicing through butter. Time seemed to freeze. Super 13's supposedly indestructible purple alloy arm, capable of withstanding planetary explosions, began to melt upon contact with the faint blue halo surrounding Sun Wukong's fist. As if ice under the scorching sun, the deep purple alloy dripped like boiling wax, revealing the intricate and fragile energy conduits within. The melting spread rapidly, racing up his arm with reckless abandon. No, impossible. Super 13 emitted an unprecedented electronic shriek, a blend of fear and disbelief. His crimson electronic eye flickered erratically, nearly sparking with intensity. For the first time, his massive form trembled violently from sheer terror. The core processor became utterly disordered by an incomprehensible reality. However, this electronic fear lasted less than half a second. For that fist, ablaze with divine golden blue flames, pierced through the enormous arm without hesitation, as effortlessly as one might penetrate a thin sheet of paper, driving through Super 13's chest, breaching the dense protective fields and energy core emerging from his massive back. The fist emerged unblemished by oil or debris. Only the pure golden flames and the flowing light blue halo. Time resumed its flow. Super 13's colossal form suddenly stiffened. The crimson electronic eye extinguished all illumination, transforming into two hollow, lifeless black crystals. His immense body, exuding an aura of annihilation, began to fracture from the point of penetration, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. Radiant white light streaming through. The final electronic crackle of his existence faltered, imbued with endless reluctance and confusion, ultimately fading into silence. Boom! Blinding white light erupted from within Super 13's body, instantaneously engulfing his massive metallic frame. The once insurmountable 30 billion battle power, along with the ultimate alloy composing his very being, disintegrated in an instant under the pure white light, akin to snowflakes cast into the scorching sun, dissolving into the primordial particles of the cosmos. As the white light faded, only a vast expanse of ice, transformed into a glassy state by the searing heat, remained, silently recounting the unimaginable blow that had just transpired. The air lingered with a faint scent of ozone and an eerie, heart-pounding silence, reminiscent of survival from catastrophe. The wind continued to howl, swirling the fine snow atop the ice surface. The divine yet terrifying golden blue aura surrounding Sun Wukong gradually receded, extinguishing. He reverted to his normal state, swaying slightly, his complexion as pale as parchment, as if all strength had been siphoned away. Slowly, he descended from the air, kneeling on the frigid, glassy ice, gasping for breath, sweat cascading like rain. Noka exhaled a long, silent breath, the glow of the necklace around his neck dimming. His taut body relaxed as he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. Instinctively, he lifted his hand to gently caress the cool necklace resting against his chest, his fingertips still capable of sensing the unwavering support from Elia, transcending infinite space. Coughing, Reina clutched her aching chest and staggered toward Noka. Observing his disheveled state, she instinctively curled her lip, ready to mock him, but the words caught in her throat. Ultimately, she merely nudged him with her shoulder, muttering crossly, "Hey, if you play the hero and end up like this, you owe me 20 meals." Beneath her golden locks, her ears subtly glowed with an imperceptible blush. "Fine," Noka replied, ruffling Reina's fluffy hair, tossing a senzu bean to Sun Wukong. "Let's find our comrades. Unlimited senzu beans from now on." Chapter 70. After the icy finale, the warriors pursue their training. The suffocating silence of the Antarctic ice field was finally shattered. The biting cold winds whipped up tiny ice crystals, sweeping across the vast, glassy pits formed by energy, producing a haunting wail. The terrifying pressure of Super 13 receded like a tide, leaving behind the lingering heartbeat of survival and the faint scent of ozone permeating the air. Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state, his face as pale as parchment, beads of sweat mingling with ice shards rolling down his brow, his body trembling from immense exhaustion. Mustering his waning strength, he retrieved the last senzu bean from his pocket and unhesitatingly consumed it. A surge of vitality coursed through his limbs, dispelling the overwhelming weakness. "Noka, Reina," Sun Wukong's voice, raspy yet urgent, called out as he moved with remarkable swiftness. His form flickered like a golden apparition, swiftly appearing beside the gravely injured and unconscious Vegeta and Trunks. Cautiously prying open Vegeta's tightly clenched jaws, he inserted the senzu bean. Vegeta's throat convulsed momentarily, the bean entering his stomach, and his once pallid complexion visibly regained its color, breathing becoming steady and robust. Trunks was similarly revived with the senzu bean. The sound of cracking bones echoing softly as they rejoined, his concave chest rising once more, eyelids fluttering. Next came future Gohan and little Gohan. Sun Wukong fed the magical beans to the faintly breathing little Gohan, who was buried beneath layers of ice and snow. The young lad's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly awakened, blinking in confusion before being tightly embraced by his father. Future Gohan struggled to sit up, consuming the magical bean, and felt his wounds heal rapidly, his fatigue dissipating entirely. When Piccolo was located by Sun Wukong, his green skin was marred with scorch marks and ice remnants, under the miraculous effects of the magical beans. His lost arm regenerated swiftly. He silently accepted the bean, casting a complex glance at Sun Wukong, eventually offering only a subdued thank you. Then there was Reina. Although she was capable of movement, Sun Wukong unceremoniously placed a magical bean in her mouth. A warm current surged through her, instantly alleviating the tightness in her chest and restoring her depleted energy. She flexed her wrist, observing the weary yet recovering profile of Sun Wukong, and, with a slight pout, chose not to voice her thoughts. Thanks to the miraculous beans, everyone's injuries were completely healed, and most of their exhausted strength was restored. They gathered on the melting glassy ice surface, the atmosphere heavy with a sense of foreboding. The terrifying pressure brought by Super 13, along with the disheartening disparity in strength, left a chilling imprint on each heart. Sun Wukong gazed at the group, exhaling deeply. The face that usually bore an optimistic smile was now tinged with gravity. His golden pupils flickered with remnants of fear and concern. It was truly terrifying. He raised his eyes to the leaden sky, as if he could penetrate the atmosphere and glimpse the unknown threat. If the future 17 and 18 were of similar strength, or even stronger. A cold scoff interrupted Sun Wukong's musings. Vegeta, having fully recovered, stood up and brushed off the ice shards from his battle attire. His golden pupils burned with an even fiercer flame, a manifestation of rage ignited by being cornered. He stared coldly at Sun Wukong, his voice like tempered steel, laced with undeniable arrogance. So what? Kakarot, are you truly frightened by a mere handful of androids? He clenched his fists tightly, his golden aura rising uncontrollably around him. The word fear has never existed in my dictionary. These scrap metals may defeat me today, but they shall never do so again. I will surpass them. I shall crush them utterly with these hands. His golden gaze, sharp as a sword, swept past Sun Wukong and landed on the distant Noka. I will surpass you. And you too, Noka. The pride of the Saiyan prince shall never be tarnished a second time. Vegeta's words resonated like thunder, scattering the despair that hung in the air. His deep-rooted pride and indomitable spirit became a force that dispelled the gloom. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but soon his familiar, spirited smile returned, worry replaced by pure fighting spirit and anticipation. You're right, Vegeta. I cannot afford to slack off. I must grow stronger. Trunks watched his father and Sun Wukong, feeling both pride in his father and a hint of concern for the future. He stepped forward, his voice steady. Mr. Wukong, father, on the 17th and 18th of the future, although their strength is formidable, it pales in comparison to that terrifying Super 13. However, he solemnly emphasized that they are cold and ruthless, devoid of humanity. Everyone must remain vigilant. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, neither affirming nor denying Trunks' addition. But the taut line of his jaw betrayed that he had taken it to heart. He ceased to regard anyone else. A golden aura erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of light that soared directly towards West City, with a clear destination, Bulma's home. Father. Trunks quickly nodded to everyone, unleashing his own golden aura and pursuing after Vegeta. Future Gohan looked at his father and inquired, Dad, what are your plans next? Are we heading to the hyperbolic time chamber for training? Little Gohan gazed at his father with anticipation. Son Goku scratched his head, a contemplative expression gracing his face. The hyperbolic time chamber is indeed an excellent place for rapid enhancement. He paused, his gaze turning serious. However, I do not intend to go there just yet. Why? Future Gohan asked, somewhat surprised. Son Goku directed his gaze towards the distant sky, as if peering through the fabric of time and space. The enemies of the future may be increasingly terrifying. The androids are merely the beginning. If we exhaust the opportunity of the time chamber now, we may find ourselves without it when we truly need it, which would be quite troublesome. I must contemplate other methods. Noka, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. This seemingly carefree Saiyan often surprised others with his keen intuition and foresight at critical moments. Son Goku turned to Noka. And you? What are your plans moving forward? Noka's gaze swept over to Reina, who had remained silent yet concerned, before settling on the gently glowing necklace at his chest. The cold lines of his demeanor softened for a fleeting moment. He replied succinctly, return to starlight and rest. He paused, casting a glance at Reina, his voice steady yet tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of resignation, for he still owed someone several sumptuous meals. Reina's golden eyes widened, her short, deep purple hair seemingly on the verge of exploding. Hey, what do you mean someone? 20 meals. Not a single one less. She placed her hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce, though the suspicious blush on her ears betrayed her. Son Goku chuckled at their banter. He then turned to Piccolo. And you? Would you like to find a place to train together? Piccolo crossed his arms, his green visage remaining stern, but his gaze was exceptionally sharp. He glanced at Son Goku and Noka and replied in a deep voice, Humph, don't think only you Saiyans can progress. I want to be left behind. No sooner had he spoken than his green form shot upwards, becoming a streak of light as he vanished into the northern sky, evidently in search of his own training ground. We should head back as well. Future Gohan took little Gohan's hand. Yes, let's go home and find Mom. Little Gohan nodded vigorously. Son Goku grinned as he patted both of his sons on the shoulders. No need for all that fuss. Hold on tight. He placed one hand on Gohan's shoulder and the other on Future Gohan's, the immense energy sensing Chi-Chi's presence far away at the Capsule Corporation whoosh. In an instant, the three figures vanished from their location, leaving behind only a subtle ripple in the fabric of space. Chapter 71. The Return Through the Starry Gateway. The shadows of unknown Saiyans approach on the icy plains of Antarctica. Only Noka and Reina remained, accompanied by the howling cold wind. Noka remained silent, tightly clutching the necklace around his chest once more. Before them, a starry portal, far more stable and magnificent than before, silently opened, revealing a grand urban landscape infused with futuristic technology and magical brilliance. Noka stepped through the portal first. Humph, at least you have some conscience. Don't forget the feast you owe me, Reina muttered, though a subtle glimmer of relief and amusement flickered in her golden eyes as she hurriedly followed him. The portal slowly closed, completely severing the connection to the cold and desolation of Earth's South Pole. West City, Universal Capsule Corporation. Bulma stood outside the gravity chamber, hands on her hips, fuming as she watched Vegeta and Trunks emerge from the debris of the ceiling, covered in dust. Vegeta! Bulma's furious shout nearly toppled the roof. You've wrecked my gravity chamber again. And what with your appearance? Can't you spare me some worry? Vegeta's face remained expressionless, even too indifferent to glance at Bulma. He strode directly to the control panel of the gravity chamber, disregarding Bulma's ire, and swiftly began to operate the controls. As the humming sound filled the air, the lights in the gravity chamber flickered back to life, and a powerful gravitational field began to form. Without a backward glance, he entered the chamber, the heavy door slamming shut behind him, completely isolating Bulma's outburst. Mom, please don't be angry. Trunks rushed forward, grabbing hold of the furious Bulma, quickly explaining the terrifying battle that had just transpired and the threat of Super Android 13. Bulma's face drained of color, her anger transforming into fear and concern. Is that Super Android 13 really that formidable? Even Goku and Noka? Bulma's voice trembled slightly. Yes, he is extremely fearsome. Trunks nodded, still shaken. Dad and Mr. Goku exerted all their strength just to defeat him. Dad is currently focused on training to confront even more terrifying androids in the future. Bulma gazed at the closed door of the gravity chamber, where the sounds of Vegeta's heavy breaths and the clashing of blows under extreme gravity could be heard. She sighed, her eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions, worry, helplessness, and a hint of understanding. Trunks hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, Mom, why doesn't Dad go to the hyperbolic time chamber? Isn't that where he can get stronger faster? Inside the gravity chamber, Vegeta was drenched in sweat, each punch and kick accompanied by a sharp whistle that sliced through the air. He heard Trunks' question but did not pause in his training. His cold and proud voice resonated clearly through the internal communicator, echoing in the corridor. Humph. Do you think I wouldn't think of something that idiot Kakarot could? The hyperbolic time chamber is a last resort. A true warrior does not need to rely on such shortcuts. Before that, I will extract every ounce of potential from this body. The enemies of the future will only grow stronger. Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances, each recognizing the helplessness and a touch of admiration in the other's eyes. This is Vegeta, the embodiment of the unwavering pride of a Saiyan prince. Beneath the radiant starry sky, atop the central spire, the vast panorama unfolds outside the grand floor-to-ceiling window. The future city, bathed in the gentle glow of magic and the brilliance of countless stars, comes alive as vibrant aerial vehicles traverse their designated paths like celestial bodies. In the distance, an immense crystalline barrier, composed of innumerable hexagonal energy lattices, envelopes the planet, emanating an eternal and enigmatic luminescence. The shadow of the toxic swamp planet has long since vanished. Noka stands before the window, silently gazing at this miraculous city, safeguarded by the Illyria clan and revived by his own hands. The fatigue from battle seems to dissipate slightly in the embrace of this tranquil light. A subtle ripple in the space behind him stirs the air. Without a sound, a female figure, woven from streams of data and magical runes, gradually coalesces, radiating a soft starlight. She possesses hair as resplendent as the galaxy and eyes deep and captivating. Akin to celestial jewels, it is Illyria's data projection. Her gaze falls upon Noka, filled with an unspoken concern and understanding. "You have returned," Illyria's voice flows like stardust, gentle and serene, dispelling the last remnants of smoke. Noka does not turn, merely responding with a soft murmur. He raises his hand, fingertips brushing the cold glass of the viewing window, as if to feel the pulse of life beneath his feet on this planet. "Is there news from the southern galaxy?" he inquires softly, his voice echoing in the emptiness of the upper chamber. Illyria's data projection flickers slightly, a grave light flashing in her starry eyes. The energy signatures tracked are immense, volatile, and laden with destructive potential. The trajectory points to a desolate planet, which is currently under further confirmation. After a brief pause, she adds, "The cultivation of the senza beans has preliminarily simulated several energy field environments that may enhance yield, and small-scale experiments are underway." Noka nods in silence. The unknown shadows of the Saiyans loom over him like the sword of Damocles. The senzu beans represent their crucial supply against the forthcoming, more harrowing battles. "Hey, Noka." Lena's voice approaches, accompanied by her brisk footsteps. She has changed into practical attire, her deep purple hair still slightly damp, clearly just washed. Yet her violet eyes remain bright and spirited. She rushes to Noka's side, grasping his arm. "What are you daydreaming about? Didn't we agree you would come back to rest? Let us go. Time for dinner. I'm absolutely famished." 20 courses begin with today's first meal. "Illyria, you should join us too." Illyria's data projection offers a gentle, slightly teasing smile as she glances at Noka. Noka stumbles slightly as Lena pulls him, and a barely perceptible crack appears on his icy visage, resembling a silent sigh or a hint of reluctant indulgence. He does not resist, allowing Lena to lead him outside. Beyond the window, the lights of the starry expanse continue to shine brilliantly, like stars that will never extinguish. Within, the fleeting yet precious moments of peace flow gently amid the clamor of companionship and silent guardianship. Yet, all are aware that beneath this calm, a far greater storm brews. This brief respite is but a prelude to the next confrontation, which may prove to be even more brutal. Chapter 72. A gentle abode beneath the starry dome on a night illuminated by the brilliance of the starry dome. It seemed as if the entire cosmos had been tenderly enfolded within its embrace. The colossal crystalline barrier resembled a resplendent canopy, filtering the radiance of distant stars, casting a gentle, silvery glow that rendered every metallic contour and arcane inscription of this futuristic city as ethereal as a dream. The air was cool, imbued with a peculiar tranquility that harmoniously blended the sense of intricate machinery and verdant botanicals. In the heart of the city, Noka appeared on a relatively tranquil aerial walkway. He had shed his battle attire for a well-tailored outfit in a deep gray, exuding less of the battlefield's grimness while still bearing the indelible lines of cold resolve. With his hands tucked into his pockets and his head slightly bowed, his silver locks glimmered under the starlight, his pace leisurely as if he were aimlessly meandering, or deliberately unwinding the taut nerves that had long been stretched. Beneath the walkway, the city lights flowed like a river of stars. The absence of roaring engines left only the faint hum of aircraft slicing through the air, accompanied by the distant, crystal-clear sound of magical energy currents, akin to wind chimes. This was a realm meticulously maintained by the Illyria clan, where even time seemed to have slowed its passage. "Hey, Noka, over here." A vibrant voice shattered the serene ambience, carrying an undeniable presence. With deep purple hair dancing in the starlight, Reyna sprinted from the opposite end of the walkway, her face radiating unrestrained excitement. She too had changed out of her combat gear, donning a practical deep blue jumpsuit, the sleeves casually rolled to her elbows, revealing her sturdy forearms, exuding a refreshingly boyish charm. What about the grand feast we promised? Don't even think of backing out, Reina exclaimed as she reached Noka, her golden eyes sparkling under the stars, brimming with mischief and anticipation. Without hesitation, she playfully patted his arm. I know an amazing revolving restaurant. You can see the entire transformation of the starry crystalline dome. It was highly recommended by the Elia. Noka halted, turning his head to regard her. A fleeting hint of exasperation crossed his typically expressionless face, yet within the depths of his gaze, there was no trace of annoyance. Rather, a warm current flowed beneath the icy surface, akin to a hidden stream beneath a frozen lake. He remained silent, merely nodding ever so slightly. Yay, let us go, Reina declared triumphantly, her chin raised as if she had claimed victory, and she swiftly turned to lead the way. Her steps light and buoyant as if she might leap into the air. They ascended to the clouds via a high-speed elevator. The restaurant perched atop a floating garden, its vast circular windows offering a breathtaking panorama of the starry dome's majestic nightscape. Particularly captivating was the distant, slowly rotating shield of crystalline spheres, shifting through a spectrum of resplendent colors, a sight that took one's breath away. Reina unabashedly ordered an extravagant spread of dishes, most of which were specialties of the starry dome, artfully crafted through a fusion of technology and magical culinary techniques, exquisitely presented and fragrant. As she indulged, her enthusiasm bubbled forth as she animatedly recounted the origins of each dish and the magical secrets behind them, her eyes sparkling with delight. Do try this. Elia referred to this as stardust sand, crafted from the instantaneous freezing of a special mineral powder using the secondary energy flow of a crystal wall stabilizer. It melted upon entry, refreshingly cool, akin to savoring a piece of a star. Reina scooped a spoonful of the delicacy, emanating a faint blue luminescence, and without hesitation, offered it to Noka, her eyes sparkling with an irresistible anticipation. Noka gazed at the spoon brought to his lips, then glanced at Reina's eyes, which were brimming with an unspoken encouragement to indulge. After a brief moment of silence, he leaned slightly forward, accepting the offering from Reina's hand, and consumed the spoonful of stardust sand. The icy, sweet flavor unfurled on his tongue, accompanied by a peculiar sensation of energy. How is it? Tasty, right? Reina immediately inquired, resembling a small creature eagerly awaiting praise. Noka responded softly, a mere acknowledgement. He picked up his utensils, his demeanor refined yet efficient, quietly continuing his meal. For the most part, he listened to Reina chatter about amusing incidents encountered by the trade ship or her recent discoveries during training, only offering brief replies when Reina pressed him for answers. Occasionally, his gaze would wander to the shifting crystal wall outside, his expression contemplative, lost in thought. Reina paid no mind to his silence. She understood that this was simply Noka's nature. His ability to sit quietly and listen to her without abruptly leaving was a significant improvement in her eyes. She relished the exquisite food, savored this rare moment devoid of the smoke of battle, and cherished the presence of this quiet yet reassuring individual beside her. Stealing glances at Noka's strikingly austere profile under the starlight, her heart inexplicably raced, prompting her to gulp down a large sip of her drink to mask her flustered state. As dinner approached its conclusion, a faint ripple of spatial energy emanated from the seat beside Noka. Countless minute data streams, shimmering with starlight, rapidly coalesced, forming Elia's elegant silhouette. She remained in her data projection form, her hair flowing like a gentle galaxy, her starry eyes radiating a warm smile as she addressed the two. Am I interrupting your dinner? Elia's voice cascaded like a clear spring, laced with a hint of apology. Elia, your arrival is most fortuitous. Noka here is far too taciturn, only focused on his meal, Reina quickly reported, though her tone was affectionate. Noka turned his gaze towards Elia, the rigid lines of his expression softening momentarily. No, he replied. Is there progress on the tracking? He inquired directly, his tone reverting to its usual calmness. Elia's data projection nodded slightly, her demeanor growing more serious. Indeed, the abnormal energy source in the southern galaxy has been pinpointed at the edge of an ancient star system designated as number 7, desolate. The energy signature is extremely volatile, exuding a destructive Saiyan aura that aligns closely with the unknown Saiyan described by Trunks. The trajectory indicates that he appears to be consciously annihilating planets. Yet the energy levels are highly unstable, with peak fluctuations far exceeding our estimates. With a gentle wave of her hand, a three-dimensional star map composed of starlight unfurled above the dining table, a glaring red dot pulsating ominously at the edge of the foreboding star field. Reina's smile faded, her golden eyes sharpening with intensity. So, the unknown malevolent Saiyan indeed exists? The likelihood is exceedingly high. Ilia nodded, indicating that she had mobilized all the information nodes of the nearby Stellar Commerce Guild for rigorous surveillance, attempting to employ the most discreet magical detection waves for an in-depth scan, hoping to acquire more specific information. However, the opposing force seemed capable of distorting conventional detection methods, presenting considerable risks. Noka gazed at the flickering red, his brows furrowed. The shadow of the unknown Saiyan was closer and more perilous than anticipated. How many more years until the cultivation of the celestial beings? He subtly shifted the topic, yet it was evident that this news unsettled him. The simulation experiments were progressing smoothly. Ilia's tone lightened somewhat, stating that based on the Earth's celestial being samples you brought back and the environmental data from Corinta, combined with the energy modulation characteristics of the stellar crystal barrier, they had constructed 3 energy field models. One of these, the Lifetide field, had shortened the growth cycle of the celestial beings by 15 in the simulated environment, enhancing energy content by 8. Although mass production was still a distance away, this was a positive sign. I have arranged for the first batch of optimized seeds to be planted in a secure cultivation base on a small scale. Excellent, Reina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. If we could mass-produce celestial beings, it would greatly bolster our confidence in battles. Norka's previously tense lips seemed to relax slightly, revealing a barely perceptible curve. This was indeed good news. Thank you for your hard work, he said, looking at Ilia's projection, his voice subdued. Ilia's starry eyes deepened with warmth. Sparkling as if filled with starlight, it is my duty. You have just endured a fierce battle. Resting well is the most important thing. Her gaze lingered on Norka's slightly fatigued face, infused with silent concern. By the way, Ilia's projection suddenly raised her hand, and a soft glow flickered as a small, exquisite thermal box appeared on the dining table, emanating a faint, enticing sweetness. This was the newly developed crystal wall honey cake from the central tower, with gentle energy that helps to soothe the spirit. Would you like to try? Reina immediately cheered, unceremoniously taking a piece and stuffing it into her mouth, mumbling in delight, delicious. Ilia, you're amazing. Norka looked at the box of pastries, then at Ilia's tender, smiling projection. After a brief silence, he reached out and took a piece as well. The cake melted in his mouth, infused with a sweet floral fragrance and a soothing energy that indeed relaxed his taut nerves. Thank you, he whispered. Ilia's projection gently shook her head, her smile warm and content. I'm glad you like it. There are still several urgent plans at the guild that require my confirmation. I must excuse myself. Her figure began to transform into specks of starlight, fading away. Before completely disappearing, her starry gaze lingered on Norka, as if conveying 1,000 unspoken words, ultimately transforming into a silent blessing that dissipated into the air. Chapter 73. Heartbeat Training Grounds. The ambiguous offense and defense of Stellar Radiance after dinner. Norka and Reina strolled through the airy garden corridor of Stellar Radiance. The starlight flowed like water, and the night breeze was cool. Reina seemed to still bask in the joy brought by the cake and the warmth of her recent interaction with Ilia, her steps light as she hummed a disjointed tune. Hey, Norka, she suddenly nudged the man beside her with her elbow. Norka glanced sideways. Ilia is really good to you. Reina's voice carried a hint of complex emotions. Unbeknownst to her, envy, nostalgia, and a subtle touch of bitterness. Yet, she swiftly masked these feelings with her usual boisterous demeanor, praising the efforts of tracking formidable foes, devising ways to cultivate celestial beings, and even delivering delightful treats. It was truly enviable. Noka paused momentarily, refraining from an immediate response. He lifted his gaze towards the vast, dreamlike crystalline barrier in the night sky, a miraculous shield safeguarded by Elia and her kin through their very lives. The necklace resting against his chest emitted a soft, warm glow beneath his clothing, as if resonating in harmony with the shimmering wall. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded with a low, almost weightless sound, which seemed to carry the heavy weight of 1,000 unspoken sentiments. He did not look at Reina. Yet that simple syllable encapsulated his profound appreciation for Elia's sacrifices and a deep, unvoiced affection. Reina observed the sharp contours of his profile. which appeared particularly tranquil under the starlight. Noticing the fleeting gentleness in his gaze directed at the crystalline barrier, her minor pang of bitterness dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She pouted slightly and muttered, "Sullen fellow," before naturally reaching out to entwine her arm with Noka's sturdy one. Leaning her weight against him, Noka's body stiffened for a brief moment. He could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Reina's arm and the vibrant essence that wafted through the fabric. Instinctively, he considered withdrawing his hand, but Reina held on tightly, exuding a sense of undeniable intimacy. Her warmth seeped through the thin material, enveloping him in an irresistible comfort. He glanced down to see Reina's deep purple hair swaying in the night breeze, its tips brushing against his arm, causing a slight tickle. She tilted her head slightly, her golden eyes fixed on the distant city lights, her lips curling into a satisfied, somewhat triumphant smile, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety in her actions. Ultimately, Noka did not pull away. His taut form gradually relaxed, allowing Reina to cling to him as they continued their silent journey forward. Their pace seemed to slow, yet it grew steadier. Starlight bathed them, elongating their shadows, which intertwined upon the polished corridor floor. Within the training arena, the high-intensity alloy flooring reflected the flowing patterns of energy. Noka stood as steadfast as a rock, his hair unruffled amidst the simulated airflow. Before him, Reina launched a rapid assault akin to purple lightning. Thud, thud, thud. The resonating clashes of fists and feet echoed like a relentless drumbeat. Reina's golden aura blazed fiercely, her attacks bold and wild, embodying the Saiyan spirit of ferocity and impact. Each strike aimed to breach Noka's defenses. Sweat-soaked strands of her deep purple hair clung to her smooth forehead, and her golden eyes burned with an indomitable fire. Too straightforward. Change direction. Noka's voice remained cold and sharp as he deflected one of Reina's powerful punches, his body gliding like a specter, precisely identifying the flaws in her attack trajectory. Preempt the magical nodes. You're wasting energy, he admonished as Reina attempted a sudden teleportation strike. I know. Enough already, she retorted, exasperated. Reina let out a dissatisfied growl, yet instinctively adjusted her movements, making her attack trajectory more intricate and her magical teleportation swifter. With a sudden spin, she executed a sweeping kick aimed at Norka's side, while her other hand covertly conjured a minuscule spatial shockwave behind her, attempting to disrupt Norka's balance. A glimmer of barely perceptible approval flashed in Norka's eyes as he sidestepped the kick, simultaneously flicking his fingers to unleash a concentrated burst of energy that shattered the shockwave, dissipating it into nothingness. Reina's offensive was thwarted, causing her to momentarily lose her balance. Yet Norka refrained from pursuing, merely observing her as she regained her composure. At that moment, a cunning spark ignited in Reina's eyes. Seizing the opportunity presented by her unsteady footing, she did not retreat. Instead, she lunged toward Norka with the grace of a fledgling bird returning to its nest, enveloped in a fragrant aura of vitality and perspiration. Norka's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively reaching out to steady her. However, Reina, like a slippery fish, deftly climbed onto his shoulders, nearly draping herself over him. Her golden eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer to Norka's ear, exhaling softly, "Hey, what did you think of that move? Did I improve at all?" The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, infused with the youthful vigor and a hint of sweat. Norka's body tensed instantly. The hand resting on her waist felt as if it had encountered a searing iron. He could distinctly feel Reina's warmth and softness pressed against his chest, the unabashed intimacy momentarily slowing his typically frigid thoughts. "Get down." Norka's voice dropped an octave, laced with a barely noticeable tension. "Not a chance." Reina tightened her grip, resting her chin on his shoulder and playfully whining, "I'm exhausted. Let me lean on you for a bit. Consider it my coaching fee." She audaciously rubbed her cheek against the taut muscles of Norka's neck, akin to a cat seeking a comfortable spot. Norka's body remained as rigid as steel, his silver eyelashes fluttering slightly. He contemplated pushing her away, yet Reina's trusting and reliant demeanor sparked an inexplicable softness beneath his hardened exterior. Ultimately, he released a barely audible sigh, maintaining his stance, allowing this human pendant to cling to him, absorbing the vibrant life force that radiated from Reina. A soft cough broke the delicate tension. At the edge of the training ground, Alia's data projection silently took form. Clad in her elegant gown, her hair flowed with a celestial glow, and her starry eyes sparkled with gentle amusement. though a subtle hint of mischief lingered beneath her smile as she observed the intimate positioning of the two. Like a cat startled by a sudden touch, Rena instantly sprang away from Norka, her cheeks blooming with a suspicious flush. Feigning composure, she adjusted her disheveled collar, exclaiming, "Alia, when did you arrive?" Yet her gaze wandered. Avoiding Norka's eyes, Norka swiftly returned to his usual stoicism, as if the earlier tension had never existed, though a faint warmth lingered at his ears. He glanced at Alia and nodded. "Is there something you need?" The projection of Elia gracefully approached, her gaze flitting between Noka and Rena, a deeper smile gracing her lips. "I merely wish to observe the progress of your training. Rena, it seems you have made considerable gains." Her voice remained gentle, yet it carried an air of profound understanding. "It's going reasonably well." Rena puffed out her chest, striving to maintain her bravado, though her eyes darted furtively towards Noka. Chapter 74. The Name of Broly. The underlying currents and slumber beneath the starry firmament. Elia smiled, choosing not to tease her further. She turned her attention to Noka, her tone reverting to its usual rationality. "Preliminary investigation reports regarding the anomalous energy source in the southern galaxy have been compiled." With a delicate wave of her hand, a virtual report composed of soft starlight materialized in the air. According to the intelligence gathered from the Commerce Guild's information nodes, there exists a relatively small, yet rather domineering faction at the periphery of the desolate seventh star system, led by an individual named Paragus, who proclaims himself the last noble of the Saiyans. He wields an extraordinary degree of intimidation, controlling several resource-poor asteroid belts nearby, engaging in high-risk smuggling of rare minerals and extortion-like transactions. Elia's projection shimmered slightly, reflecting her analysis and filtration of the intelligence. "Paragus?" Noka echoed the name, his brow furrowing. "A Saiyan noble?" After the destruction of planet Vegeta, he had heard of no other surviving nobles aside from Prince Vegeta. The name was unfamiliar. Indeed, although his combat prowess is assessed as unremarkable, intelligence indicates that he operates with caution, even exhibiting a degree of timidity. Yet, he has managed to establish a foothold in the chaotic star region of the southern galaxy, commanding respect from interstellar pirates and mercenary groups far more powerful than himself. A sharp glimmer flickered in Elia's starry eyes. His greatest asset appears to be a secret weapon, seldom revealed, yet each appearance is accompanied by cataclysmic power. The obliterated detection nodes we encountered likely triggered the defense mechanism while attempting to probe that secret weapon. Is the secret weapon a Saiyan? Rena leaned closer, her golden eyes brimming with curiosity and caution, aligning with that energy source. "Highly compatible," Elia affirmed, considering Paragus's Saiyan heritage and the violent energy signatures. It can be reasonably concluded that the anomalous energy source is the very embodiment of Paragus's intimidating presence, a power so formidable it is almost unfathomable, yet seemingly in a state of extreme instability. However, she shifted the tone of her voice slightly, infusing it with a sense of reassurance. "After obliterating us, that immense energy has not resurfaced in over a decade. Could it be that my future self perished alongside that individual?" Noka keenly grasped the crux of the matter. A warlike Saiyan capable of instantly annihilating the brilliance of the cosmos could vanish without a trace. Such potent energy would resonate throughout the universe. And to suggest that someone could slay a being capable of obliterating an entire planet is profoundly bizarre. Currently, the intelligence is limited, allowing only for speculation that Paragus possesses some special means to control or restrain that Saiyan. Elia responded cautiously, stating that the Merchant Guild possessed a small transport team destined for the southern galaxy to engage in or trade, which was expected to traverse the outskirts of the Paragus territory in 3 days. I have commanded them to discreetly gather more intelligence regarding Paragus and his clandestine weapon, particularly concerning the methods of control, while ensuring no contact is made. Norka listened in silence, his fingers unconsciously caressing the smooth surface of the necklace beneath his combat attire. The unknown formidable adversary was indeed a tricky situation. After a lengthy pause, Norka finally spoke, his voice embodying his usual calmness. "For now, inform the guild that safety and discretion are paramount. Strengthening our power is essential." He cast a glance at Lena before turning back to Elia, instructing her to continue the intelligence gathering without alarming the enemy. The tragedies of the future must not be allowed to repeat. "Understood," Elia nodded solemnly. Once more, the night of the starry abyss descended. In the uppermost level of the central tower, Norka's private quarters awaited. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a crystalline shield, shimmering with the flow of the starry river, casting a serene azure hue throughout the room. Having just concluded his meditation, Noka emerged from his shower clad in a simple dark robe, his silver hair still damp. He approached the bar and poured himself a glass of clear water. A faint spatial ripple emanated from the bedroom door as Elia's figure materialized. This time, she was not merely a projection of data, but an actual presence. She wore her elegant gown, her galaxy-like hair cascading softly, yet her exquisite face bore unmistakable signs of fatigue. Beneath her star-like eyes, a subtle shadow lingered, one that even magic struggled to conceal completely. "Have you not rested?" Noka inquired, holding the glass of water as he stepped closer to her, his voice tinged with a deeper timbre than usual. Elia slightly shook her head, striving to maintain a gentle smile. "There are still some protective plans regarding the celestial being cultivation base that need final confirmation to ensure absolute security." Her voice carried a barely perceptible rasp. Norka's gaze lingered on the shadows beneath her eyes, and his brow furrowed, albeit subtly. After a few moments of silence, he unexpectedly extended his hand, his icy fingertips gently brushing against the corner of Elia's eye, as if seeking to soothe the unsightly fatigue. Elia shuddered slightly, taken aback by Norka's affectionate gesture. Her starry eyes widened, reflecting Norka's concerned silver pupils mere inches away. The tenderness that surfaced beneath his cold exterior radiated warmth, swiftly dispelling her weariness and fade of strength. "Norka," Elia's voice emerged as a soft sigh, imbued with a hint of trembling reliance. "You should rest," Norka commanded, retracting his hand, his tone carrying an undeniable authority, yet softened more than ever. "We shall review the plans tomorrow." Elia gazed at him, her eyes brimming with warmth, and she did not protest further, gently nodding, "All right." She took a step closer, leaning her forehead against his broad, sturdy chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth emanating from beneath his robe. It was a source of immeasurable comfort and strength. Paragus, along with the Saiyan he controlled, Elia, lay in a serene slumber, her voice muffled and tinged with drowsiness as it emanated from Noka's chest. The latest encrypted intelligence from the guild revealed that this Saiyan was named Broly. Broly. The name surged through Noka's mind like a chilling current, a harbinger of future devastation, the very culprit behind the obliteration of the starry firmament in Trunks' timeline. How could he be under someone's control? By a timid Saiyan noble named Paragus? The weight of this information crashed upon Noka like a tidal wave. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around Elia, drawing her closer to him. As he absorbed the warmth and trust emanating from her, the tumult within his heart began to subside. "Understood." Noka's voice emerged low and steady, as if affirming a predetermined course. "Rest now." Elia responded with a soft murmur, her taut demeanor finally unwinding, the palpable weariness enveloping her like a tide. She resembled a celestial being veiled in mist. Noka carefully lifted her delicate form, which felt almost weightless, and carried her towards the spacious bed in the center of the room. He gently laid her amidst the soft bedding, tucking her in with care. Just as he prepared to rise from the bedside, a cool, almost ethereal hand grasped the hem of his robe, a gentle yet insistent touch that spoke of undeniable attachment. Noka halted, looking down at the figure curled upon the bed, a being as radiant as the stars. Elia had closed her eyes, her long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks, her breaths deep and rhythmic, indicating she had succumbed to profound slumber. Yet, that hand clinging to his robe remained steadfast, as if even in dreams she sought to affirm his presence. Outside, the crystalline barrier shimmered softly, casting a gentle azure glow throughout the room, illuminating both Elia's tranquil visage and Noka's silent silhouette. He lingered for a moment, ultimately choosing not to withdraw his garment nor depart. Instead, he settled beside her on the bed, moving slowly to lie down, turning to face the slumbering Elia. He refrained from prying her fingers from his robe. Rather, he extended his own arm, enveloping her gently yet protectively through the covers. In her dreams, Elia appeared to sense this silent guardianship, her furrowed brow slightly relaxing as her body instinctively leaned towards the warmth of Noka, releasing a faint, contented murmur. Noka lay quietly, his silver eyes reflecting the deep shadows of the room. He listened to Elia's steady breathing, feeling the faint pulse of her energy, akin to the heartbeat of the cosmos. The name Broly weighed heavily upon his heart, while the shadow of Paragus lurked like a venomous serpent in the dark. Yet, In this moment, the profound trust and dependence nestled in his arms, the luminous flow of the crystalline barrier outside, and the distant sounds of a purple-haired girl, perhaps chattering on a guild transport ship, coalesced into the present constellation he was determined to protect. A storm was brewing, but for now, beneath the firmament, there existed a fleeting moment of tranquility. He slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his breath to the most tranquil state, akin to a silent barrier guarding the most precious core of a star. Chapter 75. An urgent distress signal from the future. In the dusk of West City, the twilight glow was tainted by smoke, transforming into a murky crimson. Within the deepest reinforced bunker of the Universal Capsule Corporation, the air was as solid as lead. Only an ancient communication terminal, connected to a complex network of wires and marred by burn marks, emitted a piercing and monotonous alarm, signifying a high-level attack. The sound was urgent and shrill, carrying a desperate resonance that pierced through the eardrums, relentlessly striking the hearts of everyone present in that confined space. Bulma's face was ashen, her fingers trembling above a crimson emergency button on the terminal. Beside her, Future Trunks and Future Gohan stood like two statues, their golden pupils fixated on the incessantly blinking alarm light. No images were required, no words necessary. The alarm from a distant future, transcending the barriers of time and space, was the most brutal declaration. Hell had descended once more. The high-level attack signal came from a secure channel belonging to his mother. Future Trunks' voice was dry and hoarse, each word seeming to be forced from his throat, a signal triggered only when the androids commenced large-scale, indiscriminate destruction. His tightly clenched fists turned white from excessive strain, his body trembling slightly, as if he were once again enveloped by the shadow of death from his childhood. Future Gohan slowly raised his head. His expression was devoid of emotion, terrifyingly calm. Yet, deep within his father's gentle golden eyes lay a chilling, silent fury, akin to a frigid pond stirred by thrown stones, coiling and condensing into a heart-stopping, absolute zero silence. A year had not dulled the hatred. It had merely tempered it into the sharpest blade of vengeance. He stepped forward, placing a broad hand on Trunks' tense shoulder, a steady strength transferring through his palm. "We must leave, Trunks." Future Gohan's voice was deep and steady, devoid of any tumult, yet imbued with a resolve that severed all hesitation. Goku's mother, Chi-Chi, gazed at her son's steel-like profile, tears instantly welling up. She lunged forward, tightly embracing Future Gohan, as if to meld all her worries and reluctance into that embrace. "Be careful, come back. Your mother will always be here, waiting for you." Future Gohan's body tensed momentarily. Then he returned her embrace firmly, resting his chin on Chi-Chi's shoulder, his voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. "Don't worry, Mom. Wipe away your tears. Tell Dad we will definitely prevail." Meanwhile, Bulma clung tightly to her son, Future Trunks. She patted his back with determination, her voice thick with emotion yet resolute. "Listen here, young man. Go and crush those android bastards. Then come back safe. Bring your mother with you. Do you hear me?" Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the cold alloy wall, his golden pupils coldly observing the scene. When Future Trunks' gaze met his, Vegeta merely emitted a cold snort, his eyes sharp as blades. "Don't die out there, Trunks. Don't bring shame upon the Saiyans." "Yes, Father." Trunks straightened his back, his gaze ablaze with determination. Goku approached Future Gohan, his face devoid of the usual mirth, replaced instead by the solemnity of a father and a warrior. He extended his fist, gently tapping it against his son's tightly clenched hand. "Gohan, Trunks of the future, the fate of our world rests in your hands." Noka and Reina stood a short distance away. Noka nodded slightly at the two, a silent understanding passing between them. Reina vigorously waved her fist. "Give it your all. Let them see the consequences of provoking Saiyans." No further words were exchanged. Future Gohan and Future Trunks exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They moved to the more open central area of the shelter, where Future Gohan closed his eyes, his formidable energy locking onto the faint yet unmistakably clear coordinates of his mother, Bulma, in a distant time and space, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Buzz. The space rippled and distorted violently as though a stone had been cast into still waters. Their figures rapidly faded within the dazzling interplay of light and shadow, vanishing entirely. The shelter was left echoing with the piercing alarm and the weighty breaths of those remaining, alongside the silent tears of mothers. In the future, Death was the sole hue and sound. The once vibrant city had crumbled to dust, revealing an endless expanse of charred earth, thickly blanketed in ash. The sky loomed eternally leaden, devoid of birds or clouds, only the cold, radioactive dust slowly descending. The wind whistled through the twisted metal skeletons, emitting a wailing cry akin to lost souls. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the distance, momentarily tearing the gloom as flames illuminated two figures suspended in the air, resembling grim reapers. Bored. Utterly bored. The sharp voice of Android 18 pierced the silence, jarring in its intensity. She casually flicked her wrist, the blue glow of her energy blast lingering at her fingertips. Below, a concrete shelter, barely recognizable as the entrance to a refuge, along with the faint prayers emanating from within, was reduced to smoldering ruins and curling black smoke with a mere flick of her hand. Not even a semblance of resistance. 17. Shouldn't we find a new place to play? Android 17, with his hands buried in his pockets, floated higher, his crimson electronic eye scanning the ravaged ground beneath them. A hint of weariness on his face. We've exhausted all the fun locations. How dull. He seemed to be searching for something. The old woman and the little brat were well concealed. We will find them. 18's face bore a cruel smile. And when we do, I will savor. Her words were abruptly cut off. A surge of power akin to a slumbering star awakening erupted above the ruins, radiating a chilling, murderous intent that shattered the manufactured darkness of the androids in an instant, as if an invisible giant hand tightened its grip on the very fabric of existence. The smile on 18's face froze, replaced by disbelief and a tremor that originated from the depths of her core. 17's hand shot out from his pocket, his crimson electronic eye flickering wildly, instantly locking onto the source of the overwhelming energy emanating from the apex of the ruins. Two figures descending like harbingers of despair. Future Gohan, 2 billion. Future Trunks, 1 billion. In the future, Gohan stood at the pinnacle, his orange martial arts attire remaining utterly still amidst the desolate winds. He slightly lowered his head, the stray locks of hair obscuring his gaze. Yet, the terrifying aura emanating from him, palpable and menacing, caused the scorched earth beneath him to sink silently. The golden flames enveloping him burned quietly, rising without violent fluctuations, yet containing a cataclysmic force capable of extinguishing the stars. The space around him seemed to thicken and solidify. Future Trunks stood a step behind him, his own golden aura fiercely ablaze, with eyes as sharp as an eagle-ass. The cold blade of his sword, already drawn, pointed resolutely downward, though his presence was far less vast than Gohan's. It too bore the tempered sharpness and an unwavering conviction of victory. Gohan. Trunks. The voice of Android 18 trembled for the first time, a reflection of instinctual fear in the face of overwhelming power. She acutely sensed the suffocating pressure radiating from future Gohan, its weight oppressive enough to stifle her very core. How could this be? Just a year ago, he had been a frightened child, pursued like a lost dog. Android 17's crimson electronic eye locked onto future Gohan, the muscles on his cold face twitching slightly, revealing an unprecedented gravity. This power is impossible. Future Gohan slowly lifted his head. His golden pupils were exposed to the dim light, cold and silent, akin to the abyss itself. 17, he intoned, his voice deep and chilling, reminiscent of the winds from the netherworld. 18, the time for reckoning has arrived. Chapter 76, Absolute Suppression. The fist of rage beyond limits. 17's annihilation. The moment the last word fell, future Gohan's figure vanished from sight. No afterimage. No sonic boom. As if he had never existed. Android 17 instinctively channeled all his energy into his arms, crossing them protectively over his chest. The deep blue energy shield expanding to its utmost limit. Boom! A fist ablaze with golden flames appeared before the shield as if teleporting, striking with unadorned ferocity. Crack! The shield, reputed to withstand planetary impacts, shattered instantaneously like fragile glass, splintered with web-like cracks, exploding into fragments. The immense force remained unabated, crashing into Android 17's crossed arms with unrelenting might. Ugh! 17 emitted a painful electronic screech as his metallic bones twisted and shattered. He was sent hurtling like a puppet struck by the shockwave of a supernova, transforming into a deep blue streak of light, hurtling at terrifying supersonic speed into the scorched earth several kilometers away. Dust and debris surged skyward like a mushroom cloud. in a mere punch. The strongest version of 17 was sent flying like a broken doll. 17. Android 18 shrieked in terror. In an instant, she unleashed her full power, 700 million. The golden flames raging wildly, recklessly firing dozens of lethal energy beams toward future Gohan in a desperate attempt to thwart his pursuit of 17. However, future Gohan didn't even glance back. His golden pupils remained fixed on the direction where 17 was plummeting, his body slightly leaning forward. Your opponent is me. 18. A thunderous roar erupted. In the future, Trunks appeared before Android 18 like a bolt of golden lightning, his speed astonishingly surpassing her expectations. The long sword in his hand erupted with a resplendent golden radiance, its blade slicing through the night sky like a comet, imbued with overwhelming power and velocity. He ruthlessly aimed for 18's neck with a force that was simply unfathomable. So swift, too swift. The chasm of disparity in power rendered 18's once proud reflexes sluggish and ineffective. What? 18 gasped in horror. She had no time to execute a flawless evasion and could only awkwardly sidestep, crossing her arms defensively. Swoosh! The unparalleled sharpness of the sword struck against her crossed arms with ferocity. The shrill sound of metal clashing accompanied by sparks erupted around them. A tremendous force surged forth. 18 felt her metallic arms as if they had been struck by a hammer, searing pain radiating through her body, accompanied by a distinct crack of bone. She let out a muffled groan, her body hurtling backward uncontrollably as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing into the remnants of a half-collapsed metallic tower with a thunderous roar. Dust filled the air. Trunks stood with his sword, his golden aura stable and majestic, his gaze sharply fixed on the depths of the swirling dust. A year of arduous training and a staggering absolute difference of 300 million in power were now laid bare. He was no longer the defenseless youth, but a true warrior capable of dominating and even crushing the androids. Damn that little brat. An electronic screech filled with fury erupted from within the dust. 18 struggled to rise from the rubble, her arms bearing the deep scar of the sword, her blue combat suit torn, revealing the flickering sparks of damage beneath. Her eyes brimmed with resentment and disbelief. The disparity of power was indeed this vast. In the distance, amidst the settling dust, a deep blue glow flickered back to life, though it shimmered chaotically and dimly. Android 17 staggered up from the pit, his arms grotesquely contorted, his chest shattered, and his energy core exposed, flickering with unstable arcs of electricity. He fixated on the figure suspended in the air like a golden god of war. His icy gaze locked onto the future Gohan. Fear, a cold, incomprehensible dread spread through his energy circuits for the first time. Unforgivable, unforgivable. 17 emitted a distorted electronic roar, his shattered arms lifting with great effort, palms aimed at future Gohan, as his energy core went into a frantic overload. The deep blue luminescence rapidly gathered and compressed in his palms. Die! A beam of destruction, infused with all of 17's remaining energy, shot forth with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards future Gohan with terrifying intent. Faced with this city-destroying assault, future Gohan exhibited not a flicker of emotion. He did not even adopt a defensive posture or attempt to evade. Instead, he calmly raised his right hand, finger splayed, palm directed at the oncoming deep blue spear of light. Buzz! The desperate strike was effortlessly deflected by Gohan. What? 17's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his understanding shattered by the incomprehensible reality. In that moment of sheer panic, future Gohan's hand, having absorbed the ultimate flash, clenched tightly. The golden aura surged dramatically. His figure vanished once more. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of number 17, their distance reduced to mere inches. Future Gohan clenched his left fist tightly, drawing his arm back. His entire being felt like a spring compressed to its utmost limits. A golden aura violently converged towards his fist, compressing as the very space around his punch warped and collapsed. The icy timbre of future Gohan's voice resonated like the decree of death. For all the lives you have taken. Boom. The golden rage of a dragon roared forth. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent and complete obliteration. Number 17's incredibly resilient body disintegrated into fragments upon contact with Gohan's fist, breaking down and vaporizing. The shock of horror etched on his face was utterly consumed by the golden radiance, along with the frantically swirling energy core within him. both transforming into the most fundamental particles of cosmic dust. The wind scattered the remnants of golden light. Future Gohan slowly retracted his fist, and within his golden pupils, the overwhelming intent to kill gradually subsided with number 17's total annihilation, leaving only boundless solitude. He hovered in the air, his orange martial arts uniform billowing in the breeze. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, number 18 emerged from the ruins, wild with fury. She was acutely aware that she was no match for Trunks. Locking onto a relatively intact area supported by massive concrete blocks in the distance, she faintly sensed the presence of human life, shelter for survivors. Die, she screamed, gathering an energy sphere capable of vaporizing that fragile refuge, hurling it mercilessly towards that location. She aimed to drag more souls into the abyss. Despicable! Trunks cried out in fury, his eyes wide with rage. In an instant, he surged forth at maximum speed. His golden figure streaked through the air like a true lightning bolt, arriving just before the destructive energy sphere was about to strike the shelter. Stop! Trunks roared, positioning himself defiantly between the energy sphere and the refuge. He chose not to absorb or deflect the blow, knowing that the aftershock would still claim the lives of those inside. With a fierce motion, he brought his hands together in front of his chest, and golden flames erupted like a tempest, instantaneously forming a colossal, translucent golden spherical shield, a barrier as solid as stone, containing the deadly energy sphere along with himself within its protective embrace. Chapter 77. The Nightmare Ends. A Hope for the Future. Thunderous echoes resounded from within the golden shield as the energy sphere detonated violently in the confined space. The ferocious shockwaves clawed and pounded against the barrier. Trunks gritted his teeth as the golden aura, almost tangible, surged into the shield. His body trembled violently under the immense pressure, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he did not falter. The surface of the shield oscillated violently, but it stood firm against all destructive energy surges. As the brilliance faded, the shield dissipated. Trunks' figure wavered slightly, his complexion pale, yet the shelter safeguarded beneath the shield remained unscathed. The faint sounds of sobbing from the survivors within were distinctly audible. On the 18th, seizing the moment when Trunks shielded the cover, she transformed into a streak of light, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction. Her face was etched with terror and resentment. Attempting to escape, a chilling glint flashed in Trunks' eyes. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood within him, as golden flames surged once more. His figure vanished instantaneously from its original position. Though Android 18 was swift, Trunks was swifter. The stark disparity in their combat prowess was vividly displayed at this moment. Within mere breaths, his golden silhouette appeared like a specter directly in the path of Android 18's flight. It is over. Android 18. Trunks' voice was as cold as steel. He held nothing back, bringing his hands together at his waist, where golden light furiously gathered and compressed. The immense energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space. Gallic gun. Boom. There were no screams, no struggles. Only the silent flash of annihilated energy. As the beam dissipated, the sky was left with only drifting metallic dust and curling wisps of smoke. Future Trunks slowly lowered his hands, breathing heavily. He gazed at the spot where Android 18 had vanished, devoid of victorious elation, only bearing a weighty, almost relieved fatigue, mingled with a chilling satisfaction of having avenged his enemy. He turned to look at the shelter he had protected, his expression softening just slightly. The figure of future Gohan silently appeared beside Trunks, steadying his slightly swaying body from exhaustion. The two stood upon the scorched earth, amidst a world steeped in silence, where only the wind wept through the ruins. In the distance, an armored vehicle adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo, riddled with bullet holes, trudged like a weary beast over the debris, making its way to the battlefield that had just witnessed a brutal clash. The door swung open, and future Bulma stumbled out. Her hair was disheveled, her face marred with soot and tear stains, looking as though she had aged a decade. Upon seeing the two figures standing like pillars amidst the ashen light, tears cascaded down her cheeks once more. Gohan. Trunks. Without a second thought, Bulma rushed toward them, stumbling as if she were expending the last vestiges of her strength. Future Gohan and Trunks turned around. Gohan's previously cold and ruthless visage slowly melted, revealing a weary yet profoundly genuine smile filled with sorrow and relief. Trunks also made an effort to stand tall, offering his mother a bloodstained but hopeful smile. Bulma rushed forward, using every ounce of her strength to embrace her two sons, breaking into sobs. Her scorching tears soaked their bloodied shoulders. Her frail body trembled violently, as if trying to cry out all the fears, despair, and torment she had endured over the past decade. "It is over, Mom." Future Trunks' voice trembled as he embraced her tightly. "The androids are finished. We have won." Future Gohan gently patted Bulma's trembling back, his gaze drifting over her shoulder, surveying the ravaged land that, amidst despair, revealed a tenacious spirit of life. In his eyes, the ruins reflected not only the devastation, but also a faint beam of sunlight breaking through the dense layers of radioactive clouds, symbolizing rebirth. "Indeed, Aunt Bulma." His deep voice resonated with a newfound strength, gently echoing across the desolate wasteland like a solemn vow. The nightmare has ended. The future belonging to humanity is ours to safeguard. Upon the scorched earth of the future timeline, time flowed like a solid block of lead, heavy and slow. For an entire year, there was no clamor, no celebration. Only the relentless sounds of reconstruction reverberating through the silent ruins, akin to a faint but unwavering heartbeat. The figures of future Gohan and future Trunks stood like two silent beacons on this slowly reviving land. By day, they were builders. Gohan effortlessly lifted broken alloy beams with his immense strength, while Trunks' sword energy precisely severed the obstructive debris. They transported supplies, assisting survivors in erecting simple yet sturdy shelters, channeling water and repairing ditches. Sweat mingled with dust trickled down their faces. Their orange martial arts GI and purple battle attire had long lost their original hues, but had become the most reassuring colors in the eyes of the survivors. In those once numb and despairing gazes, a faint spark of hope had finally reignited. By night, they transformed into guardians and practitioners. On the outskirts of the city, in a vast clearing hastily made, golden auras and sharp sword lights repeatedly tore through the darkness. Gohan's figure melded with the night like a specter, his punches creating a dull thunder as they shattered the air, honing the absolute power capable of annihilating androids, mastering it with greater finesse and restraint. Trunks' sword became a golden dragon, each slash and thrust infused with a resolve to sever fate, as he adapted to his surging strength and sharpened his combat instincts. Drenched in sweat, fatigue clung to them like a shadow, yet the flames burning in their eyes never extinguished. Bulma, in the makeshift laboratory, was repairing the severely damaged energy core of the time machine, while watching the two steadfast figures in the distance through the window, a flicker of relief finally gracing her weary face. Chapter 78. 2 Years of Time. The Sweat and Growth of Warriors. In the main universe, time also flew by amidst sweat and the desire to grow stronger. On the outskirts of West City, deep within the Capsule Corporation, the gravity chamber emitted an unbearable hum. As Vegeta transformed into a barely discernible golden blur, each punch and kick accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the fabric of space. Sweat cascaded down his bulging muscles like a stream, instantly vaporizing upon hitting the scorching floor. In his golden pupils burned an almost frenzied obsession to surpass Kakarot, to surpass Noka, to surpass the potentially stronger scrap metal of the future. The gravity levels had long surpassed previously imagined limits. Bulma stood outside the thick observation window of the gravity chamber, cradling a swaddled infant. Little Trunks, with his purple hair reminiscent of his brother S, gazed with curious blue eyes, waving his tiny fists at his father's blurred golden figure within the chamber. Bulma's face bore the marks of fatigue. Yet as she observed her husband fervently training and cradled their infant in her arms, an unprecedented warmth and satisfaction flowed deep within her eyes. She gently patted the baby and murmured, "Look, that is your father, a proud yet stubborn Saiyan." Occasionally, during brief interludes in his training, Vegeta would momentarily release the gravity. Stepping to the observation window, through the thick glass, his cold gaze would rest upon the infant's face, momentarily flickering with a complex glimmer that even he found difficult to comprehend. There were no words, just a fleeting moment of contemplation before he turned back to the suffocating gravity of his training hell. But Bulma sensed that something profound was quietly transforming. In the depths of the cloud sea at Mount Pozu, Goku's figure darted swiftly between the steep cliffs and dense forests, like a golden tempest merging with nature. At times, he would sit cross-legged beneath a waterfall, enduring the impact of tons of rushing water, yet his breath remained as steady as a tranquil abyss. At other moments, he engaged in rapid sparring with Gohan, who was equally dedicated to his training and whose strength was rapidly surging. The collision of fists and feet resonated with a thunderous sound, sending countless fallen leaves swirling through the air. Chi-Chi, from their distant home, prepared an impressive spread of food. Watching her husband and son return time and again, exhausted yet brimming with vitality, eager to dive back into their training. In her worried gaze, pride increasingly blossomed. Within the enigmatic realm of planet Yardrat, Noka flickered amidst the distorted gravitational fields and bizarre dimensional rifts. The necklace of Elia glimmered upon his chest, his formidable mental prowess resembling invisible tendrils that precisely manipulated the surrounding spatial energy to construct intricate barriers or portals for instantaneous travel. His movements were now smoother and more elusive than ever. Meanwhile, Rina, in a nearby simulated combat arena, burned with fierce intensity. Her attacks blended the primal ferocity of the Saiyans with the spatial magic techniques taught by Elia, becoming increasingly unpredictable and devastating. Sweat soaked her short hair, but her golden eyes radiated excitement and a thirst for challenge. Occasionally, she would find herself flustered by Noka's elusive spatial maneuvers, stomping her feet in frustration. Hey, Noka, no cheating with that move. Noka would merely glance at her, continuing his immersion in training, though the corners of his mouth seemed to betray a barely perceptible curve. At the sacred world of the Kais, Piccolo sat cross-legged, his aura as steady as a mountain. His training focused more on honing his mental strength and the ultimate compression of the special beam cannon. Tien and Kaiatsu, further below in the temple plaza, were attuned to the subtlest shifts in the world's air currents, while Kaiatsu diligently concentrated on refining his energy blasts. Yamcha and Krillin were equally relentless, engaging in strenuous physical and technique training on the beach of the Turtle Hermit's abode. The Turtle Hermit reclined on a beach chair, his gaze sweeping over these young individuals who fought tirelessly to protect Earth, a flicker of gratification passing through his murky old eyes. 2 years slipped by quietly amidst the sweat and accumulation of strength. On the expansive tarmac of Capsule Corporation, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The colossal time machine stood silently at the center, its hatch slowly creaking open. In the future, Gohan and Trunks made their appearance at the entrance. Their attire still bore the distinctive wear and tear of their time, yet their postures were more upright, and their gazes deeper and more reserved, exuding a sense of calm and strength forged through trials by fire, burdened by heavy responsibilities. Particularly, future Trunks displayed a marked absence of the youthful impetuosity he once possessed, replaced instead by the resolute determination and accountability of a warrior. Gohan, Trunks. Chi-Chi was the first to rush forward, embracing her son tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. You rascal, you finally returned. Bulma, cradling little Trunks with reddened eyes, fervently patted future Trunks on the shoulder. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Dend, and Piccolo gathered around, their faces alight with genuine smiles and the joy of reunion. Goku scratched his head, beaming radiantly. Welcome back. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. Noka and Rina stood slightly behind. Noka nodded gently, while Rina waved enthusiastically. Well done. Have you resolved the troubles over there? Future Gohan and Trunks replied to everyone's concerns and greetings. Trunks' gaze fell upon the small infant in Bulma's arms, whose hair color mirrored his own, and his expression instantly softened. He reached out a finger, cautiously touching the baby's soft cheek, prompting a delightful cooing laugh from the little one. A heartfelt smile blossomed on Trunks' face. At that moment, a cold voice shattered the warm atmosphere. Humph. Vegeta stood at the periphery of the crowd, arms crossed, his golden eyes sweeping over future Trunks like a hawk. He keenly sensed the remarkable transformation in his son, the poise and subdued power far surpassing that of a year ago. Not bad, Trunks. Vegeta's voice retained its habitual pride, yet beneath the surface, there flickered an almost imperceptible glimmer of paternal approval. Your battle prowess has increased significantly. He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy, issuing an undeniable command. However, it is still insufficient. Far from it. Don't think that a year of idling over there is enough. From today onward, resume your training in the gravity chamber with me. A moment's laxity, and I shall not forgive you. Future Trunks straightened. His eyes ignited not with resistance, but with a fervent fighting spirit. He nodded vigorously, his voice resolute. Yes. Father. He understood that his father's strictness was the most grueling yet effective ladder for a Saiyan to reach the pinnacle of strength. After a brief reunion, an intangible sense of urgency once again enveloped everyone. The countdown to the arrival of the androids loomed like a sword of Damocles overhead. Following a short respite, arduous training resumed. The hum of the gravity chamber echoed day and night. The figures beneath the waterfall of Bunza Mountain grew ever more steadfast, and the spatial fluctuations of planet Yardrat intensified. Each individual was like a taut bowstring, accumulating power to its utmost limits, all in preparation for the impending storm. Chapter 79. The Day of Prophecy. An unexpected foe. At last, time had reached the fateful day foretold by prophecy. In the southern capital, a vast, abandoned industrial zone had been deliberately cleared, distanced from the city. The sky looms ominously, with leaden clouds hanging low as if poised to crush the earth beneath them. The air is thick with the oppressive scent of rust, oil, and dust, while the abandoned factories stand like the skeletal remains of colossal beasts, casting distorted shadows in the gloom. The wind howls through the empty pipes and fractured steel frameworks, emitting a mournful wail. The silhouettes of the warriors are scattered across the desolate expanse, standing resolutely like ancient rocks, the atmosphere laden with a weight that is nearly suffocating. At the forefront, future Gohan and future Trunks stand steadfast, akin to boulders weathered by storms, their gazes calm yet piercing, exuding a composed intensity, prepared to unleash their power at any moment. Behind them, a formidable assembly includes Son Goku, Vegeta, Noka, Piccolo, Goten, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dent. Each individual is intensely focused, attuned to their optimal state of readiness. With several Saiyans having mastered the regularity of Super Saiyan transformation, harnessing their full potential. Son Goku's face is devoid of its usual smile. Replaced by an absolute concentration, normal power level 80 million. Vegeta, arms crossed, surveys the surroundings with a predatory ferocity, 75 million. Noka, expressionless, wields his mental prowess like an invisible web, enveloping the entire area, 100 million. Piccolo's green visage is taut, acutely sensing the slightest fluctuations in energy, 900 million. Goten clenches his fists, a mixture of nervousness and the thrill of battle coursing through him, 200 million. Tien's third eye on his forehead glimmers with intensity. Krillin's palms are slightly damp with perspiration, yet his gaze remains resolute. Yamcha stands firmly. Dent hovers beside Tien, his small frame taut with tension. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and young Trunks are placed at a considerable distance within a concealed protective barrier hastily erected by Noka, anxiously observing through a remote monitoring screen. Bulma holds her son tightly, her lips pressed together in worry. Time drips away, each second stretching like an eternity. The wind seems to have stilled, leaving only the thunderous sound of one's heartbeat echoing in the silence. Suddenly, a faint yet chilling wave of energy fluctuates, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Lacking presence, it is a trait immediately detected by both Piccolo and Noka. It's coming. Piccolo's low voice resonates like thunder, igniting the nerves of all present. Location confirmed. Northeast corner, abandoned cooling tower. Noka's voice is calm and precise. All eyes converge instantly. Atop the massive, rusted cylindrical cooling tower, the space ripples like the surface of disturbed water. Two indistinct figures emerge, as if drawn from the depths of a hellish mural, slowly coalescing into form. The silence of the abandoned industrial zone is violently shattered by a sudden, frigid presence. Beneath the leaden sky, atop the immense, corroded cooling tower, the atmosphere shudders ominously, rippling with foreboding. The two figures, sketched from the inky depths of despair, crystallize into focus within the gaze of all. Number 19, a stout figure resembling a barrel, wears an insufferable, hypocritical smile. Number 20, tall and lean, embodies a chilling blend of mad scientist and executioner-esque demeanor. It appears to resemble the role of a commander. Oh, so many individuals. The voice of number 19 resonated, laced with an unexpected electronic static, as the mechanical eye swiftly scanned the warriors poised below, ultimately resting on the figures of future Gohan and future Trunks at the forefront. Seemingly perplexed, was there an absence of data on these two faces in the archive? Was the intelligence outdated? Meanwhile, number 20's electronic eye slithered like a serpent among the crowd, the red light behind the lens flickering subtly as it swiftly analyzed and evaluated. His deep voice carried a chilling rationality. The combat power levels generally exceed expectations. And the two unfamiliar entities, Future Gohan and Future Trunks, represent a significant threat. Number 19. Prepare an escape plan. Future Gohan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, instantly locking onto the two newly emerged androids. His brow furrowed, and his low voice resonated clearly in the ears of his companions. They are not them. These are not the future number 17 and number 18. They are a new model. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, his golden pupils ablaze with prideful battle intent. A disdainful smirk gracing his lips. Whatever model they may be, these scrap heaps shall be crushed. The aura surrounding him began to surge uncontrollably, a blinding golden radiance. Noka's cold gaze swept over them, noting the distinct differences in their hands compared to the androids of number 13, as well as the frigid energy circuits within them, which starkly contrasted with those of living beings. He spoke in a low tone, yet his words bore a penetrating warning. Vegeta, do not act impulsively. These two individuals, they exhibit no biological energy reactions, rendering it impossible to sense their combat power through ki. Moreover, unlike the previous number 13, he paused slightly, a trace of celestial light shimmering through the necklace adorning his chest. Ilia's preliminary scans indicated that the devices they possess have a remarkably strong energy absorption capability. Exercise caution. Energy absorption? Vegeta raised a golden eyebrow, subsequently emitting a derisive snicker. Step back if you dare, Noka. Do not disguise your cowardice with such trivial excuses. In the face of absolute power, any trickery is futile. His golden aura erupted violently as he prepared to charge forward. Wait, Vegeta. Son Goku's voice rang out, imbued with his characteristic cheerfulness, yet underscored by undeniable resolve. He positioned himself before Vegeta, a smile of eager anticipation on his face. His golden pupils directed towards number 19 and number 20 above. Allow me to take the lead. I am quite curious about these new fellows. Moreover, scratching his head, his smile tinged with expectation, I'd like to see how their absorption capabilities truly operate. Vegeta snorted derisively, casting a sidelong glance at Son Goku, ultimately suppressing his immediate desire to strike. He crossed his arms and stepped back a pace. Humph, Kakarot, do not keep me waiting too long. Dispose of that bulky one swiftly. Number 20's crimson electronic eye darted rapidly between the quarreling Saiyans below, the frigid analytical data surging through its processor. The target's divergence. Son Goku will not be able to resolve this today. That Yamcha can retreat from there. Number 19. Target locked. Orange martial arts clad Saiyan. Absorb all energy. Create chaos. Number 20 decisively commanded, simultaneously retracting slightly, clearly preparing to betray his ally. Understood. Energy. I require energy. On the 19th, the electronic eye instantly locked onto Sun Wukong, a sinister smile stretching across his face as he opened his palm to reveal an absorption device, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, the smile fading to be replaced by sheer focus. Gradually, he assumed the initial stance of the turtle school, golden energy flames silently igniting. More refined and contained than ever before, Super Saiyan full power. After a substantial increase in base combat power. Super Saiyan full power, for billion. A presence as steady as a mountain and vast as an ocean enveloped the battlefield, causing the scarlet electronic eye of 19 to flicker violently. Come on, Sun Wukong called out, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. There was no earth-shattering sonic boom, only a slight distortion in space. The next moment, he appeared less than 10 meters in front of 19. His speed was so astonishing that it caused a momentary delay in 19's electronic tracking system. Sun Wukong did not launch an immediate assault. He raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, and a fist-sized energy sphere, highly condensed and radiating blinding golden light, took form in an instant. This was both a test and a verification. Whoosh! The golden energy sphere shot towards 19 like a meteor. Ha! Energy! Give it to me. 19 was not alarmed, but rather delighted, as its massive suction glove opened wide to meet the incoming golden projectile. Chapter 80. The Prince's Choice. Ruthless assault and absolute kill. Buzz. The blinding golden light was instantly devoured by 19's palm. 19's body trembled violently, its scarlet electronic eye flashing madly, the armor on its surface creaking under immense strain, even releasing wisps of overheating white smoke. For the first time, a look of shock and pain crossed its flat face. Such overwhelming energy, far beyond absorption limits. Core overload warning. 19's electronic voice became distorted and intermittent, its massive form shaking violently in the air, as if it were a balloon filled with boiling magma. On the brink of explosion, the energy core within it was operating frantically, emitting a piercing wail of overload. What? How is this possible? 20 gasped in horror from behind. He was well aware of 19's energy absorption limits, yet this tiny energy sphere contained such terrifying power. The warriors below also displayed expressions of astonishment. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Humph, truly a piece of scrap metal. Even Kakarot's casual attack cannot be withstood. However, in the blink of an eye, just as Sun Wukong was about to press the advantage, his body suddenly stiffened. The focused expression on his face was instantly replaced by an unspeakable agony. His golden pupils constricted sharply, as if countless tiny black lightning bolts exploded within. A heart-wrenching pain erupted without warning, sweeping through his entire being. It felt as though countless cold steel needles were mercilessly piercing his heart. His strength ebbed away like receding tides. Puffed. Sun Wukong coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body convulsed uncontrollably. The golden flames flickered violently like a candle in the wind, extinguishing in an instant. Clutching his chest, he fell like a kite with its string cut, plummeting towards the ground. Dad! Little Gohan let out a terrified scream. Goku, Krillin, and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Kakarot, Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. Future Gohan and Trunks' faces instantly darkened. Norka's gaze sharpened, his mental focus locking onto Goku's plummeting figure. Haha, fortune favors me. Android 19, recovering from the agony of energy overload, spotted Goku's painful descent through his crimson electronic eyes, emitting a jubilant shriek akin to a survivor of a catastrophe. His colossal form erupted with white energy, 200 million, forcefully suppressing the chaos at his core, plunging downward like a meteor. With outstretched hands, imbued with greed and cruelty, he grasped the defenseless Goku as if he were a rag doll. Kakarot, Vegeta roared in fury, his golden aura erupting as he prepared to charge forward. Don't move. Android 19's sharp electronic voice pierced through everyone's eardrums like a steel needle. He tightly gripped Goku's throat, lifting him before him like a mere puppet, while his other hand poised menacingly at Goku's heart. The crimson electronic eye flickered with manic light, scanning the restless warriors below. All of you stand back. Android 19's voice twisted with excitement, threateningly, or else. I will crush his heart right now, drain his energy, reduce this so-called strongest warrior to nothing but a pile of flesh. Goku, choked and gasping, bore a face tinged with a bluish hue from asphyxiation and agony. His body convulsing uncontrollably, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His gaze was unfocused, filled with suffering and disbelief. The sudden blow to his heart and his current captivity had plunged this formidable warrior into an unprecedented predicament. Android 20 swiftly descended beside Android 19. His crimson electronic eye vigilantly surveying the warriors below, shrouded in anger and concern. Step back. Everyone retreat. Maintain a safe distance. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. His voice was cold and laden with menace. Fury surged within the warriors like molten lava. Krillin's eyes bulged with rage. Little Gohan's fury welled in his eyes, while future Gohan and Trunks' expressions hardened like iron. In this suffocating standoff, a chilling sneer broke the tension. Vegeta, arms crossed, surveyed the agonized, struggling Goku with no trace of concern, only raw, unabashed contempt and disgust. Kakarot, Vegeta's voice scraped through the air like cold iron, sharply piercing everyone's ears, laden with scorn. This worthless trash can't even handle itself, reduced to being choked like a dead dog. Truly, he has brought shame upon the Saiyan name. Better off dead. What an eyesore. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Krillin shouted. Father, future Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Uncle Vegeta, little Gohan uttered in astonishment. Android 19's electronic eye flickered violently, seemingly taken aback by Vegeta's unusual, malicious demeanor. Android 20, ever more vigilant, leaned slightly back, his palms still directed downward, cold energy beginning to coalesce. Yet, it seemed that Vegeta's biting derision was merely a smokescreen, as the hearts and minds of all, including the androids, were ensnared by this extreme indifference and humiliation. Even the hand of Android 19, which clutched Goku's throat, momentarily loosened in astonishment. In that instant, Vegeta sprang into action. without warning and without hesitation. His golden eyes locked onto Android 19 and the helpless Goku held before him. The utmost disdain on his face transformed into a pure, destructive fury. "You wretched trash. Vanish along with that worthless being," he roared, unleashing a cataclysmic attack. Vegeta's bellow echoed like the toll of doom from the depths of hell. He raised his right arm with lightning speed. A torrent of violent, golden destructive energy coalesced between his clasped palms, distorting the very fabric of space itself. The brilliance was akin to imprisoning a supernova on the brink of eruption within his grasp. The terrifying fluctuations of energy caused the rubble beneath him to groan in agony. Power level after transformation, 3.5 billion, boom. Without a trace of hesitation, a wave of pure, annihilating golden energy, wide enough to engulf Android 19's massive form, surged forth, shrieking through the air with a sound that could tear the heavens asunder and burn all it touched. It surged across space, mercilessly heading towards Android 19 and Goku. On Vegeta's face, there was only a chilling, absolute intent to obliterate. It was as if he truly intended to erase Kakarot and that metallic lump from existence. Swift, ruthless, unyielding. This completely unforeseen and indiscriminate destruction shattered Android 19's core logic in an instant. The crimson electronic eye was engulfed by the blinding light of annihilation. A lethal sense of crisis sent his processors into a shrill overload alarm. Absorb? There was no time. Block. That torrent of energy could evaporate him. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all commands. Android 19 emitted a distorted, electronic scream filled with utmost terror. The hand that gripped Goku's throat released him as if electrocuted. He didn't even have time to deliver a finishing blow to Goku. His entire bulky metallic body erupted with deep crimson energy, 200 million. Expending all power to retreat frantically, attempting to escape the grasp of that destructive beam. Thud. Released, Goku fell helplessly downward like a puppet with its strings cut. Just as Android 19 let go of Goku and retreated, the torrent of golden annihilation consumed the very spot he had occupied moments before. The violent energy grazed the edges of his retreating metallic form. Sizzle. The piercing sound of melting metal accompanied a cataclysmic explosion. Android 19's deep crimson right arm, along with a portion of his body, vanished without a trace, vaporized like ice under the scorching sun upon contact with the golden light of destruction. Immediately, the raging energy surged into his fractured body. No, Android 19 could only emit a final, electronic cry filled with unfathomable fear and confusion. Boom! Like an ignited powder keg, his damaged body expanded violently from within. Blinding white light erupted. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the area in flames, dense smoke, ferocious shockwaves, and a torrential shower of metallic debris. On the 19th, it was utterly transformed into cosmic dust. Chapter 81. The Prince's Stratagem. The 20th. Inviting the wolf into the house. The devastating golden beam of light continued its relentless assault, striking ferociously upon the clouds above, emitting a deafening roar. The smoke and dust surged into the sky like a tsunami. At the very moment the shockwave of the explosion spread, a golden figure darted through the chaotic smoke and flying debris like a specter. It was Vegeta. He precisely positioned himself beneath the unconscious Son Goku, grasping him firmly and then swiftly retreating, landing with grace and stability, directly tossing the bloodied and weakened Goku to the already prepared Piccolo. Catch him. This entire sequence, from Vegeta's cold initiation to the moment 19 was struck down by the residual waves, and finally to Goku's rescue, unfolded in the blink of an eye. Swift, ruthless, accurate. Beneath the icy exterior lay a strategy of exquisite precision and control. 19. The 20th let out a scream of utter horror. The instantaneous obliteration of his companion plunged him into chaos and terror. The crimson electronic eye was consumed by a singular thought: survival. He abruptly turned, unleashing a deep crimson energy shockwave from his palm, not aimed at anyone, but rather directed violently towards the ground. Boom! Smoke and debris erupted instantly, obscuring vision. Do not let him escape. Future Gohan shouted fiercely. Block him. Trunks unsheathed his sword. Leave it to me. Yamcha reacted with lightning speed. As the dust billowed, he surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. His keen combat instincts enabled him to accurately predict the 20th's escape route. His figure appeared at the edge of the smoke, perfectly blocking the fleeing 20th's path. Continuous energy blasts. Yamcha swung both hands, unleashing several highly condensed energy orbs, spiraling like a barrage towards the 20th. The angles were sharp, sealing off his escape. In panic, the 20th could only hastily thrust both palms forward, unfurling a deep crimson energy shield. Bang, bang, bang. The energy blasts collided violently with the shield, erupting into bursts of sparks. Though the shield remained intact, the tremendous force caused the 20th to stagger, abruptly halting his escape. For Demon Fists, Tien's figure appeared, as if by teleportation above and to the side of the 20th. His four muscular arms, brimming with strength, lunged fiercely at the 20th's limbs. The 20th's electronic eye flickered wildly, its energy core operating beyond capacity. He unleashed a powerful surge of energy, attempting to shake off Tien's grasp. Yet, at the moment when his energy clashed with Tien's four demon fists, "Get lost." Vegeta's cold voice echoed once more. He stood at a distance, not even glancing over, casually raising his right index finger. A highly compressed golden energy blast formed at his fingertip, seemingly without care, and was flicked towards the empty space behind the 20th, where he and Tien were locked in a stalemate. Whoosh! The golden energy sphere shot past the 20th's back like a golden meteor, crashing violently into a nearby abandoned factory. Boom! A tremendous explosion. The factory was instantly blown apart, creating a gaping hole. The shockwave and splintering debris left No. 20 in a state of disarray. However, by an unforeseen twist of fate, it liberated him from the confines of Tien's four witches' fist. A flicker of relief, tinged with profound terror, flashed in number 20's eyes. He dared not linger, not even to ascertain who had come to his aid. Seizing the moment amidst the swirling smoke and turbulent air, he channeled all his energy into his legs. With a whoosh, a streak of white light, akin to a cornered beast, surged through the haze at breakneck speed, fleeing towards the remote mountains on the outskirts of South City, vanishing from sight in an instant. Damn it, he got away. Yamcha lamented as he pounded the ground in frustration. Tien retracted his four witches' fist, his brow furrowed. Vegeta, humph. Vegeta snorted dismissively, interrupting Tien's inquiry. His golden eyes scanned the direction in which number 20 had vanished, a cold, calculating smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Why fret? The coward, terrified to the core, will undoubtedly return to his filthy lair. His gaze shifted to the silently observing Noka. Noka, have you placed the mark? Noka nodded impassively. A faint glimmer of starlight shimmering from the necklace of Elia draped across his chest. The spatial mark has been affixed. Trajectory locked. Southwest, mountainous region. What? A mark? Krillin and the others were taken aback. Future Trunks, too, bore a look of realization. Father, you intentionally let him go. Vegeta crossed his arms, his golden irises casting a glance at Goku, who was still unconscious and supported by Piccolo, before turning to future Gohan and Trunks, his tone imbued with the haughty wisdom typical of royalty. Trunks, you have much yet to learn. Did Gohan not mention that the true adversaries of the future are not these two weaklings? This terrified wretch will certainly seek out his master or other more formidable androids. By following him, we can uncover the true target. We will trace the roots and capture them all. Do you understand? At last, the group comprehended the intricate strategy concealed behind Vegeta's seemingly ruthless actions, a masterful ploy of absolute power to obliterate a threat in an instant, followed by the deliberate release of a frightened creature, utilizing it as a guide to strike at the heart of the matter. The calmness and strategy he maintained amidst the frenzied battle intent were truly astonishing. Noka, the medicine. Piccolo spoke firmly, his concern palpable. Goku's condition was dire. His complexion was ashen, and his breath faint. Noka remained silent, merely raising his hand to create a small spatial doorway. Through it appeared the familiar sight of Goku's home at Bunyan Mountain. He reached into the portal and deftly retrieved a small vial containing the miraculous medicine for Goku's heart condition, followed by a senzu bean. Piccolo swiftly took the items, carefully prying open Goku's mouth with Krillin's assistance, first administering the medicine and moments later, feeding him the senzu bean. The miraculous effects of the bean were almost instantaneous. Goku's pallid face began to regain its color at a visibly rapid pace, his feeble energy swiftly revitalizing. His eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. His golden eyes still clouded with confusion, But clarity soon returned. Coughing, he sat up, rubbing his still aching chest, and surveyed his concerned companions. Ultimately resting his gaze on Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed, an expression of disdain etched across his face, as if to say, "You truly are worthless." Sun Wukong scratched his head, a signature expression of modest admiration illuminating his face. "Wow, Vegeta, that was quite impressive." Vegeta huffed in response, turning his head away. The golden tips of his hair seemed to move unnaturally, yet the tautness of his mouth revealed that he was somewhat pleased by the compliment. Enough with the chatter. Noker's cold voice interrupted. The necklace around his neck glowed brightly, and a clear energy trajectory composed of starlight materialized before everyone, pointing towards the rugged mountains in the southwest. "The target is on the move. It is fast. Let's go." A glint of icy determination flashed in future Gohan's eyes as a golden aura erupted around him. "We must catch that iron lump." Vegeta radiated with golden light. Sun Wukong stretched his limbs, his own golden aura rising in tandem, filled with fervent battle spirit. "All right, this time, we will eliminate the source of trouble." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden streaks shot into the sky. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, future Gohan, future Trunks, Noka, Piccolo, Little Gohan, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. All the warriors soared like a constellation in pursuit, following the direction indicated by Noker's spatial imprint. Tearing through the skies towards the hidden research facility in the mountains on the outskirts of the southern city, where the secrets of the androids and greater threats lay concealed. The atmosphere of impending conflict permeated the rushing winds. Chapter 82, Beyond the Future. Vegeta's overpowering assault on Android 18. Deep in the mountains on the outskirts of the southern city, a heavy alloy door disguised as an abandoned mine loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast, sealing the inner world from the outside. Android 20, Dr. Gero, crashed his deep purple energy against the door. Complex scanning lights flickered to life, and the door silently slid open a narrow gap. The warriors followed closely behind, golden streaks descending like comets onto the open space before the door. Humph. Annoying scrap metal. Vegeta stepped forward, his golden pupils fixed on the door, his aura surging as he raised his hands, a destructive golden light coalescing in his palms. "Wait." Noker's icy voice rang out as he stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the door. "The information inside is valuable. Elia needs to analyze it." Vegeta huffed impatiently, but refrained from attacking immediately. Noka remained silent, his necklace shimmering with a ghostly blue starlight. He swiftly traced mysterious patterns with his hands before him, activating intertwining spatial runes. Suddenly, he thrust his hands forward. Buzz. The space twisted violently with a resonant hum. The alloy door, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, along with several meters of surrounding rock, seemed to be excavated by an invisible giant hand, leaving behind a smooth-edged, bottomless void. The scene beyond the void was instantly unveiled to all. A vast underground space. Thick cables snaked like veins, connecting several dormant pods on either side, their hatches already opened. Two figures stood silently at the center. On the left, a black-haired youth with a strikingly handsome yet indifferent face, dressed in dark clothing with a scarf, arms crossed. His icy blue eyes as devoid of emotion as a frozen lake, scanning the intruders with a cold glare. On the right, golden short hair. A visage as exquisite as a doll, yet exuding an air of aloofness, with equally frigid blue irises, devoid of any emotion. A formidable, lifeless chill emanated from both individuals, spreading like a tangible frost. 17.1. 8 billion. 18.1. 7 billion. The overwhelming presence of these artificial beings rendered the very air around them stagnant. The voice of future Trunks was deep and heavy, laced with profound hatred. Are these the two? Vegeta's golden eyes swept over the pair, his lips curling into a sneer of utter disdain. They appeared slightly stronger than the previous ironclad adversary, yet refused to be anything more than refuse. He turned to confirm with Trunks. "Father, do not be deceived by their appearance. They are exceedingly dangerous." Trunks warned immediately. At the console, Dr. Gero, 20, abruptly turned, his face contorted with madness and fear, etched with disbelief and despair. "No, this is impossible. How could you have arrived so swiftly? How did you locate me?" "Humph. Unaware of being tracked. Have you not considered why your escape has been so seamless?" Vegeta mocked coldly, arms crossed. Dr. Gero trembled violently. the last remnants of color draining from his face, leaving only a frenzied madness. Kill. 17. 18. Annihilate them all. Do it now. He pounded the console, his voice shrill as a broken gong. 17 and 18 exchanged glances, their impatience evident, then turned to face the warriors, a chilling murderous intent emanating like a blade. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others immediately unleashed their auras, preparing for battle. Wait. Goku's voice rang out, filled with indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. His golden aura blazed steadily, Super Saiyan full power 4 billion, his gaze fixed intently on 17 and 18. Vegeta, one for each of us. Vegeta's golden eyes scanned the targets, a haughty grin widening at the corners of his mouth. Humph. Just as I desire. The male, 17, is yours. The female, 18, is mine. His golden aura erupted with a thunderous force. Post-transformation Super Saiyan power, 5 billion. The immense pressure clashed directly against 18. Goku, this is too reckless. Krillin exclaimed anxiously, glancing at future Gohan and Trunks. Future Gohan's gaze was as calm as the abyss. Watching his father's blazing silhouette, I believe in my father's power. He will not be defeated. I concur. Trunks nodded sharply, his eyes fierce. His father can surely prevail. Yamcha patted Krillin. Krillin, do not worry. If Goku says so, he must be confident. Humph. Enough of the chatter. Let us commence. Vegeta growled, his golden figure vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized before 18. No probing, no tricks. His fist, enveloped in golden flame, struck like a meteor tearing through space, bearing pure, crushing power aimed squarely at 18's face. Swift, ruthless, absolute power. 18's icy blue eyes narrowed sharply. Her slender arms shot up instantaneously to block. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, as if a hammer had struck upon an anvil, leaving hearts momentarily halted. At the moment the seemingly sturdy arm of Android 18 made contact with Vegeta's fist, a sound of overwhelming strain echoed, as if it were about to shatter. She was struck as though by a high-speed interstellar train, her exquisitely cold visage contorting grotesquely. In an instant, her body transformed into a golden blur, propelled backward with terrifying velocity. A thunderous crash resounded as she became deeply embedded in the distant, heavy alloy wall. Dust and debris filled the air, causing the entire research facility to tremble beneath the force of that single punch. Elsewhere, the figure of Son Goku manifested before Android 17, delivering a similarly straightforward and powerful blow. A flicker of astonished fury flashed in 17's icy blue eyes. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he crossed his arms to block. Bang! Another resounding thud reverberated through the space. 17 felt an irresistible force, akin to a mountain collapsing, strike mercilessly against his arms. Agonizing pain accompanied a distinct sensation of bone fracturing, coursing through his entire being. He was hurled through the air like a boulder cast from a catapult, uncontrollably crashing through several intricate pieces of equipment, carving a long trench amid a shower of electric sparks and metallic shards. An absolute obliteration. Dr. Gero watched in horror as his pride and joy, the ultimate weapon, was dispatched like a mere toy before the true power of a Saiyan, leaving him utterly shaken. Seizing the moment amid the chaos, he scrambled towards an inconspicuous emergency passageway behind the control room. Trying to escape? The frigid voice of No. 17 echoed like a death knell. Dr. Gero's body froze in terror. He turned in fear, only to behold number 17's unruffled silver pupils and the raised finger, glimmering with an ethereal blue light. A faint ripple in the fabric of space unfolded before him. He scarcely had time to emit a sound. His entire being was as though erased by an eraser, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was a peculiar, diminutive emergency stop remote, which clattered onto the cold floor. Captured midair by number 17. This scene was witnessed by 17, who had just managed to lift his head from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His cold blue eyes wide with disbelief. Dr. Gero had been instantaneously obliterated. The madman who controlled their emergency stop had simply ceased to exist. For the first time, a complex expression of shock crossed 17's face. An indescribable sense of relief mingled with a profound fear of the terrifying might of the Saiyans before him. He erupted with a fierce aura, disregarding everything, and shouted hoarsely at 18, who had just extricated herself from the wall's indentation, her arms visibly distorted and her blue pupils reflecting pain and confusion. 18. Run. His voice was filled with an unprecedented urgency and a sense of resolve. Son Goku, future Trunks, and future Gohan simultaneously exhibited expressions of astonishment. This android was actually urging his companion to flee. Vegeta also heard 17th's desperate cry, and a surge of murderous intent flooded his golden pupils, trying to escape. He instantly abandoned the pursuit, pulling back his body, and swiftly brought his hands together in front of him. A devastating golden energy surged and compressed furiously, aimed directly at 18, who was momentarily delayed by 17's warning. A cataclysmic explosion loomed. Chapter 83. The Flicker of Humanity in Androids. The shadow of Cell descends. The explosive assault. The roar of Vegeta resounds. A cataclysmic golden sphere of energy is poised to unleash its wrath, aimed directly at the 18th android, who, momentarily paralyzed by the anguished cry of the 17th, exhibits a rare glimpse of pain and confusion in her eyes. The golden light of death is charged and ready to strike. 18. The 17th android's eyes widen in fury. Within the icy blue depths, an unprecedented resolve erupts. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his arms and the chaos within his energy circuits, he thrusts his speed to its utmost limit. A dark silhouette tears through the air, moving at a velocity that surpasses all others' reactions, defiantly positioning itself between the 18th android and the impending cataclysmic golden light. He crosses his arms protectively before him, devoid of any fear of death, driven solely by an almost instinctual, frenzied need to shield those he holds dear. Seeking death, Vegeta sneers, his fingertips poised to unleash a torrent of energy. In that critical moment, a figure emerges, swifter than Vegeta's golden light. Noka. He does not wield magical powers, but instead enters the fray purely through his Super Saiyan speed, instantly inserting himself between Vegeta and the 17th android. He does not confront the terrifying explosion head-on. Instead, at the very instant the energy sphere is about to be released, he delivers a perfectly precise strike to the side of Vegeta's wrist. A sharp crack resounds, infused with a deft precision. The trajectory of Vegeta's impending attack is instantaneously diverted. The devastating golden sphere slices above the heads of the 17th and 18th androids, crashing violently into the alloy walls deep within the research facility. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberates. The wall is blasted open, revealing a vast molten cavity, exposing the dark rock layers behind. The entire facility trembles violently, debris cascading down. Noka. Vegeta's golden pupils blaze with seething fury as he retracts his hand, fixating his glare upon Noka, who stands resolutely before the androids. What is the meaning of this? His voice, laden with unrestrained rage, is hoarse, his wrath surging uncontrollably. Son Goku, future Trunks, future Gohan, and others look on in shock, utterly bewildered by Noka's intervention. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others remain in a state of disarray, unable to comprehend why Noka would choose to save the adversarial androids. Noka slowly turns, his gaze calmly sweeping over his surroundings. The 17th android maintains his defensive stance, his arms trembling slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his cold blue eyes remain fixed on Noka, brimming with wariness, confusion, and a hint of bewilderment at having survived. Behind him, the 18th android's expression is equally complex, marked by pain, yet revealing a barely perceptible wavering. Noka's gaze ultimately settles on the protective figure of the 17th android, and within the depths of his eyes, a flicker of a long-buried sentiment seems to stir, as if awakening a forgotten corner of his heart. He recalls the moment of destruction during the stellar collapse, when Elia pushed him aside, only to be consumed by the energy's aftermath. He inhales deeply, his voice remains icy, yet carries an unusual tinge of explanation. Not directed at the warriors, but more like a whisper to his own soul. Forgive my impulsive actions, Vegeta. Noka's gaze finally shifted towards the enraged prince. Perhaps believing that these two artificial beings still retained a semblance of humanity, a notion that was merely my own delusion. He paused momentarily, his eyes sweeping again over the vigilant number 17 and the bewildered number 18. But the image of him shielding her moments ago prevented me from watching them meet their demise so passively. He lifted his head, his silver pupils meeting Vegeta's blazing golden ones, his tone resolute, before determining whether they are truly beyond redemption or pose a tangible threat to Earth. I shall oversee them. Should they spiral out of control, I will personally resolve the matter. It is my responsibility. Vegeta glared fiercely at Noka, his facial muscles contorting in fury. He could not comprehend this compassion. It was utterly absurd in his reasoning. Yet, Noka's undeniable tone and willingness to shoulder the burden, coupled with his promise to handle the situation himself, left Vegeta's fury with no outlet. He let out a heavy snort, his golden aura fluctuating violently before ultimately retracting significantly. Crossed arms, he turned his head away, silently expressing his utmost dissatisfaction and temporary tolerance. Goku observed Noka, nodding thoughtfully without voicing any dissent. Others, though still skeptical, temporarily set aside their unease upon witnessing Noka's stance and Vegeta's silence. Now, Noka disregarded the reactions of the crowd. The necklace upon his chest shimmered with a deep azure starlight. He gestured toward the control console. Elia, I require all of Dr. Gero's research data, particularly the deeply encrypted sections. The necklace's radiance flowed forth like a living stream, enveloping the entire main console in an instant. Countless visible azure data streams cascaded across the console's screen, emitting a subtle hum. Far away in the starry sky, Elia was swiftly downloading and deciphering the mad genius of Dr. Gero through this link. After a moment, the data stream ceased, and the glow of the necklace stabilized. Noka's brow furrowed imperceptibly. It was clear that the information relayed back from Elia was not optimistic. The deep database has been breached. Noka's voice carried a note of gravity. Dr. Gero's madness exceeds all expectations. Besides these two before us, he has created another, even stronger android. He raised his hand, pointing towards a dormant pod deep within the laboratory. All gazes instantly converged upon it. The necklace on Noka's chest illuminated once more with azure starlight, this time with a more intricate and profound luminescence, directly projecting onto the control panel of the pod. Eliaswell was rewriting the core commands. Command override. Eliminate the order to destroy Goku. Implant core directive. Protect Earth and its life forms. The lights within the pod flared brightly. The sound of complex machinery whirring into action filled the air. The heavy hatch slowly slid open, revealing a colossal, silent figure rising. With short, orange hair and an incredibly robust physique, his calm yet slightly vacant blue eyes scanned the crowd, momentarily resting on Goku, yet revealing no hostility. Only an inherent sense of guardianship. Number 16, Combat Power, 2. 5 billion, awakened. He is the future Trunks, he whispered, having never encountered this model in his timeline. Noka's gaze swept across number 17, number 18, and the recently awakened number 16, ultimately settling upon the imposing alloy gate that led deeper into the research facility. His tone chillingly unveiling the most profound dread. The true threat does not reside here. Dr. Gero's most deranged creation, a bioengineered android named Cell, was designed to absorb the cells of all formidable warriors, existing solely for the purpose of destruction. It lay beneath this institute, in the innermost chamber of cultivation. Chapter 84, The Shattered Cultivation Tank. Cell's Flight to the Future. Cell! Exclaimed Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others, the name alone resonating with ominous foreboding. Future Trunks and future Gohan wore expressions of bewilderment and shock. This name had never surfaced in their desolate future. Where is it? Is it still being cultivated? Future Gohan asked urgently. Noka did not respond immediately, his necklace flickering faintly, seemingly receiving further analysis from Alia. Moments later, his pupils constricted violently, a frigid dread surging through him. No, Noka's voice was steeped in terrifying gravity. Alia had just completed a reverse tracing of the life support systems and energy flow within the entire laboratory. Cell had completed its incubation and emerged 7 or 8 hours prior, before Dr. Gero's frantic return here. What? Everyone, including the newly awakened number 16, who still struggled to grasp the situation, felt a chill rise from their spines. An ultimate monster had hatched and vanished under their very noses for 7 or 8 hours. How could it have emerged so early? Vegeta demanded fiercely. Why isn't Cell here to protect its master? Noka's necklace shimmered intensely, Alia's analysis piercing his mind like cold steel. His expression darkened, his voice heavy with incredulity. It is us. Dr. Gero, in his quest to create the strongest cell, not only gathered the cells of warriors but also, through spy robots, pilfered the samples of powerful warriors, including mine, yours, Reina's, Alia's, and even Gula's. Merged with these extraordinarily powerful cells, Cell's evolutionary speed had accelerated to a frenzied extent. While we were tracking Dr. Gero, it had already completed its incubation. Noka's gaze pierced like a blade towards the gate leading underground. It was no longer down there. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt. An ultimate monster. Amalgamated with the cells of Goku, Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta, Frieza, Noka, Alia, Reina, and even Gula, had hatched ahead of schedule and silently escaped. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist against the adjacent console, the metallic surface caving in instantly. His face was a mask of rage at being outwitted. We must find it immediately. Sun Wukong's golden aura flared anew, an unprecedented seriousness enveloping him before it grew stronger. Noka hesitated no longer. The necklace burst forth with a brilliant azure glow. A vast, intricate celestial crystal wall teleportation array unfolded instantly beneath number 17, number 18, and number 16. The three of you, proceed to the starry horizon. Reina will oversee your safety for the time being. Noka's voice brooked no dissent. Refrain from unnecessary actions. In an instant, a brilliant flash of starlight enveloped the trio of androids, and they vanished without a trace. Elia was diligently mobilizing her vast network of information to trace the potential escape routes and energy signatures of Cell. Noka gazed at the warriors, but first, we must ascertain what exactly it has left behind. He took the lead, striding toward the heavy alloy gate that led to the deepest recesses of the research facility, akin to the very entrance of hell. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, future Trunks, and future Gohan followed closely behind. Under the ethereal glow of Noka's fingertips, the alloy gate silently contorted, dissolved, and vanished into nothingness. A chilling breeze, mingled with the sense of disinfectant, decaying organic matter, and a pungent metallic tang, enveloped them, causing all to furrow their brows. The sight beyond the door was disheartening. A colossal cylindrical incubation chamber dominated the subterranean space, now utterly shattered. The thick reinforced glass appeared as if it had been violently ruptured from within, sharp shards littering the ground, immersed in a viscous, faintly glowing green nutrient solution. Several thick conduits had been violently torn apart, their ends dripping with liquid. The entire area lay in disarray, reminiscent of a fierce struggle. Is this the cradle of Cell? Krillin's voice quivered as he surveyed the wreckage and shattered containers, envisioning the monstrous being birthed from them. The necklace at Noka's chest pulsed with a spectral light as he pointed at the remnants of the control console, which still held a flickering screen. Ilia's consciousness was rapidly deciphering the residual data through this fragile link. Ilia was extracting the core logs. Noka's voice turned icy as his silver gaze swept over the cascading streams of azure data on the screen. Moments later, his expression grew graver. The analysis is complete. Noka's tone carried an edge of foreboding. Cell was designed with the capability to consume the essence of life for rapid evolution. Absorbing sufficient human life essence would significantly enhance its foundational strength. He paused, his gaze scanning the group before settling on the shattered incubation chamber. More critically, within its core programming, the absorption of androids 17 and 18's limitless energy cells was the crucial step for its ultimate evolution. Should it succeed, it would ascend to a second form of unimaginable power, potentially achieving a state capable of obliterating entire solar systems. What? Vegeta's golden eyes narrowed sharply, and a fierce killing intent surged forth. What are we waiting for? Noka, immediately bring back the two androids that were sent away. Before that abomination can locate them, annihilate it completely. Without those two keys, that monster can never evolve to its final form. A simple and direct strategy. Eradicate the root of the threat. Vegeta. Sun Wukong interjected, glancing at Noka. Did he not assure us that he would safeguard androids 17 and 18? With Reina and Elia watching over them at the starry horizon, surely Cell could not find them. He chose to trust Noka's judgment and the protective capabilities of the starry horizon. As Noka was about to speak, the necklace adorning his chest suddenly erupted with a sharp and blinding red light. Simultaneously, a voice, drenched in tears and rife with abject terror, pierced through the communication function of the necklace, resonating in his mind and projecting itself to the warriors present. Noka, Noka, help me. There's a monster. A creature with a long green tail. It suddenly burst into my home. It wants to capture Trunks. Bulma's scream was abruptly silenced, replaced by a heavy crash and the deafening sound of shattering objects. The communication was instantly severed, leaving only the harsh tone of a busy signal. Chapter 85. Bulma on the brink of death. A pursuit across time. Bulma. Cell. Bulma. The anguished cries of Vegeta and future Trunks erupted simultaneously. Vegeta's golden aura surged violently to its zenith, while future Trunks, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed his Super Saiyan energy. Aunt Bulma, future Gohan, Krillin, and others stood pale-faced in shock. Everyone, place your hands upon me. Goku, the quickest to react, swiftly laid a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, already sensing Bulma's presence. Noka's movements were equally swift. He required no sensing. The azure starlight from his necklace surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly outlining a complex spatial coordinate anchor pinpointing Bulma's home. His figure began to warp along with the surrounding space. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of light vanished almost simultaneously into the basement. West City, Capsule Corporation headquarters, Bulma's mansion. As Goku and Noka, accompanied by the warriors, materialized, the overwhelming stench of blood and the scene of devastation struck each heart like a sledgehammer. The living room lay in utter disarray. Expensive furniture had been reduced to splinters, and the walls bore deep cracks and claw marks. Bulma lay bloodied amidst the wreckage, her arm grotesquely twisted, a deep wound on her forehead oozing crimson. Her breath faint and labored. Beside her, a small figure, Trunks in his infancy, sat in a pool of blood, wailing heart-wrenchingly. His tiny face streaked with tears of terror and smeared with his mother's blood. Bulma. Vegeta's golden pupils constricted to their utmost, and the feral intent within him was instantly overwhelmed by an unprecedented emotion, fear. He lunged to Bulma's side, his trembling fingers hesitating to touch her. Future Trunks rushed forward as well, witnessing the infant version of himself crying and gazing upon his mother's horrific state, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, his golden aura fluctuating violently. Spirit beans. Noka's cold voice served as a balm for their frayed nerves. He appeared beside Bulma, a vibrant green bean in his hand. With a gentle yet precise motion, he pried open Bulma's mouth and placed the spirit bean inside. The miraculous effects of the spirit bean took immediate hold. Bulma's grievous wounds began to heal at an observable rate, shattered bones realigned, and her weak breath rapidly stabilized into a robust rhythm. She coughed violently a few times, suddenly opening her eyes to behold Vegeta and Noka before her, her gaze filled with the terror and dread of having narrowly escaped death. The peculiar creature with a green tail pointed weakly toward the backyard, yearning to seize Trunks. Bulma attempted to rise, but was firmly restrained by Vegeta's hand on her shoulder. Stay still. Don't move. Vegeta's voice was hoarse, imbued with an undeniable command, yet his gaze betrayed a deep-seated concern and dread. Only after confirming Bulma's safety did he abruptly raise his head, directing his furious golden eyes toward the backyard, consumed by an overwhelming wrath. So, Vegeta's roar echoed like the cry of a wounded beast, and he was poised to charge into the backyard. Wait. Future Gohan's voice suddenly pierced the air, laden with astonishment and disbelief. He was fixated on a vaguely visible circular outline beneath a massive tarp in the backyard, which was now devoid of anything else. The time machine. Future Gohan exclaimed in shock. It's gone. Just a moment ago, I think I heard the engine starting. What? All eyes converged on the backyard. There, where future Trunks' time machine had once stood, lay nothing but the flapped tarp and a barren imprint on the ground, with only the unsettled air remaining. Cell didn't linger. He stole the time machine. He activated the time machine. Future Trunks' face paled. He was all too familiar with that sound. Where did he escape to? Norka's necklace pulsed with an urgent glow, and Elia's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity in their minds. Time coordinates locked. Target timeline. The future where Mr. Trunks and Mr. Gohan reside. Cell had fled to the future. This revelation struck like the iciest of chills, instantly freezing the blood of all present. Cell, the ultimate monster infused with the cells of numerous formidable beings, possessing terrifying evolutionary capabilities, chose not to wreak havoc on Earth, but instead snatched the key to the future. Plunging headlong into a world already steeped in despair, where only future Gohan and future Trunks struggled to endure. My future world, future Trunks murmured, his body trembling slightly. Future Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury and resolve. Vegeta surveyed the desolate backyard, glancing at the revived yet still frail Bulma and the wailing infant Trunks, then at his pallid future son. A previously unfathomable, Tempestuous rage erupted within his chest. Damn it! Vegeta's roar reverberated through the skies of West City, his golden aura soaring toward the heavens. Norka's pupils ignited with an unprecedented flame. Did he think he was safe by escaping to the future? This creature, I will personally slay it. Norka gazed at the vanished time machine's location, cold light flickering deep within his eyes. Cell's cunning and decisiveness surpassed all expectations. His choice of the future was not merely to evade the myriad of powerful beings in the current timeline, but also to exploit the weaknesses and resources of that world, including the potential existence of androids 17 and 18 in another timeline. Elia, Norka's voice was chilling. Immediately begin to reverse engineer all temporal parameters left behind when Cell activated the time machine. Lock onto the precise coordinates and time point of his arrival in the future. Rena. He then contacted the starry sky beacon, urging maximum vigilance. Cell has fled to the future, and his target is likely the 17th and 18th from other timelines. The crisis has not been averted. Instead, it has escalated in a more intricate and urgent manner, transcending the barriers of time. The battlefield has shifted to a future rife with pain and despair. A pursuit and decisive battle across time and space is about to commence. Chapter 86. The Rebirth of the Time Machine. Noka and Gohan journey to the future. The news of Cell's escape to the future loomed over everyone like a suffocating shadow. Future Trunks and future Gohan bore the gravest expressions, fully aware of the despair that plagued their world. He has gone to our time. Future Trunks' voice quivered slightly as he gazed at the desolate backyard, as if envisioning Cell's sinister figure vanishing into the vortex of time. That world no longer had the 17th and 18th. Gohan and I have personally eradicated them. Future Gohan's gaze was filled with profound sorrow and sharpness as he interjected. However, Cell is oblivious to this fact. He will undoubtedly frantically search for the 17th and 18th from that timeline, as designed by Dr. Gero, attempting to absorb them to achieve evolution. What is even more terrifying, his voice became exceedingly grave, is that there are countless survivors struggling in despair in that world. In his quest for rapid power enhancement, Cell will indiscriminately absorb the life essence of humanity. The thought of that ravaged future potentially facing the onslaught of even more horrific monsters made future Gohan and Trunks' hearts bleed. They had finally glimpsed a modicum of hope for altering history, but Cell's escape could plunge that world into an abyss from which there would be no return. We must pursue him immediately, future Trunks declared resolutely, before he inflicts greater devastation and discovers that the androids have already been annihilated. His words faltered, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes, before he heads to another timeline. Vegeta's expression darkened, while Bulma, though revived by the Senzu beans, remained frail and shaken from the ordeal, requiring his protection along with baby Trunks. Goku also clenched his fists, acutely aware of the sense of responsibility and emotional ties future Gohan and Trunks felt for their world. Bulma. Goku called out to her, supported by Vegeta, her pale face contrasting with the sharpness returning to her eyes. Can you reconstruct a time machine? The sooner, the better. Taking a deep breath, Bulma suppressed her physical weakness and the fear in her heart. She surveyed the wreckage of their home, devastated by Cell, and her gaze ultimately landed on the spot where the time machine had vanished in the backyard. A spark of indomitable scientific spirit ignited in her eyes. Absolutely. Provide me with the materials and equipment. However, I will need time. The hyperbolic time chamber. Noka's cold voice resonated. In the temple's hyperbolic time chamber. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside. Precisely. Bulma's eyes lit up. That is an independent space with a different flow of time. Give me the equipment and materials, and I can accomplish it. It must be there, Noka nodded. Alicia will provide support. She is already awaiting you at the temple. Goku will guide you to the temple's location. All right. Goku replied promptly. Wait a moment. Noka's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately settling on Gohan. The time machine had been completed, but it could only accommodate 2 individuals. Vegeta's tone was imbued with an unmistakable arrogance. Humph. Is there any need for discussion regarding the candidates? Naturally, it shall be Trunks and myself. He stepped forward, a tempest of golden energy swirling around him. Aimed directly at future Trunks. That cell has integrated my cells. Only I can crush it to avenge this humiliation. As he turned his attention to his son, the habitual sharpness in his tone was tempered by an almost brutish sense of responsibility. Trunks, that is your world. The mess you created must be cleaned up by you. Do not think to hide behind me. Future Trunks felt the chilling sting of his father's fierce demeanor and unrelenting words, rendering his complexion pale, yet his resolve remained steadfast. He straightened his posture. Yes, father, I understand. Vegeta. Goku interjected, fully aware of Vegeta's fury and pride, yet cognizant of the perils that lay ahead in the future world. Calm down. Cell has absorbed more than just your cells. Noka, Ilia, and even cooler S cells are within. Its capabilities are unknown. You and Trunks, silence, Kakarot. Vegeta thundered, his golden irises aflame with an even greater wrath. Are you questioning my strength? What if that mere artificial monster has assimilated cells? It will never comprehend the true power of a Saiyan. He directed a defiant gaze at Noka, his expression replete with challenge and the unspoken assertion that he would handle his own affairs. Noka, you would do well to refrain from interfering. This is a matter between Trunks and me. Noka remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as still waters, as if Vegeta's tempestuous fury was merely a gentle breeze. His voice was cold and clear, piercing directly to the heart of the matter. Vegeta, I comprehend your anger and pride. However, this is not a time for impulsive decisions. The threat posed by Cell far exceeds your estimations. Ilia's analysis reveals that the amalgamation of various powerful cells has generated an unpredictable synergistic effect. Its potential could be extraordinarily terrifying. He gestured towards future Gohan, who had fought in that world for over a decade, familiar with every inch of the desolation, aware of the survivor strongholds, resource distributions, and the most probable locations and patterns of the other cell. This intelligence advantage was irreplaceable, crucial in locating and eliminating Cell before it could inflict further devastation. Noka offered a slight smile. Moreover, Gohan and I are currently the strongest. What? Noka, how dare you underestimate me? Noka paused, then added, his tone remaining icy yet providing Vegeta with an irrefutable rationale. Furthermore, Bulma and the Trunks of this era require the strongest guardians by their side. Cell is cunning. It is unwise to assume it won't strike back. Protecting them is also your responsibility, Vegeta. Noka's words struck like a chilling hammer. Particularly the final remark regarding Bulma and Baby Trunks' protection, precisely hitting the vulnerable spot buried beneath Vegeta's furious exterior. He fixed his gaze on Noka, his facial muscles twitching violently, the golden aura swirling like a tempest. He could not deny the duty of safeguarding Bulma and his young son. The possessiveness I hold over my household affairs has been forcefully suppressed in the face of stark reality and greater responsibilities. Humph. Vegeta ultimately emitted a sound of profound resentment, akin to a cold scoff squeezed from between clenched teeth. His once ferocious aura diminished significantly as he crossed his arms and turned away from the group, presenting a back that radiated intense displeasure and frustration. Through his silence, he conveyed the utmost compromise. He would no longer insist on attending personally. Yet this did not signify his approval. Goku sighed in relief, recognizing that this was Vegeta's limit. He immediately turned to Bulma. Bulma, hurry. To the temple. Chapter 87. 2 Cell. A tragic future. Noka then looked at Bulma and promptly set off for the temple. He scanned the others, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and the like, waiting for their return from the time chamber with the equipment crafted by Bulma, while they remained on Earth, meticulously monitoring the surrounding anomalies. Cell was cunning. They must prevent him from retaliating. Vegeta glanced at the prince guarding the infant Trunks. Humph. I know. Vegeta impatiently interrupted, Trunks and I will stay here. We will ensure this place is not attacked again. He cast a stern glance at Bulma and the baby, his tone rigid yet imbued with undeniable responsibility. All right. Goku promptly grasped Bulma's shoulders, initiating instant transmission. Whoosh. Noka turned to future Gohan. We must depart as well. The ethereal blue starlight illuminated, and a portal opened instantly as the two stepped through, vanishing from West City. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, with Goku's assistance, Bulma swiftly unleashed a plethora of intricate instruments, equipment, and materials, nearly filling half of the platform at the entrance. She immediately immersed herself in her work, her fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard, while Ilia's cool and efficient prompts resonated beside her, providing critical calculations and optimization suggestions for the time-space parameters. As she connected the energy core to the time anchor point calibration navigation system, Bulma remained wholly focused, beads of sweat forming on her brow. With Ilia's assistance, she unleashed astonishing potential. Bulma, Ilia's voice rang out, while completing the core of the time machine. please synchronize the assembly of a portable time-space fluctuation detection array, also known as the time machine radar. Noka concentrated on target tracking and annihilation, failing to fully consider the risk of Cell potentially utilizing time-space characteristics for evasion or secondary invasion. We need to maintain continuous monitoring of the time-space surrounding Earth. Oh, that makes sense. Consider it done. Bulma's eyes brightened as her fingers glided over the keyboard, pulling up another design interface. Synchronize parameters for the return trip. Ilia, Goku, Future Trunks, and Mr. Popo from the temple were tasked with vigilance and communication. Time sped by in a heightened state of focus as perceived externally. Vegeta, arms crossed, leaned against a relatively intact wall, resting his eyes, yet his formidable perception enveloped the entire area. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Din were scattered across several high points in the Capsule Corporation ruins, remaining alert, yet at that moment. They lacked any monitoring equipment and had to rely solely on their innate sense of energy for warning. The day crawled by, laden with tension. As the final hour of the external world drew to a close, Bulma abruptly pressed the last button. A humming sound resonated as a sleek, compact time machine, shimmering with a cerulean metallic sheen, materialized upon the platform, its engine emitting a steady, deep thrum. Beside it lay a petite, flickering-screened portable device, the time machine radar. It was complete. The time machine was fully charged. Target coordinates locked. A look of relief washed over Bulma's weary face, yet her eyes retained their brilliant spark. Accommodating no more than 2 passengers. After a single journey, a 5-hour recharge would be required. Oh, and this, she picked up the radar, a small gadget that Elia had suggested, capable of monitoring temporal fluctuations near Earth to thwart any tricks from Cell. Noka, your foresight still lacks comprehensiveness. Thank you so much, Aunt Bulma. Future Gohan exclaimed with fervor. Noka nodded, his gaze sweeping across the time machine and radar, lingering a moment longer on the latter. Well done. Gohan. Noka, exercise utmost caution. Eradicate Cell and rescue the future. Bulma admonished loudly. Rest assured. Future Gohan affirmed with a vigorous nod. Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Krillin, everyone. We entrust Earth to you. He turned his gaze towards the distant city of West City. Noka took hold of the time machine radar and tossed it to Krillin. Here, take this. Use it to monitor all temporal fluctuations surrounding Earth. Report any anomalies immediately. Cell is cunning. Prevent him from striking unexpectedly. Krillin swiftly caught it. Understood. We'll handle it. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu quickly gathered around to scrutinize the radar's functions. Noka said no more and was the first to step into the time machine's cockpit, with Future Gohan closely following. A blinding light instantaneously engulfed the time machine. A powerful temporal wave radiated outward. In the next moment, the time machine, along with Noka and Future Gohan, vanished completely from the spot. Future time space, West City, Cell's perspective, as the blinding white light dissipated. A violent wave of dizziness overwhelmed Cell. It shook its insect-like head, encased in a hard shell, as its cold compound eyes quickly adjusted to the dim light. It found itself amidst ruins and debris. The air was thick with dust, smoke, and a familiar, putrid scent, the essence of life forcibly drained, leaving behind decay. Success in reaching the future. A sinister grin crept across Cell's lips as its elongated tongue licked its sharp fangs. Here lay a hunting ground free from those damned Saiyans. Its core processor whirred to life, the directives implanted by Dr. Gero flashing frantically. Absorb Android 17. Absorb Android 18. Achieve perfection. It immediately sensed the energy fluctuations and life signals in the air. Contrary to its expectations, the android's cold, robust energy sources were absent. Instead, there were only faint remnants of life signals, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, amidst vast expanses of utter desolation. Cell flickered and appeared on a once thriving street, now resembling a ghost town. The sight before it caused its cold compound eyes to narrow slightly. Countless shriveled corpses, resembling mummies, lay scattered along the sides of the street. Their expressions were frozen in extreme terror and agony, their bodies drained of all moisture and life energy, leaving nothing but skin stretched over bones. What is this? Sheru extended its sharp fingers, prodding a desiccated corpse. The sensation evoked an unsettling feeling within it. This method of draining energy was remarkably efficient, and the residual energy fluctuations emanated a scent that instinctively felt both familiar and profoundly repugnant. Another devourer? A sense of foreboding surged within Sheru. It promptly followed the path where the energy residue was most concentrated, targeting the West Capital Capsule Corporation. Upon arriving at the iconic dome-shaped structure, the sight that met its gaze nearly froze its icy blood. The entrance of the Capsule Corporation had been violently breached, and chaos reigned within. The control console lay shattered, with various instruments strewn across the floor. Beside the console, the lifeless form of future Bulma lay sprawled. Her demise mirrored that of the corpses outside. Emaciated, her face contorted in terror and despair, and her death occurring not long ago. Sharo crouched down, meticulously sensing the lingering energy traces on future Bulma's corpse. Cold, greedy, efficient, and alongside that, a distinct life wave belonging to Sharo, penetrating to the very marrow. It was my doing. For the first time, Sharu's multifaceted eyes displayed a complex array of emotions. Shock and disbelief, swiftly supplanted by an intense chill and rage. Another Sharu. There exists a version of me in this timeline, and it has absorbed so much essence. Dr. Gero's ultimate creation, possessing absolute self-awareness and a destructive instinct, immediately grasped a brutal truth. In the same timeline, two Sharus could never coexist. The future Sharu would never permit its past incarnation to partake in its bounty, nor would it allow a threat to its existence. Between them, it was a matter of life or death. In an instant, Sharu erupted with formidable energy, its carapace taut, and its multifaceted eyes scanning the shadows with the fervor of a radar, vigilant and prepared for the concealed version of itself that had already absorbed energy and could launch a lethal ambush at any moment. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, silence. An oppressive silence. Besides the occasional whisper of the wind amidst the ruins, there was no other sound. The future Sharu seemed to either not exist or regarded this intruder with indifference. What is happening? Sharu's wariness gradually gave way to confusion. Based on its understanding of itself, it knew that another Sharu invading its territory would undoubtedly emerge for a confrontation. Why was there no response? Could it be that it hasn't detected me? Or is it preparing something? Sharu's processors whirred at high speed, analyzing and dismissing various possibilities. It resolved to no longer remain in a passive stance. Regardless of the tricks at play, the immediate priority was to locate androids 17 and 18, suppressing its doubts and unease. Sharu recalled the energy charging plan for the time machine mentioned in Dr. Gero's research logs, deciding to head to the mental time chamber, a place capable of distorting time. There, it could recharge the time machine and wait a day, avoiding potential ambushes before venturing into other timelines, searching for a world devoid of my presence. Chapter 88. Ingeniously seizing the time machine. Sharu's charging device. Sharu darted forward, its form like lightning, swiftly reaching the wide, yet equally dilapidated main thoroughfare. Its compound eyes scanned the ruins and overturned vehicles lining the streets like a radar. No, it was utterly barren. The spherical time machine, which should have quietly rested there, had vanished. The ground bore no trace of a landing, having been deliberately obscured, leaving only a few indistinct drag marks. Where's my time machine? Sharu's multifaceted eyes widened in disbelief. A chilling wave of fury mixed with a sense of mockery surged through its mind. Its formidable perception expanded instantly, frantically scanning the surrounding kilometers. Nothing. No residual energy from the time machine. Only the lingering, decaying aura of another devourer hung in the air. Stolen. By whom? Sharu's tail lashed violently against the ground in rage, creating deep craters with a thunderous sound. Was it that other me? Did it take my time machine? Does it intend to trap me here? This notion instilled an unprecedented sense of peril in Sharu. Without the time machine, it lost the chance to traverse time and seek more favorable hunting grounds. It would be ensnared in this future world brimming with unknown dangers, another Sharu, and potentially pursuing Saiyans. And scarce resources. The androids were dead. Damn it. Sharu howled in a mix of rage, panic, and unwillingness, its golden aura erupting uncontrollably, shattering the remnants of the surrounding ruins once more. Come out. Return my time machine. I know it's you. Another me. Its furious roar echoed across the desolate ruins of the West City, yet received no reply. Only in the shadows of the distant debris, a pair of equally cold, greedy, and slightly cruelly mocking compound eyes silently watched the enraged main timeline Sharu. The future Sharu silently licked its fangs with a slender tongue. How impatient I am. However, a cornered prey struggling is far more entertaining. I shall claim your essence. In the silent future timeline, above the desolate ruins of the West City, Two golden streaks of light collided like uncontrolled comets, crashing, separating, and colliding again. Each impact unleashed a deafening roar and shockwaves that tore through the earth. The combatants were two Sheris. The main timeline Sheru, hereafter referred to as Sheru, possessed cold, multifaceted eyes, moving swiftly and precisely. Having integrated cells from Noka, Elia, Reina, and even Gula, it had only recently hatched, yet its foundational strength, combat instincts, and energy manipulation bore an optimization that transcended Gro's design. Its exoskeleton shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, and its tail, like a lethal steel whip, produced a shrill sound as it sliced through the air. The future Sheru, hereafter referred to as Sheru, was slightly larger, its exoskeleton a deeper hue, exuding a sense of gluttony after feasting on countless human essences. Its power surged mightily, but it lacked the cells of Elia and Reina, rendering its intelligence and strength inferior to Sheru, and it possessed no magical abilities. Its attacks were broad and unrestrained, energy blasts pouring down like a torrential rain, further ravaging the already damaged city. Boom! Another fierce clash. Sheru's golden enshrouded fist struck brutally against the arms of Sheru, which were crossed in defense. The immense power caused the ground beneath Sheru's feet to collapse into a vast pit, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Sheru let out a painful roar, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. How is this possible? I have absorbed so much life essence. My strength should far exceed that of this newcomer. Sheru bellowed, his muscular tail sweeping violently towards his midsection. In an uncanny twist, Sheru evaded the deadly strike like a specter, simultaneously condensing a sharp blade of ethereal blue and gold energy at his fingertips, which he fiercely slashed towards his opponent's shoulder. The sound of tearing echoed as the hard shell was breached, a deep wound opening and dark green blood splattering. Fool! Sheru's voice dripped with cold derision. Strength is not everything. You possess brute force, yet lack the understanding of its application. Even more so, you are oblivious to true evolution. The cells he has assimilated not only bestowed him with power, but also with the combat wisdom of Noka and the nascent precision of Elia's calculations. This enabled him to completely dominate Sheru in both technique and control over power, far outstripping Sheru's reliance on sheer strength. Sheru, both astonished and enraged, realized that his once proud might was utterly outmatched by his opponent's exquisite technique and superior foundation. He felt himself being suppressed. With this continued, a glint of cunning and panic flickered in Sheru's compound eyes. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a balloon. A blinding radiance erupted from Sheru's entire being, resembling a miniature sun. The entire ruin was illuminated in a harsh, white glare. Solar Fist. Caught off guard, Sheru's compound eyes were seared by the intense light, plunging him into temporary blindness. He let out a muffled grunt and retreated rapidly, a frenzied aura enveloping him. Damn it! Trying to flee? Sheru instantly comprehended his opponent's intent, his acute perception scanning the surroundings like radar. Yet, Sheru had evidently prepared for this, while unleashing the Solar Fist. He had suppressed his own presence to the minimum, like a venomous serpent merging with the shadows, using the cover of brilliance to escape furiously in the direction away from the West City. His speed was astonishing. A few seconds later, Sheru's compound eyes regained their sight. But he could no longer detect any clear trace of Sheru, only a faint, almost dissipated aura pointing into the distance. He stood in place, the golden flames around him gradually calming, his cold compound eyes fixated on the direction of Sheru's disappearance, a sinister and calculating grin slowly spreading across his lips. Run. Run as much as you wish, foolish Sheru, he murmured softly to himself. At his fingertips, a faint and nearly imperceptible ethereal blue star shimmer was slowly fading. This was a minuscule tracking magical mark he had inscribed deep within the gaps of Sheru's shell during their previous close encounter, utilizing the instinct granted by Elia's cells. One day, Sheru looked up at the overcast sky, calculating the time. In less than an hour, you will find a charging station, and that will be your demise. He paid no further heed to the fleeing Sheru, his figure flickering and vanishing amidst the ruins. He needed to find a place to conceal his presence and wait quietly. He was certain that without his time machine, Sheru would inevitably head to the only location that could recharge it. Outside the Hall of the Gods, the Spirit Time House, Cell descended onto the temple square like a stray dog, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Only after confirming that the terrifying version of himself was not in pursuit did he exhale in relief. His compound eyes gleamed with a greedy and urgent light as he strode towards the ancient doors of the Spirit Time House. What does it matter if there is no retreat? As long as there is a time machine, I can traverse other timelines. Cell pushed open the door to the spherical time machine, which he had seized from the main timeline. He had specifically hidden this machine here for emergency recharging during his escape. It would soon be fully charged. Cell gazed at the nearly full energy bar on the machine's dashboard, excitement and cruelty flickering in his eyes. Once I am fully energized, I shall immediately depart this wretched place. I will find a timeline devoid of strong beings, drain all life, locate androids 17 and 18, and become the perfect being. At that moment, his beautiful dream would still be unfulfilled. Buzz. The space of the temple square suddenly warped violently. A complex teleportation array composed of ethereal blue starlight illuminated abruptly at the entrance of the Spirit Time House. In a flash of light, Cell's figure appeared in the center of the array like a ghost. His icy gaze instantly locked onto the Cell inside, who was preparing to activate the time machine. Found you, Powerbank. Cell's voice dripped with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. What? How could you? Cell was horrified. He had concealed his presence. How could the other pinpoint his location so precisely? Chapter 89. The Calculated Future of Cell. Vanishing from the boundless timelines of the main timeline. Cell bid farewell to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Cell's chest and abdomen contracted violently. A golden energy cannon, condensed to its utmost and radiating waves of destruction, instantly formed in his mouth. The target was aimed squarely at the time machine and Cell. No. Cell let out a desperate roar, wishing to evade the blast. But the speed of the energy cannon was too swift. He wanted to protect the time machine, but more than that, he wished to save his own life. At the critical moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He lunged to the side. Boom! The golden energy cannon grazed the edge of the time machine, crashing violently into the ground at the entrance of the Spirit Time House. The terrifying explosion completely engulfed that area. The shockwave hurled Cell, who was caught off guard, violently away, crashing heavily against a distant stone pillar. His shell shattered and in disarray. The time machine. Trembling, Cell looked towards the epicenter of the explosion, discovering that although the spherical time machine was violently shaken and bore scorch marks, it miraculously remained intact. Just as a flicker of relief arose within him, it was swiftly drowned in greater terror. Cell's objective was not to destroy the time machine. After unleashing the energy cannon to create chaos, Cell's figure darted like a specter, instantaneously reaching the side of the time machine. Without hesitation, he swung open the hatch and slipped inside. No, that is mine. Cell's eyes widened in anguish, struggling to leap forward and intervene. Buzz. The time machine's engine roared to life, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal blue glow, powerful temporal waves instantly enveloping the machine. Under Cell's despairing gaze, the time machine, along with the Cell inside, vanished into thin air. All that remained were the rippling energy aftershocks and the acrid smoke lingering in the air. It fled. Sheru lay prostrate among the ruins of the stone pillars, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of loss and an anger born of being deceived, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Its final hope had been ruthlessly snatched away by another version of itself. It was utterly trapped in this future. At the site of the Capsule Corporation ruins, Sheru dragged its battered form, stumbling like a lost dog as it collapsed upon the remnants of the iconic semi-dome structure. Its exoskeleton lay shattered, dark green blood oozing steadily, while its compound eyes brimmed with unrestrained fury, pent-up frustration, and a hint of bewilderment at being used. Curse it! Curse it! Another me! You schemed against me! It howled, finally comprehending that Sheru had deliberately let it escape, only to precisely track it down, feigning an attack to drive it away and seize the time machine. The intention was to confine it here as a mere pawn. My time machine. Sheru gazed at the desolate ruins, despair gnawing at its core like a venomous serpent. Yet the instinct to survive urged it to regain composure. No, there remains a chance. Dr. Jero, that madman-s supercomputer can assist me. Bulma-s computer must have a backup. I can reconstruct it. Yes, I can recreate it. Clutching this last thread of hope, it disregarded its severe injuries and staggered into the interior of the Capsule Corporation, entering the very laboratory it had previously ravaged. It frantically rummaged through the relatively intact computer terminals, seeking to activate them, searching for any designs or data pertaining to the time machine. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two figures emerged like harbingers of death, suddenly appearing at the shattered doorway of the laboratory. A chilling intent to kill froze the air instantly. Noka and future Gohan had arrived. They traced Sheru's lingering aura directly to this location. Future Gohan's gaze immediately fell upon the corner of the laboratory, where the lifeless body of future Bulma lay, her eyes eternally closed in death, still sprawled in a pool of blood. The familiar figure, akin to a mother who had nurtured him, presented in such a tragic manner before him. Bulma. Future Gohan's body trembled violently, golden energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. The fierce golden light transcended the limits of Super Saiyan power. Years of suffering, the sorrow of loss, and an anger towards this desolate world ignited in that moment, fueled by Bulma's tragic demise. Sheru. Future Gohan's roar resonated with blood-curdling grief, akin to the lament of a wounded lone wolf. His pupils were instantly consumed by a tempest of rage, locking onto Sheru, who was rummaging through the computer, startled at the sudden turn. Noka's silvery eyes were equally frigid. He did not utter a word, yet the necklace upon his chest pulsed with a deep azure light. Swirling as if boiling with fury, the entire laboratory space became suspended in time. The air thickened, heavy as steel. Sheru felt its body ensnared in the most viscous resin. Every movement rendered excruciatingly arduous. No, wait. For the first time, an unprecedented fear flickered in Sheru's eyes. It wished to explain, to plead for mercy, to assert that it was another Sheru's doing, but it was all too late. Devastating flash. Future Gohan's bellow echoed like thunder. He clasped his hands at his waist, as a tempest of golden energy surged into his palms with unparalleled ferocity. A formidable torrent of golden energy, intense to the point of being blinding, surged forth, embodying all the future Gohan's rage and murderous intent. In an instant, it tore through the frozen fabric of space with a terrifying velocity that surpassed light itself, crashing toward the immobile Cell, trapped within the confines of space. Cell barely had time to emit a brief, desperate shriek before being utterly consumed by that cataclysmic golden flood. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout the ruins of Capsule Corp. Blinding rays of golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the dim atmosphere with a brilliant hue of gold. The violent shockwave obliterated all debris within several kilometers, reducing it to mere powder. As the golden radiance gradually dissipated, only a vast, bottomless pit remained. Cell, along with his insatiable greed and ambition, was completely erased from this timeline by future Gohan's wrathful strike, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. In the final moment of his obliterated consciousness, a clear thought flickered amidst Cell's shattered mind, filled with boundless regret and sudden realization. So this was your intent in allowing me to escape, to draw their wrath and bear the brunt of this final blow. What a clever scheme to ensnare me. Noka slowly lowered his hand, which had been maintaining the spatial confinement, and the starlight of the necklace upon his chest subsided. He approached the future Gohan, who knelt at the edge of the deep pit, his shoulders heaving violently as he wept silently, and placed a comforting hand upon his shoulder. Chapter 90. Make a Wish. Dragon. The revived warriors of the future. As the reverberations of the monumental explosion gradually waned, silence enveloped the scene, leaving behind an abyssal pit. Future Gohan knelt at its edge, his shoulders trembling as silent tears, mingling with fury and sorrow, fell upon the charred earth. The horrifying image of Aunt Bulma's demise sliced through his heart like the sharpest blade, repeatedly tormenting him. Noka stood silently beside him, his silver gaze sweeping across the desolate ruins, ultimately resting upon the deep pit. Though Cell had been utterly eradicated, the suffering that this timeline endured still weighed heavily upon their hearts. The air was thick with the stench of decay, a testament to the countless innocent lives drained of vitality. Gohan, Norka's icy voice shattered the stillness, bearing a force that brooked no dissent. Sadness and anger will not resolve our plight. We must gather our spirits. There are Dragon Balls, are there not? The Dragon Balls of Namek. Future Gohan abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes meeting Norka's, a mix of confusion and profound anguish etched upon his face. Mr. Norka, we have vanquished Cell, but Aunt Bulma, everyone in this world. His voice choked as years of despair surged anew. Even if they had eradicated the monster before them, what could they do to reclaim their lost loved ones and heal this ravaged world? Future Gohan's body shook violently, and in an instant, a spark of incredible realization ignited within his gaze. The Dragon Balls of Namek. The miraculous power to fulfill any wish. He was, of course, aware of this. He had recalled this glimmer of hope countless times amidst despair. But I know, Mr. Norka. However, Namek is so far away. We do not possess a spaceship. Trunks and I have tried to find a usable vessel, he lamented, his voice heavy with helplessness. Without spacecraft or the means for instantaneous travel. The temporal cost of cosmic journeys rendered Namek a distant shore, unattainable for them. A flicker of understanding crossed Noka's eyes. Distance was not an obstacle. The necklace upon his chest radiated a deep azure luminescence, and countless arcane spatial runes flowed forth like living entities, swiftly intertwining beneath him and future Gohan's feet to form an elaborate and vast starry teleportation array. Hold on to me. Noka's voice was concise yet powerful. Without hesitation, future Gohan grasped Noka's arm. A sudden, intense sensation of spatial distortion enveloped them. The scenery before them spun wildly as if thrown into a whirlpool, stretching and warping. The ruins of West City and its grim sky were instantaneously replaced by an infinite cosmos and vibrant nebulae. In mere breaths, the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, replaced by the solid touch of earth beneath their feet. The fresh air, imbued with the unique fragrance of exotic flora, filled their nostrils, banishing the decay of the ruins. Steadying himself, future Gohan gazed around in astonishment. Vast emerald plains, uniquely shaped colossal structures, shimmering lakes in the distance, and a gentle, yet potent natural essence pervading the atmosphere. Is this Namek? Future Gohan's voice quivered with excitement. It had been almost 30 years since his last visit. Noka nodded slightly, his gaze fixated on a diminutive green figure tending to peculiar plants nearby, a Namekian youth. The child was evidently startled by the sudden spatial disturbance and the presence of two strangers, taking a cautious step back. Dandy. Noka's cold voice pierced the air, uttering the name directly. The child blinked in surprise, then broke into a smile. Ah, Mr. Noka, what brings you here? Clearly, although the events concerning Frieza had passed, the tales of their resistance remained etched in memory. We need to use the Dragon Balls, Noka stated succinctly. Future Gohan stepped forward, restraining his golden aura, striving to appear gentle. Hello, Dandy. I am Son Gohan, from the time we fought against Frieza. Dandy's eyes brightened. Ah, is that Mr. Gohan? You've changed so much. Don't worry, the Dragon Balls are ready and have been upgraded. Feel free to use them. Gohan was choked with emotion. Thank you. Thank you all. With the assistance of Dandy and the Namekian elders, 7 enormous orange Dragon Balls were quickly gathered upon a spacious flatland. Dandy stood before the Dragon Balls, calling out in Namekian, "Arise, Shenron. Grant us our wishes." Instantly, the sky darkened to an inky black. Lightning danced within the clouds. A vast, divine, and terrifying aura descended upon the earth. An enormous, majestic green dragon manifested amidst the swirling clouds. Its crimson eyes surveyed the land, and its deep, resounding voice echoed across the heavens. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Whatever your desire may be, I can grant you 3. Taking a deep breath, future Gohan suppressed his excitement, summoning all his strength to shout at the dragon in the sky. Shenron, please resurrect all the Earthlings slain by Cell and the androids. This includes Bulma, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, and Kaiatsu, and all the innocent civilians. The dragon's crimson eyes blazed with brilliance. This was indeed a simple wish. Boom. A dazzling golden light erupted from the dragon, sweeping across the earth like a warm tide. In the future timeline, on the desolate ruins of West City, Bulma's withered body was enveloped in a gentle golden glow, rapidly rejuvenating and restoring its color. Her tightly shut eyes slowly opened, filled with a hint of bewilderment. In the corners of the urban wreckage, countless lifeless corpses stirred with newfound vitality amidst the golden radiance, rising in confusion. Deep within the temple, the figures of Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu emerged one by one from the golden light. Their faces bore expressions of momentary astonishment, soon replaced by the joy of resurrection. As the golden light faded, the sky returned to clarity. Future Gohan trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face once more. But this time, they were tears of joy. He could distinctly feel that throughout the earth, countless once lifeless presences were reigniting. Chapter 91, Reclaiming the Sunlight. A new hope for the future. On the edge of West City, once the site of Bulma's garden, the gentle golden light dissipated completely, leaving behind a silence akin to surviving a catastrophe, soon to be followed by an incredible uproar. The figures of future Gohan and Norka materialized in the glow of the teleportation array, solidly grounded. The sight before future Gohan took his breath away, and tears uncontrollably welled in his eyes once more, but this time, it was pure, ecstatic joy at having regained what was lost. Not far ahead, a group of familiar figures regarded one another with bewilderment and surprise, affirming each other's existence. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Kaiatsu. Gohan's voice trembled, nearly exhausting every ounce of strength to call out. Gohan. Krillin was the first to react, his iconic bald head gleaming brightly in the sunlight. His face a canvas of immense surprise and disbelief. My goodness, it's really Gohan. How have you grown so much? Piccolo. Gohan's gaze swiftly locked onto the tall green figure. Piccolo nodded slightly, a rare softness and warmth gracing his typically stern visage. Gohan. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu excitedly gathered around, chattering animatedly about the joy of reunion and the bewilderment of resurrection. They gazed at the tall, composed young man before them, his face etched with the trials of time, yet brimming with strength, nearly unable to reconcile him with the young Gohan they once knew. Everyone has truly returned. Gohan's voice quivered as he embraced each resurrected elder tightly, feeling the reality of their presence. The loneliness and despair of over a decade were completely washed away by this overwhelming warmth. Just then, a familiar voice, tinged with tears yet filled with disbelief, broke through. Gohan, is it really you? And Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo. Oh my, I must not be dreaming. The crowd parted to make way, revealing Bulma standing there, hands covering her mouth, tears blurring her glasses. She gazed upon the familiar faces, those comrades and friends she thought she had lost forever over a decade ago. The shock nearly rendered her unable to stand. Aunt Bulma. Gohan rushed forward without hesitation, embracing her tightly. It's me. We have all returned. Everyone is back. Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha also excitedly gathered around. Bulma held Gohan tightly, savoring the warmth of this genuine moment. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at the others. Yet a radiant smile blossomed upon her lips, filled with the exuberance of survival and the profound emotions of reuniting with old friends. This is wonderful. You all truly came back. What on earth happened? Was it the Dragon Balls? Gohan, did you do this? Gohan nodded vigorously, wiping away his tears and pointing to the silent figure of Norka beside him. It was the Dragon Balls. But the key was Mr. Norka. He used his spatial abilities to transport us instantly to Namek, enabling us to use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone. All eyes suddenly focused on Norka. The stranger with silver pupils and an icy demeanor appeared to them as a savior at that moment. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Norka. Piccolo observed Norka with a scrutinizing gaze, tinged with an imperceptible recognition. They had crossed paths briefly, and he understood the strength of this Saiyan, though they were not familiar. Norka calmly accepted their thanks with a slight nod, his voice remaining cool. It was a mere effort. It is good to see you all reunited. His gaze swept over the resurrected crowd, and within the depths of his silver pupils, a subtle ripple seemed to pass. Excitement ignited as everyone began to reminisce, sharing their experiences, last moments before death, the bewilderment of resurrection, and the shock and anger upon learning of the tragedies that had befallen Earth and the androids over the past decade. Bulma eagerly pulled Gohan aside, inquiring about Trunks. Upon learning that her son was safe and training in the main timeline, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, her face reflecting the pride and longing unique to a mother. The atmosphere was vibrant and warm, filled with the joy of survival and the exhilaration of long-lost reunions. At that moment, two immensely powerful energies, both familiar yet tinged with an ethereal quality, suddenly surged into their awareness like boulders crashing into a tranquil lake. Everyone instinctively looked up. Before them, two figures materialized from the light, slowly descending to the ground. One bore the iconic spiky hairstyle, wearing an ever-present, slightly goofy yet incredibly warm smile. The other crossed his arms, chin slightly raised, eyes defiant, and an air of unshakable pride. None other than Son Goku and Vegeta. Goku, Vegeta. Piccolo was the first to react, his tone laced with astonishment. Goku, Vegeta. Krillin and the others exclaimed in surprise. Dad. Future Gohan's voice trembled with disbelief as he gazed upon a face he had not seen in over a decade, one that had only existed in photographs and memories. The overwhelming emotional impact left him momentarily speechless. Goku's gaze immediately locked onto Gohan, his smile freezing before being replaced by an indescribable mix of heartache and pride. He stepped forward, uttering no superfluous words, but embraced his son, who towered over him, with a firm and resolute grip. His voice, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver, conveyed the depth of his emotions. Gohan, my son, you have truly grown. You've endured so much. This embrace encapsulated a myriad of sentiments: fatherly guilt, solace, and irreparable regret. Vegeta, on the other hand, let out a disdainful snort, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins and the gathered crowd, ultimately fixating on Bulma. She, too, was looking at him, her expression a complex tapestry woven with resentment, grievance, and the burdens of years spent alone. Yet, upon witnessing his tangible presence, all of that transformed into a torrent of tears. She lunged at him, her fists pounding against Vegeta's unyielding chest, her voice breaking as she scolded, "You bastard! You irresponsible bastard! Do you have any idea how difficult it has been for me to raise Trunks alone? Do you know we almost perished?" Her words were swallowed by her sobs, reduced to feeble strikes. For a fleeting moment, Vegeta's body stiffened, in the face of Bulma's tearful lament and blows. The facade of his eternal pride seemed to crack, revealing a flicker of elusive vulnerability deep within his gaze. In the end, he simply allowed her to vent, neither pushing her away nor retorting. Goku released Gohan and turned to Bulma, his face radiating genuine remorse and joy. "Bulma, how wonderful! You have returned. Truly, it is splendid." At this, Bulma lifted her head from Vegeta's chest, wiped her tears, and offered Goku a smile that blended relief with a hint of reproach. "Goku, you fool. Even in death, you cause worry. But it is so good to see you again." Goku sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling. Finally, Vegeta's gaze shifted to Noka, his brow furrowing in scrutiny. "Noka? What brings you here?" Goku also looked at Noka, his smile brightening. "Hey, Noka, you were the one who helped us, right? Thank you so much." Noka remained composed in the presence of the two Saiyans, simply nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes." As the crowd reveled in the greater surprise of the return of the two strongest warriors, Noka stepped forward, his voice resonating with an undeniable finality. "Everyone." The clamor gradually subsided, and all eyes turned to him. "Seeing you safely reunited, with the crisis averted, my task is complete." Noka's gaze fell upon future Gohan. "I must return to my timeline. Trunks is still there." Gohan immediately nodded. "Yes, Mr. Noka? Please tell him that Mom and everyone are safe, and he need not worry. And thank you." His gratitude was palpable. Noka inclined his head slightly. "I will convey your message." He paused, as if recalling something, then added with a calm yet peculiar sense of urgency. "Hey, Gohan, remember to resurrect the future starry sky a year from now. I must take my leave." The words left the revived warriors of Earth momentarily stunned, yet only Bulma, Piccolo, and the recently returned Goku and Vegeta exchanged subtle glances. For they understood that another Noka and his companions from the future, the starry apex, needed to be resurrected. However, they did not perish at the hands of the androids, but rather at the hands of Broly. Thus, the recent wish upon the Dragon Balls did not encompass them. Future Gohan nodded firmly, his gaze resolute. "I understand, Mr. Noka. 1 year from now, I shall succeed." Noka refrained from further words, as the necklace upon his chest shimmered with a ghostly blue light. An arcane spatial runes swiftly spread beneath his feet, constructing the familiar teleportation array of the starry apex. He cast one last glance at this newly revitalized world, and the rejoicing souls reunited, offering a slight nod to future Gohan and Bulma. A resonant hum filled the air as powerful spatial waves surged forth, engulfing Noka's figure in a silver-blue radiance. The brilliance flickered and vanished, leaving behind only slightly distorted air and faint ripples of energy, as if he had never existed. Sunlight pierced through the remnants of chaos, warmly cascading upon the recently awakened Earth and the reunited warriors. The air was imbued with the scent of soil and burgeoning flora, mingled with the joy and tears of survival and cherished reunions. Bulma gazed at the spot where Noka had vanished, exhaling deeply, her face still marked by tears yet illuminated by a radiant smile. Adjusting her glasses, she turned to the equally moved onlookers, her gaze lingering for a moment on her husband Vegeta, whose typically proud demeanor seemed softened ever so slightly. With a familiar vigor, she proclaimed, all right. No need to stand around foolishly. Though we have lost our home, having each other is worth far more. Let us find a place where we can settle. We must have a serious discussion about rebuilding our lives. When Trunks returns, we ought to have a proper welcome prepared for him, right? She placed her hands on her hips, her eyes rekindling the indomitable spirit of a brilliant scientist and heiress of the Capsule Corporation. Future Gohan surveyed the gathering, his heart swelling as he beheld the father he had thought lost, the renewed glow upon his mother's face, and Uncle Vegeta's presence, awkward yet steadfast. He felt the warmth of this long-awaited camaraderie, a genuine smile of relief blossoming on his face. Hope, like sunlight, finally shone again upon this world that had endured so much suffering. Meanwhile, Noker's special charge lingered heavily in his heart. His path ahead was still long. Chapter 92. The Third Cell. A crisis reemerges. The light of the time machine dimmed as it materialized in the backyard of the Capsule Corporation in West City, within the main timeline of Earth, where Noker's figure reformed. The evening breeze swept through, carrying a hint of the scent of battle and the bustling atmosphere of rebuilding their home. However, the anticipated gathering of familiar faces did not manifest. In the courtyard, only a solitary golden figure stood with his back turned, arms crossed, gazing at the distant sky. The golden aura had long since receded. Yet the upright posture and defiant presence unmistakably belonged to Vegeta. Vegeta, Noker's voice cut through the air coldly. Vegeta did not turn around, merely letting out a disdainful grunt from his nostrils. Where is everyone? Noker inquired. Humph. Vegeta turned around, his eyes reflecting a hint of impatience and gravity. That fool Kakarot. Accompanied by Krillin, future Trunks, Gohan from the primary timeline, and Bulma, followed the errant radar's guidance and ventured out. The radar? A time machine radar. Vegeta's tone was curt. Shortly after your departure, that device suddenly emitted an alarm. It indicated a strong temporal signal appeared on Earth, located several hundred kilometers away in the desolate mountains to the northwest. Noka's silver pupils instantly sharpened like blades. A temporal signal? A new time machine. Cell had already been vanquished by Gohan. Noka's voice carried a chilling certainty. He had witnessed future Gohan's furious blow obliterating Cell, leaving not even a trace. The crisis should have been averted. Nonsense. Vegeta interrupted impatiently, as if it required stating. But the radar does not lie. That battle-crazed Kakarot, upon hearing any commotion, immediately became restless. He insisted on investigating. Bulma followed to analyze the signal source, and naturally, the others joined in the excitement. His tone brimmed with dissatisfaction towards Goku's impulsive actions, yet it also conveyed a hint of unease. Such unknown temporal signals were hardly auspicious. Coordinates. Noka wasted no words. Vegeta raised his hand, directing a subtle stream of energy toward a blinking instrument screen on the nearby control console. Noka's gaze swept over the coordinates, the necklace on his chest shimmering with a ghostly blue brilliance. The space surrounding his body rippled and distorted like water, and he vanished in an instant. In the northwest's desolate mountain valley, Noka's figure appeared silently above, immediately sensing several familiar auras below. He descended without a sound. At the valley's base, Goku, future Trunks, Gohan from the primary timeline, Krillin, and Bulma from the primary timeline were gathered around a massive metallic object. It was a time machine. The spherical main structure, with its aerodynamic design, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one piloted by future Trunks. Yet its condition was entirely different. The silver exterior was no longer pristine, covered in thick layers of dust and mud. Some resilient vines, akin to newly birthed serpents, attempted to entwine the body, leaving green imprints and faint scratches on the metallic surface. The surface was marred by stains from wind and rain, along with a thin layer of rust, still retaining a relatively fresh hue. The entire machine exuded a sense of decay, as if it had been abandoned in the wilderness for a short duration, rapidly succumbing to nature's reclamation. Noka, sir. Future Trunks was the first to notice Noka's presence. Noka, you're back. Come quickly. Goku pointed at the time machine, his face alight with wonder. Bulma says this time machine's model is identical to Trunks's. Bulma, holding a portable scanner, wore an exceedingly grave expression, quickly circling the time machine for inspection. Not only is the model consistent, the internal core code sequence and energy circuit characteristics exhibit over 95% similarity. This is practically a replica of Trunks's time machine, or perhaps a product from another remarkably similar timeline. She gestured towards some new scratches and vine imprints on the exterior. noting that based on the level of rust and the scale of the vine entanglement, it must have been abandoned here for no longer than a year, perhaps even less. In the future, Trunks gazed at the time machine, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own vehicle, his expression darkening with profound dismay. The radar had detected temporal signals emanating from within this very machine. Although faint now, it had undoubtedly experienced a powerful temporal leap not long ago. Noka remained silent, his icy gaze piercing through the warped opening of the hatch, which appeared to have been violently breached, casting its scrutiny within. Inside, the pilot seat was askew, and the control panel lay in disarray. Yet, beneath the seat, nestled in the crevice between the control console and the hull, an object seized his attention. It was a cocoon, crafted from a dark green, semi-transparent substance that possessed a viscous texture and a metallic sheen, standing roughly half a human height. The surface of the cocoon was riddled with newly formed wrinkles, with remnants of long-dried mucus glistening oddly in the dim light. However, the apex of this cocoon bore a massive, irregular tear. Norka's perception penetrated that thin cocoon wall in an instant. Empty. It was devoid of anything. Only a curled, hollow silhouette remained, merely an abandoned shell, much like a cicada's exoskeleton or a snake's skin. A feeble, yet unmistakably familiar chill, radiating a greedy and destructive essence of life, slowly emanated from within this empty shell, akin to the last remnants of warmth left after its master had departed. Yet, Norka could never mistake the essence of this presence. It was Cell. Norka's voice was cold and stagnant. Empty. What? Son Goku exclaimed in surprise, instantly erupting into a golden aura. Rushing to the time machine's hatch to peer inside. Indeed, it was merely a broken shell. He exclaimed in astonishment. Future Trunks and the primary timeline Gohan rushed to the hatch as well, with Krillin shielding Bulma as they approached. Bulma directed her scanner at the ruptured cocoon. My goodness, this is some sort of biological mold, she gasped, her voice tinged with shock and a hint of fear, as the data displayed an alarming structural analysis that indicated a striking resemblance to the biological template designed by Dr. Gero for Cell. Moreover, the mucus had completely dried and clotted, and the edges of the tear appeared quite aged, suggesting that whatever had been inside had broken free long ago, at least several months prior. Several months ago, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. That monster has already escaped? There's another Cell. Future Trunks' complexion turned ashen, and he whirled to face Norka. Mr. Norka, the one we eliminated previously, could it not have been the only one? The primary timeline Gohan stared at Norka in shock. They had believed they had utterly eradicated the threat of Cell. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the depths of Norka's silver pupils. The frigid aura he exuded nearly froze the air around him. He surveyed the desiccated shell within, its edges marred with ancient tear marks, and all the clues suddenly converged. The time machine, which bore a striking resemblance to their own, had been abandoned recently, yet the empty cocoon indicated it had broken free much earlier. The brutal truth lay starkly before them. The Cell they had tracked and destroyed, the one from the future timeline, was far from the sole entity they had presumed it to be. At an earlier, unbeknownst moment, another Cell had stealthily arrived on Earth, utilizing the same time machine as Trunks. After emerging from its cocoon, it did not immediately take action but cunningly lay in wait. Only at this moment was evidence of its existence uncovered. Suddenly, a painful groan escaped from Piccolo, who had been silently standing at the periphery, eyes closed as if sensing something. He abruptly opened his eyes, his emerald pupils constricting violently, his visage filled with sheer terror and rage. A formidable and malevolent aura struck his consciousness like a tangible shockwave, penetrating his awareness with its intensity. Piccolo. Gohan immediately sensed something was amiss with him. West City. Piccolo's voice trembled with disbelief and chilling dread as he pointed towards the city, nearly shouting. That energy belongs to Cell. It is Cell's aura. Vast, frigid, and voracious. It is in West City, ravenously absorbing the essence of life. The presence of humanity is vanishing. What? Everyone appeared thunderstruck. Bulma's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Her home, her company, and the possibly surviving civilians of the city flashed through her mind. Trunks, she screamed, thinking of the baby Trunks still at home. Norka's silver pupils instantly locked onto the direction of West City, the necklace on his chest glowing with a deep azure radiance, swirling chaotically. There was no time to ponder how or why Cell had lain in wait. It was now wreaking havoc. Vegeta. Norka's cold voice thundered in the valley, relayed through the communication function of the necklace to Vegeta, who was far off in the backyard of Capsule Corporation in West City. "We are under attack. West City. Protect Bulma and the child." As his words resonated, the space runes beneath his feet blazed with brilliance. A minuscule, single-person spatial teleportation array materialized instantaneously. "I'll go first." Norka's figure vanished in a distortion of spatial waves, targeting Capsule Corporation in West City. "Damn it!" Goku roared, golden flames erupting around him. "Gohan, Trunks, Krillin, Bulma, quickly, return to West City." He seized Bulma and Krillin, nearest to him. Instant transmission. In a flash, Goku, along with Bulma and Krillin, disappeared. "Gohan!" Future Trunks shouted to Gohan in the main timeline, and the two unleashed their utmost speed, transforming into twin streaks of golden light, tearing through the air towards West City. Piccolo followed closely, his green figure darting like an arrow. In the valley, only the dilapidated time machine and the grotesque empty cocoon remained, whispering the chilling truth of a delayed revelation in the wind. Meanwhile, the real crisis was unfolding above the ruins of West City, where a blood-soaked feast was commencing. Chapter 93, Second Stage Cell. What is its intention? As Norka's figure tore through space above West City, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. The once thriving urban center had transformed into a hellish landscape, belching black smoke into the air. Vast edifices lay in ruins, streets marred by charred scars and deep craters. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, mingling with a nauseating sweetness reminiscent of evaporating insect fluids. The most disquieting aspect was the pervasive, chilling silence that signified the complete extinguishment of life. In this desolate expanse, the presence of the living was nearly imperceptible, a furious golden aura, akin to a comet tearing through the night sky, relentlessly pursued a shadowy figure, Vegeta and Cell. "Damn you, insect! Stand still!" Vegeta's thunderous roar echoed, causing his golden aura to swell dramatically with unbridled rage. His assault was ferocious and direct, as a barrage of energy blasts rained down like a golden tempest upon the agile, dark green figure evading his onslaught. Cell bore a striking resemblance to the previously vanquished version, Future Cell, albeit with a more robust physique, his shell exuding a darker sheen, and his peculiar sausage-like mouth complemented by a menacing tail, flickering with a predatory glint. His face twisted into a grotesque grin, a disturbing blend of mockery and avarice. "Vegeta, your fury is delectable, yet it remains insufficient." "Far from it." Cell's voice was shrill and grating, as he deftly evaded Vegeta's relentless barrage with astonishing speed and angles. Each evasion appeared effortless, seemingly inviting Vegeta's strikes to obliterate more rubble and sow greater chaos. Norka's gaze suddenly fixated on the direction of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Still intact, evidently a strategic retreat initiated by Vegeta upon receiving his warning. Within the protective shield, faint yet stable signatures of energy hinted at the presence of baby Trunks and others. Bulma's home was temporarily secure, yet Cell's intentions seemed misaligned with that location. He was maneuvering amidst the debris and smoke, more akin to stalling or toying with Vegeta. "Vegeta, he is stalling. Do not let him lead you astray." Norka's icy voice pierced through the cacophony, instantly reaching Vegeta's ears. Simultaneously, he formed a seal with his hands, the blue glow of the starry necklace at his chest intensifying as a colossal spatial confinement rune rapidly formed beneath him, aimed directly at Cell. However, just as the binding force was about to envelop Cell, "Norka, get out of the way!" Vegeta bellowed, suddenly striking the spatial rune with a fierce punch. The violent energy shockwave sent the incompletely formed rune trembling, significantly diminishing its binding effect. "This insect is my prey. No one shall interfere." Vegeta's golden eyes blazed with an almost obsessive fury. Cell's taunts and mockery had ignited the pride of the Saiyan prince within him. He was determined to personally crush this insect that dared to scorn him before all. Cell's sinister grin grotesquely widened, reveling in the moment he had awaited. "Foolish Saiyan, your arrogance shall be your tomb." Cell hissed sharply. In the next instant, his entire aura suddenly contracted to an extreme, resembling a black hole. Then, with a resounding hum, an unimaginable, wildly ferocious energy erupted, far surpassing anything Cell had previously exhibited. The dark green aura was suddenly tinged with an eerie crimson hue. The air was forcibly compressed, producing a deafening roar of overwhelming pressure. The ground trembled violently, and the surrounding debris was ground to dust by this explosive force. the Kaioken, and a Kaioken of extraordinarily high multiples. What? Both Noka and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically. Noka's mind was racing. Could Cell truly wield Goku's Kaioken? The abilities bestowed by the fused cells surpassed all expectations. Just as Vegeta was momentarily stunned by this sudden surge of terrifying power, Cell's gleaming bald head erupted with a blinding radiance. The solar flare. Vegeta was caught off guard. His eyes instantly flooded with searing white light, the pain eliciting a howl from him as he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, causing his golden aura to ripple chaotically. This is bad. Noka reacted swiftly, closing his eyes just before the blinding light erupted, relying solely on his senses to lock onto Cell. However, as Cell executed the solar flare, he utilized the terrifying burst of speed and power from the Kaioken, vanishing from his original position as if teleporting. His objective was not to retaliate against Vegeta, but to flee. When the blinding light dissipated, Vegeta furiously opened his stinging, tear-filled eyes. But where was Cell? Only the immense circular crater left by the Kaioken's eruption and the rapidly fading energy fluctuations remained in the air. Damn it! Vegeta's golden aura blazed fiercely, almost breaking through the heavens. He abruptly glanced at Noka. Which direction did he go? Noka's senses swept across the entirety of West City like the most precise radar, extending even into the distant wilderness. Yet, after Cell's eruption, his energy dissipated like a droplet merging into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Not only was he extraordinarily fast, but he had also instantaneously suppressed his energy to the lowest point, rendering himself completely hidden. He has disappeared. Noka's voice was chilling, his silver pupils harboring a tempest. Cell was not only cunning, but also an expert in utilizing the abilities from his fused cells. The combination of the Kaioken's explosive acceleration, the blinding solar flare as a cover, and the instantaneous concealment of his energy was executed with impeccable precision, clearly premeditated. He had exploited Vegeta's pride and Noka's lack of intelligence regarding Cell's capabilities. Noka was aware of Cell's cells, but had not anticipated his proficiency in employing the Kaioken, a technique requiring special skill. Swish, 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 swish. Goku appeared alongside Bulma and Krillin in an instant. Soon after, future Trunks, the main timeline Gohan, and Piccolo also arrived in a blaze of golden light. As they surveyed the ravaged, silent battleground, the furious yet aimless Vegeta, and the frigidly composed Noka, they instantly grasped the outcome. He got away? Krillin's voice was laced with disbelief and dread. How infuriating! How could that guy wield the Kaioken and the solar flare? Goku was both astonished and enraged, keenly sensing the lingering aura of the Kaioken. He has fused our cells. He can utilize all of our techniques. Future Trunks' face turned pale. This version of Cell was even more dangerous and cunning than the one they had encountered before. He understood the art of concealment and manipulation. Bulma surveyed the ravaged cityscape, particularly the palpable absence of life that had once thrived, her body trembling slightly as she stifled her sorrow and fury. It must be found. Just then, the usually taciturn Piccolo, his countenance unusually grim, suddenly jolted. His pupils lost focus, as if he were listening intently to a distant sound. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan, from the primary timeline, cast a worried glance in his direction. Slowly, Piccolo raised his head, his astonishment and rage replaced by an unprecedented gravity and determination. He turned to Noka, his voice deep and resolute. The Guardian is summoning me. It is urgent. I must visit the temple. Noka observed the unyielding resolve in Piccolo's eyes and glanced at the dilapidated time machine in the valley, a decisive thought forming in his mind. Cell's cunning and power exceeded all expectations. It had lurked for months before revealing itself, striking and retreating in an instant. Surely a greater scheme lay beneath. Tracking a creature that could perfectly conceal its presence and possess the explosive power of the Kaioken was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A new approach was essential. Vegeta, Kakarot, Trunks, Gohan, Krillin, Noka's voice resonated with an unmistakable authority. You are to commence a thorough search centered around Capsule Corporation, extending throughout the city and the surrounding wilderness. Remain vigilant. Cell is exceptionally cunning. Do not spread out. Report any anomalies immediately. Bulma. Noka turned to the scientist, who was struggling to contain her grief. You and future Trunks must return to headquarters at once. Activate all defensive and monitoring systems, and analyze any biological traces or energy remnants Cell may have left behind. Simultaneously, closely monitor global reports of abnormal energy fluctuations and disappearances of life. Understood. Bulma gritted her teeth and nodded, fully aware that this was the only course of action available. As for you, Piccolo, Noka's gaze shifted to the departing warrior. Go and do what you must. We need your clear mind. Piccolo cast a deep glance at Noka, wordless, before transforming into a green streak of light that shot skyward toward the distant temple in the heavens. Once everything was arranged, Noka's gaze returned to the northwest where the time machine resided. He raised his hand, the starry necklace on his chest pulsating with a deep azure glow, akin to a heartbeat. Alia, he whispered to the necklace, his voice piercing through the barriers of space. I require your assistance. Come to Earth immediately. Coordinates have been dispatched. Target, a peculiar time machine. We must discern its origin. The necklace flickered slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Noka knew that Alia had received the message. The matriarch of the Crystal Wall Guardians, who commanded the Cosmic Information Network and wielded advanced technological prowess, would be pivotal in unraveling the mystery surrounding Cell's origins. He tucked away the necklace, his cold silver eyes fixed on the direction where Cell had vanished, an inexorable killing intent coalescing within. The fog was thick, the cunning enemy lurking in the shadows, but the hunt was only just beginning. Chapter 94, The Bustling Alien Metropolis. Awakening of Number 18 in the ecological dome surveillance area of the starry sky, Rena lounged in a suspended chair, her legs crossed, idly twirling a pen while her deep purple hair glimmered subtly under the artificial stellar light above. Before her, a vast, arc-shaped light screen displayed several segmented images, a tranquil mechanical garden, a well-equipped gym, and a lounge filled with data interfaces. At the center of the screen stood three tall, silent figures. Number 16 leaned against a metallic tree, eyes closed in repose. Number 17 sat on a high-backed chair in the lounge, his fingertips idly tapping the surface of the table, his sharp gaze scanning the omnipresent surveillance cameras, while Number 18 stood before a large, floor-to-ceiling window. Back turned to the camera, golden short hair cascading down, motionless as she gazed out at the dazzling skyline of a city that shimmered like a dream beneath a star-studded sky. Ugh, each one duller than the last. Rena grimaced and tossed her pen onto the control console, producing a soft thud. That rascal Noka had gone off to Earth to wreak havoc, leaving her to babysit these hot potatoes. Although Noka had reinforced the spatial confinement here with runes provided by Elia, ensuring they couldn't escape and temporarily suppressing their energy cores, Rena felt increasingly uncomfortable in the presence of these individuals, especially Number 17, whose gaze always bore a prickle of challenge. Hey, purple-haired Saiyan. Number 17's voice suddenly crackled through the intercom in the monitoring room, laced with evident provocation. Aren't you tired of staring at us all day? Or do you have some special interest in us? A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Rena's temper flared instantly. Shut your mouth, you little brat. Who's interested in you? I'm merely tasked with watching over you to prevent any further destruction. Keep talking, and I swear I'll come in there and give you a beating. She clenched her fists, the Scion's combative instincts stirring restlessly. Huh, you? Number 17 scoffed, his disdainful gaze intensifying. If it weren't for that Noka and your tribe leader's schemes. Enough, Number 17. Number 16, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, his voice deep and calm. No need for pointless provocation. He opened his eyes and gazed steadily at the direction of the surveillance camera, as if he could see Rena through the screen. Miss Rena, we harbor no ill intentions. We are simply unaccustomed to being monitored in such a manner. Rena huffed, choosing not to respond. She felt a twinge of unease in the presence of Number 16. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, his power was unfathomable, and his gaze always seemed capable of piercing through to the very core of one's being. At that moment, Number 18, who had been standing by the window, slowly turned around. Her expression was inscrutable, yet her eyes fell upon a hefty document sprawled beside the control console, adorned with intricate circuit diagrams and biological structures. This was core data regarding Dr. Jero's android project, which Noka had copied from Bulma, and Rena had unearthed it to study their weaknesses. Are you looking at that? Number 18's cold voice broke the silence, devoid of emotion. Rena instinctively pulled the document closer to herself. What is it to you? Disregarding Rena's defensiveness, Number 18 walked directly to a small control panel near the window, a secondary console, capable only of adjusting the indoor environment and retrieving basic information, and swiftly tapped a few buttons. Instantly, a holographic projection of the central commercial district, the cosmic ring, appeared, showcasing floating transit vehicles, radiant magical neon lights, eclectic interstellar shops, and a bustling throng of diverse pedestrians. Bustling, vibrant, and teeming with life. Her gaze lingered amidst the dazzling interplay of light and shadow for an extended moment. A subtle ripple of emotion flickering deep within her eyes, a sight utterly distinct from that of Earth. The focus of Android 18 shifted away from the opulence before her, landing once more on the documents at Reina's side. For the first time, a faint hint of bitter sarcasm tinged her voice. That madman transformed us into this, solely to annihilate the Saiyans and destroy Son Goku. In his eyes, we are mere tools, weapons devoid of a past or future, reduced to mere instruments of slaughter. She paused, casting a complex glance at Reina. The documents you hold chronicle the very process that turned us into monsters. Reina was taken aback. She gazed at the perfect yet detached visage of Android 18, then lowered her gaze to the cold, cruel experimental data and transformation schematics contained within the files. She had always regarded them as dangerous adversaries, mere artificial beings bent on destruction. Yet, the words spoken moments ago by 18 gently shattered her entrenched perceptions. Memories of her own struggles for survival on planet Vegeta resurfaced, along with the bitterness of being considered a burden. Although the circumstances differed, the sense of helplessness, of being manipulated and defined, resonated within her faintly. Monsters? Reina instinctively echoed, her tone softened. She picked up the documents, casually flipping through a few pages, pointing to the sections regarding the infinite energy core and emotional suppression module. Noka mentioned that your energy cores are rather unique. Yet he indicated that there seems to be a flicker of humanity deep within them. That old fool tried to erase it, but it appears he was not entirely successful. Raising her head, she met 18's gaze directly. At the very least, you stand here now, conversing with me, rather than bursting forth to wreak havoc. Wouldn't you agree? Android 18 raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly taken aback by Reina's response. 17 ceased his rhythmic tapping on the table, looking at Reina with unexpected interest. A barely perceptible approval flickered in 16's eyes. Humph, humanity? 17 scoffed, yet the sharpness in his tone seemed to wane slightly. What good is that? It's merely a hindrance. Whether it is useful or not, I cannot say, Reina replied, lowering the documents and crossing her arms, adopting her usual straightforward demeanor. However, the fact that Noka is willing to take a gamble, and that Elia has agreed to provide this observational environment, suggests that you may not be as monstrous as you presume. She gestured toward the holographic projection of the splendid universal ring. At the very least, your gaze upon it does not seem to reflect the desire for its destruction. Android 18 fell silent once more. She turned her attention back to the vibrant projection, this time with less detachment and perhaps a glimmer of longing or curiosity. On Earth, all she had witnessed was combat, ruins, and mission objectives. Yet here lay a vivid, colorful fragment of cosmic civilization. After a prolonged interval, her cold voice resonated again, this time directed at Reina. Imbued with a hint of nearly imperceptible inquiry, what lies beyond the universal ring? Reina's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was a breakthrough. Instantly invigorated, she leapt from her hovering chair and strode to the main console, amplifying the holographic projection of the universal ring. Enthusiastically adopting the role of a tour guide. Do you see? That is the Starflow suspension track, the fastest sightseeing transportation. The enormous, luminous crystal structure is the illusory opera house, where magic-driven holographic operas are performed. Truly astonishing. The delightful aroma wafting from over there belongs to the gourmet street of diverse races, offering everything from the high-energy protein pastries of the insectoid species to the elven moonlight dew. It's a cornucopia of culinary curiosities. And look over there. Do you see those sparkling floating shops? They sell specialties from various star systems and the latest trendy items, including clothes, jewelry, and trinkets. Oh, speaking of which, Reina suddenly recalled something and pointed to a shop displayed in the projection, avant-garde in style, showcasing garments that shimmered with iridescent colors. Nishang Xingyu. Alia occasionally goes there to have dresses tailored. She looks absolutely stunning in them. Reina's tone was laced with unabashed admiration. Listening to Reina's vibrant description and gazing at the never-before-seen splendor in the projection, the cold countenance of number 18 seemed to soften ever so slightly. The fingers resting at her side moved almost imperceptibly. Chapter 95. Reina as the Guide, a Tranquil Routine. In the stellar dome office of Alia, Rina's voice, imbued with the distinctive piercing quality of the Saiyans, nearly shattered the tranquil starlight flowing through the office dome. She did not knock, but instead burst through the door formed from condensed starlight with a dramatic flourish, akin to a purple whirlwind sweeping into the room. Alia was suspended before a colossal projection of a star map, her hair flowing like a galaxy, shimmering with a soft glow as her fingertips danced across intricate data streams. She turned her head slightly, her star-like eyes gazing calmly at the forceful Rina, displaying no sign of disturbance. "Rina, is there something you need?" Alia's voice flowed like a clear spring, possessing a soothing power that calmed the restless spirit. "Let them out. I want to take them for a stroll at the cosmic ring." Rina clapped her hands emphatically on the energy-formed desktop before Alia, leaning forward so that her purple hair nearly brushed Alia's face, her eyes ablaze with a resolute insistence rather than a mere request. Alia raised an eyebrow slightly. "They? The artificial beings?" "Yes, number 16, 17, and 18. Rina nodded vigorously, her words tumbling out at a rapid pace. "They've been quite docile lately, especially number 18. They hardly roll their eyes anymore. They sit by the window, gazing longingly outside, like birds trapped in a cage." Moreover, Rina straightened her posture. Striving to make her reasoning sound more official, Noka mentioned wanting to observe whether they exhibit humanity, right? How can they do that locked up? They need to be let out to find out. Besides, with me keeping an eye on them and this device. She tugged at an inconspicuous metal pendant around her neck inscribed with runes, Alia's specially crafted powerful spatial anchor and energy suppressor, covering her and the three artificial beings. And considering the high-level energy monitoring and security rune arrays already present in the public areas of the cosmic ring, it's foolproof. Absolutely safe. Rina finished her impassioned plea, her chest rising and falling slightly, her eyes wide with determination, exuding an aura that suggested she wouldn't leave without a positive response. That expression, rather than a mere display of affection, resembled a Saiyan-style argument peppered with a hint of defiance. Elia observed her quietly, the depths of her star-like eyes seemingly flickering with rapid streams of data, assessing the risks. The few seconds of silence made Lena's heart race, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the table. Just as Lena was about to lose her composure and bang on the table once more, a faint smile, delicate yet illuminating, graced Alia's lips. The reasoning was sound. Alia's voice carried a barely discernible hint of mirth. "It is permissible." "Yes," Lena exclaimed, leaping to her feet, her face radiating joy akin to a child who has just received a cherished toy. Her previous stern demeanor dissolved instantly, leaving only unadulterated happiness. "Elia, you're the best." "I knew it." She nearly lunged forward to embrace Elia, but halted upon noticing the other's pristine gown shimmering with starlight, instead breaking into a silly grin. However, Elia added, her fingertips dancing lightly as several delicate starry runes entered Lena's pendant. "I shall have the Starlight Sentinels follow discreetly. The scope is limited to the outskirts of the Starlight Promenade, and they are not to enter the core areas or zones with high foot traffic. Duration, 2 hours. Not a problem. The Starlight Promenade will suffice. It will be an eye-opening experience for them." Lena replied eagerly, ready to rush out. "I will inform them at once." Before her words had fully escaped, she dashed out of the office. Elia gazed at the still quivering starlight door, gently shaking her head, a deeper smile gracing her eyes. Lena's exuberance always managed to dispel the clouds of excessive rationality. Starlight Promenade of the Cosmic Ring as Lena stepped through the specialized teleportation portal, shrouded in intricate runes. Accompanied by Units 16, 17, and 18, she entered the Starlight Promenade. Even the entirely robotic Unit 16 displayed a flicker of astonishment. Beneath their feet lay a semi-transparent energy pathway, suspended several meters above a meticulously designed ecological garden, where exotic flowers emitted a gentle glow. Above them, a simulated yet remarkably realistic expanse of deep starry sky unfolded, with a brilliant river of stars flowing slowly. On either side of the pathway, variously styled floating shops twinkled like stars, their outlines outlined by vibrant magical neon lights, while the air was infused with the aromas of diverse interstellar delicacies, elegant high-end fragrances, and the refreshing essence of energy crystals. A myriad of cosmic beings strolled leisurely, conversing and shopping, painting a picture of peaceful prosperity in the cosmos. Unit 17, hands in pockets, whistled coolly. "Wow, This is far superior to that wretched place called Earth. There was a glimmer of curiosity and scrutiny in their gaze. Unit 16 nodded gently. It is vibrant and orderly. Quite beautiful. As for Unit 18, she was completely entranced. Her silver pupils reflected the dazzling world before her, her pace unconsciously slowing as she gazed greedily at everything around. The exquisite garments, accessories, and artworks displayed in the elegant windows, so distinct from those on Earth, exerted an indescribable allure over her. She instinctively touched the old attire she wore, remnants of Dr. Gro's era. Lena, observing the expression on Unit 18's face, could not help but feel a sense of pride and smirked inwardly. So, what do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? Far superior to being cooped up indoors watching projections. She strode forth like a proud little master, gesturing animatedly as she pointed out the attractions around her. Over there, the Stardust Workshop, where exquisite jewelry crafted from meteorite fragments is sold at exorbitant prices. And look at that, the Mirage Curtain, specializing in holographic fashion displays, allowing one to try on outfits without physically wearing them. So convenient. Oh, look over there. Galaxy Sweetheart. Lena's eyes sparkled instantly, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, directing her attention towards a shop wafting a rich, sweet aroma. Resembling a giant cotton candy, one of the top 10 dessert establishments in the cosmos. Their nebula lava cake and dark matter ice cream are simply divine. As Lena spoke, saliva nearly dripped from her mouth, her feet instinctively moving in that direction. However, she quickly remembered her responsibilities, halting abruptly, clearing her throat, and striving to adopt the air of a tour guide. Ahem. Since I brought you here, let me share with you the fascinating history of this place. Chapter 96. The Radiance of the Starry Dome, the Sheru Crisis. While leading the trio along the pathway, she recounted the tale of the radiance of the Starry Dome with her characteristic boisterousness, infused with the exaggerated tone unique to Saiyans. You see this bustling place? Well, many years ago, it was nothing like this. It was originally named Toxic Marsh Star, filled with lethal gases and monstrous creatures. At that time, Ellie and her clan were hiding underground, barely surviving behind magical barriers, in a state of despair. Lena waved her hand, as if to dispel the shadows of the past. Later, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, that rascal Noka and I were fleeing for our lives. Our spaceship was severely damaged by Frieza's minions, and we crash-landed on this wretched planet, nearly falling victim to the toxic gas monsters. Fortunately, we were rescued by Ellie. Subsequently, due to that scoundrel Frieza's insatiable desire for Ellie's technology and the cosmic library, he led an army to attack. Ellie, Noka, and I joined forces against him. The battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Alas, in the end, the planet was still obliterated by that villain Frieza. Ellie's clan was nearly wiped out. Lena's voice lowered slightly, tinged with an imperceptible pain, but soon rose again, filled with pride and a near-worshipful glow. It was then that Noka, witnessing the destruction of the planet and Ellie's uncertain fate, erupted with power. His hair turned golden, his eyes green, Super Saiyan. Absolutely stunning. Lena recounted with vivid enthusiasm, as if she were reliving the moment. Alone, he pursued Frieza all the way to Namek. He single-handedly vanquished the cosmic tyrant. Ultimately, using the Dragon Balls of Namek, he wished to resurrect this planet. He even renamed it the Radiance of the Starry Dome. Ellie was revived too. Ever since then, under Ellie's leadership, this place has been rebuilt into its current splendor. Impressive, isn't it? She glanced at the three androids, her chin slightly raised, as if showcasing her most cherished treasure. Number 18 listened quietly. Upon hearing of the planet's destruction and the near extinction of Ellie's clan, a flicker of sympathy passed through her icy gaze. Yet as Lena excitedly described Noka's awakening as a Super Saiyan, his solitary pursuit of Frieza, and the ultimate resurrection of the planet, her focus intensified markedly. The name Noka, once merely a presence on the enemy list, is now imbued with a new, powerful, and legendary persona, a tyrant of destruction turned savior of the planet. A formidable being capable of resurrecting life. Moreover, he has safeguarded Elia and, in turn, indirectly shielded the very person standing here now. A faint, delicate ripple spreads across the calm lake of her heart. She gazes upon the bustling, secure, and vibrant scene around her, all of which stems from that Saiyan named Noka. An indescribable feeling, a blend of curiosity, gratitude, and a subtler appreciation, quietly takes root within her. What an intriguing fellow, Number 17 remarks, raising an eyebrow. His tone softened with a hint of recognition for strength. To create and protect life is true power. Number 16 gently summarizes, his gaze growing softer as it drifts towards the distant city. That's it, Rina exclaims with pride, entirely oblivious to the subtle shift in number 18's expression. I want to go to that store. Number 18 suddenly interjects, pointing towards a boutique named Stardust Attire. Its window displaying an audaciously designed silver gown that melds metallic textures with flowing gossamer. Her voice regains its coolness, yet her eyes shine with remarkable brightness. Rina glances at the direction of her finger, her expression instantly falling. Huh? Shopping for clothes? How dull. We might as well. Her gaze drifts towards Galaxy Suite Core. You promised to let loose. Number 18 remarks with a fleeting glance, yet her steps are already resolutely directed towards the store, exuding an undeniable aura. In that moment, she no longer resembles the cold, merciless machine of destruction, but rather a woman enchanted by beautiful garments, eagerly wishing to try them on. Hey, wait for me. Rina cries out, resignedly following behind, muttering under her breath about how women are troublesome compared to the thrill of battle. Yet, as she observes number 18 stepping into the shop, her expression filled with novelty and anticipation while examining the elegant attire, Rina finds herself inexplicably charmed. Shaking her head to dispel that unsettling thought, she refocuses on the sign for Galaxy Suite Core, swallowing hard. All right, I'll accompany her until she has done, but I must treat myself to some desserts afterward. It's settled. Number 17 shrugs, leaning against the energy railing outside with an air of boredom. Meanwhile, number 16 stands like a dutiful bodyguard at the entrance, his gaze warm as he watches the enthusiastic number 18 within, while also casting his eyes towards the thriving galaxy beyond. This planet, salvaged by Noka, seems to be subtly transforming the lives once defined as monstrous. In the ecological dome monitoring zone of the astral canopy, Rina sprawls out on the sofa in the rest area outside the monitoring room, rubbing her belly. Filled to the brim with various treats from Galaxy Suite Core, her expression a mix of satisfaction and fatigue. 2 hours of intense shopping had proven more exhausting than a battle. Number 18 is practically a human shopping machine, exhibiting astonishing interest and purchasing power for the avant-garde styles and unique materials showcased in Stardust Attire. Rina spent most of her time leaning against the shop's entrance, savoring an enormous serving of dark matter ice cream while observing number 18 trying on various outfits like a doll. Occasionally, she would endure no. 17's teasing remarks about her lack of taste. However, as she watched number 18 emerge from the shop, elegantly carrying several exquisite shopping bags, her initially cold demeanor was illuminated by a glimmer of novelty and satisfaction, causing Rina's earlier irritation to dissipate. There was even a hint of pride. After all, it was she who had introduced the girl to this world. How was it? The Starlight Walkway isn't too shabby, is it? Rina lazily inquired. Number 18 remained silent, carefully placing the shopping bags to the side, her gaze sweeping over the vibrant projection of the cosmic ring displayed on the monitoring room screen, giving a nearly imperceptible nod. Number 17 lounged on another chair, idly fiddling with a newly acquired holographic cube that projected miniature star maps. It's all right, better than just sitting around. But it's too noisy, he remarked. Meanwhile, number 16 stood quietly by the window, gazing outside, seemingly reminiscing about the peaceful scene she had just witnessed. At that moment, the communication pendant around Rina's neck suddenly glowed with a deep blue radiance. Alaya's voice, as clear as a spring, resonated in her mind, imbued with an unusual gravity. Rina, immediately return them to the monitoring area and activate the highest level of spatial lockdown. Noka has made a significant discovery on Earth, and I need to assist with the analysis right away. The security of the Starfall is temporarily in your hands. What? Elia, you're leaving? Rina straightened up, her Saiyan instincts detecting an unusual aura. What is happening on Earth? Is it serious? The origins of Cell are more complex than anticipated, involving multiple timelines. Alaya's voice was succinct and swift, promising further details later. Remember, stay vigilant and initiate the highest defense protocols. I will return shortly. As her words faded, the pendant's light dimmed. Rina could even faintly sense a colossal force of spatial energy coalescing at a core node of the Starfall, only to vanish. Elia had already departed. The highest defense protocols, Rina mused, clicking her tongue. Though Elia's tone was grave, Noka was there as well, so it should be manageable, right? She stood up and gestured toward the monitoring area. All right, shopping time is over. You three young masters and ladies, please return to your cages. Elia has urgent matters to attend to, and now I'm in charge here. So behave yourselves. Number 17 rolled his eyes but complied, rising to his feet. No. 18 silently picked up her shopping bags, while number 16 nodded gently. The trio cooperatively entered the monitoring area, shrouded in layers of intricate runes. Rena swiftly operated the control panel, and a visible energy barrier, shimmering with starlight, enveloped the entire monitoring area in an instant. While the spatial anchoring runes glowed to their fullest extent, ensuring that no form of spatial jumping could occur within. Done. Rena clapped her hands, eager to return to her leisurely indulgence of dark matter ice cream. Suddenly, the spatial anchoring pendant around her neck, given by Elia, began to radiate intense heat. Immediately, the spatial energy monitoring runes inside and outside the monitoring area erupted in blinding red light. Alert! Extreme spatial distortion detected. Coordinates. Inside the monitoring area. The cold electronic voice shrieked. What? Rena suddenly leapt up, her pupils constricting. The monitoring zone. The spatial blockade was still in effect. Within the monitoring area, Unit 16 reacted swiftly, its massive form immediately shielding Unit 18, arms crossed, as the energy core emitted a low hum. Unit 17 released the magic cube, its gaze sharp and searching. Unit 18's expression shifted, instinctively shielding its new attire behind. In that fleeting moment, the center of the monitoring zone warped violently. A diminutive teleportation portal composed of ethereal blue and intricate magical runes materializing instantaneously. Rena recognized the structure of the runes as that of the Elia Crystal Wall Guardian's spatial magic. Elia's magic? Not Cheryl. Rena instantly comprehended, a chilling dread enveloping her. Cheryl had fused with Elia's cells. It had bypassed the defenses using Elia's abilities, directly pinpointing this location. A shadowy green figure, radiating a cold, murderous intent and insatiable hunger, shot forth from the portal like a bolt of lightning. Its target was none other than Unit 18. It was indeed Cheryl. Chapter 97. The Alarms of the Starry Dome. A different ruined future. Its physique was formidable, the dark green carapace shimmering ominously. Its eyes fixated on Unit 18 with an overwhelming desire. The tail behind it rose like a venomous serpent, the tip glinting with a chilling light. Unit 18. My prey. Cheru's shrill voice pierced the air, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly circumventing Unit 16, its hand lunging directly towards Unit 18's throat. Get away! Unit 17 roared, unleashing its fullest potential, a fiery aura erupting as it struck fiercely at Cheru's side with a powerful fist. Bang! Unit 17's fist was effortlessly caught by Cheru's other hand, the immense force causing Unit 17's arm to tingle, and it was sent staggering backward. Unit 16's iron fist followed suit, slicing through the air with a dull roar aimed at Cheru's back. Yet, as if it had eyes on its back, Cheru's tail lashed out abruptly, striking Unit 16's fist like a steel whip. Clang! The sound of metal clashing. Unit 16's fist was deflected. Cheru's claws were now perilously close to Unit 18. Unit 18's blue eyes reflected the approaching claws of death, the repugnant, blood-tinged scent wafting from Cheru's form reaching her nostrils. Terror seized her in an instant, her mind blank, her body frozen. The bag of her new clothes slipped from her grasp. Not on my watch. Rena's roar resounded like thunder. A golden aura erupted with explosive intensity. She shattered the energy barrier at the entrance of the monitoring zone. Super Saiyan 37, 5 billion, her speed reaching its zenith. Appearing almost instantaneously between Cheru, for billion, and Unit 18. Rena did not directly block the claws aimed at the throat. Instead, she crouched low, delivering a fierce uppercut infused with violet energy, striking forcefully at Cheru's wrist that was reaching for Unit 18. Crack! The faint sound of shattering bones echoed. Cheru's wrist bent at an unnatural angle. The motion towards the abdomen interrupted. It emitted a painful hiss. Simultaneously, Rena's left leg swept across like a battle axe, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing violently against Cheru's temple. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Cheru's head snapped sideways, the tremendous force causing its entire body to stumble momentarily. Though it did not result in a devastating blow, Rena's valiant two strikes successfully interrupted Cell's grasp, granting Android 18 a precious moment. 18. Dodge! Rena commanded, her fists raining down upon Cell like a tempest. unleashing a golden energy that erupted fiercely in an attempt to subdue him. Suddenly awakened from her stupor, 18's instinct for survival overtook her fear of death. She abruptly retreated, raising her hands to gather energy orbs, which she shot at Cell without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts detonated upon Cell, though they did not breach his defenses. The explosive force and smoke once again disrupted him. Damn insect! Cell seethed with fury. Steadying himself, his wrists cracked as they instantly healed, his compound eyes fixating intently on Reina, the one thwarting his plans. He abandoned his pursuit of 18 and unleashed all his wrath upon Reina. The dark green aura swelled violently, amplifying both speed and power. His attacks were spectral, claws ripping through the air with piercing sounds, enveloping Reina in an instant. Each strike harbored terrifying strength capable of splitting mountains. Gritting her teeth, Reina tapped into her Saiyan combat instincts, her energy ablaze as she blocked, evaded, and countered. The impact of their clashes echoed with a deep thud, energy shockwaves ravaging the monitoring area, leaving cracks in the sturdy alloy walls. She felt immense pressure. Cell's power and speed far exceeded her expectations. Androids 17 and 16 joined the fray once more. Though 17's combat prowess was limited, his attacks were vicious and cunning, targeting Cell's joints and vital spots relentlessly. Meanwhile, 16 stood like a fortress, his heavy steel form absorbing Cell's assaults head-on. The monitoring area descended into chaotic combat, filled with energy explosions, metal distortions, and a cacophony of roars and shrieks. Against three foes, Cell, leveraging his formidable strength and the combat techniques of numerous powerful warriors, held his ground. His focus remained locked on 18, who was sheltered behind Reina, as he incessantly bombarded her with energy blasts, his gaze greedy and urgent. His target is 18. Do not let him near her, Reina shouted amidst the fierce exchanges, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. Cell's claws had left a deep, bone-exposing gash on her arm. In the desolate valley of the northwestern mountains of Earth, the night wind howled through the disarrayed landscape. Elia hovered above the remnants of Cell's shattered time machine, ethereal blue runes flowing like water into the machine's core, engaging in rapid interaction with the residual temporal data. A colossal holographic model rotated above the time machine, displaying the intricate and convoluted trajectories of time. Noka, Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, main timeline Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma surrounded it. The atmosphere thick with tension. Piccolo had already departed for the temple. What are the analysis results? Noka's voice was icy. Ilia's fingertips quickened the flow of runes, retracing the trajectory lines on the holographic model, ultimately leading to a despairing derivative timeline. The model magnified, projecting a blurred scene in a ruined city. The battered future Gohan was engaged in fierce combat with androids 17 and 18. In that timeline, Ilia's cold voice resonated. The android crisis persists. On the 17th and 18th, a fierce battle ensued with Gohan from that timeline. The scene shifted, revealing the brutal intensity of the conflict. However, just as the battle reached a stalemate, Elia's voice resonated with a sense of gravity as Cell, like a venomous serpent, stealthily approached and struck with sudden ferocity. The imagery depicted Cell's dark green figure darting like a specter, its target being the android. It launched a surprise attack on number 17. The visuals clearly illustrated Cell's tail piercing through the unsuspecting number 17, consuming him entirely. In an instant, Cell's energy surged dramatically, initiating its evolution into the second stage. 18. Future Trunks gasped in disbelief. Despair ignited in future Gohan, who erupted with fury in an attempt to intervene. The scene portrayed young Gohan unleashing a formidable energy, a wrathful strike aimed at the unsteady Cell, who had just devoured number 17. Yet, Cell's retaliation proved equally lethal. Elia's voice remained steady as the imagery showed Cell enduring Gohan's assault, while simultaneously delivering a crushing blow to him. In his final moments, the gravely injured future Gohan gathered his last vestiges of strength, directing a brilliant energy wave not toward Cell, but toward the similarly afflicted number 18. Caught in Cell's energy blast, the energy wave enveloped number 18 instantaneously. He had, with his own hands, sealed her fate to prevent her from being absorbed by Cell. Elia revealed the painful truth. Gohan. Future Trunks cried out in anguish, as if sharing in the torment. The scene continued. Cell, now evolved to its second stage, effortlessly dispatched the exhausted future Gohan. Subsequently, It discovered the hiding place of the young future Trunks, and the outcome was all but inevitable. Chapter 98. Vegeta's Utter Defeat. The Arrogant Perfect Form. After eradicating everything, Cell activated the time machine, arriving in our present. The holographic model froze on the image of Cell emerging from its cocoon. The valley lay in eerie silence, a tapestry woven with anger, sorrow, and dread. Flames of fury blazed in the eyes of future Trunks, and the present timeline go on. Noka's pupils dilated in alarm. Cell continued to covet number 18. Moreover, it possessed Elia's spatial abilities and was aware of the starry beacon's existence. Elia, immediately contact Rena. Noka's voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. Cell's target must surely be number 18 of the starry beacon. An attack could commence at any moment. Elia's star-like eyes sharpened with resolve. She swiftly closed her eyes, and the starry necklace around her neck radiated a brilliant light, attempting to bridge the space to connect with the starry beacon. However, at that very moment, beep, 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 Bulma's radar and Elia's precise detector erupted with blaring alarms. Red lights flashed frantically. Another temporal signal. The energy is immense. Bulma exclaimed in shock, pointing at the radar screen, indicating that the source was merely a few kilometers away. Without a moment's hesitation, Noka, Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, and present timeline Gohan transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the signal's origin. Krillin followed closely behind, bringing Bulma along. In an instant, they arrived above the signal source. What lay below caused their pupils to constrict in disbelief. A time machine stood amidst the desolation, its hatch wide open. Beside the time machine stood a figure. A familiar silhouette, yet taller and more robust. A colossal, stable surge of energy, imbued with absolute confidence and an aura of destruction, spread like a tangible tsunami, solidifying the very air around it. It was the complete form of Cell. Its presence was far more potent and refined than that of Cell himself. Cell slightly raised its head, multifaceted eyes sweeping over the gathered crowd, a smirk of derision curving at the corners of its mouth. Oh? Slower than I anticipated, Science. With arms outstretched, it spoke in a tone of intoxicated arrogance. The timeline I discovered, with androids 17 and 18, is rather disappointing. There are no formidable warriors. Merely a little brat named Gohan and a mere infant, Trunks. It casually recounted its heinous acts of extermination, dismissing the thought of crushing them like insects as insufficiently satisfying. In that instant, an inferno of rage ignited in the eyes of future Trunks and Gohan from the primary timeline. Cell's gaze roamed over the assembly, finally resting on the Saiyan radiating immense energy, a sinister smile forming. Then let me test the power of this perfect form using you. It pointed a finger at each individual, exuding an extreme air of arrogance. Who will volunteer for death first? If you fear facing me one by one. In a heartbeat, a highly compressed dark green energy sphere coalesced at Cell's fingertip, which it casually flung backward. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the time machine it had occupied disintegrated into burning fragments. You can all come at me together. If you wish, Cell retracted its finger. Speaking with a casualness that was maddening, no need to worry about me fleeing in the time machine. That is no longer necessary. It licked its lips, its multifaceted eyes aglow with crimson light. This timeline is ample for me to indulge. On the desolate plain, the terrifying aura emanating from Cell weighed heavily upon the atmosphere, rendering it viscous. Its arrogant declaration pierced through the nerves of everyone present like a cold dagger. Cell. The golden aura of future Trunks erupted with fury, flames of sorrow and rage igniting in his eyes. Unable to tolerate Cell's flippant remarks regarding the deaths of Gohan and the infant in another timeline. Everyone together. Let us eliminate it. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a more violent and furious golden wave of energy erupted beside him. Silence. Trunks. Vegeta's voice roared like a wounded beast, brimming with contemptuous fury. Cell's disdainful gaze, as if selecting prey, and its taunt of who will die first ignited the Saiyan Prince's innate pride and ferocity. A mere artificial insect dares to be arrogant before me. I alone can crush you into cosmic dust. Vegeta's form transformed into a golden lightning bolt, tearing through the night with resolute momentum, instantly closing the distance between himself and Cell. His entire being blazed with an intensity that could shatter stars, his right fist clenched, channeling enough power to obliterate, as it surged directly toward Cell's mocking visage. Father! No! Future Trunks shouted in horror. Vegeta! Wait! Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Noka's pupils constricted suddenly. But Vegeta's speed was too swift, his resolve too absolute. He heeded no counsel. In the face of Vegeta's wrathful strike, Cell's expression remained unchanged, even tinged with boredom. The foolish pride of the Saiyans remains unchanged for millennia. Cell made no apparent defensive posture. At the very moment Vegeta's fist was about to make contact with its faceplate, its head tilted slightly at a speed that transcended the limits of perception. Whoosh! Vegeta's fist, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, grazed the edge of Cell's compound eye, generating only a faint gust of air. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. Cell's movements were as swift as a specter. In the instant Vegeta's punch missed, Cell's left leg rose as if it had vanished. Its knee, accompanied by an afterimage, struck brutally and precisely against Vegeta's unguarded abdomen. Bang! A dull, heart-stopping thud echoed. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes bulged in an instant, his golden aura abruptly dimming as if extinguished. An unimaginable agony erupted from his abdomen, sweeping through his entire body. He felt as though his insides had been displaced and shattered by that knee strike. The concentrated power within him dissipated in an instant, and his body bent uncontrollably as if stripped of its bones. But this was merely the beginning. Cell's right hand slithered forth like a venomous snake, its fingers, covered in smooth carapace, effortlessly clamped down on Vegeta's head, which had lowered in response to the excruciating pain. Too slow, Vegeta. Cell's voice dripped with icy mockery as its compound eyes looked down upon Vegeta's face, twisted in pain and humiliation. Your rage is but impotent fury. Release my father. Future Trunks' eyes widened in despair, ready to charge forward in an instant. Stay back. Goku grasped Future Trunks' shoulder, his expression grave, the golden aura around him fluctuating violently. He recognized the depths of Cell's power. Before Cell, Vegeta appeared as powerless as an infant. Cell paid no heed to the reactions of others. It forcefully slammed Vegeta's head downward. Boom! Vegeta's skull was mercilessly driven into the hard, rocky ground below. Debris exploded outward like a detonation. The ground was shattered, creating a massive crater. Vegeta's body twitched, his golden aura extinguished completely, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, instantly staining the rocks red. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness entirely. In merely 2 moves, the Super Saiyan Vegeta faced a crushing defeat and fell into a stupor. Father! Future Trunks let out a heart-wrenching wail, struggling desperately to break free and rush forward. Chapter 99, Rescue. Noka. At that moment, Buzz, the starry necklace on Norka's chest suddenly erupted with a blinding azure light. An intermittent surge of explosive roars, energy collisions, and Rina's hoarse cries for help surged into Norka's mind like a jolt of electricity. Norka, help! Cell has breached with Elia's spatial abilities. It's attacking us. It wants to absorb Android 18. We can't hold on. Coordinates for the ecological dome now. The message was abruptly cut off, as if severed forcibly. Yet the extreme peril and Rina's despair contained within it caused Norka's heart to momentarily stop. The Star Dome was under attack. Rina and Android 18 were in grave danger. Norka's pupils ignited with fury. Without the slightest hesitation, he abruptly turned to Alia, Star Dome. The assault by Cell. Rina, call for help. Return immediately. Goku, I am counting on you here. Simultaneously, the blue light of the starry necklace on his chest surged to its zenith, and a complex, enigmatic spatial teleportation array swiftly unfurled beneath his feet, targeting the monitoring zone of the Star Dome's ecological dome. Cell, of course, noticed the sudden surge of spatial fluctuations emanating from Noka, as well as the urgency in his demeanor. Nonchalantly, he tossed the unconscious Vegeta aside like refuse. Future Trunks rushed over to catch him, and with a keen interest, he gazed at the mysterious teleportation array at Noka's feet. Oh, a fascinating spatial magical fluctuation. Cell's voice bore a hint of surprise and scrutiny. It seems you possess something that piques my interest. His gaze swept over Goku and the others, who were growing increasingly tense at Noka's impending departure, and a familiar look of supreme boredom returned to his face. However, since the intriguing Noka was making his exit, Cell shrugged casually, as if strolling in his own backyard. Then let this warm-up come to a close. Engaging with the remaining rabble here hardly stirs my interest. What did you say? Goku's brows knitted tightly, his spirit igniting. Krillin and Gohan exchanged furious glances. Cell disregarded their anger, his transparent wings slightly unfurling as his body began to levitate, casting a divine gaze over the assembly, as if pronouncing judgment. 10 days. I grant you 10 days. After 10 days, I shall select a location on Earth to host a, shall we say, Cell Games. The rules are simple. You may employ any means necessary and summon anyone to challenge me. A cruel and expectant red glimmer flickered in Cell's compound eyes. Use these 10 days to venture to that so-called room of spirit and time, struggle to your heart's content, and grow stronger. Let me witness how much potential you Saiyan monkeys can extract in the face of despair. I hope you can bring me a modicum of pleasure when the time comes. With that, Cell no longer cast a glance at the crowd, his form transforming into a dark green streak of light, vanishing instantaneously into the vast night sky, leaving behind his arrogant proclamation echoing across the desolate plains. Damn it, let him escape, Krillin exclaimed, filled with urgency and anger. Cell Games. Goku clenched his fists, his expression grave. Future Trunks cradled his unconscious father, gazing at Vegeta's pale face and the bloodstains upon him, his eyes brimming with anguish and fury. In the main timeline, Gohan supported the injured Krillin, equally burdened by the weight of despair. In the ruins of the Star Dome's ecological dome monitoring zone, smoke lingered, and chaotic energy currents slithered like uncontrollable serpents amidst the shattered alloy walls and torn energy conduits. The monitoring zone had been utterly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Number 16's robust form was embedded in a twisted wall, his chest armor severely dented, emitting an unstable hum as he temporarily lost the ability to move. Number 17 lay distant, his fiery spirit extinguished, riddled with deep claw marks and energy burns, unconscious. Rina knelt on the ground, her deep purple hair disheveled and matted with blood and dust. Her right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of her mouth, and the purple aura surrounding her flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, each breath igniting excruciating pain throughout her body. Yet, her violet eyes burned with an indomitable flame, fixed intently on the adversary before her. In the center of the arena, the dark green shell of Cell bore additional scars, but its presence remained formidable and frigid. One of its hands gripped the throat of Android 18, lifting her off the ground. Her golden pupils, constricted in agony from asphyxiation, clawed futilely at Cell's iron-like arm, while her legs kicked weakly in desperation. Let her go? Rina struggled to rise, but was overwhelmed by a wave of pain and fatigue, collapsing to the floor. Just as Cell's fingertips were about to make contact with 18's abdomen, a chilling, immense aura descended abruptly, causing the very space to tremble. Above the shattered dome of the surveillance area, the fabric of reality twisted and fractured as if a massive stone had been cast into an icy lake. A colossal portal, composed of countless azure runes, materialized in an instant. A figure burst forth like a bolt of lightning tearing through the void, carrying a murderous intent capable of freezing souls. Aiming directly at Cell, it was Noka. Insect. Get away. Norka's icy voice instantaneously halted Cell's motion. With no need for flamboyant gestures, he clenched his right fist, compressing his golden energy to create a blinding, cold star. With the resolve to shatter celestial bodies, he struck at Cell's arm that was grasping 18's throat. The speed and force of this punch exceeded Cell's expectations, and the chilling intent sent a shiver of dread through its core. Cell was compelled to relinquish its immediate absorption of 18 in a desperate bid for self-preservation. It released its grip and hastily redirected the energy coalescing in its other hand to form a defense against Norka's wrathful blow. Boom! The collision of fist and arm erupted with a deafening roar. The violent shockwave of energy surged outward like a tsunami, sending the already precarious debris soaring once more. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed. Ugh! Cell let out a pained groan, its arm's protective shell instantly webbed with cracks, contorted under an unimaginable force. The tremendous power sent it staggering backward uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Norka caught the faltering Android 18, his cold gaze sweeping over her pale, pained visage and the purplish bruises around her neck, a palpable intent to kill manifesting in his eyes. Android 18 gasped weakly, her heart racing with the thrill of survival and a complex array of emotions at the sight of Norka's south frigid profile so close to her. Chapter 100. The teleportation spell achieves great success. Rina, retreat with her. Initiate the highest defense protocol. All defense forces, vacate the area. Norka's voice rang like a command across the icy plains, unyielding and authoritative. He gently pushed 18 towards the staggering Rena while refocusing on Cell, which steadied itself, its multifaceted eyes glinting with rage and caution. Norka, be careful. It can use the spirit bomb. Rena gritted her teeth against the pain, steadying herself against number 18, and called out loudly, "The Kaioken?" Noka furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained unwavering as he stepped forward. A golden aura silently ignited around him, rising with an icy breath that caused the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Has that troublesome creature finally returned? Cell flicked his deformed arm, the exoskeleton rapidly mending under the surge of energy, his multifaceted eyes fixed intently on Noka. Perfect. I shall deal with you both. You? Noka's voice was devoid of warmth. A delusion indeed. In the very instant his words fell, two figures lunged into action simultaneously. Noka's speed was ghostly, leaving behind an afterimage as his true form appeared at Cell's side. With a swift, slicing motion, he aimed a hand strike at Cell's neck, accompanied by a chilling, rending cry that seemed to tear through space. Cell reacted with remarkable swiftness, ducking low and retaliating with his tail, which lashed out like a venomous whip aimed at Noka's midsection. Noka blocked with an elbow, the silver energy enveloping his arm clashing with the tail, producing a sharp, metallic sound. The battle between the two escalated to a fever pitch. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, and tails became lethal weapons. Each collision unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, further shattering the surrounding ruins. Noka's combat style was frigid, precise, and efficient, akin to the most intricate machine of slaughter, each strike aimed at a vital point, imbued with a chilling aura that froze blood. Cell, on the other hand, melded the techniques of numerous powerful warriors, his movements devious and unpredictable, exuding a ferocious strength. With the aid of Elia's spatial magic, he would sometimes teleport or create barriers to disrupt Noka, momentarily matching him blow for blow. Rena, supporting number 18, retreated to a relatively safe corner, her heart racing as she beheld the two figures colliding at such speed that their forms became blurs of light, leaving her astonished. Noka's power seemed to have grown significantly since his departure. However, Cell's cunning and ruthlessness far exceeded her expectations. During a fierce close-quarters struggle, Noka seized upon a fleeting opening, delivering a resounding blow to Cell's chest. Bang! Cell's chest caved in instantly. He let out a pained howl as his body was propelled backwards. It's over. Noka's gaze was as cold as ice, his hands crossing before his chest, palms facing each other, forming a highly compressed golden energy sphere in an instant. Yet, just as he was about to unleash this decisive strike, Cell, hurtling away, suddenly erupted with a frenzied red light in his eyes. His aura exploded forth like a volcano. The energy ignited, enveloping him in a dazzling, blood-red glow. A force far exceeding the previous, suffocating in its ferocity, swept across the battlefield. Tenfold Kaioken. Cell emitted a beastly roar. Boom! The crimson shockwave detonated violently around Cell. His backward trajectory abruptly halted. Speed, power, and reflexes surged tenfold in an instant. He appeared before Noka as if by teleportation, leaving Noka's half-formed energy sphere no time to be released. Cell's fist, cloaked in the blood-red aura, struck Noka's abdomen with the ferocity of a burning meteor, wielding the terrifying might of the tenfold Kaioken. Thud! Noka's body arched violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer. The gathered energy dissipated instantly. He distinctly heard the sound of his ribs cracking. Blood gushed from his mouth as if it were free-flowing. The frigid silver aura was instantaneously subdued and scattered by the violent crimson wave of energy. Ack! Norka let out a suppressed groan of pain, his body akin to a kite with severed strings, hurtling backward and crashing through several layers of alloy walls, finally coming to a halt amidst the swirling dust of the ruins. He knelt on one knee, one hand pressed against his collapsed abdomen, blood seeping continuously through his fingers, staining his torn combat suit. For the first time, a countenance that once bore the chill of indifference revealed the anguish and disbelief within. The King's fist. A tenfold amplification. This monstrosity possesses the uncanny ability to wield Sun Wukong's ultimate technique with such proficiency, and the explosive power is utterly terrifying. Norka. Both Rena and Android 18 screamed in horror simultaneously. Ha! Cell hovered in the air, bathed in the blood-red aura, gazing down at the severely injured and bloodied Norka, erupting into a maniacal laughter. Do you see? This is the power derived from the amalgamation of countless formidable cells. Norka, no matter how peculiar your magic may be, it is utterly futile in the face of absolute power. Gradually, he raised both hands, palms facing each other, as a highly concentrated blue energy sphere swiftly took form, emitting a piercing hum. That familiar starting posture. It's the Kamehameha. With this very technique, I shall send you to hell. Cell sneered, directing the devastating energy wave of the Kamehameha towards the struggling Norka amidst the ruins. Farewell, troublesome pest. The blue energy sphere grew increasingly luminous, the aura of destruction locking onto Norka. Halt! Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a cold, resolute voice suddenly resonated. Cell momentarily halted, his multifaceted eyes shifting towards the source of the voice. There stood Android 18, having extricated herself from Reina's support, staggering a few steps forward to stand atop the ruins. Her silver pupils fixed upon Cell, devoid of fear, only an icy determination emanating from her. Is your target not me? Android 18's voice rang clear, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, yet underpinned by unwavering resolve. Come, Cell. Absorb me. Spare him. 18. Have you lost your mind? Reina shouted in desperation, attempting to rush forward to seize her. Cell's multifaceted eyes flitted greedily between Norka and Android 18. The desire to eliminate Norka instantaneously yielding to the allure of the boundless energy within 18. Norka was gravely injured and on the brink of death, easily dispatched at any moment. However, the infinite energy within 18 was the perfect peace he yearned for. You do have some sense. Cell scoffed, the Kamehameha in his hand gradually dissipating, his wings unfurled behind him, his body transforming into a crimson streak of light, propelled by an overwhelming aura of greed. Racing toward the edge of the ruins where 18 stood. So be it as you wish. Become a part of me. 18. Reina's eyes widened in horror, just as Cell's claw was about to make contact with 18's body. Deep within the ruins, Norka, kneeling in a pool of blood, managed to curve his bloodied lips into a chilling smirk. Enduring the excruciating pain, one bloodied hand discreetly made a swift gesture towards Reina. Reina's pupils constricted suddenly. In an instant, she comprehended Norka's plan. That was the emergency spatial teleportation rune initiation gesture taught to her by Elia. The target is Earth, the very spot where Cell constructed the arena. Without a moment's hesitation, Reina abruptly crushed the emergency teleportation stone, engraved with runes and entrusted to her by Alia, which she had long held in her hand. Simultaneously, she concentrated all her thoughts on the approaching figure of Cell. A resonant hum echoed as a more robust and radiant azure portal manifested instantaneously before Cell. He collided headlong into it. What? Cell could only emit a furious cry of surprise before his form vanished completely within the portal. The brilliance of the portal swiftly contracted and disappeared, leaving behind the startled Android 18 and the gasping Norka amidst the ruins. Chapter 101, Supercell. Destroy the emergency stopper. On the designated battleground of the Earth Cell Games, a vast, flat wasteland, Cell hovered in midair, eyes closed in contemplation, savoring the tranquility bestowed by his overwhelming power as he awaited the commencement of the games in 10 days. He had even begun to envision the layout of the arena. Suddenly, a resonant hum pierced the air. The space before him twisted violently without warning, and a colossal azure portal opened instantaneously. A dark green figure, radiating a frenzied crimson aura and an air of fury, burst forth from the portal like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the wasteland and stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Cell. Coughing in frustration, Cell quickly rose to his feet, the scarlet energy still swirling around him, his multifaceted eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with uncertainty. When he beheld the other Cell, who floated above him, gazing down with a cool, amused expression, he was momentarily stunned. Cell? He recognized the other as his own complete form from this timeline. The immense disparity in power and the unfathomable, perfect aura emanating from the other filled him with an overwhelming sense of pressure and a flicker of exhilaration. It's you. Cell forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, forcing a smile upon his face, albeit a rather grotesque expression. Excellent. Another me. I am Cell. From an alternate timeline. I am in pursuit of Android 18. Once I absorb her, I shall attain my complete form. However, that Norka is an obstruction. He teleported me here. Eagerly, Cell gestured towards the direction from whence he came, speaking rapidly. Listen, let us join forces. You assist me in capturing Android 18. Once I become complete, we shall combine our strengths. This universe, nay, all of time and space, shall bow before us. We shall be invincible." His eyes gleamed with avarice and ambition. The wasteland fell into a profound silence. Cell hovered above, observing the animated declarations of his counterpart below, his expression unchanged. Moments later, he erupted into laughter, his mirth transitioning from a low chuckle to a high, mocking crescendo, imbued with endless derision and coldness. Join forces? Invincible? His laughter abruptly ceased, his multifaceted eyes, like the coldest rubies, fixated intently on Cell, his voice as frigid as biting winds. "Fool, do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives?" The smile on Cell's face froze instantly, a profound sense of impending doom gripping him. "Do you seek to manipulate me? To siphon my power? To replace me in the future?" Sheru's voice resonated with an icy chill that pierced through all. "The meager, incomplete energy within you is better spent elsewhere than in pursuit of the number 18. In an instant, Sheru's form vanished, only to reappear before its adversary. Its hand, cloaked in a dark green shell, moved with a swiftness that transcended the constraints of time and space. With an overwhelming, crushing force, it effortlessly pierced through Sheru's chest. As if breaching a mere layer of thin paper, a sickening sound erupted. Ugh! Sheru gazed down in disbelief at the arm that had embedded itself within its chest. The sensation of excruciating pain and the draining of its power engulfed it instantaneously. "You might as well surrender to me now," echoed the voice of Sheru, reminiscent of a death knell. With a swift motion, Sheru's arm withdrew, revealing within its palm a pulsating core of energy, emanating a dark green and blood-red glow. This core was birthed from its consumption of number 17, encapsulating the majority of its strength and evolutionary potential. "No, my power." Sheru's form seemed to lose all vigor, the blood-red aura extinguishing in an instant, while the light in its multifaceted eyes dimmed rapidly, filled with despair and defiance. Its body collapsed like a discarded sack, crashing heavily onto the ground, bereft of all vitality. Sheru hovered above, casting not a glance at the lifeless form of Sheru, which was swiftly losing its essence. It gazed greedily at the pulsating core in its grasp, excitement and cruelty flickering in its multifaceted eyes. "What pure energy! Though imperfect, it is sufficient to elevate my power further." Sheru opened its mouth and, without hesitation, consumed the core of energy. Boom! A surge far greater, more ferocious, and more malevolent than before erupted from within Sheru, akin to a cataclysmic tempest. Roar! Sheru released a bellow that reverberated across the cosmos. The sound waves expanded like a tangible force, fracturing the ground beneath. Perfection. This is true perfection. I shall be known as Super Sheru. Sheru reveled in the torrent of seemingly boundless power coursing through its being. It looked down at its hands, now cloaked in an even more formidable shell, and a grin of destruction spread across its face, more sinister than ever. 10 days. I can hardly wait. Saiyan monkeys, prepare to embrace true despair. In the ruins of the starry dome, Noka bore the agony of his injuries, his cold pupils fixated on the distant earth. The sudden eruption of evil energy, akin to the descent of a demon, weighed heavily upon his heart. The situation with Super Sheru was worse than he had anticipated. "Noka, how are you?" Rena staggered to his side, supporting the still weak number 18. She gazed anxiously at Noka's collapsed abdomen and the blood that continued to seep from his lips. Her purple eyes filled with concern and dread. "I will not die." Noka's voice was hoarse, yet remained frigid. He attempted to stand straight, but the movement aggravated his wounds, triggering another fit of intense coughing. At that moment, the space quivered once more, and a graceful figure, composed entirely of pure starlight, silently emerged amidst the ruins. Ilya had arrived. Her starry eyes swept across the ravaged battlefield, taking in the grievously wounded number 16 and number 17, the disheveled Reina and number 18, finally resting upon the severely injured Noka. A fleeting trace of barely perceptible sorrow flickered deep within her gaze, yet her expression remained composed. "Elia, quickly, the magic beans!" Reina exclaimed, as if she had spotted a beacon of hope. Without uttering a word, Elia's slender fingers deftly tapped, and several emerald green beans, radiating a warm, life-affirming aura, soared from the voluminous sleeves of her starry robe, precisely landing in the mouths of Noka, Reina, and number 18. While 2 additional beans flew toward the unconscious number 16 and number 17. The magic beans dissolved upon entry, transforming into an overwhelming torrent of life that surged through their bodies. Noka's sunken abdomen visibly restored at an astonishing rate, fractured ribs mended, and pallor quickly gave way to a healthy flush, as her once frigid breath regained its solid and robust essence. Reina's broken arm seamlessly fused together, bruises and scars vanishing, as a golden aura reignited. Number 18 felt her sapped strength rejuvenate instantaneously, the marks upon her neck disappearing without a trace. In the distance, Number 16 and Number 17 groaned softly as their wounds healed rapidly, their breaths gradually stabilizing. "They're alive," Reina exclaimed, triumphantly shaking her now restored fist, her heart still racing. Number 18, feeling the surge of vitality within, instinctively reached for her neck where it had once been constricted. She looked up at Noka, their gazes locking onto each other through the veil of icy silver eyes that had regained their aloofness. Reflecting on her impulsive decision to step forward in urgency and Noka's perilous strategy, Number 18 felt a whirlwind of emotions. She instinctively tightened her fist. Noka retrieved a small, cold metallic device from the magical space, the emergency stop controller of Dr. Glow. "Noka?" Reina queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ignoring her, Noka gazed intently at Number 18, declaring, "This is no longer necessary." With a firm grip, he crushed the controller in his hand with a resounding crack. Tiny metal fragments cascaded through his fingers. Chapter 102, Pre-Battle Mobilization. This action momentarily startled Reina. Number 16 had already sat up, his gentle gaze filled with approval. Number 17 also awakened, observing Number 18's actions, smirking slightly, though a hint of softening appeared in his eyes. After shattering the controller, Noka looked into her eyes, which now shimmered with a newfound sense of relief and rebirth, the icy depths softening for just a moment. He approached Number 18, his voice low yet imbued with a reassuring strength. "Do not worry, Lazuli." This is the first time Noka addressed her by her true name. "No one shall treat you as a mere tool again, nor will anyone compel you to do anything against your will." His gaze swept over Numbers 16 and 17. "You are the same. Here, you shall find your sanctuary." Lazuli, or Number 18, softly repeated this nearly forgotten name, a peculiar warmth blossoming in her heart. Meeting Noka's steadfast gaze, she gently nodded, her previously tense body finally relaxing for the first time. Noka turned towards Elia and Reina. "Elia, the defense system of the Stellar Radiance requires your immediate reassessment and reinforcement. Sheru has evolved into Super Sheru, posing a threat far greater than before." "Reina," he said, glancing at the Saiyan girl with deep purple hair, "you will remain here to assist Elia in safeguarding the Stellar Radiance and protecting them." His gaze swept over the trio of androids. "Understood. Leave it to me," Reina declared, thumping her chest with determination. Although she longed to accompany Noka to Earth to confront Sheru, she recognized the gravity of her responsibilities here. Elia nodded gently. "I will ensure the safety of this place. Take care." Her eyes lingered on Noka for a moment, filled with unspoken concern. Noka nodded and did not delay further. The starry necklace at his chest emanated a brilliant azure glow, and a spatial teleportation array enveloped him instantly. His figure vanished amidst the distortions of space. His destination set for West City, Bulma's home. In the backyard of Capsule Corporation in West City, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Vegeta had awakened. The Senzu beans had healed his injuries, yet the humiliation and fury within him were 100-fold more severe than any physical wounds. His golden aura blazed uncontrollably, akin to a caged, enraged lion, pacing restlessly in the yard. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Vegeta roared, delivering a fierce punch to a nearby rock formation, which shattered into dust with a thunderous crash. "That wretched insect! How dare it humiliate me like this? I shall tear it apart. Reduce it to ashes. The hyperbolic time chamber. I demand entry to train now. 10 days. No, 1 day. I shall surpass it." "Vegeta, calm down," Goku interjected, positioning himself in front of him. His golden brows furrowed. "Your current state of mind is entirely unsuitable for training. Moreover, we have spent too long in the time chamber. Both our bodies and spirits have reached a bottleneck. Forcing ourselves in will yield counterproductive results. Like a string drawn too tight, further tension will only lead to a break." "Kakarot, are you underestimating me?" Vegeta bellowed, his fury escalating. "A bottleneck? That is merely an excuse for the weak. A true Saiyan knows no bottlenecks, only breakthroughs. I do not underestimate you." Goku's voice rose, laced with an uncommon seriousness. "I understand our bodies. What we need now is to settle. We must allow our bodies to fully adapt to our current power, to cultivate a more harmonious aura, thereby enabling us to unleash 120% of our strength in combat. Forcing a limit will only result in you becoming like before, possessing power yet unable to control it, easily toyed with. What did you say? Vegeta seethed, nearly ready to explode, as it seemed the two were about to clash. What Goku says is correct, a cold yet familiar voice suddenly interjected. With a swish, the space slightly warped, and Noka's figure materialized in the yard. His silver armor was pristine, his aura cold and stable, showing no signs of having just endured a life-and-death battle. Noka. Everyone's faces lit up with surprise as they turned to him. Mr. Noka. Future Trunks and main timeline Gohan both sighed in relief. Seeing Noka, Vegeta's rage subsided slightly, though his expression remained grim. Humph. Do you also think I require rest? Noka's gaze swept over the seething golden aura of Vegeta, radiating fury, as he calmly remarked. Anger is a source of strength, yet uncontrolled rage reveals one's vulnerabilities. With the absorption of Cell, he had ascended to a new echelon of power, becoming Super Cell. His strength, speed, and technique had reached an unfathomable pinnacle. Given your current state, even an additional 10 days of training would yield no different results. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the silence. Yet Noka's frigid assertions regarding Super Cell rendered him speechless. He had personally experienced the terror of Cell, a crushing force of absolute power. Noka shifted his attention from Vegeta to the future Trunks, whose expression was fraught with concern. Trunks. Noka's voice remained calm, but bore an undeniable weight. There is something you must do. Mr. Noka, what is it? Future Trunks immediately stood at attention. Your time machine, energy source, and coordinates should be properly calibrated, Noka stated. I need you to return to your future timeline at once. Return? Future Trunks was taken aback. But the Cell games require all available power. Noka interrupted him. After your departure, Elia and I utilized the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect everyone who perished at the hands of Cell and the androids in your timeline, including your father Vegeta, your mother Bulma, and Goku. What? Future Trunks felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His entire being froze in disbelief. His eyes widened, golden pupils quivering with incredulity and overwhelming joy. You mean Mr. Goku and my parents? They have all come back to life? Indeed. Noka affirmed with a nod. They are all awaiting your return. Thus, your mission is to immediately go back and inform them of everything that has transpired here, particularly regarding Super Cell and the Cell games. Then, Noka's gaze sharpened. Bring future Gohan here. We need him. We require the strength of that warrior who fought until the very end in despair. Future Trunks trembled with excitement, the immense joy and sense of purpose dissipating the shadows in his heart. His parents were alive once more. Moreover, he could bring them back to fight alongside him. Yes. Mr. Noka, I understand. Future Trunks nodded vigorously, his voice choked with emotion yet resolute in spirit. I will set off at once. I will definitely bring Gohan back. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the hangar where the time machine was stored, his golden aura flickering with exhilaration. Watching Future Trunks depart, Noka withdrew his gaze and turned to face Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and the recently arrived Piccolo, whose presence was now even more profound and powerful post-fusion. Piccolo's emerald eyes radiated a calm insight that seemed to comprehend everything. 10 days, Noka's chilling voice echoed in the courtyard. Super Cell awaits his game. These 10 days are not meant for futilely pushing our physical limits, but for reflection, adaptation, and mental adjustment, allowing us to reach our true peak. Meanwhile, his gaze swept over the group before settling on Piccolo. We need a plan, a strategy to confront Super Cell. An intangible pressure looms over everyone's hearts as the countdown to the decisive battle begins. Chapter 103, The Arrival of Pagalas, the legendary Super Saiyan who will annihilate the Southern Galaxy. 5 days pass in an unusual tranquility despite the weighty strain. Following the Council of Noka and Son Goku, the group refrains from entering the hyperbolic time chamber for intense training. Instead, they strive to maintain their Super Saiyan state at full power, allowing their bodies to fully acclimate to this formidable force, fostering a more fluid and natural flow of energy. On the outskirts of West City, a picturesque meadow by the lakeside beckons. The rare, beautiful weather bathes the scene in warm sunlight, while a gentle breeze caresses the lake's surface, bringing refreshing coolness. A large picnic blanket is spread out, adorned with an array of delicacies meticulously prepared by Chi-Chi, gourmet canned goods and beverages brought by Bulma, along with fruit snacks arranged by Krillin. Son Goku sits cross-legged at the edge of the blanket, clutching a massive rice ball, devouring it voraciously while mumbling. Relaxing and eating like this makes the power flow even smoother, doesn't it, Vegeta? His golden hair glistens in the sunlight, his energy calm and steady. Vegeta, arms crossed, leans against a grand tree, eyes closed in meditation. His golden aura remains at the surface, subtly rising and falling like breath, devoid of the previous frenzy and impatience. Upon hearing Goku's words, he merely emits a dismissive grunt from his nostrils, a tacit acknowledgement. After 5 days of contemplation, he must concede that the tumultuous power within him, born of humiliation, has indeed become more refined and controllable. In the primary timeline, Gohan sits beside Chi-Chi, quietly eating while striving to maintain his Super Saiyan state. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his gaze remains resolute. Piccolo stands a bit further along the lakeshore, his emerald figure reflected in the water. His energy deep and serene, more composed than ever after merging. Krillin assists with pouring drinks, while Bulma adjusts a portable energy monitor. Noka reclines in the shade of a nearby tree, eyes closed as if in a light slumber. Yet a faint silver vortex of energy surrounding him indicates he is maintaining some form of state. Elia quietly hovers a few inches above the ground, seemingly processing intangible streams of information, keeping a watchful eye on the celestial brilliance and the distant cosmos. Future Trunks and future Gohan sit beside the picnic blanket, their condition markedly improved since their arrival. Future Gohan bears a trace of solemnity from his trials, yet overall he appears invigorated, softly conversing with his primary timeline counterpart. Future Trunks relaxes beside Bulma, occasionally lending a hand with tools. Vegeta's gaze occasionally drifts toward them, particularly lingering on Future Trunks with an inscrutable scrutiny. Though their father-son relationship remains somewhat distant, the intense sense of alienation has considerably diminished. The atmosphere is one of harmony and ease. A rare tranquility envelopes the gathering. Bulma sets down the monitor and stretches languorously, exclaiming, though the threat of that cell still looms overhead, "It's nice to unwind like this. Wait, what is that?" She suddenly points to the sky in astonishment. Everyone immediately looks up. In the azure sky, a colossal shadow was rapidly magnifying. It was not an aircraft, but rather an enormous spacecraft, rugged in design and menacing in style, entirely enveloped in dark metallic hues. The vessel descended with a thunderous roar, disregarding Earth's airspace regulations, and directly approached the area where they were picnicking. A spaceship? Klin gasped in astonishment. An enemy attack? Piccolo instantly assumed a combat stance. Son Wukong and Vegeta immediately rose, their golden auras subtly flickering. The massive ship's underside expelled powerful gusts of wind, creating tumultuous waves on the lake and nearly uprooting the food and mats on the grass. Chi-Chi shrieked, shielding the food. "My lunch." The spacecraft ultimately landed steadily on a clear patch near the lakeside, stirring up a cloud of dust. The hatch slowly creaked open, releasing a ramp. A figure emerged first. He was tall, clad in a Saiyan-style battle suit that appeared somewhat antiquated, marked by the dust of travel. Deep lines etched his face, and his sharp gaze bore a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and fervor. It was Paragus. Paragus's eyes scanned the vigilant assembly by the lake, ultimately honing in on Vegeta. His countenance instantly transformed into one of deference, even tinged with an undertone of flattery, as he hastened down the ramp, kneeling a few paces from Vegeta, placing his right hand over his heart, and performing a formal Saiyan tribute to the royal lineage. "Prince Vegeta, I, Paragus, have finally found you." His voice resonated with excitement. Vegeta furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the unexpectedly reappeared Elder Saiyan. "Paragus, I recall your name. You were executed before the destruction of planet Vegeta. I did not expect you to still be alive. What do you seek from me?" His tone remained characteristically aloof. Paragus lifted his head, a near fanatical pride illuminating his features. "Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission. In the depths of the cosmos, we have discovered a new homeland. We have rebuilt the glorious new planet Vegeta. We have gathered our exiled brethren and restored order. We have awaited your return to reclaim the throne and lead our Saiyan kin to renewed splendor." New planet Vegeta? Vegeta's tone remained flat, clearly uninterested in the prospect of kingship. Paragus, acutely aware of Vegeta's indifference, swiftly unveiled a more enticing revelation. "Your Highness, New planet Vegeta is not only a symbol of our resurgence, but also located in a resource-rich and strategically significant star region. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice to a tone laden with mystery and gravity. During our expansion, we encountered an extraordinarily terrifying entity. A legendary Super Saiyan. A legendary Super Saiyan. This time, not only Vegeta, but also Son Wukong, Piccolo, and Noka turned their attention towards him. Future Trunks and future Gohan instantly tensed, Gohan's gaze sharpening significantly. Indeed, Your Highness. Paragus nodded vigorously, his face betraying a look of trepidation. That monster possesses an unimaginably ferocious power. The mere aftermath of battle has obliterated nearly half of the civilized planets in the southern galaxy. He is like a frenzied beast, consumed solely by destruction and slaughter. Our fleet from New Vegeta has also encountered him, suffering grievous losses. I alone managed to escape with this vessel, relentlessly pursuing the essence of Your Highness, the Prince, until I arrived on Earth. Chapter 104. The Suppressed Volcano, the Devastation of the Southern Galaxy? A profound interest finally emerged on Vegeta's face, not stemming from aspirations for the throne or conquest, but from an unadulterated thirst for battle and a quest for validation of power. Where is he? According to the latest tracking information, he seems to be drawn by an immense energy, heading towards New Vegeta. My subordinates fear he may unleash catastrophic destruction upon our new home. Paragus spoke urgently. Your Highness, only you, possessing the royal bloodline and being a Super Saiyan yourself, have the potential to thwart that monster. Lead us Saiyans to conquer this threat. Please, return with me to New Vegeta. Paragus bowed his head once more, his demeanor profoundly earnest. Vegeta crossed his arms, contemplating for a moment. A legendary Super Saiyan? A monster capable of annihilating the southern galaxy? This certainly presents an excellent litmus test to assess the prowess he had consolidated over the past 5 days. Compared to waiting here for the Cell Games to commence, this is undoubtedly a far more worthwhile endeavor. Humph, a legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta glanced at Paragus, then cast a look at Goku, Noka, and the others nearby. It indeed sounds like a worthy adversary. It is rather dull to remain here. Engaging in some activity to validate his current strength would be quite refreshing. His tone exuded a calmness seeking practical verification rather than arrogance. Goku scratched his head, his eyes sparkling. A legendary Super Saiyan? That sounds incredibly strong. Let us go see. His combative spirit was ignited as well. Piccolo, arms crossed, exuded a solemn air. An entity capable of destroying the southern galaxy is indeed a matter of concern. Noka remained silent, observing Paragus intently. When Paragus mentioned the legendary Super Saiyan and the southern galaxy, a flicker of understanding crossed Norka's cold gaze. The intelligence report from Elliot suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Paragus, and the berserker who annihilated the starry sky in the future, Broly. He glanced at future Trunks and future Gohan, receiving a tacit confirmation from their suddenly grave expressions. Slowly, he rose and moved towards the direction of the ship, calmly nodding to Vegeta and the others who were looking over. Very well. Let us go see. His voice remained icy, yet the implication was unmistakable. It was not merely to observe the legendary threat, but to ascertain the veracity of Paragus and the essence of New Vegeta. Elia silently drifted to Norka's side, her actions speaking volumes of her stance without uttering a word. Excellent. Paragus's face lit up with elation, promptly rising to lead the way. Your Highness, esteemed warriors, please board the ship. We shall depart at once. Vegeta took the lead, striding towards the ship with an air of determination to seek practical validation. Goku and Piccolo followed closely behind. Norka and Elia also ascended the gangway. Klin and Gohan exchanged a glance, as Chi-Chi anxiously called out, Gohan, be careful. Bulma, hands on her hips, yelled at Vegeta's retreating figure. Hey, Vegeta, resolve this swiftly and return. Don't delay the Cell Games. Future Trunks and future Gohan rose swiftly. Future Gohan intoned solemnly, we must proceed. We cannot allow him to inflict further destruction. Future Trunks nodded, his tone resolute. Indeed, we must stop him. Without hesitation, the two joined the fray. The massive spaceship's hatch creaked shut, the engines emitted a deep roar, and a powerful gust swept across the grass. Amidst Chi-Chi's gasps and Bulma's shouts, the vessel ascended, transforming into a streak of light as it pierced the atmosphere, racing into the depths of space towards the so-called new planet Vegeta. Paragus's ship traversed the vast starry ocean, ultimately arriving at the designated new planet Vegeta. However, as the vessel breached the atmosphere, the anticipated city of Saiyan resurgence failed to materialize. Instead, a suffocating desolation greeted their eyes. The ship hovered low, and through the observation window, they beheld a vast expanse of sickly brown earth, as if ravaged by an immense force repeatedly. The ground was riddled with bottomless ravines and colossal craters, while fractured mountains resembled the remains of a great beast. Scattered across the devastated landscape were sparse, rudimentary metallic structures, most of which were twisted, collapsed, or charred, emitting tendrils of black smoke. The air was thick with dust and the acrid scent of residual energy. The entire planet exuded a lifelessness, devoid of vitality, let alone a flourishing Saiyan civilization. Is this truly new planet Vegeta? Klin whispered in disbelief, leaning against the window. It appears as though it has just endured a fierce battle, Piccolo remarked, his brow furrowed. Vegeta, arms crossed, gazed coldly below, his expression unchanging, yet his eyes sharply scrutinizing every detail. Goku also subdued his smile, the golden aura flickering slightly as he sensed the chaotic energy beneath. Future Trunks and future Gohan exchanged a significant glance, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Noka and Elia floated by the window. Noka's expression remained impassive, while Elia closed her eyes, seemingly scanning the planet's data flow through some invisible network. Paragus stood at the control panel, his back to the group, his body appearing somewhat rigid. He cleared his throat, attempting to explain, "My lord, everyone, we previously encountered the legendary Super Saiyan. The planet has indeed suffered some damage, but we are striving to rebuild. Please trust us." The spaceship eventually descended onto a relatively flat expanse, still littered with rubble and burn marks. The hatch opened, unleashing a wave of hot air infused with the scent of sulfur and scorched earth. Paragus was the first to descend the gangway, forcing a smile. "My lord, please. Though our homeland is damaged, under your sagacious leadership, we shall surely restore its former glory." One by one, the others disembarked, their feet sinking into the soft, scorching ash. The surroundings were engulfed in silence, save for the mournful whisper of the wind. At that moment, an unusually tall figure emerged like a silent specter from the shadow of a massive rock. He possessed a mane of wild, untamed hair, and his face bore a resolute, yet almost numbed expression. Clad in rags, his bare torso revealed a colossal physique brimming with unimaginable power. It was Broly. Bowing his head, he gazed vacantly at the ground, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept over the crowd and landed upon the face of Goku, time appeared to freeze. Broly's body jolted violently. The emptiness in his eyes was suddenly ignited by an indescribable turmoil, anguish, and a profound hatred. An invisible, suffocating pressure radiated from him, causing the stones beneath his feet to silently crumble into dust, while the air around him began to distort. Strands of green energy uncontrollably spiraling from his very being. A guttural roar escaped Broly's throat, a sound devoid of meaning, as he fixated intensely on Goku, his enormous fists clenching unconsciously with a creaking sound. His aura was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, ferocious and unstable. Chapter 105. The Terrifying Super Warrior. Broly. Paragus's expression shifted drastically, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. He abruptly raised his wrist, revealing a metallic device embedded with buttons, and his fingers moved rapidly across its surface. Buzz. A faint, nearly invisible blue arc surged from the device, connecting to a gem-studded metal ring on Broly's forehead. Ugh! Broly emitted a muffled groan of pain, his body convulsing violently as the impending fury was abruptly severed, his energy instantly waning. The chaos and hatred in his eyes were replaced by immense suffering, his towering frame slightly hunched over, breath growing heavy and labored. Cold sweat beaded on Paragus's brow as he forced himself to maintain composure, turning to face Vegeta and the others, a smile on his face that was more grotesque than tears. "I apologize, Your Highness, esteemed guests. I hope I have not caused you any distress. Broly has suffered from an uncontrollable rage disorder since childhood. It must have been the sight of strangers that triggered his condition once more. Thankfully, this medical device can temporarily suppress it." He shook the controller on his wrist. The crowd stood in silence, observing the scene. Vegeta's gaze was icy, Goku's brow furrowed, and Piccolo appeared contemplative. The two from the future clenched their fists tightly. At that moment, the previously silent Noka spoke up. His voice pierced through Paragus's deceit like an icicle. A medical device? Norka's sharp gaze fixated on the device on Paragus' wrist, asserting that what was released was a high-frequency nerve interference pulse, not for healing, but rather to forcibly stimulate the nerve endings, inflicting excruciating pain to disrupt the target's thoughts and actions. What you possess on your wrist is a slave collar's controller, Paragus. Paragus' smile froze instantly, his complexion turning ashen. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's lips curled into an icy smile, a chilling arc that bespoke disdain. He turned his gaze towards the inconspicuous metallic ring encircling Broly's neck, then back to Paragus, his eyes brimming with unabashed contempt and mockery. Ah, I see now. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan you spoke of? The creature that ravaged the southern galaxy? Merely a rabid dog tethered by your collar and suffering? And you, Paragus, a coward who hides behind a controller, scheming to deceive me merely to showcase this? Vegeta's words struck Paragus like a whip, shattering the carefully woven tapestry of lies and disguises he had constructed. The terror and sycophancy etched on Paragus' face vanished in an instant, replaced by a twisted fervor and long-suppressed resentment. He staggered back a few steps, distancing himself from the crowd, pointing accusatorily at Vegeta, his voice trembling with extreme hatred. Silence. Vegeta, what do you understand? You were born a prince, exalted above all. And what of me? What of my son? He gestured towards Broly, who was gasping in agony, his eyes now vacant once more, and howled. Broly. He possesses a terrifying talent, unprecedented among Saiyans. His power should make the very universe tremble. He was destined to be the new king of the Saiyans. It was that old bastard, King Vegeta, who feared Broly's strength would threaten your throne. Thus, upon my son's birth, he condemned him to death as if he were refused. And we were exiled to the hell of planet Vampa, subjected to endless suffering. Paragus' eyes, bloodshot and filled with a perverse love and the flames of vengeance, blazed with intensity. Now, King Vegeta is dead. Planet Vegeta has been obliterated. Yet the bloodline of the Vegeta family endures. You, the last prince, still live. This hatred, this humiliation, must be repaid with your blood. Broly, my son, let him reclaim all the suffering he has endured today upon Prince Vegeta. Kill them. Slay them all. Paragus shrieked hysterically as he frantically pressed the buttons on his wrist controller once more. This time, he activated not the suppressor, but the stimulator. A horrific, inhuman wail erupted from Broly. The collar around his neck ignited with blinding blue light. A wave of excruciating pain surged through every nerve in his body like a violent current. Rather than yielding, this agony ignited a spark, akin to embers igniting a powder keg. Under the extreme stimulation of torment, the ferocious power that had been suppressed within Broly for countless years, rooted deep within his bloodline, potent enough to shake the stars, erupted uncontrollably. He abruptly lifted his head, and the previously vacant or pained gaze in his eyes transformed into an abyss of pure, unbridled madness. A desire to annihilate everything. His stare locked onto Goku's face, emitting a beastly, fragmented growl. Kakarot. Kakarot. This name seemed to awaken the most primal nightmares and fury nestled deep within his soul. The Saiyan who had been the source of his anguish and terror since infancy. With a thunderous roar, an unimaginable, viscous, dark green aura erupted, centering around Broly. Like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, Paragus was instantly hurled away, colliding forcefully against a distant rock. The earth shattered like fragile cookies, collapsing in layers. The clouds in the sky were violently torn apart, creating a massive void. The entire planet groaned under the weight of his nascent power. Alarmed, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately assumed a battle stance. In contrast, a fervent battle spirit ignited within Vegeta's eyes, accompanied by a hint of gravity. Now this is somewhat interesting. Without hesitation and disregarding Sun Wukong's attempts to restrain him, the golden aura surged explosively. He thrust his hands forward. Die, monster! A golden energy sphere, brimming with formidable power, tore through the air like a meteor, accompanied by a piercing shriek, striking fiercely towards Broly, who was enveloped in dark green flames at the center of the explosion. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion resonated, blinding light engulfing Broly's figure as the shockwave stripped away another layer of the ground. However, as the light dissipated, Broly remained steadfast, unmoving in his place. The energy blast, capable of obliterating mountains, left merely a trivial scorch mark upon his chest, shrouded in dark green flames. Unscathed, Broly appeared utterly unfazed by the attack, his gaze fixated on Sun Wukong, his throat churning with an endless fury brought forth by that name. Kakarot. Roar. Accompanying this world-shaking roar, Broly's dark green aura surged skyward like boiling lava. His physique began to expand at a visible rate. Muscles bulged like solid rock. His green hair stood on end, deepening in hue. The ferocious energy skyrocketed exponentially. The sky was entirely stained with an eerie dark green. The legendary Super Saiyan, spurred by profound agony and primal hatred for his nemesis, finally revealed his terrifying visage, capable of instilling fear across the universe. Chapter 106. Absolute Death and Despair. The unshakable strongest adversary. Broly's massive form was enveloped in dark green flames, the wild energy distorting the surrounding space. His eyes, ablaze with a desire for destruction, scanned the opponents below, a sinister and mocking grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he thundered. Is this all you have, Prince Vegeta? And you, Kakarot? Your pathetic power fails to even excite me. As pitiful as insects. Before his words had fully settled, Broly's figure vanished. Be careful, Sun Wukong and Piccolo shouted in unison. However, Broly's target was unmistakably clear, Vegeta. He materialized before Vegeta in an instant, his enormous fist carrying a terrifying force that ripped through space, unceremoniously aimed at Vegeta's face. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply as he crossed his arms defensively in front of him, his golden aura reaching its zenith. Boom! The terrifying sound of the impact resonated like a planetary collision. Vegeta felt an overwhelming, unyielding force penetrate his defenses, excruciating pain radiating through his arms, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. His proud Super Saiyan full power form, enveloped in a golden aura, flickered violently like a candle in the wind, only to be abruptly shattered. In an instant, he transformed into a blurred stream of golden light, hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a crumbling peak several kilometers away, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Father! Future Trunks exclaimed in shock. Vegeta. Goku's anxiety was palpable. Broly, indifferent to the plight of the flung Vegeta, seemed to have merely swatted away a bothersome fly. His gaze shifted to the two Gohans who had just launched their attack. Evil Flash. Evil Flash. Future Gohan and the main timeline Gohan shouted in unison. Their intense anger and urgency to rescue ignited a tremendous surge of energy within them. Too robust. Golden waves of destructive energy tore through the air, one to the left and one to the right, like golden spears of judgment, striking fiercely against Broly's broad chest, which resembled a mountain. Boom! The blinding golden light engulfed Broly once more, and the explosive shockwave further ravaged the already shattered ground. However, as the brilliance receded, Broly remained suspended in the air. He glanced down at his unscathed chest, devoid of any mark, then lifted his head and let out two deep, contemptuous laughs. Ha 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 ha! His laughter dripped with the utmost derision for feeble strength. Without hesitation, Broly's figure vanished again. Get back! Goku warned sharply. Yet, Broly's speed surpassed any reaction. He appeared before future Gohan as if teleporting, his colossal fist wielding an oppressive force aimed directly at him. Bang! Future Gohan had no time to mount an effective defense. An indescribable force struck his abdomen, shattering his protective aura, and the searing pain caused him to see black. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ruins of a distant city, dust billowing skyward. In the next instant, Broly was at the side of the main timeline Gohan, delivering another brutally simple straight punch. Gohan! Goku's eyes widened in horror, as the golden aura was suddenly tinged with a blinding scarlet. Kaioken! Boom! Goku's energy surged once more, his speed escalating dramatically. Just as Broly's fist was about to collide with Gohan, he managed to shove Gohan out of harm's way at the last possible moment, while he himself faced Broly's attack head-on. Kakarot, are you eager for death? Broly's eyes glinted with ferocity, and with his free hand, he conjured 5 dark green energy spheres, pulsating with destructive waves. Die! With a casual flick, the 5 energy blasts shot toward Goku from various angles like homing missiles. Instant transmission. Goku's form flickered perilously as he narrowly evaded the lethal energy blasts. The blast struck the ground, creating 5 bottomless craters. Just then, a golden figure charged forward with resolute intent. It was Future Trunks. Gripping his sword tightly with both hands, he infused it with Super Saiyan power. the blade humming with an edge sharp enough to sever all, as he struck fiercely at the back of Broly's neck. Hiya! Clang! A piercing clang of metal reverberated through the air, sparks flying in all directions. Broly did not even glance back. He merely relied on the sinewy strength of his iron-like back muscles to withstand the sword strike capable of severing steel. Trunks felt a terrifying backlash, his palms instantly splitting apart. What? Trunks gasped in horror. What deepened his despair was the sight of Broly's formidable muscles suddenly bulging. Crack! The incredibly resilient alloy sword shattered on Broly's back as if it were fragile glass, shards scattering everywhere. Ugh! The recoil left Trunks momentarily stunned. Broly spun around violently, his forehead cutting through the wind like a battering ram, crashing fiercely into Trunks' chest. Thud! Trunks coughed up blood, feeling as if his ribs had shattered, propelled backward at a speed even faster than before, crashing into another ruin. Trunks! Goku roared, charging toward Broly in his Super Saiyan Blue state. Almost simultaneously, a cold figure encased in a silver vortex appeared at Broly's side. Noka! His movements were swift and precise, imbued with the chill of frozen space, fingers poised like blades, targeting Broly's vital points. Faced with the simultaneous and contrasting onslaught from Goku and Noka, Broly's immense physique displayed an unsettling agility. He remained rooted to the spot, his feet scarcely shifting, merely relying on the slightest twists and tilts of his upper body, allowing Goku's fist to graze his cheek, the ensuing gust whipping his hair about. Noka's piercing assault barely grazed the tips of Broly's hair. All attacks missed their mark. What? Goku and Noka felt a chill run down their spines. A cruel mockery flickered in Broly's eyes. His massive hands shot out like lightning, seizing Goku and Noka by their outstretched arms, which had not yet retracted after their missed strikes, clamping down like iron pincers. Too slow. Broly sneered, his arms unleashing cataclysmic force as he violently slammed the two together. Bang! Like two meteors colliding, Goku and Noka crashed into one another, their bones emitting a sickening crunch as they were engulfed by immense force, leaving them momentarily dazed. Broly tightened his grip, once again channeling power through his arms, lifting them as if they were mere sacks of grain, and then smashing them down into the ground. Simultaneously, his dark green aura erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated from Broly, with Goku and Noka at the epicenter, caught in the violent energy blast, their protective auras shattering instantly. The two were struck as if by heavy artillery, blood spewing from their mouths as they were blasted away, crashing heavily in the distance. Struggling to rise. In the rear of the battlefield, Piccolo moved with ghostly swiftness. Seizing the moment of Broly's assault, he quickly reached the downed Vegeta, future Gohan, and Trunks, stuffing senzu beans into their mouths. Powerful life energy surged within them, rapidly restoring their strength and visibly healing their wounds. That vile monster! Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling the resurgence of power as the golden aura ignited once again, yet the gravity of his expression was unprecedented. He had never anticipated that the full might of a Super Saiyan would prove so utterly ineffective against that monstrous figure. Goku, Noka, future Gohan, and Trunks struggled to rise, swallowing the senzu beans thrown by Piccolo, their breaths gradually stabilizing. Main timeline Gohan also soared over, and the group reconvened, facing the looming, demon-like silhouette suspended in the air, their gazes laden with trepidation. Broly hovered in the air, his dark green aura resembling a boiling ocean, exuding a sense of despairing oppression. As he glanced down at the reassembled warriors, a more disdainful grin spread across his face, his voice echoing like a proclamation from the depths of hell. Struggle, insects. Let me demonstrate what true power is. With that thunderous roar that reverberated across the planet, Broly unleashed the full force of his energy without restraint. A cataclysmic surge of indescribable energy erupted from Broly, akin to the cosmic explosion of a supernova, radiating outward. The dark green torrent of energy transformed into a devastating tempest that engulfed the world. It was no longer merely a shockwave, it was a pure tsunami of energy. Within a radius of hundreds of miles centered on Broly, all remaining structures, twisted metal, shattered peaks, and cracked earth, crumbled before this unadulterated storm, as fragile as mere sandcastles. Everything, from colossal steel frameworks to solid rocky foundations, was instantaneously disintegrated, vaporized, and reduced to primordial particles. As far as the eye could see, there remained only an ever-expanding, unfathomable. Mirror-like circular pit. The entire planet trembled violently with that roar, as if it were emitting a final lament. The sky was utterly shrouded in the furious dark green energy, heralding the arrival of doom. Chapter 107. Warriors unable to continue the fight. The fate of the universe hangs in the balance. A desolate wasteland stretched across hundreds of miles, with the center of the pit resembling a gateway to hell. Broly ascended, enveloped in his dark green aura, looking down upon the others who barely managed to stabilize themselves at the edge of the energy storm, their breaths chaotic. In his eyes burned a fervor for destruction and an utmost disdain for the weak. The second battle had yet to commence. Yet Noka's icy demeanor belied a heart that had plummeted to the depths of despair. When Broly had first unleashed his power, effortlessly overwhelming Vegeta, Noka had keenly sensed the absolute disparity in their levels of strength. This was a chasm that could not be bridged by mere numbers or tactics. He immediately reached out through their mental link to Elia, who hovered at the rear of the battlefield, diligently analyzing Broly's energy structure and maintaining spatial stability. Sending forth the most urgent inquiry. Elia, intelligence database. Is there a method to achieve victory across levels? Without a moment's hesitation, Elia's mind operated like the most sophisticated instrument, instantly accessing the vast repository of cosmic knowledge. A stream of information labeled as the Meldamore Star's secret energy fusion technique, complete with complex energy frequency synchronization diagrams and movement trajectories, surged into Noka's consciousness. Noka, the Meldamore fusion dance, requires two energy forms with compatible physiques to synchronize in execution, capable of producing a fusion warrior far surpassing individual strength. In the future, Gohan's consistent battle power is equivalent to yours, making him the only viable candidate. However, the steps are intricate, requiring absolute focus and time. A flicker of determination flashed in Noka's icy eyes. He immediately shared the plan and crucial information with future Gohan through a mental link. Upon receiving the information, a spark of hope ignited in future Gohan's eyes, quickly transforming into unwavering resolve. He nodded firmly at Noka. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, Gohan. Noka's voice, unusually urgent, commanded them to hold him back. At all costs. Buy us time. He refrained from elaborating on the specific plan, yet the undeniable tone conveyed the gravity of their situation. Understood. Goku was the first to respond, the crimson aura of the Kaioken blazing anew. Without hesitation, he charged at Broly once more. You scoundrel! I am the Prince of Saiyans. To think I must buy you time. Though Vegeta's face contorted with reluctance, he recognized that this was not the moment to quibble, roaring as he followed closely behind. Piccolo, future Trunks, and main timeline Gohan unleashed their full might, launching a desperate assault on Broly from various angles. Humph! A futile struggle, Broly sneered. And faced with the onslaught from all directions, he could not be bothered to employ complex techniques. With casual swipes of his enormous fists, he unleashed shockwaves potent enough to tear through space, forcing the leading Goku and Vegeta to retreat violently. Piccolo's special beam cannon was easily shattered by a single hand. Future Trunks' sword energy, wielded with all his strength, was deflected with a mere finger. Main timeline Gohan's Kamehameha crashed into him, failing to even cause a tremor in his form. The disparity in strength was as profound as a chasm. The combined efforts of the warriors appeared as mere child's play to Broly, who regarded them with disdain, effortlessly blocking and swatting them away. Each counterattack sent a warrior flying, bloodied. Buying time? In the face of absolute power, such a notion became a desperate jest. At the battlefield's edge, Noka and future Gohan forcibly suppressed their rising anxiety and began to synchronize their movements. The two stood facing each other, arms raised, their feet beginning to move in accordance with the 5 steps transmitted by Elia, chanting the word fusion. However, this subtle action, in Broly's keen perception, stood out like fireflies in the night. Little bugs, what trickery do you wish to play? Broly seized Vegeta's head with one hand, slamming him back into the ground, his gaze locking onto the two, attempting to fuse. A glimmer of derision flashed in his eyes as his massive hand clenched in the air. Boom! An invisible shockwave, purely formed by terrifying pressure, surged across the space like a tangible hammer, crashing down towards Noka and future Gohan. Not good. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The fusion dance abruptly interrupted. They could only scramble awkwardly to the sides. The shockwave detonated where they had stood, creating a vast crater. Damn it! Noka cursed inwardly. Time. They needed time. Yet Broly clearly would not grant them that chance. Noker's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed hand seals, intoning, crystal wall mirror labyrinth. In an instant, dozens of energy illusions, identical in essence and appearance to Noka and future Gohan, materialized out of thin air, scattered across the battlefield. Alongside their true forms, they endeavored once more to initiate the fusion dance, attempting to confound Broly and seize that precious moment. Such trivial tricks. Broly unleashed a thunderous laugh, showing no inclination to discern reality from illusion, nor did he employ any energy attacks. Instead, he tilted his head back and emitted an even more ferocious roar. Roar. Boom. A purer and more domineering dark green aura erupted around him like a tsunami. This sheer explosion of energy contained an absolute power capable of obliterating all. The mirror images conjured from magical energy shattered instantly, like soap bubbles in sunlight, unable to withstand even a second against the tempest of this overwhelming force. The true forms of Noka and future Gohan were laid bare, buffeted by the surging energy, and their fusion was once again interrupted. Broly's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the fabric of space, fixating brutally on Noka. He recognized the schemer, whose chilling aura reeked of deceit, inciting within him a profound loathing. Ha ha ha! Splendid. Truly worthy of a Saiyan. Broly's voice echoed like a frigid wind from the abyss, laced with lethal intent, beginning with you as the blood sacrifice. No sooner had he spoken than Broly was upon Noka. His colossal fist, imbued with destructive power, surged towards Noka without flourish. The speed surpassed thought itself. Noka's pupils dilated in shock. In a frantic moment, he crossed his arms defensively, unleashing all his strength to shield himself. Bang! It felt as though he had been struck head-on by a celestial body hurtling through space. Noka sensed a sudden loss of feeling in his arms as the terrifying impact penetrated his defenses, crashing brutally into his chest. His protective energy shield disintegrated instantaneously, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring back like a kite severed from its string, smashing into a distant rock wall that had yet to be completely destroyed, embedding deeply within. Dust and debris swirled around. Noka! Elia exclaimed in shock, her floating form trembling slightly. Uncle Noka! Future Gohan's eyes widened in despair. Broly did not pursue. He hovered in place, gazing at the human-shaped indentation in the rock wall. A cruel smile curling upon his lips. A bug is merely a bug. Witnessing this, Goku, Vegeta, and the others were filled with rage, disregarding their own injuries as they charged at Broly once more, attempting to divert his attention. Let me, as the Prince of Science, be your opponent. Get away. Broly waved his hand impatiently, sending the charging warriors flying like mere flies. His focus remained firmly locked on Noka, whose aura was evidently waning within the rocky recess. Piccolo, enduring his own pain, swiftly retrieved the last few senzu beans from his robes, seizing the moment when Broly was momentarily entangled with Goku and the others. He rushed towards the wall where Noka was embedded. Noka, hurry, eat this. Piccolo extended the senzu bean to Noka, who was struggling to extricate himself from the rock. However, Piccolo's actions were laid bare before Broly's unfathomable perception. What are you scheming in the shadows? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Broly's lips as he refrained from turning around, merely flicking his fingers. In an instant, a fist-sized, meticulously condensed dark green energy sphere appeared before Piccolo's outstretched hand, which held the senzu beans. The explosion was precise and devastating. Piccolo's hand, along with the precious senzu beans, was instantly obliterated in the radiant annihilation of the energy sphere. The shockwave violently hurled Piccolo away. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he gazed at his vanished hand and the empty space, despair filling his eyes. Noka clutched his painfully wounded chest. Witnessing the senzu beans reduced to ashes, a fleeting sense of helplessness crossing his features. He felt his stamina rapidly depleting, his internal organs severely injured, and his battle power plummeting. Without the senzu beans, he could not endure much longer. Through their mental link, Eliana's voice conveyed a barely discernible fatigue. My energy is waning. Future Gohan must synchronize his energy to match my current diminished level, or else the fusion will fail. I understand. Eliana's voice was laden with concern and calculation. Yet the warrior born from such a fusion would have significantly weakened foundational strength, and the success rate remained uncertain. Just as Noka grappled with his inner turmoil, Future Gohan sensed the abrupt decline in Norka's energy, his expression turning grim. Broly's voice, like a death knell, resounded across the battlefield, dripping with ultimate mockery. What's the matter? Insects? Have you surrendered? He slowly approached, his colossal shadow enveloping the weary Norka and the anxious future Gohan in the distance. If you do not exhibit your fighting spirit soon, Broly declared, conjuring yet another terrifying energy sphere, I shall obliterate this planet. He gazed down at Norka, his eyes akin to those surveying a dying insect. Especially you, the self-proclaimed clever one. Your petty tricks will save no one. Your futile struggles will soon lead to your liberation. Ha. Chapter 108. The Comic Collision. Broly's arrogant laughter struck like a hammer, crushing the spirits of all present. Norka clutched his agonized chest, his icy visage rendered pale from injury and exhaustion, his breath noticeably faltering. Future Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as he observed Norka's condition, filled with resentment and anxiety. Fusion required the synchronization of their energies, but at this moment, Norka's power had plummeted severely. If he forcibly suppressed his energy to match, the resultant fusion warrior's strength would be significantly diminished, and against a monster like Broly, the hope for success dwindled further. In that suffocating moment of despair, an unexpected change occurred. The sky, once tainted by Broly's dark green aura, suddenly darkened at a visibly alarming pace. It was not a gathering of storm clouds, but rather a profound, unsettling darkness, as if some colossal entity had obscured the very light of the stars. Instinctively, everyone looked up, their pupils narrowing in shock. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, an unimaginably colossal comet, trailing a tail of cold, ethereal blue flames, sliced through the inky darkness of the universe like the scythe of death, hurtling unerringly towards this already precarious planet. The overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from its massive form temporarily eclipsed the terrifying aura of Broly, causing the atmosphere of the entire planet to tremble violently, emitting a mournful, low wail. What is that? Krillin exclaimed in shock. A comet collision. Piccolo's face paled. Is this planet doomed? The eyes of Gohan from the Prime timeline were filled with horror. Broly's maniacal laughter suddenly ceased. His eyes, ablaze with madness, turned sharply towards the sky, fixated on the impending harbinger of death. Amidst the overwhelming intent to kill, there was a hint of betrayal's fury. A faint, frantic roar of an engine echoed from the edge of the battlefield, amidst the remnants of a relatively intact ruin. A small, spherical escape pod, barely large enough for one, burst forth from its cover like a startled rabbit, its rear spewing unstable flames as it desperately fled away from the comet's impact point, and by extension, from Broly. Broly's perception was astute. He instantly detected this fleeing insect. More importantly, he recognized the ship, Paragus. Attempting to flee, Broly's eyes erupted with a rage more intense than his reaction to the comet's approach. His massive form vanished as if teleporting, only to reappear directly in front of the wobbling escape pod. His colossal hand, accompanied by a sound akin to tearing space, reached out to crush the fragile hatch of the spacecraft, as if shattering an egg. With a resounding rip, the sturdy alloy door succumbed to Broly's might, disintegrating effortlessly. A frail, trembling hand emerged from the cockpit, flailing in vain, as Paragus's face, twisted in sheer terror, was laid bare before Broly's destructive gaze. Broly, my son. Paragus's voice cracked with desperation, filled with a primal urge to survive. I wanted to evacuate with you. Yes, evacuate. This planet is doomed. Evacuate. Broly's deep voice resonated like an echo from the abyss. His immense hand seized Paragus's slender neck, lifting him from the shattered cockpit, as if he were a mere chick. Broly raised Paragus to eye level, his ferocious gaze now laced with a chilling mockery and a distorted, abandoned fury. An escape pod for one? To evacuate with me? Broly's voice rose sharply, tinged with a bone-chilling laughter. Ha. My dear father. In the end, you still regard me as a mere tool, as something to be discarded at will. Just like King Vegeta, just as you have always done. Paragus, his face turning purple from the choking grip, flailed helplessly, his eyes filled with sheer terror and pleading. And no, Broly, silence. With a thunderous roar, Broly's final flicker of paternal light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only unadulterated madness. A frenzy bent on annihilation. You have betrayed me, just as everyone else has betrayed me. Then let this wretched world vanish along with you. Crack. The sickening sound of shattering bones resonated sharply. Broly's hand clenched fiercely, instantly crushing Paragus' neck. The terror and plea in his eyes solidified in an eternal moment. His body slumping like a discarded rag doll, Broly callously hurled the lifeless corpse of Paragus to the ground, as if it were mere refuse, not sparing it a glance. He raised his gaze towards the colossal comet dominating the sky, casting shadows of death, a savage grin spreading across his face, more twisted and fervent than before. The bothersome insect is dead. Now it's your turn, Broly bellowed, lifting his right hand, fingers splayed towards the comet that seemed capable of shattering stars. Boom. A deep green, highly concentrated energy sphere formed instantaneously in his palm. This orb radiated a soul-chilling wave of destruction, its size dwarfed by the comet. Yet the energy it contained distorted the very fabric of space. Disperse. Broly swung his arm fiercely. The deep green energy projectile shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the cosmos with a shrill cry, defying the comet's descent, and met it head-on. In the stunned silence of the onlookers, the diminutive energy sphere collided with the colossal comet at the edge of the planet's atmosphere. Contrary to expectations, no cataclysmic explosion ensued. Instead, an intensely blinding green light erupted instantaneously, akin to the first glimmer of light at the birth of the universe, engulfing the comet's cold, azure core. What followed was a silent obliteration. The enormous comet, capable of annihilating planets and potentially altering the structure of entire galaxies, crumbled before Broly's casually unleashed energy projectile. Akin to ice thrown into a furnace, its core disintegrating and vaporizing in an instant. The vast icy structure, under the relentless assault of the deep green destructive energy, disintegrated at a visible pace, unable to even explode, vanishing into nothingness. Within mere moments, that deathly comet, along with its long, ethereal tail, was utterly reduced to cosmic dust beneath the might of Broly's terrifying energy projectile. Only the delicate, shimmering ice crystal fragments remained, drifting like a tribute of mourning for this cataclysm. The sky regained its brightness, though still shrouded in Broly's deep green aura. Broly gradually retracted his hand, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He hovered in the now open sky, gazing down at the utterly stunned crowd, their expressions petrified, a cruel, arrogant grin mingled with a hint of emptiness gracing his face. His gaze once again fixated on the feeble, battle-weary Noka below, alongside the battered yet defiant others. The desire for destruction flared anew. It was time to conclude this tiresome game, starting with that self-righteous fool. Time to utterly crush you all. The aura enveloping Broly surged once more, resembling a boiling sea of deep green, poised to unleash a final, cataclysmic assault. Chapter 109. The Ultimate Warrior of Fusion. The god of Super Saiyans, Goku, makes his entrance. Broly's verdant aura boiled anew as his colossal hand coalesced with enough terrifying energy to erase an entire continent from the planet, targeting the weakened Noka below. Elia hovered nearby, her star-like eyes filled with resolute determination and concern. She could not bear to witness Noka's downfall. At the very moment Broly was about to deliver his lethal strike, Elia swiftly formed intricate seals with her hands before her chest, uttering ancient and arcane incantations. Her voice ethereal, yet imbued with undeniable power, eternal binding of the crystal wall. In an instant, the space surrounding Broly trembled violently, as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters. Countless transparent crystal walls, composed of pure magical energy and glimmering faintly, materialized out of thin air. These walls, though intangible, possessed formidable spatial binding properties, layered like a colossal crystalline cage that ensnared Broly's massive form along with his raging energy. Freezing the midair, Broly's movements came to an abrupt halt. His destructive energy surge was forcibly interrupted. He roared furiously, the deep green aura crashing against the transparent walls with a disconcerting grinding sound, causing the walls to tremble violently, their light flickering uncertainly. Clearly unable to contain this world-ending beast for long, now was the moment. Elia's voice, imbued with unprecedented urgency, resonated through the mental link to Noka and future Gohan, clearly reaching the consciousness of Goku and others. Noka absorbed their power. Quickly, the crystal walls won T-hold for much longer. In an instant, future Gohan grasped Elia's strategy. Without hesitation, he soared to Noka's side, his gaze resolute. Uncle Noka, Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, and the present timeline Gohan reacted immediately, without a moment's hesitation. They unleashed the full might of their Super Saiyan forms. 5 resplendent golden beams shot skyward. The 5 quickly encircled Noka and future Gohan, channeling their surging golden auras unreservedly, like 5 roaring rivers of energy, violently rushing toward the central Noka. The vast torrent of energy surged into Noka's body, his already diminished aura due to grave injuries, ignited like a barrel of explosives, soaring at an astonishing speed. His pale complexion rapidly regained its rosy hue. The waning silver vortex revitalized, even more potent than before. The wounds upon his exterior healed rapidly under the onslaught of the furious energy. A low roar escaped Noka's lips as he struggled against the overwhelming force, his body feeling as though it might explode from the immense energy. Yet his formidable willpower compelled him to control, compress, and direct this power. Vegeta, pouring forth all his energy, glanced at Noka, enveloped within the golden torrent, and a flicker of complexity crossed his golden irises. Gritting his teeth, he shouted softly, "Noka, you rascal, always at the forefront of the Super Saiyan legends since childhood. Listen, do not disappoint me this time. Crush that monster to smithereens." His words still echoed with the pride and defiance of a Saiyan prince. Yet beneath that tone lay an unwavering acknowledgement of his ally, a Super Saiyan warrior who once fought by his side and now stood as the sole hope for turning the tide of battle. "You far surpass your father, Vegeta. Thank you." Noka's voice resonated through the torrent of energy, chilling yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of power. Having received a substantial boost of energy, Noka instantly regained his peak condition. He glanced at future Gohan, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent understanding. "Fusion, fusion." They both called out simultaneously, positioning themselves face to face, arms raised, their feet executing the elegant steps of the Metamor dance. This time, there would be no interruptions. Their energies, in perfect synchrony, resonated at an astonishing rate, merging together. Blinding radiance erupted from their forms, akin to the collision of 2 stars. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Noka and future Gohan's figures completely overlapped, fusing into one. As the brilliance faded, a new warrior stood proudly at the center of the battlefield. He possessed the tall stature of future Gohan, yet bore the austere lines of Noka. Handsome and resolute, his gaze sparkled like tempered stars, sharp, profound, and imbued with unmatched strength and wisdom. An unprecedented aura of energy enveloped him. Not merely golden, but a tempestuous blaze akin to a supernova, erupting with resplendent golden starlight. Each explosion seemed to harbor the power to shatter celestial bodies. Most unsettling of all was that his hair and pupils had transformed into a deep crimson. A terrifying presence, transcending even Super Saiyan, emanated divine authority and swept across the battlefield like a storm. Sued Super Saiyan God Wooka, power level 0, 4 trillion. As for his name, let it be Wooka. The newly forged warrior spoke slowly, his voice clear and authoritative, akin to a divine proclamation heralding his birth. At that very moment, with Wooka's emergence, a thunderous roar erupted. The crystalline prison confining Broly finally reached its limit, shattering violently amidst Broly's frenzied struggles and roars. Countless shards of crystal scattered like broken glass. The moment Broly broke free, his eyes immediately locked onto the hovering figure of Elia, who was maintaining the spell, her aura slightly chaotic. It was this woman who dared to confine him. A savage intent surged within him, locking onto her. "Another insect is of no use," Broly bellowed, his massive hand slicing through space with a sonic boom, as if swatting a mere fly, crashing down upon Elia. Elia's pupils constricted as she summoned every ounce of magical energy for defense, but Broly's speed was too great. Just as that devastating hand was about to strike, whoosh, a red figure, entwined with the explosive golden starlight, appeared before Elia as if teleporting. The velocity surpassed the very perception of time. "Get away." Wooka's voice was as cold as steel. His fist, wrapped in the erupting starlight and cloaked in deep crimson divine light, met Broly's colossal hand with unadorned intensity. The collision of their strikes produced no earth-shattering sound, only a momentary shattering of space, as if a mirror had been etched with spiderweb-like cracks. Broly's colossal hand, capable of shattering stars, collided with Goku's seemingly insignificant fist as if it had struck a rapidly moving pulsar. An overwhelming force, far beyond his imagination, surged through Broly's arm. For the first time, disbelief and astonishment graced Broly's face as his massive form was uncontrollably sent flying. Like a boulder hurled from a catapult, he crashed into a mountainside several kilometers away, creating a vast human-shaped tunnel as the mountain was instantly pierced through. Goku retracted his fist. The explosive starlight enveloping him quietly ignited, his deep crimson eyes calmly gazing at the direction of the launched Broly. As if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust, he slightly tilted his head and softly inquired of the woman behind him, "Are you all right, Elia?" Gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar figure radiating divine majesty, felt a flicker of reassurance and an indescribable emotion in her star-like eyes, and nodded gently. With a thunderous roar, Broly emerged from the crumbling mountainside, his dark green aura more ferocious than ever. He glared at Goku, suspended in the air with a completely different essence. His eyes filled with a mix of rage and excitement. Chapter 110, The Universe's Mightiest Warrior. The ultimate overpowering Broly. No matter how much power I absorb from these minions, I shall never be surpassed. Broly bellowed, his massive form igniting with a speed exceeding all that had come before, transforming into a devastating green comet as he charged once more at Goku. Goku's gaze sharpened, his deep crimson figure, adorned with explosive starlight, faced the oncoming might without fear. The true battle of gods and demons erupted in an instant. The two figures clashed in midair at a speed beyond the naked eye's capacity to discern. Each exchange of blows unleashed shockwaves that tore through the fabric of space. The earth wailed, and the sky trembled. Broly's attacks were brutal and straightforward, each strike infused with the strength to obliterate stars. In contrast, Goku's assaults were more intricate, embodying divine power. Each explosion of starlight left distinct scorch marks and cracks upon Broly's seemingly impervious form. Boom! Goku unleashed a whip-like kick, infused with explosive starlight, striking Broly's waist and sending his massive body spinning like a top. Bang! Broly's enormous fist grazed Goku's cheek, the force of the punch leveling a mountain behind him. Goku, like a specter, instantaneously appeared behind Broly, delivering a knife-hand strike imbued with the power to cleave space itself. Broly's back muscles tensed as he braced for the impact, retaliating with a ferocious elbow strike. With divine speed and combat prowess, Goku effortlessly evaded Broly's heavy blows, each counterstrike precisely targeting Broly's vital points, leaving deep wounds. Broly's once proud defense faltered against Goku's explosive starlight, which melded with divine energy, no longer appearing invulnerable. Ugh! Broly was struck in the chest by Goku's powerful fist. His massive form once again sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. He gazed down at the clear imprint of the fist and the charred marks on his chest. And instead of fear, a more fervent flame ignited within him. The power is still insufficient. I must grow even stronger. Broly threw his head back and unleashed a beastly roar. His dark green aura surged violently, as if doused in gasoline, expanding massively once more. His physique swelled, muscles tightening and bulging. The energy arcs that surrounded him grew thicker and more ferocious. Under the immense pressure exerted by Goku, his terrifying talent manifested once again, revealing his rapid growth. His strength escalated sharply in the heat of battle. Goku observed Broly's aura soaring again, seemingly recovering from his injuries rapidly under the nurturing energy. A flicker of gravity passed through his crimson pupils. At that moment, Elia's voice resonated through their mental link, tinged with urgency. Goku, the fusion time is only 30 minutes. His growth rate is beyond imagination. We must conclude this swiftly. Goku understood her intent. He inhaled deeply, and the once explosive golden aura, shimmering with brilliant starlight, suddenly contracted inward, resembling a collapsing star. In its place arose a layer of pure, profound crimson divine flame. This flame was no longer chaotic and explosive. Instead, it harbored a more restrained and vast power, as if it could incinerate all existence in the universe with its terrifying might. At the moment this crimson divine flame ascended, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others were horrified to discover that they could no longer sense Goku's aura. It was as if he had completely merged with the very fabric of this world. This was a realm beyond their comprehension, a domain belonging to the divine. Broly also felt an immense threat. Instinctively, he emitted a restless roar, unleashing his recently surged power without reservation. He raised his hands high above his head, and a massive dark green energy sphere, large enough to obscure a significant portion of the sky and emanating the vibrations of annihilation, began to coalesce. The surface of the energy sphere writhed with countless ferocious energy bolts, akin to venomous serpents seeking their prey. With this planet, perish. Broly exerted all his strength, propelling the colossal energy sphere, capable of dragging an entire planetary system into the abyss of destruction, towards the now-vanished Goku with tremendous force. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Goku remained composed. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, as the crimson divine flame gathered and compressed in his palm. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, no tumultuous energy fluctuations, only a pure, almost transcendental power coalescing, seemingly capable of piercing the very essence of the universe. Divine ultimate energy wave. Goku's voice resonated calmly. A slender yet incomprehensibly refined beam of deep crimson divine light shot forth from his palm, akin to a piercing ray through the cosmos. This beam, dwarfed in comparison to Broly's monstrous, obscuring meteor, appeared as insignificant as a toothpick. However, upon contact with the dark green energy sphere, a hissing sound erupted. That immense, unparalleled meteor, containing all of Broly's strength, was instantaneously pierced, shattered, and vaporized upon meeting the divine light, akin to snow encountering a blazing sun. Wherever the divine light traversed, the dark green destructive energy dissipated like fragile bubbles. The crimson divine light surged forward with unstoppable momentum, effortlessly penetrating the entire colossal meteor. Its trajectory unwavering as it accurately struck Broly's enormous form, which was filled with disbelief and horror. Impossible. Broly could only emit a desperate scream. The divine light engulfed him in an instant. The formidable physique capable of withstanding a planetary explosion appeared as fragile as paper beneath the divine radiance. The emerald flames enveloping his body were instantaneously evaporated. The deep crimson divine light, accompanied by Broly's battered form, which was incessantly annihilated by divine energy, pierced through the planet's atmosphere at a terrifying speed that surpassed light itself, aiming directly at the blazing heart of the central star within this planetary system. Broly's figure transformed into a mere speck of light, and in the astonished silence of all witnesses, he was violently engulfed by the deep crimson divine light, penetrating the solar corona of the star, ultimately vanishing into the boundless brilliance and heat. The deep crimson light gradually dissipated. The area obscured by a multitude of meteors revealed itself once more, leaving behind a vast void in space that slowly began to mend after being pierced by the divine radiance. Noka gently lowered his hands, the deep crimson divine aura subtly undulating around him like a breath. He hovered in the air, his crimson hair swaying delicately in the energy aftershocks, reminiscent of a deity who had just executed divine retribution. The battlefield lay shrouded in an eerie silence, save for the lingering glow of the star filtering through the spatial void and the crackling sounds of distant planetary debris igniting. Chapter 111. The Countdown of the Cell Game, 72 Hours. The deep crimson divine aura gradually retracted, ebbing away from Noka's surface like receding tides. The suffocating, overwhelming divine might that seemed to transcend all existence also faded. Subsequently, the golden flames surrounding him, bursting with radiant starlight, began to fluctuate violently. A hint of fatigue appeared on Noka's handsome and austere visage, his body swaying slightly. In a flash of light, Noka and future Gohan re-emerged in the air, both appearing somewhat drained, particularly future Gohan, whose pallor and weakened breath indicated he had endured immense pressure during the fusion process. Though Noka was in a slightly better state, the exhaustion was palpable as he swiftly flew to catch the swaying future Gohan. "Gohan, are you all right?" Noka's voice bore a note of concern, despite retaining its icy edge. I'm fine, Uncle Noka, just a bit overextended." Future Gohan managed to steady himself, shaking his head. Below, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others swiftly ascended, their faces awash with astonishment, delight, and trepidation. Impressive beyond measure. Goku was the first to rush forward, his eyes wide with wonder, scrutinizing Noka and future Gohan as if they were rare treasures. "That fusion, it's incredible. That red state, I can't feel any of its power." His tone brimmed with the excitement of a martial artist, yearning for newfound strength. "Oomph." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms. Although he maintained an air of pride, the astonishment lingering in his gaze revealed a deeper recognition of Noka's terrifying power. Indeed, There was something remarkable about it. But relying on someone else's strength for fusion is hardly a skill. He continued to mock. Yet the acknowledgement in his eyes when glancing at Noka was more pronounced than before. To achieve fusion under such circumstances and unleash such power is nothing short of a miracle, Piccolo remarked gravely, his eyes reflecting a complex understanding of the challenges and potential of fusion. In the future, Trunks supported the still feeble Gohan, casting a glance at his father, then at Norka and Uncle Gohan, his eyes brimming with admiration and a hint of aspiration. Miss Alia's magic is also of paramount importance, Krillin remarked sincerely, directing his gaze towards Alia, who floated not far away. Alia nodded slightly. Her own exhaustion was considerable, yet witnessing Norka and Gohan safely dismantled visibly eased her tension. She drifted to Norka's side, standing quietly without uttering a word. Now is not the time to linger here. Norka resumed his customary cold tone, looking at Alia. Alia, transport us back. Alia nodded, her hands forming intricate seals once more, her star-like eyes shimmering with a soft glow. This time a larger, more stable spatial magic array swiftly unfolded beneath them, intricate runes flowing and emanating gentle spatial vibrations. We must act quickly. The structure of this planet is already highly unstable, Alia cautioned. The group immediately steadied themselves. In a flash of radiance, the spatial array whisked them away, leaving behind the thoroughly ravaged, slowly dying wasteland of a planet. Alongside the distant, colossal star that had devoured Broly, silently burning. On Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's home, the light of the spatial magic array dissipated, revealing the somewhat disheveled figures of the group. We're finally back, Krillin exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as though his bones were about to crumble. Gohan, how do you feel? Chi-Chi rushed over, anxiously embracing the primary timeline Gohan, then casting a worried glance at future Gohan. Mom, I'm fine, the primary timeline Gohan reassured. I just need a moment to rest. Future Gohan managed a faint smile. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression dark as he gazed at the sky, seemingly still reliving the frustration of the previous battle and the impact of being surpassed by the fused warriors. Just then, the enormous outdoor television screen at Bulma's house flickered to life unexpectedly, as if the signal had been forcibly hijacked. The figure that appeared on the screen instantly tightened everyone's nerves. Super Cell. Cell stood before the camera, a meticulously arranged colossal arena as his backdrop. With a perfect yet menacing smile, he addressed the lens, his voice resonating clearly across the entire planet. Good afternoon, residents of Earth. I am Cell. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that caused everyone watching the broadcast to hold their breath. I trust that after these past few days of waiting, you have become well acquainted with me. To inject some excitement into this mundane world, and to showcase to you what true power embodies, I hereby officially announce. Cell leaned slightly forward, his smile widening with a touch of mockery and cruelty. In 3 days, precisely 72 hours of Earth time, I will host a grand Cell Games right here. The camera zoomed out, revealing the enormous arena behind him. The rules are simple. Anyone who believes they possess the strength to challenge me may come to this arena. I shall be here to accept challenges from all of you. Or rather, from all the so-called strong individuals on this planet. Certainly, if no one can conquer me. The smile of Cell turned frigid, then regrettably. I shall deem this planet devoid of worth. At that moment, I will personally obliterate it. Thus, for your own sakes, and for all that you hold dear, struggle valiantly. You insignificant creatures. I hope that in 3 days' time, you may surprise me with something remarkable. Cell gave a slight nod to the camera, and the transmission abruptly cut off, replaced by blinding static. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Although they were already aware of Cell's game, the oppression and panic stemming from his direct declaration of war upon humanity via global television was unprecedented. Damn it, Vegeta shouted, striking an innocent landscape stone with a fierce punch, reducing it to dust in an instant. His golden aura surged uncontrollably, his face contorted with provoked fury. How dare he speak in such a condescending tone? How dare he treat battle as mere amusement? Good grief, Goku scratched his head. Despite his serious expression, his tone remained relatively lighthearted. Well, regardless, we must defeat him. Besides, we have a backup plan. He smiled at Norka and future Gohan. Their fusion was so formidable that even Broly could be subdued. Surely, Cell would be no match. If all else fails, we can always fuse again. Kakarot. Vegeta abruptly turned, glaring at Goku, his eyes blazing with wrath and intense pride. What a pathetic notion. Are we Saiyans to rely solely on fusion as a shortcut to victory? I, Vegeta, shall never depend on another's strength. I will personally reduce that arrogant android to mere rubble with my own fists. Noka's cold voice echoed simultaneously, Goku. Fusion is a measure of last resort. I would far prefer to achieve victory through my own power. His silver eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Unless it is a matter of life and death, I shall not consider fusion. Goku observed the furious Vegeta and resolute Noka, his smile fading as he earnestly nodded. I understand your sentiments. Achieving victory through our own strength is the true essence of being a Saiyan. He had to admit. The Saiyan blood coursing through him was fervently boiling with excitement. He patted the shoulder of main timeline Gohan, his gaze deepening with anticipation. Moreover, I believe that within Gohan resides an immense power far beyond our comprehension, even if it has yet to be fully awakened. Goku's eyes swept over the group before finally resting on his young son, his voice imbued with a peculiar conviction. If, during Cell's game, I exhaust my strength and even the King Kai fist cannot vanquish him, then perhaps it will fall to Gohan. This child may become our ultimate and greatest hope. Main timeline Gohan was momentarily taken aback by his father's words, feeling the weight of his father's expectations and strength through the touch of his hand. His small body trembled slightly, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, confusion, pressure, and a flicker of exhilaration from being trusted. Only 72 hours remained until Cell's game commenced. Chapter 112. The Dragon Balls Reforged, the Cell Games begin. Only 3 days remain until the Shala Games. The atmosphere on Earth has reached an unbearable intensity. Through a global broadcast, Shalu's announcement hangs like the sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. Yet, the warriors remain undaunted by fear, seizing this precious time for final adjustments and preparations. Under the shade of a colossal tree, Android 16 sits quietly, eyes closed, seemingly merging with nature, unresponsive to Noka's arrival. In contrast, 17 leans lazily against a floating crystal, idly flipping through an electronic magazine. Upon noticing Noka, he merely lifts an eyelid and emits a vague, non-committal grunt. Only Android 18 stands apart, her back to the entrance, gazing out of the vast floor-to-ceiling window at the splendid and bustling starport of starry sky. Her golden hair cascades in the gentle indoor light, and her silhouette appears somewhat solitary. Hearing footsteps, she does not turn, yet her body tenses ever so slightly. Noka halts a few paces behind her, his icy silver gaze sweeping over the 3 occupants before settling on 18. The Shala Games are imminent. Noka's voice shatters the silence. As direct as ever, we will handle things on Earth. Slowly, 18 turns to face him, her ice-blue eyes devoid of their usual sharpness, now reflecting a subtle complexity. She remains silent, simply observing him. Rina will stay here, Noka continues, his gaze shifting to Rina, who has appeared at the door with her arms crossed and an expression of displeasure. Her task is to ensure safety here, preventing Shalu from launching a deceptive attack or any other unforeseen incidents. Noka does not explicitly state what these unforeseen incidents entail, but all present understand it refers to the potential movements of the androids. Hey, Noka, Rina protests, her deep purple hair almost bristling with frustration. Why is it always me left behind? I want to take down that arrogant Shala too. My strength is no less than theirs. She gestures toward the direction of Earth outside the window. You are needed here, Rina, Noka asserts with unwavering decisiveness. Protect Starry Sky and the people here. His gaze lingers momentarily on 18. Your rapid support capability is the ultimate safeguard. Shalu is cunning. We cannot afford to be careless. Rina opens her mouth to argue further, but, upon meeting Noka's resolute eyes and glancing at the silent 18, she ultimately stamps her foot in frustration. HMPF. Fine. You always have the plans. But listen here, Noka. She points at him, her tone fierce yet laced with concern. Come back alive. Don't be reckless. If you return missing limbs, just see how I'll deal with you. Noka nods slightly, a silent acknowledgement. His gaze shifts back to 18. Meeting his eyes, something stirs within the depths of her ice-blue orbs. After a few seconds of silence, she speaks in a voice that is almost inaudible yet remarkably clear. Don't die. With that, she swiftly turns away, refocusing on the view outside, leaving behind an exterior that seems indifferent. Noka watches her retreating figure, and in the depths of his cold silver eyes, a faint ripple of emotion flits by. He uttered no further words, merely nodding at Reina before casting a glance at the composed number 16 and the still languid number 17, then turning to exit the monitoring area. Reina made a face at his retreating figure, but remained dutifully stationed at the entrance, her vigilance scanning the surroundings. The atmosphere in the earth, at the Temple of the Gods, was grave. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kairatsu, Yamcha, the main timeline Gohan, future Gohan, and future Trunks were all gathered there. Piccolo, arms crossed, wore an unusually serious expression on his emerald green face. He surveyed the group and spoke in a low voice. Presenting a significant concern, there is something crucial I must disclose. After my fusion with the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls on Earth have turned to stone. What? Krillin and Tien gasped in disbelief. Turned to stone. Bulma also halted her tasks, her face a mask of shock. Yes, Piccolo confirmed Bulma's speculation with a nod. The Dragon Balls had lost their potency. They could no longer grant any wishes, including the resurrection of those who may have perished in the Cell Games. This revelation struck like a bombshell, plunging the atmosphere in the Temple of the Gods to a freezing point. Unable to revive? This means the Cell Games will be a true battle of life and death, with no retreat. Krillin's complexion turned pale. Damn it. Yamcha clenched his fists. The main timeline Gohan and future Gohan exchanged glances, each reflecting the weight of the situation in their eyes. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling the pressure but maintaining a resolute gaze. So, this time it truly is a matter of winning. We cannot afford to lose or die. However, he turned to Piccolo. The fusion with the Supreme Kai is imperative. Otherwise, we won't even have the qualification to confront Cell. As for the Dragon Balls, we shall devise a plan later. A plan? Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong, questioning if he had a solution. Sun Wukong flashed his trademark cheerful smile. Of course. Let us not forget. The universe is not limited to Earth for Dragon Balls. He addressed the group. I will make a trip to Namek. I will consult with the Elder and bring Dandy along. Dandy? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. The Namekian child who fought alongside us on Namek. He possesses the potential to create Dragon Balls as well. If we invite him to become Earth's new Supreme Kai, we can regain the Dragon Balls. Indeed. Bulma's eyes lit up. That's a splendid idea. Time is of the essence. I shall go now. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, his fingers pressing against his forehead. His formidable sense of awareness swiftly traversed the vast expanse of the cosmos, locking onto the familiar energy of Namek. Instant transmission. In a flash, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from the spot. The onlookers in the Temple of the Gods exchanged glances, their hearts slightly reassured. Wukong always managed to find hope in dire situations. Time passed in tense anticipation. Approximately half a day later, a ripple coursed through the space of the Temple of the Gods. Whoosh! Sun Wukong reappeared, accompanied by a diminutive figure with green skin. Clad in traditional Namekian attire, it was Dandy. Dandy wore a hint of nervousness at being in unfamiliar surroundings, but more prominently, his expression was one of curiosity and determination. The Elder has already given his consent. Sun Wukong announced with a smile that Dandy would temporarily assume the position of the Earth's deity. Once the Cell Games concluded, they would hold a formal ceremony for him, followed by the recreation of the Dragon Balls. Dandy, somewhat bashful, bowed to everyone and declared, I will strive to do my best. Please guide me. Observing the youthful yet burdened Dandy, along with the rekindled hope, the previously tense atmosphere in the Heavenly Palace began to ease. Time flew by swiftly. 3 days passed in the oppressive wait and final moments of mental preparation. On the day of the Cell Games, with only an hour remaining until the scheduled start, the Heavenly Palace gathered all the warriors ready to participate. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kairatsu, Yamcha, the main timeline Gohan, future Trunks, and the newly appointed deity, Dandy. The atmosphere was somber as each warrior focused on their breathing, striving to achieve their optimal state. The main timeline Gohan clenched his fists, his face a mix of tension and determination. Future Gohan and Trunks appeared more composed, yet their gazes remained sharp. Is Noka not here yet? Krillin inquired, glancing towards Elia. Elia floated nearby, her starry eyes gazing into the distance as she calmly replied, He will arrive on time. Chapter 113, The Arrival of Satan. At that moment, a figure surged upwards with an intense aura. It was Vegeta. His golden energy blazed fiercely, his face brimming with impatience for battle and unwavering confidence. Wasting time here. Vegeta coldly scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering momentarily on Sun Wukong. Kakarot, and all of you, stop dawdling. I'm going to confront that arrogant android. Before he finished speaking, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the colossal arena on South Island where the Cell Games would take place. Clearly, he was unwilling to wait any longer, eager to face Cell and prove his strength. Father, future Trunks called out worriedly, but Vegeta's figure had already vanished into the clouds. This guy is still so impatient, Sun Wukong sighed, yet a spark of battle spirit ignited in his eyes. Let us prepare to depart. Ilya, I'll leave it to you. Ilya nodded slightly, forming hand seals as a massive spatial teleportation array illuminated beneath everyone's feet. Just as the light of the array reached its peak, a golden figure appeared as if by instant transmission. Noka had arrived. His presence was steady, his gaze calm, as if he were merely attending a routine meeting rather than a life-or-death battle. He nodded to Ilya, indicating his readiness. With a flash of light, the group in the Heavenly Palace vanished in an instant. The arena of the Cell Games was a colossal circular stone platform, conjured by Cell itself, spanning several kilometers in diameter, ancient and solid, exuding an unnatural sense of oppression. Surrounding the arena was a desolate expanse of plains. At this moment, Cell stood leisurely in midair, eyes closed in meditation. His flawless physique glimmered with an ominous sheen under the sunlight, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips, as if he controlled everything around him. At the edge of the arena, in stark contrast to the grim atmosphere, stood a luxurious black limousine. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with an exaggerated pompadour hairstyle, clad in a brown martial arts uniform and draped in a cloak, his muscular form exuding an air of authority. He passionately addressed a group of camera-wielding journalists. Esteemed spectators, do you see before you the so-called Sheru? Mr. Satan proclaimed, pointing at Sheru in the center of the arena. His voice resonated with the confidence of a righteous champion, reveling in theatrics. What a farce. This is nothing short of an affront to the world champion, Mr. Satan. Today, in front of the entire world, I shall use my invincible iron fist to vanquish this nefarious creature and uphold peace and justice on Earth. He struck several iconic bodybuilding poses, eliciting a frenzy of flashing cameras and cheers from the reporters, though the applause felt somewhat hollow on the desolate island. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, what are your thoughts on Sheru's strength? One eager journalist inquired. Strength? Mr. Satan chuckled heartily, hands on his hips, saliva flying. Before me, the world champion. Any monster is but a paper tiger. Just wait and see. I need only one punch. One punch to settle this. Ha ha. At that moment, a shrill sound pierced the sky. A golden meteor, imbued with unmatched momentum, crashed onto the arena, mere meters from Sheru. The indomitable surface of the arena was dented, dust swirling around. As the golden light dissipated, the defiant figure of Vegeta emerged, his golden pupils ablaze with fierce determination. Directing his intense Super Saiyan aura towards the hovering Sheru, instantly overshadowing Mr. Satan's meager presence. Sheru, your opponent is me. Vegeta. His voice thundered across the plain. Sheru slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Vegeta, a curious smile gracing his face. Oh, the first to rush to their demise is you, Vegeta? Very well. Let me see if you've made any progress these past few days. Mr. Satan and the journalist stood dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events and the terrifying aura radiating from Vegeta, their mouths agape as words and photography eluded them. Not long after Vegeta's arrival, a ripple of energy surged from the opposite side of the arena, illuminating the teleportation portal of Elia. Sun Wukong, Noka, Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, and all other combatants materialized at the edge of the arena in an instant. Their sudden appearance captured the attention of the two adversaries on the stage and was promptly noted by Mr. Satan and the still-shocked journalists. Sheru merely cast a cursory glance at the newcomers, maintaining his composed smile, seemingly unfazed by the increased numbers. His gaze swiftly returned to Vegeta. Evidently, the Saiyan Prince was the toy he found most intriguing at that moment. Vegeta did not even glance back, his golden eyes, akin to a predator locking onto its prey, burned with an intense fighting spirit. His muscles were taut, and the golden aura that enveloped him ebbed and flowed like breath, exuding an overwhelming sense of power as he fixated on Cell. He slightly bent his knees, adopting his signature aggressive combat stance, causing the very air around him to seem to solidify under his concentration. Mr. Satan, shaken by Vegeta's terrifying presence, felt his legs weaken. Yet upon noticing the camera still aimed at him, he forced himself to stand tall. Swallowing hard, he stepped forward. pointing at Vegeta with what he believed to be an authoritative, though slightly trembling, voice, exclaiming, "Hey, you there, the blonde guy? Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge the monster before me, the world champion Mr. Satan? Do you understand the concept of Q? Step down and let Mr. Satan teach you a lesson." Vegeta remained oblivious, his entire focus honed in on Cell, searching for even the slightest flaw. In response, Cell emitted a barely audible, mocking chuckle, as if he had just heard the most tedious joke imaginable, even too disinterested to spare Mr. Satan a glance. Feeling utterly disregarded and humiliated before the cameras, Mr. Satan's face flushed with embarrassment as he prepared to speak again when, boom! Without any warning, both Vegeta and Cell sprang into action simultaneously. Their figures vanished in an instant, leaving behind a burst of sound and a shockwave that rippled outward. In the next moment, a cacophony of thunderous collisions erupted across the arena, echoing like the beating of war drums. The human eye could scarcely capture their movements, only perceiving blurred flashes of gold and green racing across the colossal stage, colliding, separating, then colliding again. Each contact unleashed visible shockwaves that cracked the arena's solid stone surface like a spiderweb. Wow, wow, wow. Camera. Quick, film it. I can't hold on. The terrifying aftermath of their battle surged forth like a hurricane. Mr. Satan bore the brunt of it, his once proud hair transforming into a disheveled mess. And he was sent tumbling like a discarded sack, screaming and rolling away for several meters before crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. The reporters and their expensive cameras fared even worse, caught in the violent gusts that hurled them into the air, their costly equipment spinning before crashing to the ground. Lenses shattering and emitting shrill alarms, the live broadcast instantly turning to static. Chapter 114, The Final Flash. Monsters. All monsters. One reporter, terrified, scrambled towards the car, exclaiming, "Run. Mr. Satan." Another, dragging the wreckage of a broken camera, spoke in a changed tone. Mr. Satan, disregarding his image, crawled into the vehicle, the door barely closing as the driver floored the accelerator. The luxury car screeched away, awkwardly fleeing the battlefield of monsters, leaving behind chaos and a disrupted broadcast signal. The world champion's declaration had devolved into a comical backdrop. On the rocky platform, the crowd held their breath, captivated by a battle that transcended the limits of human imagination. How swift! Krillin's eyes widened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to discern the movements. Vegeta had become significantly stronger. The three eyes of Tien were filled with astonishment. Is this the true power of a Super Saiyan at full capacity? Yamcha murmured, sensing the vast chasm between them. Goku stood with his arms crossed, his golden pupils fixed intently on the two combatants moving at breakneck speed, his usual ease replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He could clearly see that each of Vegeta's assaults resembled the precision of a lethal machine, with cunning angles and ferocious power, showcasing the Saiyan's relentless and valiant fighting style to its utmost. Even more alarming was Cell's response. Cell's movements appeared casual, yet he consistently dodged Vegeta's lethal strikes at the last moment or deflected them with minimal effort. At times, he employed techniques reminiscent of Tien's multiform to create confusion, while at others, he retaliated with Piccolo's special beam cannon with pinpoint accuracy. Occasionally, he utilized Goku's afterimage technique to evade, and even resorted to Frieza's death beam for disruption. He resembled a mobile repository of martial arts, effortlessly integrating an array of combat techniques from across the universe, blending them with the absolute speed and strength bestowed by his flawless physique, executing them with remarkable finesse and grace. This adversary is exceedingly formidable, Piccolo remarked in a low voice, his expression grim. Cell possessed not only immense power, but also unparalleled combat intelligence and skill. Moreover, he was not even exerting his full strength. Future Trunks clenched his fists, worry etched in his eyes. He could sense that Cell's energy remained steady and prolonged, even tinged with a hint of mockery. Goku took a deep breath, his voice somber. Vegeta has approached my level closely. His power, speed, and fighting spirit have reached a pinnacle. Yet, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Cell is too powerful. The strength he exhibits may be less than a quarter of his true potential. If Vegeta cannot find a breakthrough, this battle could end in defeat. What can we do? The main timeline Gohan asked anxiously. We can only rely on the element of surprise with the Kaioken and instant transmission. Goku's gaze was intense. Cell cannot use instant transmission, which is my only advantage. However, If Vegeta were to lose, I cannot be entirely certain of countering Cell's formidable learning ability. On the arena, the battle reached a fever pitch. Vegeta grew more fervent with each exchange, his golden aura blazing to its zenith. He roared fiercely as his fists and feet rained down upon Cell like a tempest. Though Cell remained composed, the smile on his face faded slightly as a newfound seriousness crept into his gaze. Vegeta's frenzied onslaught indeed placed some pressure on him, compelling him to take the situation more seriously. Humph, the Prince of Science? Merely that. After evading a vicious knee strike from Vegeta, Cell coldly mocked. Your power pales in comparison to Goku's. You are like a mad dog barking aimlessly. Those words ignited a powder keg of fury. What did you say? Vegeta's golden pupils were instantly consumed by wrath. Sharon not only insulted him, but also dared to compare him to Kakarot, even claiming he was inferior to Kakarot. This was more painful than death itself. Die, Sharu! Vegeta bellowed, abandoning his pursuit of close combat. He abruptly retreated, creating distance between them. His hands crossed swiftly before his chest, gathering energy. Boom! A torrent of golden energy, more ferocious and concentrated than ever before, filled with a sense of annihilation, surged wildly between his hands. The surrounding air was instantaneously drained, and the space itself warped slightly from the energy's convergence. A blinding golden light erupted, resembling a second sun illuminating the arena. Prepare yourself. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta unleashed all his strength, thrusting his hands forward with fervor. A colossal, radiant wave of golden energy, capable of piercing through stars and rending the fabric of the cosmos, surged forth, carrying with it all of Vegeta's fury, pride, and indomitable will, roaring towards Sharu. This was a culmination of his Super Saiyan peak power, a decisive strike without reservation. Sharu, witnessing this monumental assault, displayed not an ounce of panic, but instead a more derisive and mocking smile. Is this desperate flash worthy of being called ultimate? Perhaps overconfident. Or perhaps believing that Vegeta's strength posed no genuine threat to him, Sharu chose not to evade. With that perfect, taunting smile, he even slightly raised his chin, as if to absorb the strike with his flawless form, intending to utterly crush Vegeta's dignity and hope. Boom! The ultimate flash struck Sharu with tremendous force. The blinding golden light instantly engulfed him. A terrifying explosion of energy formed a massive golden orb, expanding wildly. The shockwave radiated like a ring of destruction, instantly sweeping across the arena's edge, causing even those on the rocky platform to be buffeted by the force. The brilliance lingered for several seconds before gradually dissipating. In the arena's center, where the impact occurred, a vast crater emerged, filled with searing smoke. Amidst the haze, a figure remained standing, Sharu. However, the perfect, mocking smile on his face had utterly vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment, agony, and disbelief. His upper body remained intact, yet from the waist down, his legs had completely vanished. The severed edge was charred, remnants of the ultimate flash's violent energy still sizzling. Green bodily fluid erupted from the severed area like a fountain. Sharu looked down at his missing lower half, then raised his gaze to Vegeta, who, having unleashed the ultimate flash, was breathing heavily but still burned with an unyielding flame of defiance. For the first time, Sharu's roar was not one of mockery, but laced with astonishment and rage. Vegeta! Vegeta, panting heavily, though his golden aura flickered slightly, stood tall, gazing at the disheveled Sharu, who was now reduced to a half-body. A cold, gleeful smirk crept across his lips. Humph! The perfect Sharu? It seems you are nothing more than this. Chapter 115, Super Saiyan King Fist. Double. Vegeta, don't be dazed. He can regenerate. The sharp roar of Bix's voice pierced through the heavy breaths of Vegeta, who had just unleashed his ultimate attack, and the agonized howls of Cell. The hearts of everyone on the rocky platform raced, for they had witnessed Cell's terrifying regenerative capabilities firsthand. Merely obliterating his lower half was far from a fatal blow for this perfect android. Vegeta's pupils dilated as he abruptly snapped back from his fleeting breaths and the euphoria of victory. He beheld the writhing green flesh at the severed waist of Cell, rapidly growing at a visible rate. A profound sense of crisis seized him in an instant. Damn it, it's not over yet. Vegeta roared, forcefully suppressing his fatigue, as his golden aura flared to life once more with ferocity. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms before his chest, channeling energy with wild intensity. This time, he compressed and concentrated all his power, striving for the purest and most lethal force of destruction. Ultimate flash. Boom. The golden torrent of energy, now even more refined and restrained, yet embodying a more unadulterated will to annihilate, screamed through the air, slicing the brief distance between them and targeting the core area of Cell's regeneration. This strike encapsulated Vegeta's final burst of power, its might subtly surpassing that of the previous one. The air crackled with ionization, producing a piercing crackle. It seemed that Cell's shattered upper body was on the verge of being utterly obliterated by this wave of destruction. However, just as this lethal torrent was about to engulf Cell, a peculiar cold smirk flashed across his contorted face, twisted by pain. His remaining right hand did not gather energy. Instead, he splayed his fingers and made an exceedingly strange, almost tearing gesture toward the space before him. Buzz. The fabric of space twisted and folded violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a pond. A visible ripple, akin to a shattered mirror, unfurled before Cell. Vegeta's destructive ultimate flash torrent crashed into this warped space. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The energy stream, potent enough to penetrate stars, was devoured in an instant by the distorted space, leaving behind only an irregular rift flickering with an unusual halo and a sharp screech left by the torn air. What? Vegeta's expression changed drastically, his eyes nearly bulging out. The backlash from forcibly unleashing the ultimate flash left him breathless, his body stiffening with mortal rigidity. Whoosh. In that moment of Vegeta's paralysis, Cell's figure appeared abruptly several meters to his side. The distorted space rift vanished the instant he materialized. Though his regeneration had been interrupted, the energy in his upper body remained formidable. Cell grinned malevolently, his remaining right hand splayed wide, instantly coalescing a highly compressed, dark green energy sphere. The aura of destruction locked onto the rigid Vegeta. Father. Future Trunks gasped in horror, ready to rush forward. But someone was faster. Whoosh. A golden figure materialized before Vegeta, as if through instant transmission. It was Son Goku. His entire being was engulfed in a dazzling golden aura, his gaze sharp as he crossed his arms before him at the critical moment, resolutely blocking Cell's lethal strike meant for Vegeta. Boom. The dark green energy blast erupted against Goku's arms, the terrifying shockwave propelling both him and the exhausted Vegeta backward, carving deep trenches into the ground. Dust and debris filled the air. Goku felt a slight numbness in his arms, yet his eyes blazed with the fire of battle. Steadying himself, he turned to the panting Vegeta behind him and growled, "Vegeta, leave it to me. Go rest." Vegeta gazed at Goku's silhouette, his golden pupils filled with a mix of resentment and humiliation. But the overwhelming fatigue and depletion of energy coursing through him made it clear that he had indeed reached his limit. Clenching his teeth, he let out a frustrated grunt and staggered away from the center of the arena, where he was caught by Future Trunks and Piccolo at the rocky edge. Cell hovered in the air, his lower body having ceased regeneration, yet the wounds on his upper body were healing rapidly. He regarded Goku, now standing defiantly before him, a familiar, controlling smile spreading across his face, dripping with mockery. "Goku, you've finally joined the fray. However, the outcome will remain unchanged. I have already witnessed Vegeta's strength, and your powers are hardly different." He waved his healing arm nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over Goku. "Did you see that? Ilia's spatial magic is truly a magnificent ability, instantly folding space to shift attacks, allowing me to teleport within mere inches. Your prideful instant transmission pales in comparison before me, merely a clumsy imitation." With a light chuckle, he raised his right hand, the tips of his fingers shimmering with a strange, space-disturbing glimmer. "You wish to approach me? Your fists and energy will be cast into the unknown rifts of space. Surrender, Goku. This game is already mine." Goku slowly straightened his posture, the golden aura around him stable and powerful. There was no anger on his face. Instead, he bore a smile filled with determination, calmly admitting, "Ah, you are right. Vegeta is indeed strong. At this moment, I am not much different from him. Your spatial abilities are troublesome." He paused, his gaze sharpening to a deadly focus, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, locking onto Cell. "Thus, relying on conventional methods will not suffice to defeat you." Cell's smile bore a hint of amusement. "Oh? Then what do you intend to rely on? Your little tricks? In the face of my spatial magic, all techniques are futile." "On this," Goku shouted. Boom. The golden aura surrounding him was suddenly enveloped in a blinding crimson hue, like burning blood cascading over gold. An even more ferocious and fierce energy erupted forth. The air twisted from the heat, and the stones of the arena beneath him shattered into powder in an instant. Super Saiyan Kaioken ×2. Goku's muscles slightly swelled, veins beneath his skin bulging like coiled dragons. His strength and speed surged to an entirely new level. Humph! An increase in power? What of it? With a cold snort, Cell's gaze grew serious, the faint glow at his fingertips intensifying, ready to rend the fabric of space or make a swift escape. Whoosh! In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished. Teleportation. Cell's pupils constricted as he swiftly slashed his right hand across the left space. Zzz. A rift in the fabric of reality appeared out of thin air. Yet, Sun Wukong did not materialize to the left. Like a phantom, he emerged directly above Cell. His legs, ablaze with crimson gold flames, descended like a battle axe. What? Startled, Cell hastily raised his arm to block. Bang! The overwhelming force caused excruciating pain in Cell's arm, propelling his body downwards like a cannonball onto the arena. Dust and debris erupted into the sky. Chapter 116, Flash. The scarlet golden Kamehameha wave. But it was not over. Sun Wukong's voice, relentless and insistent, echoed from the depths of the dust-filled pit. His scarlet fists rained down upon Cell like a torrential downpour. Each punch contained the strength to shatter mountains and split stones. Cell roared furiously, skillfully maneuvering within the confined space of the pit to defend and retaliate. He tore the fabric of space once more, yet Sun Wukong, empowered by the Kaioken, moved with unparalleled speed, his angles of attack exceedingly cunning, leaving Cell no opportunity to stabilize his spellcasting. Their figures morphed into a blur of light at the pit's bottom, each collision igniting violent explosions that continually enlarged the crater. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Cell suddenly opened his mouth. A searing beam of death shot towards Sun Wukong's face at close range. It was a technique reminiscent of Frieza. Sun Wukong swiftly turned his head, the beam narrowly grazing his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation. At the same time, he charged his right fist, the crimson radiance swelling intensely, crashing into Cell's crossed arms. Boom! Cell was once again driven deep into the rock. Annoying insect. Cell was utterly enraged. He abandoned all attempts at precise defense and slammed his right hand, charged with spatial energy, into the ground. Buzzing. Centered around Cell, the space within a radius of several dozen meters convulsed violently, twisting like boiling water. Countless tiny rifts in space spread out like a spider's web. The entire area became exceedingly unstable. As Sun Wukong prepared to pursue, he felt as though he had sunk into an unseen quagmire, his movements suddenly becoming sluggish. His swiftly moving form was even torn by the abrupt emergence of minuscule rifts in space, shredding his battle attire. Sun Wukong, your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. Cell grinned wickedly as he rose from the pit, his wounds regenerating at an accelerated pace. He unleashed both hands, firing beams of death, energy slashes, and magical orbs like a torrential storm towards the hindered Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he fought desperately to evade and block in the distorted space. The crimson aura of the Kaioken flickered under the relentless onslaught. He narrowly dodged lethal strikes, yet his arms, shoulders, and legs were repeatedly grazed, blood splattering. Father! Gohan's heart raced in trepidation. This cannot continue. Piccolo's expression turned grave. Sun Wukong bellowed, the scarlet golden flames raging wildly, pushing the power of the Super Kaioken to an unprecedented triple peak. His muscles swelled further, veins bulging as if ready to burst, and his strength surged once more. The ferocious aura violently distorted the surrounding spatial realm. Triple, you seek your own demise. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Cell abruptly brought his hands together, forming a colossal energy sphere, highly compressed and radiating waves of destruction, determined to end this farce with a single strike. Just as Cell was about to unleash the energy sphere, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in Goku's eyes. He refrained from engaging in a clash of energy blasts, instead opting to activate instant transmission once more. Whoosh! He materialized just inches away from Cell's face. Fool, you are walking into your own trap. Cell sneered, his right hand glowing with a light that seemed capable of rending space itself as it lunged for Goku's heart. Simultaneously, the massive energy sphere he had gathered was on the verge of eruption, just as Cell's hand was about to make contact with Goku's chest. Whoosh! Goku's figure vanished once more. Cell's lethal claw and the imminent explosion of the energy sphere both struck nothing but air. What? Alarm bells rang wildly in Cell's mind. A wave of terrifying energy, enough to send shivers through his very soul, suddenly loomed above him, catching him utterly off guard. This power was on par with his own. Supercell, 16 billion. 4 times Super Kaioken Goku, 16 billion. He whirled around sharply, only to find Goku's form appearing behind him like a wraith, mere inches away, with hands gathered at his waist. This time, he was not channeling an ordinary Kamehameha. A horrific energy, capable of making space tremble, was being frantically compressed between Goku's palms. This energy was no longer golden. It resembled molten lava, deep crimson and bubbling. Goku's entire body shook violently, muscles straining as if they might burst, veins protruding, and his golden hair danced wildly amidst the chaotic energy currents. He had exploited Cell's habitual anticipation of his instant transmission, an assault from the front, to execute a double instant transmission. The first was a decoy, the second, a fatal blow. Super Kaioken, 4 times. Goku's voice, laced with agonizing intensity, echoed with the determination to obliterate everything. Kamehameha. Stop, Goku. Cell's perfect facade finally shattered completely, revealing extreme terror and disbelief. He attempted to turn, striving to tear through spatial defenses or flee, but it was far too late. Have you lost your mind? At such close range, this power would annihilate both you and the entire Earth. You cannot possibly control it. Cell could not fathom that Goku would dare unleash such a terrifying force towards the Earth from such proximity. He believed Goku was merely posturing to force him into submission. Yet, Goku's face bore only icy resolve and a glint of cunning triumph. Just as the deep crimson, maximally condensed, destructive energy was on the verge of release. Whoosh. Goku's figure, along with the deep red torrent of energy capable of piercing stars, vanished once again. Instant transmission. This time, his target was directly behind Cell, positioned snugly against his back. The trajectory was vertical. Cell suddenly sensed a deathly aura, an overwhelming presence, erupting right behind him. He abruptly turned around, though it was too late, only to behold Sun Wukong's eyes, ablaze with crimson flames, cold and merciless, and the uncontrollable, deep red energy of destruction surging between his palms, on the brink of eruption. This cataclysmic torrent was directed at him. No. Cell emitted a desperate howl. He had no time to mount any defense or evade. His prideful spatial magic required precise gestures and a steadied mind, and at this point-blank range, during the very moment of energy detonation, it was utterly unfeasible to execute. Ah! Sun Wukong expended his last ounce of strength, thrusting his palms forward with fervor. Boom! The deep crimson Kamehameha erupted at point-blank range, behind Cell. The annihilative energy surged like a meteor on an inverse trajectory, soaring into the heavens. The blinding crimson radiance instantaneously engulfed Cell's entire upper body. His flawless, unyielding form shattered like fragile glass, starting from his back, fragmenting, disintegrating, vaporizing, in the face of this overwhelming, point-blank destructive energy. The expression of sheer horror and disbelief on Cell's face, along with most of his upper body, was completely obliterated in the scarlet glow. The crimson torrent of energy, having devastated Cell's upper half, continued unabated, carrying scattered green remnants, piercing into the distant cosmic void, ultimately vanishing from sight like a blood spear slaying the divine. Sun Wukong maintained his thrusting posture, suspended in midair for a moment, as the scarlet golden flames surrounding him flickered violently like a candle in the wind, before extinguishing entirely. His golden hair returned to its normal state, his body trembling violently, his complexion as pale as parchment, gasping for breath as if his very bones were fracturing. He could no longer remain standing, collapsing like a broken kite. Dad! Gohan cried out, soaring up to catch the exhausted Sun Wukong. The arena fell into utter silence. Only the sound of crumbling stones and the distant lament of the waves could be heard, alongside the gradually dissipating, searing residual waves of the deep red energy. A testament to the breathtaking execution that had just transpired. Chapter 117, Noka's Cell. The wheel battle begins to show results. The crimson stream of destruction vanished into the cosmic abyss, leaving only the acrid scent of scorched energy and an eerie stillness. Sun Wukong gasped violently, the golden aura dimmed. His body swayed slightly, evidently pushed to the limits of exhaustion. He fixed his gaze upon the ruins of the arena below, where only the remnants of Cell's lower torso remained. On the rocky platform, the tense nerves of the crowd finally began to ease. Did we win? Krillin's voice trembled with disbelief. Cell's upper half had been utterly obliterated. Tien's 3 eyes were locked intently on the severed remains. Dad! The primary timeline Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Future Gohan and Trunks also breathed a sigh of relief, yet their eyes remained vigilant. Vegeta crossed his arms, snorting disdainfully, yet his tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly. Although reluctant, he could not deny the might of Kakarot's desperate strike. Nokasha's cold gaze swept over Cell's remnants, and then toward the precariously swaying Sun Wukong, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Just when everyone believed the matter was settled, and even Sun Wukong was preparing to rest, Noka's pupils abruptly constricted. A faint yet eerily familiar and malevolent aura, akin to a frigid serpent, surged suddenly from the seemingly lifeless remains of Cell. No, he is still alive. Noka's cold voice reverberated through the still air like thunder. What? The hearts of the onlookers, which had just begun to relax, surged to their throats. As if to validate Noka's words, Cell's severed body quivered violently. The green flesh at the wriggled not in repair, but as if it were boiling lava, proliferating wildly and expanding. Bones, muscles, organs, and skin grew at a horrifyingly visible speed, reshaping themselves. The entire process was rife with a nauseating vitality and an unnatural eeriness. In mere moments, a complete and entirely new upper body of Cell reconnected to the severed torso. The newly formed skin glistened with a damp sheen. Yet Cell's iconic grin once again adorned his face. Ha ha! Cell let out a deafening, maniacal laugh, his voice brimming with a sense of triumph and enjoyment at the despair of the crowd. Sun Wukong, your instantaneous movement and life-threatening strike were indeed spectacular. You were so close, just a hair's breadth away from success. He twisted his newly formed neck, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, gazing at the pale-faced, breathless Sun Wukong with the eyes of a predator surveying its ensnared prey. What a pity. As long as my core remains intact, as long as a single cell lingers, I can regenerate infinitely. This is the power of perfection. Your desperate strike, expending all your energy, is nothing but a futile jest before me. Cell's gaze swept over the astonished crowd on the rocky platform, finally landing on the alarmed Noka, his smile turning icy and filled with intrigue. Oh? Keen perception, Noka. It seems it is your turn to come forth and meet your demise. He beckoned Noka with a finger, his tone dripping with provocation and condescension. Sun Wukong is now a mere husk. Vegeta? Just a defeated foe. Here, it appears you are the only one left with any semblance of challenge. Come forth, Noka. Let me see if your magic can provide me with a modicum of genuine amusement. Cell's words were like a chilling whip, striking mercilessly at the hearts of all present. Sun Wukong was severely drained. Vegeta had yet to recuperate, and Cell had returned to life seemingly unscathed. The shadow of despair loomed once more. However, beneath Cell's self-satisfied exterior, the significant reduction in his power was unmistakable. Cell's battle prowess had diminished considerably, from 16 billion to 10 billion. And considering he must guard against the potential assault from others, he could not unleash his full might. There was still a chance. Noka's cold gaze revealed no emotional fluctuations, only a chilling frost. He did not respond to Cell's taunts, but slowly began to rise from the rocky platform, floating to a height level with Cell. Noka Elia hovered at the edge of the platform, her starry eyes filled with concern, her voice directly resonating within Noka's consciousness. Be cautious of his core and regeneration. I will do my utmost to support you. Noka, almost imperceptibly, nodded his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Cell. Without uttering a single word, the battle erupted instantaneously. Unlike Vegeta's ferocious charge or Goku's explosive speed, Noka's figure vanished from sight like a phantom. It was not mere high-speed movement, but rather a flicker through space. He reappeared at Cell's left side, his fist enveloped in golden flames, resembling a meteor, silent yet as swift as lightning, striking toward Cell's temple. The mockery on Cell's face vanished in an instant. So fast, and utterly without warning. He swiftly turned his head, simultaneously extending his right hand like a venomous snake. Fingers splayed, the tips coalescing into a dark green beam of death, aimed directly at Noka's throat. The transition from offense to defense occurred in the blink of an eye. Bang! Noka's fist grazed Cell's cheek, the icy gust from its passage causing Cell's newly formed skin to sting. Meanwhile, Cell's deadly beam was precisely deflected by Noka's left hand, raised like a blade, sending a purple energy beam soaring into the distance, erupting in a cloud of dust. The first round was a test, ending in a draw. Yet, Cell's expression had shifted to one of gravity. Spatial abilities? Intriguing. With a menacing grin, Cell vanished, reappearing behind Noka, his massive tail sweeping through the air with a piercing shriek. Noka seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he allowed his body to sink as if weightless, while his right foot, swirling with golden energy, executed a precise upward kick, striking the vulnerable point of Cell's sweeping tail. Thud! A dull thump resounded. Cell's tail was propelled upwards by a deft force, causing his assault to crumble. Noka seized the momentum to spin his body, swiftly forming seals with his hands before chanting, "Crystal wall of frost, imprison." Buzz! The temperature surrounding Cell plummeted. Countless tiny, shimmering ice crystals instantly coalesced from thin air, wrapping around Cell's limbs and body like living chains. The extreme cold seemed capable of freezing the very soul. A mere trifle, Cell roared, his body erupting with dark green energy. He attempted to shatter the icy chains. However, those crystalline shackles were remarkably resilient under the onslaught of energy. They merely trembled violently without shattering, instead emanating an even more intense cold, seeking to invade Cell's body. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Cell's eyes. The strength and resilience of this magic far exceeded his expectations. He was compelled to divert more energy to resist this freezing force. His movements were momentarily hindered. A golden opportunity. A glint of cold light flickered in Noka's eyes as he flickered once more, appearing directly in front of Cell. This time, his assault was no longer a test. The golden flames surged ferociously around his right fist, compressing into a high-speed rotating vortex, radiating an energy wave of absolute zero. He aimed to freeze Cell's core with a single blow. "Die!" Noka shouted as he unleashed his punch. The icy vortex shot forth, tracing a trajectory that seemed to freeze the very space around it, aimed directly at the constrained Cell's chest. Cell's pupils dilated. He sensed the terrifying, penetrating, and freezing power contained within this strike. Taking it head-on would spell disaster. In an explosive shout, Cell declared, "For bodies, one punch." His form instantaneously split into four, each cell darting in different directions to evade. Bang! 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 The icy vortex struck a mere shadow of Cell, instantly freezing it into a crystalline sculpture, which then shattered into a flurry of ice shards. The other three cells, however, successfully evaded the attack. Yet, Noka seemed to have anticipated this. He did not even glance at the struck shadow. At the very moment of release, his hands formed seals once again, moving with such swiftness that they left an afterimage. The crystal wall reflection. Buzz. The arena space transformed into a bizarre spectacle. Countless transparent prisms, composed of magical energy, materialized out of thin air, distorting both light and space. The three evading figures of Cell, under the prism's refraction, instantly multiplied into dozens. Reality and illusion intertwined, rendering distinction nearly impossible. What? The true form of Cell was taken aback. He realized he had suddenly lost all perception of the other two duplicates, and even his sense of position had become vague. This magic not only conjured illusions, but also disrupted perception. Just as Cell's mind wavered, Noka's true self had already flickered through space, silently appearing behind one of the cells. The chilling intent to kill was as palpable as reality. "Found you." Noka's voice whispered like that of the Grim Reaper, his hand, encircled by a golden cyclone, wielding the power to pierce all, aimed directly at the back of this cell's heart. The icy radiance concentrated at his fingertips was potent enough to freeze and shatter its core. The targeted cell's hair stood on end. The imminent sense of crisis compelled him to instantly deduce that this was indeed the true form. He let out a furious roar, forcibly channeling all his strength, abruptly turning, crossing his arms defensively over his chest, while an energy shield materialized on the surface of his body. Whoosh! Noka's fingertips, akin to the sharpest ice spikes, struck fiercely against the hastily formed spiral shield of Cell. The shrill sound of energy friction erupted. The spiral shield trembled violently, barely holding for less than half a second before Noka's highly concentrated, extreme chill penetrated through. Stab! Noka's fingertips plunged deep into the crossed arms of Cell. The intense cold surged through the wound like a raging torrent. Ugh! Cell emitted a cry of agony. He felt as though his arms were on the verge of shattering, the flow of blood and energy sluggish. More terrifying was the chilling force racing through his veins, threatening his core. "Get away from me." Cell erupted in a fit of rage. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a dark green aura exploded forth like a volcano. Forcing Noka's fingertips away, he disregarded his injuries, swinging his massive tail like a steel whip, striking towards Noka with tremendous force. Noka, having landed a successful blow, did not linger. The moment Cell unleashed his fury, he had already flickered through space, retreating several dozen meters away, evading the wrathful strike. Suspended in midair, he gazed at the frost-covered wound on Cell's arms, which had been pierced, and the expression on Cell's face, twisted in pain and fury, reflected no ripple of emotion in Noka's cold silver eyes. Cell looked down at the wound on his arm that could not heal immediately, emanating chilling energy, then raised his gaze towards the distance where Noka stood, his aura calm, as if the previous intense magical melee had merely been a warm-up, revealing for the first time a look of solemnity and wariness in Cell's eyes. This Noka's combat style was exceedingly enigmatic. The formidable melee prowess of the Saiyan is flawlessly intertwined with exquisite and potent magic. The flickering of space, the binding of ice, the bewildering mirage, and the piercing cold. Each spell is employed with impeccable precision, harmonizing offense and defense, rendering even this perfect artificial being feeling constrained and weary in response. Moreover, the opponent seems to maneuver with effortless grace. "It appears I have indeed underestimated you, Noka." The voice of Cell deepens, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. The warm-up has concluded. Now, let us engage in earnest. The dark green aura surrounding Cell swells once more, his presence becoming more perilous and profound. With a tremor of his arms, he forcibly dispels the lingering chill from his wounds, initiating a slow regeneration. Clearly, he no longer intends to hold back. He is about to unleash his true power. Noka's expression remains impassive, yet the silver vortex enveloping him becomes tumultuous, akin to ripples on the surface of water disturbed by a stone, emanating an even colder and more menacing aura. He slowly raises his hand, palm facing upwards, as small, diamond-shaped ice crystals composed of pure cold energy coalesce and swirl above his palm. The true climactic battle has now truly commenced. Cell's aura evolves into something dangerous and profound, the dark green flame resembling a boiling viscous liquid, exuding an unsettling sense of oppression. No longer content to defend passively, he initiates an aggressive assault. His form becomes a blur, accompanied by the sonic boom of rending space, as he instantaneously appears before Noka. The massive fist transforms from a mere physical strike into a devastating blow enveloped in highly concentrated dark green energy, crashing towards Noka like a battering ram. Flickering space? Cell grins menacingly. "I wonder how many times you can evade." Noka's gaze is icy as he vanishes in an instant, reappearing to Cell's right. Yet, Cell seems to have anticipated his position. His colossal tail, accompanied by a howling wind, sweeps towards him like a preset trap. Boom. Noka hastily crosses his arms to block. The silver vortex swirling frantically. A tremendous force strikes him, causing excruciating pain in his arms, and he is violently flung away, carving a deep trench across the arena. Crystal wall frost shield. Noka exclaims as he hurtles through the air. A massive diamond-shaped shield composed of countless hexagonal ice crystals materializes before him in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Cell offers no respite, his hands striking in rapid succession as several maximally compressed dark green energy spheres bombard the ice crystal shield like a barrage of cannon fire. The shield trembles violently, shards of ice flying, as cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Oomph. Even the hardest shell can shatter. Cell laughs maniacally, closing the distance once again, his fists raining down upon the nearly fractured shield like a tempest. Crack! The ice crystal shield ultimately cannot withstand the onslaught and shatters spectacularly. Cell's fist, carrying the residual force, pierces through the swirling ice shards, aiming directly at Noka's core. Mirror swap. A flash of silver light flickers in Noka's eyes. Cell's fist crashes through what seemed to be Noka's body. Yet, the figure ripples like water, soon shattering and dissipating. The true Noka materializes several meters behind Cell. His complexion slightly pale, the recent barrage of defenses and rapid magical transitions having taken a significant toll. Such tiresome tricks. Cell whirls around abruptly, the energy emitter on his forehead igniting with blinding brilliance. Solar fist. Buzz. A blinding light erupted instantaneously. Despite Noka's swift reflexes to shut his eyes and summon magical energy to form a crystalline filter, his vision was momentarily overwhelmed by intense interference. An opportunity. Sheru grinned menacingly, his colossal hand slicing through the air like a clawed wind, reaching for Noka's head. Simultaneously, his tail, akin to a venomous serpent, stealthily lunged at Noka's vulnerable back. A treacherous pincer attack, deadly and insidious. Chapter 119. The Warrior with the Greatest Potential. Gohan enters the fray. Noka, be cautious. On the rocky platform, Elia gasped in alarm, her starry eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. She swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing an invisible yet potent psychic force that traversed the spatial divide, wrapping around Sheru's tail and striking arm like the strongest of threads. Psychic binding. For a brief moment, Sheru's movements faltered, ensnared as if caught in an invisible web. Although Sheru's strength promised that this binding would last no longer than a heartbeat before being shattered, this fractional delay granted Noka a fleeting chance for survival. Amidst the blinding light and deadly assault, Noka seized the moment afforded by Elia and forcefully activated Space Flicker. However, he had expended too much energy, causing a slight deviation in spatial coordinates. With a swift motion, Sheru's claws grazed Noka's shoulder, drawing forth a spray of blood. Though he evaded a fatal blow to his head, his shoulder was left mangled, flesh torn and bone exposed. Noka barely twisted away from the tail's stealthy strike, which only pierced his afterimage. Noka reappeared several meters away, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his breath erratic and his spirit dimmed considerably. Elia's psychic binding was instantly severed by Sheru, yet her complexion had paled, revealing the toll it had taken on her. Humph. A futile struggle. Sheru observed the wounded Noka and the exhausted Elia, a cruel delight spreading across his face. Your magic possesses a modicum of intrigue, and that woman exhibits some skill. Yet, before the might of absolute power, it merely prolongs your suffering. Sheru ceased his immediate assault, donning a cat-and-mouse grin as he slowly approached Noka, his overwhelming aura pressing down like a mountain. He intended to savor the process of his prey's despair. On the rocky platform, the atmosphere had grown intensely grave. Noka's injuries and fatigue were palpable, while Sheru remained virtually unscathed and seemingly thriving. Uncle Noka. Future Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his eyes brimming with anxiety and fury. The power within him surged like an impending volcanic eruption, golden flames rising uncontrollably. Gohan, remain calm, Piccolo urged, gripping Future Gohan's shoulder firmly, his voice steady. Sheru is deliberately wearing Noka down to provoke us. Charging in now would play right into his hands. Yet, Future Gohan, witnessing Noka's struggle on the arena, felt his heart twist in agony. Bang! In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Noka's guard faltered as Sheru's fist crashed into his left arm. The golden vortex of energy trembled violently, and Noka gasped. His body propelled backward by the immense force, pain and numbness radiating through his left arm. Sizzle! Sheru's tail, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, seized upon the moment when Noka's form faltered, slicing through the air with a dark green energy blade that struck fiercely at Noka's waist. The crystal barrier materialized instantaneously. Noka's pupils contracted as he forcefully conjured a minuscule, yet highly refined diamond-shaped energy shield at his midsection. Crack! The icy shield barely withstood the tail's onslaught for a mere fraction of a second before shattering with a resounding crash. Yet, this inconsequential resistance granted Noka the opportunity to twist his body to the limit. The dark green blade grazed his side, leaving a trail of blood as his battle attire was torn asunder. Under Sheru's relentless assault, he found himself gradually subdued. Although his magic had mitigated some of the disparity, with Elia's mental support, he narrowly avoided life-threatening injuries. Yet the depletion of energy and the strain on his body escalated alarmingly. If this continued, defeat would be inevitable. The combat on the arena was suffocatingly intense, with each clash sending the hearts of the onlookers pounding against their chests. Sun Wukong focused intently on the unfolding battle. His golden brows furrowed tightly. He discerned that Noka's situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Sheru's strength and regenerative capabilities were grotesquely formidable. While Noka could maneuver, he lacked the overwhelming power to deliver a decisive blow. This cannot continue, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, glancing at his son Gohan, who was anxiously observing the fight. Sun Wukong could sense Gohan's aura. Within that seemingly innocent physique lay a tremendous energy that even he found astonishing. However, this power resembled a dormant volcano, yet to fully erupt. Gohan, Sun Wukong suddenly called out, his voice imbued with an unusual calm and trust. Yes, Dad. Gohan responded immediately, his small face taut with concern for Uncle Noka. Did you grasp the battle just now? Sun Wukong inquired. Gohan nodded vigorously, his golden pupils reflecting the swift figures on the arena. I saw it clearly, Dad. Uncle Noka's movements are incredibly fast, and Sheru's strength is overwhelming. He paused, a hint of hesitation and confusion crossing his face. But I feel like both Uncle Noka and Sheru haven't unleashed their full power yet, have they? This statement, imbued with childlike intuition, stemmed from his unfathomable latent power, far exceeding his current understanding. Within the realm of his terrifying combat prowess of 10 billion, the strength exhibited by Noka and the currently fatigued Sheru had indeed not reached his upper threshold, creating an illusion that they were holding back. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, soon grasping the implications of his son's words. He was astounded by Gohan's immeasurable potential, but now was not the time for deep contemplation. He placed a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder, his tone resolute and encouraging. Gohan, your instincts may very well be correct, but right now, Uncle Noka needs support. Sheru is indeed powerful, yet I believe in you. It is time for the dormant strength within you to awaken. Go assist Uncle Noka. Just like the you from the future, protect everyone. Future Gohan stepped forward, gazing at his younger self, his eyes filled with anticipation and empathetic encouragement. Go forth, another me. Have faith in yourself. You possess the potential to surpass us all. Fight, for the sake of protection. In the primary timeline, Gohan gazed into his father's trusting eyes and then looked at the future version of himself, whose gaze brimmed with strength and anticipation. His doubts and worries melted away like snow under the sun. An unprecedented surge of courage and sense of responsibility welled up within him. He inhaled deeply, and from his small frame erupted a brilliant golden aura. His eyes transformed into symbols of unwavering determination. I understand now. Dad, the other me. Here I go. Gohan's voice, youthful yet imbued with resolute conviction, resonated through the air. His golden pupils locked onto Cell on the arena. His diminutive figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the heart of the fierce battle. On the arena, Noka had just narrowly evaded a lethal energy claw strike from Cell, his breath now more erratic. He keenly sensed Gohan descending. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze, concern mingled with a hint of relief. He was aware of the latent power within this boy. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to alter the tide of this conflict? Chapter 120, Super Saiyan Full Power Gohan vs. Cell. Without a moment's hesitation, Noka seized the opportunity amidst Cell's assault, executing a spatial flicker to instantaneously withdraw from the heart of the battle, retreating to the edge of the arena and yielding the battlefield to the advancing Gohan. He required rest and needed to observe Cell's reaction to Gohan. Cell, caught in the throes of battle, was on the verge of thoroughly dominating Noka when he suddenly faced a new opponent. He halted his offensive, staring at the youthful Gohan before him, whose aura, though formidable, bore the unmistakable traits of youth. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, then erupted into a cacophony of mocking laughter. Ha ha, Goku, have you lost your mind? Sending a mere child to his doom. Cell's laughter reverberated through the air, filled with utmost disdain as he pointed at Gohan. This little brat? You expect him to defeat me? What a grand joke. As Cell laughed maniacally, he gasped for breath. The relentless high-intensity bursts, particularly against Norka's seemingly unending and energy-draining magic, had even strained his perfect physique, causing his chest to rise and fall slightly. Just then, Goku's voice rang out. Hey, Cell, catch this. Goku hurled a senzu bean towards Cell. Instinctively, Cell reached out to catch it, his face displaying a flicker of astonishment. Kakarot was offering him a senzu bean? What could this possibly mean? However, just as the bean was about to reach Cell, a figure suddenly appeared in its trajectory. Noka? He extended his hand, precisely grasping the senzu bean, then coldly regarded Cell. Under Cell's astonished gaze, he tightened his grip slightly. Pop! The senzu bean disintegrated into powder within his palm. I have no need for it. Norka's icy voice rang clear, like a judgment pronounced. Cell stared at the dispersing bean powder in Norka's hand, then turned to meet Norka's cold, provocative gaze. Finally, his attention settled on the seemingly weak Gohan before him, igniting an indescribable arrogance and hubris, deeply rooted in his Saiyan DNA, like a poisonous fire that instantly consumed all rational thought. Ha ha ha! Sheru's maniacal laughter grew increasingly deranged, imbued with scornful rage and utmost arrogance. He pointed at Sun Wukong, directing his roar towards Noka and Kakarot, declaring, "Excellent. Splendid. Noka, Kakarot, do you truly believe that this little brat can humiliate me? Do you think I require that being?" With a sudden straightening of his posture, Sheru suppressed his labored breaths, and his golden aura surged once more, though noticeably diminished compared to before. A cruel and twisted smile crept across his face as he extended his right hand, raising a finger, proclaiming, "Against this child, I need not even half my strength." His gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, ensnared the primary timeline's Wukong, rife with the predatory malice and mockery of a hunter. He uttered the chilling words that made future Wukong clench his fists and sent shivers down the spines of all present, just as it was effortless to slay that equally ignorant Wukong in another timeline. At the moment Sheru delivered his chilling declaration to the primary timeline's Wukong, a long limousine stood still on a relatively gentle slope, far removed from the main battlefield. The car door stood ajar, while several disoriented journalists hastily reassembled their equipment, their cameras trembling as they focused on the distant arena, shrouded in dust and reverberating with roars. Mr. Satan cowered behind a large rock, frantically wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow with a crumpled handkerchief, mainly a remnant of his earlier escape. His trademark hairstyle lay in disarray, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, one bold journalist approached, thrusting a microphone behind the rock. "Did you see? That golden-haired child has taken the stage. Goodness, he appears so small. Sheru has vowed to kill him just as he did in another world. This is exceedingly cruel. Shouldn't you intervene to prevent this tragedy? Use your invincible iron fist to punish that monster." The journalist's voice brimmed with excitement, attempting to provoke a response. Mr. Satan trembled, nearly shoving the handkerchief into his mouth. He feigned composure, peering out from behind the rock at the diminutive golden figure on the arena stage, juxtaposed against the godlike Sheru. Upon hearing Sheru's murderous declaration, his legs began to cramp once more. Ahem. Mr. Satan cleared his throat, striving to imbue his voice with authority. "Of course, as the world champion, it is my duty to protect the weak." However, he suddenly clutched his abdomen, contorting his face in agony. "Oh no, that monster's energy wave has upset my stomach. It seems I might be experiencing a bout of diarrhea. Perhaps the seafood I had this morning was not fresh. I must first attend to this personal matter. You all continue filming. I shall return. I will certainly return to deal with him." With that, he scurried back behind the rock like a frightened rabbit, refusing to show his face again. The journalists exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. Yet, their professionalism compelled them to swiftly adjust their cameras, focusing on the arena. One reporter, voice trembling with disbelief and excitement, addressed the audience. "Dear viewers, an astonishing scene unfolds. World champion Mr. Satan has temporarily exited due to illness. Now, a boy who appears to be merely in his early teens stands alone before the world-destroying monster Sheru. Sheru has just proclaimed his intent to slay this child, akin to extinguishing the life of another version of himself from a different realm. Oh, what audacity! What utter despair! Let us offer our prayers for this unnamed young hero." The atmosphere in the arena has plummeted to an icy chill. Sheru gazes at the resolute yet still innocent eyes of the young Gohan hovering before him, his cruel and twisted grin becoming ever more pronounced. He extends his crimson tongue to lick his lips, much like a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. "Little one, do you hear me? Your fate has long been sealed." Sheru's voice resonates with a malevolent timbre, a fragile flower nurtured in a greenhouse like you cannot possibly comprehend what true combat entails, nor the essence of real despair. "Stand there obediently, and I shall send you on your way, sparing you some suffering." The primary timeline Gohan clenches his tiny fists, enveloped in a golden aura, his body trembling slightly with tension and indignation. Sheru's words pierce his heart like ice picks, especially the mention of his counterpart from another world being slain, igniting a tempest of anguish and fury within him. Yet, deep within his soul, that innate goodness and yearning for peace remains shackled, binding his instinct to fight. I do not wish to battle." Gohan's voice quivers subtly, yet his golden eyes remain fixed on Sheru, but I will not allow you to harm anyone. I will not permit you to annihilate the earth. Humph. Naive. Shara scoffs, seemingly running low on patience. Then take your innocence and descend into hell. Chapter 121. Evade. Gohan, reluctant to fight. Boom. In an instant, Sharu's figure vanishes. Despite the considerable energy expended, his speed remains astonishing. He reappears directly above Gohan, preparing to stomp down with ferocity. This strike carries overwhelming disdain and a sense of oppression. Gohan. On the rocky platform. Krillin and the others gasp in shock. However, just as Shara's foot is about to make contact with Gohan's golden aura. Buzz. Gohan's figure shifts laterally like a phantom, gliding several meters to the side. The motion is graceful and instinctive, as if merely taking a casual step. Yet it precisely evades the impending fatal stomp. Shara's colossal foot crashes onto the arena, creating a deep crater and sending shards of stone scattering. A flicker of surprise crosses Shara's gaze, soon overshadowed by a more intense murderous intent. Fortune favors you this time. Let us see how many more times you can evade. Shara's onslaught resumes like a tempest, his enormous fists slicing through the air with a deafening roar, dark green energy blasts erupting like a barrage of cannon fire, and his tail sweeping like a steel whip. The ferocity and density of his assault surpassed that which he unleashed upon Noka, clearly aiming to dispatch this little insect in the swiftest and most humiliating manner possible. In the face of this cataclysmic storm of assault, the primary timeline Gohan's response astonishes and confounds everyone, including Sharu. He does not retaliate with the ferocity of Vegeta, nor does he employ the cunning of Noka, and certainly does not seek a desperate, last-ditch strike like Goku. He merely focuses on evasion and defense. Gohan's petite figure flits through the gaps in Sharu's savage onslaught, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. With every sidestep, every lean back, and each brief shift in position, not a spatial ability, but sheer speed and reflexes, he was nothing short of exquisite. Cell's fists, capable of shattering mountains, grazed the hem of his attire, while he narrowly evaded deadly energy blasts by twisting his body. He deftly vaulted over sweeping tails with a nimble somersault. Even when evasion proved impossible, Gohan merely raised his arms, enveloped in a golden aura, to block. With a resounding thud, he took a punch from Cell, his body sliding back several meters, yet his footing remained steady, his gaze unwavering. Boom! An energy blast detonated before him, causing the golden protective aura to ripple violently. Yet it held firm. He stood like an unyielding rock amidst the crashing waves. Despite Cell's relentless onslaught, he focused solely on defense and evasion, nearly never striking back. Even when Cell exposed clear openings through his continuous attacks, Gohan turned a blind eye, concentrating solely on neutralizing the next strike. What was he doing? Vegeta seethed with rage, unable to contain his frustration. So many opportunities. Why not counterattack? This cowardly boy. Goku furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with concern and confusion. He could sense within Gohan an immense power akin to a dormant volcano. He possessed the strength to retaliate. Yet why did he seem to fear combat? Krillin hesitantly remarked. No. Gohan gazed at another version of himself, focused on defense yet refusing to unleash a punch, his eyes brimming with complexity and sorrow. He did not fear power. He feared inflicting harm. Cell's relentless barrage persisted for nearly a minute. Gohan, the perfect punching bag, endured all his assaults without faltering. Instead of finding it troublesome, Cell became even more enraged and agitated. He felt as though he were being mocked. Mocked by a boy who could only dodge and defend. Damn you, boy. Is all you can do is hide like a rat. Cell's patience finally snapped. He ceased the futile assault. His golden pupils ablaze with the fire of humiliation. He fervently concentrated the remnants of his power into his right fist, compressing the golden aura to emit a heart-stopping wave of destruction. Disappear. Cell unleashed the most powerful strike he had ever attempted. His fist descended like a falling meteor, carrying the will to obliterate all, tearing through space, crashing down mercilessly upon the still defensive Gohan. This strike was faster, more concentrated, sealing off all avenues of Gohan's evasion. Gohan's pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging, devastating fist. Instinctively, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, the golden aura reaching its zenith. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Cell's fist collided solidly with Gohan's crossed arms. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously. Gohan's small frame was struck as if by a speeding train head-on, the protective aura shattering in an instant. He barely had time to scream. His body launched backward like a cannonball, moving so swiftly that it left a blur in its wake. Thunderous crashes resounded as Gohan's body crashed violently into a massive mountain at the edge of the arena. The hard rock was pierced as easily as tofu. The entire figure sank deeply into the mountain's core, the immense impact causing the entire peak to tremble violently. Countless fragments of stone cascaded down like a torrential rain. Dust billowing into the sky, completely burying the point of impact. Ha! Cell, gazing at the dust-laden mountain, erupted into a deafening, maniacal laugh, filled with a sense of cathartic delight and utmost disdain. Do you see it? Kakarot. Noka. This is the little wretch you placed your hopes upon. Easily crushed. Like a mere insect beneath my heel. Ha! Next, it will be your turn. On the rocky platform, an eerie silence enveloped the spectators. Everyone's hearts sank to the depths of despair. Goku's eyes widened in fury, while the faces of future Gohan and Trunks turned ashen. Vegeta clenched his teeth. And even Noka's cold, silver gaze flickered with a trace of emotion. Even Elia held her breath slightly. Cell's laughter echoed across the desolate island, brimming with the arrogance of a victor. However, just as Cell's laughter reached its zenith, boom, a dull, thunderous sound, akin to a heartbeat, resonated from within the mountain that Gohan had breached. Following this, an unimaginable, terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the dust-filled opening, reminiscent of a star awakening. Blinding golden light pierced through the heavy dust and debris, slicing through the sky like a sharp sword. The entire mountain began to shake violently. Immense boulders propelled outward by this explosive force, shattering. Amidst the swirling debris and the dazzling golden radiance, a figure slowly emerged from the collapsing mountain, the very Gohan himself. His orange martial arts uniform was torn in multiple places, stained with dust and a hint of crimson blood. He raised his hand, casually wiping away a trickle of blood that had escaped the corner of his mouth. Chapter 122. I don't want to name the chapter. No, it's impossible. The expression on Cell's face grew increasingly serious. That previous blow, even at Noka's full strength, would have been devastating. How could this little brat withstand it? Gohan. Future Gohan's voice resonated with uncontainable excitement and a hint of empathetic pain upon the rocky platform. He gazed into the cold eyes of his alternate self, instantly understanding that the gaze concealed not merely a fighting spirit, but a profound depth of anguish and confusion. Gohan, look at me. Future Gohan shouted loudly, his voice piercing through the silence. I know what you are thinking. You are afraid. Afraid of your own power. Afraid of the harm that battle brings. Afraid of becoming like me. The gaze of present Gohan shifted slightly, a flicker of emotion breaking through the icy exterior as he regarded his weathered counterpart. But future Gohan's voice carried an undeniable conviction and encouragement, as if he were shouting at his own reflection. Avoidance is futile. Kindness is not a coward's excuse. Look at Cell. Look at what he has done. He has obliterated the future. He has killed another version of me. Now he intends to destroy our home. To harm us all. Your power is not meant for harm, but for protection. To safeguard all that you cherish. To prevent the tragedy from repeating. Go and fight. Not out of rage, but to protect. Utilize your strength to safeguard everyone. The clamor is unbearable. The words of future Gohan incited a profound fury within Cell, piercing through his brief moment of distraction caused by Gohan's overwhelming presence like a needle. He swiftly turned his gaze towards future Gohan on the rocky platform, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If you seek death so fervently, then let me be the one to usher you on your way. Without affording Gohan a moment to react, Cell raised his right hand sharply, conjuring a highly compressed energy sphere that radiated with the vibrations of annihilation. It formed instantaneously, emitting a shrill wail akin to a death knell, hurtling directly towards future Gohan on the rocky platform. The other me. The cold, golden eyes of main timeline Gohan suddenly constricted. His body's instincts far surpassed rational thought. In an instant, that golden figure vanished from its position. Whoosh, like a teleportation. Main timeline Gohan positioned himself in front of future Gohan. He crossed his small arms protectively before him, and the golden aura erupted like a blazing sun. Boom! The energy sphere collided fiercely against Gohan's defense. The violent explosion immediately engulfed his form. The blinding light and shockwave swept across the entire rocky platform, sending everyone reeling backward amidst flying debris. As the brilliance dissipated, main timeline Gohan's figure remained suspended in the air, his arms slightly numb, the golden aura fluctuating vigorously. Yet, the icy demeanor in his eyes softened, replaced by a complex amalgamation of emotions. Anger at Cell's brutality, a protective instinct for his alternate self, and a stirring from future Gohan's words. He stared at Cell, his voice imbued with the clarity characteristic of youth, yet resolutely firm. Cell, cease your assault. Stop this game. We need not continue this battle. He persisted in his endeavor, attempting to quell the tide of slaughter with words. Cell regarded Gohan, who withstood his strike unscathed, and upon hearing his naive suggestion, a twisted expression of absurdity, rage, and scorn contorted his face. Cease? Ha ha ha. Cell's maniacal laughter resonated with hysteria. You little brat. Who do you think you are? A savior? You expect me to stop? Dream on. The Cell games are my creation. A grand spectacle to showcase my perfect power to the universe. You are all mere sacrifices upon this altar of grandeur. I want to witness your struggles and despair. To see this planet perish in fear. That is true perfection. That is the essence of my existence. Cell's golden aura surged once more, imbued with an even more frenzied intent to kill. Expect me to halt? Unless you possess the power to utterly crush me. Otherwise, let your blood enhance the amusement of this game. No sooner had he spoken than Cell transformed into a destructive green light, charging towards Gohan. This time, his assault was even more frenzied, fueled by the fury of being belittled and provoked. The battle reignited. Gohan was compelled to engage. His movements remained impeccably precise, even more fluid than before. Cell's frenzied punches, energy blasts, and tail strikes were deftly evaded or blocked, neutralized one by one. His speed was swifter, strength greater, and reflexes sharper. In sheer combat prowess and strength, he subtly began to suppress the exhausted and mentally unbalanced Cell. Bang! As Gohan deftly sidestepped, evading Cell's straight punch. His right hand sliced through the air with the precision of lightning, striking the joint of Cell's wrist, producing a resonant thud. Boom! Gohan ignited Cell's energy blast with a compact wave of ki raised from his palm. Swoosh! He effortlessly performed a backflip, soaring over Cell's sweeping tail, even managing to plant a foot at the base of Cell's tail, causing him to stumble. Gohan moved with the finesse of a finely tuned combat machine, executing each defensive and counterattack maneuver flawlessly. His strength, speed, and technique were beyond reproach. Cell's assaults were akin to crashing against an impenetrable fortress. They could not even disturb Gohan in the slightest. However, Noka, observing from the rocky platform, narrowed his icy silver eyes. He keenly noted a crucial flaw in Gohan's attacks. There was a distinct absence of relentless resolve and the lethal intent to vanquish his opponent. His counterattacks were precise and effective, halting the immediate threat with impeccable timing, disrupting Cell's rhythm, yet he never pursued nor aimed for vital points. It was as though he was executing a task he felt obliged to complete, lacking the core fighting spirit and the determination to conclude the battle. Cell soon recognized this flaw as well. After enduring a powerful elbow strike from Gohan that intentionally avoided critical areas, he bellowed in fury, "Kid, are you mocking me? Unleash your full power. Show me the rage you had moments ago. Show me the despair of that future waste. Let me witness your true strength. Otherwise, you shall never stand in my way." Cell's onslaught grew more frenzied, even willing to sustain injuries in an attempt to provoke Gohan, hoping to draw forth the terrifying power that had briefly erupted earlier. Yet Gohan's gaze remained cold and tranquil, his movements unwavering, as he focused even more intently on defense and evasion, rendering Cell's wild attacks impotent. He resembled a profound ocean, allowing the tumult of storms to rage upon its surface, while the depths remained undisturbed. Son Goku observed with pride and satisfaction as his son adeptly handled and even subdued Cell, a smile gracing his face. "Excellent, Gohan. Just like that. You are indeed stronger than I ever imagined. It seems my intervention is unnecessary." He believed Gohan had completely mastered his power and was merely waiting for the opportune moment. "Fool!" A chilling voice interrupted Goku's elation. He turned in astonishment to see Noka, his gaze fixed on him with an unprecedented intensity of concern and urgency. "Kakarot, do you not see? Gohan does not wish to fight. His body is engaged in battle, but his heart is in resistance. He lacks the will to kill, the resolve to end the fight. He is stalling in the most energy-efficient manner. If this continues, should Cell find an opening or Gohan's defenses falter?" Norka's gaze swept over the arena, lingering on Cell, who, despite being subdued, still exuded a frenzied intensity. His aura not yet truly depleted, before shifting to Son Goku and the grim-faced Vegeta, who was striving to regain his composure. Senzu beans. Noka commanded succinctly, you too. Consume them immediately for recovery. Now. At once. Chapter 123. The Ambush of Little Cell. Elia. Quickly, take cover. Son Goku's smile faltered. He cast another glance at Gohan on the arena, acutely sensing his son's formidable yet eerily tranquil aura. Norka's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening him to reality. Indeed, Gohan's gaze was unsettlingly calm, as if he were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Humph, no need for your words. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, his irritation at being ordered by Norka palpable, yet he clearly discerned the peculiar tension and latent peril of the situation. Without hesitation, he seized a Senzu bean from Piccolo and promptly consumed it. Son Wukong followed suit, swallowing a bean as well. A surge of vital energy flooded through them, restoring the strength they had expended in their battles against Broly and Cell, dispelling their fatigue in an instant. Their golden auras flared back to life, their gazes sharply honing in on the arena. The relief that had adorned Son Wukong's face was swiftly replaced by gravity. He finally grasped the severity of the dilemma. Gohan possessed power, but lacked the fighting spirit to match it. This was far more perilous than mere inadequacy in strength. Cell, incensed by the unwavering defense of the main timeline's Gohan, akin to a flawless machine, was further enraged by Norka's keen observation of Gohan's reluctance to fight. With his energy waning and being suppressed by an inattentive child, his pride, stemming from his Saiyan heritage, and his perfectionism, born of his artificial core, were utterly trampled. Cursed! Cursed! Cell abruptly retreated, widening the distance between himself and Gohan. His golden pupils, now bloodshot with rage, glared fiercely as he slammed his hands into the ground, unleashing a frantic roar. Do you think numbers matter? Let me show you what true despair looks like. Arise, my little cells. Boom, 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 boom. As Cell roared, the ground surrounding the arena churned violently, akin to boiling water. Blue, viscous tumors erupted from the earth, rapidly expanding and taking shape. Within mere moments, 11 diminutive yet eerily similar figures to Cell emerged across the battlefield, their bodies encased in blue shells and sporting tails. The instant they appeared, they exuded a ferocious and menacing aura. The intensity of their presence rivaled that of Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan full power state. Each boasted a terrifying battle power nearing 4 billion, slightly weaker than Norka and future Gohan, yet far surpassing Krillin and Tien. A full 11 monsters akin to Super Saiyan full power. What? The faces of those on the rocky platform turned ashen in an instant. Even Son Wukong and Vegeta, who had just consumed Senzu beans and regained their peak condition, were filled with unprecedented gravity in their eyes. Roar! The 11 little cells, akin to unleashed beasts, emitted sharp, piercing howls, immediately locking onto their targets without hesitation, transforming into 7 streaks of dark green devastation, charging boldly toward the warriors. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in extreme chaos and bloody carnage. Boom. One little cell appeared before Krillin in an instant, its speed astonishing. Krillin barely had time to raise his arm in defense. Crack! The excruciating sound of bones fracturing echoed. Krillin screamed in agony as he was blasted away by an overwhelming force, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Krillin! Tianjin Fan roared, his 3 eyes wide open, preparing his 4-body technique. The energy wave. 4 manifestations of Tianjin Fan simultaneously emerged, unleashing 4 powerful energy waves towards the attacking little cell targeting Krillin. However, the little cell merely sneered, casually sweeping its tail to shatter 3 of the illusions, while withstanding the energy wave from the real Tianjin Fan, only slightly staggering before lunging once more at the fallen Krillin. The Ki Blast. Yamcha struggled to condense an energy blast to attack another little cell charging at Dumpling. But his efforts proved insufficient, as the little cell effortlessly swatted it aside. Dumpling, in a state of terror, attempted to immobilize it with his psychic abilities, only to be overwhelmed by the little cell's ferocious aura, spewing blood as he was sent flying. Uncle Piccolo. In the main timeline, Gohan witnessed Piccolo besieged by 2 little cells, the emerald figure straining against the dark green claws, perilously on the brink of disaster, his heart racing with urgency. He yearned to aid, yet Cell clung to him like a relentless parasite, grinning maliciously. Your opponent is me, little brat. Watch as your comrades are torn apart. Ha ha ha. Future Gohan and future Trunks stood back to back, their golden auras blazing fiercely as they valiantly resisted the assault of three little cells. Though their strength surpassed that of a single little cell, the sheer number of adversaries, coupled with their seamless cooperation and reckless abandon, rendered their survival a tenuous struggle. Son Goku and Vegeta were similarly embroiled in fierce battles. Each was entangled with a little cell, although their strength and technique slightly outmatched their foes. The little cells fought with an utterly primal ferocity, disregarding their own injuries and trading blows recklessly, their remarkable recovery making it exceedingly difficult to swiftly eliminate one for support. Damn it! Vegeta launched a fist that sent the little cell before him soaring, watching it roll and rise unscathed, fury igniting in his golden eyes. These repulsive insects. Noka's gaze was as cold as steel. He instantly discerned the dire nature of their predicament, especially with Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Krillin, those with weaker combat prowess, at risk of being torn apart by the little cells at any moment. This cannot continue. Noka's voice, icy and resolute, cut through the chaos of the battlefield, clearly reaching the ears of Son Goku and Vegeta, all together. First, eliminate cell. No. Goku gritted his teeth, deflecting a claw strike from the little cell, urgently exclaiming, Gohan needs this chance. I believe he can, clinging to a shred of hope that his son might awaken his true fighting spirit under pressure. Oomph. Vegeta kicked away the little cell that had ensnared him, his face a mask of indignation and fury, though he would never admit it was for Bulma. Yet his tone was unwavering. I can handle these pesky insects all by myself. He charged once more at his opponent, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Noka observed their stubbornness, glancing toward the main timeline where Gohan's intricate defenses still held against Cell. Yet the latter's gaze grew ever more frenzied and sinister. A warning bell rang in Noka's mind. Cell summoned these little cells not merely to sow chaos. At that moment, Noka's gaze abruptly fixed upon the figure of Elia hovering at the edge of the battlefield. Two small sheriffs seemed to have received a silent command from their master, abandoning their assault on others. With sinister grins, they darted forward like twin bolts of lightning, one to the left and one to the right, charging at Elia, who was attempting to analyze the energy structure of the battlefield in search of vulnerabilities. Though Elia possessed formidable magic, her physical form was exceedingly fragile. Elia, dodge. Norka's cold voice resonated with an unmistakable fury for the first time. His long black hair defied the winds, and a faint silver vortex around him erupted into a tempest. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to unleash a spatial flicker towards Elia. However, at the moment his energy surged, another small Sheru, previously engaged in attacking Yamcha, seemed to have anticipated this move. It abruptly changed direction, intercepting Norka's path to Elia with a speed that transcended limits, appearing like a specter. Chapter 124. Rina to the rescue. Roar. The small Sheru let out an excited shriek, its maw wide open as a highly compressed, dark green energy orb erupted forth, aimed directly at Norka's face. Simultaneously, its claws, shrieking as they tore through space, lunged for Norka's chest, effectively sealing off his advance. Get away. Norka seethed in rage, his eyes flashing with cold light. He held nothing back. The Saiyan blood within him surged to a boil, merging the frigid magical energy with his raw, untamed physical strength. The silver vortex surrounding him suddenly detonated, transforming into a tempest of razor-sharp ice crystals. Extreme cold star explosion. Norka did not flinch. He charged directly towards the energy orb and claws, delivering a powerful punch. The highly compressed, icy energy erupted before his fist, creating a localized domain of absolute zero. The dark green energy orb froze upon contact with the field, slowing to a halt. The claws, too, were encased in a thick layer of frost, their speed drastically diminished. Boom. Crack. Norka's fist, imbued with the might to shatter stars, struck the stalling energy orb with tremendous force. The orb, along with its icy covering, was violently obliterated. The explosion sent a shockwave mixed with sharp ice shards, propelling the small Sheru away with brutal force. Its claws and half its body were left mangled and bloodied, encased in ice, emitting a wretched scream. Without a glance at the severely injured Sheru, Norka transformed into a streak of silver-black light, recklessly racing toward Elia. His speed surpassed any moment before, even leaving a sonic boom in his wake. His singular thought was to protect her. Yet, he was still a fraction too late. The two small sheriffs had already closed in on Elia. Their menacing claws were but a mere meter away from her slender, fragile neck. In Elia's star-like eyes reflected the approaching claws of death. She attempted to form a defensive barrier with her hands. But the hastily conjured crystalline wall was woefully insufficient to withstand the close-range assault of two monsters rivaling the full power of Super Saiyans. Elia. Noka's eyes burned with fury, his black pupils filled with despair and a murderous intent. In this critical moment, foolish Noka, get out of the way. A clear, urgent, and furious female voice rang out like thunder above the battlefield. Buzz. The space between Noka and Elia rippled violently, as though disturbed by a powerful force. Rina appeared as if she had torn through the very fabric of space. It was indeed Rina. Her short hair danced wildly in the turbulent winds. Her face etched with the weariness of travel and the fierce rage born of encountering danger. Her arrival was utterly unexpected, evidently facilitated by potent spatial teleportation magic. Get the hell away from me, Rina bellowed, her fists crashing forth simultaneously. Wrathful lightning coiled around her fists, imbued with an unyielding force capable of shattering everything. As she struck down upon the claws of the two diminutive Salu that threatened Elia. Bang! Bang! The resounding thuds echoed, reminiscent of colossal hammers striking the hardest alloy. Under Rina's furious strike, the claws of the small Salu were grotesquely twisted. The overwhelming force surged through their arms, sending them hurtling through the air like ragged sacks. Emitting anguished shrieks as they tumbled, Rina stood protectively before Elia, her violet aura blazing fiercely, akin to a mother leopard guarding her cub. Addressing the flung Salu, as well as the distant, astonished Salu and the recently arrived Noka, whose eyes still reflected shock and disbelief, she shouted indignantly. Noka, you great fool. Always trying to show off. You nearly got Elia killed. And you wretched monsters, dare to touch my people. Have you lost your minds? Her appearance was akin to a thunderous beacon of hope cast upon a desolate battlefield. Noka. In an instant, Noka's figure appeared beside Elia and Rina. His eyes a tempest of fear and fury, yet predominantly filled with concern for their safety. It's far too dangerous here. We must evacuate Elia immediately. The Salu have gone mad. His words came in a rapid rush, leaving no room for debate. Rina opened her mouth to retort, but upon witnessing the rare urgency overflowing in Noka's gaze, and catching a glimpse of the Salu's twisted visage, distorted by thwarted plans and intensified fury, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gritting her teeth, she grasped Elia's wrist firmly. Understood. Elia, we must go. Wait. Noka abruptly recalled something, his dark pupils sharply scanning Rina. What about numbers 16, 17, and 18? Who is guarding them? He could not allow those three unpredictable elements to falter at such a critical juncture. Rina hesitated, a look of helplessness and resignation crossing her face. Don't even mention it. Those three rascals sensed the energy explosion here and insisted on coming along. I couldn't stop them. Before Rina could finish her sentence, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures materialized in the chaotic battlefield, following the spatial fluctuations heralding Rina's arrival. It was the androids, numbers 16, 17, and 18. Number 16 remained taciturn, his massive mechanical form stabilizing upon landing as he instantly locked onto the distant Salu, ensnared by the main timeline Goku, its aura chaotic and fierce. Cold data streams flickering wildly in his eyes. Number 17, hands in pockets, wore a devil-may-care yet sharp grin, his golden hair swaying gently in the gusts. Oh, such a lively scene. How could we possibly miss out? The icy blue gaze of Android 18 swiftly scanned Noka, confirming his safety before coldly surveying the battlefield. Upon witnessing the ferocious mini-Cell, her brow furrowed slightly. These repugnant creatures were spawned by Cell. Their emergence once again shifted the dynamics of the battlefield. With a roar, the three mini-Cells, including the one previously devastated by Noka, momentarily halted their assault on Noka, watching the newly arrived androids with wariness. Just in time. A smirk curled at the corner of Android 17's mouth as he vanished in an instant, appearing behind a mini-Cell attempting to ambush the fallen Krillin. Moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Annoying pests. With a sharp whip of his leg, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air, he struck the mini-Cell's waist with tremendous force. The mini-Cell, caught off guard, let out a wail as it was sent flying. Without hesitation, Android 18 transformed into a streak of golden light, her fingertips gathering a devastating energy beam, which she precisely directed at another mini-cell lunging towards Tenshinhan. Get lost. With a thunderous explosion, the energy beam detonated, forcing the mini-cell to retreat. With the addition of androids 17 and 18, the precarious situation of Krillin, Tenshinhan, and others significantly eased. They quickly regrouped, back to back, barely stabilizing their formation under the protection of 17 and 18. However, Android 16 had only one target in mind. He firmly locked onto Cell, his massive mechanical frame igniting with immense propulsion, disregarding the mini-cells and the chaotic battlefield, charging forward like a silent meteor with unwavering determination. Directly towards Cell, who was locked in combat with the main timeline Gohan. Chapter 125, Android 16's Self-Destruction. Android 16. The sudden dash of Android 16 startled main timeline Gohan, who instinctively evaded the trajectory of the impending attack. Cell also sensed the approach of Android 16. He abruptly turned, his eyes widening in alarm as he beheld the cold red electronic gaze of 16, who was charging forward without reservation. An alarm rang in his mind as he recognized this failed creation, designed by Dr. Gero specifically to counter him. Android 16, what are you planning? Cell shouted angrily, attempting to shake off Gohan to intercept. Yet, although Gohan was reluctant to initiate an attack, his defense was impenetrable, swiftly restraining Cell's movements. It was this momentary delay that allowed Android 16 to reach Cell. His enormous mechanical arms, resembling iron pincers, opened wide with immense force. And in the midst of Cell's furious glare, they slammed shut. Crack! Crack! The sturdy mechanical arms tightly gripped Cell's waist and arms, instantly immobilizing his movements with overwhelming power. Let me go, you hunk of scrap metal. Cell thrashed violently, emerald green energy flaring as he attempted to break free from 16's grasp. However, 16's arms were forged from a special alloy, designed specifically to restrain him, making escape impossible in the short term. The cold, resolute light flickered in 16's red electronic eye as he looked down at the struggling Cell, a mechanical synthetic voice ringing out clearly. Not just directed at Cell, but resonating throughout the battlefield. Target locked. Cell. Executing the final command. Mutual destruction. Countdown to energy core overload initiated. 5. A chilling, devastating wave of energy erupted violently from the core of Unit 16's chest. His mechanical form began to emit a burdensome hum, with blinding red light seeping through the crevices. The terrifying energy surged exponentially, instantaneously surpassing the perception limits of all present. The air became ionized, and space itself twisted ever so slightly. What? Self-destruction. The fury on Cell's face morphed into sheer terror. He could distinctly sense the annihilating energy coalescing within Unit 16, powerful enough to obliterate him and this continent entirely. He struggled desperately, even resorting to battering his head against Unit 16's metallic cranium, producing thunderous echoes, yet Unit 16 remained unyielding. Madman, let me go? You pile of scrap metal. Cell screamed in despair. The audience was stunned. Unit 16. No. The icy blue eyes of Android 18 revealed shock and heartbreak for the first time as she cried out. Damn it. Android 17's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to rush forward to intervene, but was firmly ensnared by two smaller cells. Goku, Vegeta, and Noka were equally taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Rina. Unit 16 turned towards Rina, his voice laced with undeniable urgency. My mission is to safeguard this beautiful planet. To do so, I must eliminate Cell. Please assist me in transporting us to the distant reaches of outer space. I beg you. Rina gazed at Unit 16's resolute stance and the wildly escalating destructive energy within him, her complexion paling, her hands trembling slightly from the overwhelming mental strain. Transport? To send the soon-to-explode Unit 16 and Cell into space? This required exceptionally precise spatial coordinate calculations and immense magical power. Any miscalculation could be catastrophic. Rina, hurry. Android 18's anxious voice, tinged with tears, reached her ears, urging her to act. Do not let Unit 16's sacrifice be in vain. Do not allow the Earth to be obliterated. Transport them. Rina, trust in Unit 16. Android 17 roared, breaking through the smaller cells before him with a fierce punch. Rina looked into 18's tear-filled eyes, then turned to Unit 16's resolute gaze, gritting her teeth in determination. Her eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Elia, help me lock the coordinates. Rina urgently instructed Elia beside her, as her hands began to weave intricate seals at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Complex and arcane spatial magical runes swirled frantically around her. Elia promptly closed her eyes, an invisible mental network connecting the planet's magnetic field with cosmic coordinates, transmitting the precise external coordinates to Rina. Coordinates locked. Spatial passage opened. Rina expended every ounce of her energy and shouted fiercely. A colossal, rotating, deep purple magical array, radiating intense spatial fluctuations, instantly unfolded beneath Unit 16, enveloping Cell. The brilliance consumed both completely. No. Cell roared in utter despair, feeling the pulling force of the spatial transport. Just as the transporting light reached its zenith, on the verge of whisking both away, Unit 16's eyes pierced through the chaotic energy and light, calmly and resolutely locking onto the figure hovering nearby, enveloped in golden flames. Bearing a face marked by profound shock and reluctance, Gohan from the primary timeline. The frigid, mechanical synthesized voice, imbued with a peculiar emotion seemingly transcending mere programming, resonated clearly in Gohan's ears, echoing through the vanishing spatial corridor. Earth is a beautiful planet, where birds sing and flowers bloom. Children like you should live in peace. So protect it. As the words faded, a deep hum reverberated. The deep purple spatial magic circle, encompassing Android 16 and the captive Cell, abruptly contracted and vanished. In the next instant, beyond the distant geosynchronous orbit of Earth, a blinding white light erupted in the pitch-black cosmos, akin to a supernova's explosion. Boom! A silent wave of destruction rippled through the vacuum. A colossal, transient fireball illuminated the dark expanse of the universe. Even from afar, the inhabitants of Earth gazed in awe as the sky suddenly brightened with a dazzling, fleeting star. The terrifying explosive energy struck the Earth's magnetic field, triggering auroras and electromagnetic disturbances worldwide. On the arena, an eerie silence reigned. Everyone ceased their battles, gazing blankly at the receding glow in the sky. The small cells, seemingly bereft of direction, halted their attacks, standing bewildered. In the primary timeline, Gohan floated in the air, his golden aura flickering gently. He stared vacantly in the direction where the explosion had vanished, as if the cold yet tender words of Android 16 still echoed in his ears. Birds sing, flowers bloom. Protect it. An indescribable surge of mixed emotions, sadness, shock, responsibility, and something deeply repressed, erupted like boiling lava from his small chest, which had already borne so much. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 126. The dust settles. Outside the distant geosynchronous orbit of Earth, the silent light of destruction gradually faded, and the cosmos returned to its profound darkness. In the arena, silence enveloped everyone. Even the ferocious blue cells appeared to have lost their resolve, standing bewildered and emitting incomprehensible shrieks. This stillness lasted less than a second. A cold glint flashed in Norka's black eyes, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, instantly locking onto the blue threats. Clear the battlefield. His icy voice boomed like thunder, awakening the astonished crowd. Before his words faded, Norka's figure vanished. He reappeared before a small cell, his hand, shrouded in an icy aura, pierced through its chest like the sharpest ice spike without hindrance. The extreme cold instantly froze and shattered it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Norka's silhouette flickered across the battlefield, each appearance accompanied by the freezing and shattering of another small cell. His movements were ghostly quick, precise, and lethal, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding an invisible scythe to reap lives. A chilling silver vortex swirled around him, wherever he passed. Blue limbs and shattered fragments transformed into crystalline powder. Attack! Goku and Vegeta instantly reacted, their golden auras erupting once more. They charged like tigers descending from the mountain, pouncing upon the nearest small cell. Restored to their former glory, they held a significant advantage over the solitary small cell. Future Gohan and Future Trunks exchanged a glance, resolutely joining the fray. A golden radiance illuminated the battlefield. Android 17 and 18 were equally determined. With a speed akin to lightning, 17's figure surged forward, enveloped in a golden aura, delivering blows imbued with devastating power. 18, with her icy blue gaze, locked onto her target. unleashing precise energy beams from her fingertips that pierced through small cells' vital points. The remaining 10 small cells, along with the ones swiftly dispatched by Noka, stood no chance of resistance. Though valiant and undaunted, they floundered without Cell's command, akin to headless flies, swiftly annihilated under the onslaught of relentless attacks. Bang! The final small cell met its demise as Vegeta landed a kick to its head, the golden aura instantly pulverizing its skull, leaving a headless corpse that crashed to the ground, transforming into a viscous dark green liquid that soon evaporated. The battle had finally concluded. Amidst the lingering smoke on the arena, the fighters breathed heavily, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Din supported one another, their faces reflecting the relief and exhaustion of surviving the ordeal. Piccolo stood with arms crossed, his emerald form remaining upright, though his breath was somewhat labored. Vegeta's golden aura gradually diminished. He stood with arms folded, casting a cold gaze over the chaotic battlefield, ultimately fixing his eyes on the main timeline Gohan, who hovered in the air, his golden aura calming as he lowered his head. Humph. Vegeta's voice dripped with unmasked disdain, akin to an elder chastising a wayward youth. Look at the mess you've made, boy. Indecisive, soft-hearted, possessing strength that surpasses all, yet behaving like a coward, merely dodging and defending. If you had resolved to eliminate Cell sooner, how could he have unleashed these repugnant creatures? All this trouble stems from your weakness. Main timeline Gohan, head bowed and fists clenched tightly, trembled slightly, his golden hair obscuring his eyes. Vegeta. Goku immediately flew to Gohan's side, wrapping an arm around his son's shoulder, addressing Vegeta. Don't say that about Gohan. He's still young. Moreover, he has been striving to protect everyone. Protect? By merely taking hits? Vegeta scoffed, though there was a hint less of harshness in his tone, resembling a stern admonishment. Future Gohan and future Trunks also approached. Future Gohan placed a reassuring hand on his younger counterpart's shoulder, his voice gentle yet infused with strength. Do not blame yourself, Gohan. You have done remarkably well. In the face of such an adversary, anyone would hesitate. What matters is that we ultimately safeguarded the Earth. Future Trunks nodded in agreement, offering the main timeline Gohan an encouraging glance. Main timeline Gohan lifted his head, gazing at his future self, then at his father and Trunks. His eyes still clouded with confusion and sorrow, yet now imbued with a hint of resolve. He nodded gently. Meanwhile, Norka, Elia, Reina, along with androids 17 and 18, gathered together. Reina's golden aura had subsided, her deep purple hair somewhat disheveled, as she stood with hands on her hips, reproaching Norka. Hey, Norka, next time you act so recklessly, you might endanger Elia. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Yet, her gaze was clearly filled with concern and trepidation. Elia hovered beside Noka, her starry eyes calm and unperturbed, merely shaking her head slightly at Reina to indicate that she was unharmed. Number 17 stood with his hands in his pockets, observing Reina chastising Noka with a hint of amused satisfaction on his lips. Number 18 stood a short distance away, her icy blue gaze sweeping over Noka, confirming his safety before turning her attention towards the direction where number 16 had vanished, her expression complex, imbued with an ineffable sorrow and a touch of relief. Noka silently endured Reina's admonitions, a fleeting whisper of emotion crossing the depths of his dark eyes, eventually settling into tranquility. In the distance, reporters were nearly jumping with excitement on the hillside, their cameras frantically pointed towards the scene. Dear viewers, a miracle. It is truly a miracle. A reporter shouted hoarsely into the microphone. The self-destructing robotic hero and the terrifying Cell have perished together. Those dreadful blue monsters have been vanquished. The Earth has been saved. Though the world champion, Mr. Satan, could not participate due to health issues, his indomitable spirit inspired these nameless heroes. Let us cheer for our champions. The camera panned to reveal Mr. Satan, nervously peeking around a rock, his trembling heels barely visible. Future Trunks observed the peaceful scene, his taut nerves finally easing, the golden aura surrounding him gradually dimming to reveal his signature blue jacket and a slightly weary, yet contented expression. Humph. Vegeta keenly caught this moment, his sharp golden eyes narrowing at Future Trunks as he admonished him sternly. Trunks, have you let your guard down just because the battle is over? Foolishness. A true warrior must always maintain peak readiness. Raise your energy. Stay in Super Saiyan form. This is fundamental. Startled by his father's sudden reprimand, Future Trunks hesitated momentarily, then resignedly reignited his golden aura. Just then, the thundering sound of helicopters filled the sky. A helicopter emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo swiftly approached, landing on a nearby flat area. The cabin door swung open, and Bulma jumped out, cradling young Trunks. Her face etched with urgency and concern as she hurried towards the group. Trunks, Vegeta, are you all right? As Bulma approached, she meticulously assessed both future Trunks and the main timeline Trunks, confirming their safety before her gaze shifted to Vegeta, who stood with crossed arms and an austere expression, his golden aura blazing. Hey Vegeta, how are you? Are you hurt? Bulma inquired with genuine concern. Chapter 127, Lightning Cell. The Fury of Vegeta. Vegeta did not even glance at Bulma, his golden eyes fixed on the horizon as if something breathtaking lay beyond. He let out an impatient snort through his nostrils. Humph. Chatty woman, do not bother me. With that, he turned away, leaving her with nothing but his indifferent golden silhouette. Bulma stomped her foot in frustration. But knowing Vegeta's irritable temperament, she could only vent her frustration on little Trunks, pinching his cheek. Look at your father. What an attitude. Little Trunks giggled, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Noka, observing the tumultuous scene with a hint of warmth in his calm black eyes, received a delicate pouch from Elia, which contained several magical beans. He strode towards the injured Krillin and Tien, preparing to distribute the beans to them. Just as Noka was about to hand a bean to the pale Krillin, who was clutching his severed arm, he turned to approach Tien. Suddenly, a cataclysmic change occurred. A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the arena, unleashing an overwhelming aura of violence, destruction, and unbridled madness that surpassed any previous moment. Blinding golden light pierced through the swirling dust, while countless serpentine blue-white arcs of electricity danced wildly within the golden glow. The air crackled with sharp sounds as it became ionized, and the oppressive weight of the atmosphere left everyone gasping for breath. What? Noka whipped around, his pupils dilating in shock. Impossible. The golden auras of Goku and Vegeta surged dramatically, their faces etched with sheer horror. The very essence of this power transformed the expressions of Gohan and Trunks. In a flash, a figure entwined with golden energy and flickering lightning materialized at the heart of the swirling dust. It was Cell. His golden aura blazed fiercely, accompanied by the crackling blue-white arcs that emitted a soul-chilling pressure. His eyes gleamed with mockery, and a cruel, sinister smile played upon his lips. Cell. Noker's voice was icy and cutting. Be careful. Elia's warning screamed through their mental link. Yet it was too late. Cell's gaze, cold and calculating, zeroed in on Bulma, who was holding little Trunks and anxiously watching future Trunks from a distance. His smile widened with a cruel amusement as he casually raised his right index finger. A concentrated, emerald-hued death beam, moving faster than thought itself, materialized before Bulma, targeting her heart. Mommy! Future Trunks' eyes widened in horror. Instinctively, his golden aura exploded with primal fury. Without a moment to ponder, he surged forth with an unparalleled speed, placing himself in front of Bulma just in time. With a sickening thud, the death beam pierced through future Trunks' chest, erupting in a spray of blinding crimson. Time seemed to freeze. Future Trunks stiffened, incredulously gazing down at the charred void in his chest. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but only blood poured forth. The brilliance in his golden eyes rapidly dimmed as his body weakly crumpled backward, crashing heavily at Bulma's feet. Trunks. The concern etched on Bulma's face morphed into sheer terror and confusion, and little Trunks began to wail helplessly. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling as she reached out, desperately shaking future Trunks' increasingly cold body, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. No, it can't be. Trunks, wake up, look at me. Trunks. Lightning Cell tilted his head slightly, observing the fallen future Trunks as if just recognizing him, his tone laced with a hint of indifferent boredom. Who did I just kill? Trunks, was it? I had originally intended to eliminate Bulma, he added nonchalantly, glancing at Bulma, who was kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. But it matters not. After all, I have already killed once in this timeline. Cell, you didn't die? The icy blue eyes of Android 18 were filled with sheer astonishment and disbelief as she gasped, realizing that the horrific explosion had not completely obliterated him. Lightning Cell's gaze passed over 18 with a dispassionate air, his golden pupils betraying no emotion, as if regarding a trivial object. His voice was cold and apathetic. Of course, I have stated before that as long as my core remains intact, I can regenerate indefinitely. Moreover, having survived that explosion has made me even stronger. I am now the epitome of perfection, transcending even Super Saiyans. Damn it. Gohan, witnessing the bloodied future Trunks on the ground and hearing Bulma's heart-wrenching cries, felt an unprecedented rage bubbling within him, akin to a dormant volcano finally erupting. His golden aura surged violently, blazing like a burning sun. The last remnants of doubt and confusion vanished, replaced by a chilling, resolute intent to protect. I will never allow you to harm anyone again, Cell. Humph. An arrogant little brat. Lightning Cell scoffed, dismissing Gohan's outburst with indifference. Is that all the anger you can muster? You're far from enough. Yet, from another direction, a different fury erupted like molten lava. Vegeta's golden eyes fixated on the fallen future Trunks, then shifted to Bulma, who was kneeling beside him, shaking his lifeless body and emitting a desperate wail. An overwhelming, heart-wrenching pain and profound humiliation gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. That was his son. Though he hailed from the future and their relationship was distant, he was still his son, bearing the blood of Vegeta. Right before his eyes, he had been killed while trying to protect Bulma, the woman he had never acknowledged but who was etched into his very being. He had just reprimanded Trunks for letting his guard down and had failed to protect him. Oh! Vegeta let out a roar that echoed like a wounded beast, not merely anger but a devastating fury born from the shattering of his pride. Consumed by the deepest sense of helplessness, his golden aura twisted uncontrollably, expanding wildly. The air around him was torn apart, producing a sharp, explosive sound. A similarly ferocious power, imbued with a sense of annihilation, surged within him. Chapter 128. The Super Saiyan Beyond Super Saiyan. The Mighty Cell. Noka. Senzu beans. Goku shouted anxiously. Noka reacted swiftly, immediately hurling the Senzu beans intended for Tien towards Vegeta with all his might. However, Lightning Cell, 25 billion, merely cast a casual glance, his fingertip twitching slightly. ZH. A beam of deadly light struck with unerring precision, shattering the flying fairy bean. Oomph. Healing? Don't dream. The gaze of Lightning Cell, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated upon Noka and Elia, who hovered not far from him, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You two, one endowed with troublesome spatial abilities and magic, the other possessing formidable calculation and interference skills, are far too much of a nuisance to be left alive. Let us begin with you. No sooner had he spoken than Lightning Cell vanished in an instant. It was not mere high-speed movement, but a true disappearance as if he had teleported. This is bad. The main time-space Gohan roared, unleashing all his strength and speed in a desperate attempt to intercept Cell. Yet, Lightning Cell's velocity surpassed the limits of perception and reaction. Gohan barely registered a flash of golden light before Cell's presence loomed ominously in the direction of Noka and Elia. Noka's pupils constricted, his eyes reflecting the golden figure wreathed in destructive lightning. He attempted to activate his spatial flicker, but his body could not keep pace with Cell's speed. He had not even managed to turn fully. Meanwhile, Elia floated there, her star-like eyes vividly reflecting the grotesque visage of Lightning Cell and the deadly claws laced with lethal lightning reaching for her neck. Her frail body was utterly incapable of evasion. Elia. The golden aura of Reina erupted instantaneously. She was right beside Elia. Upon seeing that Lightning Cell's target was Elia, she had no time to think. The instinct to protect her comrade compelled her to instinctively spread her arms wide, placing her petite form resolutely in front of Elia. Get away, obstructing woman. The voice of Lightning Cell was cold and merciless. His claws, aimed at Elia, showed no sign of hesitation, even intensifying their force as they ruthlessly struck at the obstructing Reina. Thud. The electrified claws pierced through Reina's chest with the ease of a hot knife through butter. The violent surge of electric energy rampaged within her body. The devastating force erupted from within. Ugh. Reina's body stiffened abruptly, her deep violet pupils widening in a moment of unfathomable agony. She glanced down at the claws that had impaled her chest, then, with great difficulty, raised her gaze towards the merciless Lightning Cell, whose eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent, before her gaze faltered towards the nearby Noka, whose eyes were filled with fury. Her lips moved slightly, as if attempting to speak, but only torrents of blood gushed forth. The golden aura flickered violently like a candle in the wind, before it was extinguished entirely. The light in her eyes dimmed rapidly, and her body crumpled like a marionette with severed strings. Reina, witnessing this unfolding tragedy, the last strand of rationality in Noka's mind snapped completely. A force indescribable in words, a tempest of profound sorrow, fury, regret, and a desire for destruction erupted within him like a dormant volcano awakening after eons of silence. This power instantly shattered all his constraints and boundaries. Boom! Centered around Noka, an unprecedented wave of golden energy, crackling with destructive silver lightning, exploded forth. The ground cracked in every direction, and debris floated in the air. The golden flames enveloping his body no longer burned steadily. Instead, they surged violently, akin to a tempestuous stellar storm, erupting with ferocity. Countless thicker and more tempestuous blue-white lightning bolts danced like silver serpents, leaping wildly within his golden flames, tearing apart the very fabric of space. A chilling and pure aura, imbued with an overwhelming will for destruction, swept across the entire battlefield. Super Saiyan 2 Noka. What? As Lightning Cell was poised to crush Elia's neck, he was momentarily stunned by Noka's sudden and unexpectedly terrifying outburst. For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered in his golden pupils. This power, it surpassed even the purest intent of annihilation. You bastard! Almost simultaneously with Noka's eruption, a roar resounded from another direction, reminiscent of a creature returning from the depths of hell. Vegeta, witnessing Reina's tragic fate as she was pierced through the chest by Cell in her efforts to protect Elia. He then saw Noka break through in a fit of extreme rage. The haunting images of future Trunks' tragic demise, Bulma's desperate cries, and Reina collapsing, all the humiliation, anger, and despair transformed at that moment into fuel for destruction. Boom! The already ferocious golden flames surrounding Vegeta underwent a transformation. The golden radiance became even more blinding, the flames surging violently like molten lava. Thick blue-white lightning erupted and leaped around him. His hair stood even more erect, and his face twisted in sheer fury. A similarly terrifying aura, reaching the level of Super Saiyan 2, filled with the utmost pride and wrath of the Saiyan Prince. Soared skyward. Lightning Cell gazed at both sides, witnessing two Super Saiyan 2 warriors unleashing power that was not far inferior to his own, their bodies entwined with destructive lightning. His astonishment morphed into an intensified desire to kill, tinged with a hint of exhilaration at the challenge. Huh, how amusing. Truly delightful. Lightning Cell released his grip on Reina's lifeless body, allowing Elia to temporarily fall aside. He slowly levitated, his golden flames and lightning growing ever more violent. A sinister smile curling upon his lips. Just perfect. I shall use you to validate my true perfect power. So, Noka's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the abyss, infused with a murderous intent that could freeze souls. His golden flames, entwined with silver lightning, blazed with fervor as his form transformed into a silver-golden lightning bolt, tearing through space and hurtling towards Cell. Die, you bastard! Vegeta's roar echoed like the roar of a wounded lion, the golden lightning flames exploding forth with an unstoppable momentum of destruction, charging towards Lightning Cell from another direction. Two golden comets, engulfed in destructive lightning, crashed into the center of the battlefield with a fury that could rend the heavens. Noka's attack was cold and lethal, each punch carrying the chilling force to freeze space and the power to shatter stars, leaving intricate crystalline fissures in the wake of his blows. Vegeta, like a raging lion, unleashed a flurry of attacks, filled with an unwavering will for annihilation, his golden fists and feet swirling in a tempest of tearing lightning. Confronted by the furious onslaught of two newly ascended Super Saiyan 2 warriors, the malevolent grin on the face of Lightning Cell remained undiminished, infused instead with a hint of mocking exhilaration. Too slow, too weak. Cell cackled maniacally, his golden form entwined with blue and white lightning weaving through the tempest of Nuka and Vegeta's assaults like a specter, evading their strikes with ease. His movements appeared casual, yet he consistently sidestepped the most lethal attacks at the last possible moment, occasionally using his fingertips, elbows, or knees to precisely parry their powerful blows, producing thunderous booms. Bam! Nuka's punch, charged with the essence of an icy star explosion, was effortlessly swatted aside by Cell, the backlash rendering Nuka's arm numb. Boom! Vegeta's devastating knee strike was blocked by the outer side of Cell's calf, the immense force causing Vegeta to momentarily falter. Cell navigated the relentless barrage of attacks as if strolling through a serene garden, even finding opportunities to counterattack. With a spinning kick imbued with terrifying power, crackling with blinding lightning, he swept toward both Noka and Vegeta. Boom, boom. Although the two managed to block just in time, they were still sent hurtling back by the overwhelming force, carving deep furrows into the ground. The disparity in strength remained colossal. Lightning Cell's power and speed utterly eclipsed that of the recently ascended duo. Damn it! Goku watched in anxious despair as Noka and Vegeta struggled against the relentless pressure. He was acutely aware of Cell's terrifying prowess. Relying solely on Noka and Vegeta would likely prove insufficient. His golden aura suddenly ignited with a blinding scarlet hue. Super Kaioken ×2. Chapter 129, The New Spirit Bomb. Tien's Desperate Strike. Goku's energy surged once more. Without hesitation, he transformed into a crimson bolt of golden lightning, joining the fray. Simultaneously, he bellowed at his resolute counterpart from the main timeline, Gohan, whose golden aura blazed fiercely. Go on. Let us go together. Yes, Father. In that moment, Gohan from the main timeline, with no trace of hesitation left, allowed his protective resolve to triumph over all. His golden form surged forward in steadfast pursuit of his father, charging toward the lightning-like cell, radiating an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, for golden figures, akin to four blazing meteors, viciously converged from different directions to assault the central figure of Lightning Cell. Fists, feet, energy blasts, and ki waves poured down like a torrential storm. The sounds of explosions, collisions, and the piercing shrieks of energy tearing through the air were incessant. The entire continent trembled violently. The arena had long since crumbled to dust, and the earth continued to fracture. Yet, in the face of the four Super Saiyans' onslaught, Lightning Cell remained unfazed. His golden pupils gleamed with an icy light, his movements swift as a phantom, deflecting and neutralizing each attack with practiced ease, even leveraging their strength against them. He stood like an unyielding fortress, steadfast against the gale. Ha! Delightful. Now this feels like something. Cell laughed maniacally amidst the four warriors' barrage, even finding moments to taunt. But still, it was not enough. Far from it. Amidst the fierce melee, future Gohan, suppressing his grief and rage, spotted a fleeting opening. His golden silhouette, like a specter, detached from the main battlefield and instantaneously appeared beside the fallen, lifeless Reina, whose chest had been pierced. Aunt Reina. Future Gohan swiftly retrieved the last remaining Senzu bean from his pocket, carefully pried open Reina's mouth, and placed the bean inside. A surge of formidable life force poured into Reina's battered body. The horrific wound began to heal at an astonishing rate, visibly mending before the eye. Her pale complexion rapidly regained its rosy hue, and her faint breath transformed into a robust one. Cough, cough, cough. Reina sputtered violently, her eyes fluttering open, revealing deep purple irises filled with confusion and the agony of survival. She beheld the anxious visage of future Gohan. Quick, get Aunt Elia out of here, future Gohan urged, casting a vigilant glance toward the battlefield. Elia struggled to fly over as well. However, future Gohan's movements were laid bare under the extraordinary perception of Lightning Cell. Oh, planning to leave without bidding me farewell. A glimmer of cruel malice flickered in Cell's eyes. He appeared somewhat beleaguered, being forced back a step by the combined efforts of Son Goku and the main timeline Gohan. But in that fleeting moment, his left index finger flicked like a venomous serpent, aiming at future Gohan from an exceedingly cunning angle. Swoosh! A death beam, honed to perfection and too swift to react to, disregarded the spatial distance and materialized beside future Gohan in an instant. The target was not his vital point, but rather his left arm. Watch out! Elia's warning blared through their mental link. Yet, future Gohan's full attention was devoted to shielding Reina and Elia, causing him to react a heartbeat too late. Thud! The death beam penetrated future Gohan's left elbow with pinpoint accuracy, erupting in a spray of blood mist and shattered bone fragments. Ah! Future Gohan emitted a muffled cry of anguish, his entire left arm instantaneously losing sensation. Hanging limply at his side, blood stained his sleeve. The main timeline Gohan, witnessing the injury of his future self, felt his golden irises blaze with fury. Lightning Cell, reveling in his successful strike, displayed a cruel satisfaction upon his face. He unleashed a surge of power, and the violent electric aura exploded, temporarily forcing the four assailants back. His gaze once again fixated on Elia, who was being assisted to her feet by Reina. Where do you think you're going? Cell transformed into a devastating golden lightning bolt. Disregarding the pursuit of Noka, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan, and lunged toward Elia with unimaginable speed. His claws, entwined with lethal blue-white arcs of electricity, sought to seize Elia's head. This time he would not miss. Elia's starry eyes reflected the rapidly enlarging claw of death as the shadow of demise loomed ominously. Just as Reina had barely recovered, her strength not yet fully coalesced, she was utterly unprepared for effective defense. In that dire moment, a roar, resolute as that of a cornered beast, echoed from the heavens. Tian Shinhan had soared to an immense altitude, his forehead veins bulging, his three eyes wide open in fury, bloodshot with rage. The aura enveloping him blazed without restraint, manifesting in a fierce, blinding white. He raised both hands high above his head, palms facing each other, as a massive, heart-pounding sphere of compressed white energy spun wildly and expanded. Behold the new Kamehameha. Boom. Tien poured every ounce of his life force into his palms and thrust them downward with tremendous force. A thick, almost tangible column of white energy erupted forth. Akin to a divine spear of judgment hurled by the gods, imbued with the destructive might of heaven and earth and Tien's indomitable will, it tore through the sky, striking with unerring precision at the lightning-quick Cell, who was lunging toward Elia. The very fabric of space warped in the wake of the energy beam. This strike, a culmination of Tien's entire life energy, will, and fury, bore an unparalleled power. Boom. The new Kamehameha struck Cell with unrelenting force. The terrifying white energy instantly engulfed him. The immense shockwave brutally knocked him off his trajectory, sending him crashing into the already shattered earth below. Boom. A colossal crater formed in an instant. Blinding white light and a tempest of energy shockwaves rampaged uncontrollably. Dust and debris surged like a tsunami into the sky, obscuring a significant portion of it. The entire island trembled as if experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake, shaking and fracturing violently. After unleashing this desperate attack, Tien's white aura extinguished instantaneously, his face as pale as parchment. Blood gushing uncontrollably from his orifices. He plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Tien then cried out, soaring to catch him. In the depths of the crater, dust swirled, and the chaotic energy currents had yet to subside. Reina, fighting against her physical weakness and sorrow, grasped Elia's wrist firmly. Let us go? A resolute fire ignited within her deep purple eyes as she summoned the remnants of her spatial magic. Buzz. A small spatial vortex materialized instantaneously beneath their feet, and in a flash of light, their figures vanished from the horrific battlefield. Just as Reina and Elia teleported away, boom. At the bottom of the crater, an eruption of energy more ferocious and pure than the Kamehameha exploded forth, like a nuclear bomb detonating underground. Centered around the crater, a visible, viscous purple shockwave mixed with blinding lightning expanded outward in a circular fashion. Boom. The earth, as fragile as a cookie, was stripped away layer by layer, shattered, and vaporized. Wherever the shockwave passed, whether it was the crumbling peaks, the shattered ruins of the arena, or the vast forests and everything else on the surface beyond, it was all ruthlessly sheared away. A colossal circular basin, several dozen kilometers in diameter and hundreds of meters deep, formed in an instant. The basin's bottom was smooth as a mirror, level with the previously blasted crater. The dust was instantaneously dispersed by the raging energy. Cell's figure reemerged, hovering in the center of the basin, surrounded by increasingly turbulent lightning, his exoskeleton unmarred by even a single scratch. He coldly surveyed the disoriented crowd, finally resting his gaze upon Tien, who lay crumpled on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, gasping for breath. A commendable technique. The voice of Cell was flat and devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely assessing a dish, lamenting only that the user was too weak. Chapter 130. The Sacrifice of Tien. He raised a finger, and a slender, dark green beam of death shot forth instantaneously, piercing through Tien's forehead with precision. Tien's body quivered slightly, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Tien. Dumpling let out a heart-wrenching cry, his small frame erupting in a final, tragic white aura, charging towards Cell as if drawn to the flames. I will fight you to the end. Cell did not even glance at him, merely tilting his head nonchalantly. Boom. In an instant, Dumpling detonated himself as he approached Cell. A blinding white light briefly engulfed Cell's figure. However, as the radiance dissipated, Cell remained suspended in place, not even a hem of his attire marred. He dusted off non-existent debris from his shoulder, his tone laced with boredom, a futile sacrifice. Despair washed over everyone like a cold tide, drowning their hearts once more. Even the act of self-detonation bore no significance. Gohan. Goku's voice resonated with unprecedented urgency and a hint of tremor as he grasped the shoulders of the main timeline Gohan, his golden pupils fixated intently on his son. Do you see Tien and Vegeta? Within you lies a power greater than theirs. You need to harness your anger, unbridled fury, just like them. Only then do we stand a chance of winning. The main timeline Gohan gazed at Tien, who lay in a pool of blood, at the unconscious dumpling, and at Bulma in the distance, silently weeping over the body of future Trunks. He then cast his eyes towards Cell, hovering in the air like an invincible deity. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms. The golden aura around him surged violently, yet the seething fury that could alter everything seemed stifled, unable to erupt completely. Cell heard Goku's words, a flicker of cruel interest flashing in his golden pupils. Anger? How intriguing. Let me see where this little brat's limits lie. His gaze turned to Gohan, filled with utmost disdain and provocation. Hey, kid, did you see? Tien blew himself to ashes to save that woman. That future Trunks was crushed under my heel like a dog while protecting Bulma. And that little one just now? They died without value, disposed of like trash at my convenience. Cell's voice slithered into Gohan's ears like a venomous serpent. And what of your anger? Is this all you possess? Can their deaths not kindle true rage within you? Are you truly a Saiyan, or are you, at your core, nothing but a coward? A weakling? Silence. The main timeline Gohan roared, golden flames surging around him, yet deep within his gaze, a struggle persisted. Humph. Useless. Cell lost his patience, his figure vanishing in an instant. Gohan. Both Goku and Noka, along with Vegeta, issued simultaneous warnings. But Cell's target was clear. He appeared before the main timeline Gohan in a flash, his massive arm producing a sonic boom that tore through space, sweeping across with the force of a colossal battering ram. Bang! Bang! Attempting to shield Gohan. Noka and Vegeta were mercilessly swept away by the formidable power of the colossal arm. They hurtled like cannonballs into the distant rock face, debris flying in all directions. Cell's massive arm continued its relentless assault, crashing violently against Gohan's crossed arms in a desperate defense. Boom! Gohan felt an overwhelming force that he could not withstand. His spirit shattered in an instant. It was as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Blood spewing from his mouth as his body was sent careening backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several dozen meters before coming to a stop, struggling to rise. Gohan. Goku's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed toward his fallen son without a moment's hesitation. Obstructing him, Cell coldly snorted, his figure flickering before appearing directly in Goku's path. Delivering a side kick imbued with the essence of destruction, striking precisely at Goku's calf. Crack! The sickening sound of fractured bone echoed sharply. Ugh! Goku let out a tortured scream as his left calf grotesquely twisted. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Father! Gohan, witnessing his father's leg being shattered, felt his golden pupils constrict in an instant, a surge of profound anger and sorrow welling within him. Yet he remained shackled by an inexplicable force, unable to unleash his true power. Enough! Piccolo, straining to fly over, bore a resolute and helpless expression on his green face, shouting to all who could still move, "Retreat! Everyone! Immediately retreat! Leave Earth! Cell's power is beyond our capacity to contest. Whether the Earth perishes or humanity is extinguished matters not. As long as we survive, as long as the Dragon Balls remain, there is hope to restore everything. Conserve your strength. This is our only hope." Oh! Cell's icy voice resonated like a death sentence. He did not even glance at Piccolo, casually raising his hand with a dismissive wave. Buzz! A golden disk of energy, spinning at high speed and glimmering with lethal light, instantly formed, slicing through space with a piercing shriek as it veered toward Piccolo. Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply. He attempted to evade, but the energy disk moved too swiftly, at an angle too treacherous. Swoosh! The golden disk effortlessly sliced through Piccolo's waist. His upper and lower body separated instantaneously. Green blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ugh! Piccolo's upper body crashed heavily to the ground, his face contorted in agony, yet his gaze remained unnaturally calm. Cell's figure appeared before him as if teleporting, his massive foot descending with an air of contempt, crushing Piccolo's emerald head into the dirt. "Who asked you to speak, you worthless fool?" Cell's tone was frigid and scornful. "Uncle Piccolo." Gohan cried out in despair upon witnessing this horrific scene. He struggled to rise, but the weight of his injuries and the shackles binding his heart made it exceedingly difficult. Just then, "So, I will not allow it. I will not permit the tragedies of the future to unfold once more." A roar filled with boundless rage, pain, and determination erupted. Behold, the future Gohan, grievously wounded with a death beam piercing his left arm, somehow struggled to his feet. His golden aura blazed fiercely, fueled by an overwhelming rage. He cast a downward glance at his left arm, which hung limply, pierced and powerless, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. With a sudden, fierce motion, he extended his right hand, gripping the severed edge of his left arm, and summoned every ounce of strength to wrench it away. A sickening rip echoed through the air, accompanied by a surge of crimson blood, as future Gohan forcefully tore his own arm off at the shoulder. The excruciating pain contorted his features, yet the flames burning in his golden pupils blazed even brighter. He cast aside his severed limb, his remaining right fist clenched tightly, as the golden aura enveloped the gushing energy from the stump, erupting with unprecedented might. The sight of the one-armed warrior resembled that of an indomitable god of war, charging forth with a tragic heroism toward Cell, who stood atop Piccolo. "Oh, a desperate struggle?" Cell mused, lifting his foot and casually sending Piccolo's upper body flying as if it were a mere plaything. He turned to face the charging future Gohan, a cruel interest dancing across his features. "With that broken body of yours?" Boom, crash, sizzle. The one-armed future Gohan clashed with the lightning-fast Cell in an instant. Though he fought with a single arm, his combat spirit and skill were pushed to their utmost limits. Each evasion, each block, and each counterattack radiated a resolute determination to fight to the bitter end. The golden fists and feet collided violently with Cell's electrifying claws, erupting in bursts of energy and sparks. However, the disparity in power was monumental. Already gravely injured, and now missing an arm, future Gohan soon found himself battered and bruised under Cell's relentless onslaught, his golden aura dimming. He was clinging to life purely through sheer willpower. The Gohan of the main timeline watched the tragic figure of his future self, bloodied and battling with one arm, his heart torn asunder. The images of Piccolo being bisected, Tien's tragic demise, and future Trunks falling flooded his mind, all the pain and helplessness crashing over him like a tsunami. The chains that bound his power began to tremble violently. At that moment, Piccolo's upper body, propelled by his indomitable will, flew to the side of the main timeline Gohan using his ki. His green visage was marred by dirt and blood, his breath faint. Yet his gaze radiated an unusual calm and warmth, devoid of any fear of death, only a profound acceptance and solace. Looking at the trembling Gohan, racked by pain and struggle, Piccolo summoned the last of his strength and, in a weak yet clear voice, spoke softly into his ear. "Gohan, do not grieve. Encountering you and watching you grow has been the greatest fortune of my life." Chapter 131. Unleash, Son Gohan. Upon finishing his words, Piccolo's eyes slowly closed, a faint, satisfied smile lingering on his lips. His breath faded into silence. "Uncle Piccolo?" The main timeline Gohan stared blankly at Piccolo, whose eyes had closed and whose life force had ebbed away, his mind a void. The phrase greatest fortune pierced his heart like a final key, striking deeply at his most tender emotions. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Cell seized upon a flaw in future Gohan's one-armed defense, his claws, crackling with destructive lightning, thrusting towards future Gohan's heart with an unstoppable force. This strike was unavoidable. "It's over. The future's loser." Cell sneered. "Not if I can help it." "Stop this." Two furious roars erupted simultaneously. Noka and Vegeta emerged like two bolts of vengeful golden lightning, tearing through the fabric of space, rushing towards either side of Cell. Noka's golden right fist was entwined with silver lightning, while Vegeta's furious left fist crackled with wild energy. They struck simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, delivering a precise blow to the wrist joint of Cell's arm that was reaching for future Gohan. Boom! Boom! The resounding echoes were as thunderous as colossal hammers striking the hardest alloy. Cell's inevitable grasp was forcefully redirected by the combined might of Noka and Vegeta. The lethal claws grazed future Gohan's ribcage, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash. Goh! Future Gohan let out a muffled groan, propelled backward by the force, temporarily escaping the lethal range. Cell's arm was firmly held at bay by the fists of Noka and Vegeta, golden flames of destruction clashing fiercely, compressing and emitting a grating sound that sent chills down the spine. The space at the center of their struggle twisted violently. Pestilent insects. Rage burned in Cell's golden eyes as he struggled to break free from their grip. Your opponent is us. Noka's voice was chilling, his gaze filled with pure murderous intent. His right fist's power pushed to its utmost. To move past him, one must first tread over his corpse. Vegeta's roar resonated with the pride of a Saiyan prince and an unwavering will, the veins on his left fist bulging fiercely. Future Gohan, clutching his wounded ribs, crashed heavily beside the main timeline Gohan. He witnessed the latter, shaken by the death of Piccolo, trembling violently, his golden aura surging uncontrollably like a tempest. Summoning his last strength, with his bloodied right hand, he pressed firmly on his younger self's shoulder, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Gohan, rise. Protect everyone. Protect our future. The main timeline Gohan abruptly lifted his head. In his golden pupils, the last remnants of confusion and struggle vanished completely. In their stead, a cold fury capable of incinerating galaxies ignited, coupled with an unparalleled determination to safeguard everything. An unprecedented, terrifying aura erupted from his diminutive form, sending tremors throughout the entire planet. The moment future Gohan's bloodied hand pressed on his shoulder, Piccolo's words of luck acted as the final fuse, igniting a cataclysm within the main timeline Gohan's heart, already brimming with sorrow, rage, and helplessness. No longer a youthful scream, but rather a roar akin to an ancient beast breaking free from its chains. An unprecedented terror surged forth, warping the atmosphere and causing the very fabric of space to groan under the weight of its burden, erupting from Gohan's small body. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding golden light engulfed Gohan's figure like a supernova explosion, a tempestuous wave of golden energy, intertwined with countless thick, leaping blue-white lightning bolts, erupted violently around him, lifting him skyward. The ground shattered like fragile glass, cracking and splintering, floating in mid-air. His hair stood upright in an instant, deepening in hue, the tips shimmering with a flowing golden glow. The golden flames enveloping him no longer flickered with stability. Instead, they surged violently, akin to the corona of a boiling star, erupting with fervor. Most disconcerting was the chilling, violent aura radiating from him, imbued with an absolute sense of destructive power that instantly overshadowed the electric cell, who was grappling with Noka and Vegeta. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. What? The electric cell, engaged in a fierce struggle with Noka and Vegeta, was momentarily shaken to his core by this sudden, unimaginable eruption of terror. For the first time, disbelief and horror flickered in his golden pupils. This power unequivocally transcended him. In that fleeting moment of distraction for Cell, it was now or never. Noka's icy voice rang out like a signal. The eyes of both Noka and Vegeta gleamed with intensity. They simultaneously transformed their grappling force into an explosive thrust. Bang! Bang! Caught off guard, Cell staggered back a half-step under their combined might. Though it was merely a half-step, it was more than sufficient for someone of Gohan's caliber. Swish! A figure entwined in destructive golden-white lightning materialized before Cell, as if by teleportation. It was Gohan, having completed his transformation. In his cold, emotionless gaze resided only a pure, soul-freezing intent to kill. His right fist, wreathed in furious lightning, struck with the power to shatter stars and bring an end to all, targeting the exposed chest of Cell with unadorned ferocity. This punch was swift, precise, and merciless, transcending the limits of perception. Cell barely managed to raise his arm in a futile attempt to block. Boom! The sound of their clash resonated like two planets colliding. The ear-splitting impact reverberated deafeningly. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed clearly. Cell's once proud arm, covered in dark golden armor, shattered like rotting wood before Gohan's enraged fist. The relentless force slammed into Cell's chest. Gah! Cell's eyes bulged as he spewed forth a torrent of green blood mixed with fragments of his own insides. His body, as if struck head-on by a speeding starship, bent forward and flew backward like a shrimp. He crashed into the edge of a newly formed basin several kilometers away. The hard rock wall was indented, creating a vast human-shaped crater, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Cough, cough. Cell struggled to emerge from the pit, half kneeling on the ground, clutching his concave chest as he coughed violently. Each spasm ejecting great quantities of green blood and internal debris. His golden aura became chaotic, and the surrounding lightning dimmed considerably. With just one punch, Gohan had inflicted upon him an unprecedented level of damage. The signs of defeat were already apparent. Damn this little brat. Cell's golden pupils were filled with the humiliation of being crushed and a madness pushed to the extreme. He gazed at Gohan, suspended in the air like a golden deity, looking down upon him with an icy, merciless glare. A hysterical intent to kill completely consumed his reason. Kaioken. Boom. Cell forcibly squeezed out the remnants of power within him, his crimson aura instantly enveloping his original golden lightning flames. His energy surged once more, muscles bulging, veins protruding like writhing worms. He was determined to make a final counterattack with this life-risking surge of power. Die. The figure of Cell transformed into a crimson flash, embodying a resolve to perish together, and instantaneously appeared behind Gohan. A fist, entwined with scarlet flames and residual electricity, struck fiercely at the back of Gohan's head. Chapter 132, The Arrogant Gohan. Cell's last strike. However, in the face of this desperate ambush, Gohan didn't even fully turn his head. He merely tilted it slightly. Whoosh. Cell's lethal blow, infused with the power of the Kaioken, whistled past Gohan's golden locks, landing nowhere. What? Cell's surprise attack had missed, and his body, propelled by immense inertia, lunged forward. His face a mask of astonishment and disbelief. Gohan slowly turned around, his icy golden eyes gazing down upon Cell, who was now unsteady due to the failed ambush. Akin to a contemptuous view of an insignificant insect. His voice, as frigid as millennial-old ice, dripped with utter disdain. Is this your dying struggle, Cell? Like a cornered mad dog, reduced to impotent howls and sneak attacks? Truly pitiful. You scoundrel. Gohan's words struck like the most venomous whip, mercilessly lashing at Cell's already shattered pride. He had completely lost his sanity. Rational thought was incinerated by the humiliation and fury that consumed him. Kaioken. Triple. Quadruple. Quintuple. Cell recklessly unleashed the Kaioken. The scarlet flames surged uncontrollably, even overpowering his own golden aura. His body groaned under the unbearable strain, skin beginning to crack and oozing green blood. Strength escalated wildly, but at the cost of rapidly burning through his life force. His aura became exceedingly violent and unstable. Grant me strength. More power. Crush him. Cell roared amidst the crimson flames, a beast driven mad by the loss of reason. Yet, just as his power peaked, a moment of hesitation emerged from the overwhelming strain. Gohan's figure appeared before him like a specter, his movements so swift that even his afterimage barely lingered. Gohan's right knee, enveloped in gold and white lightning capable of shattering the very tectonic plates, struck with the precision of the most ruthless siege hammer, brutally colliding with Cell's abdomen, which had leaned forward due to the explosive force. Thud, like a water-filled bag being violently struck. Cell's abdomen instantly caved in, creating a terrifying pit. His eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets. A torrent of foul matter, mingled with internal organs and green blood, erupted forth. His body crumpled as if devoid of bones, collapsing forward, his head striking the ground heavily, leaving only ragged breaths that echoed like a broken bellows. Ugh. Cell knelt upon the ground, his body convulsing violently, each breath laced with blood. The scarlet flames flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguishing to reveal his battered form, gasping for life. He struggled to lift his head, yet even this simple act proved immensely arduous. With an expressionless visage, Gohan, entwined in golden white lightning, descended slowly, step by step, akin to the ominous tolling of a death knell, steadily and coldly approaching the prostrate Cell. Every step is taken upon the shattered earth, and the remnants of a heartstring named fear belonging to Cell. Gohan, hurry, eliminate him. Do not afford him any opportunity. In the distance, the anxious cry of a broken-legged son Wukong resonates. He is acutely aware of Cell's terrifying regenerative abilities. Delay could lead to dire consequences. Gohan, do not hesitate. Act swiftly. Future Gohan, clutching his severed arm, forces himself to shout. Gohan's stride falters momentarily as his icy golden eyes sweep across the lifeless forms of Tien, Kaiatsu, and future Trunks, before settling on the motionless, bisected Piccolo. Finally, they rest upon Cell, who kneels like a forsaken wretch. An overwhelming impulse surges within him, a desire to see Cell endure torment and pay dearly for his transgressions. Humph. He has slain Uncle Tien, Uncle Kaiatsu, future Trunks, and even Uncle Piccolo. To allow him to perish so easily would be too merciful. Gohan's voice carries a hint of youthful cruelty and arrogance. Fool, this is not the time for recklessness. Future Gohan exclaims, nearly leaping in desperation. Cell's core remains intact. If granted time, he shall recover. Strike swiftly. Utilize your utmost strength to annihilate him. Observing the frantic gaze of his alternate self, Gohan's arrogance diminishes slightly. He inhales deeply, the cold intent to kill coalescing once more within him. Very well. Yet, it is in these mere seconds of hesitation that Cell, who appears to have lost all will to resist, suddenly ignites with a final flicker of madness and resentment. He senses the weakening of Gohan's murderous resolve, summoning the last vestiges of energy within him to raise his head and assume that familiar stance with both hands at his waist. Too late. You foolish children. Cell's maniacal laughter erupts, his face contorted with deranged glee. This is my Kamehameha, charged with all the life energy I possess. It is sufficient to reduce the entire solar system to dust. Even if you transform into the so-called Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, what difference does it make? Your strength cannot surpass my full power at this moment. Die, along with this accursed planet. Boom! A massive torrent of deep blue energy, capable of obscuring the heavens and emanating waves of destruction throughout the solar system, roars forth from Cell's palms. With the fervor of Cell's last insanity and a will to perish together, it surges forth like a cosmic tide, instantly engulfing the nearby Gohan, relentlessly heading towards the entirety of Earth. Die, die, ha ha ha. Cell cackles behind the energy wave, his body rapidly shriveling as the energy drains him completely. Yet his eyes gleam with the satisfaction of vengeance. Even if this planet meets its end, as long as my core drifts through the cosmos, I shall return once more. Oh no. The faces of Sun Wukong, Noka, Vegeta, and future Gohan turn ashen in an instant. Gohan is struck head-on by the Kamehameha infused with Cell's entire power at point-blank range. He barely has time to cross his arms defensively in front of himself, unleashing a brilliant golden-white aura to form a shield. Boom! The deep blue torrent of destruction collides violently with Gohan's hastily constructed golden-white barrier. A blinding radiance instantaneously devours all. A terrifying energy storm swept across the land. Gohan felt an indescribable force, as if the entire universe were pressing down upon him, violently assaulting his defenses. His protective aura fluctuated fiercely, flickering uncertainly. His feet sank deep into the ground, pushed back rapidly by the overwhelming power, carving two unfathomable trenches into the earth. He gritted his teeth, his golden pupils filled with strain. The force of Cell's desperate strike indeed surpassed the limits of his hastily erected defenses. Gohan found himself in an exceedingly perilous stalemate. The deep blue torrent surged like a roaring behemoth of devastation, relentlessly crashing into and consuming Gohan's precarious golden-white shield. His body trembled under the immense pressure, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Cell gazed upon Gohan's laborious struggle, a more deranged and venomous smile spreading across his gaunt face. Do you see? This is the fate of those who defy me. Despair. Perish alongside this world. Chapter 133, Annihilating Cell. Within the blinding tide of destruction, Gohan's arms braced against the deep blue energy capable of erasing stars. Cell's frenzied roar pierced through the energy storm, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. The rocks beneath him melted into crimson magma under the heat and pressure, while he was pushed back, carving the earth, his feet sinking deeply into the lava, leaving behind two fiery trenches. Each act of resistance elicited pained groans from his bones, his golden aura flickering unpredictably under the deep blue assault, as if it might be entirely consumed at any moment. Gohan clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, a beastly growl escaping his throat. Cell's desperate strike far exceeded his expectations. A hasty one-armed defense could not fully negate the force. Just as Gohan felt he would be swallowed by the torrent, he took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a bellows. His left hand, restrained at his chest, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Fingers splayed, palm forward, the furious energy instantly condensed and compressed within his grasp. Kamehameha. No longer was it the youthful, clear voice, but a desperate roar that tore at his throat. A deep blue beam surged forth from Gohan's left palm, propelled by an indomitable will, crashing forcefully into the oncoming deep blue torrent. Boom! The two destructive energy waves collided violently at the center of the battlefield, as if two supernovae were colliding head-on. Blinding light instantaneously engulfed the sky. The violent energy shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, further shattering the already broken ground, reducing it to dust. The entire planet trembled violently. A stalemate. A brief, yet lethal impasse. Gohan's Kamehameha struggled to withstand the onslaught of the deep blue torrent, even managing to push it back slightly. The lava beneath his feet exploded, sending molten rock flying in every direction. What? From the source of the energy. Cell's gaunt face contorted with incredulity and a desperate struggle. Push it back. He had completely lost his sanity. Disregarding the anguished cries of his core, he squeezed the last remnants of vitality from within, forcefully elevating the output of the Kamehameha wave to an unprecedented limit. The deep blue torrent instantaneously thickened, solidifying, as the waves of destruction surged exponentially. Buzz! The slight advantage just gained vanished in an instant, crushed by the suddenly intensified deep blue current. Gohan let out a muffled groan, his body shaking violently, his arms bending slightly under the immense force, as he was pushed backward once more. The molten lava beneath him carved deeper ravines, the golden flames flickering like a candle in the wind, their brilliance dimming significantly. Gohan, Son Goku, future Gohan, and others watched with bated breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. In this critical moment, the space at the edge of the battlefield fluctuated violently and distorted, as if a massive stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake. A deep purple figure suddenly flashed into existence, as if leaping from the void. Reina. She was still imbued with the residual energy of her spatial leap, her purple hair dancing wildly in the turbulent air. Instantly, she perceived the dire situation at the heart of the battlefield, her heavily injured comrades, the bisected Piccolo, and the two devastating energy torrents capable of shaking planets. Senzu beans. Without a moment's hesitation, Reina's right hand darted into the spatial capsule at her waist, swiftly retrieving a heavy cloth bag. She hurled the bag towards her injured companions with great force. The bag traced an arc through the air, landing accurately on the ground not far from Son Goku. As the bag opened, dozens of vibrant green senzu beans tumbled out, radiating an invigorating vitality. Eat quickly. Fresh. There's plenty. Reina's voice pierced through the energy tumult, filled with an undeniable urgency. Future Gohan, closest to the action, gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain of his severed arm. Using his remaining left hand to grab a senzu bean, unhesitatingly popping it into his mouth. The emerald glow enveloped him instantaneously, the flesh at the site of his amputation writhing visibly as it regenerated. The utterly exhausted strength surged back like a flood breaking through a dam. The golden aura erupted with even greater intensity, more concentrated than before. Excellent. Future Gohan's eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance as he rose to his feet, his severed arm completely restored. Without a glance, he tossed a senzu bean to Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha beside him. Son Goku, too, did not hesitate. Swallowing the senzu bean without delay, his fractured leg bone healed in an instant amidst the green light, his depleted energy roaring back to life like an awakened volcano. Krillin and Yamcha quickly followed suit, swallowing their senzu beans, their wounded bodies revitalizing in an instant. Dad, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, are you still able? Future Gohan shouted, his golden aura blazing fiercely, his hands poised in the preliminary stance of the Kamehameha. Of course. Son Goku's eyes burned with battle fervor as he mirrored the stance, the golden aura soaring skyward. Krillin and Yamcha responded immediately, channeling all their strength. Now's the time. Let us strike together. Future Gohan roared. Kamehameha wave. Future Gohan made the first move. A robust golden beam roared forth. Following closely was Son Goku's even mightier golden beam, imbued with indomitable will. Klin and Yamcha exerted themselves to the utmost, their slightly slender, yet equally potent energy waves merging into the fray. For streams of golden energy, akin to four roaring golden dragons, traversed space in an instant, converging upon Gohan's Kamehameha. A thunderous boom resonated. The infusion of these formidable forces was akin to detonating explosives at the tail of a deep blue torrent. Cell, who had been relentlessly suppressing Gohan's Kamehameha, suddenly faltered. The deep blue tide surged violently, its power momentarily dissipated, alleviating some of the pressure. Gohan, who was struggling to maintain his ground, suddenly sensed a significant reduction in the force bearing down upon him. The once crushing deep blue current noticeably slowed. Everyone, a flicker of fluctuation ignited in Gohan's icy golden eyes, swiftly ignited by an even more fervent fighting spirit. The fatigue that had enveloped him vanished. Huh! He roared, his biceps swelling to their limits. The dormant power of his Saiyan blood awakened with a fiery intensity. His aura blazed like a flame doused in oil, exploding in magnitude. The previously suppressed Kamehameha shimmered brightly, transforming into a robust and ferocious force. It not only stabilized, but also began to steadily push the deep blue current back inch by inch. A stalemate. Once again, they were locked in an evenly matched confrontation. The golden white and deep blue energies clashed violently at the epicenter, annihilating one another, creating a realm of chaotic destruction. Impossible. A swarm of ants. No matter how many come, it is futile. Cell, feeling his life force exhausted, yet still met with resistance, was engulfed by a mix of shock and fury. His emaciated body trembled violently as he sought to squeeze out more power. However, at that moment of disarray, two figures, as swift as golden lightning, silently appeared at Cell's flanks. It was Noka and Vegeta, both rejuvenated by the magic beans, stronger than ever. With cold, murderous intent burning in their eyes, they concentrated their power without reservation in their palms. Die! Trash! Explosive blast! Vegeta's roar echoed like thunder. Eradication cannon. Norka's voice was sharp as a blade. Boom! Boom! Two destructive energy waves, infused with the fury and strength of Super Saiyans, struck Cell's defenseless sides like judgment hammers descending from the heavens. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing rang out clearly. Cell's grotesque head caved inward, deformed as if struck by a hammer upon a watermelon, under the terrifying onslaught of the energy waves. Viscous green blood mixed with brain-like matter erupted violently from his orifices. His attempt to concentrate the Kamehameha was abruptly interrupted. The deep blue energy torrent collapsed suddenly, as if severed from its source. Ugh! Cell could only emit an incoherent shriek, his consciousness plunging into a void, his body collapsing forward like a marionette with severed strings. Now is the moment. Ahead, the golden white Kamehameha, free from the resistance of the deep blue torrent, surged forth like a primordial beast unshackled, embodying Gohan's complete fury and strength. Enhanced by the combined might of future Gohan, Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, roaring forth unimpeded. In an instant, it engulfed the battered form of Cell, stripped of its energy protection. Impossible. I am the boom. The deafening explosion resonated through the heavens. A blinding light consumed Cell's figure. A tempest of raging energy swept across everything, obliterating Cell's position along with the surrounding kilometers of rocky terrain, leaving in its wake a vast, bottomless lava pit. Only the devastating energy remnants continued to ravage the edges of the pit, burning fiercely. The radiance gradually dissipated. At the center of the pit, there was naught but emptiness. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the low hum of dissipating energy and the bubbling of molten lava. Gohan slowly lowered his arms, the golden aura and lightning surrounding him receding gently, panting heavily. Noka and Vegeta hovered on either side of the pit, coldly observing below. Son Goku, future Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha also withdrew their powers, descending to the ground, their faces etched with exhaustion and disbelief after their narrow escape. Rina swiftly appeared beside Noka, concern etched across her features as she examined him. Hey, are you all right? Noka glanced at Rina, tousling her messy short hair. Aw, I'm fine. Thanks to you. When did you become so clever? Rina pouted, appearing quite irate. You're the one who's not clever. Chapter 134. The dust settles. The cataclysmic energy storm that had utterly annihilated Cell gradually subsided, leaving behind a vast, unfathomable lava pit, like an unsightly scar upon the planet, silently recounting the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. Several kilometers away from the battlefield's edge, on a relatively intact hillside, a reporter, his camera blurred by the shockwave, tremulously inquired, "Is it over?" Beside him, Mr. Satan lay in a ludicrous position on the ground, clutching his wig tightly with both hands, trembling with fear. "Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, are you all right?" The reporter cautiously nudged him. Satan abruptly lifted his head, his face smeared with dirt and grass, yet his eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance of survival. He performed a less than graceful leap, though the motion was somewhat unrefined, snatching the microphone from the reporter's grasp, and before the camera. His face instantly transformed into an exaggeratedly confident grin, spitting words with fervor. "Ha ha ha. Did you see that? World, the savior of Earth, the invincible Mr. Satan is here." He pounded his solid chest with a resounding thud. "That fearsome monster cell has ultimately fallen beneath my righteous iron fist." Though the process was a bit convoluted, he discreetly wiped away a cold sweat. I had long foreseen its demise. That earth-shattering explosion was the ultimate move of my finishing technique, the World Peace Fist. I reduced it to cosmic dust. Not a trace remains. He stood proudly with his hands on his hips, nostrils flared. "I have always proclaimed, with my presence, the earth remains as steadfast as Mount Tai. Those ostentatious aliens." He gestured towards the distant shimmering specks in the sky, "are merely supporting characters in my grand performance. The true hero is eternally singular. That is I, Satan." Satan waved triumphantly at the camera, as though he alone had just saved the world. In the temple, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the platform. Dandy, the youthful deity of Earth, stood beside the towering Mr. Bobo, his small face adorned with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of anxiety. Warriors surrounded them. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Noka, Reina, Krillin, Yamcha, and future Gohan stood beside Wukong, their expressions a blend of relief and the sorrow of impending farewell. "Let us begin, Dandy." Wukong's deep voice resonated, imbued with encouragement. Dandy nodded vigorously, closed his eyes, and slowly raised his hands toward the heavens. His youthful voice, imbued with divine sanctity, clearly called out in the tongue of Namek, "Arise. Shenron, grant my wish." Instantly, the sky darkened like ink. Golden lightning danced within the ominous clouds. A dragon, more colossal and majestic than ever before, radiating a profound emerald glow, tore through the clouds and spiraled downward. Its immense form nearly obscured the entire temple, with crimson eyes that burned like fiery stars, casting an aura that sent shivers through the soul. "Speak your wish." Shenron's deep and resounding voice echoed across the cosmos, imbued with an unprecedented sense of power. "Any wish. I can fulfill three wishes." The spirits of those within the temple lifted at this revelation. Dandy had indeed upgraded the Dragon Balls. Taking a deep breath, Dandy implored, "Shenron, please perfectly resurrect the warriors who sacrificed themselves in the battle against Cell today. Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, and the future Trunks. Restore them to their prime." "This is simple." Shenron's crimson eyes blazed brightly. A golden light flashed around, and the fallen warriors stood once more upon the temple. As the brilliance dimmed, Piccolo moved his body, feeling the surge of power within, silently nodding at Dandy. Tien and Kairatsu exchanged bewildered glances, then looked around, their faces alight with astonishment. Future Trunks clenched his fists, feeling the vigorous beat of his heart, gazing at future Gohan, his eyes brimming with excitement and the joy of reunion. "The first wish has been fulfilled," Shenron's voice proclaimed. Dandy glanced at future Gohan and Trunks, then at Noka, who gave a slight nod. "Shenron," Dandy spoke again, his voice tinged with an imperceptible anticipation, "please restore all the devastated environments on Earth caused during the Cell Games. Revive the destroyed cities, mountains, rivers, and all damaged places to their state before the battle." This too is simple. An even larger jade-green beam cascaded like a rain shower, enveloping the entire Earth within Dandy's line of sight. The individuals atop the temple beheld with clarity the immense lava pit in the distance, smoothed by an unseen force. The cracked earth healed, returning to its original state, while the collapsed peaks rose anew. The ruins of cities, once obliterated by energy waves, re-emerged as if time itself had reversed. Nature's scars rapidly mended under the might of the divine dragon. The second wish had been realized. The voice of the dragon remained resounding. Dandy paused, seemingly contemplating the final wish. Sun Wukong scratched his head, about to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Piccolo. Finally, Dandy addressed the dragon, embodying the responsibility of a celestial being. please resurrect the kind souls who perished due to Cell on Earth. As you wish. Thus, farewell. The magnificent form of the dragon began to transform into countless stars, its colossal head slowly sinking into the clouds. The dark sky regained its clarity, as if the earlier spectacle had never transpired. The three wishes had concluded. Future Gohan and Trunks stepped forward to bid farewell to the warriors of the main timeline. Trunks embraced Bulma, his mother from the primary timeline, tightly, tears welling in his eyes as she had just arrived at the temple. Future Gohan firmly patted the shoulder of his counterpart from the main timeline, his gaze filled with expectation. Take good care of everyone. Protect the future. You are a true warrior now. The main timeline Gohan nodded vigorously, his eyes resolute. Finally, Future Gohan turned to Noka. Mr. Noka, rest assured. Upon returning to the future, once the Dragon Balls have cooled, I will be the first to resurrect you and Miss Elia, and also the Starry Radiance. This was the promise Noka had entrusted to Future Gohan earlier. Noka nodded solemnly. I entrust this to you, Gohan. Take care. In the gaze of those reluctant to part, Future Gohan and Trunks boarded the battered time machine. The cabin door sealed shut, the engine hummed, and amidst a dazzling light, the time machine, along with its two occupants, vanished from the temple platform. They embarked on a journey back to a future that had been saved and was filled with hope. The atmosphere atop the temple grew somewhat melancholic, yet there lingered a sense of relaxation following the resolution of turmoil. Sun Wukong observed his son Gohan, who had evidently stepped into a new realm of strength, and glanced at Vegeta, whose stern demeanor belied a golden aura infused with newfound power, alongside Noka, whose unfathomable presence echoed the vastness of the cosmos. A surge of indomitable spirit welled within him. Yash! Sun Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Gohan, Vegeta, Noka, you have all grown incredibly strong. It seems I cannot afford to be idle. I must find a place to train diligently. When we meet again, do not let me surpass you. Ha ha. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms, lifting his chin defiantly, the golden aura pulsating slightly. Humph, Kakarot, cease your boastful chatter. The path to transcending Super Saiyan has only just begun. When we meet again, do not allow me to best you. Noka merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Yet his profound gaze sparkled with an unwavering pursuit of greater realms. At that moment, a voice rang out. Sun Wukong. Chapter 135. The wedding held at the Celestial Dome, a resounding roar, infused with fury, resonated through the entrance of the temple like a thunderclap. Kiki stormed in with her hands on her hips and a frying pan in tow, her expression a tempest of concern, dread, and anger. Her eyes immediately fell upon the unharmed Sun Wukong, alongside the glimmering Vegeta, who wore an air of arrogance, and her son, whose disheveled hair betrayed the aftermath of a fierce battle, having just emerged from his Super Saiyan form. You heartless wretch. Kiki's ire found its outlet instantaneously, as she brandished the frying pan, without truly intending to strike, her fervor palpable. Fighting again, and this time, nearly obliterating the earth. Do you even care about this family? About me and Gohan? Look at Gohan. His hair is a mess. Have you been leading him astray again? What about the final exams? What about high school? You muscle-bound warriors, go perish 1,000 times. Kiki's tirade erupted like a rapid-fire barrage, engulfing Sun Wukong, Gohan, and even Vegeta in its wake. The formidable sound waves generated by her furious roar reverberated through the temple's atmosphere. Vegeta, who had just moments ago exuded pride, found himself momentarily taken aback by Kiki's overwhelming, maternal fury, his brow furrowed in a rare mix of perplexity and annoyance. The Prince of Saiyans, reduced to a target of scorn from an Earth woman? And to make matters worse, this woman happened to be Kakarot's wife, whom he could neither strike nor out-argue. Sun Wukong, feeling the weight of her wrath, shrank back, frantically gesturing. Kiki, let me explain. Explain what? Explain how you nearly met your demise again? Explain how you've dragged our son into this mess. Kiki's temper was evidently not so easily quelled. Observing this chaotic scene, Noka couldn't help but smile wryly, extending his arm to casually embrace the shoulders of Reina beside him. Caught off guard by his sudden intimacy, Reina blushed slightly but did not pull away. Instead, she leaned closer, her purple hair brushing against his chin. Clearing his throat, Noka's voice, though soft, pierced through Kiki's fury and Sun Wukong's protests, capturing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the matter with Cell has finally reached a conclusion. In a few months, Reina, Alia, and I will be holding a wedding at our planet, the Celestial Dome. He cast a glance at Reina, who appeared bashful yet bright-eyed, and continued, "You are all warmly invited to join us in celebration. Miss Bulma, I will leave the arrangements for the spaceship in your capable hands." This announcement flowed through the temple like a refreshing stream, dissipating the remnants of tension and Kiki's wrath. Bulma's eyes brightened, and she immediately patted her chest in assurance. "No problem. You can count on me." A wedding at the Celestial Dome? Just thinking about it is already romantic. Klin and Yamcha wore smiles, and even the usually disgruntled Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Piccolo, with arms crossed, seemed to soften at the corners of his mouth. Kiki's fury was considerably diminished by the unexpected good news. She shot Goku a glare, but temporarily spared him her wrath. Starry Sky, the planet once obliterated by Frieza and reborn through the power of the Dragon Balls, now radiated vitality beyond its former glory. With her extraordinary intellect and the advanced technology of the Crystal Wall Guardians, Elia not only rebuilt their home, but transformed it into a resplendent jewel of the cosmos. A protective network of shimmering data streams intertwined with magical runes adorned the sky, while the ground was graced with peculiar structures that harmoniously melded cutting-edge technology with natural ecology. The commercial guild's swift ships flitted through their meticulously charted paths like industrious bees. At this moment, within the sacred sanctuary at the planet's core, an awe-inspiring edifice suspended among the clouds, constructed from pure energy and crystal, the preparations for the wedding were fervently underway. "Hey, Noka, look at this." Reina's voice brimmed with vitality as she leapt from the floating data platform, clutching a holographic projector, nearly colliding with a nearby robot adjusting decorations. "With this, at the climax of the ceremony, we can project a stunning hologram of the three of us defeating Frieza, Cooler, and Super 13. It will be absolutely breathtaking. Let the entire universe know how formidable the groom is." "Ha!" She waved her arms excitedly, her deep purple hair bouncing with her movements, her face alight with a wild and radiant smile. Noka chuckled at Reina's exuberant suggestion, ruffling her hair playfully. "A wedding is not a martial arts tournament, but it does sound quite impressive. We might consider incorporating it as a retrospective segment. Right? Right?" Reina proclaimed proudly, then wrinkled her nose. "But these dresses are such a hassle. The one Elia picked for me has an enormous skirt. It's not just impractical for fighting, it's cumbersome to walk in." She gestured dramatically, mimicking a side kick, clearly dissatisfied with the elaborate wedding gown. At that moment, Elia appeared quietly at Noka's side, as if materializing from starlight. Dressed in a sleek, silver gown, her starry eyes radiated warmth, and her galactic hair flowed gently, as if imbued with life. In her hands, she held a data tablet, on which blessings, gift lists, and myriad details of security plans from across the universe scrolled in real time. "Reina, the battle footage could serve as a background loop, but should not overshadow the ceremony." Elia spoke with a gentle yet rational tone, tapping her tablet to bring up several design sketches. "As for the dress, I've designed a few modified styles that balance practicality and elegance, incorporating the flexibility of Saiyan battle attire with the luminescent materials of the Crystal Wall Guardians. You may choose whichever you prefer." She always possessed the remarkable ability to accurately understand and fulfill the needs of everyone, especially Noka's. Upon concluding her words, she naturally turned towards number 18. The data pad vanishing as her fingers gently brushed against number 18's arm, her eyes radiating unwavering affection and support. "The guest list has been confirmed. Warriors from Earth, the King of the North, and even the deity of the Seventh Universe have expressed their intention to attend. All habitable planets under the Chamber of Commerce will simultaneously host celebrations. Everything is meticulously planned. You need only to await with peace of mind." Her love was not as fervent and overt as Reina's, yet it was akin to the foundational brilliance of a celestial dome, silently and steadfastly bearing all burdens. A warmth enveloped number 18's heart as she grasped Alicia's hand and draped her arm around Reina's shoulder. "With you both by my side, I have naught to fear." Chapter 136. The Wedding Scene. Number 18 joins at that moment. A somewhat cool voice resonated from the entrance of the temple. "Number 18. The crowd turned, observing number 18 standing there alone, her golden hair impeccably styled, her blue eyes as tranquil as ever, yet upon closer inspection, they held a subtle, barely perceptible tremor. She donned a simple white dress, a stark contrast to her usual appearance. The atmosphere paused delicately. Reina immediately puffed out her cheeks. Resembling a small cat whose territory had been invaded, her gaze revealing unmasked vigilance and a hint of jealousy as she instinctively tightened her grip on number 18's arm. She had not forgotten the way this woman had looked at number 18 after the Shara Games. Alicia's gaze remained gentle. She inclined her head slightly towards number 18, her eyes clear, as if she had anticipated this moment. She gently patted Reina's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Number 18 felt somewhat taken aback, but responded warmly, "No. 18, is there something you wish to discuss?" Number 18 appeared to take a deep breath, stepping forward, her gaze locking onto number 18 while disregarding Reina's fierce glare. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with a rare seriousness. "I have heard that you are to hold a wedding." "Indeed," number 18 nodded, a brief silence following. "No." 18 seemed to be gathering her thoughts, rarely exhibiting such hesitation. After the conclusion of the Shara Games, I reflected deeply. She finally spoke again, her tone still neutral, but her words were astonishing. "You are strong and have saved me. The feeling of being with you is not unpleasant. I do not wish to harbor regrets." She paused, her blue eyes bravely meeting number 18's gaze. "Number 18, I hope to join you." "What?" Reina nearly leapt up, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Join? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? This is utterly preposterous." Her words tumbled out in a fluster, her face flushed with frustration. However, Alicia gently restrained her, shaking her head, then casting an encouraging glance towards number 18, conceding the decision entirely to him. Her love was all-encompassing. As long as number 18 was willing, she could embrace whatever choice he made. Number 18 gazed at number 18. The once cold and unfeeling artificial being now possessed a kind of earnest sincerity and audacious courage. He could feel beneath her unconventional heart a genuine and fervent emotion ignited by himself. She does not comprehend the intricacies of emotional entanglements. When she likes someone, she pursues them directly. Noka fell into a moment of silence, his gaze sweeping over the pouting Reina, then shifting to the gentle and accommodating Elia, before finally settling once more on the anxious face of number 18. Suddenly, he smiled, a smile imbued with relief and acceptance. He extended his hand, not towards number 18, but simultaneously grasped the hands of both Reina and Elia. "Reina, Elia," he addressed his two beloveds earnestly, "what are your thoughts?" Reina glanced at Noka, shot a fierce glare at number 18, and in a huff turned her face away, her voice barely audible. "Do as you wish. But if you dare to show favoritism, I'll hit you." This was her utmost concession, her jealousy evident, yet she ultimately chose to respect Noka's decision. Elia, on the other hand, smiled and reciprocated Noka's hand, softly declaring, "The brilliance of the astral arch is vast enough to embrace all sincerity. Your choice is my desire, Noka." Noka felt a swell of emotion in his heart as he tightened his grip on their hands before turning towards the perpetually anxious number 18. He extended his hand toward her, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Number 18, this path may not be easy. Are you certain?" Number 18 looked at Noka's outstretched hand, then at Reina and Elia, who, despite their varied expressions, had ultimately chosen acceptance. Her previously tense shoulders relaxed slightly. She stepped forward, placing her hand in Noka's palm, cool to the touch, yet resolute. "I never engage in uncertain matters." Her response remained succinct, but for the first time, the reflection of Noka's figure shone clearly in her blue eyes, accompanied by a glimmer of relief. Thus, within the reconstructed celestial sanctuary, a new name quietly appeared on the wedding preparation list. Noka's life was destined to gain a bond that was distinct, yet equally profound. The wedding of the astral arch was destined to become a legendary, yet somewhat intricate new beginning in the cosmos. The hallowed sanctuary of the astral arch shed its former solemnity today, transforming into the most resplendent hall of celebration in the universe. Countless magnificent ships from various galaxies docked at the specially constructed starport, and beings from diverse worlds donned their finest attire, their faces alight with curiosity and reverence as they entered this miraculous planet. The sanctuary itself had been entirely transformed by Elia through her unparalleled magic and technology. The dome was no longer a frigid crystal, but had become a flowing river of stars, with real celestial bodies shimmering and cascading within, their soft glow draping the wedding in a dreamlike veil. The surrounding crystalline walls morphed into vast holographic screens, dynamically displaying the revelry across the planet and blessings from distant galaxies. The air was imbued with an extraordinary fragrance, a blend of rare cosmic flowers, invigorating the senses. The guest area was already filled to capacity. Earth warriors occupied the front row, with Sun Wukong clad in a somewhat awkward suit, curiously glancing around. Occasionally reaching out to touch the hovering robots providing service, only to be sharply deterred by Chi-Chi's stern gaze. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, wearing an expression that conveyed his disdain for this mundane gathering. Yet his gaze subtly swept over the formidable cosmic warriors and exquisite technological marvels surrounding him. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien shared looks of astonishment. Bulma, adorned in a fashionable gown, animatedly introduced herself to Gak, a galactic patrol officer who stood beside her. Den, Piccolo, and Mr. Popo observed quietly from a distance. King Kai and his pet Bubbles, along with Gregor, occupied the VIP section, wiping sweat from their brows, seemingly apprehensive in the face of such grandeur. Even more astonishing was the discreet presence of Kaioshin Shin and Kibito, who appeared in an unassuming corner, smiling as they watched the proceedings. Their arrival caught the attention of the perceptive Noka, Goku, and Vegeta, who glanced their way. As an ethereal and melodious cosmic hymn resonated, enveloping the venue in its soul-cleansing aura, a hush fell over the audience. All eyes turned towards the circular dais at the end of the temple, constructed of pure energy. Norka emerged at the center of the platform, not clad in the traditional Saiyan battle attire, but instead donning a white suit that seamlessly blended Saiyan aesthetics with the sleek technology of the Crystal Wall Guardians. The suit featured sharp lines and was adorned with delicate, pulsating energy patterns that accentuated his tall physique and honed form, while also bestowing an air of regal authority befitting a planetary sovereign. His hair was meticulously styled, his expression serene, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he awaited his brides. The first to emerge from the left side screen was Reina. Ultimately, she had opted for Elia's modified design. The gown was crafted from soft, pristine white fabric, yet ingeniously incorporated dark purple flexible armor reminiscent of Saiyan battle gear at key points. The skirt was not the traditional voluminous design, but rather featured a streamlined, petal-like layering that allowed for ease of movement. She maintained her combat boots, striding confidently, her deep purple hair framing her vibrant visage. A radiant yet slightly anxious smile adorned her face, her eyes sparkling like a novice at a ball, striving for elegance while yearning to stretch her limbs. Approaching Norka, she playfully nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Hey, so many eyes on us. I'm so nervous," eliciting a quiet chuckle from Norka. Soon after, Elia gracefully stepped out from the right side screen. Her appearance seemed to gather the starlight of the entire hall around her. Her wedding gown was entirely composed of flowing data light and fine magical stardust, as if she had draped the galaxy upon herself. The starlight flowed and flickered around her, yet remained understated. Her hair, reminiscent of the Milky Way, was elegantly styled in an updo, revealing her long neck and delicate features, while her star-like eyes radiated boundless warmth and affection. Each step she took felt as if she were walking upon starlight, dignified and pure, yet a hint of shyness, reserved for her gaze towards Norka, surfaced. She approached Norka's other side and offered a slight nod, communicating everything without uttering a word. At last, from the luminous center, number 18 emerged, her choice unforeseen by all. Neither the fierce combat style of Reina nor the ethereal charm of Elia. She donned an exquisitely simple, sharply tailored gown of pure white satin, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, yet perfectly accentuating her tall, slender figure. Her golden short hair remained impeccably styled, and her blue eyes were as tranquil as still waters, as if this were not a wedding but merely an ordinary outing. Her beauty possessed an icy, sculptural quality, yet it was breathtaking due to the impeccable proportions of her synthetic form. Approaching Norka, she exhibited neither the playful gestures of Reina nor the tender glances of Elia. She simply gazed at him quietly before taking her place, completing the trio. 3 brides, each with a distinctly different grace, yet all equally radiant, directing all attention and hearts to the man at the center. The ceremony was presided over by a venerable elder of the celestial arch rather than a traditional vow. The ritual was a resonance ceremony more aligned with the customs of cosmic civilizations and the Crystal Wall Guardians. Under the elder's guidance, Norka extended his hand, palm upward. One by one, Reina, Elia, and number 18 placed their hands atop his. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The immense Saiyan energy within Norka flowed naturally, harmonizing with Reina's fiery essence, while Elia's magical stardust and data streams intertwined seamlessly, Even the unique energy fluctuations emanating from number 18's infinite energy core blended without resistance. The three distinct energies, under Noka's guidance, not only avoided conflict, but instead fused together in perfect resonance. A dazzling tricolored beam of light erupted from their overlapping hands, piercing through the roof of the celestial arch and soaring into the vast cosmos. Within the beam, gold, silver, and a hint of pale azure intertwined, as if proclaiming their union to the entire universe. The entire celestial arch trembled. All screens froze on this pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. And cheers erupted from every corner, resounding like thunder. Sun Wukong gasped in awe. Wow, what an incredible aura. Vegeta scoffed. Yet a subtle ripple of emotion flickered in his depths. Bulma wiped her tear-streaked eyes, exclaiming, how utterly romantic. Meanwhile, Kiki whispered to Wukong, Wukong, when Gohan gets married, we must have Miss Elia help out too. Did you hear that? As the energy resonance ceremony concluded, the light beam gradually dissipated. Next came the Earth-style banquet. The feast took place in the sky garden adjacent to the temple, with long tables laden with delicacies from various galaxies, many of which were unfamiliar to Earthlings, both in sight and scent. Sun Wukong instantly cast aside the emotional weight of the wedding, his eyes gleaming as he dove into the food area, showcasing his voracious appetite. Much to Kiki's exasperation, Vegeta shoved Wukong aside, determined not to be outdone as he indulged heartily. Krillin, Yamcha, and others engaged in spirited drinking contests with Gak, soon bonding over their shared revelry. Noka, accompanied by his three brides, navigated through the throng of guests. Reina quickly struck up a lively conversation with several extraterrestrial beings from the warrior nations, even engaging in an arm wrestling match, which she effortlessly dominated. Elia, on the other hand, gracefully navigated between representatives of various trading guilds and cosmic aristocrats, exchanging witty banter as she fortified the diplomatic and commercial networks of the Starry Radiance. Number 18 quietly followed beside Noka, occasionally raising a glass of crystalline liquid, an energy replenishment potion, in response to toasts. Her words sparse, yet exuding an aura of aloofness that spared Noka considerable hassle. The joyous feast continued for quite some time until the moon, a satellite illuminated by magic, ascended to its zenith in the starry sky. Noka felt three indistinct yet meaning-laden gazes upon him. With a subtle smile and a nod to his guests, he took Elia's hand, who stood closest to him, and acknowledged Reina and number 18 with a gentle nod. It was time to enter the bridal chamber. The chamber was not a traditional room, but rather an independent dimensional space that Elia had created at the highest point of the temple, utilizing her planetary core authority and all her magical prowess. The entrance was a curtain of water adorned with shimmering, multicolored auroras. Upon passing through the cascade, even the seasoned Noka and the coolly composed number 18 were momentarily awestruck, let alone Reina, who exclaimed in delight. There was no ceiling. Above them lay the vast, boundless cosmos, where stars seemed almost within reach. A resplendent river of stars flowed like a soft silk ribbon, casting a gentle glow. Beneath their feet was a soft, fragrant starry moss, exuding a delicate aroma. At the center of the space lay an enormous bed formed of pure energy, covered with an unknown fabric softer than clouds, radiating a soothing aura. Tiny, glowing crystal spores floated in the air like living fireflies, gently rising and falling with their breaths. Chapter 138, The Bridal Chamber Night. Limit 13. Wow, this place is incredible. Far more comfortable than the training room. Reina was the first to exclaim, leaping onto the vast energy bed and rolling about, her eyes blissfully squinting like a languid purple kitten. Elia blushed slightly and smiled, saying, I have temporarily connected the data core of Starry Radiance here. The starlight, the flow of energy, even the air, resonates with our life frequencies. It will provide the utmost relaxation and harmony. Her voice carried a hint of bashful anticipation. Number 18 quietly approached the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch a floating light spore, which glowed softly at her fingertips. She surveyed the dreamlike space that existed solely for this night, then glanced at Noka, her blue eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, ultimately culminating in a barely audible sigh. You certainly know how to put on a show. However, it is quite impressive. Noka grasped Elia's hand while gazing at Reina on the bed and number 18 standing nearby, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and responsibility. He approached the bedside and sat down, whereupon Reyna immediately entangled herself around him like an octopus, muttering, "I'm utterly exhausted. This is more tiring than battling Frieza." Elia gracefully settled on the other side, gently leaning against Noka, the luminous flow of data illuminating her figure, resonating harmoniously with the entire space. Android 18 hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to sit a little farther away on the edge of the bed, her posture still somewhat rigid. Noka extended his hand, covering the back of 18's hand resting on the bed's edge. She shivered slightly, but did not withdraw. Here, there was no battle, no responsibilities, only we remained. Norka's voice was low and tender, exuding an undeniable magnetism beneath this intimate starlit sky. "Thank you for being willing to accompany me through this day and all the days to come. As a Saiyan, I had never envisioned such a scene." Reyna lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. "Humph, you'll still need to call on me for future fights." Elia chuckled lightly. "I shall forever guard you at the intersection of data and reality." 18 fell silent for a moment, then gently clasped Norka's fingers in return, murmuring, There were no further words. Desire flowed like a silent river of stars across the cosmic expanse, naturally replacing fatigue. In this realm of absolute intimacy, the final remnants of restraint and boundaries quietly dissolved. Reyna's actions were the most straightforward. She approached with the wild eagerness and endearing clumsiness of a young leopard that had finally claimed its territory, hastily tearing away any obstructive fabric. Her warm skin eagerly pressing against Norka's. Delicate kisses accompanied by heated breaths fell upon his neck and chest, her mouth emitting muffled, desperate sounds, as if only the closest of contact could quell the turmoil within. Elia, in stark contrast, employed a method equally potent yet entirely different. Her touch was akin to the data streams she manipulated, precise and imbued with enchantment. Where her cool, slender fingers traversed, they ignited clusters of azure flames, accompanied by a tingling sensation akin to a subtle electric current, penetrating deep into the marrow and stirring the most primal nerve endings. Her star-like eyes were mere inches away, reflecting Norka's form and an unmasked yearning to intertwine their very essences within each other's lives. The magical luminescence flowing around her resonated deeply with Norka's aura, each pulse of energy synchronizing to evoke soul-stirring ecstasy. Initially, 18 remained passive. The artificial body seemed to react with slight delay to certain stimuli. However, Norka's patience and Elia's guidance, which appeared to decipher the frequencies of all existence, soon proved effective. Her icy exterior was entirely stripped away, unveiling a raw and genuine response that had never been revealed before. When an intense sensation, surpassing her comprehension, swept over her, a short, astonished gasp escaped her throat. Her long legs instinctively tensing before relaxing helplessly, her fingertips unconsciously digging into Norka's arm, leaving faint imprints. The once calm and placid blue eyes were, for the first time, filled with an uncontrollable, shimmering allure. Norka found himself at the vortex of three distinctly fervent passions. Each touch, each breath, fervently proclaimed their total devotion and possession. The immense energy of the bed transformed into a vessel of waves, carrying the intense intertwining of breaths, the uncontrollable moans, and the sticky sounds of skin meeting skin in heated intimacy. The scent of sweat, the sun-like vitality of Reyna, the mysterious fragrance of Elia, and the slightly metallic chill emanating from number 18, all merged into a dizzying and potent atmosphere unique to this moment. Time seemed to dissolve as the fervent waves gradually calmed, giving way to a languid and contented tranquility. Reyna, utterly spent, melted against Norka as if her bones had been extracted, her head resting on his shoulder. One leg possessively draped over his waist, emitting soft, satisfied snores, her lips curling into a blissful smile of fulfillment as she slipped into a deep slumber. It was evident that this eager soul had borne the brunt of the fervor. Elia lay on the opposite side, her cheek nestled against Norka's arm, the flow of data around her transforming into a gentle and slow rhythm, akin to the lingering echoes after a climax. Her expression bore an almost sacred calm and satisfaction, as if she had just experienced a perfect melding of souls, her breath settling into a deep meditative rest. Number 18 faced away from Norka, yet her smooth back pressed closely against his chest, their heartbeats gradually synchronizing. Her golden short hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead and neck. She remained silent, not drifting off like Reyna, but instead leaned back against him, grasping his hand that encircled her waist, their fingers intertwining, before completely relaxing and closing her eyes. Norka embraced the three soft, weary bodies in his arms, feeling their distinct sleeping postures and the lingering energy that resonated with his own. A profound sense of fulfillment and tranquility enveloped him like the shimmering stars above. He cast one last glance at the resplendent sky, which seemed to share in his emotions. A faint smile of a man, weary yet content, gracing his lips as he sank into a dreamless sleep. On this starry night, gentle and prolonged, energy flowed quietly, silently nurturing the unique bond that had just been solidified through the most primal means. Chapter 139: The Galactic Warriors of Bojack. The warmth of the starry wedding had yet to dissipate completely, as Norka relished the hard-won tranquility of being with his three wives. However, the turmoil of the universe never pauses for personal happiness. The anxious voice of the North Kai echoed across the infinite starry expanse, resonating in Sun Wukong's mind. This is bad. Bojack and his gang of galactic warriors have broken free from the united seal of the Four Kais. They are heading to Earth. Their aim is to conquer it. Wukong, prepare for battle. Their power is exceedingly wicked and formidable. In the wilderness outside West City on Earth, Tenshinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo were the first to sense the four rapidly approaching energies, laden with brutality and destruction. Without hesitation, they soared into the sky to confront the incoming threat. Ugh, just when we were enjoying some peace, Piccolo grumbled, his expression sharp as he entered a combat-ready stance. We can't afford to lag behind this time. Krillin took a deep breath, readying himself for the fight. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened as he solemnly remarked, our opponent is formidable. Exercise caution. Although Yamcha felt a twinge of apprehension, he steeled himself and declared, bring it on. 5 radiant figures, enveloped in a terrifying aura, descended from the heavens and landed with a resounding thud. Bojack, Zangya, Bujin, Pita, and Gokwa. Their appearances were fearsome, and they radiated arrogance, utterly disregarding the 4 warriors before them. Is this the protector of Earth? Pathetically weak. Bojack cackled. The battle erupted instantaneously. Tianjin Fan unleashed his full power, his new Kikaho energy barrage raining down like a relentless storm in an attempt to subdue Bojack. However, Bojack merely smirked, effortlessly countering with a greater surge of energy. Krillin executed his Kienzan, only to have Zangya deftly evade it, retaliating with an energy blast that sent him crashing away. Yamcha's energy sphere was easily crushed by Bujin, who followed up with a powerful punch that caused him to spit blood as he was sent flying. Piccolo clashed fiercely with Pita, their magical flashes colliding with explosive brilliance lighting up the sky, yet it was evident that Piccolo was at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat. This is intolerable. The gap is too vast. Krillin struggled to rise, blood trickling from his lips. Where are Goku and the others? Piccolo grunted, fending off Pita's relentless assault. Just as the 4 were on the brink of collapse, 4 more formidable figures, cloaked in golden energy and crackling with lightning, descended upon the battlefield like meteors. The immense pressure created a massive crater in the ground, the swirling dust being instantly swept aside by the golden gusts. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Noka, 4 Super Saiyan 2s, made their grand entrance. Oh, finally, some worthy opponents have arrived. Bojack conceded slightly, though still retaining his arrogance. Goku scratched his head, surveying his injured comrades, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. So, you must be the ones the King Kai spoke of? You certainly seem powerful. Vegeta crossed his arms, snorting derisively, trash is still trash. Even this lot can't put up a fight. Kakarot, stop wasting time and finish this. Don't hinder my training. Gohan's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon the adversaries. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Mr. Noka, let us engage. Noka remained silent, his icy cerulean eyes sweeping over Bojack and his crew, as if appraising 4 lifeless corpses. The surrounding electricity crackled around him, more concentrated and menacing than that of the others. The battle reignited, but the tides shifted instantaneously. Goku squared off against Bojack, their fists colliding at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, producing earth-shattering echoes. Bojack was taken aback to discover that this seemingly foolish individual was overpowering him in both strength and speed. Damn it, how is this possible? Bojack bellowed, unleashing all his energy. Goku's gaze sharpened. Huh? The golden aura surged once more, and with a powerful punch, he struck Bojack squarely in the face, sending him flying like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Vegeta targeted Gokwa, You seem the most resilient. I hope you won't disappoint me, he said. A cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Goku charged with a roar, but Vegeta vanished at a speed even greater, appearing instantaneously at his side. Too slow. Cold words accompanied by a heavy strike of the hand blade landed fiercely on Gogoya's neck. Gogoya let out a pained roar, staggering backward, while Vegeta relentlessly pursued, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks that left Gogoya utterly defenseless, reduced to a symphony of anguished cries. Meanwhile, Son Gohan faced off against Buken and Pita, his gaze unwavering. He remained composed in the face of their pincer assault. Demon Flash. Piccolo, poised at the side, unleashed a beam of energy, creating an opportunity for Gohan. Seizing the moment, Gohan deftly evaded Pita's attack and delivered a precise, powerful punch to Buken's abdomen. Buken's eyes bulged, saliva spewed forth, and he instantly lost consciousness. Following this, Gohan spun around, delivering a lightning-infused kick to Pita's head, who fell lifelessly without a sound. Norka's adversary was Zanga, the one who had previously injured Krillin. Sensing the icy, murderous intent emanating from Norka, Zanga was gripped by fear and frantically unleashed energy blasts. Norka, expressionless, did not even flinch. A slight ripple of energy formed before his palm, manifesting a small yet intensely refined energy barrier that absorbed and nullified all the energy blasts silently. What? Zanga gasped, stunned. In an instant, Norka advanced before him, his speed and Super Saiyan 2 form unfathomable. Is this all you can muster? Norka coolly remarked, as his right index finger coalesced a highly compressed pale blue energy wave, the Annihilation Cannon. With a soft hiss, the concentrated beam pierced through Zanga's heart. Zanga's movements froze as he incredulously looked down at the gaping hole in his chest. The light in his eyes swiftly dimmed, and he collapsed with a thunderous thud. It was swift and decisive, a single strike that ended his life. Vegeta, having effortlessly dispatched his opponent, observed this scene with a disgruntled scoff. At that moment, Son Goku delivered the final blow to Bojack, Kamehameha. The immense blue light engulfed Bojack's final struggles, reducing him to cosmic dust. The battle concluded with remarkable speed. The four awakened Super Saiyan 2s had achieved an overwhelming victory over Bojack and his crew. Ah, is it over already? I haven't had my fill of fighting, Son Goku remarked as he reverted to his normal state, scratching his head, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Vegeta also returned to his usual form, coldly huffing at Goku's retreating figure, Kakarot. Next time, don't bother me with such weak opponents. With that, he flew off towards the gravity chamber. Son Gohan transformed back to his normal state, surveying the battlefield in disarray and his injured comrades, quickly rushing to assist with healing. Norka had already reverted to his black-haired, black-eyed form, his pale blue aura retracting. He approached Krillin, who had been injured by Zanga, extending a hand. Are you all right? His tone remained flat, though it bore a subtle softness compared to his demeanor towards enemies. Krillin, using Norka for support, stood up, dusting off his clothes with a smile. I'm fine. You all arrived just in time. Norka, you've become absurdly strong. That move was really cool. Norka nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then gazed towards the sky, as if he could pierce through the atmosphere to see the distant brilliance of the starry expanse. The information network of Elia must have also captured the energy fluctuations occurring here. I ought to return swiftly to reassure them, lest they worry, especially Reina. If she were to learn that there was a battle without her, I can only imagine the uproar it would provoke, Noka mused silently. With a simple farewell to Son Wukong and Gohan, Noka vanished in a flash of magical energy. Once again, the crisis on Earth was averted, and the warriors had grown accustomed to Noka's ephemeral presence. When they would next meet remained uncertain. Chapter 140. The world's greatest martial arts tournament after 7 years. 7 years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The announcement of the upcoming world's greatest martial arts tournament spread like wildfire, reuniting old friends scattered across various places. In West City, Bulma's grand estate once again served as a temporary gathering point, the garden buzzing with excitement. Krillin, Tien, Dent, long time no see. Son Wukong, clad in his signature orange martial arts uniform, greeted his friends with a radiant smile. Chi-Chi chatted with Bulma nearby, casting a fond yet exasperated glance at Wukong. Mr. Wukong, it truly has been ages. Krillin chuckled, running his hand through his thick hair. Although he remained solitary in this timeline, his spirit appeared buoyant. Tien and Den nodded in a composed manner. Yamcha leaned against a wall, playfully teasing Puar, his demeanor seemingly more mature than before. Humph, a gathering of idle folk. Came the cold voice of Vegeta. He still donned his battle attire, arms crossed, standing a short distance away alongside Trunks, who had grown considerably and now wore a smaller version of the battle uniform. Young Trunks animatedly conversed with Gohan, who had matured into a refined young man. Adorned with glasses and scholarly attire, his former super warrior essence almost unrecognizable, save for the occasional spark of brilliance in his gaze. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta," exclaimed Goten, the youngest son of Goku and Chi-Chi, a lively child who bore an uncanny resemblance to his father in youth, bounding over with enthusiasm. Amidst the familiar and lively atmosphere, a gentle beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating a clearing in the garden. As the light dissipated, Noka's figure emerged. He remained clad in his distinctive white attire, a fusion of Saiyan and Crystal Guardian styles, with black hair and eyes, his expression stoic. Accompanying him were several others, instantly capturing the attention of all. Elia stood beside him, her celestial hair elegantly styled in an updo, her starry eyes twinkling with a subtle smile. Surrounded by a faint shimmer of data streams and magical stardust, an ethereal beauty beyond mortal comparison. In her arms was a little boy, approximately 4 or 5 years old, possessing black hair like Noka's, yet his eyes sparkled in hues reminiscent of Elias, curiously surveying his surroundings. On the other side, Reina stood with her short, deep purple hair impeccably styled, dressed in practical attire for movement, holding the hand of a child. A slightly larger boy can be seen, possessing Noka's dark hair and eyes. Yet his features bear a closer resemblance to Reina, exuding a lively and restless energy, as he eagerly writhes, seemingly yearning to leap down and stretch his limbs. Number 18 trails behind, clad in practical attire, her golden short hair strikingly illuminated by the sun, her blue eyes remaining tranquil, though a subtle softness emerges when she gazes upon Noka and the children. Accompanying her is a small girl of about 5, who has inherited her mother's golden locks and azure eyes, yet her facial contours mirror those of Noka, embodying a unique blend of innocence and composure typical of childhood. These 3 children are undoubtedly the offspring of Noka, Elia, Reina, and number 18. "Wow, Noka, long time no see." Son Wukong is the first to rush forward, curiously observing the 3 children. "Are these your little ones? What a strong aura they possess." Vegeta squints, scrutinizing the trio, particularly the boy with dark hair and starry eyes, as well as the girl with violet locks, snorting disdainfully. "Humph, it seems your children might also be capable of the Super Saiyan transformation. Quite the Super Saiyan sale, isn't it? Mr. Noka, Ms. Elia, Ms. Reina, number 18, welcome." Piccolo nods in acknowledgement, while Krillin and the others greet Noka and his family. Bulma approaches with a smile. "Elia, Reina, number 18, it's been ages. And the little ones are absolutely adorable." Elia smiles and nods to everyone, Ms. Bulma, Mr. Wukong, and all. "It's wonderful to see you again. It appears everyone is doing well." The boy in her arms shyly buries his face in his mother's neck. Reina, on the other hand, energetically waves, "Hey, everyone looks splendid." The child she holds is unperturbed by strangers, having already wriggled free from his mother's grasp, charging towards Trunks and Goten with a playful demeanor, ready for a spar. Number 18 offers a slight nod to the crowd, signaling her greeting, while the little girl mirrors her mother's demeanor, quietly observing everyone. Noka naturally steps beside number 18, gently ruffling the golden-haired girl's hair. She looks up at her father, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Noka simply nods to the assembly, his gaze lingering briefly on Gohan. "Gohan, your energy is well contained." Gohan adjusts his glasses, smiling sheepishly. "Mr. Noka, you flatter me. I am currently focusing on my studies." Noka then turns his attention to Son Wukong and Vegeta. "It seems you have both grown quite powerful over these 7 years. Of course, we must never cease our training." Wukong exclaims with a grin. Vegeta huffs in response, a subtle acknowledgement. After catching up, the conversation naturally shifts to the upcoming martial arts tournament. It appears Mr. Satan is once again the honorary chairman of this event. Krillin notes, though privately, he has been quite supportive of the Wukong family, providing substantial funding. Wukong scratches his head. "Yes, Mr. Satan is quite a good fellow, though he loves to claim he defeated Cell. But it doesn't he really matter?" The aware crowd displays subtle expressions at this revelation. "By the way, Noka," Bulma inquired with curiosity, "how is the celestial commerce faring now? Has it grown more formidable?" Alicia gently responded, Thanks to everyone's support, the commerce is thriving, and our collaboration with the Galactic Patrol has deepened. We have also restored several cultural relics that were destroyed during the Frieza era. Rina added, I am currently the chief security advisor for several crucial trade routes. Impressive, isn't it? She puffed out her chest with pride. 18, with a hint of indifference, remarked, occasionally. I clear out some oblivious space pirates to stretch my muscles. At that moment, Noka appeared to recall something and spoke up. There's one more matter for our discussion. All eyes turned toward him. The Supreme Kai will be attending this martial arts tournament, Noka declared, his tone unassuming yet heavy with significance. The Supreme Kai? Except for Vegeta and Piccolo, who had a slight understanding, the others wore expressions of confusion. They had only encountered the Supreme Kai briefly at Noka's wedding and were not well acquainted with him. He is the deity responsible for the creation of the universe, with a status far exceeding that of the King of Worlds. Piccolo explained in a grave tone, why would he come? Noka glanced at Alicia, who nodded slightly. Taking the lead in the conversation, not long ago, the Supreme Kai contacted me via the Interstellar Communication Network. He seems to sense an impending colossal crisis in the universe. A malevolent force that surpasses any adversary we have previously faced may soon awaken. He wishes to observe the warriors of Earth through this tournament and seeks assistance from Noka and all of you. The atmosphere in the garden instantly grew tense. A threat surpassing any previous foe. Even the Supreme Kai perceived this as a daunting crisis. Goku's eyes, however, sparkled with excitement. Surpassing any foe? Is it strong? That is wonderful. Vegeta displayed a disdainful expression. Humph, finally, a worthy challenge has arrived? Noka's gaze swept across the eager Goku and Vegeta, then settled on the eager Rina, the solemn Alicia, and the vigilant 18, ultimately resting upon the three oblivious yet budding children. The specific details will be explained by the Supreme Kai himself. Noka's voice remained calm. For now, let us focus on the upcoming tournament. His words pulled everyone's thoughts back to the present. Indeed, no matter the crises that lay ahead, the instinct of a warrior is to confront challenges. The World Martial Arts Tournament serves as the finest stage to gauge the fruits of 7 years of training. Chapter 141, The Finals of the Junior Group. Noka Star. The registration area for the World Martial Arts Tournament was bustling with activity, teeming with energy. A figure darted through the crowd like a miniature whirlwind, slamming 3 registration forms onto the table. It was none other than the son of Noka and Rina, with deep purple hair standing on end and fierce determination blazing in his black eyes. We are registering for the junior group, he proclaimed loudly, attracting the attention of those around him. Trailing behind him were 2 figures who appeared rather reluctant. Noka Star's older brother, possessing sleek black hair and eyes reminiscent of his mother's, sparkling with a unique brilliance. He donned a perfectly fitted small-sized outfit, exuding a calmness that belied his youth. At this moment, he slightly furrowed his brow, observing his overly enthusiastic younger brother with a tone that carried an unsettling calmness, even cruelty, inconsistent with his age. Noan, this senseless brawl serves no purpose other than wasting time and revealing our strategies. I cannot fathom any other value in it. Mother's data simulation training is far more efficient. Oh, brother, this is where the excitement lies. What's the fun in battling data? Look over there. Noan pointed towards Goten and Trunks, who were also registering a short distance away, appearing undeniably strong. I want to fight them. Without further ado, he grasped Noxing's hand and pressed it onto the registration form. Meanwhile, Noka stood quietly beside Android 18's daughter. She inherited her mother's golden short hair and azure eyes, her features delicately porcelain-like yet imbued with a sharp, metallic detachment. Dressed in a simple white dress, she maintained an upright posture, her hands elegantly folded before her, resembling a petite lady who seemed out of place amid the surrounding clamor. Observing Noan's antics with his brother, she merely remarked in a flat tone, "Second brother, how tiresome." Noan, undeterred, turned to his sister, adopting what he believed to be a pitiful expression. "Yaya, dear sister, come accompany your brother. Look at you, spending all day learning energy control from mother. How dull. Come on, let's have some fun. I beg you." He tugged at Noyan's sleeve, shaking it back and forth. Noyan's azure eyes glanced at him, then at the registration form. After a few moments of silence, she sighed gently, her demeanor reminiscent of Android 18's resigned expression. She extended her slender finger and gracefully inscribed her name, Noyan, onto the form with neat and clear strokes. "Yay, that's wonderful," Noyan exclaimed joyfully. Noxing looked at his brother and could only shake his head in resignation, ultimately signing his name as well. He understood that failing to appease Noen would result in a tumultuous few days ahead. Thus, these three children, each with their distinct personalities, were spiritedly dragged by the exuberant Noen onto the stage of the world's premier martial arts tournament. Fast forward to the present. The semifinals for the youth category were about to commence. At the side of the arena, Noen had just concluded her match and was meticulously wiping her fingertips with a pristine handkerchief, ensuring no dust lingered from her opponent's fall, her demeanor poised. Android 18 stood beside her, offering a specially crafted energy drink. The two women quietly observing the ring, their coolness almost identical. Noxing stood a bit farther away, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding cheers, silently recuperating the energy expended during his earlier battle with Goten. His composure was starkly cold, entirely at odds with the exuberance expected of a child who had just emerged victorious from a fierce contest. As for Noen, he was exuberantly bouncing around the spot where his previous opponent had fallen, mimicking the earlier moves while exclaiming, "Next up is me. The martial arts tournament is nothing like this. Watch how I send the next opponent flying." Bursting with energy, he resembled a perpetual motion machine. The host's excited voice echoed. Next, the second match of the youth semifinals. Contestant Noen versus contestant Trunks. Finally, it's my turn. Noen leaped onto the arena with a swift motion, beckoning Trunks with a playful gesture. "Come here, purple-haired one. Show me what you've got." Trunks, initially feeling a bit despondent, was ignited by Noen's provocation. "Humph, you arrogant fool. I shall not hold back." As the match commenced, Noen, true to his namesake, let out a thunderous roar and charged forward, his fists slicing through the air with formidable force, embodying a raw power assault. Trunks, having learned from past encounters, refrained from a head-on clash and instead employed agile footwork alongside the combat techniques imparted by Vegeta, seizing opportunities to counterattack amidst the chaos. The cacophony of fists and feet colliding resonated throughout the arena as the two youths engaged in an exceptionally fierce bout. Noen's relentless onslaught met with Trunks' defensive maneuvers, the match hanging in a delicate balance. Haha, this is exhilarating. Bring it on. Noen grew increasingly animated, seemingly unfazed by any hits he endured, his fighting spirit only intensifying. Conversely, Trunks inwardly lamented, realizing the overwhelming strength of his opponent, who appeared tireless. His arms felt numb from the impact. In the stands, Reina shouted with fervor, "Noen, to your left. Yes, strike him low. Beautiful." Vegeta's expression darkened. "Trunks, evade. Use energy blasts for distraction." Bulma sighed in exasperation. Honestly, Noka, observing his son's ferocious fighting style reminiscent of a wild beast, turned to Reina with a stoic face. "His combat style mirrors yours precisely." Reina proudly lifted her chin. "Of course, that is my son." Yet, Alicia expressed a hint of concern. Noen is too easily engrossed. He lacks an understanding of the overall situation. The cold voice of Android 18 pierced through. Does it truly matter? After all, Enon is tough as nails. In the arena, Trunks finally spotted an opening. Feigning a weakness, he lured Noen in, who charged at him with a fervent cry. Trunks swiftly gathered a minuscule energy blast and directed it towards Noen's face, aiming to obscure his vision. Noen reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly dodging, yet his momentum was disrupted. Seizing the moment, Trunks lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck Noen squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Noen grunted, bending slightly. Trunks felt a surge of triumph, convinced he had landed a decisive blow. However, to his astonishment, Noen abruptly raised his head, his expression not one of pain, but rather exuding exhilaration, even a hint of a sinister grin. "That hurt. Now it's my turn." Ignoring the discomfort, he grasped Trunks' punching arm and, with his other hand, locked around Trunks' waist. What?" Trunks exclaimed in shock, attempting to break free, only to discover Noen's grip was astonishingly powerful. "Here we go?" Noen bellowed, spinning Trunks around like a top before leveraging centrifugal force to hurl him towards the edge of the arena. Trunks found himself unable to control his body, exclaiming in surprise as he flew off the platform, landing beyond the boundary. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. This was a resounding triumph of sheer strength and willpower, equally inspiring. The announcer, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Out of bounds. Contestant Trunks has exited the arena. The winner is contestant Noen." "Yay, I've won." Noen stood upon the stage, disregarding the dust clinging to his body and the pain in his abdomen, raising his hands in jubilant celebration, exuding an air of unparalleled pride. Trunks, seated on the ground, watched the exuberant Noen with a clenched fist against the earth, feeling a surge of frustration. Yet he could not help but concede that this fellow was indeed a marvel. Noen leaped off the stage and dashed towards his siblings, his nose practically elevated to the heavens. Did you see that? I have triumphed. The final match is between me and brother Noxing. Prepare to be defeated by me. And Yaya, do you see how formidable I am? Noxing slowly opened his eyes, his starlight gaze calm and unperturbed as he regarded his excited younger brother, merely uttering a single phrase, regardless of victory or defeat. Do not drag me out for leisure during the next 2 months. His tone was cool, bordering on frigid. Noyo simply nodded slightly, her clear voice articulating, Congratulations, second brother. However, elder brother is quite displeased. She astutely pinpointed the emotions concealed beneath Noxing's composed exterior. Noen, undeterred, remained lost in the euphoria of his victory, eagerly anticipating the final match. The climactic showdown of the youth division would unfold between the composed and observant elder brother Noxing and the fiery and wild younger brother Noen. Chapter 142. The Decisive Battle of the Youth Division. The competition commences. The arena for the youth division finals had undergone a brief restoration, welcoming the final 2 contenders. On one side stood Noxing, tranquil and composed, his star-like eyes as deep and still as an ancient well, seemingly there merely to perform a routine calculation. On the other side, Noen, brimming with fervor, still adorned with the remnants of his previous battle, his dark eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, akin to a smoldering volcano. The host passionately introduced the 2 participants, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The final match. Begin. Brother, I want to show mercy like I did against Trunks. Noen bellowed, launching the first assault with unrestrained vigor. He surged forward like a cannonball, his fist coalescing with greater power than ever before. Noxing remained composed, choosing not to confront his brother's ferocious charge head-on. Just as Noen's fist was about to make contact, Noxing sidestepped with a deft pivot, his body narrowly evading the blow, while simultaneously extending his right hand like a sword, accurately targeting the opening revealed beneath Noen's ribs. If struck accurately, this could momentarily thwart Noen's breath and disrupt his movement. However, having faced Trunks, Noen seemed to have matured. He pressed forward with unabated momentum, suddenly twisting his waist to block with his other arm, deflecting Noxing's fingers with a sharp sound. Although his arm tingled from the impact, he maintained his forward drive, his other fist still aimed at Noxing. A flicker of surprise crossed Noxing's eyes, as he had not anticipated such swift reflexes from his brother. He immediately adapted, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Boom! A dull thud resonated. Noxing was propelled backward several meters by Noen's forceful punch, his feet leaving faint traces upon the arena floor. Haha, brother, your techniques are ineffective against me. Noen laughed triumphantly, his assault intensifying, fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Noxing ceased speaking, his expression sharpening with focus. He no longer relied solely on evasion and defense, beginning to weave in more counterattacks of his own. His movements remained precise and efficient. Each block, each dodge, and each strike were executed with impeccable timing, as if calculated with the utmost precision. The contrasting fighting styles of the 2 brothers were striking. Noen was a tempest of wild power, bold and imposing, while Noxing was a whirlpool of calm technique, employing softness to overcome strength, deftly turning the tide with minimal effort. On the arena, the sounds of explosions and collisions resonated, leaving the audience in a daze of excitement and awe. Noen is formidable, exclaimed Sun Wukong in surprise. Humph, merely brute force, Vegeta remarked, though his gaze remained fixed on Noxing. That large one has impressive technique, but sadly lacks in strength. Rina clenched her fists in anxiety, urging, Come on, Noen, strike him. Android 18 furrowed her brow slightly, observing, Noxing is being overly cautious. What is he testing? He is calculating Noen's limits and habits, Elia replied nonchalantly. It will soon come to a conclusion. As if to affirm Elia's words, the situation in the arena suddenly shifted. Frustrated by his inability to secure a victory, Noen unleashed another powerful punch aimed directly at Noxing's face, a habitual finishing move for him. This time, however, Noxing chose neither to block nor to evade entirely. With an exquisitely subtle angle, Noxing leaned back just enough for Noan's heavy punch to graze past his nose. Simultaneously, his left hand struck with the swiftness of a striking serpent, expertly grasping Noan's wrist and yanking it backward. Noan, having overcommit to his strike and leaning forward, was suddenly pulled off balance and propelled ahead uncontrollably. Noxing's right palm had long been poised, concentrating a vast amount of energy, and it silently pressed against Noan's abdomen. Ugh! Noan felt a concentrated force surge through him. It wasn't excruciating, yet it instantaneously dispersed his gathered strength, leaving him weak. In that moment of stiffness, Noxing's grip on his wrist tightened once more, and with a clever trip, Noan was lifted off the ground, soaring through a brief arc before crashing onto the ground outside the arena. The entire venue fell into silence. Noan lay on the ground, momentarily stunned. The announcer, after a 2-second pause, excitedly shouted, "Out of bounds. Noan has exited the ring. The victor is Noxing. Congratulations to him for winning the championship of this year's youth division of the martial arts tournament." Thunderous applause erupted. Noxing stood in the arena, breathing lightly, beads of sweat forming at his brow. He glanced down at his brother, his expression still calm, and merely stated, "Brute strength ultimately has its limits. Combat requires intellect." He tapped his head for emphasis. Noan rose, his face flushed with anger as he stomped his feet, exclaiming, "Ah, cunning. Brother, you are too crafty. I refuse to accept this. Next time, I will surely defeat you." Yet, he did not persist in his complaints. He merely expressed his discontent, acknowledging the outcome due to the inherent respect Saiyans have for strength. Noya approached and handed Noan a handkerchief, saying, "Second brother, wipe your face. It's all right, after all, you have never won." Her method of consolation remained rather biting. Thus, the competition of the youth division came to a close. Champion, Noxing. Runner-up, Noan. The third place, determined by the event, is awarded to Sun Wukong for his remarkable performance in the fierce battle for the championship. Trunks secures the fourth position. After a brief intermission and venue restoration, the adult group competition is about to commence, with an atmosphere thickening with anticipation. The staff brings forth the renowned power detector, which, despite being a mere prop for true warriors, remains a cherished tradition of the martial arts tournament. First to take the stage are Mr. Satan and his disciples, who strike various ostentatious poses in front of the detector. The readings evoke gasps of astonishment from the unsuspecting audience, and Mr. Satan basks in his pride. Subsequently, the warriors appear one after another. Krillin casually delivers a punch, causing the detector to explode with unprecedented readings, leaving the staff in stunned silence. Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu follow suit, each registering similarly extraordinary values, leading the audience from astonishment to numbness. When Piccolo steps up, he merely taps the device, resulting in a puff of smoke as the detector breaks down entirely, inciting a stir among the onlookers. As Sun Wukong's turn arrives, he grins and lightly taps the device with controlled force, which struggles to display an exceedingly high number before succumbing to failure. Vegeta snorts derisively, showing no interest in the contraption. Gohan adjusts his glasses and politely opts out of the test. Finally, it is Noka's turn. He approaches with measured steps and stands before the detector. Unlike Piccolo's imposing presence or Wukong's delicate control, he simply touches the sensor with his fingertip. The detector buzzes to life, its screen flickering with wildly escalating numbers that swiftly surpass the limits. Before anyone can react, a faint pop is heard from within, as if the energy overload is forcibly suppressed by an unseen force. The screen dims, failing completely without an explosion, a testament to his precise control. Observers, seasoned fighters, discern the underlying truth. Noka descends from the stage with an impassive expression, as if he has merely accomplished a trivial task. The detection phase concludes in an atmosphere of eerie tension, with everyone understanding that true strength cannot be measured by such machines. The drawing ceremony begins, and the matchups for the adult group are swiftly revealed, imbued with a sense of destiny and coincidence that heralds an upcoming competition sure to be groundbreaking. The highly anticipated drawing ceremony commences, with 16 names placed into a box to be randomly drawn by staff and inscribed onto a grand battle chart. The final match lineup is as follows. Upper bracket, Match 1. Sun Wukong versus an unfamiliar tall martial artist. Match 2. Krillin versus Yamcha. Match 3. Tien Shinhan versus Spopovich, who would later be controlled by Babidi. Match 4. Gohan versus Piccolo. Lower bracket, Match 5. Vegeta versus Yamo, Also under the control of Spopovich. Match 6. Kaiotsu vs. Videl. Match 7. Noka, a peculiar extraterrestrial covered in armor. Match 8. Mr. Satan, an unknown martial artist. Upon seeing this lineup, the audience buzzed with conversation. While the warriors exhibited various expressions, Sun Wukong glanced at his first opponent, scratching his head. Oh? A stranger. I hope he proves to be formidable. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged wry smiles, realizing they had indeed faced each other in the first round. Tien's three eyes fixated on his opponent Spopovich. His brow furrowed. This person's energy feels strange, chaotic, and ominous. Piccolo sensed a similar unsettling aura and whispered to Gohan, "Gohan, be cautious. The two individuals beside your father's opponent, Spopovich and Yamu, exude a wicked energy." Gohan adjusted his glasses, nodding gravely. "I feel it too. They are not ordinary martial artists." Vegeta regarded his opponent Yamu with utmost impatience. Another piece of trash. Kaiotsu, upon seeing his opponent, a classmate of Gohan's, the charming Videl, was momentarily flustered. Norka's gaze swept over the armored extraterrestrial, his expression unwavering, before briefly lingering on Spopovich and Yamu, a slight frown forming as he too sensed something amiss. Though he chose not to elaborate, Mr. Satan remained self-assured, believing he had drawn a favorable lot. Videl, clad in her martial arts uniform and sporting a ponytail, exuded a spirited demeanor. Upon noticing her opponent was the shorter Kaiotsu, she did not belittle him but instead performed a respectful martial salute, to which Kaiotsu hurriedly returned the gesture. "Dad, I will win the first match." Videl called out to Mr. Satan in the audience. "Haha, that is my good daughter. Show them the might of the Satan style." Mr. Satan responded with a hearty laugh. King Kai and his attendant, Jebet, concealed their auras and mingled with the crowd. Jebet spoke softly. "Lord King Kai, the two earthlings under the influence of dark magic have indeed appeared." King Kai's expression turned serious. "Indeed, but they are mere pawns. The real threat lies behind them, with potentially more terrifying entities drawn to this event. We require the strength of Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Noka." Noka seemed to sense something, casting a meaningful glance in King Kai's direction before quickly averting his gaze. The host excitedly announced, "The adult division of the World Martial Arts Tournament is now commencing. The first match features contestant Sun Wukong." Chapter 143, The Upper Brackets Final Four. Match 1. Sun Wukong. As the host's voice faded, Sun Wukong nimbly leaped onto the arena, offering a friendly smile to his opponent. A towering giant nearly 2.5 meters tall, with bulging muscles. The giant, gazing down at Wukong's diminutive stature, scoffed disdainfully, "Little fellow, it's not too late to concede. I might accidentally crush you." Wukong chuckled lightly. "No worries. Go ahead and unleash your attack." The match commenced. With a thunderous roar, the giant lunged at Wukong like a tank, his massive fist crashing down with the force of the wind, eliciting gasps from the audience. Yet, Wukong merely leapt back effortlessly, the giant's fist missing him entirely and landing heavily on the arena floor with a dull thud. "Too slow," Wukong remarked. Enraged and humiliated, the giant launched a series of furious strikes, punches and kicks that were nothing short of formidable, but he could not even graze Wukong's clothing. Wukong moved with ease, sidestepping at the last moment, narrowly avoiding each attack. "Curse you! Why do you keep dodging?" the giant bellowed, panting heavily. "Very well," Wukong replied, halting in his tracks, extending a single finger towards the charging giant. The giant poured all his strength into a punch aimed at Wukong's fingertip. Bang! The sound reverberated. The giant felt as if he had struck an immovable mountain. The tremendous recoil left his arm numb, causing him to stagger back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. Wukong retracted his finger, smiling. "Care for another round?" The giant, observing Wukong's nonchalance and glancing at his trembling arm, ultimately dejectedly shook his head. "I concede. And the winner is contestant Sun Wukong," the host announced. Though the audience had not witnessed a cataclysmic clash, they erupted into enthusiastic applause for the undeniable prowess displayed by Wukong. He effortlessly advanced, leaping off the stage, calling out to Vegeta, "Vegeta, I won. Wait for me." Vegeta snorted dismissively, "Just don't get eliminated before you face me, Kakarot." Match 2. Krillin vs. Yamcha. Two old friends stepped onto the arena, both wearing expressions of reluctant acceptance. "I never expected to face you in the first round, Krillin," Yamcha said with a wry smile. "Indeed, it seems one of us is destined to be eliminated here," Krillin replied, stroking his bald head. Once the match began, neither held back, both unleashing their true abilities. Although their strength was not among the elite warriors, they were still far beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. The spectacle featured energy waves colliding and flickering images of punches, captivating the audience with thrilling exchanges of offense and defense. Krillin, watch out. Spirit Bomb. Yamcha called forth his ultimate technique. Yash, Energy Blade. Krillin countered, carefully controlling the power and direction of his signature move. In the end, it was Krillin's greater experience, coupled with his unwavering commitment to training over the years, that gave him a slight edge. With a clever solar flare, he temporarily blinded Yamcha. Following this, he executed a precise hand strike to Yamcha's neck, rendering him momentarily dazed and pushing him out of the ring. And the winner is contestant Krillin, the host declared. Krillin promptly leaped off the stage to assist Yamcha. Are you all right, Yamcha? He inquired. Yamcha, rubbing his neck, replied with a hint of resignation. I'm fine, you formidable fellow. Keep pushing forward for us. I will. Krillin responded with a smile. In the third match, Tien Shinhan versus Spopovich. Tien approached the arena with a grave expression, while his opponent, Spopovich, exhibited a vacant gaze, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he lumbered onto the stage in a slow, stiff manner. The match commenced. Spopovich emitted a low, inhuman growl and charged at Tien with astonishing speed, completely defying the expectations set by his cumbersome physique. Tien, anticipating the assault, kept his three eyes fixed on Spopovich's movements, evading to the side while delivering a heavy punch to Spopovich's ribs. The impact resonated with a dull thud, akin to striking resilient leather. Spopovich merely swayed, seemingly impervious to pain, and retaliated by reaching for Tien. What? Tien gasped, swiftly retreating to create distance. It felt as though his punch had struck lifeless flesh devoid of sensation. Spopovich lunged once more, his attacks chaotic yet immensely powerful, disregarding his own defense in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. Something is amiss with this guy, remarked Piccolo from the stands, his voice low. Gohan could sense the malevolence radiating from Spopovich. Tien, pressured by the relentless onslaught, found himself retreating repeatedly, the arena becoming pockmarked from Spopovich's ferocious strikes. This cannot continue. Tien's gaze hardened as he resolved to unleash his true power. He soared into the air, channeling energy through his hands. New Ki Cannon. A formidable wave of energy descended, striking Spopovich with pinpoint accuracy. The arena trembled violently, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Yet, as the haze dissipated, Spopovich stood, tattered clothing and singed skin notwithstanding, still fixated on Tien with a sinister glint in his hollow eyes. How is this possible? Tien was taken aback. Although he had moderated his attack, it was still far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. At that moment of astonishment, Spopovich stomped the ground with tremendous force, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. Hurtling towards Tien, caught off guard, Tien could only hastily cross his arms for defense. The impact was colossal, sending Tien crashing back to the arena floor, creating fissures in the ground. Spopovich descended, advancing towards the incapacitated Tien, raising his foot as though to deliver a crushing blow. Stop! The referee exclaimed in alarm. In a critical moment, Tien suddenly opened his three eyes wide. DKB. He struck Spopovich's knee with precision. Spopovich staggered, his movements momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, Tien sprang up, gathering his remaining energy, executing a full-powered four-body punch to obscure Spopovich's vision, while delivering a devastating palm strike directly to Spopovich's chin. The sickening crack of bone echoed in the air. Spopovich's chin contorted at an odd angle, yet he merely shook it off, seemingly intent on launching an attack. At that moment, the referee and staff rushed forward to restrain him, declaring the match concluded. The victor, Tianjin Fan. The host's voice trembled slightly. The battle had been exceedingly bizarre and brutal. Breathing heavily, Tianjin Fan gazed at Spopovich, who was still being forcibly dragged away. His body continuing to twist in a strange manner, his brow furrowed in concern. His victory had been hard-won, and he felt profoundly unsettled. The audience sat in stunned silence, unnerved by the oddity of the contest. The Supreme Kai whispered, "Did you see that, Jebbit? Babiti's magic." Jebbit nodded. Indeed, Supreme Kai. They have been completely controlled, transformed into mere puppets driven solely by destruction. In the fourth match, Son Gohan versus Piccolo. Following the peculiarity of the previous bout, this master-apprentice duel appeared considerably more conventional. yet it remained captivating. Uncle Piccolo, I look forward to your guidance, Gohan declared, assuming his stance. Although clad in casual attire, his aura had shifted markedly. Unleash your full strength, Gohan. Let me witness your current prowess, Piccolo responded solemnly. The match commenced. Gohan launched the first attack, his speed astonishing as he closed the distance to Piccolo in an instant. Piccolo met him with composure, his green arms deftly blocking Gohan's every strike, producing a series of muffled thuds. Their movements were as swift as lightning, intertwining in the air and on the ground, energy radiating from their clash. Gohan's strength was evidently superior, yet Piccolo's battle experience and technique often allowed him to defuse Gohan's onslaught with minimal cost. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo seized an opportunity, sending forth a familiar wave of energy with both hands. Gohan did not evade. Instead, he countered with a golden Kamehameha wave, colliding with Piccolo's attack. Boom. The two energies exploded in the air, a dazzling display of light. Amidst the smoke, they engaged in close-quarters combat once more. Piccolo struck at Gohan's neck with a knife hand, but Gohan ducked, simultaneously landing a punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo deflected with his elbow, while his other hand aimed directly at Gohan's face. The mesmerizing exchange of offense and defense captivated the audience, resembling a true duel of elite warriors. Ultimately, Gohan's raw power prevailed. He feigned a weakness, enticing Piccolo to commit fully to his assault, then erupted with a more potent energy, swiftly maneuvering behind Piccolo, his finger charged with ki lightly pressing against Piccolo's back. Uncle Piccolo, you have lost, Gohan spoke softly. Piccolo's movements froze for a moment before he relaxed, emitting a low grunt. Umph. It seems your 7 years have not been entirely squandered. Well done, Gohan. A trace of unnoticeable pride tinged his tone. The victor, Son Gohan. The 4 finalists from the upper bracket were determined: Son Goku, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Son Gohan. The next round would feature Son Goku against Krillin, and Tianjin Fan facing Son Gohan. The intense competition reached a temporary pause as the matches in the lower bracket were about to commence. Chapter 144. The finalists of the lower bracket emerge. The Evil Tentacles. As the lower bracket matches began, the atmosphere in the audience, still tinged with the eeriness of Tianjin Fan's earlier bout, shifted subtly. However, as the competitors took the stage, enthusiasm flared once more. Match 5, Vegeta vs. Yam. Vegeta approached the expansive stone arena with his arms crossed, his demeanor exuding impatience and disdain. In stark contrast, his opponent Yam ascended the platform with vacant eyes and a peculiar, eerie smile reminiscent of Spopovich, taking measured steps. Observant individuals might notice that beneath his ample martial arts garb, he seemed to conceal something. The match commenced with the referee's announcement. Yam immediately launched an attack, his speed astonishing as he delivered a swift knife hand strike aimed at Vegeta's neck, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound. Vegeta, however, remained unfazed, barely shifting his posture, merely tilting his head slightly to evade the blow effortlessly. Boredom washed over him as he scoffed, seemingly lacking even the inclination to engage in combat. Undeterred by his initial failure, Yam refrained from pressing the assault. Instead, he seized the opportunity of proximity to deftly produce a peculiar device from his sleeve, a small, metallic contraption topped with a sharp needle. With remarkable swiftness, he thrust this instrument towards Vegeta's arm, his intent far from mere competition. He sought to fulfill Babbidi's command and siphon energy. Yet Vegeta's battle instincts were exceptionally keen. Although Yam's actions were abrupt, he responded with remarkable alacrity. Just as the needle was about to make contact, his left hand shot out like lightning, gripping Yam's wrist with precision, effectively halting his advance. Dirty rat. What do you intend to pierce me with? Vegeta's eyes turned icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him as he sensed the faint yet profoundly repugnant evil energy emanating from the device. Upon realizing his ambush had failed, Yam emitted a raspy, sinister chuckle from his throat. He transformed his other hand into a claw, lunging towards Vegeta's heart with reckless abandon, fully committed to a desperate assault. This provoked Vegeta's fury to a boiling point. Seeking death, are we? He exerted immense force upon Yam's wrist. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Yam's wrist was brutally crushed, the vile device tumbling to the ground. Remarkably, Yam exhibited no sign of pain. The onslaught from his remaining hand continued unabated. With no mercy left in his heart, Vegeta seized Yam's severed wrist, and yanked it forcefully towards himself, simultaneously delivering a knee strike to Yam's abdomen with the ferocity of a cannon. The resounding thud reverberated like the breaking of a sandbag, as Yam's body contorted violently, his eyes bulging as he expelled a torrent of foul, unidentifiable blood. Seizing the moment, Vegeta released his grip, executing a precise, clean knife-hand strike infused with formidable energy, striking Yam at the nape of his neck. Yam's movements abruptly ceased, the strange light in his eyes extinguished as he collapsed forward, face down, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, utterly unconscious, with the malevolent device rolling away to the side. The entire confrontation transpired in a flash, leaving most spectators bewildered, only witnessing Yam's uncanny fall. The referee stood momentarily stunned before hastening to assess the situation. Upon confirming Yam's inability to continue, he announced loudly, "The victor is contestant Vegeta." Without a glance at his fallen opponent or the sinister device, Vegeta disdainfully flicked his hand as if brushing off something unclean, his expression cold as he exited the arena. The unease in his heart deepened. This vile sensation was unmistakably foreign to Earth. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, exhaling in relief, were nevertheless filled with a sense of gravity. Fortunately, Mr. Vegeta was sufficiently powerful and vigilant, yet malevolence had already extended its tendrils. Match 6. Kaiatsu vs. Videl. The atmosphere of this bout returned to normalcy. Kaiatsu floated onto the stage, gazing nervously at the poised and spirited Videl across from him. Videl, exhibiting utmost seriousness, performed a standard martial arts bow. "I look forward to your guidance." As the match commenced, Videl took the initiative, showcasing her commendable fighting skills with agile movements and fierce offensives. Mr. Satan cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Kaiatsu, however, found himself somewhat flustered. He was not adept at engaging in combat with girls, preferring to utilize his flight technique to deftly evade, occasionally employing his psychic abilities to slightly disrupt Videl's balance. "Kamehameha!" Videl exclaimed, unleashing a faint yet palpable energy wave from her hands. Kaiatsu effortlessly waved his hand, dissipating her energy wave with a purer force. Realizing the disparity, Videl remained undeterred and attempted close combat once more, with no choice but to take the match more seriously. Kaiatsu swiftly maneuvered behind her and gently tapped her shoulder with a finger. Videl's body stiffened, and she froze momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Kaiatsu used his psychic power to lift her gently and send her out of the ring, promptly releasing her. Out of bounds. "The victor is Kaiatsu," announced the referee. As Videl landed, though defeated, she graciously acknowledged, "Thank you for your mercy." Kaiatsu, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "Not at all. You were formidable as well." Match 7. Noka vs. the armored alien. Noka calmly ascended to the ring, facing an imposing alien covered in dark green, tough exoskeleton, with bulging compound eyes and emitting hissing sounds. The match began. The armored alien immediately opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of highly corrosive purple slime. Noka shifted slightly, easily evading it. The slime splattered onto the ring floor, sizzling and creating a small pit. The alien charged forward, brandishing its scythe like forelimbs. Noka remained expressionless, even casting a glance at the Supreme Kai, who was quietly conversing with Arya in the audience. Just as the scythe-like limb was about to strike, Noka sprang into action. He stepped forward, aligning his right hand's index and middle fingers together, precisely targeting a minuscule gap at the joint of the armored alien's shell as it lunged. This seemingly understated action was imbued with a highly concentrated energy, akin to the sharpest surgical scalpel, precisely piercing the energy node. The alien's forward momentum abruptly halted, the light in its compound eyes dimming instantaneously, its raised forelimbs drooping weakly, and its massive body swayed before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Though the exterior of its shell appeared intact, the core had been shaken by that pinpoint strike. A swift defeat. "The victor is Noka." Noka calmly withdrew his hand and turned to exit the ring. His gaze met that of the Supreme Kai once more, and he gave a slight nod. Match 8. Mr. Satan vs. an unknown martial artist. This contest held no suspense. Mr. Satan effortlessly triumphed over his adversary with his flamboyant performance and dazzling techniques, garnering thunderous applause and successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. Thus, the 8 contenders in the lower bracket were determined: Vegeta, Dumplings, Noka, and Mr. Satan. The next round will feature Vegeta facing Dumplings and Noka competing against Mr. Satan. Chapter 145, Noka and Mr. Satan, the Kai Scheme. Following the conclusion of the first round in the lower bracket, the tournament entered a brief intermission as staff busily repaired the arena, which had sustained minor damage during the earlier battles. The competitors utilized the resting area to recalibrate their states, while the spectators animatedly discussed the thrilling matches they had just witnessed. In the exclusive viewing area of Starry Skies, King Kai Shin appeared quietly with Jebet. Mr. Noka. Miss Elia, I apologize for the intrusion. King Kai Shin's tone bore a subtle urgency. Noka turned, his dark eyes calmly regarding him. Elia stood beside Noka, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lord King Kai. Shin glanced at Jebet, who had erected a simple soundproof barrier. Taking a deep breath, Shin's expression grew grave as he spoke. Mr. Noka, Miss Elia, the situation is dire. I trust you have sensed the anomalies exhibited by those two Earth contestants. Noka nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. They are under the control of a dark sorcerer named Babidi, Shin stated solemnly. Babidi's objective is to harness the energy from the gathering of the world's strongest fighters at this tournament to resurrect an ancient and terrifying creature, Majin Buu. Should Buu be revived, the entire universe will face the threat of annihilation. He elaborated on the plan. We believe Babidi will undoubtedly dispatch more individuals or control additional contestants, employing that peculiar device to siphon energy. Jebet and I propose that Mr. Noka, or perhaps during the forthcoming matches, you could intentionally allow them to absorb a portion of energy, while we discreetly track them to uncover Babidi's hideout and thwart him before he can resurrect Buu. This plan was audacious and perilous. Upon concluding his explanation, King Kai Shin looked expectantly at Noka and then glanced at Elia. Recognizing Noka's vital combat prowess and Elia's critical intelligence network and judgment, Elia's star-like eyes flickered with streams of data. She did not respond directly to King Kai Shin, but instead gazed at Noka with gentle, yet resolute determination, softly stating, I will follow Noka's lead. Her stance was unequivocal, with all decisions resting upon Noka's judgment. Noka remained silent for a few moments, his dark eyes revealing no emotion. Then he slowly shook his head, speaking with clarity and conviction, I must reject this plan. King Kai Shin was taken aback. Why? This is the fastest way to locate Babidi. Noka calmly assessed the situation, his tone leaving no room for debate. Firstly, the risk is too great. You are more aware than I of the terror that is Majin Buu. Deliberately allowing them to absorb energy is akin to playing with fire. If we fail to maintain control, or if our opponents have contingencies, leading to an energy surge that fully awakens that monster prematurely, who will bear the responsibility? We may not be averting a crisis, but rather hastening its arrival. Secondly, tracking is not the only option, nor is it the most optimal one. To locate Babidi, one need not engage in such perilous endeavors. He cast a glance at his companion, Alia. Whether through magical exploration of the fragmented memories of the two controlled beings, or by utilizing the information network of the stellar beacon to trace the source of that malevolent energy. Both methods would prove far more secure and reliable than allowing the adversary to siphon energy. Thirdly, Noka's gaze swept over the arena under repair. Based on Babidi's stealthy modus operandi, it was evident that if he intended to absorb energy, his target would undoubtedly be the strongest contender. With the competition still at its midpoint and the champion yet to be determined, their current actions would bear little significance, with a higher likelihood of alerting the enemy. It was probable they would wait until the finals, or at least until the semi-finals when their target would be clearer before taking action. He ultimately concluded, thus, at this juncture, remaining inactive, observing the developments, and savoring the competition is the wisest course of action. When the opportune moment arises, they will inevitably reveal their true intentions. Noka's reasoning was lucid and comprehensive, each statement incisively addressing the vulnerabilities and risks inherent in the Supreme Kai's plan. Upon hearing Noka's analysis, Supreme Kai Shin fell into contemplation. He had to concede that Noka's insights held merit. Indeed, his strategy was fraught with idealism and uncertainty, laden with risk. Particularly, Noka's mention of Alia's capability to locate Babidi through alternative means significantly unsettled him. He was already well aware of Alia's reputation within the interstellar trading community and intelligence network. Jebet seemed poised to counter, but was silenced by a glance from the Supreme Kai. After a prolonged silence, Shin sighed and nodded. You are correct, Mr. Noka. I have been overly eager, underestimating the risks associated with the awakening of Majin Buu, as well as the formidable capabilities you possess. Let us proceed as you suggest. We shall remain patient and await a more advantageous moment. At that time, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Certainly, Noka succinctly acquiesced. After exchanging formalities, the Supreme Kai and Jebit departed discreetly. As the intermission concluded, the host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Thank you for your patience. The quarterfinals of the adult division of the World Martial Arts Tournament are now commencing. The first match will be from the upper bracket. Match 1, Son Goku vs. Krillin. The outcome of this contest was devoid of suspense. Although Krillin exerted every ounce of effort, even skillfully employing the afterimage technique and solar flare, he ultimately fell victim to the overwhelming disparity in power, with Son Goku effortlessly seizing the opportunity to push him off the stage with a gentle Kamehameha wave. The victor is contestant Son Goku. Krillin chuckled ruefully in defeat. I knew I couldn't surpass you, Goku. Goku smiled as he helped him to his feet. You were incredible. Krillin. Match 2. Tien Shinhan vs. Son Gohan. This duel between master and disciple was equally thrilling. Tien's 3 eyes and extensive experience posed considerable challenges for Gohan, with the pressure of the new Kamehameha remaining formidable. Nevertheless, Gohan's foundational strength ultimately prevailed. After acclimating to Tien's offensive tactics, he gradually regained his composure, culminating in a swift and elegant special beam cannon, weakened version, that compelled Tien to defend with all his might, before utilizing his finesse to send Tien out of the ring. The victor is contestant Son Gohan. Despite Tianjin fans' defeat, there was a sense of solace. Gohan. It seems you have not entirely let go. Very well. Gohan humbly replied. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Tianjin fan. The upper bracket semifinals will witness the clash between Son Wukong and Son Gohan, a father-son duel. Next comes the fourth match of the lower bracket quarterfinals. The third bout features Vegeta against Chaozi, a contest devoid of suspense. Chaozi attempted to disrupt with his psychic abilities. Yet in the face of Vegeta's formidable aura and indomitable spirit, it proved utterly ineffective. Vegeta remained stationary, casually releasing a diminutive energy sphere that precisely struck the ground before Chaozi, sending him soaring off the stage in a blast of energy. The victor is Vegeta. He descended the platform with an impassive expression. The fourth match features Noka against Mr. Satan. The atmosphere for the final bout of the lower bracket quarterfinals is electric. On one side stands the enigmatic and powerful extraterrestrial warrior Noka, while on the other is Earth's beloved champion, Mr. Satan. However, in the preparation area, the ambience is starkly different. Mr. Satan hides in his exclusive lounge, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he fervently dabs at his perspiration with a handkerchief. Through the television screen, he vividly recalled how Noka effortlessly dispatched that fearsome armored alien, as well as how brutally Vegeta eliminated his now eccentric disciple, Yamcha. What a joke. Mr. Satan's voice trembled. That Noka is nothing short of a monster. How could I possibly defeat him? I would be killed. Surely. He was on the verge of tears, thinking that a mere twitch of that guy's finger could puncture the stage. My undefeated legacy will come to an end today. I might even lose my life. He paced anxiously in the lounge, his mind racing with thoughts of feigning illness, pretending to be injured, or even outright fleeing, but he dismissed each one. The area outside was filled with reporters and fans. Such actions would obliterate the image he had painstakingly built. What to do? What to do? He felt as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. Just then, a staff member knocked on the door. Mr. Satan. It is time for you and Noka to take the stage. Mr. Satan's face turned ashen. Chapter 146. The Father-Son Battle. On the platform, the host had fervently introduced both contenders. Mr. Satan, steeling himself, forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He ascended the stage on trembling legs, mechanically waving to the audience, eliciting cheers from his fan club. However, his gaze flickered, unable to meet the spot where Noka was supposed to stand. Where's Noka? The host, noticing Norka's absence, urged once more. Please, Noka, make your entrance. The audience began to stir, and the warriors exchanged puzzled glances. In the viewing area of the starry sky, Elia rose gracefully, her voice resonating through the venue with clarity and warmth, enhanced by a sound amplification technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. Noka has experienced a sudden bout of discomfort and will regrettably be unable to participate in this match. He has entrusted me to convey his sincerest apologies to the event organizers and his esteemed opponent, Mr. Satan. Discomfort? Everyone was taken aback. Could a formidable warrior capable of vanquishing extraterrestrial monstrosities suddenly fall ill? The most astonished among them was none other than Satan himself. He abruptly lifted his head, and the rigid smile on his face transformed into one of genuine ecstasy, a profound sense of happiness from surviving a calamity nearly causing him to faint. Yet, he swiftly regained control over his expression, donning a haughty demeanor that conveyed both arrogance and an air of good fortune. Clearing his throat before addressing the microphone handed to him by the host with a booming voice. "Ha! What a pity. I have long heard of the illustrious Mr. Noka. Alas, we cannot spar today. I hope Mr. Noka recovers swiftly so we may compete." His words flowed effortlessly, as if the reality were indeed as he claimed, and he once again raised his arms in triumph to bask in the adulation. After further deliberation, the judges and organizers announced, due to Mr. Noka's forfeit, the victor of this match is Mr. Satan. Satan, Satan, Satan. The cheers from the fan base resonated through the heavens. On the Warriors' side, their expressions were nothing short of remarkable. "Clin, this is unbelievable. Yamucha, is it really possible?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Noka is sick? That doesn't seem right." Vegeta's face darkened ominously, his piercing gaze sweeping across the arena, ultimately fixating on an inconspicuous corner of the stands. His instincts warned him that a familiar and powerful energy remained steadfast there, showing no signs of discomfort or departure from the venue. "Humph, a feeble excuse. What is that fellow up to?" he muttered under his breath, finding it utterly incomprehensible that Noka would forego the opportunity to face him for such a ruse. In that unremarkable shadowed corner of the stands stood Noka, calm and composed. With black hair and eyes, his aura perfectly restrained, as if he had melded with the shadows. He observed the jubilant Satan atop the stage with an unflinching gaze, then scanned the area where the warriors stood, finally directing his attention to certain dim corners of the audience, as if awaiting something. His absence was not due to the reasons he had divulged, but rather stemmed from deeper intentions. He had rejected the plans of the Kaioshin, yet he maintained his own rhythm and judgment. Thus, Mr. Satan advanced to the semifinals with an almost unbelievable stroke of luck, without a single blow exchanged. The list of the top 4 finalists for the World Martial Arts Tournament was officially declared. Upper bracket, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan. Lower bracket, Vegeta, Mr. Satan. The atmosphere of the World Martial Arts Tournament reached an exhilarating crescendo. In the upper bracket finals, Sun Wukong faced off against Sun Gohan, a father-son duel that captivated everyone's attention. They ascended to the expansive arena together, standing face to face. "Gohan, let me see if you've been slacking off these past 7 years." Sun Wukong's face bore an excited smile, yet his eyes had sharpened, and his aura began to swell. "Dad, I will give it my all." Sun Gohan took a deep breath, removing his glasses and handing them to Piccolo below. His gaze solidified with determination, and a gentle disposition was replaced by an inner intensity. A powerful aura naturally emanated from him. Without the need for further words, both unleashed their energies in unison. Boom, boom. 2 brilliant golden flames surged skyward, enveloping the father and son in a radiance so intense that their hair transformed into dazzling gold. Their eyebrows vanished, and within their emerald eyes burned the fervor of battle, while fine blue arcs of electricity danced around them. Super Saiyan 2. The duo immediately unleashed their ultimate forms without reservation. A powerful aura swept across the arena, overwhelming ordinary spectators with its sheer force, leaving them gasping for breath as the arena floor trembled slightly. Indeed, these 2 warriors, Vegeta, seated with arms crossed in the stands, wore a serious expression, though a hint of excitement curled at the corners of his mouth. This Kakarot, his energy more refined than 7 years ago. Gohan, that little rascal, though he had lost some skill, his foundation remained intact. "Wow, Goku and Gohan are incredible," Krillin exclaimed in awe. "Such astounding power." Tien's 3 eyes were fixed intently on the stage. Meanwhile, in a dark base far from the arena, a magical crystal ball displayed the unfolding spectacle with crystal clarity, the immense golden energies causing the orb to tremble slightly. "Waha!" The sorcerer Babidi danced with delight, his shrill voice echoing throughout the base. "Powerful, so powerful. The energy of these 2 Saiyans is an unparalleled feast." "Spopovich, Yamo, did you see that? If we absorb their energy, especially that of the father, It will be absolutely sufficient to perfectly resurrect Majin Buu. Wahaha. Under the control of dark magic, Spopovich and Yama stood like puppets, emitting meaningless grunts as if responding to their master's exhilaration. Patience, just a little more patience. Babidi greedily fixated on the crystal ball. When they are battered and exhausted from their clashes, that will be the prime moment to absorb their energy. At that time, you two useless fools must seize the opportunity to insert the device into Goku's body. On the arena, the battle had commenced. Goku launched the first strike, his figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing at Gohan's left side, delivering a sharp knife hand strike. Gohan reacted with lightning speed, raising his arm to block while simultaneously sweeping his right leg towards Goku's lower body. Bang, bang, bang. The movements of the father and son were as swift as lightning, each collision erupting with astonishing sound and shockwaves, golden afterimages intertwining and colliding in the air. The pure melee combat had escalated to a pace too rapid for the naked eye to capture. Kamehameha. Goku leaped back to create distance, his hands coalescing a massive blue energy sphere. I'll join in. Kamehameha. Gohan, undeterred, summoned his family's signature technique as well. Boom. The two enormous torrents of blue energy collided, producing a deafening roar as intertwining energies erupted in blinding white light, causing the entire arena to shake violently, emitting a strained hum. After a brief standoff, the Kamehameha waves simultaneously dissipated, triggering a fierce explosion and a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Goku's figure surged forth like a specter, landing a punch that sent Gohan staggering back several steps. Gohan, focus your attention during battle. The flow of your energy must not falter. Goku admonished, his offensive relentless. Yes, Dad. Gohan steadied his stance, his gaze intensifying as he began to anticipate his father's oncoming attacks. The battle escalated, the two combatants soaring from the ground into the air, energy blasts erupting all around them, and the hand-to-hand combat becoming ferociously intense. With his more extensive experience and solid foundation, Son Goku gradually gained the upper hand, his attacks becoming increasingly unpredictable, often catching his opponent off guard. Gohan, your strength remains, yet it is unrefined by real combat. With a powerful punch, Goku sent Gohan hurtling towards the ground. In midair, Gohan adeptly flipped, landing firmly on his feet to regain his balance, then suddenly stomped down, launching himself skyward once more, his fists glowing with radiant energy. I understand. That is precisely why I must battle you, father. Vegeta, observing the fray, scoffed disdainfully. Humph, Kakarot. He could have ended this fight swiftly, yet he chooses to lecture. This brat possesses talent but fails to wield it effectively. What a waste. Ultimately, during a rapid exchange of offense and defense, Goku seized upon a minuscule opening in Gohan's movements, a fleeting moment of stillness amidst his high-speed maneuvers. For a warrior of Goku's caliber, this was sufficient. He appeared beside Gohan as if teleporting, delivering a precise chop to the side of Gohan's neck while deftly tripping him. Gohan felt a sudden force destabilizing him, and he was unceremoniously thrown out of the ring by his father. He attempted to stabilize himself with his flight technique, but discovered that the impact from Goku's earlier strike had momentarily disrupted his energy, preventing him from adjusting swiftly. Thud! Gohan landed outside the ring. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. The announcer, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Out of bounds. Contestant Gohan has exited the ring. The victor is contestant Son Goku. Congratulations to Son Goku for advancing to the finals." Goku descended onto the stage, his aura dissipating as he returned to his normal state, extending a hand towards Gohan with a smile. Well fought, Gohan. That last hit was quite painful. Gohan grasped his father's hand to rise, and though he had lost, a look of fulfillment and admiration graced his face. You are still stronger, father. I accept my defeat with respect. Chapter 147, The Blundering Babidi. Approaching warriors. With the upper bracket finals concluded, Son Goku and Gohan exchanged smiles and leaped off the stage, reveling in the crowd's cheers. The announcer, filled with fervor, began introducing the next match, also the lower bracket finals. Next, we have the ultimate showdown of the lower bracket. The effortlessly advancing contestant, Vegeta, will face our world champion, Mr. Satan. Impatient, Vegeta let out a disdainful huff and leapt onto the stage, arms crossed, glaring at the comically poised Satan as if he were mere refuse. Under Vegeta's cold, menacing gaze, Satan's momentary courage deflated, his movements becoming stiff, and the forced smile on his face more grotesque than a grimace. The audience's cheers waned slightly due to the bizarre tension hanging in the air, just as the referee inhaled deeply, preparing to declare the match's commencement. An unexpected turn of events transpired. Two shadowy figures surged forth from the corner of the audience, moving with an almost imperceptible speed, akin to arrows released from a bow, targeting the recently departed Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, who were engaged in conversation with Krillin and others. These figures were none other than Spopovich and Yam. Forcibly compelled to unleash their latent powers by Babidi, much like puppets on strings. Grasping a sinister energy absorption device, the sharp needles glimmered ominously, intent on siphoning the vast, vibrant energy that still surged within Sun Wukong following his recent battle. What? Be careful, Wukong! The warriors exclaimed, but the event unfolded with startling suddenness and proximity. As the device was poised to pierce Wukong, in that critical moment, a soft yet distinct sound of spatial distortion resonated twice, almost simultaneously. Just as Spopovich and Yam were about to make contact with Wukong, the fabric of space before them rippled like water, and the figure of Noka materialized, appearing like a specter, precisely seizing their wrists that clutched the device. Time seemed to momentarily freeze. Noka, with his black hair and dark eyes, exhibited an icy demeanor, scarcely casting a glance at Wukong behind him. With a slight exertion of his hands, a sickening crack echoed as he effortlessly crushed their wrists, causing the malevolent device to fall away. Immediately thereafter, a faint glimmer of magical light flickered in Norka's eyes as he locked his gaze onto the vacant stares of Spopovich and Yam, his magic piercing their controlled minds like a blade, forcibly extracting fragmented memories. Meanwhile, Babidi, observing this scene through a magical crystal ball from his distant base, felt an overwhelming dread wash over him, especially when Norka's cold gaze seemed to penetrate space and fixate upon him. No. Impossible. How can he be so fast? Detonate. I cannot allow him to find me. He frantically urged the remote control magic into action. Spopovich and Yam's bodies abruptly stiffened, a final eerie red glow flashing in their eyes as they swelled like inflating balloons, their skin radiating a perilous energy glow. They were about to self-destruct. Humph, Norka scoffed, seemingly having anticipated this. He did not release his grip. Instead, maintaining his hold on them, he swept his hands forward. With a tearing sound, a vast rift in space tore open before him, revealing a dazzling and frigid expanse of endless stars. Without hesitation, Norka hurled the two imminent human bombs into the rift. The fissure closed instantaneously, almost at the moment the rift sealed, even from a great distance. Everyone could feel a subtle tremor and a silent explosion reverberating from the depths of the cosmos, followed by a complete obliteration into silence. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. From Norka's appearance to the resolution of the crisis, it spanned scarcely 2 or 3 seconds. The majority of the audience remained bewildered, having not yet comprehended the unfolding events, only witnessing Norka's sudden arrival and the subsequent disappearance of two figures. On the arena, Vegeta lowered his crossed arms, his expression gravely serious. Mr. Satan had already collapsed in terror on the ground. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan adopted a defensive stance, their expressions solemn. Krillin remained shaken, still reeling from the recent turmoil. Noka turned around, gazing at Goku and the others, succinctly explaining, Babidi controls puppets, siphons energy, and resurrects Majin Buu. I have already discerned his location. At that moment, Kaioshin Shin and Kibito appeared instantaneously, their expressions laden with urgency. Mr. Noka, that was... Yes, Babidi is cornered, Noka nodded, indicating that the entrance to his spaceship lay in the outskirts of West City. Kaioshin immediately turned to Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and the others, earnestly and urgently imploring, everyone, the situation is dire. Babidi's scheme must be thwarted. Majin Buu must not be resurrected. Please lend me your strength and head to Babidi's spacecraft at once. Majin Buu? Is he formidable? Goku's eyes lit up, instantly casting aside the earlier ambush. Finally, a worthy adversary. It would be good to warm up before facing Kakarot. Vegeta also leaped down from the arena, brimming with fighting spirit. Gohan nodded gravely. Of course we will go. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and others promptly expressed their intent to join as well. We must not delay. Let us set off immediately, Kaioshin declared. Wait. Dad, I want to go too. Norn, seeing the commotion, excitedly attempted to rush forward, only to be seized by Reina. "I want to help Gohan," shouted Goten. "And me?" Trunks chimed in, eager to join. Noka furrowed his brow, casting a stern glance at Norn. "Nonsense. This is not a game. Return at once." He then instructed Reina, Elia, and Android 18, "Reina, Elia, take all the children back to the Starry Sanctuary. Without my permission, they are not to wander. Especially Norn, he is grounded." Why? Dad, I'm strong," Norn protested, struggling against the constraint. Reina, exasperated, hoisted him over her shoulder. "Behave, kid. Don't add to your father's troubles." Elia restrained the somewhat reluctant Noxing and Noya, while Android 18 shook her head at Goten and Trunks, her gaze leaving no room for argument. Goku observed this scene, scratching his head with a chuckle. "Noka, there's no need to be so tense. The kids are quite capable." Noka cast a sidelong glance at Goku, his tone tinged with rare exasperation. "Goku, you have yet to witness Norn's mischief, capable of igniting the backup power furnace of the Starry Sanctuary as if it were fireworks. It is safest to keep him inside." The others suddenly found themselves understanding Noka's concerns. Without further delay, guided by Kaioshin, Kibito utilized instant transmission, whisking Noka, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and the others away in a cascade of light, vanishing from the bustling yet bewildered scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament, heading straight for the entrance of Babbidi's spacecraft. All that remained were the bewildered Satan, the astonished referee, and the audience, left in shock at the abrupt interruption of the tournament. Chapter 148, Annihilating Dabura. In the desolate mountains outside West City, a bizarrely shaped spacecraft entrance, resembling two enormous eggs embedded in the ground, stood ominously, exuding a sinister aura. Before the entrance stood a solitary figure. He stood tall, his skin a shade of dark pink, adorned with two short horns atop his head, and his gaze exuded a fierce menace, emanating an aura of formidable and malevolent power. This was none other than Dabura, the loyal subordinate of Babidi, and the former king of the demon realm. The Supreme Kai, alongside Jebet, Noka, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, instantaneously teleported to this location. Upon sensing the unabashedly sinister aura of Dabura, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted, instinctively urging everyone to proceed with caution and observe first. However, Vegeta stepped forward, arms crossed, surveying Dabura with scornful disdain, and sneered, "Humph, is this the best Babidi could send to greet us? Are you here to meet your demise?" Dabura displayed no surprise at their arrival. Instead, a cruel smile crept across his face as he spoke in a deep, self-assured tone. "The Supreme Kai and a group of oblivious Saiyans. Lord Babidi anticipated your arrival. I alone am more than sufficient to deal with you." Noka paid no heed to their verbal sparring. His gaze swept over Dabura before shifting to the seemingly bottomless entrance of the spaceship, his brow slightly furrowing. He raised his hand, utilizing the magical communication device, the starlight of the cosmos, to quickly inquire in a hushed tone, "Elia, analyze the target's energy response and the structure of the spaceship below. If a battle erupts here, will the energy fluctuations permeate and be absorbed by Majin Buu's eggs?" In an instant, Elia's cool and efficient voice resonated in Noka's mind through telepathy. "Energy scan complete. The target's individual energy level is approximately 30 billion units. Multiple energy isolation barriers are present in the spaceship's exterior and interior, constructed by Babbidi's magic. The likelihood of energy dissipated from external combat being absorbed is less than 0.73. Recommendation: engage swiftly to avoid unforeseen energy accumulation effects from prolonged battle." With this affirmation, Noka's gaze sharpened. Just as Dabura prepared to continue his taunts, Vegeta, unable to restrain his desire to strike first, made a move. Suddenly, an unimaginable torrent of terrifying energy erupted from within Noka. The golden aura blazed like the sun, enveloping him in an instant. His hair transformed into a splendid golden hue, standing erect, while his eyebrows vanished, and his icy green eyes radiated an unyielding ruthlessness. With blue arcs of electricity dancing around him, even more densely than those of Goku and Gohan, ferocious. Super Saiyan 2, at full power. A battle strength soaring to 200 billion was unabashedly unveiled. The overwhelming pressure instantly cracked and sank the ground beneath him, and the malicious grin on Dabura's face froze. Shifting to sheer horror and disbelief, what? This energy? Impossible. He barely had time to react. Noka's figure vanished as if teleporting, only to reappear before Dabura in the blink of an eye. His right index finger pointed, a highly compressed energy sphere, no larger than a ping-pong ball, yet brimming with destructive energy, had already coalesced. With a soft pop, the minuscule yet potent energy orb penetrated Dabura's forehead, emerging through the back of his skull, leaving a trail of faint smoke in its wake. Dabura's movements were abruptly frozen, the astonishment in his eyes swiftly dimmed. His body swayed slightly before toppling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The former king of the demon realm was utterly vanquished without even managing to unleash a single attack. The entire sequence unfolded with breathless rapidity. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in awe. Wow. Noka, you are truly remarkable. Son Gohan also wore an expression of shock. Vegeta's pupils abruptly contracted, disbelief flickered across his face. But it was soon replaced by an intense fervor for battle and exhilaration. Good. Very good. Noka, you indeed possess such formidable power hidden within. This is exciting. Once we deal with that creature inside named Bu, I, Vegeta, shall personally defeat you. His voice brimmed with the ecstasy of encountering a formidable foe and absolute confidence. As if the power Noka displayed was not a threat, but rather a bespoke invitation to the most thrilling challenge. Piccolo and Krillin were left speechless, simultaneously feeling at a loss for words at Vegeta's unadulterated zeal for combat. The Supreme Kai, still in shock, quickly interjected. Mr. Noka, please exercise caution. Do not use powerful techniques that might damage the interior of the spaceship. Majin Buu's egg is inside. If the shell is broken, it could be prematurely released. Noka's aura retracted, returning to its normal state, and he nodded slightly. I understand the gravity of the situation. Although Vegeta was brimming with combat fervor, he recognized the importance of the matter at hand. He suppressed his impulse to engage Noka immediately and, crossing his arms in impatience, remarked, "Umph, such troublesome rules. Very well. Let that monster named Bu inside linger a while longer. Let us proceed." Despite his complaints, the excitement in his eyes had not waned, clearly indicating his anticipation for the forthcoming confrontation with Noka. "Let us go," Noka said, no longer glancing at Dabura's lifeless body. And he stepped toward the deep entrance of the spaceship. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others promptly followed, with the Supreme Kai and Jebbet trailing closely behind. Within the eerie and shadowy corridors of the spaceship, the Supreme Kai nervously cautioned everyone. Be careful, everyone. Babbidi's spaceship is filled with traps and warriors under his magical control. Each level may hold. Before he could finish, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Noka, still maintaining their Super Saiyan 2 forms, their golden auras illuminating the surrounding darkness, came to a simultaneous halt. Ahead lay a relatively spacious chamber, where a tall, lanky, and comically odd creature stood in their path, one of Babbidi's subordinates, Pui Pui. Welcome. This is the first level. Lord Babidi resides on the final level, and to reach him, you must defeat the guardians of each level. And in this level, your opponent is me. Pui Pui struck a pose he deemed impressive, arrogantly proclaiming. Noka's gaze was indifferent. He couldn't be bothered to engage in conversation. He raised his hand, energy coalescing at his fingertips, prepared to dispatch this bothersome creature as he had with Dabura. Wait, Noka. Sun Wukong suddenly interjected, blocking his path with an eager smile on his face. This guy looks like he could be quite entertaining. Let us have some fun. It would be dull if you did all the fighting. Though Vegeta was displeased with Kakarot's meddling, he could not help but find the sight of Pei Pei's foolishness somewhat amusing. He crossed his arms and scoffed. Humph, such insignificant beings are hardly worth the exertion. Noka glanced at Goku and then at Pei Pei, seemingly in agreement, as his formidable aura slightly receded, yet he remained in his Super Saiyan 2 form as a precaution. Who will go first? Asked Gohan. Goku, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suddenly proposed, old tradition. Rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Vegeta's forehead twitched in irritation. Kakarot, you fool. What time do you think this is to be playing such games? All right. Gohan eagerly extended his hand. Noka, after a moment of silence, slowly followed suit. The Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito observed the 4 Super Saiyans seriously engaged in their game of rock, paper, scissors, nearly astonished. Was the atmosphere truly so absurd? This was, after all, within the lair of a Dark Lord. Pei Pei, watching in disbelief, felt utterly insulted. You insolent fools. How dare you belittle me, the great Pei Pei? Ultimately, the first round was won by Vegeta. Humph. Although he found the method utterly ridiculous, the outcome pleased him. He stepped forward and beckoned Pei with a finger. Wretched fool, come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 149, Overcoming Challenges. How dare you underestimate me? Die? Pei roared in fury, unleashing a powerful shockwave akin to a cannonball aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta remained motionless, casually waving his hand. Smack! The shockwave dissipated as if it had struck a metal plate, vanishing without a trace. What? Pei exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a simulated extraterrestrial environment with a dark purple sky and desolate terrain, the gravity seemingly different from that of Earth. Babiti's voice echoed, Hey Pei, this is the environment of your home planet. Kill them here. Do you hear me? As you command, Lord Babidi. Pei stood at attention. Humph, such theatrics. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. The gravity of my home planet is 10 times that of Earth. Prepare to perish. What? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted. 10 times gravity? It may not affect us much, but for Earthlings. Goku jumped and scratched his head. Really? I don't feel anything. Vegeta crossed his arms. Humph, how dull. Gohan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it doesn't seem to impact us. Noka maintained a stoic expression, as if he had not heard this unfavorable condition at all. Seeing their lack of reaction, Pei was momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. How dare you underestimate me? Die? Pei charged at Vegeta with all his might. His fist raised high, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Bang! Vegeta effortlessly blocked the punch with a finger, gazing at him with a look of incredulity. 10 times gravity? So what? Such a level is hardly enough to warm us Saiyans up. He twisted his neck as Vegeta approached Pei, his tone dripping with disdain. You are not even worthy of dying at my hands. Pei, intimidated by Vegeta's imposing presence, stumbled backward, exclaiming, Don't come any closer. My speed here is unparalleled. With that, he utilized his familiarity with the environment to move swiftly, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Vegeta stood still, not even blinking, casually extending his hand to precisely grip Pei's neck as he darted by, lifting him effortlessly. Let go of me. Pei struggled in vain. Boring, Vegeta remarked, applying slight pressure. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Pei's head lolled to the side, lifeless in an instant. Vegeta discarded him onto the ground like refuse. Let us proceed to the next level, he said, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. As the group entered the second level, they were enveloped in an eerie darkness, illuminated only by faint glimmers of light, with the air thick with a foul, beastly stench. It's so dark, Goku remarked. The Supreme Kai immediately cautioned, everyone, be careful. The guardian of this level is the beast Yego. It thrives in darkness and feeds on light. Do not unleash your energy blasts recklessly. No sooner had he spoken than a massive, grotesque creature lunged from the shadows. With razor-sharp claws and a gaping maw, it sped toward Goku, who stood at the forefront. Reacting instinctively, Goku threw a punch, only to feel as if a portion of his energy had been siphoned away. Yego seized the opportunity to bite at Goku's fist. Mr. Goku, be careful, the Supreme Kai shouted. Goku swiftly retracted his hand, astonished. Wow, it's actually consuming my energy. After devouring a small amount of Goku's energy, Yego seemed to swell in size, becoming even more ferocious. Humph, feeding on energy? Vegeta scoffed, gathering an energy sphere in his hand. Then let it feast. He prepared to hurl it. Wait, Vegeta, the Supreme Kai urgently interjected. If it consumes that energy, it will grow larger and stronger. We cannot feed it. Yego continued to launch surprise attacks from the darkness, utilizing its environmental advantage to ambush the energy released by the group. Gohan attempted to illuminate the surroundings and attack with energy blasts, inadvertently strengthening Yego further, leaving the situation precarious. What a nuisance, Noka frowned, seemingly contemplating a precise strike to resolve the matter. Wait, Noka, allow me, Goku exclaimed excitedly. If it enjoys energy, then I shall satiate its hunger. With that, Goku not only refrained from suppressing his energy, but transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura erupted instantaneously, illuminating the darkness like a beacon, revealing Yego's figure in the radiant light. Yego, enticed by the vast and pure energy, emitted a greedy roar and lunged for Goku, opening its enormous mouth to voraciously consume the golden flames. Goku, stop! It will drain you dry, the Supreme Kai urged frantically. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Noka crossed their arms. watching the unfolding spectacle with amusement. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Humph. That fool Kakarot must be up to some trick again. Goku, allowing Jaeger to siphon off his energy, even intentionally increased his output, a scheming smile gracing his face. Go ahead, consume as much as you can. This is the energy of a Super Saiyan. Jaeger's body expanded at a visible rate, growing larger and larger until it nearly filled the vast space. The energy it absorbed had far exceeded its limits. Finally, with a resounding bang, Jaeger's body could no longer withstand the enormous energy, exploding like an overinflated balloon. Debris and slime splattered everywhere. As the light faded, Goku reverted to his normal form, clapping his hands and chuckling. See? Quite simple, isn't it? Just make it burst. King Kai and Jebbet looked on in astonishment. Could it really be done this way? Vegeta scoffed. All he knows is some petty tricks. With Jaeger defeated, the entrance to the next level opened. The group pressed onward, advancing towards the core area where Babidi resided. Babidi, observing through a magical crystal ball, was drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling as he struggled to steady his staff. Monsters. These Saiyans are monsters. Dubra was annihilated, and Jaeger was no match either. I must devise a plan. His gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Vegeta. He keenly sensed an intense pride, an insatiable desire for battle and victory hidden deep within this Saiyan, along with a subtle hint of malevolence. This was the one. An evil glint flashed in Babidi's eyes as he concentrated, attempting to establish a mental connection with Vegeta from afar. At the very moment Vegeta stepped toward the entrance to the next level, his body suddenly stiffened, his footsteps halting as if weighed down by lead. His brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming at his temples, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, trembling slightly. Vegeta? Goku, closest to him, was the first to sense something amiss and looked at him with confusion. Noka also halted, casting a sharp gaze at Vegeta, perceiving a violent fluctuation in his aura and a chilling, malevolent energy attempting to invade him. Ugh! Vegeta let out a suppressed grunt, abruptly lowering his head, as if enduring immense pain, fiercely battling against some unseen force. Chapter 150, The Prince's Pride. The Emergence of Majin Buu. In his mind, Babidi's voice, laced with temptation and manipulation, echoed like the most insidious of spells, assaulting his will. Can you feel it? This unfathomable dark power within you. You desire it. Do you not? Look at Noka before you. Look at Kakarot. Why should they be stronger than you? You are the noble prince of the Saiyans. You should stand at the pinnacle, not trailing behind them. Accept my power. Just a little, and you will surpass them. Effortlessly trample them beneath your feet. Imagine that feeling. Crushing Noka, defeating Kakarot, becoming the true, undisputed strongest. This is what you truly desire. Do not suppress yourself any longer. Unleash your fury. Embrace this darkness. It rightfully belongs to you. Babidi's voice slithered like a malignant worm, precisely excavating and amplifying every ounce of reluctance, pride, and insatiable thirst for power deep within Vegeta's soul. A chilling and formidable dark energy attempted to force its way into his being, tempting him to relinquish his resistance. Vegeta's body trembled violently, his golden aura flickering erratically, and even a peculiar purplish-black inscription seemed to strive to emerge from his forehead. His visage contorted in excruciating struggle, teeth clenched as if his sanity were being devoured by a frenzied desire. Vegeta, what is happening to you? Gohan inquired with concern. The Kaishin's expression shifted dramatically. This is dire. Babidi is attempting to seize control of Mr. Vegeta. Silence. Vegeta growled through gritted teeth, as though responding to the voice echoing in his mind, or perhaps warning those who cared for him to keep their distance. The temptation in his mind escalated. Yes, that's it. Be enraged. Embrace your resentment. Why suppress yourself? Do you not covet the power that obliterated Dubra in an instant? Are you not envious of Kakarot's innate superiority? Accept it. Then seize it. My magic can aid you. The dark energy threatened to burst through the dam. In this critical moment, Vegeta abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot from the intensity of his struggle. Yet within his golden irises blazed a fiercer flame of pride that belonged to the Saiyan prince. He nearly bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the dark chamber. Begone, you filthy parasite. My power does not require your charity. I shall surpass Kakarot. I shall surpass Noka. I will achieve this with my own hands. In the dignified manner befitting a Saiyan prince. You wish to turn me into your puppet? Dream on. This roar struck like thunder, shattering Babidi-'s voice and the encroaching dark energy with his unwavering resolve and pride. With a sharp sound, it was as if something had been abruptly severed. The unstable purplish-black glow surrounding Vegeta instantly dissipated, and his tumultuous aura steadied. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, clearly drained from the immense mental struggle. Meanwhile, Babidi, far in the control room, was thrown back in his chair, clutching his head, astonished and enraged. How infuriating. He completely resisted my control. Is his willpower monstrous? Within the chamber, witnessing Vegeta's return to normalcy, the others exhaled in relief. Goku scratched his head. Though he did not fully grasp what had transpired, he smiled and remarked, "What was that? You startled me, but it seems everything is fine." Noka observed Vegeta, a glimmer of acknowledgement in his eyes, and softly commented, "Well done, Your Highness." Vegeta steadied his breath, wiped the sweat from his brow. His expression restored to its usual haughty demeanor, yet his gaze was sharper and more resolute than before. With a cold snort, he disregarded the others and strode towards the entrance to the next level. Enough chatter. Do not squander time. Let us swiftly unearth that elusive Babidi. Babidi was in his core control room, agitated like an ant on a hot pan. Through the crystal ball, he clearly saw Noka, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others advancing towards him with relentless force. Pui was swiftly eliminated, and even Goku met a gruesome fate. His most competent subordinate, Dabura, was also dispatched in an instant. The plan to transform Vegeta into a demonic entity had ended in disgraceful failure. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Babidi, furious, stomped his feet and screamed, flailing his short arms. What to do? What to do? These monsters are about to descend upon us. There was no one left to halt their advance. He anxiously surveyed his surroundings, his gaze finally landing on several trembling low-level demon minions responsible for operating the instruments in the control room. The minions, sensing Babidi's sinister gaze, trembled in fear. A glint of madness and cruelty flashed in Babidi's small eyes. Yes, energy. More energy is needed. Though not perfect, it would have to suffice. He abruptly raised his staff, aimed at the pitiful minions, and began chanting a wicked incantation in a shrill voice. A powerful dark magic instantly bound the minions. No, Lord Babidi, spare us. The minions pleaded in terror, but Babidi paid them no heed. With a wave of his staff, the floor of the control room opened, revealing a chamber filled with bizarre runes pulsating with ominous red light, designed for energy absorption. He unceremoniously tossed the struggling minions into the chamber. Contribute your insignificant energy for the great cause of Lord Babidi. Ha ha. Babidi laughed maniacally. The chamber sealed shut, and agonizing screams and the sound of energy being forcibly extracted echoed from within. Meanwhile, in the center of the console, the energy storage tank, previously barely filled, began to rise at a slow yet visible pace, primarily fed by the energy released during Goku's explosion and the residual energy from Dabura's demise. However, the energy from the minions was exceedingly limited, and even when drained, it was far from sufficient. Not enough. Still not enough. Babidi watched in desperation as the energy tank struggled to reach the halfway mark, then faltered. Just then, Noka and the others had broken through the last barrier and found the entrance to the lowest level. Heavy footsteps and a powerful aura were rapidly approaching. There was no time, no more considerations to be made. Babidi's eyes filled with despair and madness as he lunged towards the console, forcefully pushing the barely half-full energy tank into the operating slot. Awaken, Majin Buu. He shouted the final command with all his might, his voice hoarse. Buzz. The entire bottom of the ship shook violently. The massive sealing device in the center of the control room, resembling a giant pink egg, began to crack with countless fissures, pulsating like a heart. Boom. The door to the lowest level was kicked open by Vegeta. Led by Noka, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and King Kai rushed in. After a violent writhing, the top of the gigantic pink egg shattered with a thunderous crash. A dense, almost tangible pink mist erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, swiftly enveloping the expansive lower chamber. Within this haze resided an indescribable energy, one that was simultaneously innocent and profoundly chaotic, radiating an aura of terror. This energy rendered the experienced Kaioshin pale, causing even the battle-hardened warriors Son Goku and Vegeta to instantly adopt a state of utmost vigilance, while the usually composed Noka's expression turned gravely serious. As the pink mist gradually settled and coalesced, a figure began to emerge at its center under the anxious gazes of all present. It was a stout, pink humanoid creature clad in a black belt and white trousers. With a rotund head, large eyes, and a fleshy appendage resembling a tentacle atop its head, it bore a childlike, curious, yet eerily vacant smile. It blinked its large eyes, curiously surveying the newly arrived Noka and others, before taking in its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze on Babidi, who was slumped at the control console from energy depletion. It emitted its first sound upon arriving in this realm, a sharp and peculiar voice that carried an unsettling innocence. Did you wake me up? Majin Buu has finally awakened. Chapter 151. The Invulnerable Majin. The crisis of the universe approaches. The arrival of Majin Buu instantly plunged the atmosphere in the control room to freezing depths. The Kaioshin and his attendant, Jebit, appeared as pale as sheets, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as though confronted with the most horrifying sight imaginable. It's over. The Kaioshin's voice brimmed with despair. Majin Buu has truly been resurrected. Even with diminished energy, we stand no chance against him. The ancient nightmare has returned. Jebit, also on edge, assumed a defensive posture, his eyes filled with trepidation. Lord Kaioshin, we, in stark contrast to their fear, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the other Saiyans, after their initial shock and wariness, began to carefully sense Buu's energy and subsequently relaxed slightly. Goku scratched his head, perplexed, and remarked, Is this Majin Buu? He doesn't seem as formidable as you described, Kaioshin. Although he sensed Buu's energy as peculiar and malevolent, its intensity did not seem to reach the catastrophic levels he had anticipated. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, maintaining his battle stance but with a hint of derision in his tone. Is this the Majin that terrifies the Kaioshin? His energy is strange, but it is hardly impressive. I could handle him alone. Even Son Gohan let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems he doesn't harbor much hostility? Observing Buu's stout, endearingly naive demeanor as he glanced around, it was challenging to reconcile this creature with the world-destroying monstrosity the Kaioshin had described. Goku even took a couple of steps forward, beaming his signature radiant smile, and waved at Buu, greeting him. Hey there, are you Majin Buu? I'm Son Goku. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he could not restrain himself from muttering under his breath, that foolish Kakarote, engaging in such nonsensical antics once again. However, much to everyone's surprise, Majin Buu, upon receiving Goku's amiable greeting, blinked his eyes and displayed an unexpectedly benign smile. Clumsily mimicking Goku's gesture, he waved his chubby hand and squeaked in a high-pitched voice, Hello there, Son Goku. This spectacle nearly caused Gohan to lower his guard. He adjusted his glasses and remarked, He seems genuinely capable of communication. He doesn't appear to be a malevolent being, does he? Yet, Noka, who had maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form while observing with a cold gaze, furrowed his brow slightly, solemnly warning, Do not be deceived by appearances. His energy is exceedingly chaotic and sinister. This tranquility may merely stem from the fact that he does not yet regard us as a serious threat. Noka's perception was far more acute than the others, and he sensed the unsettling essence lurking beneath Buu's innocent facade. The Supreme Kai, overhearing their conversation, nearly leaped up in agitation, his voice rising in pitch. You do not comprehend. It is he. This seemingly benevolent Buu was responsible for nearly annihilating all the Supreme Kais in ancient times. He is the embodiment of pure evil. His power cannot be measured by conventional standards. As if he had heard the Supreme Kai's words, Buu turned his gaze toward him, tilting his head slightly, his face momentarily contorting with a semblance of recollection and disdain, as he squeaked, I seem to have a bit of an impression of you. I find you quite unpleasant. At that moment, Babidi, slumped in his control chair, finally regained his composure. Seeing Buu engaging in friendly banter with the enemy infuriated him to the point of rage, and he waved his diminutive arms, shrieking orders, Buu, you imbecile. What are you waiting for? They are our enemies. Quickly, eliminate them. Start with that Supreme Kai. Otherwise, I shall seal you back into your egg. Upon hearing Babidi's command, particularly the mention of being sealed back into the egg, the remnants of Buu's innocence vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling and malevolent demeanor. Slowly turning his head, Buu's small eyes, when once again directed at Goku and the others, were now filled with pure malice and a thirst for slaughter. The Supreme Kai's heart raced with alarm as he cried out desperately, This is bad. Run. No sooner had he spoken than Majin Buu's plump figure vanished from sight in an instant. His speed was so extraordinary that it was akin to instantaneous movement. Appearing right before Goku, a hefty hand imbued with terrifying power aimed straight at Goku's heart. This sudden malevolent attack and horrifying velocity took both Goku and Gohan by surprise. However, just as the chubby hand was about to make contact with Goku, a golden figure interposed itself at a speed even more rapid. It was Noka. He had maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form at full power, never allowing his vigilance to wane. Noka deftly seized Buu's wrist, halting the forward momentum imbued with dreadful strength, rendering it utterly motionless. For the first time, surprise flickered across Buu's face, as if he had not anticipated that anyone could withstand his assault. Noka's cold, emerald gaze locked onto Buu's malevolent eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. Your opponent is me. He deftly thwarted Buu's sudden assault, and an invisible spark seemed to ignite the air as their eyes met. Your opponent is me, echoed Noka's voice, flat and unyielding. In the next moment, he sprang into action. Seizing Buu's wrist with fierce determination, he hurled the creature aside, while his other fist, enveloped in a tempest of golden flames and blinding arcs of electricity, thundered toward Buu's rotund abdomen. Boom! The resounding impact resonated like a drum. Buu's form bent into an exaggerated arc from the force of the blow, akin to a cannonball shooting backward, crashing violently against the distant metallic wall, creating a deep crater. Incredible! Exclaimed Son Gohan, awe evident in his voice. Humph, at least it resembles a battle, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, though his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Son Goku, brimming with excitement, shouted, Wow! Noka, keep it up. Yet, the Supreme Kai dared not relax, his voice trembling with urgency. It's futile, Mr. Noka. Ordinary physical attacks have minimal effect on Buu. He possesses an almost immortal regenerative ability. As if to validate the Supreme Kai's warning, a peculiar sound emanated from the crater. To their astonishment, Buu emerged unscathed, his previously indented belly springing back to its original form like rubber, leaving no trace of injury. He dusted off his attire, his expression not one of pain but filled with an even more sinister delight, as if reveling in the challenge. Hee fun. Come again. Buu cackled, charging towards Noka with enthusiasm. Noka's brow furrowed, clearly recognizing the predicament. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures clashed in a frenzied exchange, their movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Noka's speed and strength held a slight advantage. His punches, elbow strikes, and kicks rained down upon Buu like a tempest, each blow infused with enough power to shatter stars, distorting and denting Buu's form, even penetrating his flesh. Yet, regardless of the seemingly lethal blows he endured, Buu's body would instantly revert to its original state, as if all attacks were in vain. He could even utilize his own deformities to launch bizarre counterattacks. Death Spiral Bomb. Noka concentrated a highly compressed energy sphere at his fingertips, accurately firing it and vaporizing Buu's head in an instant. But the very next moment, pink smoke billowed, and a new head sprouted forth, with Buu cheekily making a face. Crystal Wall. Noka attempted to employ the spatial magic taught by Elia, conjuring an invisible force field to bind Buu. Yet, Buu's form slipped through the confines like a slick eel, easily distorting and escaping the magical trap. Retaliating with a barrage of pink energy blasts aimed at Noka. Noka swatted the energy blasts aside, his expression growing increasingly frigid. He was capable of suppressing Buu, yet he could not inflict any substantial harm. The creature's regenerative ability was simply unfathomable. Chapter 152, The Super Saiyan 3, The Outcome of Vegeta's Training. The battle between Noka and Majin Buu had devolved into an exasperating stalemate. Each of Noka's attacks possessed the potential to devastate worlds, yet they struck as if against an incredibly resilient and infinitely regenerating mass of clay, failing to inflict any substantial damage. In contrast, Buu grew increasingly exhilarated, treating the encounter as a delightful game. Noka's gaze sharpened, and subtle fluctuations began to ripple through the golden aura surrounding him. He was acutely aware that persisting in this manner bore no fruit. A breakthrough was imperative. However, just as the essence within him was on the verge of transformation, Noka, Vegeta's voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable fervor for battle. Step aside. This one is mine. Noka hesitated, his icy azure eyes darting toward Vegeta. Goku, taken aback, exclaimed, Huh, Vegeta, we haven't even played rock, paper, scissors yet. Vegeta interrupted him, striding forward, brushing past Noka, his gaze fixed intently on Majin Buu. I have no patience to await your outcome. Moreover, after observing this for so long, my hands are itching for action. Noka cast a glance at Vegeta before surveying the still bouncing and seemingly unfulfilled Buu. After a moment's contemplation, he allowed his aura to stabilize. With composure, he leaped back. Relinquishing the battlefield, he remarked nonchalantly, "Do as you wish. Just don't perish." "Humph, mind your own business," Vegeta retorted without looking back. Majin Buu, noticing Noka's sudden withdrawal and the arrival of a new opponent, pouted in displeasure, pointing at Vegeta with a shrill tone. "Hey, who are you?" That golden-haired one was much more entertaining. "You look significantly weaker and less fun." Buu's contempt ignited a fire within Vegeta. Rather than erupting in anger, he smiled, a dangerously confident curve gracing his lips. "Weak? You pond frog. Allow me, Vegeta, to demonstrate the fruits of my 7 years of transcending limits. Prepare to feel it." As his words fell, Vegeta bent low, his fists clenched tightly at his waist, unleashing an ear-splitting roar. Ayowa! Boom! An unfathomable surge of energy erupted from within Vegeta, as the golden aura soared skyward like a supernova, illuminating the entire lower deck of the ship and even piercing through its hull, shooting into the cosmos. The earth began to tremble violently, the oceans surged with monstrous waves, and the tectonic plates groaned ominously. This terrifying wave of energy radiated from the earth, expanding rapidly like ripples in a pond, engulfing the entire solar system and even reaching the distant fringes of the galaxy. Countless powerful beings across various galaxies gazed in terror towards the direction of Earth. The Kaioshin and Jebbet were left nearly breathless by this overwhelming force. Goku and Gohan widened their eyes, expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. "This power is from Vegeta too," Goku gasped. "Uncle Vegeta is incredibly strong." Gohan could hardly fathom it. Even Noka, whose demeanor had remained placid, exhibited a rare expression of surprise, murmuring softly to himself, "Super Saiyan 3? He has astonishingly reached this realm." Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Vegeta's form underwent a cataclysmic transformation. His golden locks surged wildly, cascading down to his waist, while his eyebrows vanished and his brow jutted out, rendering him even more untamed and feral. Enveloped in a golden aura, vibrant blue lightning danced with greater vigor and density around him. A terrifying energy coalesced into a storm, swirling around his being. Super Saiyan 3. Haha. Vegeta exhaled slightly. The immense burden of this transformation was no easy feat, even for him. Yet, his visage radiated unparalleled pride and formidable combat spirit as he pointed at the astounded Buu, proclaiming, "What do you think, Pink Balloon? Do you still dare to claim this king is weak?" For the first time, a flicker of seriousness and astonishment appeared in Buu's small eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by an even more intense playful demeanor. "Wow, your hair has grown longer. You seem a bit stronger. Come play with me." "Play? Let me show you what play really is." Vegeta roared, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he materialized before Buu, his speed exponentially surpassing what it once was. He unleashed a straightforward, powerful punch. Bang! Buu barely registered the movement before his entire upper body was obliterated, disintegrating into a storm of pink fragments. However, the debris quickly coalesced, and Buu's head reformed, grinning as he remarked, "It doesn't hurt. Humph. Let's see how many times you can recover." Vegeta erupted in a fury, the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 3 pouring forth without restraint. His speed reached its zenith, his form transmuting into myriad golden flashes, relentlessly assaulting Buu from all directions. Each strike, be it fist, foot, elbow, or knee, harbored the strength to shatter stars. Buu's body resembled a sandbag, ceaselessly smashed, torn, and pierced, distorted in midair, never remaining intact for a moment. Boom, 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 boom. The entire lower deck of the spaceship was inundated with golden light and raging energy, the incredibly sturdy alien metallic walls riddled with countless breaches, collapsing continuously. King Kai and the others were compelled to retreat repeatedly. Vegeta held absolute dominance, utterly suppressing Majin Buu, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Yet, a dilemma persisted. Regardless of how thoroughly Vegeta shattered Buu, even if he reduced him to the most fundamental particles, those pink remnants would instantaneously reassemble, restoring to their original state. The power of Super Saiyan 3 was sufficient to crush, yet it could not entirely obliterate this enigmatic immortal form. Worse still, the dreadful energy consumption of the Super Saiyan 3 state began to manifest its toll. Vegeta's breaths grew heavier, veins bulging on his forehead, although his golden aura remained formidable. It was clearly less stable and grand than at the outset. Damn it, that accursed regenerative ability. Vegeta cursed inwardly, his assaults growing increasingly frantic and fierce as he sought a solution before his strength waned. Yet, the more agitated he became, the faster his energy depleted. Although Bu had been treated as a mere punching bag, he seemed unharmed, gradually adapting to Vegeta's rhythm with each reassembly. The battle has descended into a vicious cycle. Vegeta is unable to swiftly dispatch his opponent, and the immense energy drain of the Super Saiyan 3 form is taking its toll. The longer the fight drags on, the more difficult it becomes to conclude it swiftly. The extended duration increasingly works against Vegeta. Goku, witnessing the dire situation from the sidelines, is filled with anxiety. This is bad. Vegeta's energy is plummeting rapidly. If this continues, he will be the first to succumb. Noka, with a grave expression, prepares himself for immediate intervention. Chapter 153, The Sealing Spell. A Sleeping Bu? The clash between Vegeta and Majin Bu intensifies, as the destructive energy unleashed in Super Saiyan 3 form surpasses the limits of Babbidi's spacecraft. With a deafening roar and a blinding flash of energy, the entire spaceship is violently torn apart from within, exploding into countless fragments. The tremendous shockwave, infused with the residual energies of Vegeta and Bu, sweeps outward like a tsunami. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and others, who have retreated to a safe distance in the air to observe, are caught directly in the path of this terrifying wave, nearly being swept away. Everyone, be careful! Gohan exclaims, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, rushing to the front. He extends his hands to create a massive energy barrier, struggling to withstand the cataclysmic aftershocks. The barrier quakes violently as Gohan grits his teeth, barely managing to protect his comrades behind him. As the dust and chaotic energy begin to settle, the scene at the center is revealed. Vegeta kneels in midair, gasping for breath, his golden hair reverting to its original state. His complexion pale and sweat cascading down his face. The immense burden of Super Saiyan 3 has nearly drained him of all his strength. Opposite him, Majin Bu floats unscathed, lazily stretching and patting his round belly, wearing an expression of utter satisfaction as if he has just enjoyed a delightful game. He gazes at the fatigued Vegeta, tilting his head and exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "What a delightful fight. You're even more entertaining than that golden-haired one. But I seem to be getting a bit sleepy." "What?" Vegeta exclaims, both furious and astonished. He has exerted every ounce of his strength, yet his opponent treats it as mere sport, even expressing a desire to sleep. Goku quickly flies to Vegeta's side, supporting him with concern. "Vegeta, are you all right?" Vegeta brusquely shakes off his hand, struggling to stand, defiantly asserting, "Enough nonsense. I can still fight." But his trembling fists betray him. Goku furrows his brow, glancing at Noka and the still-shaken King Kai, who are equally tense. "Noka, King Kai, this cannot continue. This creature cannot be defeated. Do you have any contingency measures? Perhaps a sealing technique?" The King Kai's face reflects despair. The sealing spell for Majin Bu is an ancient incantation, exceedingly complex, and only Babidi possesses the complete knowledge of it. However, Noka ponders for a moment and then speaks. "If we can locate Babidi's soul, I might be able to delve into his memories through magic and retrieve the sealing spell." "Soul?" Goku's eyes light up. "That's manageable. I can ask King Kai to contact Lord Enma for assistance." As he speaks, he prepares to point to his forehead to connect with King Kai. "There is no need for such trouble." The Supreme Kai promptly intervened, asserting, "As the Supreme Kai, I possess the authority to communicate directly with the underworld." "Jebbit." "Yes, Lord Supreme Kai." Jebbit immediately stepped forward, placing a hand on Noka's shoulder. "Mr. Noka, please relax. I shall escort you to the underworld to seek the soul of Babidi." Noka nodded in agreement. The Supreme Kai concentrated his energy, and a radiant light enveloped Jebbit and Noka, causing them to vanish in an instant. The entire process was remarkably swift. In merely a few breaths, the light flickered once more, and Jebbit and Noka reappeared. It seemed a trace of magical luminescence lingered in Noka's hand, while Jebbit's expression bore an unusual countenance. "How did it go?" Sun Wukong inquired eagerly. Noka nodded nonchalantly. "All settled. Babiti's soul is indeed still awaiting judgment at King Yama's, and the incantation is in hand. He appeared to have omitted certain unfriendly details of the exploration, such as Babiti's frantic exclamations of profanity. Just then, the Majin Buu across from them let out a tremendous yawn, rubbed his eyes, and waved his chubby hand at Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Today has been such fun. However, I am feeling quite drowsy. I shall take a nap and seek you out for a rematch upon waking. This declaration left everyone momentarily speechless, including the recently returned Noka. Sun Wukong, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "Sleep? Why? Aren't we in the midst of a battle?" Buu blinked his large eyes innocently and replied, "Because it's been so enjoyable." And he pointed at Vegeta. "Even though you are quite fierce, you helped me defeat that annoying Babidi, which has made me feel considerably lighter. I quite like you golden-haired folks. You're far more amusing than Babidi." This statement left the group exchanging bewildered glances, at a loss for how to respond. Buu's thought process was utterly perplexing. However, Buu's small eyes suddenly darted about, as if recalling something, and his expression shifted to one of ferocity. He fixed his gaze on Vegeta, steam beginning to emit from his head. "But wait. When you were hitting me, it seemed you uttered many phrases about pink waist and meatballs. That was an insult directed at me, wasn't it?" Vegeta's face stiffened. He was about to retort defiantly when Sun Wukong swiftly covered his mouth. Observing them, the steam emanating from Buu's head gradually receded, and he waved his chubby hand, generously stating, "Forget it. Given how much fun we've had today, I shall overlook it. I really must sleep now. Good night." With that, he completely disregarded the poised group and slowly descended onto the wreckage of the obliterated spaceship. As he blinked his large eyes and surveyed the surrounding debris, he seemed slightly dissatisfied, pouting. It's so messy here, quite uncomfortable," Buu mumbled. Then he extended his pudgy finger towards the rubble. In an astonishing turn of events, a peculiar pink beam emanated from his fingertip, illuminating the metallic fragments, which began to dance, assemble, and transform as if imbued with life. In the blink of an eye, a quaint, whimsically styled white cottage, oddly comforting yet askew, materialized before him. The house even boasted a small circular window and a door. Bo nodded in satisfaction, pushed the little door open, and stepped inside. Mere seconds later, he poked his head out, addressing the astonished Sun Wukong and the others outside. "Hey, don't disturb me while I'm sleeping, and no sneaking in. Otherwise, I might get angry." He bared his teeth in what he believed to be a fierce expression before retracting his head and closing the door. The others could faintly hear sounds of him arranging things inside, seemingly conjuring a bed and some household items. Soon, a gentle, rhythmic snoring emanated from the pink cottage. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Noka, Gohan, and King Kai stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the peculiar little house that was now filled with snores, utterly petrified. What on earth was happening? The world-destroying creature, in the midst of a battle, had deemed the environment unsatisfactory and decided to construct a house to take a nap, and even reminded others not to disturb him. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, nearly unable to restrain himself from unleashing a powerful energy wave. This bastard. Sun Wukong quickly held him back. "Wait, Vegeta. He seems genuinely asleep, and he said he would be angry if woken, for reasons unknown." Sun Wukong felt that awakening a sleeping bull might prove to be more troublesome than confronting a fully conscious one. King Kai, mouth agape, finally murmured. There was no mention in the records that Majin Buu had such a hobby. Chapter 154, Buu joins the team. Sun Wukong, Vegeta. The eerie tranquility did not linger for long. Perhaps only 3 seconds had passed when the door of the pink cottage swung open with a bang. Majin Buu emerged, rubbing his drowsy yet evidently well-rested eyes, yawning and stretching widely. That was a splendid nap," he exclaimed energetically, his little antennae joyfully swaying. Then, noticing the still-dazed Sun Wukong and the others, he excitedly waved, "Hey, I'm awake. Let us continue fighting." The others exchanged glances, incredulous at the efficiency of his slumber. During that brief moment while Buu slept, they had urgently conferred. It seemed that brute force would not resolve the issue, and the Buu before them did not appear entirely uncommunicative. Gathering his courage, Sun Wukong ventured, Buu, you really enjoy playing, don't you?" Buu nodded vigorously, "Yes. I love playing." Sun Wukong continued to guide the conversation. "But playing doesn't always have to involve destruction or fighting, right? Like just now, when you built yourself a house. Wasn't that fun too?" Buu tilted his head, contemplating, and seemed to find the reasoning valid. Building houses is quite fun. Seizing the opportunity, King Kai cautiously interjected, "Indeed, oh, Babidi, he actually deceived you. He presented destruction and killing as a game. But that is not true fun." Boo blinked his large eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Deceived me?" Babidi proclaimed that destruction was the most exhilarating game. Although Vegeta was displeased, he grunted and added, "Can we trust the words of that little fool? He is pitifully weak and can only teach you how to wreak havoc." Majin Buu stood still, his chubby fingers resting on his chin, seemingly contemplating those words earnestly. He recalled that aside from destruction and fighting, constructing houses had indeed been quite enjoyable, and without Babidi incessantly chattering away in his mind, he felt a newfound sense of freedom and ease. After a lengthy deliberation, Buu finally reached a conclusion. He raised his head, revealing a broad, almost naive smile. "All right, you seem to have a point. I won't destroy things recklessly anymore. But you must accompany me to engage in more fascinating activities." Upon hearing Buu's words, everyone breathed a tremendous sigh of relief, scarcely believing the unexpected turn of events. Goku immediately responded with enthusiasm, "No problem. Speaking of fun, I know a splendid place. The World Martial Arts Tournament is underway, and there are many formidable warriors competing. It's quite lively. Shall we go take a look?" The mention of the tournament, competition, and excitement instantly brightened Buu's eyes, and he bounced in delight, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Let us go see." Thus, in an extraordinarily peculiar yet inexplicably harmonious atmosphere, Goku, Vegeta, Noka, Gohan, King Kai, and the newly joined Majin Buu flew towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. At the tournament site, the audience had just begun to regain their composure after a series of tumultuous events: Noka's withdrawal, the mysterious shadow, and the sudden departure of powerful fighters. The host was striving to maintain order on stage, while on the arena, only Mr. Satan remained. Mr. Satan feigned calmness as he spoke into the microphone. "Did you see that? Those so-called strong fighters fled without a fight before the true world champion. What does this signify? It signifies that the might of Satan has made them flee in terror." Ha ha. His laughter was somewhat dry, yet the fans generously cheered him on. The host, wiping sweat from his brow, took the opportunity to continue. "It seems that due to the withdrawals of other contestants, the championship of the adult group in this World Martial Arts Tournament is already without suspense." Upon hearing this, Satan's heart soared, and a smug smile crept across his face, nearly prompting him to burst into laughter. Truly, fortune favored him. Not only would he avoid punishment, but he would also snatch a championship title. What incredible luck! Just as the host took a deep breath to officially announce Satan's victory, whoosh, 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 several figures descended like meteors, landing heavily on the already battered arena. It was none other than the returning Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Noka, King Kai, and the inquisitive, pink, plump Majin Buu. A profound silence enveloped the venue. All eyes were fixated on this group of returning warriors and the uniquely shaped pink creature. The host was the first to react, shouting in excitement, "Look! Goku, Vegeta, Noka, you've returned. This is wonderful. The competition can continue." The smile on Satan's face instantly froze, transforming into an expression more unsightly than tears, his calves beginning to tremble once more. Sun Wukong, chuckling, addressed the host, "My apologies. I had to attend to a pressing matter. Everything is fine now. Let the competition continue." As he spoke, he casually patted the head of his companion, Buu, introducing him. "Oh, this is our new friend, Buu. He has come to watch the match as well." Buu curiously surveyed the densely packed crowd and the dazzling lights, exclaiming, "Wow, so many people. It's so lively. It looks like so much fun." Though the host found Buu's sudden appearance exceedingly bizarre, his professionalism compelled him to seize the moment. "That's splendid. According to the previous schedule, we are about to commence the finals. It will be Sun Wukong competing against Mr. Satan." Satan's face twitched violently, cold sweat soaking his back. Yet, he forced himself to maintain composure, taking a deep breath to uphold the stature of a world champion. He first waved to his fan club, eliciting a cheer, before striding towards Sun Wukong. In a voice loud and hearty enough for the surrounding audience to hear, he declared, "Wukong, you've returned just in time. The throne of world champion truly requires a genuine victory to be crowned." Then, he leaned in closer to Sun Wukong, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. His face adorned with a friendly smile but his teeth clenched tightly, he squeezed out, "Hey, Wukong, Do me a favor, please. With so many people watching, how can I maintain my reputation if it comes to blows? You and that Vegeta by your side have always wanted to settle the score, right? How about this? You two have a match first, determine a winner, and then the victor can graciously challenge me, the world champion. What do you say? I promise a generous reward afterward. Sun Wukong, taken aback by Satan's starkly contrasting remarks, initially paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, scratching his head before cheerfully replying, "Oh, I see. No problem, Mr. Satan. I've been wanting to have a good fight with Vegeta as well. Let us do it your way." Satan, taken aback by Wukong's enthusiastic compliance and loud voice, nearly jumped in fright, quickly hushing show. Lower your voice. Lower your voice, you fool." His comical antics elicited suppressed laughter from the knowledgeable warriors in the stands. Although Vegeta was at a distance, his keen hearing had already caught every word. With arms crossed and a dismissive snort, he found Satan's antics utterly contemptible, yet the allure of battling Kakarot with full force outweighed all else. He shouted to Wukong, "Kakarot, since the world champion has endorsed it, let us not waste any time. Show me how much you've grown in these 7 years." Sun Wukong, equally excited, turned to Vegeta. "I couldn't ask for more." Vegeta, the host, though not entirely clear on Satan's whispered conversation, grasped the situation and, with great enthusiasm, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems Mr. Satan possesses the broad-mindedness and wisdom befitting a world champion. He has decided to keep the suspense of the final match until the end. First, we shall hold a special preliminary match. In a fierce showdown, the formidable contestants Sun Wukong and Vegeta face off against one another. The victor of this epic battle shall earn the right to challenge Mr. Satan for the esteemed title of the world's strongest." Although the audience found the premise somewhat convoluted, the mere prospect of witnessing a duel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta ignited a fervent wave of cheers and anticipation. As for Mr. Satan, well, champions are always afforded certain privileges. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the perspiration from his brow and hastily vacated the arena, making way for the clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Stealthily, he signaled encouragement to Wukong, implying, "Do win and help me finish this act." Meanwhile, Majin Buu curiously squatted at the edge of the ring, his big eyes blinking in excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, are you two going to fight? Hurry up and start." Chapter 155, The Clash of Super Saiyan 3. Where's Buu headed? On the stage, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood poised against each other. Their auras contained yet suffused with an overwhelming battle intent that filled the air. The audience held their breath in eager anticipation for this long-awaited contest. A wild smile crept across Vegeta's lips as he boldly declared, "Kakarot, stop hiding your prowess. I know you haven't been idle these past 7 years. Show me your true skills." Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled softly, scratching his face. "You see right through me, Vegeta." With their words barely uttered, both warriors unleashed an earth-shattering energy simultaneously. "Aya!" Vegeta roared first, his golden aura soaring skyward as his hair rapidly lengthened to his waist, his brow pronounced, and his form enveloped in crackling lightning. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta had arrived once more. "Huh!" Sun Wukong followed suit, releasing an equally terrifying energy, his golden locks billowing as excitement and combativeness radiated from him. Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong had made his entrance. The colossal energies, potent enough to shake the very stars, clashed in a spectacular display, creating a pressure that made the arena groan under the strain, even affecting the audience and eliciting gasps of astonishment. The Supreme Kai and Jebet had to once again raise their protective barriers. "Here they come. Dad and Uncle Vegeta have transformed," Gohan exclaimed in awe. At that moment, several figures quietly emerged in the spectator area. It was Alia, Rina, and the ever-curious Noan, who insisted on witnessing the spectacle. "Wow, what incredible energy!" Noan exclaimed upon arrival, her short purple hair almost standing on end, her eyes wide with wonder. "Is this Super Saiyan 3? Goten and Trunks, upon seeing Noan, rushed excitedly toward her. "Noan, you're here. Look, my dad has transformed into Super Saiyan 3. So cool," Goten shouted, pointing at Sun Wukong. Trunks, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "Umph. My dad is just as impressive, and he looks even stronger than yours." Noan promptly joined the fray, hands on her hips, declaring, "Umph. What's so impressive? My dad transforming into Super Saiyan 3 is definitely more powerful than both of them." The three little ones immediately engaged in a spirited debate over the eternal topic of whose father is stronger, chattering incessantly and refusing to yield. Nearby, Norka, overhearing her son's discourse, felt her lips twitch slightly as she shook her head in resignation, murmuring to herself, "This child is always overflowing with fallacies." However, Reina remained unfazed, instead wrapping her arm around Norka's and laughing at her debating son, exclaiming, "Huh, well said, my son. You are ambitious, just like your mother." Elia, on the other hand, cast a gentle glance at the arguing children before her gaze settled on the quiet figure of Majin Buu, who stood at the edge of the arena, curiously observing the clash of the Super Saiyans. Her starry eyes flickered with data streams, seemingly analyzing something rapidly. She quietly inquired of the Supreme Kai and Norka beside her, "Is that the Majin Buu? He appears to be in a rather stable condition." The Supreme Kai, still haunted by recent events, succinctly explained what had transpired, as well as Buu's temporary commitment to refrain from indiscriminate destruction. After listening, Elia pondered for a moment before offering her suggestion. "Based on my preliminary observations and data comparisons, his thought patterns resemble those of a super infant with boundless power, yet an uncertain disposition. Perhaps guiding and satisfying his playful desires could be the key to maintaining the status quo. Although Mr. Satan may lack strength, he seems to possess a unique talent for performance and persuasion. We might consider allowing him more interaction with Buu, perhaps even becoming his manager or apprentice." Her proposal, while seemingly far-fetched, strangely resonated upon deeper contemplation. The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback by the notion of Satan managing Majin Buu, a thought that seemed absurd yet oddly plausible. As they conversed, the battle in the arena had erupted into chaos. Vegeta was the first to strike. His Super Saiyan 3 speed astonishingly swift, appearing before Goku in an instant, delivering a powerful blow. "Vegeta, you're quite fast." Goku laughed heartily, retaliating with his own Super Saiyan 3 strength. Boom, bang, thud. The clash between the two Super Saiyans transcended all prior matches. Each collision unleashed terrifying energy and brilliance akin to the collision of stars. Afterimages filled the sky, the deafening sounds of impact reverberating endlessly. The arena had been utterly shattered, with both combatants directly engaging amidst the floating debris. The explosion of energy from their Kamehameha waves illuminated the entire sky, powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Had it not been for the discreet interventions of the Supreme Kai, Jebit, Norka, and others to dissipate the residual energy, the entire venue would likely have been reduced to rubble. Nevertheless, the audience remained profoundly awestruck by this miraculous battle, their cheers rising in jubilant waves. Satan, watching from below, was drenched in cold sweat, secretly grateful for his astute decision. He shuddered to think how beautiful the scene would have been had he participated. Majin Buu, on the other hand, was ecstatic, dancing and exclaiming, "Wow, this is fun, even more fun than before." He even began to mimic the movements of the two fighters. Goten, Trunks, and Noan ceased their quarrel, mesmerized by the spectacle, their eyes shimmering with wonder. As Elia focused on the battle, she continued to engage in hushed discussions with the Supreme Kai regarding the subsequent arrangements for Buu. Rina, on the other hand, was filled with fervor, wishing she could join the fray. Norka observed the fierce clash silently, his gaze intent, seemingly analyzing every movement of the combatants. This battle, ignited by a rather comical reason, surpassed in both brilliance and intensity any encounter witnessed at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon the stage, the duel between the two Super Saiyan 3s had escalated to a fever pitch. Golden auras and blue lightning intertwined and clashed, with each confrontation sending tremors through the very fabric of the universe. However, the terrifying energy consumption of the Super Saiyan 3 form began to reveal its drawbacks. Vegeta's onslaught remained ferocious, yet his breathing grew labored, veins bulging at his temples. Though his golden aura still radiated brilliantly, it lacked the earlier stability and might. His pride drove him to continue his assault, but the swift depletion of his stamina was an undeniable reality. Goku fared slightly better, appearing more adept at managing the high-energy state. Yet he too was drenched in sweat, the sound of his labored breaths unmistakable. Finally, after a rapid exchange of punches, a brief moment of hesitation crept into Vegeta's movements, causing a minute disruption in his rhythm. Now was the moment. Goku's gaze sharpened as he seized this fleeting opportunity. He deftly sidestepped Vegeta's powerful strike, delivering a swift knife-hand blow to the side of Vegeta's neck while cleverly tripping him. Vegeta, already at the brink of exhaustion, found his rhythm shattered by this sudden assault, losing his balance and crashing forward, one knee slamming heavily into the ground. His golden aura flickered violently for a moment before it became untenable, rapidly dissipating back to its normal state. Supporting himself on his hands, he gasped for air, sweat cascading from his chin like a stream. Damn it! Vegeta growled in frustration, fully aware that he had reached his limit. Goku, having reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form, landed before Vegeta, equally breathless, leaning on his knees. Haha, that was close. You were truly formidable, Vegeta. Vegeta lifted his gaze, fixing an intense stare on Goku. Despite his defeat, the fire of battle in his eyes only intensified. Breathing heavily, he retorted, Don't get cocky, Kakarot. You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Goku scratched his head, chuckling nervously. That's not true. I'm nearing my limit too. I wouldn't be able to continue much longer. Vegeta clearly did not believe him and pressed on. Stop lying. What about that move? The Kaioken in Super Saiyan form? Why didn't you use it? Goku's smile faltered slightly, his gaze wandering, as he continued to laugh awkwardly. That consumes too much energy, and I'm not quite proficient with it. Skillfully diverting the topic, he concluded, in any case, I was merely fortunate to win this round. Although Vegeta was displeased, the undeniable truth of his exhaustion loomed large, prompting him to grunt in acceptance and refrain from pursuing the issue further. Yet, in his heart, he vowed to extract Kakarot's full potential upon their return. Chapter 156, The Conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. At that moment, the exuberant Majin Buu, ever eager for excitement, leaped onto the now ruined stage and exclaimed, Wow, is it over? How thrilling. It's my turn next. I want to join the competition. He rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation, seemingly eager to test someone in the delightful game he had just witnessed. The crowd's expressions shifted immediately. Allow Buu onto the stage? That would be tantamount to declaring an immediate conclusion. Just as the Supreme Kai was at a loss, Noka cast him a reassuring glance, signaling him to remain calm, then turned his gaze towards Piccolo. Piccolo instantly understood, cleared his throat, and stepped forward, addressing Buu in his uniquely deep and persuasive voice. Buu, you wish to participate in the tournament and face more opponents, correct? Buu nodded vigorously, yes, I do. Piccolo continued, however, to join the World Martial Arts Tournament, one must be guided and recommended by a renowned master. Look at Goku and Vegeta on the stage. Their prowess stems from having esteemed mentors and systematic training. Buu's large eyes blinked, seemingly intrigued by the mention of a renowned master. Piccolo gestured towards Mr. Satan, who was pale with fright and attempting to hide behind the host due to Buu's presence. Do you see that man? He is Mr. Satan, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament for many consecutive years, and the strongest fighter on Earth. Countless formidable warriors are his disciples. If you wish to participate in various competitions with legitimacy and joy, becoming his apprentice is the best choice. Piccolo paused, adding weight to his words. Moreover, Mr. Satan is not only the strongest fighter, but also one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. His home is filled with endless supplies of the finest gourmet food and delightful candies, as well as an array of the latest intriguing toys. As his disciple, you will enjoy all of this. Gourmet food, candies, toys. These words struck a chord with Buu's childlike heart. His eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling as he eagerly looked at Mr. Satan. Really? Are you truly that amazing? And there are so many delicious treats and fun things? Mr. Satan, taken aback by Buu's gaze, felt his legs weaken. Just as he was about to deny it, he sensed the encouraging looks from Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Noka, and others. Especially as Goku signaled him with a thumbs up, assuring him he could do it. Mr. Satan swallowed hard, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry, stammering, Why yes, it's me, Mr. Satan. Follow me, and I promise you'll have the finest food and become a world champion. Upon hearing this, Buu joyfully leaped into the air, exclaiming, Wonderful, I agree, Master. He even awkwardly attempted to bow to Mr. Satan. Observing this, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Supreme Kai looked at Piccolo with admiration. Such eloquence could convince even the dead to rise. During the intermission before the finals, backstage, Goku approached the still-dazed Mr. Satan, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. Mr. Satan, from now on, please take good care of Buu. Don't worry, he is very obedient. As long as you entertain him well, and provide him with tasty treats. He won't cause any trouble. With him by your side, rest assured that no one will dare to trouble you in the future. Satan, with a sorrowful expression, questioned, "Is this truly all right, Mr. Wukong?" "Absolutely," Wukong interrupted. "Bu is essentially like a child, easily appeased. Just think of him as an exceptionally voracious champion apprentice. Who knows, he might even assist you in developing new techniques." What more could Satan say? He could only nod in a tearful acceptance, already contemplating how to approach the chef and toy factory at home. Just then, Bidalai approached, greeting son Wukong politely. "Hello, Uncle Wukong." "Oh, it's Bidalai." Wukong responded with a smile. The match earlier was quite thrilling. Bidalai felt a bit embarrassed. "Thank you, Uncle. But I still have a long way to go." She glanced around and asked, "Do you know where Gohan is?" Wukong enthusiastically pointed the way. "Gohan? Yes, over there in the stands, with Krillin and the others. Go find him." "Thank you, Uncle Wukong." Bidalai expressed her gratitude and headed in the direction Wukong indicated. The final match between son Wukong and Satan was set to unfold in an atmosphere both strange and harmonious. As the brief intermission concluded, the staff, with the warriors' assistance, managed to clear a space suitable for the competition. The host, with an exceedingly complex mix of emotions, announced in the most excited voice possible, "Thank you for your patience. The grand finale of the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence." Presenting, from the side of son Wukong, Mr. Satan, under the watchful gaze of the audience. Wukong and Satan stepped onto the battered arena. Satan's legs trembled slightly, yet he maintained a facade of a world champion, waving to the audience, inciting a fervent cheer from his uninformed fan club. Meanwhile, Wukong wore a relaxed smile, even winking amicably at Satan. The match began. No sooner had the words left the announcer's lips than Wukong's figure blurred momentarily. In the next instant, Satan felt a gust of wind brush past him, slightly tousling his meticulously arranged hairstyle, and then he spotted Wukong already behind him, exclaiming dramatically, "Wow, what a formidable punch wind. Mr. Satan truly lives up to his reputation." With that, he stumbled back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. The audience looked on in bewilderment. The informed warriors covered their faces in disbelief. Vegeta huffed in frustration and turned away. Majin Buu watched with rapt attention. Initially stunned, Satan quickly regained his composure. Exhilarated within yet projecting a facade of mastery, he laughed heartily. "Ha! Now you recognize my prowess. That was merely a warm-up." Wukong struggled to rise, his expression grave. "It seems I cannot hold back any longer. Behold my Kamehameha wave." He slowly gathered his hands at his waist, forming a small, dazzling orb of light that, despite its brilliance, radiated a pitifully weak energy. Seeing this, Satan was momentarily terrified, ready to concede, but caught Wukong's knowing glance. Immediately understanding, he steeled himself, striking a pose. "Humph, a trivial trick. Behold my ultimate technique, the invincible Satan flash cannon." He waved his arms wildly, mimicking the act of unleashing energy, yet produced nothing. Son Wukong let out a loud cry, as if struck by an unseen force, causing the small orb of light in his hand to veer off course and shoot into the sky, bursting into a delicate firework display. He twirled dramatically, soaring off the stage in an exaggerated manner, landing heavily on the ground, though he managed to cushion his fall with a gust of air. Lying on the ground, he raised his hand and weakly called out, "Ah, such a formidable, invincible Satan flash cannon. I concede." A profound silence enveloped the arena for a full 5 seconds. The host was the first to recover, his lips twitching, yet he dutifully announced, "Out of bounds. Contestant son Wukong is disqualified. The victor is Mr. Satan. Congratulations to Mr. Satan for successfully defending his title as champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Satan! Satan! Satan!" The fans erupted in thunderous applause, although many were perplexed. A victory was a victory. Mr. Satan stood on the stage, reveling in the adoration of the crowd, basking in the glory as if he had truly triumphed. Raising his arms in triumph, Majin Buu hopped onto the stage, mimicking Satan's gesture, cheering in a high-pitched voice, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The warriors observed this farcical display, torn between laughter and exasperation. Nevertheless, a potential cosmic crisis seemed to have been averted in an utterly unexpected manner, bringing the World Martial Arts Tournament to a satisfactory close. At the very moment when Sun Wukong unleashed his Super Saiyan 3 aura, shaking the galaxy, in a distant southern galaxy, a dying star, tumultuous within, held a figure wrapped in green energy, fast asleep. Suddenly, that figure trembled violently. A pair of eyes, brimming with untamed ferocity and wrath, snapped open within the star. Despite the countless light years separating them, the familiar, soul-engraved, powerful aura belonging to Kakarot, alongside another prideful Saiyan presence, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3, pierced through the fabric of time and space, awakening his dormant instincts. A deep, hoarse roar, akin to that of a beast, reverberated within the core of the star. Filled with fury and a thirst for destruction, Kakarot. Chapter 157. The clamor subsides. The farce of the World Martial Arts Tournament finally drew to a close. Mr. Satan, both terrified and elated, clutched the championship trophy, along with a clingy pink disciple, and hurriedly slipped away, pondering how to manage this sweet burden. As the venue gradually emptied, the remaining warriors gathered, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Videl approached Gohan, who was engaged in conversation with Krillin, Tien, and others. A bit shy, she stepped forward. Gohan. Oh, Videl. Gohan quickly turned, adjusting his glasses, his cheeks slightly flushed. Videl hesitated for a moment, then summoned her courage to say, "Congratulations on your father's achievement. By the way, now that the tournament is over, do you have any plans? If you're free, would you like to grab a drink together?" Her voice dwindled into a whisper, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Gohan momentarily froze, his heart racing. His mouth opening in a silent gasp, unsure of how to respond, his gaze instinctively drifting towards his father, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was engaged in conversation with Noka and Vegeta, but upon catching sight of his son's awkward demeanor, a knowing smile spread across his face. Suddenly, he darted behind Gohan and playfully delivered a light slap to his back. "Go on, Gohan. Have fun." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Caught off guard, Gohan stumbled forward, unintentionally falling into the embrace of Videl. She instinctively reached out to steady him, and in that moment, they found themselves in a position that was both awkward and undeniably intimate. Gohan's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, while Videl lowered her head in embarrassment. Yet her hand remained firmly grasping his. The surrounding warriors erupted in gentle laughter. Noka observed the scene, a subtle softness flickering in his dark eyes. He stepped forward, producing an exquisitely crafted small box from seemingly nowhere, and handed it to Gohan. His tone calm, yet imbued with the warmth of an elder. "A trinket from the Starry Pinnacle, perhaps useful for your date." Inside the box lay several pieces of jewelry that elegantly combined technology and magic, each radiating a delicate energy, both beautiful and practical. Gohan accepted the box, feeling even more bashful. "Thank you, Uncle Noka." Sun Wukong, glancing at Noka, suddenly proposed with enthusiasm. "Noka, Vegeta, what are your plans next? Shall we find a place to train? I know a perfect spot." Noka raised an eyebrow, looking at Sun Wukong. "Aren't you afraid of Chi-Chi yelling at you again?" Sun Wukong scratched his head with a chuckle, pulling out a thick stack of prize money generously sponsored by Satan. "This time, I came prepared. With this money, Chi-Chi shouldn't be too upset." Vegeta, however, was more intrigued by the training proposition itself. He crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on Noka. "Training? Perfect. Noka, let us have a spar. I want to see your Super Saiyan 3. He had been haunted by Noka's effortless defeat of Dabura and his ease in battling Bu. Eager to witness just how powerful Noka would become in his transformed state. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, yes. What will you look like as Super 3, Noka? Will your hair grow longer? I can't wait." Noka regarded the fervently eager Vegeta and the inquisitive Sun Wukong with a slight nod. "Very well. The Starry Pinnacle has a dedicated training ground capable of withstanding our power." "Fantastic. Count me in." Reina immediately chimed in, wrapping her arm around Noka's, her excitement palpable. "I want to fight too. It's been ages since I last stretched my muscles." Noka cast a resigned glance at his wife, but nodded in agreement. "All right." Nearby, Bulma, having overheard their conversation, particularly the mention of the Starry Pinnacle, approached with sparkling eyes. "The Starry Pinnacle? That's the super high-tech planet governed by Elia, right? I've longed to explore it. I've heard their market sell the trendiest items in the entire universe," she exclaimed, abruptly seizing hold of Chi-Chi, who was beside her calculating how much vegetables they could buy with the bonus. "Chi-Chi, stop calculating. Come with us for a shopping spree in outer space. Let Goku and the others handle it themselves." Initially startled, Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment as she considered the notion of extraterrestrial shopping and relaxation. Glancing at the bonus in Goku's hands, To her surprise, she nodded in agreement. All right, a little break now, and then is fine. Observing Gohan, who was clearly assigned with tasks, Goku suddenly smacked his forehead. Right, Gohan, aren't you supposed to go on a date with Videl? Why not skip Earth and head straight to the starry abyss? There are sites there that you can't find on Earth, particularly suitable for… What is it called? Oh yes, a date. Gohan's face flushed red. Dad, this is all too sudden. Vegeta, with a hint of impatience, scoffed dismissively, making a decision for the indecisive youth. Enough chatter. If you want to go, then go. Bulma, make sure to take them along for a stroll. He was primarily annoyed by Gohan's presence, which interfered with his impending duel with Noka. Bulma gestured affirmatively. Goku, ever the action-oriented one, instantly disappeared and reappeared the next moment with Videl, who had just returned home and changed her clothes, looking utterly bewildered. Videl, Gohan wants to invite you on a date to another planet. Is that all right? Videl was initially taken aback by the suddenness of it all, but her eyes widened in surprise and then sparkled with interest. Really? That sounds amazing. I'd love to. Thank you, Uncle Goku. Thank you, Gohan. She smiled at Gohan, whose face turned even redder, yet he couldn't help but smile back. Eventually, Alicia concluded her conversation with the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai stepped forward and solemnly bowed to everyone, particularly to Noka, Goku, and Vegeta. I sincerely thank you all for your assistance in successfully resolving the crisis with Majin Buu. Should you ever need anything in the future, or wish to seek a quieter, more energy-rich training environment, you are always welcome in the Supreme Kai realm. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately retorted without reservation, the Supreme Kai realm? Humph, it sounds dreadfully dull. Not to mention your own combat prowess is rather lacking. Who would want to train in such a place? Norka's training ground seems far more engaging. The Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged awkward glances. Goku quickly interjected. Ah, thank you, Supreme Kai. We will certainly consider visiting when the opportunity arises. In a light-hearted atmosphere, the Supreme Kai and Jebet expressed their gratitude once more before utilizing instant transmission to depart. Chapter 158. Dragon Fist Breaks the Stars. Starry Abyss. An exclusive, super special training ground. This was an immensely vast dimension, simulating the grandeur of the cosmic starry sky, with a platform composed of special materials capable of withstanding the shockwave of a supernova explosion beneath their feet. Norka, Goku, Vegeta, and Reina stood in the center of the arena. Old traditions? Goku suggested with a cheerful grin. What a hassle. Vegeta grumbled, yet reluctantly extended his hand. Norka and Reina also extended their hands in resignation. Rock, paper, scissors. In the first round, Goku faced Norka. In the second round, Vegeta encountered Reina. Heh, Norka, at last. I can engage in a serious battle with you, Goku exclaimed, eagerly cracking his knuckles. Noka nodded slightly, stating, I shall do my utmost. The two simultaneously leaped back, creating distance between them. Goku unleashed his energy first, a golden flame soaring into the heavens, his long hair cascading down to his waist, brow pronounced. Surrounded by blue lightning in Super Saiyan 3 form. Almost simultaneously, Noka transformed, emanating an equally brilliant golden aura, his waist-length golden hair shimmering. Yet the lightning encircling him was even more condensed, his presence formidable and stable, devoid of any fluctuations. Super Saiyan 3 at full power. The moment their energies clashed, Goku's expression shifted slightly. He could distinctly sense that Noka's fighting power might be twice his own, approximately 80 billion. Yet the opponent's aura felt like an unfathomable cold abyss. Terrifyingly stable. There was none of the energy leakage he felt in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Every particle seemed impeccably controlled. Wow, Noka, your Super Saiyan 3 is astonishingly stable. Goku marveled, exclaiming, at this rate, I might exhaust myself before you do. Noka smiled faintly. I discovered during my Super Saiyan 2 phase that the tail effectively enhances energy control, preventing leakage. However, isn't it too early to concede, Goku? Of course not. Goku laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Even if he couldn't outlast, he intended to fight with vigor. Here I come. Before his words had faded, Goku initiated his assault, pushing the speed of Super Saiyan 3 to its utmost, instantly appearing at Noka's side, delivering a sweeping kick imbued with a force that tore through space. Noka remained unperturbed, raising his arm to precisely block the attack. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the energy wave exploded. Noka stood firm, deftly seizing Goku's ankle and flinging him aside. while simultaneously pointing his other hand like a sword towards Goku's unguarded flank. Goku adeptly flipped in midair, narrowly evading the strike, and upon landing, he immediately propelled himself forward, raining punches upon Noka like a torrential downpour. Yet, Noka's defense resembled an impeccable absolute realm. Each block and evasion was flawlessly timed, expertly neutralizing all of Goku's onslaughts. His counterattacks were incredibly sharp, often landing just as Goku revealed the slightest opening, fists and feet charged with formidable force, compelling Goku to retreat continuously, fully ensnared in a defensive stance. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Noka's Super Saiyan 3 full power allowed him to unleash his strength without restraint, while Goku had to remain vigilant over his energy expenditure. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Though Goku was being suppressed, he grew increasingly exhilarated, yet he understood that if this continued, he would find no opportunity for a breakthrough. He had to take a risk. Kaioken. Double. Goku suddenly retreated, his golden aura abruptly igniting with a fierce crimson hue. His energy surged instantaneously, his fighting power momentarily matching and even briefly surpassing Noka's stable output. Oh! A glimmer of surprise flickered in Noka's eyes, yet he remained composed. No longer content to solely defend, he began to engage Goku in a more intense exchange. Boom, boom, boom. The red-golden flames clashed with the pure golden aura, each collision erupting with devastating energy, causing the entire training ground to resonate with a deafening hum. In the midst of an intense exchange, Goku occasionally surged his energy, roaring 3 times. Although he could only maintain this state for mere seconds, the explosive power unleashed in that brief moment was sufficient to momentarily disrupt Norka's defenses, attempting to inflict substantial damage. However, Norka's extensive combat experience allowed him to deftly mitigate or evade Goku's onslaught with minimal cost, rendering Goku's triple Kaioken nearly ineffective. As time progressed, the fatigue on Goku's face became increasingly evident. The strain of the Kaioken on his body, compounded by the immense toll of Super Saiyan 3, was colossal. The stability of his double Kaioken state had begun to falter. Norka keenly sensed this shift. He recognized that the decisive moment had arrived. After a fierce clash, Norka propelled himself backward, his right hand forming a tight fist. A highly condensed, pale blue vortex swirled rapidly in his palm, emitting a haunting hum as the surrounding space subtly warped. Goku, this ends now, Norka hissed, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Goku with the terrifying might of a star-shattering technique, thrusting his palm forward. Goku's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of danger causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He understood the ferocity of this strike. Conventional defenses were utterly futile. There was no alternative. 4 times Kaioken. Goku roared in a near bellow, forcibly extracting his final reserves of potential. His body erupted in a crimson golden aura, expanding like an explosion. He chose not to defend or evade, but instead made a startling decision. Slightly turning to the side, he braced his left shoulder against Norka's cataclysmic strike. With a sickening sound, the highly concentrated energy pierced through Goku's aura and defenses, leaving a horrific wound on his left shoulder. Goku let out a muffled grunt, his complexion paling instantaneously, yet he seized the brief moment of Norka's post-attack rigidity, channeling all his power into his right fist, gathering the entirety of his Super Saiyan 3 4 times Kaioken energy. Dragon Fist, unleash. A golden dragon apparition roared forth with Goku's punch, striking solidly against Norka's chest at close range. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted between the two. Blinding light consumed all. A terrifying energy storm swept across the entire training ground. Watching from afar, Vegeta and Reina were compelled to unleash their power to withstand the shockwave. As the brilliance gradually faded, the two combatants were revealed, having dispelled their transformed states. Goku knelt, his left hand hanging limply, blood streaming from his shoulder, gasping for breath, nearly at the brink of collapse. Norka staggered back several paces before regaining his footing, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his shirt torn. A clear imprint of Goku's fist etched into his chest, his breath also disordered. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the mutual acknowledgement in the other's eyes. It was a draw. It's a tie, Norka slowly conceded, aware that had Goku's final desperate blow landed fully, the consequences would have been dire. Likewise, Goku understood that had Norka not held back, he could never have reached this level of confrontation. That was exhilarating. Goku exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground with a labored smile. Chapter 159. Reina. The clash between Son Goku and Noka left Vegeta and Reina, who were observing, unable to contain their impatience any longer. Vegeta stepped into the arena, arms crossed, gazing at Reina with his characteristic arrogance and a hint of scrutiny. While he acknowledged Noka's strength, his willingness to engage with Reina stemmed more from his respect for Noka than any admiration for her abilities. Reina flexed her wrists and ankles, performing a series of expansive stretches, her deep purple hair swaying gently with her movements. She flashed a grin at Vegeta, revealing her sharp little fangs, exuding a wild vitality. "Hey, Vegeta, are you getting anxious? Just a heads up, don't underestimate me because I'm a girl. You might find yourself at a disadvantage." Vegeta scoffed. "Cut the nonsense. Show me what you're capable of." "As you wish." Reina's smile vanished as her expression sharpened. She took a deep breath and unleashed a fierce, thunderous shout that belied her petite frame. Huh. Boom. A golden aura erupted from her being. Her hair lengthened swiftly to her waist, her brow furrowed, and blue arcs of electricity danced around her. The Super Saiyan 3 Reina. Witnessing this transformation, Vegeta felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, veins throbbing at his temple as he muttered, "TCH. Not only are Super Saiyans becoming commonplace, but now even Super Saiyan 3 is losing its value? What on earth did Noka teach her?" Despite his annoyance, he did not lag in responding, simultaneously channeling his own power. Boom. Another golden beam of light surged forth. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form re-emerged. The two colossal Super Saiyan 3 auras collided in the arena. Though not as refined and stable as Noka's, the ferocious energy still caused the recently repaired training ground to tremble once more. "Bring it on." Reina initiated the assault first. Her combat style was a stark contrast to Noka's precision and calm, brimming with the primal wildness and aggression of a Saiyan. Her fists rained down on Vegeta like a tempest. Vegeta met her challenge head-on, and the two Super Saiyan 3 forms clashed in a frenzy, their speeds reaching an exhilarating peak, golden afterimages intertwining as each impact erupted with deafening roars and terrifying energy shockwaves. Bang, 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 bang. The battle escalated to a fever pitch from the outset. Reina's attacks were ferociously relentless, tinged with a reckless abandon, and for a moment, she matched Vegeta blow for blow, indistinguishable in their prowess. However, the seasoned Vegeta soon discerned a flaw. Though Reina's strength and speed indeed reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 3, her attacks lacked the exquisite control and adaptability that characterized Noka's style. It seemed as if she was relying on instinct and brute force, her techniques appearing somewhat rigid, and her energy application somewhat coarse. Humph. Raw power without corresponding skill. Vegeta understood the situation all too well. He accelerated his offensive, opting not to brawl strength for strength with Reina. Instead, he began to leverage his extensive combat experience, executing intricate evasions and counterattacks, relentlessly targeting Reina's weaknesses and openings. Reina immediately felt the pressure intensifying. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, she spent most of her time harnessing this newfound power to confront various attacks against the Astral Commerce Alliance's shipping routes, engaging in relentless skirmishes. It had been quite some time since she faced an opponent of Vegeta's caliber in such an intense life-and-death struggle. In a moment, she found herself somewhat flustered, relying solely on her formidable base combat strength to endure and retaliate. The battle gradually shifted from a stalemate to Vegeta gaining a slight upper hand. As Vegeta became increasingly adept in his assault, he was acutely aware that his opponent possessed a tail, making prolonged combat unfavorable for him. He needed to conclude this swiftly. His attacks grew more ferocious, akin to a tempest, relentlessly seeking an opportunity for a decisive blow. After hundreds of exchanges, the immense toll of Super Saiyan 3 began to manifest in both combatants. Vegeta's breaths became noticeably heavier, and his golden aura no longer blazed with the same intensity as at the onset. Likewise, Reina experienced significant fatigue. However, thanks to the slight advantage of her tail, her condition appeared marginally better than Vegeta's. Observing Vegeta's exhaustion, Reina, known for her straightforward nature, grew impatient with the prolonged battle and resolved to bring it to a swift conclusion. She abruptly leaped back to create distance, swiftly bringing her hands to her waist, and proclaimed loudly, "Vegeta, if this continues, it will never end. Let us determine the victor with one decisive move. Witness my power." A colossal energy began to surge wildly within her palms. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he immediately grasped Reina's intent. She was offering him a dignified way to conclude the fight, simultaneously showcasing her confidence in her own strength. Although he was proud, he appreciated her candor, perfectly aligned with his desires. Vegeta stifled his labored breaths and channeled the remaining energy within him to its utmost potential, extending his arms before him as radiant golden light began to coalesce. Behold the ultimate brilliance of this prince. Final flash. Reina roared as she unleashed a torrent of blue energy, fueled by her entire being. Ultimate flash. Vegeta released the condensed golden destructive energy, and the two waves of cataclysmic energy, one blue and one gold, collided with tremendous force, akin to two roaring dragons clashing. The deafening roar and blinding radiance consumed all. The very space at the epicenter of their collision seemed to twist and collapse. A stalemate ensued. However, in that instant of confrontation, Vegeta sensed overwhelming pressure. Reina's energy was vast and wild, like a flood unleashed, while his final flash, though refined, lacked the requisite power due to prior exertions. The golden energy beam was slowly being pushed back by the blue ki wave. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, squeezing every ounce of potential from within him, furiously expending energy, veins bulging on his forehead, barely managing to halt his retreat, entrenched in a grueling stalemate. Reina, in turn, felt the strain. Vegeta's energy was exceptionally refined and forceful, compelling her to exert her utmost to sustain her output. This exchange of energy transformed into a contest of will and remaining stamina. Both fighters poured their final reserves into the struggle. Finally, after a tense stalemate lasting several seconds, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form reached its limit, and the golden aura surrounding him flickered violently before extinguishing abruptly. He reverted to his normal state, kneeling on one knee as the final flash of energy dissipated. The blue energy wave, devoid of resistance, surged forward in an instant. Fortunately, Reina quickly released her energy, allowing the wave to graze past the exhausted Vegeta, crashing against a distant energy barrier and triggering a violent ripple. Reina also dismissed her transformation, landing on the ground with her hands braced on her knees, panting heavily, her outfit drenched in sweat. She glanced at Vegeta, still kneeling, and smiled despite her fatigue, expressing a sense of exhilaration. I almost couldn't hold my own against you. Vegeta, that final flash of yours packs quite a punch. Vegeta, gasping for breath, displayed little disappointment despite his loss, huffing in response. Humph, don't get too proud. If it weren't for this prince's energy being depleted, the victor might not have been you. He acknowledged Reina's strength while justifying his defeat. This duel between Super Saiyans concluded with Reina's narrow victory. Noka, observing from the sidelines, nodded slightly, satisfied with his wife's performance. Meanwhile, Goku chuckled heartily. Wow, Reina, you are amazing. You even managed to defeat Vegeta. Vegeta shot him a murderous glare. The training arena was filled with the fatigue of battle, intertwined with a unique atmosphere of camaraderie. Chapter 160. Gohan's grand adventure. While Noka and his companions were engaged in their intense training, the bustling commercial district of Starry Horizon welcomed a few guests from Earth. Leading the way was Bulma, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the myriad of futuristic and fantastical shops lining the streets, exclaiming with excitement, "Wow, this place is incredible. It's far superior to the mall in West City. That dress is stunning." Kiki appeared more reserved and curious, her attention lingering on the extraordinary alien fruits and vegetables radiating powerful life energy. At that moment, Android 18 gracefully approached the two, a rare smile gracing her face. She had evidently dressed with care, adorned in the latest fashionable attire from Starry Horizon, enhancing her striking beauty. "Come with me," her voice chimed cheerfully. "I know a few shops you'll absolutely love." She first linked arms with Bulma, pointing to a vibrant store, Neon Star Whisper. Their latest collection of starry gowns and photon shawls is practically tailored for you, crafted from breathable, smart fabric. Then she turned to Kiki. "Next door, the mystic spice of Ganlin and the eternal ice crystal containers will elevate your cooking 100-fold, keeping everything perpetually fresh." Bulma exclaimed in delight. 18. "You are practically the fashion guide around here." 18 slightly raised her chin, a hint of pride evident. "After living here for a while, one naturally learns where the fun spots are. Now, there's a jewelry store you absolutely cannot miss." She led them into an exquisite shop named Tears of the Stars. The jewelry displayed within was not crafted from traditional materials, but fashioned from solidified starlight, miniature nebulae, and magical crystals, each piece breathtakingly beautiful. On the 18th, she picked up a necklace adorned with pink nebula gemstones, tracing it delicately along her collarbone, her eyes sparkling with delight. Its luster subtly shifted in accordance with her body temperature, and by nightfall, it emanated a gentle halo of light. Noka remarked that it complemented her eyes splendidly. Her tone carried a hint of youthful pride and sweetness, clearly relishing the experience of discovering beauty and sharing it with others. Bulma gasped in wonder, exclaiming, "Goodness! This is simply exquisite. I want one too." Even Kiki could not resist trying on a hairpin sculpted from energy amber, exclaiming, "This seems to make my hair smoother." With a smile, the 18th nodded and presented them with a pair of uniquely designed earrings, recommending, "This is from the Spatial Leap collection. They make your face appear particularly petite." The three women soon found themselves immersed in a sea of beauty. The 18th transformed from a cold warrior into an enthusiastic and knowledgeable shopping companion, eagerly offering Bulma and Kiki fashion advice, sharing beauty tips, and discussing the latest trends. She even greeted the staff with familiarity, conversing fluently in interstellar language about the newly arrived styles. The smart shopping robots and magical projections warmly interacted with her, saying, "Lady Lazuli, you look splendid today. You simply must try the newly arrived Aurora Color Series lipsticks." This shopping excursion evolved into a genuine sisterly gathering, brimming with laughter and a shared pursuit of beauty. The 18th showcased her feminine side, reveling in aesthetics and the joys of life, revealing a softness and charm previously unseen to Bulma and Kiki. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the commercial district, the atmosphere was markedly different. Gohan and Videl walked side by side, an air of subtle awkwardness and sweetness enveloping them. Gohan donned the elegant casual attire gifted by Noka, while Videl sported a neat outfit, her cheeks flushed with excitement. That's the Vortex of Stars, one of the most renowned observation platforms in the starry expanse. Gohan introduced nervously, gesturing towards the distance. Before them lay a transparent magical energy pathway winding into the void, surrounded by a resplendent galaxy of stars. As if they were strolling through the cosmos, breathtakingly beautiful. "How stunning!" Videl exclaimed, her eyes wide in awe, completely captivated by the unimaginable scenery. It felt as though the entire Milky Way, invisible from Earth, lay beneath their feet. "Indeed," Gohan replied, his gaze lingering on Videl's profile, illuminated by the starlight, rendering her particularly enchanting. Momentarily entranced, he only averted his eyes when Videl turned her head in confusion, his face flushing red. Observing his flustered demeanor, Videl could not help but chuckle softly. "Gohan, you seem even more nervous than I am." "Huh, am I?" Gohan stammered, instinctively adjusting his glasses, only to realize he hadn't worn them today, making the gesture all the more awkward. To ease the tension, Gohan guided Videl through various date activities offered at the starry expanse. They embarked upon a transparent bubble vessel, gracefully drawn by gentle starlit jellyfish. Drifting amidst the ethereal fabric of nebulae, they strolled through a magical garden, cultivated by Elia herself, where flowers transformed their hues and fragrances in harmony with one's emotions. They even ventured to the cosmic food street, indulging in a variety of bizarre yet delectable alien delicacies, such as bubble jelly that danced within their mouths, and upon consumption, temporarily transformed their hair into cotton candy resembling the night sky. Initially, Gohan was somewhat reserved, but under the infectious exuberance and curiosity of Bidalai, he gradually relaxed. He shared with her some fundamental knowledge of celestial bodies, a testament to his academic prowess, while she recounted amusing anecdotes from her time practicing martial arts and attending school on Earth. In a quaint shop adorned with crystals and runes, Gohan recalled the gift from Noka and summoned his courage to select a moonstone bracelet, embedded with tiny stellar cores that exuded a tranquil aura, personally assisting her in fastening it around her wrist. "Thank you, Gohan. It's beautiful," Bidalai exclaimed, her face lighting up with a joyful smile as she gazed at the bracelet. "Oh, it's nothing," Gohan replied, feeling his heart race once more. Eventually, they arrived at a relatively tranquil floating observation deck, seated on a bench while admiring the distant clusters of stars, scattered like diamond dust. After a brief silence, Bidalai gently inquired, "Gohan, what are your plans for the future? I mean, aside from martial arts. After all, your academic performance is exceptional." Gohan was taken aback by her question, contemplating before he earnestly replied, "I aspire to further my studies. The universe is vast, filled with countless unknowns and civilizations worthy of exploration and research. While strength is necessary for protection, knowledge may yield deeper understanding and progress. As he spoke, a scholarly brilliance shone in his eyes. Of course, I will not neglect my training. Safeguarding the earth and those dear to me requires power. Listening intently, Bidalai's eyes sparkled with admiration and warmth. That sounds truly wonderful. She paused, a hint of shyness mingling with determination as she added, I think the Gohan who aspires to that is truly remarkable. Gohan felt a blush of embarrassment at her praise, yet warmth enveloped his heart. They exchanged a smile, dispelling any prior awkwardness, as a tender and beautiful sentiment blossomed beneath the starlight. Gohan gazed into Bidalai's bright eyes, inhaling deeply as if resolving to take a bold step, and softly said, Bidalai, from now on, you need not call me Gohan. Just use my name. Bidalai's face flushed slightly as she nodded. All right, Gohan. You may call me Bidalai as well. Just then, Gohan's communicator vibrated gently. A message from Sun Wukong inquiring whether they would like to join for dinner. It seemed their training had concluded. Gohan glanced at Bidalai, who smiled and nodded. Shall we return? Gohan suggested, naturally extending his hand. Bidalai paused momentarily, then smiled back, equally naturally accepting his hand. Together, they departed the observation deck, their figures melding into the vibrant flow of the commercial district beneath the resplendent stars. The inaugural interstellar rendezvous, though initially fraught with minor mishaps, culminated in an exceedingly sweet finale. For Gohan, this adventure perhaps elicited a more rapid heartbeat than vanquishing any formidable foe. Chapter 161, The Emergence of Majin Buu. The banquet of the Celestial Zenith was not held in an opulent hall, but rather on a grand terrace of the Elia Palace, offering a breathtaking view of the resplendent galaxy. The long table was laden with exquisite delicacies from various star systems, featuring dishes unseen on Earth, emanating peculiar aromas and radiant energy. Fresh from a fierce battle, Noka, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Reina had consumed the magical beans and changed into comfortable attire. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18 had concluded their shopping spree, returning with abundant treasures and joyfully sharing their day's discoveries. Gohan and Videl sat at a slightly distant position, their atmosphere noticeably more intimate, engaging in hushed conversations punctuated by smiles. The ambience of the feast was relaxed and harmonious. Son Goku relished the extraterrestrial cuisine with great enthusiasm, showering praises, while Chi-Chi, rather than curbing him, curiously examined the preparation of the ingredients. Vegeta, though maintaining his proud demeanor, appeared significantly more at ease. Bulma excitedly discussed the technology of the Celestial Zenith with Elia, while Android 18 interjected occasionally, showcasing her insights accumulated over 7 years of residence. Reina, simultaneously indulging in food, animatedly recounted how she narrowly triumphed over Vegeta, inciting a disgruntled huff from him, though he refrained from retorting. Elia, with a warm smile, orchestrated the event, ensuring every guest felt at ease. This was a rare tranquil evening post-battle, as companions shared gourmet delights, stories, and laughter, temporarily casting aside the universe's looming crises and the burdens of training. Meanwhile, in a starkly contrasting scene at the opulent estate in Satan City on Earth, Mr. Satan, after initial trepidation, discovered that Majin Buu was surprisingly easy to please. As long as he was provided with a continuous supply of delectable food, especially chocolate pudding and ice cream. The most intriguing toys, which were often swiftly broken or modified by Buu, and a plethora of engaging activities, such as watching action movies, playing video games, or simply listening to Satan boast, Buu manifested as a remarkably powerful yet endearing giant child. After merely a few days together, Satan even found Buu to be somewhat naive and charming. One afternoon, Buu returned from an outing, tenderly cradling a shivering, injured yellow Labrador puppy in his arms. Master, look. Buu lifted the puppy before Satan, his large eyes brimming with concern and an unprecedented softness. It's hurt. How pitiful. Can we save it, please? Satan gazed at the dirty little dog, and then at Buu's earnest expression, the words he initially intended to utter stuck in his throat. With a resigned sigh, he thought to himself how indebted he was to them, yet immediately summoned the finest veterinarian available. During the process of treating, bathing, and feeding the little dog, Buu remained closely attentive, observing with a blend of curiosity and caution. He even attempted to use his extraordinary magical energy to gently stroke the puppy, alleviating its pain with surprisingly effective results. Once the puppy recovered, it seemed to recognize Bu as its savior, becoming exceedingly affectionate, wagging its tail and following him closely, licking his pink paws with eagerness. Bu, in turn, cherished this little companion, frequently transforming it into various adorable shapes, such as a winged flying dog, or sharing his snacks with it. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Satan's mansion. The once formidable world champion, Mr. Satan, lounged on the sofa in flamboyant pajamas, idly watching tedious infomercials. Nearby, the universe's most dangerous being, Majin Bu, lay on the carpet, engaging in a playful game of catch with the puppy, erupting in gleeful giggles. The little white Labrador excitedly dashed about, barking joyfully. Bu, how many times must I say it? Don't turn the sofa into cotton candy. Satan would occasionally grumble. Yet his tone no longer held fear, but rather a resigned, paternal exasperation. Got it, master. Bu replied without looking back, casually reverting the sofa to its original form before resuming his playful antics with the puppy. Observing this scene, Satan sipped from his glass, suddenly pondering that perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. It was certainly preferable to incessantly worrying about destruction. Moreover, with such a powerful disciple and bodyguard, who would dare to trouble him? He even began to contemplate entering Bu and the puppy in a pet show. They were bound to win the championship. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the windows, illuminating the joyful trio of one man and one dog. On a sunny afternoon, in the forest park on the outskirts of Satan City, Satan reclined leisurely on a picnic blanket, savoring the leisurely moments of a world champion. Surrounded by an assortment of snack wrappers, not far away, Majin Bu joyfully engaged in a game of fetch with the now impeccably clean little Labrador he had rescued. With a mighty throw, Bu sent the ball soaring, the puppy barking excitedly as it chased after it, while Bu clapped his hands, laughing with delight. The scene radiated warmth, albeit with an eerily whimsical undertone. However, this tranquility was short-lived. In the shadows of the park's dense thicket, a wealthy young man clad in expensive hunting attire, wielding an exaggerated high-performance sniper rifle, was peering through the scope, observing the unfolding events. A bored and cruel smile adorned his face as he remarked to his elderly butler, who would have thought hunting would lead to such oddities and foolish dogs? Perfect, I shall test the power of the gun my father just bought me. He remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying entity he had in his sights. Just as the puppy, ball in mouth and tail wagging, dashed toward Bu, bang. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the park's serenity. The specially designed bullet, spinning at high speed, struck the little white Labrador with deadly precision. The puppy barely had time to whimper before it was gruesomely torn apart, its small body collapsing on the ground, blood staining the green grass. Biru. Bu's smile abruptly froze, his wide eyes staring in disbelief at the lifeless body of his once vibrant companion. Bu, be careful, Satan exclaimed, jolted awake by the gunfire. Panic coursing through him as he scrambled toward Bu. Bang! Another shot rang out. The bullet struck Satan's thigh. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood quickly soaked his trousers. Got him. So accurate. A voice echoed triumphantly from the depths of the forest. At that moment, Bu was oblivious to the gunfire and the rich boy's laughter. He slowly approached the lifeless pup, his plump body trembling. Gently, he cradled the still warm body of the dog, his eyes brimming with disbelief, sorrow, and confusion. Soon, that sorrow was swiftly eclipsed by an indescribable, pure fury. A low, inhuman wail erupted from Bu's throat. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing in the direction from which the bullets had come. His usually innocent, wide eyes now radiated a chilling intent to kill. White steam began to uncontrollably surge from his head, saturating the air with an oppressive heat. The rich boy, peering through the scope, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing Bu's dreadful gaze, and instinctively fired several more shots. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck Bu's head and heart with precision, yet they rebounded as if hitting resilient rubber, leaving not a trace behind. Bu paid no heed to these attacks. He first extended a trembling hand, casting a gentle pink glow of magic over Satan's wound and the dog's fatal injury. The gunshot wound on Satan's leg and the grievous wound on the dog healed at a visibly rapid pace. The dog blinked in confusion, shakily standing and fearfully retreating behind Satan, trembling. Satan's injuries healed as well, but he was too engrossed in observing Bu, who was now enveloped in an ever-increasing cloud of white steam. Bu, are you all right? Satan asked, quaking. who seemed to be enduring immense pain, clutching his head tightly, struggling to speak through gritted teeth. "Master, you must run away from me. I can't control it any longer." Satan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The incessantly emanating white steam from Boo's head, infused with extreme anger and malevolent thoughts, did not dissipate into the air but instead rapidly coalesced around him, compressing. Ultimately, the steam solidified into a slender figure, with dark gray skin, fierce and cruel eyes, exuding an aura of cold malevolence. Evil Boo.